Chapter 1. What will my martial soul be? Ah, has it really been 6 years since I crossed over? Tang Zuo lay on the mountainside, gazing up at the celestial stars, contemplating his fate. Brother, it's time to come home for dinner. A slight figure appeared not far from the mountain, looking to be around 5 or 6 years old. I know Xiao San. With that, Tang Zuo rose to his feet and followed Tang San back home. As they reached the doorstep, Tang Zuo spotted his inebriated father, and he couldn't help but grimace slightly, though he quickly composed himself. How can the eldest, a titled Douluo, allow us to support him? Tang Zuo mused inwardly. In his past life, Tang Zuo had worked at a comic company, specializing in the localization of Naruto and the special effects for Douluo. He had no family and scarcely any friends. It was a sunny morning when Tang Zuo was leisurely walking down the street when a scream pierced the air. Help! Please, someone save me. Countless passers-by ignored her cries for help, but Tang Zuo, a firm believer in justice, rushed toward the sound. Unfortunately, he was struck by a silver Porsche and awoke to find himself transformed into an infant, eventually realizing he had crossed over into the world of Douluo. Being hit by a car and experiencing such a glitch was one thing to make matters worse. He had transformed into Tang San's older brother, with uncertainty lingering over whether they were truly blood-related. By the time he turned 3, he uncovered a breathtaking secret bore an uncanny resemblance to Sasuke from Naruto, with striking eyes and a sharply defined nose that exuded an alluring aura. Of course, that was the appearance of the grown-up Tang Zuo. At present, he was merely an adorably charming little lad. Yes, charming indeed. Since his arrival in this world, Tang Zuo had been fervently planning his future. From birth, Tang Hao regarded him as a prodigy, the hope against the martial soul hall. Unlike Tang San, who was also a transmigrator, Tang Zuo possessed an extraordinary spiritual power and striking looks that set him apart. By the age of 6 months, he could articulate words, and before reaching a year, he was already running, astonishing Tang Hao and leaving Tang San in awe as they grew up together. If that were all, Tang San might have accepted it, but Tang Zuo's strength surpassed his own by several magnitudes. As time passed, Tang San realized he could never compare to his brother Tang Zuo, who was the epitome of a model child. Father, wake up, dinner is ready, Tang Zuo stated. Upon hearing his words, Tang Hao sat up, preparing for the meal. Knock, knock, knock. A thunderous knocking echoed through the air. Who is it? Tang San approached the door, but was restrained by Tang Zuo. Xiao San, enjoy your meal, I'll handle it. Tang Zuo's exquisite features radiated affection, embodying a devoted elder brother. Wait for me, I'll be right there. Upon opening the door, Tang Zuo was greeted by the sight of an elderly man clad in yellow, leaning on a cane. Grandpa Jack, what brings you here? Tang San inquired, puzzled. Xiao San, Xiao Zuo, tomorrow a soul master will come to help you awaken your martial souls. I'm here to inform you and wish you both good luck. Is that so? Upon seeing Jack, Tang Zuo had suspected as much, yet knowing it did not diminish his excitement. What martial soul will I awaken? The Sharingan? The Haotian hammer? How thrilling! Just as Tang Zuo was lost in his daydreams, Jack began chastising Tang Hao. How can you, a grown man, rely on 2 children for sustenance? Have you no shame? Tang Hao ignored Jack's remarks, behaving as though nothing had occurred. From birth, Tang Zuo held a sense of reverence for Jack. Who was Jack? A renowned titled Duo known for his sharp tongue, capable of scolding even a titled Duo. A man who had nurtured 2 gods. Could one jest with him? Alas! Jack sighed, shaking his head at Tang Hao's demeanor, feeling pity for the 2 brothers. Tang Zuo and Tang San exchanged knowing smiles, helplessly waving their hands without uttering a word. After Jack departed, the 3 hurriedly enjoyed a meal prepared by Tang Zuo, who was a culinary master, capable of creating 100 variations of tofu. Everyone wore expressions of sheer delight. Brother, I'm full, Tang San said, glancing at his plump belly. How is it that in both lives, every time I eat my brother's cooking, I feel like a child? Tang Zuo nodded. I'm done as well. Tang Zuo set down his bowl and chopsticks, and together with Tang San, they tidied up the table. Before long, they had finished washing the dishes. Noticing Tang Hao hammering away at the forge, Tang San asked, Father, can you teach me blacksmithing? Tang Hao paused slightly. What's this? You wish to learn blacksmithing? Tang San nodded, and Tang Zuo, intrigued, also nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall demonstrate for you. With that, Tang Hao picked up a hammer, rhythmically striking the iron, sparks flying as the deafening clang resonated in Tang San's ears like a melody, while to Tang Zuo, it was mere noise. Soon, the piece of iron transformed entirely. How was that? Have you both learned? Tang San nodded. Tang Zuo nodded as well. Tang Hao handed the hammer to Tang San. Xiao San, you go first. Upon hearing this, Tang San grasped the heavy hammer, which to others seemed unbearably weighty, but to him, it felt light. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of hammering echoed repeatedly. 10 strikes. No pause. 20 strikes. Still no pause. Finally, it culminated at 38 strikes. 38 strikes, is it? Tang Hao's eyes widened in astonishment, gasping in disbelief. Tang San then passed the hammer to Tang Zuo, and both watched him with eager anticipation, causing Tang Zuo to feel a shiver run down his spine. Bang, bang, bang. 30 strikes. No pause. 40 strikes. Still no pause. Father, my brother Tang San looked at Tang Hao as if he were witnessing a monster, and even Tang Hao cracked a rare smile. 56 strikes, is it? Tang Hao's jaw nearly dropped in shock. Father, what is this technique called? Tang San, the first to recover from the shock Tang Zuo had instilled in him, inquired. It's called the chaotic wind hammer technique. Tang Hao deliberately paused, emphasizing the last few words. At that moment, Tang Zuo couldn't help but recall a tale from his previous life. Long ago, there was a blacksmith named Xiao Wu who pursued the pinnacle of blacksmithing. One day, inspired, she developed the chaotic wind hammer technique through a unique method, but alas, her strength was insufficient, limiting her to 8 strikes. This technique was later recorded by her descendants. Thus, the chaotic wind hammer technique is also known as Xia Ji's 8 strikes. With this thought, Tang Zuo burst into laughter. Seeing the radiant smile on Tang Zuo's remarkably handsome face, even Tang Hao, known for his icy demeanor, allowed a hint of a smile to surface. Brother, I thought I could surpass you in other areas, but when it comes to blacksmithing, I'm utterly outmatched. Tang San gazed at Tang Zuo with wide eyes, astonished. Tang Zuo awkwardly scratched his head and then raised his right hand, tapping Tang San lightly on the head with his index and middle fingers. Be more confident, Tang San. Tang San blushed. He buried his face in his legs. Chapter 2. The Awakening of Martial Souls. That night passed in the blink of an eye. Tang Zuo grasped Tang San's exceptionally fair and smooth little hand, moving swiftly toward the place of martial soul awakening. Brother, slow down, I can't keep up, Tang San exclaimed, trying desperately to match Tang Zuo's pace, but no amount of effort allowed him to catch up with his brother's swift strides. Reluctantly, he asked him to slow down. In no time, the two arrived at the central area of Holy Soul Village. Holy Soul Village, name so imposing it sounded like a sect, yet it was merely a small village that had not produced a soul master in ages. It was named Holy Soul Village because, in its history, a soul saint had once emerged from there. Isn't that absurd? The most ridiculous part is that the village chief still boasts of this deceased soul saint, whose passing was eons ago. However, one cannot entirely blame him. What insight could the villagers possess? They dared to scold a titled law who roamed freely before them, while holding an immense respect for a mere great soul master. Although they were unaware that Tang Hao was the formidable man who had slain the previous pope, their perspective was indeed too narrow, and no sooner had he begun recounting the history of the sacred soul village than Tang Zuo felt a gentle tug on his sleeve from his brother, Tang San. Brother, do you think we possess soul power? Is it possible for us to become soul masters? Tang Zuo found himself perplexed by Tang San's inquiry. He recalled Tang San's unwavering confidence in the original narrative. Why, then, did he now pose such a question? Even if Tang Zuo were to be struck down, he would never fathom that Tang San's confidence had been shattered due to his presence, leaving him bereft of that formidable self-assurance. As the discussion among the crowd flourished, a man in his 20s or 30s approached none other than Su Yuntao himself. In society, he was known as Brother Tao, a man of few words but fierce demeanor. Is that Su Yuntao? Tang Zuo mused internally. Grandfather Jack stepped forward and offered a slight bow to Su Yuntao. Master Soul Master, these are the children participating in the martial soul awakening. Upon hearing this, Su Yuntao nodded, letting out a sigh. Alas, I have traversed several villages without encountering a single child of talent. I hope that Sacred Soul Village can produce a soul master once more. Jack smiled at him before ushering the children inside. Su Yuntao instructed everyone to line up and began elaborating on the significance of martial souls. Lone Wolf, manifest. No sooner had he spoken than a grayish-white wolf appeared behind him, exuding an aura of invincibility. This is the martial soul. Martial souls are categorized into weapon souls and beast souls, further divided into attack types, agility types, and support types. Su Yuntao gestured to the first child in line, beckoning him forward. As the child stepped up, Su Yuntao extended his right hand, conjuring a magical circle beneath the child's feet. Martial soul, awaken. He began to channel soul. Chapter 3. Your golden finger has arrived. Su Yuntao's heart filled with admiration for talent, surged once more. He excitedly approached Tang Zuo, grasping his shoulders with both hands. "My young brother, would you be willing to join my spirit hall?" Xiao Wu inquired, his heart racing with anticipation. Tang Zuo, being a time traveler, surely cannot be oblivious to the spirit hall. However, one must have a valid reason to decline. The saying "the tall tree attracts the wind" holds a grain of truth. Yet, Tang Zuo's disposition does not permit him to conceal his true capabilities. The Xiantian treasure record also cautions against the folly of playing the fool to deceive the clever, lest one inadvertently becomes the fool themselves. Just as Tang Zuo pondered how to refuse, Su Yuntao's voice resonated once more. "Little brother, you seem unfamiliar with the spirit hall. Would you like me to enlighten you?" Tang Zuo found himself at a loss for a means of refusal and could only seek to buy some time. In the Douluo Continent, there exist the upper 3 sects and the lower 4 sects, among which the renowned upper 3 sects include the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, the thunderclap Tyrannosaurus sect, and the Houghton sect. Above these sects stands the globally recognized organization, the Spirit Hall. Xiao Wu spoke rapidly, his eyes shimmering with admiration. Tang Zuo actually believes that joining the Spirit Hall could be quite advantageous. However, his lineage forbids him from doing so. His father harbors a deep-seated vendetta against the Spirit Hall, and the demise of his mother, Yin, was also a consequence of their actions. Moreover, his sister-in-law, Xiao Wu, was sacrificed to the Spirit Hall. How could he possibly consider allegiance to them? "Master Soul Master, I implore you to grant me some time for contemplation. Should the day come when I find clarity, I will make my way to the Spirit Hall. Would that be acceptable?" Tang Zuo's tone carried a hint of probing. Xiao Wu, feeling disappointed, shook his head. "All right, let's go," he said, glancing around at the gathered crowd. Just as he opened the door, Village Chief Jack hurried over to him. "How is it, Soul Master? Are there any among these children who can become Soul Masters?" Jack inquired eagerly. Xiao Wu nodded. "Among these children, there is one with innate full soul power. Unfortunately, his martial spirit is blue silver grass." He sighed at this, a sentiment echoed by Jack. However, in the next moment, Xiao Wu lifted his head, gazing at Tang Zuo with an eager expression. "This child possesses the legendary innate soul power of level 20. And what else?" Jack pressed. "Moreover, his martial spirit is a rare body martial spirit." Xiao Wu deliberately raised his voice, infusing it with grandeur. Upon hearing Su Yuntao's tone, Jack, though unaware of the significance of innate full soul power and innate soul power level 20, understood that these two children were extraordinary. "Soul Master, what do innate full soul power and innate soul power level 20 signify?" Xiao Wu began his enlightening discourse. "In terms you can grasp, innate full soul power is an exceedingly rare talent. As long as he does not meet an untimely end, becoming a soul Douluo is nearly certain, with the possibility of even becoming a title Douluo." With that, Xiao Wu cast a sidelong glance at Tang Zuo. Tang Zuo was rendered utterly horrified by Su Yuntao's gaze. Pondering to himself, "I possess extraordinary talent, so why do you glare at me? I have not offended you. The innate soul power of 20 levels?" Jack's mouth gaped wide open, clearly overwhelmed with excitement. An innate soul power of 20 levels exists almost solely in legends. Such individuals are, in other words, the chosen ones, often referred to as the darlings of heaven. They not only begin their journey at a significantly higher level, but also cultivate at a pace several times faster than their peers. Throughout history, the least formidable among such extraordinary beings reached the pinnacle of 99th level limit Douluo, while the rest ascended to divinity. Jack's current reaction transcended mere astonishment. His exhilaration was evidently far more profound. "Little monster, contemplate this well. Joining the Spirit Hall will undoubtedly make you the youngest titled Douluo." Tang Zuo nodded in response. "Indeed. I shall give it due consideration." The village chief, "This is the certificate of martial souls for the two children. With this, they can apply for an additional work-study position." Xiao Wu neatly folded the yellow parchment in his hand and presented it to Jack. Jack acknowledged with a nod and bowed slightly to Xiao Wu. "I humbly bid farewell to the esteemed Soul Master." Jack then approached Tang Zuo and Tang San, clapping both of their shoulders with exuberance, letting out a hearty laugh. "Brother, you are truly remarkable." Tang San gazed at Tang Zuo's handsome and captivating visage, marveling at his brother's prowess. Tang Zuo's attention was initially focused on Xiao Wu, but now it has been captivated by a singular voice. "Ding, host's martial soul has awakened, system activated." Upon hearing the cold, mechanical voice of the system, Tang Zuo's lips curled into a faint smile, as if he glimpsed a ray of hope. Beside him, Tang San and Jack merely assumed he was elated about his own talent and said nothing further. "Has my golden finger finally arrived? System, do you have any beginner's gift packages?" A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Tang's was brown-black eyes. Dear host, you are granted 4 opportunities to partake in the bronze lottery as a part of your novice gift package. Could you elaborate on the bronze lottery system? Tang Zuo inquired. Ding. In response to the host, the bronze lottery encompasses a variety of offerings, including martial arts techniques, ninjutsu, soul points, elixirs, hidden weapons, gourmet delicacies, and much more. Tang Zuo secretly nodded, ensuring that Tang San remained oblivious. What is the purpose of this soul currency? Tang Zuo inquired. In response to the host, the system replied. Soul currency can be utilized to acquire items from the myriad realms within the system's marketplace. Tang Zuo nodded and scratched his head. Well then, please present the attributes panel to me. Tang Zuo had perused numerous novels about reincarnation in his past life. If he were unaware of this, it would render his reading futile. Ding. The attribute panel is being generated. Tang San tugged at Tang Zuo's arm. Brother, it's time to go back. Sensing Tang San pulling him, Tang Zuo emerged from the system space. Oh, let's be on our way. Tang Zuo feigned nonchalance as he ambled along the path home. Ding. The attribute panel has been generated. Name, Tang Zuo codename, Susanoo Martial Soul, Sharingan. Haotian Sword, 10,000 swords, Strength Attribute, 3 Soul Power Points Speed Attribute, 2 Soul Power Points Mental Strength, Full Soul Power, Level 20 Soul Ring, none now. Let me see the attribute panel of Xiao San. Ding. The attribute panel is being generated. The panel has been completed. The consecutive chimes surprised Tang Zuo slightly. Why does it take a moment to view my own attributes while others appear so promptly? This system is so ungrateful. Name, Tang San codename, Thousand Hands Azura Martial Soul, Blue Silver Grass, Haotian Hammer Strength Attribute, 2 Soul Power Points Speed Attribute, 1. 5 Soul Power Points Mental Strength, Full Soul Power, Level 10 Soul Ring. None. Tang Zuo glanced at Tang San's attribute panel and compared it with his own. He was astonished by the mental prowess of the transmigrator, as well as by his own attributes. Tang Zuo was unaware of his own strength. He had always believed himself to be only slightly superior to the third party, never realizing the vast disparity that existed between them. Chapter 4. Nottingham Academy. Unbeknownst to them, the group had arrived home, while Tang Zuo, absorbed in the system, failed to pay attention to his surroundings and collided directly with a utility pole. Alas! Tang Zuo threw himself to the ground, pressing his hand against his reddened forehead, enduring the pain with resilience. Tang San approached and helped Tang Zuo to his feet. Brother, have you become overly excited? You ought to pay more attention to your surroundings. Tang Zuo nodded. He certainly could not admit that it was due to the sudden emergence of a system. This minor episode swiftly passed. As soon as they opened the door to their home, Jack and the others beheld Tang Hao alone on the bed, drinking. Tang Hao. Jack bellowed in anger. Tang Hao naturally ignored him, continuing to drink alone. Ah, forget it. I won't speak to you anymore. Tomorrow, Tang San and Tang Zuo are set to attend the Spirit Master Academy. Just thought I should inform you. Jack gazed at Tang Hao with a look of disappointment. However, Tang Hao's response in the next moment left everyone astonished. No, they cannot go to the Spirit Master Academy. I do not consent. Tang Hao's emotional turmoil surged unexpectedly, leaving everyone bewildered and at a loss. A flicker of anger appeared in Jack's eyes. Do you not understand? The esteemed Spirit Master has proclaimed that Tang San and Tang Zuo possess exceptional talent, potentially capable of becoming a titled Douluo. Are you truly willing to squander their gifts? Tang Hao continued to disregard Jack's words. Who will cook for me after they leave? You are utterly unreasonable, Jack exclaimed before storming out. Tang Hao cast a sidelong glance at Tang San and Tang Zuo. Tang San's eyes were filled with a sense of disappointment, while Tang Zuo's gaze remained composed. So, what spirit has awakened? Tang San took a step forward, raising his right hand, where a blue-violet blue-silver grass materialized. Father, my martial soul is blue-silver grass. Tang Hao paused momentarily, murmuring, blue-silver grass? Father, is it true that a person can possess only one martial soul? Tang San inquired. Tang Hao assumed that Tang San was disappointed with his useless martial soul and nodded helplessly. However, I still possess a second martial soul, Tang San remarked, scratching his head. What did you say? Unbeknownst to him, Tang Hao had appeared before Tang San, shaking him vigorously. Tang San extended his left hand, and a small blue-headed hammer materialized in his grasp. Ever since its appearance, the hammer has been steadily increasing in size. Tang Hao gazed at Tang San, embracing him tightly and lingering in that embrace for an extended moment. A glimmer of tears flickered across Tang Hao's resolute face. Xiao San, remember this. I have consented to your becoming a soul master, but do not cultivate your second martial soul. And under no circumstances should you attach any soul rings to it, understood? Tang San nodded vigorously. Tang San's Haotian hammer had reached an immense level. And with his current strength, it was becoming increasingly difficult to wield. Father, I can no longer hold on. Please, take it back. Use the hammer in your left hand to safeguard the grass in your right. After speaking, Tang Hao turned his gaze towards Tang Zuo and inquired, Little Zuo, what about you? What martial soul have you awakened? Tang Zuo's lips curled into a subtle smile as he said, Father, I too possess 2 martial souls. At that moment, Tang San felt a jolt in his body, acutely aware of the disparity between himself and Tang Zuo. Tang Hao nodded in surprise once more. Show me your martial soul, he urged. In response, Tang Zuo raised his delicate hand, distinct from Tang San's. A shimmering iron sword emanating an orange glow appeared in his grasp, while his eyes gradually transformed into a crimson hue, evolving into the 3-tomo Sharingan. The first thing Tang Hao beheld was Tang Zuo's Sharingan, within which he sensed an overwhelming aura, akin to that of a malevolent demon. Tang Hao summoned his soul power, attempting to unveil the true nature of this blood-red eye. To his astonishment, his formidable soul power, at the level of a tidal Douluo, was unexpectedly obstructed by an unknown force, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his brow. He observed a colossal skeleton radiating a violet glow materializing behind Tang Zuo, which was subsequently engulfed by another purple creature, thus giving rise to a new monstrous entity of the same hue. Tang Hao initially believed that this was the conclusion. Yet, unexpectedly, the purple monstrosity began to swell dramatically once more, transforming into a humanoid form, resembling an incarnation of a fearsome deity, instilling a sense of dread in Tang Hao, the formidable Super Douluo. Tang Hao made a concerted effort to calm his agitated heart as he turned his gaze to Tang Zuo's right hand. Upon noticing the sword in Tang Zuo's grasp, a flicker of light ignited in his hollow eyes, and his pupils began to constrict sharply, as if an extraordinary realization dawned upon him. Is that the Haotian sword? The Haotian sword? What is it? Tang Zuo questioned, bewildered. Ultimately, Tang Hao recounted the tale of the Haotian sword, revealing that it is the legendary martial soul of the Haotian sect, and he learned that the Haotian sword cannot be paired with a martial soul. Rather than describing Tang Zuo's martial soul as a twin martial soul, it would be more accurate to consider it a singular soul with dual manifestations. Xiao Wu, what is the level of your innate soul power? Tang Hao's weathered voice trembled slightly, and anyone could discern his excitement. He was thrilled. And Tang Zuo and Tang San were equally exhilarated. 20, came the reply. 20? The wine gourd in Tang Hao's hand fell to the ground, leaving him standing there in a daze. At that moment, the air seemed to grow still. What constitutes a prodigy? This is indeed a prodigy. Is Tang San's innate talent not formidable? It is terrifyingly so. Is Tang Hao's innate talent not remarkable? He is the youngest titled Douluo. Yet, they are merely geniuses among monsters. However, Tang Zuo is different. Tang Zuo is a paragon of monstrosity, a prodigy amongst prodigies, rendering any genius pale in comparison. Tang Hao released Tang Zuo and gave a reassuring nod to both him and Tang San, feeling a sense of hope for Ain. Xiao Zuo, what is the name of your eyes? He inquired. The Sharingan. Tang Zuo replied succinctly. Tang Hao gently patted Tang Zuo's head, instilling a profound sense of security within him. Very well, I grant you permission to pursue your studies. Really? Tang San exclaimed joyfully, and even the usually stoic expression of Tang Zuo broke into a smile. But father, what about you? Tang San's worried gaze turned towards Tang Hao. This look struck deep into Tang Hao's heart. He had once believed that leading them towards a mundane existence was the best course of action, but now he realized he had been mistaken. Upon realizing Tang Zuo's extraordinary talent, Tang Hao initially contemplated using him as a means for vengeance. It dawned on Tang Hao just how inhumane his thoughts truly were. Tang Zuo placed his hand upon Tang San's back and sighed. Alas, Xiao San, our father has unexpectedly sent us away. Perhaps we need not worry about him. It is possible that in our absence, he may find a bit more ease. Tang Zuo's lament encapsulated a multitude of meanings, each perceived differently by those around him. To Tang San, it signified an enduring attachment to his father. In contrast, to Tang Hao, it represented the disappointment in himself as a negligent father. However, for Tang Zuo, it was merely an expression of his emotions, a profound sense of emptiness, as if something vital was missing. Little Zuo, bestow a new name upon your Haotian sword. Regard it not merely as a martial spirit, but as a weapon, he advised. Understood, father. From now on, it shall be called the Ten-Fist Sword. Early the next morning, Tang San and Tang Zuo prepared to journey to Nodding City with Jack in a carriage. They cast a lingering glance at Tang Hao, remaining silent before departing. In Chapter 5, The 10,000-Year Soul Ring, As Tang Zuo sat in the carriage bound for Notting City, he contemplated his system. System. I wish to view my father's data panel. Ding. Generating attribute panel. Ding. Attribute panel generation complete. Name. Tang Hao codename. Haotian Douluo martial spirit. Haotian hammer strength. 9 soul power points speed. 8. 7 soul power points mental power. 7. 6 soul power points soul power. Level 97 soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. Even though Tang Zuo had previously estimated these figures, witnessing them firsthand rendered the reality somewhat surreal. Noticing Tang Zuo shaking his head, Tang San inquired, "Brother, what troubles you?" Tang Zuo noticed the concerned expression on Tang San's face and subsequently remarked, "I was merely lost in thought." Tang San noticed that Tang Zuo was reluctant to speak further and chose not to press the matter, for having lived 2 lives. He understood well what inquiries were appropriate and what were not. System. I wish to draw a lottery. Ding. The lottery panel is being generated. Tang Zuo slowly blinked. And when he opened his eyes once more, he found himself immersed in a virtual realm enveloped in shades of blue. Within this space stood a youthful figure, pure and innocent. The boy's striking golden hair caught the eye, and his towering stature evoked admiration. With a prominent nose and large, expressive eyes, he was truly a vision of beauty. Tang Zuo stared in astonishment at the youth before him and exclaimed, "Do not tell me you are the system." Upon witnessing Tang Zuo's expression of surprise, the system smiled and nodded. "Ahem, let us proceed with the lottery." The system youth then bowed respectfully to Tang Zuo. "Very well, host." With a delicate wave of his hand, a spinning wheel materialized before Tang Zuo. This will comprise 9 segments, each representing a different prize. Notably, with each draw, the prizes would change. The sequence of prizes for this lottery included the Qian Kuan Sword Technique, the 7-Kill Sword Manual, a soul ring of 30,000 years, without side effects, 3 experience cards for title Douluo, each lasting 30 minutes. The Flying Thunder God Technique, an advanced version by the system, the Book of Sealing, the Spiraling Sphere, the Shadow Clone Technique, and 1 mysterious item. Tang Zuo, with a heart full of trepidation, pressed the 2 prominent characters for the lottery in the center. Whoosh. The pointer on the spinning wheel began to whirl at an astonishing speed, and after a brief moment, it gradually slowed down at a certain point. To his astonishment, the system revealed that these 4 lottery chances corresponded to 4 distinct rewards on the same wheel. In a flash of golden light, 4 luminous orbs manifested before Tang Zuo's eyes. Tang Zuo extended his hand, trembling with excitement, and lightly touched the radiant golden light, which began to dissipate and gradually transformed into a plastic card. A fleeting sense of helplessness crossed his mind. However, upon reading the inscription on the card, he could no longer contain the joy swelling within him. Title Douluo Experience Card? Goodness, this is a remarkable item. His exuberant exclamation escaped from Zuo's delicate lips, evoking a hint of peculiarity. Tang Zuo suppressed his excitement and nudged a few others, causing their brilliance to fade as well. Ultimately, the rewards he acquired were a 30,000-year soul ring, the Flying Thunder God Technique, and the multiple Shadow Clone Technique. System. What exactly is this advanced version? Tang Zuo felt perplexed. What was there to advance about the Flying Thunder God Technique? Wasn't it merely a space ninjutsu? In response, the host explained that the advanced version of the Flying Thunder God does not consume soul energy. Upon comprehending the advantages of the advanced version of the Flying Thunder God Technique, Tang Zuo was astounded. The fact that it does not consume soul power, what does that imply? It is akin to having the freedom to traverse as one wishes, provided one possesses the necessary marks. System. This is utterly extraordinary. Tang Zuo exclaimed. Host. Have you forgotten that the Flying Thunder God requires additional marks? Furthermore, each mark can only be activated once, the system reminded him. It was then that Tang Zuo finally grasped the situation, inwardly marveling at the notion that a mark being usable only once hardly qualifies as an advanced version. System. Can this soul ring be left unabsorbed for now? He inquired. The youthful system nodded in affirmation. Tang Zuo Yuan believed that this lottery was merely for ordinary food and techniques from other realms, never expecting it to include a title Douluo Experience card. A gentle reminder, the title Douluo Experience card possesses an incredibly potent backlash, comparable to activating Susanoo with the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Tang Zuo shook his head in resignation. Yet, despite the backlash, this was truly extraordinary. Moreover, the fact that the backlash did not consume his cultivation or lifespan was quite fortunate. What more could one desire? System. Collect the rewards. As soon as he uttered these words, Tang Zuo regretted them and hastily waved his hand, saying, Wait, except for the soul rings. The system's youthful voice awkwardly scratched his head, causing 3 strands of varying lengths of black lines to fall from above. Apologies, host. The rewards have been issued and are irrevocable. This statement left Tang Zuo in a state of panic, prompting him to hastily exit the system space. Nearby, Tang San, noticing the expression of alarm on Tang Zuo's face, assumed an impending danger had arrived. With his beast-like instincts, he gazed skyward. The originally clear sky had transformed into a pitch-black expanse, thick with dark clouds, as a sinister black light followed the carriage driven by the Tang brothers, causing the horses to bolt in fright. In the shadows, Tang Hao, who was secretly observing, also felt a surge of anxiety. Tang Zuo's body seemed to be drawn by an unseen force as he began to levitate. Tang Zuo struggled to break free, but the force only intensified. "Brother!" Tang San exclaimed. Cold sweat trickled down Tang Hao's forehead, revealing his palpable anxiety for Tang Zuo. A dark radiance erupted, and an obsidian-hued soul ring descended, encircling Tang Zuo in a mesmerizing swirl. Tang Zuo understood that with events unfolding to this point, he could only accept the situation. His brother, Tang San, at this moment, was left speechless. Tang Hao's serious and tense expression gradually transformed into one of excitement, resembling that of a lecherous old man. In Nodding City, at Nodding Academy, the master gazed at the sky, rising abruptly, his pupils dilating as he inhaled sharply. Could it be a bestowed soul ring? To his astonishment, someone from Soto City had actually obtained a bestowed soul ring, and it appeared to be the first ring. The master plopped down onto a chair, shattering it, yet felt no pain. The fate god, observing from above, wore a bewildered expression. What on earth is happening? How did the soul ring descend on its own? After taking a sip of water to calm his nerves, he was taken aback to discover that the soul ring had become Tang Zuo's first soul ring, causing him to spit out the water in shock. Have I brought calamity upon myself? The fate god stood up, noticing someone approaching. Greetings, creator god, he exclaimed, bowing respectfully. The creator god gestured for him to rise. No worries, this was my arrangement. He is the hope for the future of the divine realm. The creator god gazed meaningfully towards the Douluo Continent and nodded. Back on the Douluo Continent, Tang Zuo had successfully absorbed the 10,000-year soul ring and returned to the carriage. Brother, what just happened? Are you hurt? I am fine, he replied. Tang San took a deep breath, patted his chest, and gazed at Tang Zuo with admiration. Thinking to himself, this is my brother. Beside him, Tang Hao chuckled and shook his head, reflecting, indeed, this is my son. Chapter 6, Master, Foster Father? The group gradually emerged from their astonishment and continued their journey towards the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. Before long, the carriage arrived at the entrance of the academy. Brother, let us proceed, Tang San said with a smile. Very well, came the reply. Grandfather Jack, following closely behind, gently patted both of their shoulders. The two exchanged a smile and approached the gatekeeper's station, where 2 individuals were stationed to verify the credentials provided by the Spirit Hall. Tang Zuo and Tang San presented the proof from the Spirit Hall to the 2 individuals. Upon seeing the document, the pair initially responded with a derisive smile, followed by a condescending glance directed at the 2. Are you trying to fool us with a counterfeit? Be gone. One of them's gaze was filled with disdain, clearly regarding the 2 with contempt. They nearly erupted in anger, but were restrained by Grandpa Jack. He had anticipated that a humble approach would suffice, yet to his dismay, the 2 became increasingly audacious. Jack bowed to them, saying, Respected Spirit Masters, this is the proof issued by the Spirit Hall. How could it possibly be false? His tone revealed a sense of helplessness, tinged with a hint of indignation. The 2 Spirit Masters merely chuckled again. If we say it's not authentic, it's simply ISNT. Now leave. They waved their hands dismissively, indicating that it was time for the guests to depart. Tang Zuo and Tang San could no longer contain themselves. Grandpa Jack had assisted them immensely, treating them with the same care as his own grandchildren, frequently bringing them rice, flour, and other provisions. Tang San immediately activated the Xiantian skill, channeling his power into his feet, propelling himself forward and striking the Soul Master squarely in the face. The impact sent the Soul Master flying, crashing against the pillar behind him, leaving a vivid red imprint of a fist on his visage. You, how dare you strike me? The man exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at Tang San, his eyes ablaze with fury. However, his words were met with indifference from the trio, as Jack, consumed by rage, chose to ignore him. Meanwhile, Tang Zuo glanced back at another Soul Master. His eyes transformed into the Sharingan, and a dark soul ring materialized beneath him, swirling around Tang Zuo in a mesmerizing dance. The 2 gatekeeping Soul Masters were rendered speechless at this sight, their souls nearly fleeing in terror. A first soul ring of 10,000 years? A 6-year-old soul master? They gasped in unison. First soul skill, Susanoo Strike. Tang Zuo's Sharingan, with its 3 tomo, began to spin, gradually forming a hexagram pattern. Shortly thereafter, a colossal purple hand emerged behind him. Tang Zuo harbored no intentions of harming the 2 individuals. Thus he did not direct his power towards them. Instead, he struck the ground. A thunderous sound erupted, and dust billowed forth as the previously level earth sank by more than 3 meters, subsequently fracturing outward. Jack stood agape at this astonishing spectacle. The gatekeeper, a soul master, was equally flustered, regretting his earlier actions. The school gates swung open, revealing a man clad in black. This man, though of unremarkable appearance, bore deep-set eyes that hinted at a life fraught with hardship, and his robust physique belied his identity as a soul master. Indeed, this man was the master. Upon witnessing the scene before him, the master was initially taken aback, then cast a piercing gaze upon the 2 gatekeepers, sending shivers down their spines. His attention then shifted to Tang Zuo, his expression softening gradually, glimmering with a hint of starlight. The master approached, his demeanor changing. What transpired here? He inquired. Having just experienced the earlier incident, the 2 men, recognizing their folly, immediately knelt before him. We apologize. It was a moment of impulse. Please do not expel us. Humph. The master scoffed softly before making his way towards Tang Zuo and Tang San. He regarded Tang Zuo with a look of appreciation. You are the one who has received the bestowed soul ring, are you not? As a traveler through time, how could Tang Zuo possibly be unfamiliar with this eminent figure of theoretical prominence? Tang Zuo nodded. Tang San regarded the unremarkable man before him with a curious gaze. Present your spirit hall credentials to me, and I shall grant you entry. Jack handed the credentials to the master, whose eyes briefly flickered with an unusual glint, though fleeting. It did not escape the keen perception of Tang Zuo, who possessed the Sharingan. The master cleared his throat and discreetly tucked away the credentials. Follow me, please. Tang San and Tang Zuo created a diversion before accompanying the master to his office. The master settled into his chair, suppressing his excitement, and turned to Tang San, inquiring. You possess 2 martial souls, do you not? Tang San was taken aback, his gaze flickering as he surveyed his surroundings. Upon spotting a short dagger on the table, he employed a technique akin to controlling the crane and capturing the dragon to draw the knife closer, just to be cautious. You need not worry. I harbor no ill intentions. I have previously investigated numerous individuals with the blue-silver grass martial spirit, and among them, very few possess soul power, none exceeding the 2nd rank. Yet you, endowed with innate full soul power, can only be explained by the existence of twin martial spirits. Tang San discreetly discarded the knife he held. May I have a glimpse of your 2nd martial soul? Inquired Yu Xiaogang. Tang San nodded slightly, extending his left hand, from which a hammer materialized. Is this the Haotian hammer? Yu Xiaogang seemed to recall something, pondering for a moment. Child, would you be willing to take me as your master? Tang San's body trembled as he contemplated the pros and cons, seeing Tang San lost in thought. Yu Xiaogang then remarked, I can assure you that my theoretical knowledge is undoubtedly the strongest on the continent. It is merely unproven. Tang San knelt down, raising his hands. Disciple Tang San pays his respects to the teacher. This scene startled Yu Xiaogang, who hurriedly helped Tang San to his feet. This act of reverence is reserved for kings. Parents, heaven, and earth, how could you kneel before me? Quickly, rise. As Tang San rose, Tang Zuo beside him suddenly spoke. Master, I too possess twin martial souls. The master's astonishment deepened. What extraordinary beings are these 2 brothers? One is endowed with a dual martial soul and innate soul power of level 20, while the other boasts a twin martial soul with full innate soul power, and both wield the most formidable weapon martial souls. What a remarkable family of prodigies. Tang Zuo lifted his right hand, and the 10-fist sword reappeared in his grasp. What kind of sword is this? Asked Yu Xiaogang. I call it the 10-fist sword, he replied. Tang Zuo gazed upon the Haotian sword and solemnly remarked, Is this the 10-fist sword? It may indeed surpass the Haotian hammer. He then boldly inquired, Master, would you accept me as your disciple? The master, initially astounded by Tang Zuo's innate talent, now found himself taken aback by the young man's request. Yu Xiaogang shook his head, leaving Tang Zuo feeling puzzled and disheartened. Is it because my talent falls short? Tang San gazed at Yu Xiaogang with a look of confusion. Alas, I am not in a position to guide you. Tang Zuo suddenly realized that, given his extraordinary talent, perhaps the master was indeed unqualified to teach him. The person truly deserving of that role had yet to be born into this world. Plop. Tang Zuo knelt down. The master looked at him in surprise. What are you doing? He asked. Master, would you be willing to be my adoptive father? Tang Zuo chuckled to himself. How could that be? Please, get up. Yu Xiaogang hurriedly tried to assist Tang Zuo, but he remained immovable. Can you tell me why you wish for me to be your adoptive father? The master, perhaps sensing Tang's was resolve, inquired. Since my brother and I were born, we have never experienced a father's love. Our father is a blacksmith who spends his days and nights drinking. Tang Zuo recounted his family's circumstances to the master, who, moved by the tale, ultimately consented to Tang Zuo's request. Meanwhile, Tang Hao, observing from the sidelines, felt a pang of unease in his heart. Yu Xiaogang also advised Tang San against adding a soul ring to the Haotian hammer, to which Tang San inquired about the reason, yet he was met with silence. Chapter 7. My name is Xiao Wu, the Dance of the Dancer. Tang Zuo approached the entrance of the 7th dormitory and pointed behind him, saying, Xiao San. This is the place, isn't it? Tang San nodded slightly. Noticing that Tang Zuo had not entered, he approached the door and inquired, Brother, why do you not go in? As someone who had read the original work, Tang Zuo was well aware of the intricacies within and had no desire to invite such trouble upon himself. Tang Zuo gestured invitingly, signaling for Tang San to enter. Tang San opened the door, filled with confusion. As soon as the dormitory door swung open, a formidable presence akin to a relentless force rushed towards him. How could Tang San, having mastered the Xiantian skill, possibly be caught off guard? With a swift motion, he seized the assailant's leg and flung him forward, sending the individual soaring out of the room. The others in the dormitory gasped in astonishment. Was the formidable leader, Wang Sheng, truly defeated in an instant? Indeed, it seemed so. Tang Zuo felt a sense of ennui. He could not fathom what had led to such a tedious charade. Wang Sheng, with great difficulty, rose to his feet and approached Tang, his face alight with joy as he proclaimed, You shall henceforth be our leader. Tang San shook his head, firstly, because he lacked interest in the matter, and secondly, because Tang Zuo was far superior to him, rendering him unqualified to intervene regardless of the circumstances. Tang San pointed behind him. He is my elder brother, and he is far more formidable than I. Upon hearing this, Tang Zuo felt a wave of helplessness. How could his younger brother have divulged his identity so readily? Tang Zuo resolved within himself that if Tang San were to cause him trouble, he would see Xiao Wu away from him, leaving him to a life of solitude. It seems there is also Qianren Xuet to consider. However, these thoughts were merely fanciful. Tang Zuo held no genuine interest in either of them. One was a soul beast, and the other a saintess of the spirit hall. What a farcical notion. Tang Zuo sat down in an exceptionally handsome manner, under the admiring gazes of Wang Xing and others. With a sigh and a wave of his hand, he declared, I shall not take on the role of the leader. Let the third one take it instead. Tang San's attempt to shift blame has faltered. That leader, your brother, could you perhaps allow me to witness your prowess? Wang Xing's voice carried a hint of excitement and anticipation. Tang Zuo approached the window and gestured towards the large pit at the entrance, measuring over 3 meters in width and depth. Do you see that? He inquired. Wang Xing and the others nodded vigorously in acknowledgement. I did that. With those words, Tang Zuo turned his back and laid down upon the bed. Tang San was utterly unprepared for the revelation that his brother, who exuded warmth in his presence, displayed a stark indifference towards others, tinged with a hint of playful arrogance. Wang Xing cast a probing glance at Tang San, who nodded in affirmation, his eyes widening in astonishment. At that moment, the door swung open to reveal a slender figure clad in pink, adorned with 2 bunny ears atop her head. Greetings. I am Xiao Wu, the dancer, she announced, her right hand forming a yes gesture as a gentle smile graced her lips. However, the atmosphere abruptly shifted. Who is your leader? Xiao Wu inquired, pointing to her own lips. Tang San pointed towards Tang Zuo, while Wang Xing and the others all directed their gaze at Tang San, leaving him utterly bewildered. It was not that Wang Xing and the others doubted Tang Zuo's capabilities, but rather because Tang Zuo had stated that he was the elder brother of the leader, not the leader himself. Out of respect for his authority, they all pointed towards Tang San. Upon learning that Tang San was the leader, Xiao Wu rushed towards him, the distance between them now mere inches. Tang San had never been this close to a woman, whether in his past life or in the present. Tang San inquired about the faint fragrance emanating from Xiao Wu, his face flushing with embarrassment as he momentarily forgot that they were engaged in a piquet. Xiao Wu swiftly tossed her head, ensnaring Tang San's neck with her hair, and with another vigorous motion, she sent him flying. This sudden action jolted Tang San back to reality. As he adjusted his trajectory in midair, he landed gracefully on the ground. Xiao Wu approached him once more, using her legs to pin his head, signaling that he was clad in pants. Had it been a skirt, well, that was a thought best left unimagined. After an intense struggle, Xiao Wu triumphantly settled upon Tang San's face, declaring her victory. From now on, I shall be your leader, she proclaimed. However, Wang Xing unexpectedly shook his head in dissent. You are not the strongest, therefore, you cannot be our leader. Xiao Wu was perplexed. Had it not been stated that Tang San was the leader? Wasn't the leader supposed to be the strongest? Humph. It is his brother who is truly the strongest, far surpassing Tang San, Wang Xing asserted. Pfft, who would believe that? Xiao Wu retorted. Wang Xing cast a sidelong glance. Adopting the strides of Doflamingo and mimicking Smoker's stance, all while donning an expression reminiscent of Kizaru, as he approached the window and gestured towards the door. Do you see that? He asked. Xiao Wu nodded in acknowledgement. Our leader's elder brother is formidable, Wang Xing stated with immense pride. Akin to a father boasting about his son, much to Tang San's chagrin. Xiao Wu, taken aback, asked, where is his brother? Tang San, with a faint blush adorning his cheeks, gestured towards Tang Zuo. Tang Zuo turned around, his extraordinarily handsome visage leaving Xiao Wu in awe once more. She continuously scrutinized the two of them. Are you brothers? Tang San nodded. Dear. Tang Zuo nodded, affirming with certainty. Xiao Wu expressed her astonishment. As did Wang Xing and the extra. And you? They inquired, taken aback by the situation. Tang Zuo spoke first. My father says I have inherited his fortitude, my mother's beauty, and the essence of both of their temperaments. As for Tang San, he has inherited my father's resilience. Tang San awkwardly nodded. He truly hadn't anticipated that his elder brother, who had always shown him such affection, could be so adept at putting on a facade. Let us engage in a match. If I win, I shall be the leader, said Xiao Wu. Tang Zuo's gaze sharpened. Just as he was about to refuse, the voice of the system resounded. Task announcement, accept the challenge from Xiao Wu and defeat him. Task rewards, Heartbreak Red and Exotic Tulip. Failure penalty, annihilation of the host. Tang Zuo's body trembled, silently cursing the system for its inhumanity. How could I have agreed to this? Xiao Wu smiled with delight, immediately assuming a battle stance. However, what she did not expect was that Tang Zuo remained seated, unmoved. In the next moment, Tang Zuo sprang into action, leaping down to summon his Sharingan martial spirit. A dark soul ring materializing before him. Wang Xing and the others were left wide-eyed in astonishment. Xiao Wu was hardly in a better state. A 10,000-year soul ring? Witnessing this scene, Xiao Wu pouted and admitted defeat. Though she appeared calm on the surface, her heart was tumultuous, as if a myriad of chaotic thoughts surged within her. Wang Sheng's respect for Tang Zuo grew even deeper. Even Tang San, who had witnessed such displays multiple times, was taken aback. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the air. Tang San opened the door in the past. Who among you is Tang San and Tang Zuo? Upon these words, Tang San and Tang Zuo raised their hands. This is the quilt bestowed upon you by the master. Tang Zuo nodded, summoning a shadow clone to retrieve the quilt. The others were once again astonished by Tang Zuo's remarkable ability to utilize clones. Tang San harbored suspicions that Tang Zuo might also be a traveler from another realm. Indeed, he was. When Xiao Wu saw the blanket, she wished to share a bed with Tang Zuo. But her proposal was declined on the grounds of a preference for solitary slumber. Ultimately, she was handed over to Tang San. Tang San felt a profound sense of joy and elation. Tang San remarked, the Golden Legend. In Chapter 8, the initial might of the Flying Thunder God is revealed. Tang Zuo, having acquired the Qilua Tulip and the Heartbreak Red, did not exhibit much excitement, for these two herbs held little significance for him at this stage. The Qilua Tulip could elevate the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda to the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, while the Heartbreak Red could conceal the aura of soul beasts and similarly enhance one's strength. Tang Zuo is neither a member of the 7 Treasures glazed tile school nor does he possess a beloved one. Moreover, it is unlikely that Tang San would find such a thing in Dugubo's medicinal garden. Nevertheless, this exquisite Kira tulip may indeed prove to be quite useful in the future. Tang Zuo contemplated quietly. If he allowed Xiao Wu to absorb this Heartbreak Red while he retained the one belonging to Tang San, would he remain undetected by Bibi Dong and her associates? In such a scenario, a series of subsequent tragedies might be averted. However, these considerations were beyond Tang Zuo's immediate thoughts. Future matters would be addressed in due time. The following morning, as dawn broke, the sky revealed a faint blush of light. Tang San and Tang Zuo were summoned to the office. Xiao San, today we shall procure your first soul ring, Yu Xiaogang proclaimed. Tang San nodded with a sense of joy. This was his first spirit ring, which could be considered the foundation. If the first spirit ring were to be white, then even if one were to become a titled Douluo, it would lack prestige. Father, what about my second spirit ring? Tang Zuo inquired, pointing to himself with eager anticipation. Yu Xiaogang chuckled and shook his head. Tang Heir, for your second spirit ring, I cannot contend with the 10,000-year spirit beast either. When Yu Xiaogang spoke his name, there was a slight hesitation, evidently unsure of how to address him. What should we do then? Tang Zuo asked. Yu Xiaogang awkwardly scratched his head. No worries. Tomorrow I will seek out an old friend to accompany you. As he spoke, Yu Xiaogang retrieved a blue belt and a blue bracelet from the bookshelf. The bracelet resembled a miniature version of the belt, identical in design. He first instructed Tang San on how to use the belt. Tang San took the belt and inquired, Master, what is this? Beside him, Tang Zuo adopted an expression reminiscent of a learned scholar. This is a storage soul guide, capable of holding various items, the master responded. Slightly taken aback. Tang San was taken aback. What could this master possibly say? He could only respond with a reassuring smile. Subsequently, Yu Xiaogang handed a bracelet to Tang Zuo, instructing him to wear it. Now, why don't you bestow a name upon your soul guide devices? Tang San pondered for a moment before declaring, I shall name mine the Night of the Bright Moon over the 24 Bridges. Tang Zuo smiled knowingly. Mine is titled Where is the Jade Maiden to Teach the Flute? Tang San paused for a moment. How did his brother know the phrases from their past lives? Why did the names they chose resemble a poem? Yu Xiaogang gently stroked their hair and remarked, I am not certain. Perhaps it is simply a matter of contemplation. Tang Zuo replied. Tang San's expression turned grave as he pondered whether his brother hailed from the same origins as himself. Amidst the cheerful conversation, the trio ventured into the Soul Beast Forest. Yu Xiaogang produced 3 masks from his pocket and adorned both Tang Zuo and Tang San with them. Although Tang San was unsure of the reason behind wearing a mask, he obediently donned it, trusting that his mentor would not lead him astray. Task issued. Assist Tang San in acquiring his first soul ring. Task reward. Essence of the attribute-less natural fruit. Note, this demonic fruit can only withstand physical attacks that do not possess additional soul power. Task failure. Revoke the host's first soul ring. Tang Zuo felt a sense of helplessness. However, this situation presented him with more advantages than disadvantages. His purpose for this journey was to acquire a soul ring for his mature younger brother. Ultimately, he had little to lose. Yet he couldn't shake the fear of failure, particularly the possibility of inadvertently causing harm to that serpent. As he walked, an unusual rustling emanated from the thicket ahead. The grass stirring restlessly. All signs indicated the presence of a soul beast. Xiao San, Tang Er, be on your guard. Yu Xiaogang's expression grew grave. The rustling intensified. And suddenly, a colossal ape, standing over 3 meters tall, sprang forth. This was dire. It was a battle demon ape, a soul beast of 6,000 years. Cold sweat trickled down Yu Xiaogang's brow, and regret flooded his heart. Had he sought out Flinder, perhaps this predicament could have been averted, and his adopted son, his disciple, would certainly remain unharmed. Tang San swallowed hard, his youthful face revealing a look of trepidation. In contrast, Tang's exuded an air of calmness. After all, Tang Hao was still nearby. Although he could not overpower him, he could certainly flee. Did one think the flying thunder god was a mere jest? Seize my hand and waist. Tang Zuo instructed. Tang San and Yu Xiaogang exchanged glances of concern. Following Tang Zuo's instructions, they grasped his hand and waist. With a swift motion of his right hand, Tang Zuo summoned a kunai emblazoned with the flying thunder god's symbol, retrieved from the depths of the system's spatial realm. In a dazzling flash, the kunai transformed into a streak of golden light, hurtling towards the battle demon ape. Yu Xiaogang, fearing for Tang Zuo's safety, urgently cried out, Tanger, do not engage. Flee quickly. I can hold on for a while. Under Yu Xiaogang's apprehensive gaze, the kunai swiftly darted past the formidable battle demon ape. At that moment, Yu Xiaogang had resigned himself to despair, prepared to abandon hope. Tang San's youthful voice echoed, bringing a slight comfort to Yu Xiaogang. My elder brother has never engaged in a battle without assurance. Tang San, can it be possible for Tang Er to defeat a soul beast that has existed for 6 millennia? It is utterly inconceivable. Even a soul master of the soul rank cannot contend with a 6,000-year-old soul beast, and he is merely a one-ring soul master. Defeating it is simply beyond his capabilities. The master's confidence lay in ruins. Tang San felt a slight wavering. However, they were capable of escape. In an instant, the 3 appeared at the location of the kunai. Due to Tang Zuo's formidable strength, the kunai had already been propelled far away, rendering the battle demon ape unable to pursue. The battle demon ape stood dazed, staring ahead with 3 question marks hovering above its head. Little one, do you have many questions? Yu Xiaogang nodded. Tang San nodded. This is a soul technique I have researched. It allows for the instantaneous teleportation to places where I have inscribed a mark. Yu Xiaogangs expression was one of disbelief. What did this imply? Speed. Indeed, in the realm of martial arts, swiftness is invincible. This indicated that Tang Zuo had developed a spatial soul technique, and from observations, It appeared not to consume any soul power. Although it may not prove useful in battles against formidable opponents, it would certainly catch those within a 15-level disparity off guard. Imagine a person suddenly appearing behind you, delivering a fierce punch. Tang Zuo's first soul technique was no trivial matter. Survive, and one might still bear some bruises. Does your soul technique have any distance limitations? Tang Zuo shook his head, appearing calm and serene, yet tumultuous waves surged within his heart. He believed he was playing his part exceedingly well. Yu Xiaogang was once again taken aback. The absence of distance limitations signified that as long as a location had been marked, one could teleport at will. Attending school in Tiando City during the day and returning to Shahan Village to rest at night posed no issue at all. Truly remarkable. Tang San gazed at his brother in astonishment. He had always believed that Tang Zuo surpassed him in every aspect, save for their soul skills. After all, Tang San possessed the mysterious heavenly treasure record from his previous life, which contained an abundance of soul techniques. He never anticipated that Tang Zuo's development of soul skills would be so formidable. When the master noticed the inscriptions on the flying thunder god, he was equally taken aback. There, inscribed, were the words recommendation vote. Chapter 9, Mandala Snake. Tang Zuo and his companions continued their journey to find a soul beast for Tang San. The master, astonished by Tang Zuo, felt an increasing sense of pride and excitement for having such a gifted adopted son. Tang San was also filled with excitement, stirred by Tang Zuo's remarkable talent and elated at the prospect of having such a formidable elder brother. Teacher, how many years should I hunt for my first soul ring? Tang San inquired. Typically, the upper limit for an ordinary person's first soul ring is around 400 years, yet as you possess twin martial souls, your limit is estimated to be approximately 700 years. Of course, your brother is an exception. He is truly a monster among monsters, whispered Yu Xiaogang. Tang Zuo cast a proud glare at Yu Xiaogang, exuding an air of invincibility. Just as they were engaged in lively conversation, several white wolves emerged from the underbrush. Stay alert, Yu Xiaogang shouted. The three stood back to back, forming a united front. Although they were surrounded due to the pack mentality of the wolves, the creatures posed little threat, as their strength was indeed quite limited. Tang San's gaze was fixed intently, eagerly anticipating the soul skill of Yu Xiaogang. The earth-shattering three cannons of Luo. Two yellow soul rings gradually ascended beneath Yu Xiaogang's feet, igniting a fervor in Tang San, who was masked, while Tang Zuo merely pinched his nose in response. Just as Tang San pondered this perplexity, Luo San Pao leaped into action, turning his back to the wolves. With a resounding blast, a burst of purple energy erupted forth, sending the wolves sprawling back 2 miles. Tang San, driven by excitement, removed his mask and now appeared to be on the verge of slumber. This prompted Tang Zuo to clutch his stomach in uncontrollable laughter. What could Yu Xiaogang do but awkwardly scratch his head? A mission was announced: retrieve a soul ring and return to the academy to discipline Xiaoqinyu. The reward for this task included Song Dandan, which could loosen the constraints of the martial spirit realm. A weakened martial spirit due to mutation could be enhanced. Additionally, there was a comprehensive guide to A-level ninjutsu. The penalty for failure was none. Luo Sanpao was tasked with locating the soul beasts, while Tang Zuo and Tang San followed closely behind Yu Xiaogang. Upon hearing the system announce the mission, Tang Zuo felt a surge of excitement. If this were to succeed, his adoptive father could transcend the limitations of the martial spirit, and Luo Sanpao could evolve into a dragon. The mere thought of Luo Sanpao made Tang Zuo chuckle. He could not suppress his laughter. As for Tang San, he was instructed to wear a mask, while Tang Zuo chose not to, only to be overwhelmed by an unpleasant odor. After all, he was a child of the plains, and it seemed Tang San instinctively believed that Luo Sanpao could emit toxins, which he could neutralize, thus remaining unconcerned. Who could have guessed that Yu Xiaogangs martial spirit was that of a gas? Tang Zuo glanced at Tang San's twitching lips, laughing so hard that his stomach ached. Upon hearing Tang Zuo's laughter, even the usually composed master could not help but clutch his belly and roll on the ground. Tang San was undeniably filled with rage. He found himself utterly powerless against these two individuals. What could he possibly do? Moreover, one of them was his beloved elder brother and mentor. Tang San was momentarily taken aback, but eventually posed the question, Teacher, isn't the beast spirit supposed to directly possess its host? How can it manifest in the form of an animal? Yu Xiaogang sighed deeply, responding, I have mentioned to you that martial spirits can undergo mutations, haven't I? Luo Sanpao is an example of such a mutation, one that has taken a turn for the worse. Yu Xiaogang's words only fortified Tang San's resolve to complete this task devoid of any penalties. An unusual sound emerged from the grass, distinct from the previous one, while the earlier noise was akin to the rustling of the grass. This time it resembled a snake gliding across the ground. Yu Xiaogang cautiously parted the grass to take a look. It should be a snake vine flower. There's no need for concern, he remarked. Snake vine flower? Teacher, what exactly is a snake vine flower? Tang San inquired. Tang Zuo nodded, indicating his lack of knowledge. The snake vine is a type of climbing plant that mimics large serpents such as the mandrake snake for self-preservation, given that we are at the forest's edge. The presence of a mandrake snake is unlikely. However, to his astonishment, a mandrake snake lunged at Tang Zuo. Activating his Sharingan, he deftly sidestepped to the right, narrowly evading the serpent strike. Oh no, this is indeed a real mandrake snake, the master exclaimed. Xiao San, I will engage it to distract. You look for an opportunity to strike with a concealed weapon. Tang Zuo's expression had already turned grave. Be careful, brother, Tang San cautioned. No worries, Tang Zuo replied, flashing a bright smile that revealed his pearly white teeth. The confidence and cheerful demeanor of his face caused the mandrake snake to momentarily flush. Mission announcement. Objective. Defeat the mandrake snake. Rewards. Summoning beast. Green serpent. Penalties. None. Tang Zuo swiftly unleashed the flying thunder god Kanai, imbuing it with soul energy as it soared towards the Mandala serpent. Tang Zuo swiftly formed hand seals, activating the shadow clone technique. He executed the flying thunder god technique to instantaneously transport himself behind the Mandala serpent. In an instant, a Sharingan the size of a pebble manifested in his hand, crashing into the Mandala serpent. The creature was struck by an immense force, its skin contorting as the Sharingan tore through flesh, leaving a gruesome scene in its wake. Tang San and Yu Xiaogang were taken aback by this scene. However, how could a mere spiral pill suffice to vanquish the Mandala snake? The Mandala snake quickly rose, swinging its venomous tail towards Tang Zuo. Tang Zuo had no time to evade in midair. Yu Xiaogang and Tang San believed that Tang Zuo would undoubtedly be struck. The attack from the Mandala snake was not to be trifled with, and they exclaimed in dismay. A hint of red graced Yu Xiaogang's weary eyes, as he felt a pang of regret for his words. Tang San's gaze was also filled with concern, yet he held greater faith in his elder brother, who would never engage in a battle without certainty. Concealed behind the trees, Tang Hao was poised to spring forth. As the Mandala serpent lunged towards Tang Zuo, he transformed into a piece of wood. Indeed, the seal he had just formed was a preparation for this very moment. The first soul skill, Susanoo Strike. A colossal mechanical purple Susanoo materialized behind Tang Zuo, its towering arm crashing down fiercely upon the head of the Mandala serpent. Flesh and blood erupted, the serpent being forcefully driven into the ground, raising a cloud of dust, with a distinct fist imprint appearing on its massive head. The onlookers exhaled in relief, momentarily stunned by the spectacle. Xiao San, quickly, eliminated. Tang Zuo commanded. Oh. Tang San retrieved a dagger from the moonlit night on the 24th bridge and charged toward the Mandala serpent, aiming for its vital points. Despite its relentless struggles, the serpent ultimately succumbed to the ground. Did Tang San single-handedly slay the Mandala serpent? Muttered Yu Xiaogang. Throughout the battle, Yu Xiaogang had merely observed, feeling as though this confrontation was not a hunt for soul beasts, but rather a one-sided domination over them. At merely 6 years of age, engaging the Mandala serpent alone, who in the entirety of Douluo Continent could achieve such a feat? Even the prematurely fallen Xianren, with her innate soul power of level 20, seemed insignificant in comparison. Xianren is known as Shuqinghe in the eyes of the crowd. She is presumed dead. The deceased Mandala serpent gradually transformed into a yellow soul ring, swirling twice before coming to a halt. Regarding Yu Xiaogangs inquiries and subsequent developments, as well as the issue of martial spirits, the truth is that my initial motivation for writing this piece stemmed from my fondness for this genre. I must confess, I harbor little affection for the spirit hall. I prefer protagonists who display flair within the narrative, akin to works like Douluo's Bin Lin or Yuan Qi Control. Moreover, I do not actually dislike Yu Xiaogang. However, while I do not harbor animosity towards Xiao Yin, I find certain aspects of his character utterly detestable. Perhaps one day the system may release a chapter wherein I traverse to the Douluo Continent to confront Xiao Yin. As for the matter of taking Yu Xiaogang as a foster father, having read your comments, I can only express my apologies. It indeed presents a contentious point. Nonetheless, I genuinely appreciate Yu Xiaogang's character, and I do not regret this decision. As for Xiao Wu, he becomes a somewhat foolish uncle in the latter part of the story, whom I find rather likable. However, in the early stages, I wish to press him down and rub him into the ground. This narrative may diverge from the protagonist for 3 years, but it shall ultimately return to the storyline upon reaching Shrek Academy. This text will align with the plot. albeit with many altered settings. For instance, the dialogues between the god of destiny and the creator god are designed to lay the groundwork for the climax. Additionally, I truly dislike multi-female leads, reminiscent of the pain I felt when the little dragon maiden was sullied in Jin Yang's The Return of the Condor Heroes. I was troubled for several days. As for Xiao Yan and his companions, I do not harbor strong feelings towards Qianrenxua. My understanding of her character is rather shallow. My favorite female lead remains Ning Rongrong. Furthermore, I believe that a character's attractiveness should not be assessed through the lens of comics and animation. For example, in the novel, Oscar is portrayed as the most handsome, yet I find him less appealing in the comic and animation, even compared to Tang San. While the novel describes Tang San as quite ordinary, I perceive him to possess a higher allure in the comics. I am currently contemplating whether Tang San should meet Ning Rongrong during the 3 years of training, but upon reflection, I believe that such youthful naivety may not be beneficial if introduced too early. Thus, that encapsulates my thoughts. After the Soul Master competition, I will present to you a fresh experience of Douluo. My writing may not be refined, and I am grateful for your support. The Ten-Fist Sword can be understood as the Haoyan Hammer having mutated into the Haoyan Sword, a dual-weapon martial spirit infused with control capabilities. Interwoven with the blue silver grass, and featuring the unique powers of an ocular ability akin to the Sharingan. In Chapter 10, titled Absorption of the Soul Ring. Upon realizing that Tang San had slain the Mandala Serpent, Tang Zuo breathed a sigh of relief. "Ah, I almost lost my first soul ring," Tang Zuo murmured. "How could you Xiaogang and Tang San, both soul masters, fail to overhear?" Tang brother, what are you saying?" Yu Xiaogang and Tang San inquired simultaneously. "Oh, I merely meant that if I had killed Tang San's first soul ring, it would have been lost." Tang Zuo unexpectedly vocalized his thoughts, scrambling to cover up his slip. Brother, am I not a plant-type soul master? How can I absorb the Mandala Serpent as a soul ring?" Tang San questioned. Yu Xiaogang interjected, "Xiao San. Absorbing the Mandala Serpent should enhance your blue-silver grass, making it stronger and more resilient." "But, Tang how do you know this?" Yu Xiaogang probed curiously. "Ah, I am uncertain. Why wouldn't the blue-silver grass be able to absorb the Mandala Serpent?" Tang Zuo maintained his composure, embodying the essence of a true cinematic master. "Xiao San, please proceed to absorb this soul ring. We shall stand guard over you," suggested Yu Xiaogang. "Understood." Tang San approached the soul ring, settling into a meditative posture as he summoned the soul power within him to begin the absorption process. Initially, all seemed well, but after a short while, he was drenched in sweat, his expression contorted in agony, as if a myriad of ants were gnawing at his heart. "What has happened to my brother?" Tang Zuo inquired anxiously. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaogang rushed over, and upon seeing Tang San, his heart ached with distress. This snake is 700 years old. The maximum limit for a typical soul master is 498 years. It was evident from Yu Xiaogangs pallor just how frantic he was at that moment. "What shall we do?" Tang Zuo appeared outwardly frantic, brimming with concern, even shedding tears, yet internally he remained unconcerned, secretly feeling a sense of joy for Tang San. Having read the original text, he understood that this was Tang San's opportunity. Little San possessed twin martial souls, and now they could only proceed step by step. "Tang do not worry, he will surely be fine." Tang Zuo feigned a reluctant nod. It was unclear how much time had elapsed. Tang San's expression softened slightly. "Father, how is Xiao San?" Yu Xiaogangs face lit up with joy. "Haha, Xiao San has escaped danger. He will become the most talented soul master in all of Nanning City. No, the entire continent with the highest potential for soul rings. What about me?" Tang Zuo pointed at himself, looking adorably confused. "Go away, you are not a genius." "You are a prodigy," Yu Xiaogang chuckled. Boom. Following a tremendous sound, a small mushroom cloud rose from the forest behind Tang Zuo. Boom. The cloud suddenly expanded. As the colossal footsteps drew nearer, both Tang Zuo and Yu Xiaogang retreated to Tang San's side. The enormous figure emerged. It was the battle demon ape. "This is trouble." Tang Zuo summoned his martial soul, his blood-red eyes swirling within their sockets, his heart pounding fervently. Yu Xiaogang's expression grew increasingly sinister as he approached Tang Zuo. "Tang he spoke, "when the battle demon ape encounters humans, it spares but one. Step back. I shall face it on your behalf. Remember, you are the future. If you graduate, you may attend an academy known as Shrek. Safeguard Tang San, and promise me this." "My adopted son." Tang Zuo's eyes also grew red, tears incessantly streaming down his cheeks. As the battle demon ape advanced, he recalled his title Douluo experience card. Tang Zuo stepped forward, pushing the master aside. I am here to protect you, he declared. Yu Xiaogang, observing Tang Zuo's confident demeanor, flushed with anger. Get back here, Tang Zuo. Do you wish to perish? I shall not allow it. Yu Xiaogang's face was flushed, tears streaming down his cheeks. Who says I am destined to die? Tang Zuo retorted, leaving Yu Xiaogang in a state of confusion. Tang Zuo took out the title Douluo experience card from the system space and held it to his chest. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted. Tang Air, what is happening? At this moment, Tang San awakened, his keen intellect surveying the formidable battle demon ape, the tear-streaked visage of Yu Xiaogang, and his own soul rings. Swiftly grasping the gravity of his predicament. However, the unfolding scene would etch itself into his memory for eternity. As the radiant light descended, Tang Zuo's soul power surged dramatically. In an instant, the purple aura transformed into an immense ultimate form of Susanoo. Tang Zuo found himself perched atop the head of this colossal entity. This precarious position unveiled his acrophobia. Subsequently, 9 soul rings emerged beneath his feet, arranged in the sequence of black, 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 red, 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 red. Tang Zuo's eyes streamed with crimson blood, a stark contrast to the power of the Sharingan. Amaterasu ignited upon the body of the war demon ape, enveloping it in ravenous black flames. The inferno raged on, its searing heat forcing the war demon ape to roll in agony, yet to no avail. In a short span, the creature was reduced to ash. Do not underestimate Amaterasu's potency simply because it has not claimed lives in the realm of Naruto. Had the Raikage not severed his own arm, he would have met a grim fate. Believe it or not, Tang Zuo fell from Susanoo and landed in the embrace of Yu Xiaogang. His brother, after witnessing the recent events, appeared to Tang San as an omnipotent superhero, always rising to the occasion in moments of peril. He may have used something that drains life. Yu Xiaojiang's voice quivered with a profound weariness. Is he all right? Tang San inquired. I cannot say. We can only proceed step by step, Yu Xiaojiang replied. Meanwhile, our protagonist found himself in the systems realm, where the backdrop had transformed once more. Surrounded by majestic mountains and crystal-clear waters, a hazy mist obscured visibility, creating an ethereal atmosphere. System, are you there? Tang Zuo called out. I am here. To his astonishment, the system had assumed a new form, adorned with a yellow hedgehog-like head and black whiskers, a visage that required some imagination to fully grasp. What has happened to you? Tang Zuo exclaimed, his eyes nearly bulging with disbelief. What? Do you not like it? I can change again, the system quipped. Its face morphed into a crooked smile. Donned in yellow attire, with a white cape of justice billowing behind. Ah, this is perfect. Now, let us get down to business. What do you require of me? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed a hidden task and earned a reward, a 10,000-year soul ring. The system's voice, now devoid of emotion, had turned mechanical. 10,000 years? Tang Zuo asked incredulously. 60,000 years. The system clarified. Oh. Tang Zuo responded. Why are you not excited? The system inquired. I am at a loss. I cannot teach Xiaoqin you a lesson. My A-level ninjutsu compendium. Disappointment clouded Tang Zuo's expression. Do not fret, host. The task did not specify who should be taught a lesson. Tang San can reprimand him, and you will still receive a reward. This task was assigned purely because this system found it lacking. Tang Zuo's lips twitched slightly. That is splendid, he exclaimed, his excitement evident as he enthusiastically applauded. Just as Tang Zuo was about to depart, he was halted by the system. What is it? He inquired. I have composed a rap. Would you care to listen? Tang Zuo nodded with great interest. Ahem. The starlight unfolded across the universe, with treasures gleaming within. The system adopted an exceedingly awkward posture. Foolishness. Tang Zuo smiled and departed. Chapter 11. Song Dandan and the Kusanagi Sword. Tang, are you all right? Yu Xiaogang pushed open the door to the hospital and saw Tang Zuo awake. Yu Xiaogang hurriedly approached Tang Zuo's bedside, concern etched across his face, with a hint of shock still lingering. I'm fine. No need to worry, Tang Zuo reassured him. Yu Xiaogang examined Tang Zuo from head to toe and noticed that his right eye had turned white. Tang, what happened to your eye? Yu Xiaogang inquired. Tang Zuo covered his right eye, managing a bitter smile as he shook his head. It's a side effect. I will be blind in this eye for a month. Yu Xiaogang exhaled deeply, his anxious heart finally at ease. By the way, my adoptive father, take a look at this. With a flick of his hand, a golden, slightly wrinkled pill appeared in Tang Zuo's grasp. What is this? Yu Xiaogang felt an exceptionally powerful soul force emanating from the pill, causing his gaze to momentarily falter. This pill is called Song Dandan. It can break the limitations of martial souls. It should benefit you, my adoptive father, with your Luo San Pao, Tang Zuo explained with a smile. Yu Xiaogang's expression first brightened with joy, only to be replaced with confusion. His adopted son had received a millennium soul ring bestowed by heaven, and at the cost of his right eye's temporary blindness, he had achieved the rank of title Douluo, with an extraordinarily fearsome soul ring. Now he presented this pill. Tanger, speak honestly with me. Where did you acquire these things? Yu Xiaogang's face was serious. He did not wish for Tang Zuo to sacrifice his lifespan for his sake. My adoptive father, do you still not trust me? I cultivated this myself, Tang Zuo replied. Yu Xiaogang shook his head slightly, understanding that everyone harbors their own secrets, and he refrained from pressing further. Go on, eat it, my adoptive father, Tang Zuo urged. Yu Xiaogang glanced at the pill in Tang Zuo's outstretched hand, then at his face, before taking the pill and placing it in his mouth. A warm current surged into his body, initially gathering in his dantian before radiating outward. A wave of pain coursed through Yu Xiaogang, yet he gritted his teeth. Beads of cold sweat streaming from his widened pores. The sound of grinding teeth echoed, causing Tang Zuo to worry. 2 yellow soul rings materialized, each emitting a bright shimmer. The light expanded until it illuminated the entire hospital. Luo San Pao appeared before them. They watched as Luo San Pao's purple skin transformed into a dazzling gold. His short limbs elongated, and though he did not grow significantly larger, golden scales began to emerge, and his claws lengthened. His corpulent body slimmed down and then stretched, scales proliferating across his form. Gradually, scales enveloped Luo San Pao, radiating brilliance. His round head sprouted 2 dragon horns, and his mouth elongated. A magnificent golden dragon manifested before them. Yu Xiaogang's mouth fell open, astonished by the spectacle, while Tang Zuo smiled at the sight. Following Luo San Pao's evolution, Yu Xiaogang's long-accumulated soul power surged dramatically from level 29 to 30, then to 40, and finally stabilizing at level 48. Tanger, Yu Xiaogang stammered. Overwhelmed with emotion and gratitude, gazing at Tang Zuo in awe. My adoptive father, there is no need for thanks. You recognized your own inadequacy in the Soul Beast Forest, wishing to protect us by confronting the battle demon ape alone to ensure our escape. Let this be your reward. Tang Zuo's words resonated deeply within Yu Xiaogang's heart. But ultimately, it was you who saved me and Xiao San. Yu Xiaogang exclaimed. I do not possess overwhelming strength, Tanger. From now on, I shall protect you. Anyone who dares to harm you must first pass over my body. If heaven seeks to harm you, I shall stand against it. If the spirit hall poses a threat, I will sacrifice my life to protect you. Tang Zuo smiled, a smile both charming and captivating, imbued with profound emotions. From this day forth, the bond between Yu Xiaogang and Tang Zuo transcended the ordinary father-son relationship. Let us venture to the blacksmith shop, suggested Xiao San. Very well, brother, he replied. As they entered the forge, they beheld several burly men within. Their muscular physiques were striking, yet they proved to be more bluster than substance. What brings you children here? This is no place for you. Be gone at once, grumbled one of the blacksmiths, his impatience evident. I am here to apply for a position, declared Tang San. The response was a chorus of laughter from the blacksmiths. You must hold the profession of blacksmith in rather low regard, young lad, one of them jested. Tang San merely smiled, saying nothing. Under the gaze of all present, he approached the forge and grasped the heavy hammer that even the blacksmith struggled to wield. The blacksmith was initially taken aback, but soon attempted to intervene and stop Tang San. However, he was restrained by Tang Zuo. Prepare yourselves for a remarkable surprise. Tang San picked up a piece of fine iron, and the sound of clanging echoed through the air. Sparks flew and fireworks erupted. With 36 strikes, he hammered away. Is this the long-lost technique of the chaotic cloak hammering method? A blacksmith exclaimed in astonishment. Tang Zuo smiled. He relished the sensation of delivering a resounding slap in the face. At last, he comprehended why those online novelists so adored incorporating such confrontational chapters. Now, it was my turn. The blacksmith stared, still in shock, and nodded dumbly as they observed the two. Tang Zuo approached the casting table and, with a gentle touch, the words recommendation ticket appeared upon it. Indeed, this was the very mark of the Flying Thunder God. Tang Zuo contemplated the convenience of the future and decided to leave a mark. After careful selection, he picked up the finest wrought iron. With relentless hammering, the blacksmith's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Tang San remained profoundly astonished. This was a flurry of 60 strikes, a chaotic tempest of the storm hammer technique. Aside from Tang Hao, there were but a few capable of such a feat. The once ordinary fine iron had been transformed into a Kusanagi sword. This Kusanagi bore no inscription, It was simply a profound shade of black. A singular mark adorned the sword from hilt to tip, while between the scabbard and the handle lay an emblem of the Uchiha clan. Upon drawing the blade, its edge was as delicate as a cicada's wing, yet remarkably resilient. The blade glimmered with a chilling light, as if a mere touch would unleash a torrent of blood. Tang Zuo retrieved a purple hemp rope from the system space and secured it around his waist. He then placed the Kusanagi sword at the small of his back. This sword, a true marvel. Brother, you have astonishingly developed a new technique for the chaotic cloak hammer method. Might you share its name with me? Inquired the chief blacksmith. With a subtle curve of his lips, Tang Zuo displayed a charming smile. He referred to himself as Xiaji Bada, eliciting mild astonishment from the blacksmiths. Xiaji Bada, such an exquisite name, they exclaimed. However, Tang San wore an awkward expression, 3 dark lines forming above his head. Regarding the narrative inconsistencies, I am indeed aware of the flaws present in this tale. For instance, Yu Xiaogang attaining a level exceeding 40 without a soul ring seems implausible. Yet, one must admit that it does provide a certain thrill, does it not? Otherwise, the notion of Song Dandan leveling up seems rather challenging. As for the frequency of updates, my commitment to a daily update stems from a fear of not securing a contract. I am uncertain what it signifies to catch the editor's attention. If a contract were secured, I would certainly endeavor to provide 2 updates a day. I appreciate your understanding in this matter. And regarding the occasional typographical errors, after all, even deities are not infallible, are they? In Chapter 12, the second soul ring, within the confines of the Master's office, a middle-aged man clad in a black robe with disheveled hair entered. Upon recognizing the visitor, Yu Xiaogang rose abruptly, his expression revealing a mix of disappointment and frustration as he gazed at the man before him. Tang Hao, the Hodian Douluo? Tang Hao nodded silently, retrieving a token from his pocket. The token bore the emblem of the Haoyan hammer, alongside the 7 treasures glazed tower and the insignia of the blue spot Tyrannosaurus. This is the Pope's decree, exclaimed Yu Xiaogang. Master, I implore you to take good care of Xiao San and Xiao Zuo, Tang Hao said earnestly. Yu Xiaogang shot him a fierce glare. Do you realize? You were once my idol, but now. Tang Hao felt a tinge of shame, with a slight nod. One could hardly discern from his attire that he was a titled Douluo, a formidable figure who had slain the previous pope. What have you truly endured? Yu Xiaogang inquired. Tang, what he says is all true, I assent it. A flicker of anger shadowed Yu Xiaogang's expression, and he felt a sense of injustice for the two of them. Has he not already conveyed everything to you? Tang Hao replied. I wish to hear it from your own lips. Tang Hao nodded, turned around, and expressed his gratitude before departing. Within the confines of Nodding Academy, as Tang Zuo and Tang San returned from the blacksmith shop, they were greeted by the sight of Xiao Wu engaged in a fierce altercation between 2 groups. Hey, Xiao Wu, what on earth are you doing? Tang San hurriedly inquired as he and Tang Zuo rushed over. San, Zuo, do you not support my actions? Xiao Wu asked innocently, playfully tapping her chest with her index fingers. Tang Zuo felt a tinge of helplessness as he patted his head. Oh, I haven't claimed this 60,000-year soul ring yet. Utilizing it now would not only serve a suppressive purpose, but also facilitate swift upgrades. How delightful. Just as Tang Zuo was lost in thought, he noticed that 2 teams had already engaged in combat. On his side were Wang Sheng and Liang Su. Wang Sheng wielded a staff as his martial soul, while Liang Su brandished a sword. In contrast, the opposing team consisted of a male and a female. The male, Su Kuan, possessed a crystal ball as his martial soul, capable of employing illusions, while the female, Bai Luo, wielded a mirror, complementing Su Kuan's abilities. Martial souls, manifest. The 4 shouted in unison. Suddenly, their soul rings ascended gracefully, the 4 yellow rings expanding until they encircled each combatant. First soul skill, GNI is too beautiful. Flowers fell, and both Wang Sheng and Liang Su felt a wave of dizziness wash over them as a captivating melody infiltrated their minds. They found themselves repeatedly uttering the phrase, GNI is too beautiful. However, this trance did not last long, and soon they regained their composure. It must be said that this soul skill was indeed formidable, yet its low rank rendered it relatively harmless. Wang Sheng stole a glance at Liang Su, then at Su Kuan. With a sudden burst of energy, he charged forward, brandishing his martial soul. First soul skill, Skyward Rooster. But Wang Sheng abruptly halted, covering his mouth. A chorus of laughter erupted, leaving him in an embarrassing predicament for quite some time. Tang Zuo observed the scene with great amusement, ultimately unable to suppress a laugh. The female students in the academy, upon witnessing Tang Zuo's smile, felt their once dark pupils transform into heart shapes, their hearts racing unexpectedly. How handsome! Who is that? Tang San let out a helpless smile and cast a disdainful glance at Tang Zuo. Brother, you are truly too popular, Tang San remarked. Tang Zuo cast a sidelong glance at Tang San and remarked, you have your Xiao Wu, yet here I am, undeniably handsome, without a girlfriend. Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed crimson. Brother, how could you say that, Tang San? She retorted. Humph, don't think I am unaware. Your shoe cabinet is perpetually brimming with love letters. Tang San pouted in response. Xiao Wu felt quite taken aback. She had never encountered such a version of Tang San before. This was not merely her Tang San, this was his Tang San. Wait a moment. Tang San is the third party? Tang Zuo intertwined his fingers and gently tapped the top of Tang San's head. There lies the path, little San. Tang Zuo gazed at Tang San with a cheerful smile. Tang San's face flushed slightly as he buried his head into his chest. Xiao Wu stared in astonishment at this scene, pondering, is this still the little San I know? Oh, my little San. Unbeknownst to them, the battle among a few had already concluded. Wang Sheng was frightened into defeat by Bai Lu's transformed form, while Liang Su met a similar fate, albeit due to a ball struck by Su Kuan. Do not inquire why I refrain from detailing the battle. The skirmishes of children lack intrigue. Witnessing this, Tang Zuo's expression darkened as he slowly approached Xiao Qinyu, step by step. He released his soul ring, emanating a formidable aura. An overwhelming pressure surged forth, sending several individuals flying. The ominous black soul ring instilled a sense of dread in them, awakening a profound fear within their hearts. Tang Zuo was in dire need of a place to practice his ninjutsu, and fortuitously, an opportunity presented itself. Water release, great waterfall technique. Tang Zuo clasped his hands in a gesture, his lips slightly puffed as he drew inwardly. The soul power gathered at the corners of his mouth. A formidable torrent of water surged forth, sweeping away all in its path, leaving not even a single leaf behind. Wang Sheng and Tang San, along with the others, stood in stunned silence, rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. System, collect the soul ring. The cerulean sky darkened as ominous clouds began to swirl. A colossal Susanoo materialized behind Tang Zuo, with the 10 fists sword gradually manifesting in its grasp. The immense visage of the demonic Susanoo clutched the sword with formidable power. Across the globe, the titled Douluo observed this scene in silent reverence. Gradually, several bolts of lightning erupted forth, and a black soul ring descended from the heavens. After spinning a few times, it entered Tang's body. Tang's original single purple soul ring transformed into two. The classmates standing nearby were evidently startled by this scene, falling to the ground in shock. Tang San and Xiao Wu gazed in astonishment at Tang Zuo. Has his brother once again acquired a divine soul ring? Not far away, Tang Hao looked at the soul ring, as if solidifying a certain determination. Yu Xiaogang rose from his seat, his excitement palpable as he observed the scene. Within the spirit hall, the recent occurrences of individuals consecutively obtaining divine gifts were unprecedented. Truly, a prodigy had emerged, Ghost Douluo remarked, while Zhu Douluo nodded in agreement. Bibi Dong pondered whether to eliminate this potential threat. Zhu Douluo, Ghost Douluo, do you know who has received 2 divine soul rings? Bibi Dong inquired. Your Holiness, I believe it would be prudent to consult those responsible for awakening souls in Nodding City, suggested Ghost Douluo. Bibi Dong and Zhu Douluo both nodded in concurrence. Moments later, the 10,000-year soul ring had been absorbed by Tang Zuo. The nobles who had just been swept aside by Tang Zuo were about to return for revenge when they beheld this scene, utterly dumbfounded. Brother, could you possibly grant me one as well? Tang San gazed blankly at the sky. Ha ha ha, I lack the ability to do so, replied Tang Zuo. Xiao Wu continued to stare at the heavens, swallowing hard. Chapter 13, The Third Martial Spirit, and 3 years hence. Tang San hurriedly rushed towards Tang Zuo, holding Xiao Wu's hand in his grasp. Brother, your soul ring is far too powerful. Mine is merely 700 years old. Tang Zuo chuckled softly, as if he had made a resolute decision in his heart. Brother, could you please enlighten me on how to acquire this soul ring? Xiao Wu inquired eagerly. What could Tang Zuo possibly say? Could he claim it was a gift from the system? Could he assert it was the result of traversing through a golden finger? Absolutely not. It was simply impossible. In truth, I am as bewildered as anyone else. It was merely a sudden burst, and my martial soul emerged, followed by another abrupt moment where the soul rings appeared. A look of innocence adorned Tang Zuo's face, and astonishingly, A few individuals actually believed him. Tang, how have you once again acquired a divine soul ring? Yu Xiaogang approached, book in hand, in a light jog. I truly have no idea. Tang Zuo exclaimed almost in desperation, genuinely exasperated. I shall never flaunt my abilities again. Fame is not as enjoyable as it seems. Suddenly, Xiao Wu erupted into laughter, clearly amused by Tang Zuo's antics. One moment he was aloof, the next a jester, then foolish, and at times imposing. Such descriptions perfectly encapsulated Tang Zuo. Hey, what are you laughing at? Do you believe I won tea roast you and serve you as a delicacy? Flames erupted behind Tang Zuo, causing his previously drooping hair to rise dramatically. Xiao Wu gasped in surprise. How did he know I am a rabbit? Upon witnessing this, Tang San assumed that Xiao Wu had been frightened and stepped forward to shield her. Humph, a traitor from within. Tang Zuo smiled awkwardly, prompting him to hastily bow to Tang San. Brother, could you spar with me? Huh? You wish to spar with me? Tang Zuo tilted his head, 3 large question marks hovering above him, gazing in astonishment at the bowing Tang San. A span of 3,000 years is omitted here. Brother, may I rise now? Tang San's feet trembled incessantly, his forehead beaded with sweat. I completely forgot. Tang Zuo exclaimed. Snap! Tang San fell to the ground. Thud. Shall we tumble down as well? Thud. The master collapsed onto the earth. Details left to your imagination. System, reveal my current strength, Tang Zuo requested. A transparent page materialized before his eyes, leaving him slightly astonished. Name, Tang San codename. Thousand-handed Azura martial soul, blue silver grass. Haoyan hammer strength attribute. 3 soul power points speed attribute. 2. 5 soul power points mental power. Maximum soul ring. Yellow soul power. Level 12 in just a few days. Due to a yellow soul ring, both his strength and speed attributes had significantly increased, prompting Tang Zuo to ponder deeply. System, I wish to see my attributes. Ding. The attribute panel has been generated. Name, Tang Zuo codename. Susanoo martial soul. Sharingan. Haoyan sword. 10,000 blades. Purple silver grass. Awakening pending. Strength attribute. 4 soul power points speed attribute. 3. 8 soul power points mental power. Maximum soul ring. Second black soul power. Level 24. Note. Purple silver grass is not yet awakened, rendering it unusable for soul skills, offense, or defense. However, it may be utilized for showmanship. Tang Zuo, what uses showmanship? Author. Showmanship garners recommendation votes. With votes come collections. And with collections comes investment. Tang Zuo scrutinized his attribute panel, and upon reaching the midway point, his expression momentarily froze. Purple silvergrass? Goodness, a third martial soul. Overcome with excitement, Tang Zuo could not help but exclaim. The 3 of them turned their gaze towards Tang Zuo, their faces reflecting a mixture of confusion. Brother, what did you just say? Eldest brother? Tang Er. You. Tang Zuo became acutely aware of his blunder and hastily covered his mouth, attempting to act as if nothing had transpired, before whistling nonchalantly. Hey brother, why do you appear so indifferent? What is the matter with the purple silvergrass? Observing Tang Zuo's innocent expression, the master's countenance darkened. Tang Zuo, there are no outsiders here. What is truly happening? Yu Xiaogang inquired. I just discovered that I have acquired an additional martial soul within me, seemingly called the purple silver grass. Tang Zuo lamented, ultimately revealing the whole truth. Author, who prompted your loose tongue? Wasn't that your arrangement? The revelation of a third martial soul left the 3 of them covering their mouths in astonishment, gazing at Tang Zuo in disbelief. Tang Zuo raised his right hand, and a purple variant of the blue silver grass, reminiscent of Tang San's, materialized in his grasp. The blue silver grass shimmered with specks of violet light, harmonizing with the radiance of Susanoo. Tang Er, your talent is such that if you cannot attain divinity, then I believe there is no deity in this world, lamented Yu Xiaogang, his voice tinged with a blend of despondency and exhilaration. Big brother, you are truly extraordinary, exclaimed Xiao Wu. Foster father, this purple silver grass appears to share characteristics with the soul rings of my other 2 martial souls. Tang Zuo remarked, puzzled. What? Yu Xiaogang gasped, unable to contain his astonishment. If he could suppress his amazement at the previous miracle, he could do so no longer. While dual martial souls are indeed rare, the path to their cultivation is fraught with challenges. Historically, aside from Bibi Dong, few dual martial soul wielders have met favorable fates. However, Tang Zuo was different. He not only possessed an unprecedented tri-spiritual martial soul, but his martial soul could also share soul rings. This was beyond mere prodigiousness. 3 years later, 3 fleeting years had passed, and the trio had advanced to their third year. Today marked a day of respite, as they prepared to return home and visit their father. After 3 years of diligent cultivation, Tang San had attained a soul power level of 23, Xiao Wu 21, while Tang Zuo had reached an astonishing level of 32. A 9-year-old soul master at level 32? Few would believe it, yet the undeniable truth lay before them. During these 3 years, the Spirit Hall had been restless, attempting to eliminate or recruit this extraordinary Tang Zuo. However, all such attempts were secretly thwarted by Tang Hao. With Tang Zuo's keen intellect, he could discern subtle hints of their machinations, yet under Tang Hao's protection, he remained unconcerned. The rewards received by Tang Zuo were rather meager, as if the system were ensnared in slumber, assigning merely 1 or 2 tasks a year, claiming that matters would be addressed once the main storyline commenced. Yu Xiaogang's ascension beyond level 40 was achieved through the culmination of soul power that had been amassed over many years, breaking past his limits. Over the past 3 years, he had thoroughly absorbed the medicinal potency of Song Dandan and had consequently emerged as a soul king. As Tang San pushed open the door to his home, he was met with an emptiness that echoed throughout the space, save for a few cobwebs. The sound of footsteps approached, and Tang San, assuming it was Tang Hao, hastened forward. However, to his dismay, it was not his father but Jack, leaving him with a sense of disappointment. "Little San, Tang Air has returned," Jack exclaimed. "Indeed," came the succinct reply, as both nodded in acknowledgement. Jack, noticing Xiao Wu behind him, offered a faint smile before taking his leave. "Brother, where is father?" Tang San inquired. Tang Zuo shook his head, indicating his lack of knowledge. "Elder brother, Xiao San, there is a letter here," said Xiao Wu. Tang Zuo and Tang San hurried to Xiao Wu, seizing the letter and unfolding it. "Xiao San, Tang Air, by the time you read this letter, I will have departed. Do not waste your thoughts searching for me. It is futile. Young eagles must learn to spread their wings to soar high. Your father is a man of little worth and cannot aid you in any manner. The path ahead is yours to choose. Should you ever wish to abandon the life of a soul master, you may follow my example and seek solace in seclusion, perhaps as a blacksmith. And Tang Air, if you desire to grow stronger, you may come find me in the Stardow Forest." The subsequent development of the plot remains consistent with the original narrative, with Xiao Wu acknowledging Tang San as her brother, and the only notable difference being the addition of Tang Zuo. In Chapter 14, titled Battle, the Giant Beast, please note, Ain has not been resurrected in this chapter. Tang Zuo, with a subtle smile that carries a hint of reluctance, addressed the two. His seemingly carefree and charming smile concealed a myriad of emotions. "Brother, are you truly leaving?" Tang San's azure eyes fixated intently on Tang Zuo, his gaze tinged with a hint of moisture. Xiao Wu's expression mirrored his, revealing a sense of reluctance, as if she wished to persuade him to stay. "Indeed, Xiao San. Did not our adoptive father say so? We shall go to Shrek in 3 years." Tang Zuo replied. Upon hearing these words, Tang San found himself at a loss. There was nothing he could do to prevent it, and he could only express his consent. Little Wu, unable to contain her emotions any longer, burst into tears and rushed forward to embrace Tang Zuo's arm. Tang Zuo gently caressed Xiao Wu's hair with his delicate, almost feminine hands. As Tang San stepped forward, he swiftly pulled Xiao Wu down. "Elder brother," Xiao Wu exclaimed. Tang Zuo found amusement in Tang San's jealous demeanor. "Little San, I never anticipated that you would feel envious just because my sister and I are getting closer," Tang Zuo chuckled. Xiao Wu, with tears streaming down her face, playfully stuck out her tongue at the two. Tang San awkwardly pursed his lips, aware that Xiao Wu and his elder brother shared merely a sibling bond. After all, his brother was such a good person, which was perfectly understandable. Nevertheless, he felt a twinge of displeasure, a sense of irritation, and an underlying annoyance. Tang Zuo gently patted the shoulders of the two individuals before turning and waving his hand. Tears streamed down his cheeks uncontrollably, but the two had no way of knowing. "Take care, brother. We shall meet again in 3 years." Tang San and Xiao Wu entered the house, seeking solace in alcohol. In the Stardow Forest, Tang Zuo cried out hoarsely, "Father, where are you?" In truth, Tang Hao quietly followed behind him. Suddenly, a black shadow darted past the grass, prompting Tang Zuo to become vigilant. He placed his right hand upon the Kusanagi sword, his expression grave beyond words. "Prepare yourself, for you shall taste the blade of the old Tang." With a swift movement, Tang Zuo left behind the flying thunder god mark inscribed with the words recommendation beneath his feet. In an instant, he appeared before the colossal beast. Immediately, Tang Zuo swiftly formed hand seals, summoning a scroll that materialized from thin air. After biting his finger, he raised it aloft. Summoning technique, Green Serpent. With a resounding pop, white mist enveloped the air, and a serpentine silhouette of emerald hue gradually emerged. Tang Zuo leapt lightly, appearing atop the head of the green serpent. Tang Zuo, an altruist, gently caressed the head of the green serpent and smiled faintly. Has something troubled you, esteemed one? Inquired the green serpent. Tang Zuo pointed towards the colossal beast, tilting his chin forward. Furthermore, I am not Sasuke. I lack his cold-blooded nature. My name is Tang Zuo, he declared. The green serpent gazed at the monstrous creature, momentarily perplexed. However, upon realizing it was an order from Tang Zuo, he steeled himself for the impending peril. My lord Tang Zuo, I willingly embrace death for you, proclaimed the green serpent. Tang Zuo's lips curled slightly. What do you mean by death? We cannot die. We are friends, are we not? He stated. The green serpent was momentarily taken aback, feeling that the mere utterance of the word friends made its life worthwhile. It sensed that this master was unlike the one belonging to Xianya. All right, green serpent, you shall flank him while I engage him head-on. With that, a flash of purple light enveloped Tang Zuo, who appeared before the colossal beast. With a single strike, a massive purple hand manifested, crashing down upon the beast. The creature let out a tremendous roar as its gigantic claw swung toward Tang Zuo. Sensing an overwhelming force approaching, the beast recoiled 2 steps. However, this did not deter its assault. An orange blade of light, visible to the naked eye, surged toward Tang Zuo. Earth escape, earth flow wall. In a mere second, with a speed of 4 seals, Tang Hao's vision blurred. A massive wall erupted from the ground, only to collapse with a thunderous crash. Tang Zuo immediately activated the Flying Thunder God technique. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared at his original location, behind the colossal beast. The azure serpent lashed its broad tail, sending the giant creature soaring through the air. Third soul skill, white eyes. Tang Zuo's crimson eyes transformed into a pristine white, granting him a panoramic view of 360 degrees without any blind spots. He witnessed the azure serpent launching an assault on the colossal beast. Tang Zuo tightened his grip on the Kusanagi sword, and with a flash of lightning, a crimson line appeared upon the colossal beast's form. Yet, to the beast, it was merely a trifling injury. With a thunderous roar, the creature struck Tang Zuo, sending him crashing into a tree, from which he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Witnessing this, Tang Hao felt a pang of heartache. One cannot behold a rainbow without first enduring the tempest. This wisdom was not lost on Tang Hao. Tang Zuo retracted the Kusanagi sword and exchanged a glance with the azure serpent. A flicker of lightning gradually materialized in his right hand, intensifying swiftly, producing a cacophony reminiscent of 1,000 birds in unison. In his left hand, a spiral sphere of neutral attributes emerged. Tang Zuo recklessly merged the two, as if he were courting death. The green serpent gazed at Tang Zuo in horror, mistakenly believing he was about to take his own life, and rushed towards the colossal beast. Ziz ha ha. Tang Zuo successfully fused the spiral sphere and Chidori in his hands, transforming them into an enormous sphere of electricity. The technique is known as the electric release, yin-yang sphere. Tang Zuo's gaze was sharp as he flicked his wrists, causing the yin-yang orb to expand. It grew until it matched the size of the colossal beast before halting. In an instant, the creature was engulfed by this ferocious power, and a brilliant flash of crimson light erupted. Tang Zuo, perceiving the imminent danger to the azure serpent, immediately appeared before it and whisked it away. However, he still fell victim to the repercussions. A faint scar appeared on Tang Zuo's back. Master, you sacrificed your emotions to save me. The once emotionless voice of the green serpent began to resonate with color, and tears glimmered in its serpentine eyes. We are companions, are we not? Tang Zuo inquired. Indeed. Eternal companions, the green serpent replied before vanishing before Tang Zuo's eyes, returning to the dragon's lair. Awake? Tang Hao sat quietly on a stone, roasting fish. Yes, Tang Zuo responded. Tang Hao handed the grilled fish to Tang Zuo. Tang Zuo began to feast heartily. Little Tang, pray tell me, what is the reason you regard the master as your adopted father? Tang Hao's deep voice slowly articulated. Tang Zuo was taken aback. Father, I have known about your title as a Douluo since the day I awakened my martial soul. While I do not mind living this way under the circumstances of your esteemed rank, do you realize? Xiao San, he longs for you deeply. His journey to become a soul master is largely for your sake, to make you proud of him. Tang Zuo gritted his teeth as he uttered these words. Tang Hao felt an overwhelming sense of shame as he came to comprehend his mistakes. Tang Hao has also come to a realization. Tang Hao glanced at the blue-silver grass beside him, radiating a profound vitality. No, It was the blue-silver emperor. He gently caressed it, and 2 streaks of tears traced down his face. Little Tang, do you possess the means to resurrect him? With your myriad of abilities, it seems utterly impossible, he mused, chiding himself for such a foolish thought. Yet, the next words from Tang Zuo ignited a flicker of hope within him. I can, but not at this moment. Tang Zuo's resolute declaration resonated deep within Tang Hao's heart. Little Tang, you jest not, do you? Tang Hao exclaimed with fervor. No, Tang Zuo replied, shaking his head. In truth, Tang Zuo had previously inquired of the system regarding the possibility of reviving his mother, to which the system had provided but a few words. Yes, wait. Soul Master Competition, Victory. Chapter 15. 3 years later with Ning Rongrong time flew by, and the years flowed like a melodious song. 3 years passed amidst the cultivation of a few individuals. They embarked on their journey towards Shrek Academy. Alas, you have been rather severe over these 3 years. Tang Zuo glared fiercely at Tang Hao. Tang Hao crossed his hands over his chest, tilting his head slightly. Humph, he exclaimed, if I weren't a bit stricter with you, would you possess such strength? Tang Zuo chuckled. Father, today marks the appointed time to meet with the third party and my adoptive father. Tang Hao clenched his right fist and struck fiercely against Tang Zuo's head. Humph, do not bring up that scoundrel Yu Xiaogang in my presence. A multitude of emotions flickered across Tang Hao's face. TCH, you're hitting me again. Am I truly striking you? This is merely a fist of affection. I should never have shown you One Piece. Tang Zuo retorted. Tang Zuo rose to his feet and waved his hand. Farewell. In a flash of violet light, he had already appeared over 100 miles away. Goodbye. Tang Zuo strolled quietly through the illuminated city, a profound sense of belonging blossoming within him. Over the past 3 years, Tang Hao had abandoned him alone in the starry forest on 2 occasions, compelling him to confront ancient soul beasts in battle thrice and forcing him to consume insects 5 times. There was even a moment of sheer madness when he allowed a 10,000-year soul beast to nearly bring him to the brink of death. In order to avenge himself, Tang Hao bound the ancient soul beast, subjecting it to daily beatings, intending to use it as a soul ring when Tang Zuo reached the 40th level. Tang Zuo had truly grown weary of the forest life. This rare opportunity to venture out had piqued his curiosity about everything around him. The once aloof and proud Tang Zuo had been transformed into a little Luffy by the influence of Tang Hao, who had indulged in the world of One Piece. Oh, no, I tell you, you cannot provoke me, he exclaimed. Ah, help, help. The cries for rescue echoed incessantly, yet those nearby remained utterly indifferent. What irked Tang Zuo the most was precisely this kind of situation. His very purpose for traversing time was to save lives. Yet he found himself in a predicament where someone was destined to be struck by a vehicle. The moment he heard the cries for help, he was acutely aware that this matter could not be resolved lightly. Tang Zuo hurled a kunai imbued with the potential for recommendations towards the source of the sound. In a flash of golden light, it materialized before the woman. Initially resigned to her fate, she was astonished to see a handsome young man, nearly her size, emerge from the radiance. However, her heart sank further with despair. Run. Don't worry about me. They are all soul lords. The woman's voice was delicate and frail, yet she had exerted every ounce of her strength. As Tang Zuo turned around, he was struck by the extraordinary beauty of the woman before him. Clad in an elegant azure gown that reached her knees, with long hair cascading down to her waist and skin as flawless as jade, she emanated an ethereal aura akin to that of a celestial being, a true embodiment of grace, capable of making fish sink and birds fall, and causing the moon to hide and flowers to blush. However, for someone like Tang Zuo, whose straightforward demeanor rendered him somewhat oblivious, he merely acknowledged her beauty without any deeper thoughts. After all, a man capable of tossing his companion onto his brother's bed could hardly be labeled as anything but a quintessentially straightforward individual. Upon witnessing Tang Zuo's appearance, the woman felt a jolt of astonishment. If her beauty could be classified as T1 level, then Tang Zuo's allure could only be deemed T0 level. Her cheeks flushed. Yet a sense of panic began to set in. Hey, young man, mind your own business, or else, a buck-toothed man interjected ominously. Tang Zuo's sharp gaze turned towards the man. Oh, is this not the trio of unhappy 3? Tang Zuo let out a soft exclamation, feeling a sense of curiosity. Oh, young one, you recognize us. Depart swiftly, or else we shall take your life. Tang Zuo furrowed his brow, a surge of anger coursing through him. With his feet firmly planted, he summoned his strength, and in an instant, the ground beneath him crumbled. With a resounding crash, the trio of Bulu was sent sprawling in a row. The foremost among them, Douluo, had suffered grievous fractures to his facial bones. Earth escape. The technique of decapitation surged within his heart. Tang Zuo swiftly formed a seal, causing the woman to momentarily lose her focus. The trio of Douluo had already descended into the depths of the earth, leaving only their heads visible. "Wow, you are truly impressive," she exclaimed. Covering her petite mouth in astonishment, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush. Tang Zuo turned his head, and the once piercing gaze had long since vanished, leaving only a gentle softness in its wake. Tang Zuo stepped forward and extended his left hand. Just as the woman was about to shake hands, he retracted his hand. "Why are you doing this? Do you dislike me that much?" Tang Zuo retracted his left hand, only to extend his right. His left hand had just struck them, leaving it sullied. The woman offered her hand to Tang Zuo and gradually rose to her feet. However, after taking a single step, she fell to the ground once more. "Ah, my leg." Upon witnessing the scene, Tang Zuo crouched down, resting the woman's legs upon his own while placing his hands atop them. As a green light emanated from his palms, the woman's legs were largely healed. However, Tang Zuo remained oblivious to the fact that the woman's face had flushed from her neck to her ears. "All done. You may rise," he said, gently patting her and pulling her to her feet. The woman stood up shyly, her head bowed, and as for the reason behind her demeanor, one could only inquire of her directly. "Are you an auxiliary soul master?" she stammered. "No, I am an all-around soul master," Tang Zuo replied, shaking his head with a faint smile. "What is your name?" "I am Tang Zuo, and you?" The woman's previously restored complexion reddened once more. "I am called Ning Rongrong." Tang Zuo found the name quite familiar, yet it eluded his memory. Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong. "Wait, are you Ning Rongrong?" Tang Zuo exclaimed in astonishment, startling Ning Rongrong. What is wrong?" she inquired. "Oh, it's nothing. Just a bit surprised. Aren't you the princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school? What brings you here?" Tang Zuo asked, feigning ignorance. I am here to find an academy called Shrek," Ning Rongrong replied softly, her voice barely audible, perhaps due to fright. "Oh, I too am searching for Shrek," Tang Zuo responded. "Really, truly?" Ning Rongrong exclaimed with excitement. Tang Zuo nodded, indicating his agreement. "Do you know if there are any places to stay around here? I've searched for quite a while without success." Ning Rongrong pondered for a moment before responding. "I know of a place. I reside in a hotel called Tianqi. There are only 2 hotels here, and the other one is a rather dubious establishment. Just follow me." "All right, that sounds good. What? There's only 1 room left?" Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her voice rising in alarm, causing the lights to flicker on. Tang Zuo instinctively covered his ears and took a step back. Realizing her outburst, Ning Rongrong's face flushed with embarrassment. "It's fine. We can just share the room. We can draw a line in the middle and avoid crossing it," Tang Zuo suggested. Ning Rongrong was taken aback, her cheeks still bright red as she confirmed the reservation for the room. Upon entering, the predominant colors of the space were blue and orange, evoking a comforting sense of home. Tang Zuo stepped forward and observed the bed design for 3 occupants, upon which he marked a line with his pen. The portions divided by Tang Zuo are evidently unequal. He allocated 1/3 for himself and 2/3 for Ning Rongrong. "Isn't that unfair?" Ning Rongrong remarked. "It's all right. This 1/3 is still quite substantial," Tang Zuo chuckled, having come to regard Ning Rongrong as a younger sister, much like Tang San did. Tang Zuo has never regarded Tang San as a younger brother. He has always raised him as a younger sister. The 2 lie on the bed. Tang Zuo quickly fell asleep, with Ning Rongrong lying beside him, her cheeks flushed as she gazed at his face. Before long, Ning Rongrong too succumbed to slumber. The following morning, Tang Zuo awoke to find Ning Rongrong draped over him in a rather comical manner. She had her legs laid across his, while her arms rested casually on his shoulders. Tang Zuo let out a, gently patting Rongrong's shoulder. Ning Rongrong slowly opened her eyes, her gaze hazy as she surveyed her surroundings. She glanced at Tang Zuo and then at herself. Clap. Tang Zuo has passed away. Chapter 16, Shrek Academy. Tang Zuo, still groggy from sleep, stood up with a small handprint on his face. He covered his face with his hand and glared angrily at Ning Rongrong. "What are you doing?" he asked. "Isn't it because you crossed the line?" Ning Rongrong shouted at him, clutching a pillow. "How can you even say that? You are the one who crossed the line." Tang Zuo pointed at Ning Rongrong, his anger soaring to the heavens. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong glanced at herself, realizing that she had indeed crossed a line, and in doing so, had even struck the other person. "I apologize. Is that sufficient?" Ning Rongrong replied, her tone laced with irritation. Tang Zuo shot her a glare, clearly displeased. "All right, it's nothing. Let us go." Aren't we headed to Shrek? MMMM. Ning Rongrong shyly nodded her head. What you witness is merely the two of them meeting and immediately sharing a bed, but you have not seen Xiao Wu and... At the tender age of 6, Tang San and his companion found themselves slumbering side by side. As they strolled down the bustling street, Ning Rongrong's gaze frequently wandered towards Tang Zuo, who, seemingly oblivious, remained unaware of her lingering glances. In truth, he had not noticed her at all. Tang Zuo gazed at the novel wonders surrounding him, feeling a sense of intrigue. For one who had spent 3 years in the vast expanse of the starry forest, the sight of the city once more indeed brought a sense of joy. Tang Zuo continued his journey forward and beheld a rather unremarkable shop. According to his recollections from the original text, this was indeed the modest establishment owned by the unscrupulous merchant, Flandra. Tang Zuo hurriedly pulled Ning Rongrong inside. What greeted their eyes was a middle-aged man sporting a black, sheep-like beard, leisurely reclining in a chair, engrossed in the book he held. Flandra adjusted his glasses, causing them to glint slightly in the light. What would you like to purchase? Flandra inquired. Tang Zuo suddenly recalled the rewards for the tasks assigned by the system over the years, particularly the method for crafting explosive talismans. Tang Zuo glanced around and inquired, Uncle, do you have any gunpowder and talisman paper here? Flandra nodded, gesturing towards a cabinet. In that cabinet, the first compartment of the 3rd row contained gunpowder, while the 3rd compartment of the 4th row held the talisman paper. Tang Zuo stepped forward and took down 2 items, offering a smile to Ning Rongrong. Uncle, how much is it? She inquired. 10 gold soul coins, Flandra replied. Tang Zuo remained silent, reaching out to take the money. However, Ning Rongrong beside him could no longer contain herself. Realizing that Tang Zuo was present, her initial outburst transformed into the demeanor of a delicate girl. Oh, why is it so expensive? Ning Rongrong exclaimed softly, adopting the guise of an obedient little girl. It's nothing. Tang Zuo did not cease his movements. He retrieved a silk pouch from the jade figure adorning his wrist, which served as a conduit for his melodious flute playing. Tang Zuo casually tossed the pouch, which landed steadily on the table. Is this sufficient? Flandra inquired as he picked up the pouch and opened it. The shimmering gold dust transformed his eyes into a golden hue. Good heavens! Flandra exclaimed, lifting the gold dust and breaking into a fit of silly laughter. Are you quite wealthy? Ning Rongrong pulled at Tang Zuo, asking. Tang Zuo extended his right hand, which instantaneously vanished, transforming into shimmering golden dust. Shortly thereafter, his hand reappeared. He then touched the nearby table, which transformed into a splendid golden surface in an instant. This was a soul skill. I possess the ability to convert anything into gold. Ning Rongrong and Flandra gazed at Tang Zuo in sheer astonishment, speechless at the wonder before them. Brother Zuo, you are truly enigmatic, Ning Rongrong expressed, her words laced with admiration. Flandra, his glasses shattering from the intensity of his stare, hastily grasped Tang Zuo's arm and implored, Young man, might you teach me your ways? Tang Zuo shook his head. You cannot learn it. It's beyond your grasp. Flandra sighed, yet his attention was drawn to the jade figure in Tang Zuo's hand, which seemed to beckon for instruction in playing the flute. Where did you acquire that, my young friend? Flandra inquired. Tang Zuo intended to tease Flandra. It was given to me by my father. Flandra immediately spat out the tea in his mouth and stood up in astonishment. 7 soul rings gradually rose around him, his fury palpable. That rascal Yu Xiaogang. 2 dragons, 2 dragons. Wait, how do you know my foster father's name is Yu Xiaogang? Flandra was momentarily taken aback. Hold on, did you just say foster father? Flandra was utterly baffled. He had initially thought that Yu Xiaogang had found a new love, only to realize he had made a mistake all along. Ahem, never mind, you all may leave. Zuo, could it be that this Yu Xiaogang is the renowned theorist? Ning Rongrong inquired. Tang Zuo nodded. Wow, how impressive. Fool, where's the impressiveness? I haven't seen how remarkable my adoptive father truly is. Then why do you regard him as your adoptive father? Because his theoretical knowledge is indeed unparalleled. Tang Zuo gazed into the distance, eagerly anticipating a meeting with the other woman. Tang Zuo and Ning Rongrong arrived at a quaint village, guided by the address of Shrek Academy. The village was encircled by a fence, seemingly erected to ward off wild beasts. While the village was modest in size, it certainly did not qualify as large. Outside the village stood a table adorned with a pen holder. Is this truly Shrek Academy? It must be a deception. Ning Rongrong gazed at the academy with a visage of profound disappointment. Tang Zuo harbored no objections regarding these matters. After all, he possessed the ability of wood manipulation. A 3-bedroom apartment would suffice, wouldn't it? Brother, is that you? Tang Zuo turned around and discovered a short-haired man, approximately 1.70 meters in height, gazing intently at him. his eyes glistening with tears. Beside the man stood a petite girl dressed in pink, adorned with rabbit ears. Before anyone could react, Xiao Wu dashed forward and embraced Tang Zuo. "Brother, you have returned," she exclaimed with fervor. Tang San looked at the two with a sense of helplessness. Ning Rongrong glared at Xiao Wu, mistakenly believing there was some connection between them. With a swift motion, Ning Rongrong pinched the soft flesh at Tang Zuo's waist with her fingers. "Ouch, that hurts. What are you doing?" Tang Zuo exclaimed, breaking free from Xiao Wu's embrace. His voice filled with indignation. "Nothing. Brother, who is she?" Xiao Wu inquired. "Her name is Ning Rongrong, the daughter of the Sect master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School." "And what is your relationship?" Xiao Wu asked, her wide eyes fixated on the two. "We are friends. What else could we possibly be?" Tang Zuo replied, maintaining a calm demeanor, devoid of any panic. "Really?" Xiao Wu looked at the pair with a peculiar expression. "Of course it's true. What else could it possibly be?" "Tang Zuo Dao, have you forgotten about me?" Tang San awkwardly scratched his head, contemplating whether to interject. Ahem, not a hint. "Aha, naughty little brother." Tang Zuo tugged at Tang San's ear, evading the two women. "Ah, brother, it hurts. Let go of me. I'm going." Tang San cried out in pain, feeling as if his ear might detach. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu could only watch and chuckle at the scene. "Hey, Rongrong, let me tell you, Dugu is a quintessential straight man. When we were younger, I tried to share a bed with him, and he promptly tossed me onto the small bed. Even now, the memory makes Xiao Wu laugh heartily." Ning Rongrong's face flushed a rosy hue, rendering her irresistibly charming. "What are you saying?" "Humph." Chapter 17. The Frightening Soul Emperor amidst the merriment. A minor commotion emerged at the registration area. A middle-aged man tossed 10 gold soul coins at the registration fee counter, urging his child to test their soul power. "Not qualified. You may leave," remarked the elderly attendant at the door, casting a dismissive glance at the duo. The man immediately bristled, slamming his hand on the table. "My son is a genius from the Junior Soul Master Academy. Did you not check the requirements before coming here? We do not accept those over 13. My son just turned 13. Can't you make an exception?" Li Yusong, with a stoic expression, resolutely shook his head. "Then please refund our registration fee," the man implored, realizing hope was dwindling. "Did you not see the sign? Once registered, fees are non-refundable, unless you offer a few recommendation votes for the new book. Mubai. Someone wishes to retrieve their registration fee. Please handle this." A yellow-haired man in white attire rose and approached them. The appearance of 3 yellow and purple soul rings caused the two to pale, and they promptly fled in panic. "Let me clarify. Shrek Academy." Shrek refers to a type of soul beast, an extraordinarily formidable entity among soul beasts. "Our Shrek Academy only admits monsters, of course," Flender has stated. "If you pay, we can accept even the worthless. Those who do not meet the requirements should depart at once." Li Yusong waved his hand impatiently and settled back down. Tang Zuo and the others watched this scene with great interest. Dai Mubai noticed that Tang San was running toward them. "Little San," Dai Mubai called out. Tang San glanced at Tang Zuo and then at Dai Mubai. "Dai Mubai, allow me to introduce my elder brother, Tang Zuo." Dai Mubai observed Tang Zuo's face, which was so devoid of mercy that it seemed capable of leaving no room for others to breathe, and a smirk involuntarily crept onto his lips. He then turned his gaze back towards Ning Rongrong, his eyes transforming into those of a wolf, specifically, a lascivious one. Tang Zuo's keen vision and intuition immediately discerned Dai Mubai's intentions. He stepped forward to shield Ning Rongrong, his eyes transforming into a hexagram. "I advise you to behave." Tang Zuo's previously cheerful tone turned somber. A faint blush appeared on Ning Rongrong's face behind him. Xiao Wu covered her mouth, observing the scene with an air of curiosity. "Humph." Dai Mubai turned his gaze back to Zhu Xing, this time with a look that was different from before. Although there was still a hint of that previous intensity, it was largely replaced by astonishment. "What? Have you taken a liking to the girl?" Xiao Wu teased. Dai Mubai shot her an exasperated glare. "I merely sense a resonance between her martial soul and mine." "Oh? Is her martial soul a tigress then?" Xiao Wu laughed, noticing Dai Mubai's disinterest in Ning Rongrong. She breathed a sigh of relief. As a quintessential straight man, he was perplexed by his sensitivity, especially towards Ning Rongrong, whom he had only just met the night before. I shall go test it first," Ning Rongrong stammered, her cheeks flushed. Tang Zuo glanced at Ning Rongrong, whose face flushed even deeper. He placed his hand on her forehead, eliciting puzzled expressions from those around them. "No fever," Tang Zuo remarked. Ning Rongrong, puffing her cheeks in annoyance, immediately strode towards Li Yusong. She unleashed her martial spirit, startling Li Yusong considerably. Does your family know you are here? He inquired. Isn't it said that everyone should be treated equally? I have met the requirements. You have no reason to reject me, Ning Rongrong asserted, her agile eyes sparkling. Next approached Zhu Zhuqing, clad in an all-black attire, cat ears adorning her hair, emanating an air of aloofness that struck Tang Zuo as oddly familiar. Zhu Zhuqing, martial spirit, nethercat, level 27 agility type battle spirit master. Ah, Zhu Zhuqing, now I recall, Tang Zuo exclaimed, his right fist striking his left hand as a look of realization washed over his face. What have you figured out? Tang San inquired, perplexed. Tang Zuo hurriedly approached Zhu Zhuqing, who shot her a fierce glare, evidently failing to recognize her. Are you Zhu Zhuqing? The one from the Stardow Forest 2 years ago? Tang Zuo inquired, her eyes wide with astonishment. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in surprise. Is it really you? Tang Zuo? Tang Zuo nodded, suddenly feeling a sharp pain emanating from his waist. Ning Rongrong was pinching him, her gaze seemingly lethal. What are you doing? Are you really pinching me again? Do you believe that, ah? You're still pinching. How outrageous you are. Be careful, or you may never find a husband. Ning Rongrong's previously fierce expression transformed into one of delicate vulnerability, a single tear glistening in her eyes. Humph. I won't pay attention to you anymore. Ning Rongrong's antics left Tang Zuo utterly speechless. Even the typically indifferent Zhu Zhuqing couldn't suppress a smile. Brother, do you know each other? Xiao Wu, the mischievous rabbit, fully embraced her gossiping nature today. Yes, I saved her, Zhu Zhuqing replied with a nod. As others completed their tests, Xiao Wu stepped forward. Xiao Wu, martial soul, softbone enchanting rabbit, level 29 strong attack system battle soul master. Just as Li Yusong reveled in the arrival of so many gifted disciples this year, Tang San approached. Li Yusong first assessed his bone age. Eh? Strange. Have you cultivated some soul skill? Li Yusong inquired. Tang San pondered over the Xianyu hand and nodded. Consequently, Li Yusong instructed Tang San to lift his calf. Upon confirming that he was of suitable age, they proceeded to test his soul power. A blue-silver grass emerged in Tang San's hand, and 2 yellow spirit rings slowly materialized, astonishing Li Yusong. Can blue-silver grass also be cultivated? Li Yusong exclaimed in surprise. There are no worthless martial souls. Only worthless soul masters, Tang San declared with an air of righteous conviction. Now, it is Tang Zuo's turn. Yesterday, when Tang Zuo saved Ning Rongrong, not a single soul ring manifested, leaving Ning Rongrong unaware of Tang Zuo's soul power. Tang Zuo observed Li Yusong drinking water and kindly reminded him, Teacher, could you please set the water aside? I fear you might choke. With a chuckle, he added, what a joke. As a formidable soul emperor, what storms and tempests have I not encountered? Tang Zuo found persuasion futile and grew weary of further discussion. Li Yusong gently touched Tang Zuo's hand, realizing that this man's muscles were even more solid than Tang San's. Kid, extend your leg. Tang Zuo, following his words, extended his leg. Li Yusong reached out to touch it, yet found himself unable to discern anything. Have you also trained your soul skills on your legs, you rascal? Li Yusong inquired. Tang Zuo nodded absent-mindedly. You removed your upper garment. Tang Zuo, the epitome of a straightforward man, remained unfazed by the gazes of the numerous women around him. He nonchalantly unfastened a gray garment draped over him. However, due to the connecting twine between his clothes and trousers, he was unable to completely disrobe, lest he invite an awkward situation. Xiao Wu's eyes were promptly covered by Tang San, while Zhu Zhuqing instinctively shut her eyes. Ning Rongrong, her cheeks aflame, shielded her eyes with her hands, leaving a minuscule gap, perhaps the size of a single hand. The age is appropriate. Let us release the spirit rings, Li Yusong remarked calmly. Suddenly, for soul rings, black, 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 and crimson, materialized in a slow, deliberate manner. The tea in Li Yusong's mouth erupted forth in surprise. A soul sect. Came the astonished exclamations from everyone present. Tang Zuo, martial spirit, Sharingan, over 40 levels in the versatile soul sect. Chapter 18, Oscar. Over 40 levels? Versatile? Exclaimed the crowd in near unison. Even Tang San felt a wave of astonishment. Although Tang Zuo had reached level 32 at the tender age of 9, the truth remained that advancement became increasingly arduous with each passing moment. Over 3 years, he had ascended roughly 10 levels. What kind of relentless training had he endured under Tang Hao? The thought was almost unbearable for Tang San. Ning Rongrong stealthily approached, her eyes wide with awe as she gently tapped Tang Zuo's shoulder with her index finger. Brother, how did you achieve this? She whispered. Curious, are we? Tang Zuo inquired. All present, including Li Yusong, nodded in agreement. Tang Zuo shook his head with a bitter smile and unbuttoned his shirt. A blush appeared on the faces of the girls present. "Brother, what are you doing?" Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her voice laced with fury. Tang Zuo placed his hand on his lower back and gently tore downwards. The layer of artificial skin was ripped away, revealing countless tiny scars beneath, among which lay an exceedingly long fissure, rendering his entire back a gruesome sight. "Brother!" Tang San stood frozen, speechless. Ning Rongrong, unable to contain herself, gently touched Tang Zuo's scar. "Ah!" Tang Zuo let out a cry of pain. It was undeniably excruciating. "I'm so sorry." Ning Rongrong quickly withdrew her hand, her face filled with concern. "It's all right." Tang Zuo forced a smile through the pain and affectionately ruffled Ning Rongrong's hair, having long regarded her as a sister. Or perhaps more. "What on earth have you been through?" Xiao Wu inquired anxiously. "Hey, maybe it's better not to ask. It's a bit frightening, haha." Tang Zuo's laughter was tinged with both apprehension and perhaps fear. "Sausages for sale." A vehicle approached in the distance, carrying an elderly man with a thick mane of white hair. "Xiao Wu, would you like some sausages?" Tang San gazed at Xiao Wu fondly, much like Tang Zuo looked at him. "Yes, please." "All right." Tang San had previously given money to the man. "Sir, may I have 2 sausages?" As soon as Tang San's words fell, he observed the man's face turn beet red. "Who are you calling, sir?" "I am but 14 years old." 14. The man bellowed with all his might. "Are you quite certain?" Tang San inquired. "Is it not merely that I have a bit of a robust physique?" The man replied, gesturing with his fingers. The man then picked up 3 sausages and handed them to Tang San, who in turn distributed 1 sausage each to Tang Zuo and Xiao Wu. Tang Zuo glanced at the sausage and handed it to Ning Rongrong, bestowing upon her the same affectionate gaze as Tang San. "Here you go. Eat it. I'm not hungry," he said. Filled with delight, Ning Rongrong accepted the sausage, and just as she was about to take a bite, she was hastily interrupted by the arriving Dai Mubai. "Xiao San, Rongrong, Xiao Wu, don't eat." Dai Mubai exclaimed urgently. "What is it?" the others inquired. It should be noted that due to the constraints of the world's laws, Tang Zuo had forgotten many details of the plot, only retaining a general outline. So let us assume he simply forgot these minor aspects. Otherwise, it would be rather tedious. Dai Mubai approached the vehicle and seized Oscar by the ear, pulling him out forcefully. "Ah, Boss Dai, let go, it hurts." Oscar cried out repeatedly, yet Dai Mubai did not relent. "Demonstrate the process for them," Dai Mubai commanded sternly. "Isn't that inappropriate? The younger students will resent me." Oscar protested innocently. "Hurry up. Stop dawdling," Dai Mubai admonished, striking Oscar's head sharply. "I have a giant sausage." Oscar's hands glimmered, revealing a roasted sausage within the radiant light. "That's disgusting," Xiao Wu exclaimed. "Thank goodness I didn't eat," Ning Rongrong added. Tang San cast an awkward glance at Oscar. Zhu Zhuqing shot a stern look at Oscar, uttering 2 words, "Man." What is the matter?" Tang Zuo inquired with a perplexed expression, truly unaware of the situation. "Brother, you are remarkably naive," Tang San remarked. "Oh, am I?" Tang Zuo replied. "Indeed," the others chimed in. "Ning Rongrong, if you have no desire to eat, then kindly pass it to me," Tang Zuo said, extending his hand towards the sausage in Ning Rongrong's grasp. After a moment's contemplation, Ning Rongrong felt she could not let Tang Zuo's kindness go unreciprocated. Gritting her teeth in discomfort, she reluctantly took a bite. All present were astonished as they gazed at Ning Rongrong. In contrast, Oscar was in fits of laughter at that very moment. Tang Zuo noticed Ning Rongrong's pained expression and swiftly snatched the sausage from her hand, taking a decisive bite. "Foolish girl, why force yourself to eat if you don't wish to?" he chided, resting his hand atop her head once more. Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of crimson, reminiscent of a bashful Hinata. Did Brother Zuo just eat the sausage I bit into?" Her thoughts fluttered in quiet astonishment. Tang San gazed at the scene before him, pondering that Ning Rongrong was destined to become his sister-in-law. No, rather, she had the opportunity to do so. Tang Zuo remained utterly oblivious to the situation. In his past life, he possessed little understanding of matters of the heart. Now, after 12 years of experience, he had become a veritable blind man when it came to emotions. Meanwhile, Oscar had succumbed to tears, fainting in the restroom. "All right. Let us proceed. You have all surpassed level 25 and may directly enter the 4th stage," said Dai Mubai. As they arrived at the 2nd stage, the students undergoing the assessment were immediately discontented upon seeing that Tang Zuo and his companions had not participated in the test. "Hey, why are they allowed to skip the assessment? There must be some inside information at play." exclaimed a notably diminutive 12-year-old. If you can also reach level 25 or above by the age of 12, you too may bypass the test, replied the sole emperor in charge of the second stage. That's impossible. We do not believe it. Dai Mubai approached, picked up a crystal ball, and tossed it towards Tang San. Tang San took the crystal ball and infused it with his soul power. I am Tang San, with the martial soul blue silver grass. A level 29 control-type battle soul master. Next was Xiao Wu. I am Xiao Wu, with the martial soul soft bone charm rabbit, a level 29 agility-type battle soul master. The next to be tested was Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong, with the martial soul 7 treasure glazed tower, a level 27 support-type weapon soul master. Just as Ning Rongrong completed her soul power test, a shadow flickered by, and the crystal ball in her hand suddenly appeared in Zhu Zhuqing's grasp. Zhu Zhuqing, with the martial soul Nethercat, a level 27 agility-type battle soul master. Except for Tang Zuo, everyone had finished their tests. And just as they were about to proceed to the 4th challenge, a voice rang out. Hey, he hasn't T-tested yet. Yes, he hasn't T-tested yet. Tang Zuo gazed at the academies, awkwardly scratching his head. I suppose I need not undergo the test, he said with a hint of resignation. He felt a sense of trepidation. There must be something amiss, a hidden agenda lurking beneath the surface. This behavior, though typically patient, stirred a flicker of irritation within the usually placid Tang Zuo. Tang Zuo, with a grim expression, utilized the technique of controlling the crane to capture the dragon to draw the crystal orb from Zhu Zhuqing's grasp. As soon as he infused it with soul power, the orb shattered. The unexpected rupture astonished even the testing instructor present. I apologize, but do you have a crystal orb suitable for testing those below level 50? Indeed. Dai Mubai replied, handing Tang Zuo a crystal orb that was 2 sizes larger than the previous one. Tang Zuo infused his soul power into the crystal sphere. The radiance gradually intensified until the sphere shattered. All eyes turned towards Tang Zuo. Well, my soul power is approximately at level 47, and it possesses a certain uniqueness. He chuckled. I actually ascended from level 44 to around 47 or 48 thanks to consuming the celestial herb. Observing the stunned expressions of those around him, Tang Zuo felt compelled to explain. This admission, rather than offering comfort, left his companions feeling a profound sense of embarrassment. While Tang Zuo viewed it as a form of reassurance, others could not help but think, I, at the age of 12, can reach level 42 without consuming celestial herbs. You are truly doomed. Brother, could you refrain from constantly undermining us? At this rate, we might never grow taller, Xiao Wu said with a playful smile. Tang Zuo approached Xiao Wu, resting his arm on her shoulder, and the two of them strolled forward like good brothers. This is called encouragement. Do you understand? Tang Zuo said, his face slightly turned, speaking in an irritable tone. Everyone shot him disapproving glances, with the exception of Ning Rongrong and Tang San. At that moment, Ning Rongrong gazed at Tang Zuo and Xiao Wu, lost in thought, her expression tinged with a hint of grievance. In contrast, Tang San pondered the celestial herb that Tang Zuo had mentioned, questioning its true nature. If it indeed existed, how had Tang Zuo come to learn of it? Tang San approached Ning Rongrong and inquired, Rongrong, you are a member of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, correct? Indeed. Ning Rongrong nodded in affirmation. Are you aware of any celestial herbs that exist in this world? Tang San continued to probe. Ning Rongrong shook her head, indicating her ignorance on the matter. This only deepened Tang San's curiosity. Given these circumstances, along with the previous incident concerning the flute, various clues suggested that Tang Zuo might also be a traveler from another realm. However, it remained merely a suspicion, and he refrained from voicing it. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze was fixed intently on Dai Mubai, tinged with a hint of resentment. The group arrived at the location of the 4th challenge, where a fighting arena stood. A burly man, approximately 50 years old, was seated outside the arena. The muscular man rose, scanning the 5 individuals before his gaze ultimately settled on Tang Zuo. Goodness! Who is this? What an unusual appearance! Care to enlighten me? The man remarked with a teasing tone. His words sparked uproarious laughter, even eliciting a chuckle from Tang San, who clutched his stomach. Zhu Zhuqing's lips curled into a smile, not to mention Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, who were laughing uncontrollably on the ground. Tang Zuo awkwardly glanced at Xiao Wuji, noting this incident as a foundation for a future confrontation. Ahem, well, this year, 5 students have reached the 4th trial. Which is quite impressive, Xiao Wuji remarked, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. Teacher, those 5 ha. They've all advanced to the 5th trial, Dai Mubai explained, chuckling. He successfully reignited the previously subdued tension. An interview. Ha, that fellow Flander will be overjoyed. Xiao Wuji exclaimed, his face reflecting surprise and excitement. Is that so? Then I shall personally assess you. All you need to do is endure for a minute under my scrutiny, Xiao Wuji declared. Dai Mubai hesitated, then offered a wry smile. Teacher Xiao, is that really appropriate? He replied softly. What? Do you have an objection? Xiao Wuji glared at Dai Mubai, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Nearby, Xiao Wu expressed her astonishment, pointing at Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai, who is he? Is he also a Soul Emperor? Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai shook his head decisively. No. Then there is no need for concern. We are quite formidable ourselves. Enduring for a stick of incense's worth of time against the Soul King is merely a trivial task, Xiao Wu asserted, her confidence soaring upon realizing that Xiao Wuji was not a Soul Emperor. This mischievous rabbit, after all, could be quite naive at times. Just as Dai Mubai was about to explain further, Tang Zuo interrupted. By his aura, he should be a soul sage. As this revelation settled, the once calm crowd found themselves swept up in a tempest of astonishment once more. A soul sage. But he appears even younger than that teacher outside, Xiao Wu remarked. Tang Zuo placed his hand gently upon Xiao Wu's head, gazing at her with a slight smile, and said, Oh, my foolish little sister. When did you come to believe that age could determine everything? Are you not simply weaker than I? Ning Rongrong shot an indignant glance at Tang Zuo. While the others remained oblivious, Xiao Wu caught the significance of his final words. Astonished, she turned her gaze towards Tang Zuo, recalling his extraordinary eye spirit. Her heart stirred with emotion. Tang San clearly noticed this subtle gesture and promptly inquired about what was troubling Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu feigned nonchalance, saying, Why am I so foolish, not understanding such a simple matter? Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Xiao Wuji, a soul sage of the 76th rank, with the martial spirit of the mighty Golden Bear. Upon learning that Xiao Wuji was a level 76 soul sage, Tang Zuo and the others collectively gasped in astonishment. Ning Rongrong, in a state of shock, exclaimed, Xiao Wuji, are you the invincible King Xiao Wuji? Xiao Wuji smiled and nodded. My heavens! I never imagined I would encounter the invincible king here, Ning Rongrong said, her mouth agape in surprise. What is the matter, Rongrong? Do you know him? Tang Zuo inquired. Puzzled, Ning Rongrong noticed a detail that caused her face to flush instantly. She observed that Tang Zuo referred to Xiao Wu as sister, to Zhu Zhuqing as Zhu Zhuqing, yet addressed her simply as Rongrong. I apologize, she stammered. The invincible king once offended the spirit hall and escaped under the assault of 4 soul emperors. After that, he vanished, and it is said that his defense is so formidable that even a soul Douluo would find it challenging to breach. Realizing her blunder, Ning Rongrong quickly clarified. Everyone turned their astonished gazes toward Xiao Wuji. Their mission was to endure for a duration of incense under the hands of this unparalleled invincible king among soul sages, a task of considerable difficulty. Surely, it is only necessary to withstand for a single incense stick's duration in your presence? Tang Zuo asked. Xiao Wuji nodded, affirming that Tang Zuo was indeed correct. System. I wish to view Xiao Wuji's attribute panel. Ding. Generating attribute panel. Name. Xiao Wuji. Codename. Invincible King Martial Soul. Great Strength Diamond Bear Strength. 7. 2 Soul Power Points Speed. 5 Soul Power Points Mental Power. 3. 8 Soul Power Points Soul Power. Level 76 Soul Rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. Tang Zuo discerned that Xiao Wuji's vulnerabilities lay in his speed and mental fortitude. In terms of speed, Xiao Wuji's defenses could entirely compensate. However, the aspect of mental strength remained a concern. At present, Tang Zuo finds himself lacking in effective strategies, as those illusory soul skills have yet to be unlocked. Given their astonishingly formidable nature, Teacher Xiao, are you certain that enduring just a single incense stick's duration in your presence will suffice? Tang Zuo pondered a potential loophole and quickly voiced his thoughts. Am I capable of deceiving you? Xiao Wuji replied. Very well, I hope that when the time comes, Teacher Xiao will remain true to his word. Tang Zuo's serious demeanor gradually transformed into a smile. Brother, have you devised a clever plan? Ning Rongrong inquired. You shall see shortly, Tang Zuo responded. Chapter 20. A ferocious beating of Xiao Wuji. Tang Zuo and his 4 companions ascended the arena, each unleashing their respective martial spirits. Tang San extended his right hand, and a collection of various dark hues coalesced into the manifestation of the blue-silver grass, from which 2 yellow soul rings ascended gracefully. Ning Rongrong twirled in place, and a blue seven-layered pagoda emerged between her hands, accompanied by the gentle rise of 2 yellow soul rings. Tang's body trembled, and his eyes transformed into a vivid red. 4 soul rings, black, 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 and black, rose around him. Although the spectators had witnessed this spectacle multiple times before, they were still filled with awe at the sight. These were 4 completely black soul rings, an unprecedented occurrence in the Douluo Continent. The optimal configuration for soul rings is typically yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Achieving an entirely black set of soul rings would require the sacrifice of 4 10,000-year soul beasts. At this moment, Xiao Wu was utterly astonished. His mouth agape and his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at the scene before him, rendered speechless. How do you possess 4 black soul rings? Xiao Wu asked, his expression a mixture of confusion and amazement. Tang Zuo feigned the act of counting. My first soul ring is a divine gift. My second soul ring is likewise a divine bestowal. As for the third and fourth soul rings, they were acquired through hunting, Tang Zuo declared. As soon as the words left his lips, the understanding of all those present was once again upended. Could it be that the divine soul rings were the offspring of the heavens themselves? Ahem, enough of that. Let us commence. Xiao Wu coughed lightly to alleviate the awkwardness and prepare to begin. Teacher Xiao, be cautious. Tang San spoke softly. And several strands of purple, black, blue, silver grass sprouted from the ground, launching an assault toward Xiao Wu. Tang slightly shook his head at this scene. Under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, he turned his body to the left and swiftly formed hand seals. Water release, water bullet technique. Behind Tang Zuo, a water dragon emerged, surging forward. It is done. Teacher Xiao, you have lost. Upon finishing his words, Tang Zuo left the crowd in a state of greater confusion. After all, had he not merely released a stream of water, and it had not even struck Xiao Wu? As the onlookers followed Tang Zuo's gaze, they discovered that the incense stick had vanished. Goodness, you are remarkably astute. How did you conceive of this? Xiao Wu exclaimed in astonishment, his voice ringing out. The admiration in the eyes of the others towards Tang Zuo deepened, while Ning Rongrong regarded him with newfound interest. Have we emerged victorious? Tang Zuo inquired. Indeed, you have triumphed, but consider this my inaugural lesson for you, titled Fight Until the Very End. Tang Zuo gazed silently at Xiao Wu. If you find us displeasing, why not simply say so and take us on? Tang Zuo bit his teeth, speaking with a fierce intensity. Indeed, what can you do to me? Xiao Wu raised his chest proudly, looking down at Tang Zuo. Then there's nothing more to discuss. Xiao San, Xiao Wu, let us proceed. Rongrong, take cover and amplify our strength. Ning Rongrong nodded, once again summoning her martial spirit and soul rings. The 7 treasures turned into glass. First, strength. Second, speed. Tang Zuo felt his blood begin to boil, with both his strength and speed increasing by nearly 1/3. Though this 1/3 may appear modest, it varies significantly from person to person. How formidable is Tang Zuo's physique? In terms of sheer physicality, he even surpasses Xiao Wu. As for his speed, is it a jest when compared to the instantaneous movement technique and the flying thunder god? The first soul skill, the waist bow. Xiao Wu swiftly advanced, her legs encircling Xiao Wu's neck, exerting all her strength in an upward pull, yet it bore no effect whatsoever. Xiao Wu stood as an imposing mountain. The disparity between a soul sage and a great soul master is not a mere 30 enhancement that can bridge the gap. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Tang San hurriedly used his blue-silver grass to pull Xiao Wu back. Just as everyone was contemplating a strategy, Xiao Wu was suddenly sent flying. Though he emerged nearly unscathed, he appeared quite disheveled. The spot where Xiao Wu had stood had transformed into Tang Zuo, with his fist raised. It was evident that this was the work of Tang Zuo. Brother Zuo, you are truly impressive, Ning Rongrong exclaimed. Indeed, Tang San replied. Xiao Wu, rising from the ground and brushing off the dust from his clothes, glared fiercely at Tang Zuo. You little brat, I must show you what I'm capable of today. Without hesitation, Xiao Wu charged towards Tang Zuo, but just as Tang Zuo prepared to defend himself, Xiao Wu swiftly pivoted and, in an instant, appeared before Ning Rongrong. Tang Zuo hastily hurled the flying thunder god Kanai towards Ning Rongrong. In the blink of an eye, amidst her astonished gaze, he materialized before her, arms crossed protectively over his chest, only to be struck fiercely by a punch from Xiao Wu. The force of the blow sent Tang Zuo hurtling through the air. To avoid colliding with Ning Rongrong, he deftly maneuvered, resulting in his body being propelled sideways, and he violently coughed up blood. Xiao Wu realized that he had perhaps gone too far. Ning Rongrong, witnessing Tang Zuo being sent flying in his attempt to save her, felt tears welling in her eyes. Everyone glared at Xiao Wu, their murderous intent causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Tang Zuo slowly rose to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. This time, he was genuinely enraged. Xiao Wu dared to use his friend as bait to provoke him, striking at his most vulnerable point. During Tang Zuo's days in the Starry Forest, he had exhausted all his title Douluo experience cards. However, in a fortunate draw, he obtained 2 title Douluo experience cards without side effects. He intended to reserve one for a moment when he would be pursued by the Spirit Hall, while he had already determined the timing for the other. Observing the situation on the field, he saw Xiao Wu being sent flying, with Tang San supporting her. Tang Zuo gazed at the scene, his fury ignited. Without uttering a word, he swiftly produced a no-side-effect title Douluo experience card and held it before his chest. A radiant crimson light surged forth as a colossal purple giant rose from the ground, 9 crimson spirit rings ascending gracefully. All present inhaled sharply in astonishment. This is impossible. Zhuge, he is a title Douluo? Ning Rongrong exclaimed. Tang San, witnessing this scene, was reminded of his childhood experiences. No. This was a prop that his brother had once utilized, yet it resulted in his brother's near-total blindness for almost a month thereafter. Tang San spoke with grave seriousness. Tang Zuo exerted all the power of his title Douluo upon Xiao Wu, who now found his legs utterly weakened, collapsing to the ground, with cold sweat ceaselessly pouring from him. As the moonlight waned and petals fell, Tang Zuo's pupils transformed, resembling a boomerang with 3 blades. Xiao Wu glanced around. Realizing he was bound to a cross, Tang Zuo plunged the Kusanagi sword into Xiao Wu's body. Within the realm of Tsukuyami, 3 full days had elapsed. During this time, Xiao Wu endured unimaginable agony, yet to the onlookers, it seemed merely a fleeting moment. They merely witnessed Xiao Wu losing consciousness, oblivious to the events that had transpired. The Susanoo behind Tang Zuo faded away, gently descending. As soon as it landed, Tang Zuo hurriedly rushed towards Ning Rongrong, grasping her shoulders with concern etched upon his face. Rongrong, are you all right? He inquired. Ning Rongrong shyly nodded in response. Tang Zuo exhaled deeply and then approached Xiao Wu. Xiao San, let go. I shall take over. Tang Zuo said. Tang San had more to express, yet he was interrupted by Tang Zuo. A blue aura emanated from Tang Zuo's hand, sweeping over Xiao Wu, who immediately awakened. Chapter 21. Ning Fingji and Chen Xin. Tang Zuo rose to his feet and involuntarily cast a glance at Xiao Wu, feeling somewhat excessive in his actions. Yet, when he turned to Ning Rongrong, he felt justified. After all, who would allow him to bully his dear sister? How dare you? He thought, indignantly. Nevertheless, Xiao Wu was their teacher, and a little suffering was sufficient for him, so Tang Zuo ultimately restored him. This incident served as a wake-up call for Xiao Wu. He would no longer dare to provoke this extraordinary little treasure. Xiao Wu, why didn't you use that move I mentioned? Tang Zuo inquired, turning to Xiao Wu with a gentle tone. I was afraid. I feared it would dirty my feet, she stammered. Everyone turned their gaze toward Xiao Wu, noticing her flushed cheeks, which hinted at a possible secret between the two. A sense of urgency surged within Ning Rongrong and Tang San. Brother, what move are you referring to? Both Tang San and Ning Rongrong asked in unison, their eyes fixed on Tang Zuo. That move is called Rabbit Kicks the Eagle. Tang Zuo pronounced each word distinctly, igniting curiosity among all present. What does Rabbit Kicks the Eagle entail? Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, by sausages. Oscar's voice echoed from a short distance away, met with the disdainful gazes of those around him. Tang Zuo slowly approached Oscar, his icy gaze sending chills down spines. Oscar feared that he had offended this formidable figure, trembling uncontrollably. As Tang Zuo stood before him, the words he intended to utter were swallowed back, and he stumbled backward. The sight of moon reading was utterly repulsive. Ning Rongrong, Tang San, and Xiao Wu hurried over, their concern evident as they gazed at Tang Zuo, with Tang San gently lifting him. Rongrong, Xiao Wu, I shall take my brother to rest, he said. The two nodded, their worry unmistakable. Oscar let out a sigh of relief, then curiously glanced at Xiao Wu. Oh, who is this? A new teacher? Oscar's eyes widened, obscured by his beard, yet brimming with curiosity. Xiao Wu, his face etched with anger, delivered a fierce punch to Oscar, bellowing in fury. The tense atmosphere was lightened by this comical scene, bringing joy to the onlookers. Tang Zuo slowly opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. What on earth? How did I end up in your embrace? Tang Zuo felt an overwhelming sense of surprise and embarrassment. Noticing that Tang Zuo had awakened, Tang San hastily released him. Brother, are you all right? Tang San inquired. Tang Zuo pondered for a moment and said, At present, there is nothing of particular concern, except for teacher Xiao and the mistress. Do you have any idea what I have done? Tang San shook his head at Tang Zuo's eager gaze. I spent 3 days and nights in the illusionary realm stabbing Xiao Wu's, which means I killed him thousands of times within that space. And he felt every bit of it. Upon hearing this, Tang San's pupils constricted sharply, and surprisingly, within his fearful expression lay a hint of satisfaction. Is elder brother not cruel? Little San, are you not displeased? Delighted. Tang Zuo placed his hand on Tang San's shoulder and, with a swift movement, utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to reappear on the already ravaged arena. Little San, brother. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong rushed over upon seeing that Tang Zuo was unharmed. Brother, are you all right? Ning Rongrong's eyes glistened with tears, clearly a reflection of her worry. Oh, do not weep. We have only known each other for a few days. You mustn't cry for me. If you keep crying, I might just pledge my heart to you. Do you believe it? Tang Zuo teased, playfully pinching the charming face of Ning Rongrong. Upon hearing his words, Ning Rongrong immediately ceased her tears. Wow, you really stopped crying. I was wrong. Ning Rongrong murmured, lowering her gaze. Come, let us sing together. G-hu. Cough, cough, all right. Now let us allocate the dormitories. In order to maintain his authority, Xiao Wu cleared his throat twice, due to an influx of new students this year. Both the boys' and girls' dormitories were short one room, necessitating a pair to share accommodations. The 3 girls and 2 boys exchanged glances, and aside from Tang Zuo, all bore expressions of concern. Tang Zuo, seeing Tang San in a predicament, helplessly covered his head and stepped forward. Who could blame me for being your brother? Having such a younger sibling is truly a trial. Tang Zuo's complaint dissipated the awkward anger, leaving only joy in its wake. To be honest, Sasuke's face possesses a unique charm when it comes to jesting. As for the details, refer to Naruto, the path of the ninja. The 3 girls found themselves in a more difficult predicament. Xiao Wu contemplated stepping forward, yet was torn between fearing that Tang San might become jealous and the possibility of being cast aside by Tang Zuo. Zhu Zhuqing seemed unfazed, merely glancing at Ning Rongrong. I shall go, Ning Rongrong announced with a delicate voice, her cheeks already flushed. However, as soon as she stood up, Xiao Wu pulled her back. Rongrong, you mustn't be unaware. If there is anyone else in Tang Zuo's bed, he instinctively tosses them aside while sleeping, Xiao Wu whispered. Ning Rongrong felt puzzled. That cannot be. The night before we arrived at Shrek, we shared a bed, she inquired, bewildered. The group gasped, as if they had stumbled upon earth-shattering news, and crowded around. Ah, no, please don't misunderstand. We had no other hotel options, and that one had only a single room. But wait, how come you weren't scathed? Could it be? Xiao Wu wore a mischievous grin, a smile that sent shivers down Tang Zuo's spine. Tang Zuo, what has this little rascal thought of after all these years? Tang Zuo expressed merely a desire not to deceive Xiao Wu by sharing a bed with her. Within the realm of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Fengji stood upon a high platform, a glass of red wine in hand, his back turned to the entrance. A figure swiftly passed by and ultimately halted at the center. Reporting to the Sect master, the young lady has successfully entered Shrek Academy, the individual declared with a bow. Ning Fengji maintained an inscrutable demeanor, still not glancing at the person. Has anything occurred? He inquired. The young lady spent the night before entering Shrek in a hotel with a man. As the words left their lips, Ning Fengji's expression grew serious, his hand, which had been swirling the wine glass, stilled abruptly, and he clenched it tightly. The glass shattered, scattering shards across the ground, the wine spilling profusely. Tell me about that individual, Ning Fengji commanded. As it happens, Sect master, that man rescued the young lady from 3 lecherous men. He is a 12-year-old spirit master. Ning Fengji inhaled deeply. What did you just say? Are you aware of the consequences of deceiving me? He asked, enunciating each word with a clenched jaw. Sect master. I have concealed nothing. A 12-year-old spirit master? Good heavens. What is his appearance and character like? Ning Fengji now regarded Tang Zuo as a suitor for his daughter, assessing him from a father-in-law's perspective. Certainly, his strength must be formidable. He must be the continent's foremost genius, and should he join the 7-treasure glazed tile school, it would undoubtedly grow even stronger. However, This incident severely cast doubt on Tang Zuo's character. Reporting to the sect master, "That man is quite handsome," the subordinate stammered, a hint of color rising to his cheeks. "And his character?" Ning Fingji pressed on. I believe his character is beyond reproach." "Humph. Then let me see for myself whether he is worthy of Rong Rong." Outside the hall, a white-haired handsome figure descended on a sword, his deep voice betraying his ire. "Sword uncle, please remain calm. Let us wait a moment longer." "Tang Zuo, Rong Rong, what is it that you desire?" "I shall procure it for you." "Rong Rong, I wish for tickets." "Tang Zuo, I implore all esteemed readers, Rong Rong requires support." Chapter 22. A further confrontation with Xiao Wuji. "Xiao Wuji." A deep voice resonated from Tang Hao, causing Xiao Wuji, who was lying in bed contemplating how to deal with Tang San, to shudder. As for why it was Tang San, well, he feared provoking Tang Zuo, knowing he might face repercussions. Xiao Wuji quickly rose to his feet and glanced outside. "Come out." Tang Hao's voice echoed once more, provoking a deep contemplation within Xiao Wuji. Xiao Wuji perceived Tang Hao as a foe reminiscent of those he had previously encountered, perhaps even as a member of the Spirit Hall, and he strode forth with an air of arrogance. "Humph." Having been mercilessly struck by that brat Tang Zuo for 3 days, he was in dire need of a release for his pent-up frustration. Following the source of the voice, Xiao Wuji made his way to the periphery of the Stardo forest. There, he beheld a man with stubble adorning his face, clad in tattered robes. "Humph. Who are you?" "Speak quickly," Xiao Wuji bellowed, pointing an accusatory finger at Tang Hao. Tang Hao initially intended to ask him for a favor, reasoning that the one being punished was himself, not Tang San or Tang Zuo. However, this remark incited a surge of anger within Tang Hao, solidifying his resolve to impart a thorough lesson to Xiao Wuji. Tang Hao let out a cold snort, and 9 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and red gradually materialized, instilling a sense of dread in Xiao Wuji. "Your Majesty, I am at a loss as to where I have offended you," Xiao Wuji thought to himself, wishing fervently that he could endure another 3 days at the hands of Tang Zuo rather than face this title Douluo. "You too, step forward." Tang Hao called out from the forest to the left of Xiao Wuji. Flanders, with a fawning expression, flew over, asking, "What is it? Are you going to save him?" "Don't blame me for letting you two savor my warmth." Tang Hao gazed at the 2 men and replied, Your Excellency Hao Yin, might I inquire where old Zhao has offended you?" Flanders rubbed his hands together as he spoke. "Your Excellency Hao Yin." Xiao Wuji's eyes widened in disbelief. He never imagined that a title Douluo would arrive, let alone someone with the formidable strength to incapacitate the previous pope, as well as the formidable Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo. "You struck the young one, so naturally, the elder seeks justice." "Xiao Wuji, are you not keen to engage?" "I shall refrain from using my martial soul. How about you endure a minute in my grasp?" Upon hearing the mention of the young one being struck, Xiao Wuji and Flanders exchanged a knowing glance, though Xiao Wuji wore a resigned expression. "Your Excellency, you see, it was your son who struck me. I remain perplexed as to why I was trapped in a blood-soaked space for 3 days, Xiao Wuji said, irritation evident as he tapped his fingers. "Ha ha ha ha. I did not expect Zhao to employ moon reading against you. This only intensifies the need for retribution," Tang Hao said, his expression now serious. "Why is that?" Xiao Wuji asked. Zhao possesses only 2 extreme Douluo experience cards, and since you forced him to use one, he has only 1 left for survival. If not you, then whom shall I strike?" Tang Hao replied. "What about you? Do you wish to share in the punishment?" He directed his gaze toward Flanders. "No, that's quite unnecessary." Flanders quickly waved his hands, eager to dissociate himself from Xiao Wuji. You lack integrity." Xiao Wuji scolded Flanders, pointing an accusatory finger. "I go see." "Thank you, Your Excellency," Xiao Wuji said, lying on the ground, battered and gasping for breath. Inside the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong threw the report she held onto the ground in frustration. "Damn it. Explain to me the situation regarding this innate soul power of level 20. Why am I only hearing about this 6 years later?" Bibi Dong glared menacingly at the leader before her. "Why, Your Holiness, 6 years ago, the report regarding Tang Zuo was intercepted by a title Douluo." The leader trembled, as if recalling a harrowing experience. "Then why was there no report upon interception?" Because Nodding City is quite small, and thus the subordinates did not pay it any mind. The discovery this time was merely by chance, the leader stuttered. Bibi Dong's expression was exceedingly grave. Her anger rendered her impervious to any explanation. "By chance? Humph. Find him immediately and inquire if he wishes to join my Spirit Hall." If he declines, eliminate him on the spot. The leader, observing Bibi Dong's fearsome demeanor, retreated tremblingly. In Shrek's dormitory, Ning Rongrong was meticulously drawing boundaries. She drew a line down the middle, delineating the borders. Tang Zuo seized his pen and drew a line on the left side of the double bed. Rongrong, I do not require such a vast space. I have observed your lively slumber. Let this line suffice. Why is there only one bed? This is a makeshift dormitory. What more can you expect? Ning Rongrong nodded with unbridled joy. Although Tang Zuo allocated 2/3 of the bed to her, she still curled up in the corner, fearful of a repeat of the previous incident. The mere thought of that time caused her cheeks to flush with warmth. Tang Zuo glanced at Ning Rongrong, who was curled up in the corner of the bed, and smiled without uttering a word. After approximately an hour, Ning Rongrong lay in a sprawled position on the bed, drooling slightly from the corner of her mouth, deep in slumber, wore an expression of helplessness. What could he do? After all, Ning Rongrong was his sister. At that moment, he suddenly felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. He quickly sat up, blood spurting from his mouth. However, due to his deliberate turn of the head, the blood did not splatter onto Ning Rongrong, but rather landed on the bed between her legs. This morning, Tang Zuo was struck by Xiao Wu, which exacerbated his hidden injuries. Tang Zuo glanced at the peacefully slumbering Ning Rongrong and resolved to change the sheets only when she awoke the following morning. The night swiftly passed. Tang Zuo opened his eyes. As expected, Ning Rongrong was half sprawled across him. Tang Zuo shook his head helplessly, glancing at Ning Rongrong, reluctant to rouse her from her slumber. If only he had a mobile phone, he would have longed to capture this moment in a photograph. Tang Zuo set an alarm clock and then proceeded to the kitchen. Tang Zuo entered the kitchen and encountered the rotund teacher who was preparing to cook. Oh, what brings you here? Xiao Xian inquired, glancing at Tang Zuo with mild surprise. Teacher, I would like to take over the cooking today, Tang Zuo replied. Xiao Xian, intrigued, regarded him thoughtfully and said, very well, then I shall take my leave. With a cheerful demeanor, Xiao Xian exited the kitchen, not out of anticipation for Tang Zuo's culinary skills, but rather due to the delightful prospect of being relieved from the task of cooking for the day. Tang Zuo smiled gently and retrieved a variety of dumplings and noodles from the enchanting collection of where the Jade Maiden teaches to play the Xiao. He first added the hot pot base, followed by soy sauce, garlic, ginger, star anise, dried chili peppers, and an array of other ingredients. Ultimately, a large basin of aromatic and spicy mala tang emerged from the pot. Just as Tang Zuo completed his culinary masterpiece, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Dai Mubai entered the room. Upon seeing Tang Zuo's creation, their eyes immediately sparkled with delight. At last, I can savor the meal prepared by my brother, exclaimed Tang San. Is Tang Zuo's cooking truly exceptional? Dai Mubai inquired with a hint of curiosity. Indeed, it is a feast for the senses, Xiao Wu responded. Meanwhile, in the dormitory, Ning Rongrong gradually opened her eyes, glancing around to find that Tang Zuo had already departed. Realizing her position, she instinctively recalled her actions from the previous day, causing her face to flush crimson. Turning around, she gasped in surprise. Chapter 22. Ma Hongjun tears welled in Ning Rongrong's eyes as she hurriedly dashed out of the dormitory without taking the time to collect herself. With remarkable speed, she raced towards the dining hall, even channeling her soul power. Upon flinging the door open, all eyes turned to her. Tang Zuo gazed at Ning Rongrong, whose eyes were brimming with tears, feeling a profound sense of confusion. He quietly set down his bowl and chopsticks and approached her. What troubles you? He inquired. In response, Ning Rongrong struck him with a swift slap, and tears began to cascade down her cheeks. What have you done to me? She shouted in anger. This left everyone present in a state of bewilderment. They had expected Tang Zuo to react with fury, yet he merely covered his face. Looking at Ning Rongrong with a perplexed expression, can you explain what is happening? Tang Zuo, rather than expressing anger, regarded Ning Rongrong with concern. What about the blood on the bed? Ning Rongrong's face flushed crimson, her veins visibly throbbing. Blood? Oh, that was from a minor injury I sustained during my spar with Teacher Xiao yesterday. I accidentally bled onto the bed. I apologize. I didn't clean it up because I saw you sleeping so soundly, Tang Zuo admitted, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. It seemed that now it was Ning Rongrong's turn to be dumbfounded. Brother, are you saying that it was you who bled? Ning Rongrong asked, astonished. Tang Zuo covered his flushed face and nodded slightly. Yes, I'm sorry, I thought. Ning Rongrong rushed forward to embrace Tang Zuo, gently caressing his injured face. It's all right. Who told you to be my sister? Tang Zuo remarked, placing his hand softly on Ning Rongrong's back. But, sister? Ning Rongrong murmured quietly. What did you say? Tang Zuo inquired. Suddenly, Dai Mubai's laughter erupted, causing everyone to join in the merriment. Ning Rongrong's face turned crimson from her neck to her ears as she buried her face in her hands and sat down. Xiao Wu playfully slapped Ning Rongrong's arm. You're quite something, haha, she exclaimed, her right fist rhythmically striking the table in amusement. If you say that again, I won't talk to you anymore, Ning Rongrong retorted, turning her head away, visibly annoyed. Ning Rongrong gazed at the spicy hot pot before her, her eyes sparkling with delight. It must be said that she truly had a penchant for snacks. She continued to savor the delicious fare, thinking to herself, how could she possibly share such delightful food with anyone else? Is the food from Shrek this delectable? Ning Rongrong pondered aloud as she ate. This was made by my brother, Tang San interjected. Ning Rongrong, taken aback, set down her chopsticks and turned her gaze towards Tang Zuo. Tang Zuo affectionately ruffled Ning Rongrong's hair and said, from now on, whenever you wish to eat, I shall prepare it for you daily. Ning Rongrong, filled with joy, nodded eagerly, eliciting a wave of envy from those around them. Tang Zuo gazed into the fervent eyes of the crowd and said, whenever you wish to dine, I shall prepare a feast for you. Everyone, save for Ning Rongrong, erupted in cheers, while a hint of melancholy clouded Ning Rongrong's expression. Brother, I apologize. I did not mean to. At that moment, she resembled a remorseful little girl, and had Ning Fingji been present, he would undoubtedly have been taken aback. So, what caused your anger? Tang Zuo inquired. I saw the blood on the bed and feared that you had harmed me, she confessed. Tang Zuo's action of drinking water came to an abrupt halt, his cheeks flushed with a sudden rush of color. Although he was known for his straightforward demeanor, it was evident that anyone unable to comprehend the situation at hand would be a fool. Ha 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 ha. Tang Zuo now found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to engage in conversation with her. It was no wonder that Ning Rongrong had struck him. Yet after the incident, she had wept in his embrace, leaving him bewildered by the turn of events. The group soon finished their meal, the delectable flavors of the spicy hot pot leaving not a trace behind. Ning Rongrong playfully patted her slightly rounded belly, jesting, this little belly, it feels as if I'm pregnant. Who could the father be? Suddenly, the impish Xiao Wu appeared behind Ning Rongrong, adding to the jest. Ning Rongrong shot her a glare, exasperated. It's your third brother, all right? Tang Zuo halted his steps, turning back in a daze to glance at Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu. Rongrong, what did you just say? He inquired, his expression one of disbelief. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu stood there, stunned. They were aware of Tang Zuo's forthrightness, yet they were taken aback by its intensity. Please, just let me be. A young girl was being held by the arm by a chubby lad. Suehua, why do you want to break up with me? The chubby boy questioned. I cannot endure you, Suehua replied, her face flushing a deep crimson. I don't care, if that's the case. You must go out with me again. The chubby boy stubbornly clung to Suehua's hand, refusing to release his grip. Xiao Wu, witnessing this scene, was incensed and strode forward. Hey, the blue-faced Dalton thief, the shameless chubby boy in red. Battle of Changsha laughter erupted from the group behind Xiao Wu, inciting the chubby boy's fury. Upon witnessing the chubby boy's potential aggression, Tang San instinctively positioned himself in front of Xiao Wu, yet he could not suppress his laughter. Hey, you, haha, you forcibly seize maidens, haha. Today, I shall rid the world of your menace. With that, Xiao Wu collapsed onto the ground, laughing uncontrollably. And even Tang San could not help but join in the mirth. Ning Rongrong was unable to contain her laughter, and even Suehua succumbed to the infectious joy. However, the chubby boy's expression gradually darkened, his brow furrowing in displeasure. Phoenix, embody. The mention of the word phoenix took everyone by surprise, save for Tang Zuo. In a flash of crimson light, feathers sprouted from the boy's hands, and a plume of feathers erupted from behind him. Aha! Is this not a mere chicken? One could not help but exclaim. Indeed, Xiao Wu, in her rabbit form, was genuinely amusing. Who are you calling a mere chicken? I'm a phoenix. The chubby boy roared, as two yellow soul rings rose gracefully, their brilliant radiance nearly blinding. Who do you claim to be? Tang San and Tang Zuo spoke with a grave tone, each word deliberate. It seemed that their greatest vulnerabilities were their companions and their fathers. Thus unfolds a tale of two father-obsessed individuals. Tang Zuo unleashed his martial spirit, and in his overwhelming excitement, inadvertently released his soul pressure. For ebony soul rings ascended gracefully, immediately overwhelming the chubby boy, who found himself in an intimate encounter with the ground. Before I could finish my words, The chubby boy had already made contact with the earth. At that moment, Suehua intervened, anxiously exclaiming, "Please, stop fighting. Ma Hongjun is a good person." Tang Zuo was taken aback for a moment, then promptly withdrew his martial spirit. Upon witnessing this, Suehua hurriedly comforted Ma Hongjun. "What is going on with you all?" Tang Zuo inquired. I simply cannot endure him," Suehua replied, her face flushed, before dashing out. Daimu Bai approached slowly, observing the scene. "Fatty, what happened? Even Suehua can't stand you?" he asked with a hint of mockery. "Happy Dragon Boat Festival. Today is the Dragon Boat Festival, and I wish everyone joy and prosperity. May your days be as splendid as the winds of fortune, and may the harvest be bountiful. Don't forget to support us with your votes and early sign-ups. Haha, if anyone has spare votes, we would be immensely grateful." Chapter 23, Heartfelt Longing, a Lamenting Tune. Ma Hongjun nodded sorrowfully, on the verge of tears. "Daimu Bai, what on earth is happening?" Tang Zuo stepped forward to ask. Daimu Bai awkwardly scratched his head and glanced at Ma Hongjun. "Oh, you can still blush. Should I speak, or will you?" Feeling slightly bashful under Daimu Bai's teasing gaze, Ma Hongjun quietly replied, "You can go ahead." "Oh, ha ha ha. Let me explain then. Ma Hongjun possesses a mutated martial spirit, which you are aware of, right?" The others nodded in acknowledgement, and Tang Zuo recalled the purple silvergrass and Luo San Pao. Intrigued. In fact, everyone in Ma Hongjun's village has non-aggressive poultry as their martial spirits, but his has mutated into a grass chicken. At this moment, Daimu Bai appeared as an erudite scholar. "It is a phoenix, not a grass chicken," Ma Hongjun retorted angrily. "How does this relate to what he did earlier?" Tang San queried. Well, Ma Hongjun's martial spirit has some flaws due to its mutation. The flames it conjures are malevolent, thus rendering that aspect particularly potent. Can he control the malevolent flames? Ma Hongjun awkwardly waved his hand in dismissal. After hearing Daimu Bai's explanation, all present turned crimson, even the typically stoic Tang Zuo. Although Tang Zuo is straightforward, he is certainly not foolish. It would be quite naive to assume otherwise given the context. "Then he will surely bring misfortune to young women," Xiao Wu remarked, her cheeks flushed. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun immediately took offense. How can that be considered misfortune? It is a mutual desire. Xiao Wu was momentarily rendered speechless. However, Tang Zuo recalled the exquisite items he had previously gathered in the Star Doe Forest, the coxcomb phoenix flower, the 8-petal fairy orchid, the marvelous celestial chrysanthemum, the longing water, the fragrant Chi Luo fairy product, the ice fairy jade skinbone, the Chi Luo tulip, and the heartbreak red. Coupled with the Chi Luo tulip and heartbreak red he had acquired long ago in the system, he possessed 2 precious beads. As for the location of their gathering, it was naturally through the exchange of soul coins within the system for the ice and fire dual eyes. "I have a solution," Tang Zuo proclaimed. All eyes turned toward him. "What? Is that true?" Ma Hongjun exclaimed with great delight, promptly stepping forward to grasp Tang Zuo's shoulders with both hands. Tang Zuo said nothing. He simply retrieved a crimson herb from the passage where the jade person teaches the flute. Upon seeing the herb, Tang San's pupils constricted sharply. "Brother, this is the coxcomb phoenix flower." The last few words escaped Tang San's lips almost as a shout, his astonishment directed at Tang Zuo. The others gazed at the two in bewilderment, their confusion palpable. "Brother, where did you acquire this?" Tang San inquired, resembling a predator, his desire unmistakably evident. All right. Xiao San, you all have it, you all do," Tang Zuo replied slowly, observing Tang San, who was already drooling with anticipation. Tang Zuo once again summoned the enchanting melody of the flute, revealing 9 exquisite herbs from within. Among these 9 herbs, 2 were identical, namely the heartbreak red and the silk road tulip. The crowd remained in a state of bewilderment, yet Tang San, with his discerning eye, was rendered speechless with excitement. For these were indeed celestial-grade herbs, their rarity beyond question. "Brother, could you enlighten me on their origin?" Tang San inquired. "Naturally. They come from the eye of ice and fire," Tang Zuo replied. "Third brother, are these herbs truly precious?" Xiao Wu asked. Tang San took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult of excitement within him, and remarked, "These are all celestial-grade herbs. If consumed, they can at least what?" The crowd inquired eagerly. "They can elevate one's spirit power by 7 levels, Tang San replied. The gazes of the onlookers shifted from Tang Zuo and Tang San to the herbs, their mouths watering with anticipation. However, it is advisable to consume them only after reaching the rank of soul ancestor. Otherwise, it may be somewhat inappropriate, Tang San cautioned. This addition by the author is necessary. Otherwise, the acquisition of soul rings would become exceedingly challenging. Despite this, The astonishment of the group remained palpable. Tang Zuo, who had originally kept his mouth shut, opened it. Rong, come here for a moment. Hearing Tang Zuo's words, Ning Rong blushed slightly and jogged over. Tang Zuo sat on the ground, picking up a delicate kira tulip, gesturing for Ning Rong to take a seat. Blushing, Ning Rong complied amidst the disdainful gazes of those around her. Tang Zuo, under the gaze of all, delicately placed the exquisite kira tulip into Rong's hair. The already ethereal beauty of Ning Rong was now further enhanced, radiating an irresistible charm. What are you doing? Ning Rong's cheeks, initially a soft pink, now blushed a deep crimson. Rong, this kira tulip can elevate the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda to the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda. As soon as the words were spoken, a chorus of gasps erupted from everyone except Tang Zuo. With a newfound determination, Ning Rong, her shy demeanor transformed, rushed forward to embrace Tang Zuo, planting a gentle kiss upon his right cheek like a little bird. In that moment, Tang Zuo was utterly taken aback. He felt his body temperature rising, his heart racing, and his pulse quickening incessantly. Was taken aback by Ning Rong's sudden gesture, leaving him utterly flustered. Rong, you, I, dear, face, siblings, I. The onlookers erupted into laughter at his bewilderment. Ning Rong, blushing, cast a shy glance at Tang Zuo before dashing back. The teasing sounds continued to resonate from the group. Even Yu Xiaogang, who had arrived unnoticed, joined in the playful commotion. This only added to Tang Zuo's embarrassment. Attempting to stand and move, he was oblivious to the fact that his movements were clumsy and awkward. Meanwhile, the others were astonished to witness the normally straightforward Tang Zuo displaying a rare shyness. Aha! Brother, he turned bashful. Xiao Wu exclaimed, pointing at Tang Zuo, doubled over in laughter on the ground. With a playful demeanor, Xiao San approached Ning Rong, saying, Hello, sister-in-law. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Ning Rong, akin to a jubilant little Hinata, nearly swooned from the excitement. Tang Zuo gazed at Tang San with a sense of melancholy, yet he discovered that, surprisingly, he harbored no aversion towards Tang San's actions. Rather, there was an unspoken admiration for the skill displayed. The laughter resonated for approximately 5 minutes, before Tang Zuo, incensed, called out, Ma Hongjun. Startled, Ma Hongjun's sturdy frame quivered, nearly causing him to topple over. Tang Zuo entrusted the Phoenix Rooster-Crowned Sunflower to Ma Hongjun, assuring him that once absorbed, it would render him unaffected. Under Ma Hongjun's profoundly grateful gaze, he presented the exquisite Chiluo Yuxiang celestial delicacy in the Changchun autumn water to Tang San. In the face of Dai Mubai's astonished expression, he bestowed upon him the wondrous Qirong Tong Tian chrysanthemum. Subsequently, he gifted the ice fairy jade skin bone to Yu Xiaogang. Fatefully, he handed one of the heartbroken acacia red flowers to Xiao Wu. He also offered another Chiluo Yujingxiang to Rong, but she declined, citing that she already possessed one. However, Tang Zuo insisted, invoking the reason of his father, Ning Fengji, to press it upon Ning Rong. At that moment, Ning Rong was overwhelmed with tears. She could not comprehend why this person, whom she had only just met, could be so extraordinarily kind to her, nor could she fathom the reasons behind it. Tang San was profoundly astonished at the sight of the heartfelt red flower in Xiao Wu's hand. Sister Xiao Wu. Chapter 24. Heartfelt Red. The song ends, but the people remain. Part 2. Tang Zuo extended his right hand, interrupting Tang San's words. Hold on, he said. Though I may be somewhat oblivious to matters of the heart, I can still discern the bond between you and Xiao Wu. Moreover, this is beneficial for her. The lingering blush on Tang Zuo's face rendered him slightly endearing. Upon hearing those words, Tang San found himself at a loss for what to say. To deny it would mean risking the possibility that Tang Zuo's speculation was accurate, thus jeopardizing the latter half of his life. Yet, to affirm it could lead to profound disappointment. Brother, what exactly is this heartbreak red? Xiao Wu inquired, her delicate eyes wide with curiosity, blinking in an endearing manner, exuding an air of intrigue. The tale of Heartbreak Red is a poignant one. In a distant past, there was a youth of serene disposition, who cherished tending to flowers and nurturing plants. His garden was a tapestry of vibrant blue lotuses, fragrant lilies, and myriad blossoms. He often composed verses in praise of the flowers and raised his cup to the moon, but when faced with the fallen petals of his beloved blooms, he was enveloped in sorrow, gathering the remnants to bury them, weeping profusely. It is said that true love can move the heavens. His profound affection for flowers stirred the heart of the celestial flower fairy, who secretly became his wife. Their union was one of bliss. Alas, Such joy was fleeting. The gods, upon discovering their bond, were incensed, declaring that mortals and immortals should not intermingle, and commanded the flower fairy to return to the divine realm. Since losing his beloved, the youth lamented endlessly, shrouded in melancholy, neglecting his floral duties, leading to a desolate garden overrun by weeds. One day, an elderly man with white hair appeared before him, revealing that the white peony he cherished was the embodiment of his wife. He was told that if he were to destroy the flower, the fairy would lose her celestial form and descend to the mortal realm to reunite with him. However, he must never forsake the flowers. With that, the old man transformed into a gentle breeze and vanished, awakened to his folly. The youth deeply regretted his prior neglect of the blossoms. He tended to them with great care, yet, despite his love for his wife, he could not bring himself to destroy the peony. Instead, he lavished even more affection upon it, weeping day and night until his tears ran dry and his heart was shattered by longing. Ultimately, in his final moments, he bled onto the petals of the flower. Upon observing the perplexity of those around him, Tang Zuo recounted the poignant tale of the heartbreak red. The audience, moved by his narrative, felt an overwhelming sense of empathy. Additionally, there exists a prerequisite for the absorption of the heartbreak red. Taking a deep breath, Tang San appeared to have resolved upon something significant. What is the condition? Inquired Ningrongrong, her curiosity piqued. Firstly, when one seeks to pluck the flower, one must harbor thoughts of their beloved, with utmost sincerity. It is essential to expel a drop of blood onto the petals, should there be any wavering of intent, even if one were to bleed to death. The flower would remain unharvested. Once plucked, as long as it remains near its master, it shall never wither. The stone beneath the flower is named Wujua, and should one attempt to destroy it forcefully, the essence of the heartbreak red would be utterly lost. Then, brother, how did you manage to pluck it? Ningrongrong asked, covering her delicate mouth in surprise, as if ready to weep should Tang Zuo fail to provide a satisfactory answer. Her inquiry struck a chord deep within Tang Zuo, reigniting the curiosity of all present. Tang Zuo gazed at Ningrongrong with a mournful glance, feeling a sense of helplessness. Tang Zuo glared fiercely at Tang San, as if to say that even if you are my brother or sister, I shall not spare you. This left Tang San feeling quite apprehensive. Wait a moment, why is Rongrong so anxious? Could it be that she fears I might confront the Spirit Hall and the Seven Treasure glazed tile school with weapons drawn? Tang Zuo pondered inwardly. Rongrong, allow me to clarify. It was not my doing. It was my father who picked it, not I. He gestured towards Ningrongrong, speaking hastily. Ningrongrong's previously sorrowful gaze softened considerably. She felt somewhat taken aback by Tang Zuo's anxious explanation. Could it be that he harbors feelings for me? Ningrongrong found herself ensnared in one of life's great illusions, or perhaps it was not an illusion at all. As this thought crossed her mind, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she, equally flustered, waved her hand at Tang Zuo. Brother, I misunderstood you. I apologize, Ningrongrong said. Tang Zuo felt increasingly at a loss. He certainly couldn't admit that he had retrieved it from the system. The others, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but stifle their laughter. Tang San looked solemnly at Tang Zuo and said, Brother, could you share with me the story of our mother? Tang San, upon hearing Tang Zuo mention Tang Hao, could no longer remain seated. The prospect of news potentially related to his mother stirred him even further. Tang Zuo's expression gradually became serious. Little San, this is not the right time yet. Trust me, you will understand in due course, Tang Zuo said slowly. Tang San understood that Tang Zuo's words were grounded in reason. He was not a person oblivious to the intricacies of the matter. Brother, do I really have to absorb it? Xiao Wu inquired. Come with me, Xiao Wu, Tang Zuo replied, immediately standing up and walking towards the rear of a modest dwelling. Xiao Wu glanced at Tang San, shyly nodded, and followed him. Xiao Wu, you are a 10,000-year soul beast in human form, aren't you? Tang Zuo closed his eyes and stated. Xiao Wu took 2 steps back. Brother, how did you know? Her expression darkened, fearing Tang Zuo would cast her away. This heartbreak red can conceal the aura of a soul beast. Give it a try. I have witnessed the bond between you and Little San, Tang San said, gazing at Xiao Wu with a gentle smile. To be honest, Xiao Wu was taken aback. At that moment, tears welled in her eyes. When Tang Zuo first mentioned the 10,000-year soul beast, Xiao Wu had already steeled herself for the possibility of leaving her companions, or even facing death. Tang Zuo returned to the location of their companions with Xiao Wu. Tang San glanced at the teary-eyed Xiao Wu, who promptly leaped into his embrace. Ningrongrong observed this scene with a pang of envy. She too harbored feelings for Tang San, yet why could she not express them in such a manner? Determined, Xiao Wu fixed her gaze upon the heartbreak red flower, releasing a pure stream of blood. As this crimson essence met the heartbreak red, it emitted a soft, glowing radiance, a vibrant red, starkly contrasting with Tang San's dark and sinister hues. In her heart, the image of Tang San gradually materialized, his fist clenched tightly, revealing his palpable tension to anyone who cared to notice. Within Xiao Wu's mind, Tang San's figure resembled a progress bar, as a blue light surged upward from her feet. When this azure glow enveloped his entire form, the outer petals of the heartbreak red began to wither. The crimson light gradually faded, and the heartbreak red transformed into a new blossom. This iteration of the heartbreak red could no longer be merely described as beautiful. Tang San, whose hands had once been tightly clenched, gradually relaxed as he approached Xiao Wu, enveloping her in his embrace and gently pressing a kiss upon her forehead. Xiao Wu's face blossomed into a shade reminiscent of a ripe tomato, a delightful contrast to Tang San's eggshell complexion. "Xiao Wu, embrace it," Tang Zuo remarked. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Ning Rongrong silently lowered her head, lost in her thoughts. "No, this is the fruit of my love with Brother San," Xiao Wu resolved, as she carefully tucked away the heart-wrenching red of longing. Tang Zuo helplessly pressed his forehead, gazing at another blooming acacia flower. Chapter 25, The Acacia's Heartache. Yet the melody lingers on. Tang Zuo picked up another bloom of the heartbreak red flower and gazed at Tang San. "Little San, can a single person make two heartbreak reds blossom?" he inquired with a serious expression. "No," Tang San shook his head, then shifted his gaze to Xiao Wu. "Alas, it seems there is no way," Tang Zuo sighed. "System, how much would it cost to make the heartbreak red blossom with essence blood?" He pondered silently. "Host, this essence blood is quite precious. I require 3,000 soul coins," the system replied, a yellow-haired youth extending his fingers to signify the number 3. "How many do I currently possess?" Tang Zuo asked. "Precisely 29.99 points," the system responded with a playful tone. Hehehe. Tang Zuo stared at the system, feeling utterly helpless, unsure of how to proceed. "Host, since you cannot afford it, why not use your own?" the system suggested, clapping its fan and leaning forward with a smile. "Me? Huh, don't make me laugh. I lack a love that is unwavering," Tang Zuo retorted, clasping his hands behind his head and gripping his clothing tightly. "Host, you are straightforward, but I am not. You can discern the feelings between Xiao Wu and Tang San. Yet you believe I cannot perceive your feelings for Ning Rongrong? With how frequently you mention Rongrong, do you truly think of her as nothing more than a sister?" The system scrutinized Tang Zuo with a paternal gaze, leaving him with a sense of being seen through. "Hey, system, you're not watching me all the time, are you?" Tang Zuo's expression darkened as he sought to change the subject. "Humph, of course not. At least not when you're in the restroom." "Well, I did peek then." "So what?" The system raised its head proudly. If Tang Zuo were aware that the system had a feminine persona, he would likely retaliate. "Sigh, you know what, forget it." "I'll give it a try," Tang Zuo conceded with a shake of his head. Brother. Tang Zuo opened his eyes, gazing at Ning Rongrong, whose right hand was waving before him, her expression one of bewilderment. The loose skirt she wore revealed glimpses of spring's charm. "Hiss," Tang Zuo instinctively recoiled, swiftly diverting his gaze. "What is the matter with you?" Ning Rongrong inquired with a hint of confusion. "Nothing, just lost in thought," Tang Zuo replied. Tang Zuo turned his gaze towards Yu Xiaogang and then to Daimao Bai. "Qing, why don't you and Boss Dai give this heartbreak red a try?" There was a hint of probing in Tang Zuo's tone. Daimao Bai cast an excited glance at Yu Xiaogang, but he was met with her indifference. "I have nothing to do with him," Yu Xiaogang stated flatly. Sighing in resignation, Tang Zuo decided to take matters into his own hands. "Then I shall try it myself," he declared. Everyone looked at Tang Zuo with confusion, and Ning Rongrong's complexion even turned pale. Xiao Wu puffed out her cheeks, seemingly wanting to defend Ning Rongrong. "Brother, how are you going to try? When did you ever have someone you fancied?" Tang San asked, staring at Tang Zuo in bewilderment. Tang Zuo scratched his head, uncertain of how to respond. Tang Zuo's face flushed slightly as he furtively cast a glance at Ning Rongrong, subsequently feigning nonchalance by whistling absent-mindedly. "Well, I just want to confirm, if I succeed, would it be acceptable to inform you?" Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong felt a surge of emotions, tears welling in her eyes yet refusing to fall. She was at a loss, caught in a state of bittersweet confusion. It should have been a joyous occasion for Tang Zuo to find someone he cherished, yet it was complicated by the fact that Ning Rongrong harbored feelings for him. Alas. Tang Zuo infused his soul power into his hands and gently tapped his chest. A mouthful of fresh blood was spat upon the crimson flower of longing. Instantly, a brilliant radiance erupted forth. Deep within Tang Zuo's heart, the silhouette of a girl emerged, a girl with shoulder-length hair, adorned in a delicate pink dress that evoked a sense of princess-like elegance, aptly described by the phrase. Similar to the earlier scene with Xiao Wu. A cerulean progress bar ascended from beneath her feet. Ultimately, a radiant blue enveloped her entire figure. The blossomed. Onlookers gazed in astonishment at the blooming flowers of. Their hearts overwhelmed with indescribable shock. Tears of joy streamed down Ning Rongrong's cheeks. She felt an urge to turn and flee. Yet an instinctual sense of anticipation lingered within her, despite the belief that it was utterly impossible. Nevertheless, this feeling of expectation proved to be inescapable. Tang Zuo was taken aback himself, for he had not anticipated that the system's words were indeed true. Tang Zuo glanced at Ning Rongrong, noticing his gaze. Ning Rongrong hastily wiped away her tears. She could no longer contain herself and longed to find a secluded place to weep freely. Just as she turned and took a couple of steps, a brilliant flash of golden light erupted from where Tang Zuo stood. Tang Zuo appeared behind Ning Rongrong, firmly grasping her hand. Under the astonished gazes of those around them, Tang Zuo, filled with both tenderness and joy, pulled her back. Ning Rongrong, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, felt someone tug at her. And then she found herself enveloped in the embrace of a person who offered her a profound sense of security. She lifted her gaze, staring at Tang Zuo's captivating face, and in astonishment covered her mouth, which was already dampened by tears. Tang Zuo gently wiped away the tears glistening on Ning Rongrong's face. Brother, why do you still care about me when you already have someone you like? Ning Rongrong's tears flowed incessantly. Apart from these two, everyone else had recovered from their earlier shock and began to laugh, perhaps reminiscent of a proud aunt who sees her son finding a girlfriend. Ning Rongrong, witnessing their laughter, felt a sense of bewilderment. Brother. Just as she was about to speak, she realized Tang Zuo had kissed her. Initially taken aback. She soon blushed deeply, her face turning as red as a ripe tomato, as if she might faint at any moment. After a brief pause, Tang Zuo pulled away. Rongrong. I like you. If you do not feel the same, you may strike me, and I shall not resist. Tang Zuo closed his eyes, bracing himself for the impending blows. Brother, are you truly serious? Ning Rongrong inquired with delight. Tang Zuo gradually opened his eyes, only to discover that the anticipated slap had not materialized. Instead, he was greeted by a remark. Of course. Have you not noticed that the crimson blossoms of longing and heartache have already bloomed? The crowd, observing Tang Zuo's flushed face and his flustered demeanor, erupted into even louder laughter, delighting in the display of affection between the two. Daimubai gazed at Zhu Shiqing with an expression of pitiful charm. Zhu Shiqing merely snorted in disdain before turning her head away with a haughty air. Tang San affectionately stroked Xiao Wu's hair as she nestled in his embrace, a blush gracing her cheeks. Why aren't you little monsters attending class? Engaging in a romantic rendezvous here? Xiao Wujia's voice thundered as he approached, shattering the tender atmosphere. Chapter 26. Oscar's heartbreak quickly now. Are there really that many young couples these days? Zhao Wujie coughed twice, suppressing his inner envy and jealousy, casting a fierce glare at the group. The once sweet Tang Zuo and Ning Rongrong, upon hearing his words, immediately drew apart. Rongrong, would you be with me? Tang Zuo gently held Ning Rongrong's hand, speaking as they walked. No, Ning Rongrong replied, casting a pitiful glance at Tang Zuo. Tang Zuo's heart felt as though it were being cleaved by a blade. His once bright smile gradually faded, replaced by a somber expression. It is you who should be with me, Ning Rongrong remarked with a smile. The weather transitioned from overcast to clear once more. Xiao Wu and Tang San found themselves in a similar predicament, yet just as the two were drawing closer, Tang Zhe approached Xiao Wu, presenting her with the heartbreak red. Xiao Wu, please absorb this. Otherwise, you may find my gaze continuously wandering towards Ning Rongrong. Irritated, Ning Rongrong approached, her expression adorably pleading yet tinged with a hint of grievance. Brother, why? She inquired, her voice laced with a sense of unfairness. Tang Zuo chuckled softly as he tenderly stroked Ning Rongrong's delicate hair, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Rongrong, if our love were to fade into a melancholic longing, would it cease to be love? Of course it would, Ning Rongrong replied. Then, Rongrong, this item is truly beneficial for Xiao Wu. May I offer it to her? Tang Zuo said slowly. It seemed that Ning Rongrong sensed the tenderness in his tone, and she shyly nodded in agreement. Brother, are you truly willing to give this to me? Xiao Wu exclaimed in disbelief, taken aback by the unexpected kindness of her brother, who had always treated her so well. Tang San was taken aback, yet he soon found solace in the realization. Tang San regarded Tang Zuo with a sense of understanding, having long perceived his brother's fondness for both sisters and brothers alike. Here you go, Xiao Wu, this is a token of my goodwill, Tang San said. Xiao Wu nodded with delight and promptly stowed away the heartbroken red. You rascals, cease your flirtations. Have pity on me, old Zhao, at my age. I have yet to even hold a woman's hand, Xiao Wujie lamented, a handkerchief clenched in his teeth, his expression one of despair. Why not call him Little Bear Blind? Xiao Wu mused softly. Xiao Wujie shot her a fierce glare and retorted, What did you say? Nothing, nothing at all. Xiao Wu quickly waved her hands, feigning ignorance. Daimu Bai stepped forward, placing a hand on Xiao Wujie's shoulder. Teacher Xiao, do you think Tang Zuo and Ning Rongrong are a suitable match? Daimu Bai inquired with a playful smile. At this, both Ning Rongrong and Tang Zuo fixed their piercing gazes upon Daimu Bai, their eyes brimming with menace, causing him to shiver slightly. Do you wish to hear the truth? Just as the crowd anticipated Xiao Wujie's response, a man with a face resembling a shoe sole approached. Ah, you are that scheming merchant, Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise. Ma Hongjun leaned closer, curiosity piqued by the source of the voice. Principal Flanders, he called out. Except for Ma Hongjun, Daimu Bai, and Tang Zuo, the rest of the assembly displayed expressions of astonishment. Is he not the one who claimed he only accepts monsters? Xiao Wu pointed at Principal Flanders and shouted. Indeed, though the principal has numerous flaws, he possesses merits as well, Daimu Bai acknowledged with a nod. Xiao Wu's face reflected disbelief, her skepticism directed at Flanders, her expression darkening. Just him, she muttered with a hint of derision. Tang Zuo smiled silently. Brother, what do you think of this, Dean? Ning Rongrong playfully inquired, swinging her arm around Tang Zuo's. System, generate the attribute panel for Flander. Name, Flander codename, one of the Golden Iron Triad Martial Soul, all soul power, level 78 strength. 5, 8 soul power points speed. 7, 4 soul power points spirit power. 4 soul power points soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black. Black. Tang Zuo gently brushed his index finger across Ning Rongrong's nose. A faint smile gracing his lips. Dean Flander is indeed a soul sage of level 78. Upon hearing this, Flander displayed an expression of surprise, while the newcomers to Shrek were utterly astonished. Ah, my apologies for my tardiness. A striking figure approached, a handsome young man with white hair and alluring peach blossom eyes. It must be said that he was undeniably handsome, albeit slightly less so than Tang Zuo. Yet, in terms of sheer attractiveness, he surpassed Daimu Bai. However, the underlying lecherous aura he exuded was unmistakable. Who is this? Tang San and the others gazed at the newcomer in astonishment. I'm Oscar. Is it merely because of a mustache that you fail to recognize me? Surely my handsomeness has left you speechless, Oscar declared with pride, combing his hair as he reveled in their surprise. Little Oscar, what prompted you to shave? Daimu Bai inquired. Oscar's grooming did not cease. Well, since we have ladies present, I must leave a good impression. He raised an eyebrow and replied. And whom might you be pursuing? Daimu Bai chuckled softly. Oscar turned his head defiantly. Boss Dai. My affections lie with Rongrong. Do not attempt to steal her from me. Upon hearing this, Daimu Bai's heart sank. Ah, little Oscar, I advise you to abandon such thoughts. She is already in a confirmed relationship with Tang Zuo, he said awkwardly. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Oscar became petrified. As if he had cracked open like the crystal ball Tang Zuo had shattered, with a resounding pop. Tang Zuo, I regarded you as a friend. Yet you aspire to be a mistress? Tang San, what on earth? Oscar immediately quailed under Tang Zuo's seemingly lethal gaze. Turning to Ning Rongrong, he discovered that her attention was entirely fixated on Tang Zuo's handsome visage. In that moment, Oscar realized the truth. He could not measure up to Tang Zuo. At merely 12 years of age, Tang Zuo was already a soul master, while Oscar felt utterly unqualified. In terms of appearance, Tang Zuo surpassed him, and his age was more fitting for Ning Rongrong. Furthermore, he possessed the ability to protect her. Sighing deeply, Oscar resigned himself to the reality. Oscar, author. You must grant me a more suitable match. Author, certainly, it shall be arranged. Ahem, I must remind you all that we are still present. Flanders and Xiao Wujin interjected with a cough. Daimu Bai, step forward and enlighten them on the rules of Shrek Academy, Flanders instructed. Daimu Bai approached, casting a sweeping glance over the assembly, and cleared his throat. Our rules at Shrek are few. Firstly, there shall be no lewdness, abduction, or pillaging, and secondly, do not shy away from trouble. A soul master who fears conflict is not worthy of the title. Daimu Bai asserted gravely. Flanders stepped forward to add, indeed. This is our sole rule at Shrek. Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with mischief as she turned to Ma Hongjun, inquiring, have you perhaps violated the second rule? The group exchanged glances and burst into laughter, amused by the exchange between the two. Meanwhile, Tang Zuo and Ning Rongrong were blissfully engrossed in their romantic reverie. Ma Hongjun felt a surge of anger, a fiery wrath surging within him, pointing an accusatory finger at Xiao Wu but unable to articulate his thoughts. Ahem, Hongjun. That is simply your constitution, Flanders remarked. And what of Daimubai? Zhu Xuqing asked. This time, Flanders found himself at a loss for words. While Daimubai felt exceedingly awkward. Zhu Qing, you see, Daimubai could only lament his plight. Zhu Xuqing huffed, casting a disappointed glance at him. Ahem. On the first day of classes, there is but one task at hand, Flanders teased, capturing everyone's attention. Curious gazes turned toward him. You must eat Oscar's sausage. The revelation struck everyone like a bolt, the atmosphere turning monochrome. Dean, must we really eat it? Xiao Wu protested, her voice tinged with dismay. No, you must. When you are outside, you will sometimes have to consume insects, rats, and even snakes, Flanders declared with an air of authority. How could this be? Xiao Wu pointed her finger, her expression pleading. Well, I have eaten insects, rats, and snakes before, Tang Zuo admitted bashfully, scratching his head. Gasps of astonishment erupted from all, including Flanders, as they turned to stare at Tang Zuo. Ning Rongrong's eyes even reflected a hint of concern. Flanders had intended merely to encourage the others to partake. But he was taken aback by Tang Zuo's revelation. Ahem, did you hear that? Look at him, a 12-year-old at level 48. Now look at yourselves. Eat up. Despite his words, the group remained reluctant. Tang Zuo took a step forward, but was halted by Ning Rongrong's delicate white hand. Rongrong, what troubles you? Ning Rongrong seemed to muster her courage, raising her hands and shaking them downward, reluctantly moving ahead. A glance at Oscar's lewd expression made her feel even more disgusted. I have a big sausage. And I have a little sausage, Oscar boasted, revealing a red sausage and a small white one in his hands. As Ning Rongrong, eyes closed, reached out to take one. Someone pulled her back. Rongrong, don't take his, choose mine instead, Tang Zuo said with an innocent smile. In an instant, Ning Rongrong's face turned crimson. And the faces of others also flushed with color. Zhu Xuqing remarked, Humph, men. Tang Zuo gazed blankly at the group, scratching his head in confusion. He then retrieved an energy sausage from the system space. What are you all thinking? It's just an energy sausage. Why such a dramatic reaction? He remarked. The faces of the others turned pale, and Zhu Xuqing nonchalantly uttered, Heh, Daimubai. Ning Rongrong playfully tapped Tang Zuo, her voice filled with excitement as she exclaimed. You are quite mischievous. I like it very much. Tang Zuo was now utterly bewildered. Flander and Zhao Wujin were doubled over with laughter. Ning Rongrong snatched a sausage and began to eat it. As soon as she took a bite, she felt a surge of immense energy rushing into her dantian. To her astonishment, she discovered that her long-stagnant soul power had actually broken through. Ning Rongrong looked at Tang Zuo in surprise. Brother, this sausage. I've leveled up, she exclaimed in shock. As her words hung in the air, everyone immediately turned their gaze toward the two. Indeed, this is an energy sausage, however. Its effects are only beneficial the first time one consumes it. Thus, this lesson on Oscar's sausages transformed into a lesson on Tang Zuo's sausages. Oscar was left in despair. Tang Zuo and Tang San were strolling along the path, engrossed in a discussion about soul power and related matters. Just as their conversation reached a fervent peak, Ning Rongrong approached them at a brisk pace, hesitant and unsure of how to begin. She clenched her fists and pondered for a moment, yet ultimately summoned the courage to speak. Third brother, I would like to discuss something with you, Ning Rongrong said. Upon hearing this, Tang Zuo felt a twinge of disappointment, yet he managed to smile faintly. He understood that Ning Rongrong sought Tang San not for any other reason, but rather for the hidden weapons and the 7 treasure glazed tile school, which still left him with a sense of melancholy. Tang Zuo released the arm resting on Tang San's shoulder, turned, and walked away, waving his hand. You all carry on. I shall return to the dormitory first. Rongrong. Do hurry, Tang Zuo remarked. Noticing Tang Zuo's sigh, Ning Rongrong assumed he was feeling jealous and hurriedly followed after him. Brother. I sought out Sangu specifically regarding the matter of the hidden weapons, Ning Rongrong said. Tang Zuo affectionately ruffled Ning Rongrong's hair and said, I understand. Go ahead. Ning Rongrong nodded and then approached Tang San. Sangu, could you possibly sell me some of your hidden weapons? As you know, the disciples of the 7 treasure glazed tile school lack offensive abilities. With newfound courage, Ning Rongrong lifted her gaze to Tang San. Haha, it's no trouble at all. After all, you are my sister-in-law. Hidden weapons? A mere trifle, Tang San replied nonchalantly, which eased Ning Rongrong's anxiety. However, as the implication settled in, her face flushed crimson. Why you? Who is your sister-in-law? Ning Rongrong exclaimed indignantly. Isn't it you? Tang San inquired, puzzled. After a moment's reflection, Ning Rongrong realized that she indeed held the title of Tang San's sister-in-law. Yes. After parting ways, Ning Rongrong returned to her dormitory while Tang San headed to the girls' dormitory to find Xiao Wu. Tang San gently knocked on the door. Upon opening it, he was met by Zhu Zhuqing, who cast him a fleeting glance before summoning Xiao Wu. The two of them then gracefully danced into the small grove under the moonlight. It was indeed a moment of unexpected spontaneity. Xiao Wu requested Tang San to massage her legs and then to comb her hair. Eventually, they nestled together and succumbed to slumber. The scene shifts to Tang Zuo. Ning Rongrong quietly opened the door and discovered Tang was seated on the bed, patiently awaiting her arrival. Brother, what are you doing? Ning Rongrong inquired. I am waiting for you, Tang Zuo replied. A hint of crimson adorned Ning Rongrong's cheeks as she bashfully licked her lips. Brother, do you think your parents will accept me? She whispered, settling beside Tang Zuo. Does it matter? Tang Zuo asked with a smile, gazing at her. Ning Rongrong pondered for a moment. Of course it matters. I must cultivate a good relationship with my future in-laws, to foster a harmonious family, and to have a son whom we can raise together. How wonderful that would be. As she expressed her heartfelt sentiments, she noticed Tang Zuo gazing at her with an expression of perplexity. Brother, what's wrong? Ning Rongrong asked. Tang Zuo's face flushed suddenly. Rongrong, we are not even married yet, and you are already thinking about having children, he said helplessly. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong seemed to realize something, a warmth rising to her cheeks. Chapter 27, The Little Witch. The next day, the 8 of them stood in formation on the training ground of Shrek Academy. The serious atmosphere somewhat intimidating. Flender stepped forward and glanced at the teachers beside him. These individuals are our esteemed instructors at Shrek Academy. Today, you shall get acquainted with them. The first to step forward was a frail, white-haired old man. Judging solely by his appearance, one would never suspect his true strength. 6 soul rings gradually emerged around the elder, and a long staff materialized in his hand. Li Yusong, Martial Soul, Dragon Pattern Staff, Level 63 Assault System Soul Emperor. Next, Flender pointed to another individual. Lu Qibin, Martial Soul, Star Luo Chess, Level 67 Control System Soul Master. Then he gestured towards a plump individual. Xiao Xian, Martial Soul, Candy Bean, Level 71 Food System Soul Master. At this revelation, everyone gasped in astonishment. A Food System Soul Saint. What an extraordinary status. Comparable to a title Douluo across the entire continent. The fact that he was teaching at a modest academy like Shrek was a testament to its formidable reputation. Very well. We have no classes today. Ning Rongrong and Oscar stepped forward. Tang Zuo and Tang San, follow me, Flender announced after introducing the instructors. The group dispersed, with Ning Rongrong and Oscar standing side by side in front of Flender, while Tang Zuo and Tang San stood beside him, having read the original text. Tang Zuo felt a pang of jealousy, a desire to confront Oscar rising within him. Flender turned to Ning Rongrong and Oscar, stating, Every soul master has their unique cultivation method and plays their own role. Since your martial souls differ, so too will your training approaches. In the Douluo Continent, there has never been 2 identical martial souls, and Shrek Academy does not teach you how to use your martial soul, but rather how to employ it effectively. Oscar, enlighten me on how a support system soul master should utilize their martial soul, Flender said, narrowing his eyes and gripping a letter behind his back. Oscar pondered briefly before replying, utilize the terrain to your advantage, hide behind your teammates, and use structures to evade danger. Flender nodded approvingly, but then adopted a more serious demeanor. Indeed, that is correct, but retreating is also a crucial skill for a support system soul master. Now, you will run 20 laps around the village. If you fail to complete them, you shall forfeit your meals. Ning Rongrong and Oscar acknowledged his command and immediately set off to run. Flender then called Tang San and Tang Zuo over to discuss certain matters. As Oscar ran, a look of distress crossed his face, while Ning Rongrong continued to smile as she jogged. After 1 lap, she could feel her stamina waning significantly. Observing this, Oscar summoned a sausage and approached her. Rongrong, eat this, he urged with concern. No, I only eat my brother's sausages. Ning Rongrong turned her head, ignoring Oscar entirely. But you cannot possibly finish the task this way. It is an impossible feat, he insisted. Ning Rongrong, puzzled, asked, why? Because 1 lap is 20 kilometers, Oscar replied helplessly. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in surprise, and after a moment's thought, she began to walk towards the exit. Oscar rushed forward to stop her, asking Rongrong, where are you going? I'm just going to stroll around Soto City, she replied, waving her hand dismissively. Oscar furrowed his brow. This is a task assigned by the dean. Ning Rongrong scoffed, disdain evident on her face, and continued to run outside. In the afternoon, the students of Shrek gathered again, and Tang Zuo felt a growing sense of unease. Sensing danger in the air, Flinders summoned the panting Oscar. Oscar, have you completed your laps? He inquired. Oscar nodded. I meant all of you, not just you. Flinder responded sternly. At that moment, Ning Rongrong jumped in, laden with clothes, her face lighting up upon seeing Tang Zuo. However, he felt regret for forgetting to intervene and prevent her from shopping. Flinder pointed his shoe towards Ning Rongrong. Oscar, since you are so caring, you shall run another 20 laps. He then called Ning Rongrong over, leaving Tang Zuo feeling helpless, unsure of how to react. Should he intervene and defend Ning Rongrong from Flinder's reprimand? He was reluctant to witness either scenario unfold. Ning Rongrong, have you completed your laps? Flinder queried. No. I couldn't finish. I was too exhausted midway, she replied, her tone tinged with distress. So you decided to feast in Soto City and buy a plethora of clothes instead? Flinder remarked, resembling a lecherous old man with a goat-like beard. You were spying on me. Ning Rongrong retorted angrily. As a noble lady of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, she had never been monitored by Ning Fingxi. Why should Flinder? Oh, and what of it? Flinder raised his chin, tightening his grip on the letter. I am the noble lady of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. A child of destiny. How dare you spy on me? You are merely a lowly soul saint, Ning Rongrong exclaimed boldly. Her declaration stunned everyone except Tang Zuo, who felt a mix of pride and embarrassment. The others had perceived her as a refined young lady, but now they realized they had been duped by her impeccable facade. A child of destiny? Let me remind you, this is Shrek Academy, not your Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and everyone here surpasses you, Flinder retorted, disdain evident in his voice. Ning Rongrong, incensed, glared at Flinder. How can that be possible? Flinder cast a dismissive glance at her. Tang Zuo is only slightly older than you, yet he is already a soul master. With his speed, he might soon ascend to Soul King. And what of you? When Ning Rongrong heard Flinder refer to Tang Zuo, rather than feeling anger, she felt a swell of pride. My brother is a genius. The greatest talent on the continent. How could I ever compare to him? Tang Zuo felt a bit shy at her words. And what of Tang San? Xiao Wu? Yu Xiaogang? Flinder continued. Tang San and Xiao Wu are both 12 years old, yet are already ranked 29 great soul masters, while Yu Xiaogang is around your level. Flinder then turned to Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang, tell me, what is your purpose for joining Shrek? Yu Xiaogang stepped forward, her expression unwavering. To defeat Dai Mubai. Flinder exchanged an awkward glance with Dai Mubai, both feeling a bit embarrassed. Yu Xiaogang possesses the determination to grow stronger. Do you share such resolve? He queried. What about Oscar? Ning Rongrong's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her confidence shattered. Although Flinder aimed to temper her temperament, his words rang true. Tang Zuo found himself at a loss for words, awaiting the opportunity to console Ning Rongrong after the matter was resolved. Oscar, a food-type soul master endowed with innate full soul power, elicited gasps of astonishment from everyone present, as if they had encountered something utterly extraordinary. No, this cannot be true. Ning Rongrong asserted. There is nothing impossible here. Dai Mubai shall assist her in packing her belongings. If she is unwilling, she may depart. Should she choose to remain, I grant you permission to employ forceful measures. Dai Mubai chuckled softly, casting a glance at Tang Zuo and raising an eyebrow in response. Tang Zuo stood up, exuding an overwhelming aura. Did you dare to intrude into my dormitory? Dai Mubai had transformed into Dai Mubai, clearly feigning his demeanor. Ning Rongrong, with tears in her eyes, fled outside. Upon witnessing the situation, Tang Zuo wished to offer comfort, but was halted by Flinder. Flinder remarked, we have a class soon. Do not indulge her so. Tang Zuo extended his hand, signaling 3 bags of golden powder. Flinder's eyes sparkled with excitement as he graciously bid farewell to Tang Zuo. Chapter 28. Consolation. Flinder, still pondering over Tang Zuo's cheerful wave, exclaimed with immense delight, once you're done with the consolation, bring over that dart engraved with recommendation tickets. After speaking, Flinder playfully shook the recommendation ticket version of the Flying Thunder God Kanai in his hand. Tang Zuo merely nodded, and with a flash of golden light, he found himself beside a small river outside Shrek. He gazed at the little girl weeping by the riverbank, and his heart felt a twinge of pain. Tang Zuo made every effort to remain silent as he gradually approached Ning Rongrong. Then, from behind, he gently covered her eyes with both hands, only to realize that his palms were instantly dampened upon contact. Tang Zuo momentarily lost his composure, noticing that Ning Rongrong had been seated there, weeping quietly. Guess who I am, he said, altering his voice with a rhythmic cadence. Ning Rongrong let out a few sobs, sensing the figure that obscured her vision drawing ever closer, prompting her tears to flow more freely. Let go of me. I will tell you. Wu XX, I am Ning Rongrong, the young master of the 7 treasures Glaze Tile School. Release me, Wu. Ning Rongrong struggled incessantly, leaving Tang Zuo utterly bewildered. Tang Zuo slowly released his hands, stepped forward, and took a seat beside Ning Rongrong. When Ning Rongrong glanced back, she realized that it was indeed Tang Zuo, and she rushed into his embrace, tears streaming down her face. Tang Zuo felt the delicate, fair skin, and a flush crept onto his face. Brother, do you truly think I am a little enchantress? Ning Rongrong asked with tears in her eyes. Indeed, Tang Zuo replied with unwavering conviction. Ning Rongrong, momentarily dazed, released her grip and gazed at Tang Zuo with an expression of disbelief. Brother, you think so too, she said, playfully punching him, her voice soft and tender. Rongrong, do you wish for friends? Genuine friends? Tang Zuo's tone was imbued with utmost gentleness, his demeanor radiating warmth. Yes, Ning Rongrong nodded tearfully. Then promise me you will amend these bad habits, will you? Remember, the students of Shrek are your friends, not your servants, and neither am I, Tang Zuo instructed. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong nodded, her tear-streaked face easing considerably. She then added, Brother, I do not consider you a servant. I like you. You are my boyfriend. How could I possibly treat you as a servant? You must believe me. Upon hearing this sudden confession, Tang Zuo was taken aback, rendered speechless and uncertain of how to respond. He endeavored to compose himself, and then stammered, You are my little peanut. Ning Rongrong gazed at the blushing Tang Zuo with a puzzled expression, and then burst into laughter. Tang Zuo summoned his courage and gently pecked Ning Rongrong on the forehead. Ning Rongrong reciprocated with a tender gesture. Rongrong, let us depart, Tang Zuo said softly. Rongrong nodded, her hand firmly grasping Tang Zuo's. In a flash of golden light, the two appeared before Flinder. Flinder regarded the pair with a warm smile, nodding approvingly like a father-in-law. He then extended his right hand, playfully flicking his fingers upwards, his eyebrows arching in amusement. Golden powder enveloped them, and Flinder's eyes transformed into a radiant gold, revealing a black insignia within his golden gaze. A few dark lines appeared on Tang Zuo's forehead as he awkwardly glanced at Flinder. He then retrieved 3 bags of gold powder from the enchanting figure and where the jade person teaches to play the flute and tossed them towards Flinder. Like an eagle spotting its prey, Flinder swiftly caught them, his eyes gleaming with avarice, his mouth agape as if fearing the precious gold powder might slip away. Tang Zuo glanced at Ning Rongrong, then at Tang San and the others. Rongrong, it would be prudent to offer an apology, Tang Zuo suggested. Ning Rongrong bashfully nodded, then approached the group, sincerely bowing slightly. I apologize for my impulsive behavior. I hope you can forgive me, she expressed earnestly. The 6 of them exchanged smiles, adopting an air of indifference, which deeply moved Ning Rongrong. Subsequently, Ning Rongrong turned towards Flinder, bowing respectfully. Dean, I am truly sorry for my capriciousness. I promise to start running as soon as I return. Ning Rongrong's unexpected declaration took Flinder by surprise. He had anticipated that she might need some discipline, but he had not expected Tang Zuo to hold such a significant influence over her character to the extent of prompting a transformation. Ahem. There's no need for you to run. Just keep up during training in the future, Flinder replied. Ning Rongrong's face lit up with joy as she trotted over to stand before Tang Zuo. Tang Zuo gently ruffled Ning Rongrong's hair. At this moment, Ning Rongrong had completely transformed into a pure maiden, embodying the ideal of countless men's dreams. Meanwhile, our unfortunate Oscar was still running, entirely oblivious to the fact that Ning Rongrong had departed with Tang Zuo. Director, where are we headed? Tang San inquired, noticing that their destination was drawing ever closer to Soto City. Flinder flashed a charming, yet somewhat unsettling smile. To the Soto Great Soul Arena. Aside from Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Tang Zuo, the others were filled with curiosity. Although they could somewhat glean the meaning from the name, their intrigue remained unquenched. Dai Mubai, placing a hand on his forehead, looked at Flinder with exasperation. Director, is this really appropriate? They have only just enrolled. Flinder's expression grew serious as he replied. Are they mere ordinary individuals? If you believe they are ordinary, you may return now. Dai Mubai shook his head in resignation. Dai Mubai, would you enlighten us? Xiao Wu inquired cleverly. At Shrek, we have 3 graduation requirements. One is to reach level 40 before graduation. The second is to win the championship in the Advanced Soul Master Tournament, and the third is to obtain the Silver Soul Badge from the Soto Arena. The group soon arrived at the Soto Great Soul Arena, a magnificent and awe-inspiring edifice, brightly illuminated and exuding luxury beyond description. As they entered, they were all taken aback by their surroundings. Flender produced several masks and handed them to the eight, instructing them to wear them. "Choose a code name for yourselves," he said slowly. Ultimately, they decided on the following names: Tang San as Thousand-Handed Azura, Tang Zuo as Susanoo, Xiao Wu as Gentlebone Enchantress, Ning Rongrong as Lapis Fairy, Ma Hongjun as Evil Fire Phoenix, Oscar as Sausage Vendor, who was absent, Dai Mubai as Evil-Eyed White Tiger, and Zhu Zhuqing as Phantom Spirit Cat. Ma Hongjun glanced around, and upon spotting a beautiful woman at the front desk, a drop of saliva escaped from the corner of his mouth, revealing a rather infatuated demeanor. Tang San and Xiao Wu approached the counter, intending to register for the duo competition. The receptionist inquired about their team name. After a moment of contemplation, they replied, "San Wu Combination." They handed over 5 gold soul coins. However, the token they received was inscribed with San Wu Combination. Xiao Wu, feeling quite vexed, glared at the receptionist, asserting that her Wu was not the character for 5. Nevertheless, the receptionist informed her that a name change would require an additional registration fee. After Tang San's persuasion, Xiao Wu reluctantly acquiesced. Chapter 29, an unconventional iron-blooded combination. The scene then shifts to Tang Zuo, where Ning Rongrong clung to his arm, unwilling to let go. Tang Zuo's attention was entirely fixated on Ning Rongrong, resembling a father's protective gaze upon his daughter, fearful of her slipping away. "Brother, I wish to be on the same team as you," Ning Rongrong remarked with a cheerful smile. "That's not possible," Tang Zuo replied with unwavering firmness, causing the previously affectionate expression to vanish, startling Ning Rongrong significantly. "Brother, what's wrong?" she inquired. "I am from the Soul Sect. If you join my team, it implies you would have to contend with 2 members of the Soul Sect. Are you willing to do so?" Tang Zuo stated solemnly. Ning Rongrong's expression fell momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure and laughed. "No worries. With your unexpected soul abilities combined with my support, we shall surely triumph," she said with a grin. Tang Zuo, feeling helpless, ultimately conceded to Ning Rongrong's persuasion. The two approached the reception desk, where the attendant's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of Tang Zuo's distinctive attire, which was rare on the Douluo Continent, rendering him a unique presence. Clad in a deep gray jacket with a high collar that reached his throat, the garment was cinched to his trousers with a purple hemcord. Additionally, a sword without a scabbard was bound to his back, its sharp lines accentuating his striking appearance. Even with a mask obscuring his features, his charisma remained undeniable. The attendant then turned her gaze to Ning Rongrong. The pair epitomized a match made in heaven. With her pink hair cut to chin length and slightly curled, her fair skin complemented the charming, pastel-hued dress that enhanced her youthful innocence. Witnessing the couple holding hands ignited a twinge of envy in the attendant. Ning Rongrong turned to Tang Zuo and inquired, "What shall we name our partnership?" Tang Zuo pondered for a moment. The duel of Xiao Wu and Tang San was aptly named the 3-5 combination. However, if he were to pair with Rongrong using the same naming convention, it would not sound particularly pleasant. Subsequently, Tang Zuo shifted his thoughts towards a code name. "What do you think of Shuli Shuangxing?" he inquired. "Indeed," Rongrong replied, her heart brimming with joy as she nodded. Ever since the two confirmed their relationship, they had become inseparable, embodying the quintessential model of a loving couple. Moreover, given Tang Zuo's extraordinary talents, Rongrong had initially prepared herself for the possibility of sharing him with others, but she was secretly elated to discover his utter disinterest in any woman other than herself. Ahem. The front desk attendant, observing the affectionate display between the two, cleared her throat twice to alleviate the awkwardness. It must be said that this attendant was also quite a beauty, adorned in a long gown of blue, white, and azure hues. Her long hair cascading elegantly over her shoulders, her pitch-black eyes, brimming with allure, and her mature figure, though not quite rivaling Zhu Zhuqing, was nonetheless impressive. However, she held no allure for Tang Zuo whatsoever. Rongrong's gaze lingered on the front desk attendant, her eyes inadvertently drifting downwards to her own reflection. A twinge of envy creeping in. Tang Zuo said nothing, placing 5 golden soul coins upon the table. "We shall register for the duo competition, and our team name will be Shuli Twin Stars." Shortly thereafter, the registration for the duo battle was completed. Given that Tang Zuo was a member of the Soul Sect, their opponents were also 2 formidable Soul Sect members, which posed a significant challenge for Ning Rongrong. The scene then shifted to Xiao Wu and Tang San, whose adversaries were 2 burly men. Upon noticing the youthful ages of Xiao Wu and Tang San, the 2 muscular figures expressed initial astonishment. But soon their expressions settled into understanding. The host commentary is omitted. One of the giants summoned his martial spirit, revealing a colossal hammer. As 2 yellow soul rings gradually materialized. I am Tang San. The second giant similarly summoned his martial spirit, which mirrored that of the first, with 2 soul rings slowly emerging. I am Xiao Wu. Together they proclaimed, "We are the Iron Blood Duo." From their demeanor, it was evident that the 2 men held no disdain for Tang San and Xiao Wu. Instead, they exhibited a profound seriousness. This clearly indicated their extensive combat experience. Tang San summoned his martial soul, evoking a dismissive chuckle from the onlookers. However, when he revealed his soul ring, their laughter was swiftly silenced. Tang San. Martial Soul Blue Silver Grass, Level 29 Control System Soul Master, he proclaimed. In a similar fashion, Xiao Wu summoned her martial soul, enveloped in a soft pink glow. Xiao Wu, Martial Soul Soft Bone Rabbit, Level 29 Assault System Soul Master. I beg your guidance, she stated. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply. Judging by their youthful appearances, Tang San and Xiao Wu seemed no older than 16, and likely around 12. It was rare to encounter a soul master at the age of 12, let alone a soul venerable at 14. The expressions of the 2 members of the Iron Blood team grew serious. The host approached slowly to announce the commencement of the match. The competition was about to begin. The 2 members of the Iron Blood team positioned themselves closely together, wielding their martial hammers, while Tang San and Xiao Wu appeared comparatively relaxed. First soul skill, bind. Tang San declared. With that, numerous blue-silver grasses sprouted from beneath his feet, surging toward Tang San and Xiao Wu. The 2 opponents did not underestimate the blue-silver grass, fully aware that it was far from ordinary. Tang San lifted his hammer and charged forward. Just as the hammer was about to collide with the blue-silver grass, it quivered, and both opponents found themselves ensnared by purple pollen. Xiao Wu dashed toward them. Activating her first soul skill, Waist Bow. The Iron Blood Duo exchanged knowing smiles. First soul skill, Earth-Shattering Hammer. They brought their hammers together, striking in unison. Unexpectedly, the retracted blue-silver grass ensnared Xiao Wu's legs, tugging her off her original trajectory. After evading their attack, she delivered a fierce kick, only to be caught by Xiao Wu. Upon witnessing the situation, Tang San silently lamented the dire circumstances. He swiftly produced a poison needle and cast it diagonally towards the 2 individuals. Initially believing that Tang San had misthrown, they paid no heed. Just as Xiao Wu was about to hurl Xiao Wu away, the 2 poison needles unexpectedly collided. With a sharp sound, a scar appeared on both of their hands, causing Xiao Wu, who had been gripping Xiao Wu's hand, to release his hold. Tang San swiftly employed the ghost shadow illusion, cradling Xiao Wu in a princess carry. His second soul skill, Parasitism, was activated. Tang San gradually set Xiao Wu down, his fingers interlaced. To his astonishment, the wounds of Tang San and Xiao Wu had sprouted blue-silver grass, tightly enveloping both of them. You have lost, Tang San declared as he stood up. Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged resigned glances, shaking their heads. The nefarious host reappeared, and the conclusion was utterly unexpected. The victors were none other than the young newcomers, the San Wu duo. Come, dear audience, those with means, please cast your recommendation votes, and those without, a complimentary vote will suffice to support the San Wu duo. The host's impassioned words ignited a wave of cheers from the crowd. San Wu duo! San Wu duo! Amidst the enthusiastic clamor, the handsome, beautiful, and affluent spectators eagerly tossed their recommendation votes into the air. Tang San and Xiao Wu gazed at the scene before them, overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of accomplishment. Tang San released the blue-silver grass and tossed a vial of antidote to the 2 individuals. This is the antidote. Simply apply it upon your return, he stated. The Iron Blood Duo expressed their gratitude before descending from the arena. Chapter 30, The Dual Stars of Shuli vs. The Black and White Fiends. Xiao Wu and Tang San's trio secured victory in their inaugural team battle, and the next contenders to enter the fray were the Dual Stars of Shuli. Furthermore, this match was a soul sect battle. As the Dual Stars of Shuli gradually approached the battlefield, the audience's attention shifted. Based on the attire of Tang Zuo and Ning Rongrong, it was evident they bore a resemblance to Tang San and Xiao Wu. Yet their prowess was on an entirely different level. If Tang San and Xiao Wu were considered extraordinary beings, then Tang Zuo undoubtedly stood as the epitome of exceptionalism among them. The spectators scrutinized the pair, their eyes nearly bulging with astonishment. Those under the age of 16 who belonged to the Soul Sect could be deemed the first of their kind on the continent. The adversaries of the Dual Stars of Shuli were the Black and White Fiends, a duo comprising 1 male and one female, who referred to themselves as Black Wuchang and White Wuchang. The man cast a discerning glance at Tang Zuo. Though taken aback, he nonetheless curled his lip in disdain, subsequently shifting his gaze towards Ning Rongrong, revealing an expression of avarice. Tang Zuo perceived the ominous gaze of the Black Wuchang, which exuded a hint of lethal intent. He shot a fierce glare in return, causing the Black Wuchang to tremble slightly under the weight of that murderous aura. Clad in a flowing black robe, the Black Wuchang possessed a pallid complexion. However, his elongated tongue dangled grotesquely, and his hair trailed upon the ground, while two crimson markings adorned his white face. The White Wuchang was similarly attired in a pristine white robe, with skin as pale as that of a gaunt, lifeless corpse. Her diminutive frame and excessively long tongue, coupled with hair that far exceeded even that of the Black Wuchang, painted a haunting picture. The Black Wuchang then summoned his martial spirit, invoking a dark demon reminiscent of a corpse sealed away, which latched onto his form. With a shrill voice that sent shivers down the spine, he declared, Black Wuchang, martial spirit, Black Ghost, a level 45 assault-type soul master. Aside from the 7 members of Shrek, the others cast concerned glances at Tang Zuo, who, being youthful, was likely only just above level 40. While challenging opponents of a higher level was not insurmountable at this stage, the lack of combat experience posed a significant disadvantage. Without such experience, any endeavor would be rendered futile. The White Wuchang also summoned her martial spirit, a white demon that emerged behind her and penetrated her crown. Her form transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors, rhythmically emitting sounds akin to hookah, 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 as if invoking, Gunalara, god of darkness, transform you into a pig. The White Wuchang's flowing hair drew back gracefully, her previously forlorn visage now radiating brilliance, as 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings materialized, bestowing upon her an ethereal aura akin to that of a celestial maiden. It must be said that while the White Wuchang's martial spirit enhanced her beauty, she still fell slightly short when compared to Ning Rongrong and her companions, though the disparity was not substantial. Tang Zuo spoke little. His eyes transformed into a deep crimson hue. After a rotation, 3 spiraled black soul rings emerged, accompanied by an additional black soul ring adorned with red patterns, encircling him. The pupils of his opponents and the audience, including the seasoned host, began to constrict in sheer astonishment. Tang Zuo, the sole master of the mind's reflection eye, stood at the impressive rank of level 49. Upon hearing this, the previously smiling faces of several Shrek Academy members instantly turned grave, their astonishment fixed upon Tang Zuo, while Ning Rongrong gazed at him with admiration. My goodness, has it only been a few days? Just 5 days to reach level 49? Is he not on the verge of level 50? Given Tang Zuo's soul ring configuration, does this not imply that the next soul ring would require a staggering 10,000 years? Daimobai exclaimed in disbelief. Xiao Wu took 2 steps back, leaning against the wall, her delicate frame trembling momentarily before finding solace in the recollection of Tang Zuo's first 2 soul rings. Ning Rongrong summoned her martial soul. Although she was merely at level 26, her martial soul, the 7 treasure glazed tile, signified that the 2 were not to be trifled with. The duo of Black and White understood this as well, preparing themselves for a battle in which, even if they emerged victorious, they could not harm the 2. Tang Zuo was the first to strike. Utilizing a swift movement, he propelled himself off the ground and appeared before the Dark Wuchang. The Dark Wuchang looked at Tang Zuo in astonishment, though all he could see was a single leg. Tang Zuo delivered a decisive blow to the head. With his Soul King prowess, it was hardly a challenge to confront this insignificant level 45 adversary. Bai Wuchang rushed over to catch He Wuchang, employing his first soul skill. A massive, ethereal hook surged forward, aimed at the 2. Tang Zuo gently nudged Ning Rongrong, stepping back as he channeled his soul power into his hand, firmly grasping the hook and pulling it forward. Opposite him, Bai Wuchang leaned forward, accompanied by He Wuchang. The 7 treasures turned into a brilliant glaze. The 7 treasures are renowned. The first speaks of strength, while the second denotes speed. 2 radiant beams of color surged into Tang Zuo's body, filling him with a warm current, and he soon felt invigorated. However, Ning Rongrong sensed a profound weakness. Tang Zuo's strength and speed were overwhelmingly potent, and her soul power was insufficient to support a peak soul master. Tang Zuo cast a worried glance at Ning Rongrong, regretting his decision to have her in the same group as himself. His sole objective now was to resolve the situation swiftly. Tang Zuo propelled the Flying Thunder God Kunai forward, while the Black and White duo deftly tapped the ground, gracefully extricating themselves from their original positions. The kunai plunged directly into the earth, not stirring a single mote of dust. Tang's was swiftly formed seals, utilizing his Sharingan to capture the rapid movements of the two adversaries. Ghost hands, the duo exclaimed in unison. They transformed into fleeting shadows, deftly leaping off the walls, leaving the audience bewildered. Yet, to Tang Zuo, their antics were mere child's play. Just as the black and white Wuchang believed they had successfully struck him, Tang Zuo manifested as a beam of light at the location of the kunai. The seals were complete. Water release, water experience technique. Droplets of water surged forth like a rain of experience points in a video game. The black and white Wuchang paid little heed to the seemingly inconsequential raindrops, allowing them to fall upon their bodies. With a scornful smile, they charged towards Ning Rongrong. The Akugan share? Tang's was pupils transitioned from a deep crimson to a stark white, reminiscent of cataracts. Ning Rongrong's eyes underwent a similar transformation. She merely sensed a shift in her vision, which then expanded into an all-encompassing 360-degree perspective, allowing her to perceive the soul power of others. When she turned her gaze towards Tang Zuo and attempted to amplify her own soul power, she was taken aback to find him in a state of undress, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Ahem, a diluted version. Tang Zuo possessed a robust physique, his muscles firm and well-defined, unlike the bulkiness of Xiao Wu. If one were to draw a comparison, Bruce Lee would serve as an apt analogy. More significantly, the sight of Tang Zuo left Ning Rongrong blushing fiercely, her lips contorting into a wave-like shape as blood trickled from her nose. Tang Zuo stared blankly at the infatuated Ning Rongrong. Glancing at himself, he momentarily forgot that this shared gaze was a diminished version, incapable of revealing the internal structure of a person, yet adept at discerning the fabric of their clothing. Tang Zuo immediately utilized the droplets of water from the black and white twins to conjure a watery prison. Tang Zuo drew the Kusanagi sword, positioning it against the neck of the dual black and white adversaries. "You have lost," he declared, promptly deactivating the shared vision and rushing towards Ning Rongrong to express his concern. At that moment, Ning Rongrong found herself enveloped in a state of surreal detachment, for this was her inaugural experience of such a spectacle. In Chapter 31, Tang San vs. Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed a vibrant crimson, resembling a ripe apple. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she lowered her gaze, feeling somewhat embarrassed, her index finger fidgeting restlessly, akin to a child who had committed a misdeed. Tang Zuo also felt a sense of embarrassment. He had intended to help Ning Rongrong evade danger, yet unexpectedly, she had concentrated her soul power in her eyes, rendering herself completely exposed. "Rongrong, I am truly sorry," Tang Zuo said, his face flushed, his dark pupils swirling as he pondered what to do next. Ning Rongrong cast a sidelong glance at Tang Zuo and then burst into suppressed laughter, covering her mouth. "Rongrong, you have seen everything," Tang Zuo remarked, somewhat irritated. Ning Rongrong's laughter only grew more pronounced. Tang Zuo pondered for a moment, then his expression darkened, and he spoke with a certain seriousness. "Rongrong, you haven't been looking at anyone else, have you?" Ning Rongrong's laughter abruptly ceased as she turned to gaze at Tang Zuo in astonishment. "And no," she stammered, a faint blush returning to her cheeks, resembling a radiant rainbow after the rain, resplendent and beautiful. Tang Zuo let out a sigh of relief. But Ning Rongrong spoke with startling intensity. You must take responsibility for me," Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her voice filled with emotion. Tang Zuo was momentarily taken aback, his gaze gradually shifting to Ning Rongrong as he curiously inquired, "Are you my girlfriend?" Ning Rongrong shyly nodded her head. "Then how am I to be responsible for you?" "You are already my girlfriend," Tang Zuo remarked. You must promise me that aside from me, you can only seek one other woman at most." After pondering for a moment, Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up. Indeed, Tang Zuo is exceptionally remarkable, being the continent's foremost genius. It would be unreasonable for him not to take a second wife. However, is Tang Zuo truly such a person? Clearly, he is not. In his previous life, he was utterly oblivious to matters of the heart, and it was Ning Rongrong who unlocked his emotions, causing him to inexplicably fall in love with her. Tang Zuo stepped forward, placing his hand gently upon Ning Rongrong's head, drawing her into his embrace. Tang Zuo gently brushed his fingers along Rongrong's nose, his smile radiant. "Rongrong, my dear fool, in this lifetime, I shall marry only you," he said earnestly, gazing at Ning Rongrong with a tender expression. Ning Rongrong was taken aback. her eyes reflecting a deepening affection for Tang Zuo. Observing their intimate exchange, Oscar and Ma Hongjun couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. After the competition concluded, Tang San and Xiao Wu approached the front stage again to tally their scores before registering for another solo match. Zhu Zhuqing followed suit. The next match featured newcomers, the Nether Cat and the Thousand-Handed Azura. On the Shrek side, silence reigned. Zhu Zhuqing exchanged a glance with Tang San, then shook her head with a smile, lamenting the whims of fate. This indicated that either Tang San or Zhu Zhuqing was destined not to achieve a complete victory. Dai Mubai approached Tang San, patting him gently on the right shoulder and whispering softly in his ear to take it easy. Tang San smiled and nodded, but soon furrowed his brows as he gazed into the distance. Now, let both parties enter, he said. Zhu Zhuqing and Tang San stepped into the soul arena, positioning themselves opposite each other. Zhu Zhuqing, a soul master of the agility system with the martial soul of the Nether Cat, stood at level 27. A dark glow flickered around her, her nails elongated, and a hint of stubble appeared on her face, accompanied by 2 shimmering yellow soul rings. Tang San, a control system soul master with the martial soul of blue silver grass, stood at level 29. In Tang San's hand appeared the blue silver grass, which was markedly different from the ordinary variety. This particular blue silver grass, due to its toxic properties, exhibited a delicate lavender hue. 2 rings of yellow soul rings moved rhythmically. The match commenced. Zhu Zhuqing swiftly dashed towards Tang San from the side, reminiscent of Boruto's approach to Otsutsuki Kenshiki. The greatest nemesis of agility-type soul masters was none other than Tang San, not to mention that he was a level 29 soul master. The disparity was not only in levels. Tang San's myriad techniques from the Tang Sect undoubtedly posed a formidable challenge. Tang San's blue-silver grass surged forth, aiming at Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing executed 2 consecutive backflips before unleashing her first spirit skill, Phantom Piercer. In an instant, she closed the distance. But Tang San swiftly pivoted and employed Ghost Shadow Misty Steps, narrowly evading her attack due to the proximity. With her second spirit skill, Parasite, blue-silver grass sprouted from Zhu Zhuqing's body, yet she swiftly severed it with a knife hand strike. Sensing the impending danger, Tang San immediately conjured a thick net woven from blue-silver grass before him. With her second spirit skill, Hell's 100 Claws, Zhu Zhuqing concentrated her black light into a single point, causing the blue-silver grass to shatter abruptly. Tang San leaped back a step, narrowly evading the claw wind of Zhu Zhuqing, which left a faint trace of blood upon his skin. Tang San summoned the blue-silver grass behind Zhu Zhuqing, ensnaring her legs and casting her backward. As Zhu Zhuqing soared through the air, she executed a flawless 360-degree flip and halted abruptly before gracefully landing. To maintain her balance, she took a few steps back. The first soul skill, blue-silver bind, manifested beneath her, with numerous tendrils of blue-silver grass surging upward to ensnare Zhu Zhuqing's feet and hands. Attempting to break free, Zhu Zhuqing soon realized the futility of her efforts and turned her hands back, attempting to sever the blue-silver grass with her nails. Tang San gripped his hands tightly, and within the arena of the soul fighting, the blue-silver grass began to surge wildly, obstructing every area except for his own position. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing found herself ensnared within the confines of the blue-silver grass. You have lost, Tang San declared. Zhu Zhuqing nodded in acknowledgement. Tang San retracted the blue-silver grass, while Zhu Zhuqing collapsed onto the ground, clutching the wound on her arm. Tang San approached and placed the antidote on the ground before stepping off the stage. As Tang San strolled down the corridor, he encountered Dai Mubai, who, after giving him a thumbs up, remarked, "Thank you for showing mercy." At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing, who was passing by, was taken aback. She realized that Tang San had surprisingly refrained from exerting his full strength. Tang San's rank surpasses his opponent by 3 levels, and he is renowned as the most formidable control-type soul master in one-on-one combat. However, in this match, he relied solely on his blue-silver grass, forsaking all other abilities. Even his body techniques, which he typically takes great pride in, were rendered ineffective. Tang San patted Dai Mubai on the back, smiling as he remarked, "We're all brothers." Zhu Zhuqing approached, casting a fierce glare at Dai Mubai and retorting, "You're being overly sentimental." Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai felt a surge of anger and stepped forward, pointing at Zhu Zhuqing. You stop right there." Yet, Zhu Zhuqing paid him no heed and continued on her path. Dai Mubai advanced another step, his teeth clenched as he struggled to articulate his frustration. You. Just as he was about to charge forward, Tang San pulled him back, shaking his head disapprovingly. Resigned, Dai Mubai mirrored Tang San's gesture and let out a sigh. The two then made their way towards the platform where the members of Shrek were gathered, waving at Tang Zuo, who was currently basking in romantic affection. Tang Zhao observed as Tang San gradually released Ning Rongrong, taking her hand and sprinting towards Tang San. Tang San felt a pang of envy upon witnessing this scene, for it was impossible for him to hold Xiao Wu in his embrace forever. Tang San, observing the flushed face of Ning Rongrong, inquired with curiosity, "What troubles you?" Ning Rongrong waved her hand, and upon regaining her composure, she collapsed into Tang San's embrace, smiling as she replied, "I am perfectly fine." It was evident that Ning Rongrong was still lost in the reverie of that moment. Tang San observed Ning Rongrong, who was incessantly tapping on Tang Zuo's shoulder while nestled in his embrace, feeling quite perplexed. Chapter 32, The Stardew Forest. The battle at the Sodo Great Soul Arena among the group concluded swiftly. Tang Zuo triumphed over Jin Jiquan with an overwhelming advantage, as did the others. "I have broken through to level 30. A silence enveloped Shrek Academy, broken only by the thunderous entrance of Oscar, who burst forth exclaiming. The others displayed expressions of astonishment. "Oscar, is that truly the case?" Flender inquired. "Of course, Dean. Do you not believe me?" Oscar raised an eyebrow, his countenance somewhat mischievous. "Little Oscar, have you become overly confident? Would you like me to realign your bones?" Xiao Wujia's hands emitted ominous cracking sounds, causing Oscar to hastily wave his hands in protest. The remaining 7 members of Shrek gazed at Oscar with envious expressions. While Tang San and Xiao Wu had already achieved the status of level 29 Soul Masters at the age of 12, Oscar, as a food system Soul Master, possessed a talent that was undeniably formidable. "Oscar, you are the second Soul Sage of our Shrek Academy. Therefore, Xiao Wujia will accompany you to hunt for your Soul Ring," Flender remarked with a smile, his eyes fixed on Oscar. Oscar's face lit up with joy. At that moment, Tang Zuo, who was equally surprised for Oscar, spoke up. "Dean, I think I have become a Soul King." Tang Zuo placed his hand atop his head and scratched vigorously. All attention that had been focused on Oscar shifted entirely to Tang Zuo. Ning Rongrong joyfully trotted over to Tang Zuo, taking his hand and waving it in front of her. "Brother, how many years of Soul Beast will your 5th Soul Ring require?" Ning Rongrong inquired. Tang Zuo pondered for a moment. 100,000 years, he declared. Flander and Xiao Wuji's pupils instantly contracted, gazing at Tang Zuo as if he were a demon. A Soul Beast of 100,000 years, what a concept. It was extraordinarily formidable. Even a titled Douluo would struggle against it. Moreover, in the Stardew Forest, there are only a handful of Soul Beasts that have reached such an age. The death of one would certainly provoke the others. To ask 2 mere Soul Saints to confront a 100,000-year Soul Beast? It was preposterous. Xiao Wu took a couple of steps back. Although she was aware that Tang Zuo would not harm a single hair on her head, she did not wish for Ming and Ming to come to any harm. The image of Tang Zuo utilizing the Duel experience card remains vividly etched in my memory. "No worries, you need not be concerned. I have my own methods," Tang Zuo declared, adopting an indifferent demeanor while his gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon Ning Rongrong. His audacity in uttering such words was rooted in the fact that he possessed a plan of his own. Just moments ago, the system had assigned him a task to assist Oscar in capturing a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. The reward for this endeavor was a soul ring of 100,000 years. "Brother, you leave us with no option," Tang San lamented. Tang Zuo cast a disdainful glance at Tang San. "Little San, do you think your hidden weapons are merely a joke? I dare say if you had the materials, you could slay a titled Douluo," Tang Zuo remarked. Tang San gazed at Tang Zuo in astonishment, his complexion slightly pale. His brother truly seemed to know everything. The others were petrified. These 2 siblings were certainly not human. Indeed, they must be something beyond. Xiao Wujia, take them to hunt for soul rings. As for Tang Zuo, well, let us wait a little longer, shall we? Flender glanced at Tang Zuo and spoke awkwardly. Tang Zuo expressed indifference. Ning Rongrong tugged at Tang Zuo's sleeve. "Brother, would you like me to ask Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Gu to accompany you in hunting for soul rings?" Tang Zuo shook his head, gently tousling Rongrong's short hair, and smiled as he said, "Rongrong, I will handle my soul ring myself. Besides, we are not even engaged yet, so how could I trouble my adoptive father?" However, before Ning Rongrong could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Tang Zuo's words. "Rest assured, it is merely a 3rd soul ring. It poses no challenge." Under Tang Zuo's insistence, Ning Rongrong eventually acquiesced. "By the way, since we have confirmed our relationship, you need not call me brother anymore," Tang Zuo remarked. "Then, what should I call you?" Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she shyly inquired. Perhaps just Tang Zuo will suffice, he contemplated. Realizing there was no fitting appellation. Zuoer? Ha, Tanger? Ha, Xiao Zuo? Ha, Xiao Tang? Ha, Xiao Baobei? Ha, Xiao Wu. Since we are also in a confirmed relationship, you need not call me third brother anymore, Tang San stated. Then what should I call you? You may call me Xiao San. Xiao Wu's expression gradually turned mischievous. Upon hearing the words little 3, Tang San's expression darkened, indicating his preference for the name third brother. The 8 members of Shrek traversed the Star-Do forest, engaging in fervent discussion. Tang Zuo recalled the 8-petal fairy orchid, which he had tucked away due to Oscar's absence on that occasion. Now that Oscar had ascended to level 30, the soul ring he obtained would be perfectly suited for his needs. Tang Zuo gently patted Oscar on the shoulder and retrieved a flower from his soul guide. This flower emanated an ethereal aura, its beauty unmatched, radiating an unparalleled vitality. Upon turning to see it, Oscar was taken aback by the sight of the flower, only to realize that it was presented to him by Tang Zuo. Startled, he immediately darted behind Douluo Bai. Wow, Tang Zuo, I considered you a brother. Yet you seem to harbor intentions towards me, Oscar exclaimed in astonishment. Douluo Bai and the others glanced at the flower in Tang Zuo's hand, swiftly grasping the situation, and erupted into laughter. Ha, Oscar, that is a celestial treasure, capable of dramatically elevating your soul power. Tang San stifled his laughter, transforming once more into a living encyclopedia. Relieved, Oscar offered a sincere bow to Tang Zuo. Then, in a sudden transformation, he became Flandra, seizing the 8-petal celestial orchid, completely disregarding the twitch at Tang Zuo's lips. Xiao San, how many levels can this produce? 2 levels? Oscar fixated on the orchid, fearing that it might slip away. At least 5 levels. Oh, merely 5 levels? What did you say? 5 levels, Oscar exclaimed in astonishment. Upon hearing this, he hurried back, seizing Tang Zuo's hand amidst the bewildered gazes of the crowd. Good brother, let us walk together for a lifetime. Your life will be mine. And I implore you to ensure that in your next life, you repay me by becoming my loyal servant, Oscar declared, moved. A desolate autumn breeze swept across Tang Zuo. Boom. Oscar suddenly found himself atop a tree, one side of his face already swollen. Hey brother, stop messing around. I'm relying on you, Oscar lamented, clutching his swollen cheek as he half sat on the ground. Tang Zuo healed him with the palm immortal technique and warned, if there is a next time, I shall strip you bare and hang you in the village. Oscar covered himself, feeling a chill run through him. This was not good. He needed to be on guard. Relying on the dynamic prowess of his Sharingan, Tang Zuo swiftly discerned the presence of a soul beast concealed within the thicket. What is it? Oscar inquired. It's a Mandala Snake, or rather, a phoenix-tail coxcomb snake. Nothing to worry about. Tang Zuo initially maintained a serious demeanor, but upon recognizing the creature as a Mandala Snake, he immediately felt at ease. What's the matter? Xiao Wu asked. It's nothing. Just a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake over 1,000 years old ahead. Tang San smiled faintly. This phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is perfectly suitable as Xiao Ao's soul ring. Upon hearing this, Oscar looked at Tang Zuo with a pitiful gaze. This is the last time. For soul rings rose slowly from Tang Zuo. The celestial attraction. In the 32nd chapter, Meng ran. Deep within the forest, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake sensed an overwhelming force and flew directly towards Tang Zuo. Under the puzzled gazes of the onlookers, the serpent had already appeared before him. The Shrek 7 monsters immediately assumed a defensive stance, but unexpectedly, Tang Zuo struck first. With his second soul skill, Susanu, control, purple bones emerged around the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, enveloping it entirely. In an instant, a flash of purple light indicated the snake had already materialized in front of Oscar, who took a step back, fixated on the serpent firmly ensnared before him. Xiao Ao. Finish it off. What are you waiting for? Tang Zuo exclaimed, tossing a piece of paper towards Oscar. Still in a daze, Oscar remained transfixed on the snake, motionless. Tang Zuo, your second soul skill is astonishing, Xiao Wu exclaimed, giving Tang Zuo a thumbs up in shock. I wondered why Brother Tang never used his second soul skill. It turns out it's so powerful, Ning Rongrong remarked. Indeed, I have yet to witness Brother's second soul skill. Today is the first time, Tang San noted, shaking his head. Tang Zuo was taken aback by Ning Rongrong's address, feeling a wave of frustration. To be honest, no matter how his name was pronounced, it always sounded unappealing. Tang Zuo exhibits a touch of impoliteness. Xiao Zuo is even more discourteous. Duzwa carries a certain essence. The Tang amplifies that essence. Xiao Tang, father. Oscar. Affix that paper onto it and infuse it with soul energy. Oscar obediently picked up the explosive talisman from the ground and affixed it to the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. He directed soul energy into it. Boom. The snake erupted, blood splattering everywhere, and the ground beneath the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake collapsed. Tang Zuo had intended to caution Oscar to keep his distance, But before he could utter a word, Oscar had already detonated. Under the astonished gaze of the onlookers, Oscar, with his hair resembling a chaotic explosion, exhaled a plume of dark smoke and convulsed violently upon the ground. Tang Zuo stepped forward, employing advanced celestial palm techniques to sweep over Oscar's body, which was marred with wounds, now rejuvenated. Remarkably, this new hairstyle rendered Oscar even more handsome, sure to captivate countless young maidens. All right, absorb it, Tang Zuo instructed. Oh, Oscar exclaimed, approaching and settling onto the ground, ready to absorb the energy. Yet he was halted by Tang Zuo. Dugu, what are you doing? Oscar lamented, still haunted by the agonies of the explosive talisman he had just endured. Tang Zuo glanced at the puzzled expressions of those around him. Suddenly, another pair approached, an elderly woman accompanied by a well-developed young girl. Oscar appeared distracted. Yet the moment he laid eyes on the girl, his gaze brightened with undeniable desire. Ma Hongjun scoffed, how unrefined. The author, in a fit of annoyance, sent Ma Hongjun flying, observing the drool at the corner of his mouth and his heart-shaped eyes with exasperation. Who are you? Xiao Wu inquired, directing his gaze toward the elderly woman, as 7 soul rings gracefully ascended around her. The two were momentarily taken aback, astonished at the sight of the 8 peculiar individuals. This esteemed soul sage, I am Xiang. This phoenix-tailed coxcomb serpent is a soul beast I have been pursuing for my granddaughter. I hope you can return it to me. Although Xiang's words seemed respectful, she harbored a deep disdain for Xiao Wu. It became apparent that she was the renowned elder, the Serpent Lady. I am Xiao Wu. I apologize for my rudeness. Xiao Wu offered a courteous gesture, acknowledging that as a soul sage, a full bow would be inappropriate. At Xiao Wu's compliment, Longpo and Ming Yiran puffed out their chests with a hint of pride. Ah, I see now. It is the illustrious immovable king. I wondered where such a youthful soul sage had come from. Xiao Wu continued, esteemed elder, this soul beast is precisely what my disciple requires. Might I request its relinquishment? I promise to repay this great kindness in the future. Xiao Wu's tone remained calm. Are you suggesting that some of your students have reached the 30th level? Longpo and Ming Yiran expressed their surprise. Among Shrek's 8, the eldest, Daimubai, was merely 16, while the youngest, Zhuxing, had just reached 12 years of age. Few at such a young age had managed to break through to soul rank, rendering them exceedingly rare. Indeed, Xiao Wu replied, pulling Oscar forth. This is my disciple who has attained soul rank. Meng Yiran appraised Oscar from head to toe, her cheeks flushing. In this moment, Oscar possessed a remarkable allure, particularly to someone like Meng Yiran. Upon the initial discovery of Meng Yiran, Tang Zuo donned a mask, thus evading her notice. Let us resolve this matter according to the customs of the Spirit Master Realm, proposed the Serpent Matriarch. Xiao Wu, perplexed, inquired about the nature of these customs. With a light chuckle, the Serpent Matriarch suggested, let him engage in a duel with my granddaughter. If he prevails, the spirit ring will be his. If he loses, it shall belong to Iran. What say you? Xiao Wu felt a surge of indignation as a dignified spirit saint. It was quite unreasonable to be coerced so by a spirit emperor. Nevertheless, recalling the formidable dragon Duke Spirit Douluo, he suppressed his ire. I apologize, Senior Serpent Matriarch, but I cannot acquiesce to your proposition, Xiao Wu stated, thrusting his cane forcefully into the ground. Xiao Wu, we have extended a courtesy to you, given your status as a spirit saint. Now, kindly provide your reasoning, retorted Chao Tianxiang. Senior Serpent Matriarch, my student belongs to the Food System Spirit Master. Food System Spirit Master. Both Chao Tianxiang and Meng Yiran exclaimed in astonishment. The Serpent Matriarch glanced at the rosy-cheeked Meng Yiran and then at the outstanding Oscar, a smile of understanding gracing her features. Very well, if you allow this young man to join our Longxi family, I shall bestow upon you the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake. Chao Tianxiang declared. Meng Yiran cast an irate glance at Chao Tianxiang, shaking her hand in protest. Grandma Chao Tianxiang, having lived for over 50 years, certainly comprehended Meng Yiran's sentiments. Oscar stammered, caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events, his emotions a mixture of excitement and agitation. Tang Zuo observed the scene within the venue, a subtle smile gracing his countenance beneath the mask. How about this, Senior Snake Lady? You shall wed your granddaughter to Oscar. He is 14, and your granddaughter is at most 2 years his junior, a level 30 food system soul master. Their union would be quite fitting, wouldn't you agree? Oscar turned his gaze back, casting a look of camaraderie towards Tang Zuo and discreetly giving him a thumbs up. Meng Yiran was about to speak when, unexpectedly, It was Xiang who interjected, "Excellent. Ha ha, I consent. Today, I shall take charge and arrange your engagement. I wonder if our young brother is in agreement?" Xiang remarked with a smile. Meng Yiran tightened her grip on Xiang's hand, a manifestation of her nervousness. She had indeed fallen for Oscar at first sight. Should he agree? She would undoubtedly say yes without hesitation. May I greet my future mother-in-law?" Oscar said with a smile as he stepped forward, bowing deeply to Xiang. Beside him, Meng Yiran's cheeks flushed, and she shyly nodded in acknowledgement. Contract notification. This book has received a site message, and barring unforeseen circumstances, it should be ready for signing. Following publication, I anticipate a daily update of 6,000 words, with potential additional updates in the coming days. I seek encouragement, if it goes live. I hope for initial subscriptions and generous support. Chapter 33, Dragon Lord Meng Shu. Ha, young man, I am Iran's grandmother, not her mother. Is it quite appropriate for you to address me as mother-in-law? Xiang said playfully, gazing at Oscar with amusement. I apologize, Grandma, Oscar quickly responded, realizing the gravity of his misstep. Such a fortuitous engagement, with a beautiful fiancée and a powerful background, was a rare occurrence for him. How could he not cherish it? I am Meng Yiran. I look forward to your guidance, Meng Yiran said, somewhat bashfully. Yet she made an effort to maintain an air of composure. I am Oscar, your fiancé, he replied, extending his hand towards Meng Yiran with a warm smile. She reciprocated by taking his hand. Young Oscar, do not forget to express your gratitude to Tang Zuo, Xiao Wu interjected. Thank you, Brother Zuo, Oscar said. It was nothing. Tang Zuo replied. Tang Zuo waved his hand, signaling for him to be affectionate with Meng Yiran, urging him not to disturb his moment with Rong. Upon hearing Oscar address Tang Zuo as brother, Xiao Tianxiang felt a wave of confusion, despite the mask obscuring his features. Tang Zuo undeniably appeared to be merely 12 years of age. Son-in-law, why do you call him brother? He ought to be younger than you, Xiao Tianxiang inquired. Xiao Wu, intrigued by this question, saw it as an opportunity to showcase Tang Zuo's prowess. Elder Serpent, our Shrek Academy ranks solely by strength, not by age. And Tang Zuo is the leader of the Shrek 7 monsters. The Elder Serpent and Meng Yiran appeared taken aback by this revelation. The oldest among them, Dai Mubai, was merely around 16 years old and nearly at the level of a soul master. Yet Xiao Wu declared Tang Zuo as the leader, implying that Tang Zuo surpassed even Dai Mubai in strength. Could it be that this young brother is a soul king? An elderly man with white hair, clad in green, emerged from the forest, exuding an overwhelming presence that hinted at his formidable abilities. No, Xiao Wu replied, shaking his head. A 12-year-old soul master? Your Shrek Academy has truly accepted a prodigy. Seeing the elder approach, Meng Yiran rushed over and embraced him. Grandfather, she exclaimed joyfully. Ha, my dear girl. It seems you have found a boyfriend. I was beginning to think you would never marry. Indeed, this esteemed elder was none other than the renowned Dragon Duke, Meng Shu. A powerful soul Douluo. Grandfather, what are you saying? We haven't even begun, Meng Yiran retorted with indignation. Engaged but not yet started? When will that ever happen? Who knows? Perhaps tomorrow you will have a child. His teasing remarks left everyone speechless, while Meng Yiran and Oscar's faces flushed crimson, blushing intensely. Esteemed elders, I must clarify. Tang Zuo is neither a soul king nor a soul master, Xiao Wu interjected, sensing the awkward atmosphere. Could it be a soul emperor? Meng Shu and Xiao Tianxiang appeared on the brink of disbelief. If Tang Zuo were indeed a soul emperor, then the concept of genius on the continent would need to be entirely redefined. A 12-year-old soul emperor. Was there such a being in Douluo Continent? The answer was a resounding no. Then what level is he currently at? Meng Shu asked in astonishment. Tang Zuo stepped forward, surveying the expressions of those around him, and offered a faint smile. To my esteemed seniors, I am but a humble individual who has just recently attained the status of a quasi-spirit king and has yet to acquire a spirit ring. The two formidable figures, the Dragon Lady and the Serpent Matron, felt an overwhelming urge to tear Tang Zuo apart. Humble individual? They scoffed. At just 12 years of age. You dare to claim such modesty? And what of Meng Yiran, a 16-year-old quasi-spirit elder? Or Tang San, a 12-year-old spirit master of level 29? Is this truly the case? Meng Yiran inquired tentatively. Of course, is there any doubt? Ning Rong replied, noticing Meng Yiran's incredulity. My heavens, young man, we shall take care of your 5th spirit ring, declared the Dragon Lord. Now, tell us, how many years will it take? Asked the serpent matron. Tang Zuo's expression was one of evident hesitation. Are you certain? He inquired. Long Gong and his companion displayed signs of anger, their puzzled gazes shifting towards Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji, did you not inform him of our capabilities? Long Gong demanded sternly. Respectfully, I have not spoken of it, Xiao Wuji replied. A slight smirk appeared at the corner of Long Gong's mouth as he thought to himself, an opportunity to show off has arrived. 8 soul rings shimmered around Ming Shu, exuding an aura befitting a soul Douluo, causing all except Tang Zuo to shudder. My dear wife, unleash your martial soul. 6 soul rings illuminated around Chao Tianxiang. The aura unmistakable. My wife and I possess a martial soul fusion skill. Together, we can rival a title Douluo, Ming Shu proclaimed proudly. Long Gong, you may not stand a chance, Tang Zuo remarked, cracking his fingers, a wild laughter beginning to emerge from beneath his mask. Tang Zuo has become enamored with the taste of pretense. Oh, why is that? Surprisingly, Long Gong and Shipu were not angered. Instead, they found Tang Zuo to be intriguingly enigmatic, embodying the notion that anything is possible. Furthermore, through recent events, Tang Zuo has discerned the formidable power of Long Gong and Shipu, making his declarations undeniably credible. Boom. Black, 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 and crimson. 4 soul rings gradually emerged from beneath Tang Zuo. As the vivid red Sharingan slowly materialized, its oppressive aura shattering the rocks beneath him. As for the reason the stones fractured, it can be attributed to the Conqueror's Haki. Tang Zuo skillfully directed the Conqueror's Haki, bypassing all those present and striking the ground instead. Alas, how unfortunate it is that this young man is already in a relationship. Otherwise, I would certainly wish to give Yu Ran to him as a bride. Long Gong displayed a face of reluctance, but then suddenly brightened. How about I offer Yu Ran to you as a concubine? Isn't it quite normal for a man to have multiple wives? Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong felt a pang of disappointment. She had firmly believed that Tang Zuo would acquiesce, yet she had long prepared herself for the possibility of him seeking a concubine. No, please don't. Tang Zuo's unexpected response left Ning Rongrong astonished. She looked up at him, her heart stirred with emotion. Tang Zuo, under the astonished gaze of Ning Rongrong, embraced him tightly and bestowed a passionate kiss upon him. Oh, Zai Long and I love only Ning Rongrong. Tang Zuo spoke softly, his words barely audible. Ning Rongrong's face transformed into a shade of pink that mirrored her hair, her eyes glistening with tears of emotion, perhaps. Oscar and Ming Ran exchanged knowing glances, their expressions betraying a hint of envy as they observed the affectionate couple. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted. But has anyone ever pondered how Tang Zuo managed to kiss while wearing a mask? At some point, Tang Zuo's mask had vanished, possibly coinciding with the release of the soul ring. By the way, Oscar, if you do not absorb the soul ring, it will dissipate, Tang Zuo reminded. Oscar suddenly realized this and hurried toward the phoenix-tailed crown snake. However, this 14-year-old soul master son-in-law is indeed quite remarkable. Chapter 34. Fantasies of Mushroom Sausages. Oscar swiftly approached the phoenix-tailed crown snake, sitting in meditation, a flicker of excitement coursing through him. He eagerly anticipated the acquisition of his 3rd soul skill. Unbeknownst to him, it was Tang Zuo who felt even greater excitement at that moment. After all, it was a 100,000-year soul ring. Once Oscar completed the absorption, Tang Zuo would ascend to the rank of a true soul king, rather than remaining a mere half-finished product. When a soul master with 3 black rings and 1 red appears in the public eye, he would undoubtedly attract relentless pursuit. Currently, the Spirit Hall was also investigating his whereabouts, compelling him to await the Soul Master competition to publicly showcase his abilities. As Oscar commenced the absorption of the soul rings, a purple soul ring from the phoenix-tailed crown snake silently descended upon him, swirling around his form. Oscar could feel a formidable aura enveloping him. Observing Oscar's somewhat contorted expression, Ming Ran felt a twinge of concern. Do not worry about Oscar. He is doing just fine. Tang Zuo, noticing Ming Ran's concern, spoke up. Ah, who is worried about him? Ming Ran replied, her cheeks flushed. Brother, how is it that Oscar is so fortunate to marry Ming Ran? Ning Rongrong inquired. Handsome and exceptionally talented, what flaw could he possibly have? Yet, brother, you are even more outstanding. Wasn't I just wearing a mask? Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Slowly, Oscar rose to his feet, a purple soul ring materializing around him. I have absorbed it, Oscar exclaimed with excitement. Upon hearing Oscar's words, Tang Zuo appeared to transform into a fierce beast, his gaze swiftly shifting towards Oscar, as if the one absorbing the soul ring was not Oscar, but himself. Ding. Task completed. Rewards have been distributed. 100,000-year soul ring. Ding. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a hidden reward, earning a golden draw once. Tang Zuo was already exhilarated upon hearing about the 10,000-year soul ring, but his excitement escalated when, in a moment of whimsy, he inadvertently stole Oscar's wife, resulting in a golden lottery win. The system offered two types of lotteries, the bronze lottery and the golden lottery. Just as Tang Zuo was lost in the allure of his reward, Xiao Wu spoke up. Son-in-law, what is your third soul skill? She inquired. Grandmother. My third soul skill is the dreamy mushroom sausage, Oscar announced, causing everyone except Tang Zuo to turn into statues of disbelief. It was, after all, impossible to fathom the peculiarity of Oscar's soul skill. Clearing his throat, Meng Shu attempted to ease the tension. And what does your soul skill entail? Oscar, wearing a proud expression and gazing at the crowd, declared, it allows me to fly for 1 minute. The members of Shrek Academy, along with Long Gong and Long Pa, as well as Ming Yiran, felt a wave of disappointment wash over them. Isn't that just a minute? What can one do in a minute? Seriously, Oscar, that's quite weak. Daimubai scoffed. Surprisingly, Oscar was not offended. Instead, he laughed heartily. Haha, Boss Dai, you have no idea. My soul skill is incredibly swift. And what of it? Is it as fast as the speed of a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake? Daimubai challenged. Indeed, you guessed correctly, Oscar replied with a mischievous grin. The speed of a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. The crowd exclaimed in unison. Oscar, do give it a try. Daimubai was visibly excited, and rightly so. After all, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was renowned for its unparalleled speed among soul beasts, often described as capable of traveling 1,000 miles in a day. With a flourish, Oscar conjured a silver globe between his palms, revealing a large white sausage. Raising an eyebrow and adjusting his glasses, he wore an exceedingly cheeky expression. Little A.O. Let me try that out, Xiao said eagerly, wanting to be the first to test this extraordinary skill. Here, Oscar handed her the mushroom sausage. Without hesitation, Xiao popped it into her mouth, prompting a hint of displeasure from Ming Shu, though he could do nothing about it. After all, this young man was his grandson-in-law. Had it been anyone else, Ming Shu would have swiftly dealt with him. Suddenly, Xiao felt a wave of warmth spreading throughout her body, and a pair of transparent wings sprouted from her back. She flapped her wings experimentally, and a powerful surge propelled her upwards. In an instant, she soared to the treetops, beaming with delight as she controlled her wings to gently descend to the ground. Haha, son-in-law, your third soul skill is truly remarkable. Oscar grinned as Xiao gave him a thumbs up. Yiran, here you go. Oscar conjured 2 more mushroom sausages, handing one to Ming Shu and the other to Ming Yiran. The Shrek members cast cold sweats in Oscar's direction, as if silently scolding him for his apparent ingratitude. No, it was a case of prioritizing romance over friendship. Oscar, you've only known us for a short time, and already you're turning your back on your friends. Xiao Wu glared at him, his anger palpable. If looks could kill, Oscar would surely be in pieces by now. Hee, you are all brothers, but Yiran is my fiancée, Oscar retorted playfully. Haha, what's the matter, Xiao Wu? Do you have a problem with that? Ming Shu teased. Seeing Ming Shu's playful expression, Xiao Wu, adhering to the principle of not squabbling with men, relented. Ah, a crow screeched past, accentuating the biting cold wind, causing Xiao Wu to shiver involuntarily. Ah, the elder was merely jesting. This is all something little Ao should do, Ming Shu said, smoothing his beard as he stepped forward to take a sausage. As he bit into it, wings sprouted from his back. Ming Yiran, blushing, quickly grabbed one and took a delicate bite. 2 pairs of transparent wings emerged behind her. As she tested her wings, the exhilarating sensation brought her joy. Delighted to see his granddaughter soaring through the air, Long Gong also took flight. Observing Ming Yiran's delight, Oscar conjured another mushroom sausage for himself and ascended into the sky. Indeed, the speed of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was astonishing. Even at a leisurely pace, the sound of rushing wind was continuous. After a time, they descended, and Oscar wiped the sweat from his brow. Here, Ming Yiran tossed him a handkerchief. Little A.O., how many of these mushroom sausages can you summon at once? Tang Zuo inquired. Oscar pondered for a moment before replying. About 9, I believe. 9. That's quite impressive, Tang Zuo nodded appreciatively. By the way, Oscar, you may now absorb the 8-petal celestial orchid I gave you. Oscar turned to Tang Zuo, his face lighting up with joy. The 8-petal celestial orchid. Having absorbed the soul ring, Oscar's soul power had reached level 32. If he absorbed the 8-petal celestial orchid today, he could likely advance to level 37, with an accelerated cultivation speed in the future. What is the 8-petal celestial orchid? Meng asked, intrigued by Tang Zuo's mention of absorption. The 8-petal celestial orchid is a rare celestial item that will significantly enhance Oscar's soul power. Tang San took a step forward, transforming himself into a veritable encyclopedia. Indeed. Tang Zuo nodded in affirmation. Is this celestial herb truly rare? Asked Xiao Tianxiang. Unable to suppress her curiosity upon witnessing even such a prodigy as Tang Zuo valuing the herb, especially with the presence of the character Celestial. Indeed. There are scarcely a few of such herbs throughout the entire Douluo Continent, replied Tang Zuo. Upon hearing this, Long Gong and Long Po felt an almost irresistible urge to seize it for themselves. However, since this celestial herb was intended for their granddaughter's husband, they ultimately recognized that they would be the beneficiaries. Then, might I inquire if you possess any more? My granddaughter could certainly benefit from your consideration. Long Gong raised his right hand, gently rubbing his thumb and forefinger together, reminiscent of Flandra. Senior, I indeed have another, Tang Zuo declared. What? Everyone turned to gaze at Tang Zuo, their expressions one of astonishment. I say, I do have another, Tang Zuo reiterated. Initially, Long Gong had merely intended to jest, but he was utterly astonished that Tang Zuo truly possessed another. Tang Zuo placed his hand upon the flute of the jade figure, a radiant pink luminescence emanating forth, only to dissipate swiftly. He cradled the flower in his hands, gazing at the astonished onlookers surrounding him. This blossom is known as the Rose of Love. The Rose of Love, indeed? Tang Zuo handed the Rose of Love to Oscar, casting a knowing glance in his direction. Xiao Wu? Oscar suddenly understood, seizing the Rose of Love and eagerly sprinting towards Meng Iran. Iran, this is for you, Oscar exclaimed, presenting the petals with a smile. You really intend to give this to Iran? It was evident that Long Gong's attention was not on Oscar, but rather on Tang Zuo. Having lived for several decades, he had never encountered anyone as enigmatic as Tang Zuo, nor had he seen anyone as extraordinary. No, I am giving it to Oscar, who was presenting it to Meng Iran. Upon hearing this, Long Gong and Long Po exchanged knowing glances before shaking their heads with a smile. Young man, great kindness is not to be spoken of lightly. How about this? I will grant you one request in exchange for this celestial treasure. Is that agreeable? Long Gong pondered for a moment, weighing the pros and cons before speaking. All right. However, Iran does not possess a soul ring yet. Xiao Xiang's gaze was sharp, and one could not help but admire Long Po's astuteness. You need not worry about that. Leave it to me. Tang Zuo smiled faintly, forming a seal with his hands. His eyes transformed into a milky white. The third soul skill, cataract, or rather, white eyes. Tang Zuo's vision instantly broadened, and his gaze transformed into a shade of grayish-white. The prominent veins on either side of his eyes intensified his imposing aura. The Sharingan. Tang Zuo activated his Sharingan once more. This was no ordinary Sharingan, but an augmented version that transcended the realm of Byakugan. Indeed, this was the blood yin-yang that Tang Zuo had recently acquired during the golden lottery draw. Let us rewind the timeline a bit. Before Tang Zuo stood a dark-haired youth, strikingly similar in appearance to him, save for his hairstyle and the two distinct marks at the corners of his eyes, as if they were cast from the same mold. Ah, you again, system. Tang Zuo said with exasperation. Host, may I inquire what you seek from this system? Are you wishing to embark on an adventure in the nude? All right then. Tang Zuo replied. System, I wish to partake in a lottery, a golden lottery. Understood, arrangements are in place. As soon as the words left his lips, a circular roulette appeared before Tang Zuo. This wheel was unlike the bronze lottery. It bore no clear labels for rewards, only a question mark. Host, you have but one recommendation left. Hence you may draw only once, the system reminded him. Tang Zuo, with a heart full of trepidation, pursed his lips and reached out towards the spinning wheel, gently pressing a button. The wheel whirled with astonishing speed, and even with the activation of his Sharingan, he could merely perceive the blurred shadows created by its rapid motion. After an interminable wait within the confines of the system's space, the wheel finally came to a halt, landing on a question mark. This question mark transformed into a brilliant golden light, which began to dissipate. A chime resonated, announcing, Congratulations, host. You have received a reward, the blood yin-yang eye. Product description. This product is obtained through a golden lottery and allows the host's third soul skill to merge with the Sharingan, thereby granting the capabilities of both the Sharingan and the Byakugan, culminating in the extraordinary blood yin-yang eye. Tang Zuo, upon reading this astonishing introduction, clenched his fists in excitement. Let us rewind time to the present moment. Tang Zuo relied on the telescope function of his Byakugan to observe the nearby soul beast. Subsequently, he utilized the dynamic capabilities of his Sharingan to track its position. Universal pull, he declared, as a massive azure serpent surged forth. Rasengan, a sphere of blue chakra, the size of a crystal ball, materialized in Tang Zuo's hand. Boom. The serpent's body was pierced, leaving a gaping hole. Thunderous judgment. Tang Zuo formed a hand seal, and a blue talisman gradually materialized. With a resounding boom, a colossal bolt of lightning descended, striking the already feeble azure serpent that lay on the brink of collapse. Tang Zuo hurled a knife towards Meng Yiran's position. However, Meng Yiran did not catch the knife. Instead, she allowed it to fall to the ground. She remained in a state of stupor. The seven monsters of Shrek gazed at Tang Zuo in astonishment, while Long Gong and Long Pa stood frozen in place. The students of Shrek, having witnessed the soul beast being summoned from miles away, were not particularly shocked. Yet, Long Gong and Long Pa were different. They had never encountered such an individual. Meng Yiran, Tang Zuo waved his hand in front of her eyes, as she noticed a hand waving incessantly before her. Meng Yiran quickly regained her senses. She intended to pick up the small knife from the ground, placing her right hand upon it and yanking it forcefully backward. This sudden pull caused her to sit down abruptly, but the knife remained completely still. "Oh my goodness! How did you throw it like that?" Meng Yiran exclaimed in surprise. "Quite simple, isn't it?" Tang Zuo replied. "What's wrong, Yiran?" Xiao Tianxiang inquired, noticing something amiss with Meng Yiran. "I'm fine, Grandma. Please, try to lift this small knife," Meng Yiran urged. Xiao Tianxiang smirked disdainfully, thinking to herself, "Here comes my opportunity to show off." However, the outcome in the following moment was unexpectedly surprising. Just like Meng Yiran, Xiao Tianxiang found the knife only moved slightly when she attempted to lift it. "This knife? Why is it so heavy?" Xiao Tianxiang exclaimed in shock. Tang Zuo chuckled and shook his head. He watched as Xiao Tianxiang summoned a soul ring, glaring fiercely at the dagger. With a vigorous motion, the blade soared through the air. "Kid, this dagger must weigh at least 1,000 pounds. Xiao Tianxiang remarked after a moment's hesitation. Wait a moment, let me take a look." Tang Zuo gazed at the flying knife, a sheepish smile creeping across his face. It seems I've taken the wrong knife," he remarked, scratching his head. Tang Zuo once again retrieved an exceedingly ordinary dagger from the depths of where the jade person teaches to play the Xiao and tossed it towards Meng Yiran. This time, Meng Yiran felt a twinge of fear. Should the dagger prove to be as weighty as it appeared, she might be sent sprawling if she attempted to catch it. Thus, she refrained from reaching out and allowed it to fall to the ground. Observing the blade embedded in the earth, Meng Yiran gently lifted her hand. With a deep breath, she unleashed a fierce strike upon the now lifeless azure serpent. A violet soul ring spiraled upward from its form. Upon witnessing this, Meng Yiran promptly commenced the absorption of the soul ring. The process remained nearly identical. The sole distinction lay in the intensity of the radiance emitted during absorption. It was evident that Meng Yiran's soul beast was somewhat inferior to Oscar's, albeit only marginally so. Nonetheless, with the protection of Shrek Academy, the rank of this soul ring held little significance should she choose to join their ranks. "Now, let us hasten the absorption." Tang Zuo expressed his impatience, which was understandable given the excessive time wasted for the sake of Oscar. Meng Yiran, after absorbing the soul ring, turned to Oscar, intending for both of them to absorb together. Oscar, understanding his intent, signaled with an OK gesture. With determined resolve, they grasped the 8-petal immortal orchid and the rose of love. However, confusion soon crossed their faces. Brothers what? Meng Yiran's use of the term brother was almost forced, causing his gums to bleed from being bitten. The rose of love only requires you to place the petals in your mouth, and it will naturally be absorbed by you. But what about me? Oscar inquired. Tang Zuo gave him a thumbs up, a gesture imbued with profound emotion. In one swift motion, Meng Yiran followed Tang Zuo's instructions, delicately plucking a petal and placing it in her mouth, all eyes upon her in eager anticipation. A radiant pink light enveloped her, exuding a gentle aura. Gradually, the hue transformed from pink to azure, and then from azure to violet. To their astonishment, Meng Yiran's martial soul underwent a remarkable metamorphosis. The once ordinary serpent staff sprouted a dragon's head atop, with a dragon's tail emerging beneath. Xiao Tianxiang and Meng Shu stood in stunned silence, unable to close their mouths at the spectacle before them, for Meng Yiran's martial soul had evolved from a serpent staff into a dragon staff. "Is this truly the legendary dragon staff?" Meng Shu inquired, his voice tinged with disbelief. Indeed, it appears so, Xiao Tianxiang responded. Haha. Who would have thought that the aspirations we have pursued for a lifetime would manifest in Iran? Meng Shu, the Dragon Lord, erupted in laughter. His admiration for Oscar and Tang's was unmistakable. The reason for his appreciation towards Oscar? Perhaps it was merely to save face. Meng Iran could distinctly sense the changes in her martial soul and soul power, her eyes flying open as she gazed upon the serpent staff, which now bore no resemblance to its former self. The transformation of the serpent staff into a dragon staff was indeed a significant elevation in status. Iran, what level is your soul power now? Oscar asked, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Meng Iran endeavored to summon her soul ring, attuning herself to the energy within. Approximately level 37, she estimated. 37. Nearly everyone present gasped, their pupils dilating in astonishment. The members of the Shrek 7 monsters were even more taken aback. Yet amidst their shock, a sense of delight burgeoned. Dai Mubai recalled the wondrous Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum, wishing fervently to seize it at that very moment, though for reasons unknown. He restrained himself. Oscar, you should absorb it quickly as well, Meng Iran urged. Ning Rongrong quietly approached Tang Zuo, tugging at his loose sleeve. Tang Zuo gazed gently at Ning Rongrong, affectionately ruffling her hair. Brother, is it true that this Qilua tulip can transform the 7 treasure glaze tile into the 9 treasure glaze tile? Ning Rongrong inquired. Upon hearing this question, Tang Zuo momentarily lost his focus. Fool, when have I ever deceived you? Tang Zuo replied. Hiki. Ning Rongrong giggled. Oscar, adhering to Tang Zuo's counsel, promptly tossed the item into his mouth and began to chew. A bitter taste surged fiercely to the top of Oscar's head. Had it not been for his considerable tolerance for flavors, he would have certainly been compelled to vomit. In truth, Tang Zuo had not informed Oscar that the consumption method for the 8-petal celestial orchid was akin to that of the rose of love. The 8-petal celestial orchid possesses a distinct characteristic. Its stem is exceedingly bitter, far more so than one might expect. Meng Iran observed Oscar's grimacing expression, her gaze somewhat dazed and laced with concern. Unbeknownst to her, Oscar was merely reacting to the bitterness. She mistakenly believed it was pain caused by the impact of soul power on his meridians. A radiant glow enveloped Oscar, dissipating in an instant. The formidable soul power radiated from him, exuding an aura befitting a high-ranking soul master, creating ripples in the atmosphere. What is happening? Xiao Tianxiang eagerly inquired. Indeed, little Oscar. Ming Shu added. Oscar, what level are you now? Zhao Wu asked. I'm currently at level 38, Oscar sheepishly replied, scratching his head. 38. The group expressed astonishment. Even Tang's were displaying a hint of surprise. Alas, Oscar's fortune is truly remarkable. He merely ventured into the Stardow forest and emerged with a beautiful fiancée. Directly betrothed. Now he has attained the status of a level 38 soul master, rivaling Daimubai. Ma Hongjun, witnessing Oscar's fortuitous day, could not help but voice his envy. Hey Ma Hongjun, are you foolish? I still have a miraculous spirit-boosting chrysanthemum, Dai Mubai remarked, casually draping an arm around Ma Hongjun's shoulder. Ah, such pity. If I, Ma Hongjun, possessed Oscar's charming visage, I would be thriving, Ma Hongjun lamented. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's grievance, Tang Zuo had a sudden epiphany. Then, fatty, why don't you lose weight? Tang Zuo inquired. Ah, Zuogu, you simply do not understand. Whether losing weight would make me handsome is uncertain, and it's exhausting. What if I lose weight and end up unattractive? Ma Hongjun replied. Upon hearing this, Tang Zuo seemed to grasp the underlying issue. Ma Hongjun lacked motivation. Indeed, who would willingly engage in a laborious endeavor with no reward? No one would. Tang Zuo smiled knowingly and retrieved a time-limited fat-burning pill from the system space, tossing it towards Ma Hongjun. My dear friend, this pill will allow you to temporarily shed some weight, and your attire will automatically transform into clothing suitable for wearing the pill. So you need not worry about any embarrassing moments. Give it a try, Tang Zuo encouraged. Chapter 37. The 100,000-year soul ring. Upon hearing about Tang Zuo's time-limited fat-burning pill, Ma Hongjun's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed eagerly at Tang Zuo. He popped the pill into his mouth, feeling the potent medicinal power digest within him, accompanied by a sensation akin to burning. This burning sensation was not due to flames, but rather a result of Tang Zuo's whimsical addition of some chili pepper. An aura of fiery energy radiated from Ma Hongjun, enveloping his entire being. Is the chubby fellow about to slim down? Ning Rongrong inquired. Indeed, though it is merely temporary, Tang Zuo replied, as the flames gradually dissipated. A figure materialized before the astonished onlookers. He was clad in a white garment that was half-drenched and half-bleached, cinched at the waist with a dark olive-green geometric pattern belt. His hair flowed like the wind, and beneath his brows were profound peach blossom eyes. His physique was robust, exuding an aura of charm and elegance. Even the typically aloof Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but steal a few glances. As for Ning Rongrong, she seemed indifferent, casting only a fleeting glance before fixating her gaze on her beloved Tang Zuo. "Why is everyone staring at me?" Ma Hongjun asked in bewilderment upon noticing the attention directed towards him. "Well, my friend, take a look at yourself," Dai Mubai suggested. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun glanced down and was astonished to find that he had indeed slimmed down considerably, his figure now rivaling that of some women. "My heavens! Does anyone have a mirror?" he exclaimed. "I do," Ning Rongrong responded. She produced a mirror only to discover it was shattered, in a pitiful state. This. Ning Rongrong felt somewhat embarrassed, having just claimed that she possessed a mirror. "Don't worry about it." Tang Zuo waved his hand and smiled lightly. A few onlookers gazed at him in curiosity, eagerly anticipating his next move. Suddenly, the ice release mirror technique manifested before him, conjuring a crystal-clear mirror that soared towards Ma Hongjun. Without hesitation, Ma Hongjun dashed to the mirror, as if fearing that it might melt away. His pupils constricted, and he gasped in awe. "Am I truly this handsome?" he mused, envisioning his future. A mischievous grin crept across his face as he admired his slimmed-down reflection. The bystanders, the monstrous dragon lady included, were astonished by Tang Zuo's display of ninjutsu and silently resolved to steer clear of him, fully aware that he was not someone they could provoke. Setting aside his enigmatic abilities, even his background alone made him a formidable figure. "Haha, I told you. How could I possibly be unattractive? I've made up my mind. Starting today, I, Ma Hongjun, shall embark on a weight-loss journey," he exclaimed, jumping up in excitement, his heart racing. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering a hidden quest. Awaken and amplify Ma Hongjun's inner desire to lose weight. Reward, 1 Taiji barrier." Upon hearing this reward, Tang Zuo felt a surge of exhilaration, as he had been pondering where to utilize his 100,000-year soul ring. While he need not worry about his companions from Shrek or the Dragon Lords, the external title Douluo posed a different challenge. If Tang Zuo were to absorb the ring without caution, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Spirit Hall once more. Fortunately, the barrier provided by the system could conceal all traces of one's aura, proving to be an invaluable boon for Tang Zuo in his endeavors. Taking advantage of others' inattention, Tang Zuo quietly buried it in the ground, releasing a barrier. The barrier's translucent hue rendered it imperceptible to those nearby. Who would have thought that Ma Hongjun would one day transform into a handsome figure? Xiao Wu shook his head with a wry smile. As a formidable figure known as the Unmoving King, the only aspect he seemed to lack was physical attractiveness, embodying a rather simple, affable uncle type. "By the way, brother, what about your 5th soul ring?" Ning Rongrong inquired. Indeed, both Xiang and Mingshu suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. How many could contend with a 100,000-year soul beast? Could an ordinary title Douluo prevail? Certainly not. "I believe it may not be necessary," Tang Zuo remarked, gazing skyward as he silently contemplated. System, claim reward, 100,000-year soul ring. Amidst the puzzled expressions of the onlookers, the world within the barrier shifted in color. Dark clouds gathering ominously as the ground trembled beneath their feet. A brilliant crimson beam of light descended from the heavens, its overwhelming presence causing the Shrek 7 and Meng Iran to squint against the brightness. With a resounding thud, the previously slender Ma Hongjun unexpectedly bounced back, returning to his portly form. Under the astonished gazes of the others, a colossal purple creature emerged behind Tang Zuo, enveloped in a shimmering green cloak of soul power, adorned with numerous black magatama patterns that instilled a sense of dread in those who beheld it. Tang Zuo's eyes transformed into a dual-faced spectacle, one half red and the other half white. However, this time, the white side bore faint blue patterns. Upon witnessing this, the formidable Long Pa, believing Tang Zuo to be in peril, was ready to intervene, only to be restrained by Tang San and Xiao Wu. They understood that Tang Zuo was in the process of absorbing a 100,000-year soul ring and could not be disturbed. The crimson beam of light gradually dissipated, replaced by a red soul ring that slowly descended, merging seamlessly with Tang Zuo. Only then did the red radiance begin to fade. Long Gong, Long Pa, and Ming Yiran were left in a state of astonishment. Within the Shrek Academy, aside from Tang San and Xiao Wu, the others shared a similar sentiment. Although Tang San and Xiao Wu had encountered such scenes before, they were still unable to escape their astonishment. In Ji's eyes, the divine bestowed soul rings were as common as cabbages, Tang San remarked. Indeed, Xiao Wu agreed. Upon hearing the term divine, their astonishment intensified. Are you saying this is a divine bestowed soul ring? Asked Xiao Tianxiang. Indeed, replied Tang San. Given your reaction, has he not received this divine bestowed soul ring before? Mingshu pondered for a moment before inquiring. No, it seems all of Ji's soul rings are divine bestowals. I'm not entirely sure. But as far as Sange and I know, including the one just now, there are 4 of them, Xiao Wu proudly stated. In a realm not belonging to the divine, the god of fate and the creator god sat amidst the clouds. Between them lay a chessboard. With a final move, the creator god placed his piece, leading to the defeat of the god of fate. They both gazed at the 10,000-year soul ring descending to the mortal realm, sharing a resigned smile. Creator god, the individual you have chosen has already become a soul king? The god of fate asked, puzzled. Indeed, the creator god confirmed. A 12-year-old soul king. He has shattered the record of Douluo Continent, hasn't he? This elevates him 2 tiers above those with peak talents in Douluo Continent. If he cannot achieve this, I doubt he would have been chosen by me. The 5th ring is a 10,000-year soul ring. How intriguing, he chuckled. Chapter 38. The Titan Great Ape Go. You must be sure to grant me one as well, Ma Hongjun said, draping his arm over Tang Zuo's shoulder. As Tang Zuo was lost in thought, Ma Hongjun chose this moment to approach, and thus he found himself unfortunate. Tang Zuo seized Ma Hongjun's plump hand and forcefully flung it forward. The contorted expression on Ma Hongjun's face was somewhat comical as he was pinned to the ground by Tang Zuo. Go, hey, are you plotting to murder your own brother? Ma Hongjun exclaimed. Upon recognizing that the visitor was Ma Hongjun, Tang Zuo felt a moment of embarrassment and released his grip. Ma Hongjun rose to his feet, dusting off his clothes, and spoke in a bemused tone. Zuo, you must ensure to get me one when the time comes. Otherwise, my fragile heart will surely shatter. He pretended to wipe a bit of dust from his face, feigning a pitiful demeanor. Certainly, Tang Zuo replied. Ma Hongjun's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. However, Tang Zuo added, if you allow me to break 8 of your ribs, then I shall grant your wish. This was not a jest on Tang Zuo's part. It was a directive from that wretched system. The reason being, the system had taken on the guise of Ning Rong Rong to tempt Tang Zuo, only to be met with a sound thrashing, leaving it battered and bruised. Thus, the system harbored a slight grudge against Tang Zuo, leading to the issuance of this task. Yet, would Tang Zuo be so easily deceived? He had ignored the system for 5 days, resulting in the system's reluctant capitulation. If being beaten counts as a concession, then indeed, it had acquiesced. TCH, then forget it, Ma Hongjun remarked. By the way, Dai Lauda, why aren't you absorbing? Dai Mubai paused momentarily. If I absorb, then I cannot participate in the team competition at the Great Soul Arena, he replied. Oh, why worry about that? Isn't there a Mingyuan now? Once you reach the Soul Sect, you can participate in the duel battle with her, Tang Zuo suggested. As far as I know, there are no Soul King contenders at the Soto Great Soul Arena, Xiao Wu interjected after hearing Tang Zuo mention the duel battle. Upon hearing these words, Tang Zuo was immediately taken aback. To think that such a vast establishment as the Soto Great Soul Arena did not even possess a Soul King. This was Tang Zuo's initial reaction. Ha ha, you 2 mischievous lads, fret not. I possess a means to conceal one's soul power. However, it cannot elude those above the rank of Soul Emperor. To the fragrant path of the heavens. Tang Zuo was slightly astonished upon hearing about the remarkable technique of Xiang. He inquired whether the esteemed Longpa could impart this knowledge to both him and Dai Mubai. Longpa, although maintaining a serene demeanor, felt a tempest of emotions within. This was indeed a personal favor. If she could earn the gratitude of Tang Zuo, the continent's most prodigious talent, it would be a delightful boon. Long Gong shared a similar sentiment, equally exhilarated by the prospect. Of course, she replied, and then called Tang Zuo and Dai Mubai to her side, gently explaining the method of cultivation. Upon hearing about this extraordinary soul technique, Tang Zuo was overwhelmed with eagerness and immediately desired to begin his practice. The colors yellow, and purple materialized in spirals around him. His soul pressure remained unchanged, yet to the onlookers, Tang Zuo had transformed into a rank 39 soul sovereign. His hidden strength was solely to prepare for the entrusted Grand Soul Arena competition, and it was not concealed from Qin Ming's discerning eyes. His power had not diminished, merely manifesting as a soul sovereign, thereby ensuring he would not be looked down upon. Xiang was taken aback to witness Tang Zuo mastering the soul technique so swiftly. She had anticipated that, regardless of his exceptional talent, he would require at least a day to learn it. Little did she know he only needed a fleeting moment. Dai Mubai, Observing Tang Zuo's instantaneous comprehension was even more astonished, for he was aware of the technique's intricacy. Even with his formidable talent, he would need 2 days to fully grasp it. Tang Zuo's actions seemed to strike a blow to Dai Mubai's confidence. The Shrek 6 monsters could gauge the difficulty of the soul skill from the soul power that Tang Zuo emitted when he first used it. Although Ning Rongrong was taken aback, the astonishment was fleeting. She understood that anything extraordinary would soon become commonplace in Tang Zuo's presence, such as the nature of a prodigy, capable of overshadowing all other talents. Just as they were engaged in their lively discussion, a series of thunderous sounds echoed through the forest. The noise resembled the sound of a gorilla beating its chest. Upon hearing the commotion, everyone immediately became alert. The 8 members of Shrek, along with Mengyuran, formed a protective circle, while the formidable Grandmaster and Xiao Wu stood in front of the 9. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. A colossal figure slowly approached. Its arms long and its legs short, covered in black fur and towering to the height of a building. This was the Titan Great Ape. Xiao Wu exclaimed in shock. The onlookers quickly turned their gaze towards him, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. The king of the forest, the Titan Great Ape. Meng Shu swallowed hard, his throat constricting. The Titan Great Ape gazed at Xiao Wu, a sly smile creeping across its face. It then turned its attention to Tang San, who was holding Xiao Wu's hand, emanating an aura of menace. Noticing the Titan Great Ape's intense gaze, Xiao Wu hurriedly stepped forward and bowed deeply. Esteemed king of the forest, we mean no offense, Xiao Wu stated. However, the Titan Great Ape paid him no mind, fixating solely on Xiao Wu. Her eyes darted nervously as she pondered what to do in this precarious situation. Tang Zuo glanced at the Titan Great Ape with a sense of intrigue. Could it be that the Titan Great Ape harbors a secret affection for Xiao Wu? He pondered silently. The Titan Great Ape pounded its chest once more and let out a fearsome roar. Xiao Wu and the mighty Longpo were both compelled to retreat by the sheer force of its presence. O king of the forest, we bear no intention of offense, Xiao Wu reiterated. In the eyes of the Titan Great Ape, Xiao Wu and Longpo were merely insignificant insects, easily crushed at any moment. In truth, the Titan Great Ape was equally troubled. It wished to take Xiao Wu away but could not harm these individuals, making restraint a formidable challenge. Ignoring Xiao Wu's pleas, the Titan Great Ape swung a fist in his direction. Yet, it did not exert much force, resulting only in a cloud of dust. Xiao Wu summoned his martial spirit, the formidable Diamond Bear, barely managing to withstand the Titan's might. However, his strength was still insufficient. It seemed Long Gong and Longpo were also holding their ground. Children, flee. We can hold on for a while, Xiao Wu shouted. Indeed, we are old, you are still young. You must live on, Longpo cried out. Yes, you are young. You must avenge us 3 when the time comes. Clearly, the trio had already resigned themselves to their fate. Yet, the Titan Great Ape raised its hand and charged towards Xiao Wu. Upon witnessing this, the 3 glared fiercely at the Titan Great Ape. Gravity compression. Xiao Wu activated his soul technique, attempting to slow the Titan's advance, but it proved utterly ineffective. The Titan Great Ape remained unstoppable. Long Gong and Longpo displayed expressions of helplessness. Chapter 39. Divine Might. In the face of despair among the crowd and Xiao Wu's concern, Tang Zuo stepped forward. Humph. Tang Zuo let out a cold snort, and 5 soul rings, 3 black, 1 red, and 1 crimson, rose gradually into the air, his eyes transforming from black to a deep crimson. Within those blood-red orbs, a pattern reminiscent of a boomerang emerged. The 5th soul skill, Divine Might. Under the astonished gaze of the onlookers, a white vortex appeared before both Tang Zuo and the Titan Great Ape, exuding an aura of space. The vortex slowly engulfed both the Titan Great Ape and Tang Zuo, and in a matter of moments, they had vanished from sight. The crowd stood frozen, watching as Tang Zuo and the Titan Great Ape gradually disappeared. Believing them to be meeting their end together, the members of the Shrek 7 Devils were in tears, with Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong on the verge of collapse. Oscar, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun also shed tears of anguish. However, unbeknownst to them, the 2 were within the realm of divine might. The Titan Great Ape scratched its head in confusion, casting a puzzled glance at Tang Zuo, with 3 question marks hovering above its head. Tang Zuo, upon observing the Titan Ape's puzzlement, could not help but smile faintly. Tang Zuo felt the need to step outside momentarily, concerned that those outside might be worried. Titan Giant Ape, please wait here. I shall return shortly, Tang Zuo stated. The Titan Giant Ape, perplexed, gazed at Tang Zuo with a look of confusion. Before Tang Zuo, a swirling vortex appeared, this time rotating counterclockwise. In contrast to the previous clockwise motion, He had returned from the divine realm to the external world. The first sight that met his eyes was the tearful Ning Rongrong, weeping profusely, stirring a deep sense of compassion within him. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed even Xiao Wu was in tears. Ming Yiran was offering comfort to Oscar. The familiar voices of the 11 companions resonated, drawing their gazes towards the source. However, what greeted their eyes was the upright figure of Tang Zuo. Ning Rongrong, spotting him standing behind her, rushed forward and embraced him tightly. Tears soaked Tang Zuo's garments as she cried, "Brother, I thought you." She clung to him desperately, fearing that a moment's lapse might cause her to lose him again. Tang Zuo gently placed his hand upon Ning Rongrong's delicate pink tresses. There, I am perfectly fine. Please do not weep. I would never abandon you," he assured her. Brother, Xiao Wu and Tang San wiped their tears and gazed at Tang Zuo. Tang Zuo smiled as he wiped away Ning Rongrong's tears and held her tightly. After a long while, they parted. Tang Zuo swiftly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to instantaneously appear before Tang San. He gently tapped his 2 fingers upon Tang San's head. "Forgive me, little San," Tang Zuo said with a hint of amusement. Tang San's face flushed with embarrassment. Tang San's tears have dried. Tang San buried his head in his chest. Tang Zuo seemed to recall something significant. The Titan giant ape remained ensnared within the domain of divine might. It must be said that its simplicity was quite remarkable. In truth, Tang Zuo's divine might could only confine a Soul King. Those above the rank of Soul Emperor could easily shatter the confines of space by following the essence of the spatial soul technique. Had it not been for the Titan giant ape's somewhat naive disposition, it likely would have escaped long ago. "Ah, please wait for me for a moment." With that, Tang Zuo returned to the realm of divine might. Gazing at the colossal Titan giant ape before him, Tang Zuo's body trembled slightly. Taking a breath, the Titan giant ape exhaled towards Tang Zuo, as if attempting to convey something. "Do not worry about Xiao Wu. I have long been aware of her connection to the soul beasts," Tang Zuo reassured. With a roar, the Titan giant ape opened its mouth wide and bellowed at Tang Zuo. Tang Zuo covered his ears, tightly shutting his eyes. Time passed, though he could not discern how long, until the Titan ape, weary, plopped down onto the ground with an endearing thud. "Allow me to tell you a tale," he proposed. Sensing no ill intent from Tang Zuo, the Titan ape acquiesced. Story omitted. Tang Zuo recounted the tale of Tarzan to the Titan great ape. The narrative was filled with unexpected twists and turns. Although the Titan great ape lacked the ability to articulate words, its intellect was comparable to that of an ordinary human. After listening, the Titan great ape felt a surge of emotion, pondering whether it was indeed possible for humanity and soul beasts to coexist in harmony. "I gifted Xiao Wu a rare herb known as the Heartbreak Red, and even the title Douluo of humanity cannot discern her true form," Tang Zuo remarked. The Titan great ape responded with a gentle nudge against Tang Zuo's body, a gesture of camaraderie. Tang Zuo led the Titan giant ape out of the divine space. The 11 individuals, upon witnessing the Titan giant ape materialize before them, instantly went on high alert. "Tang Zuo, hurry over here," Xiao Wu said anxiously, his gaze fixed on Tang Zuo. "Brother, this time it is Tang San and Xiao Wu," Ning Rongrong expressed her concern. Tang Zuo gently tapped twice on the hand of the Titan ape. To the astonishment of all present, the Titan ape actually lowered its head. Tang Zuo gently stroked it. "Do not be afraid, it is now my friend," he declared. The 11 individuals present gasped in astonishment, as if they had encountered a ghost. If Tang Zuo's cultivation talent had already shattered their expectations, then his gift of persuasion confounded their very worldview. Even the usually tense Xiao Wu was taken aback. She was well aware of the Titan great ape's temperament. Aside from herself and Ming, the creature heeded no one else. The Titan great ape, known for its disdain towards humanity, had inexplicably formed a bond with Tang Zuo today. "Xiao Wu, come here for a moment," Tang Zuo said with a serious expression. "Oh," Xiao Wu replied, stepping forward to stand before him. Divine might. Tang Zuo, accompanied by 2 beasts, entered the divine might space, where Xiao Wu gazed around in utter astonishment. Ming, haha, how did you become friends with Dugu?" Xiao Wu playfully patted the Titan giant ape's hand, causing the creature to shyly scratch its head. "Xiao Wu, you should quickly manifest your soul ring. You must be at level 30 by now," Tang Zuo remarked. All right." Xiao Wu had anticipated this call from Tang Zuo, so she was not overly surprised. Ming, wait here for Xiao Wu. I shall step outside," Tang Zuo said. And with that, he exited the divine might space. "Brother, why did you call Xiao Wu over?" Ning Rongrong inquired, her cheeks puffed out, seemingly a bit envious. "Indeed, brother," Tang San echoed, mirroring Ning Rongrong's reaction. "Oh, Xiao Wu has reached level 30. It's time for her to absorb a soul ring," Tang Zuo explained. "Oh, what?" The group initially wore expressions of understanding, but upon realizing the implications, they erupted in exclamations. Xiao Wu has become a sole sovereign, Zhao Wujie declared. Just as the shock settled over them, Tang San slowly raised his hand. I have also become a sole sovereign. Zhao Wujie, Chao Tinxiang, Mingshu, Ming Yuran. And the Shrek 7 monsters expressed their astonishment. By the way, Zuo, what is your fifth soul ability? Ning Rongrong bounced over to inquire. My fifth soul ability is called Divine Might. It is a spatial soul skill that allows me to draw others or myself into a realm that belongs solely to me. However, it is currently ineffective against soul emperors. Chapter 40. The human-faced demon spider, upon hearing that Tang's fifth soul skill was only effective against soul emperors and below, the group let out a collective sigh of relief. However, upon reflection, it was understandable, considering he was a soul king, and this skill could be deemed invincible. At present, Tang Zuo could be regarded as unmatched among those below the rank of Soul Emperor, while he might still contend with Soul Emperors and Soul Saints. Yet, the scenario was entirely different when facing a Soul Douluo, for the disparity in soul power was too great. These Soul Douluos and titled Douluos could still trace the spatial remnants of the Flying Thunder God. Brother, Teacher Zhao, Senior Long Gong and Shipas. I wonder if my third soul ring has caused Tang San to forget himself, he said awkwardly. Fear not, leave it to me, Tang Zuo replied, his face revealing a fierce expression. The blood-enyog eyes manifested once more, scanning the surroundings. Tang Zuo sensed an exceedingly malevolent aura, his gaze instantly fixating upon it. The celestial attraction unleashed a formidable gravitational force, compelling the source of that sinister energy to be drawn toward Tang Zuo. As the onlookers beheld the entity, astonishment swept over them once more. It manifested as a spider, predominantly cloaked in shades of black and red, its appearance unmistakably indicative of its lethal venom. Its legs spanned over 1 meter in length. The person ensnared in the grasp of the faceless demon spider, bewildered, noticed the presence of several individuals, ranging from soul sovereigns to soul douluos, and began to break into a cold sweat. This is the faceless demon spider, exclaimed the formidable Long Pua in astonishment. Indeed, and a millennia-old faceless demon spider at that, remarked Tang San. Hee, Brother San. It seems fortune smiles upon you this time, chuckled Ma Hongjun, nudging Tang San's shoulder with a mischievous grin. Tang San also displayed a joyful expression. However, amidst the happiness of the group, Tang's countenance bore a hint of solemnity. Xiao San, what troubles you? Tang San heard Tang's calling him and turned to inquire. This is a 2,000-year-old human-faced demon spider, surpassing the limits of an ordinary great soul master. Your chances of successful absorption are merely 50%. Are you willing to take the gamble? Tang Zuo asked. The crowd gasped in astonishment, covering their mouths. I am willing, Tang San replied, clenching his fists after a moment of contemplation. Zhao Wujin's expression instantly turned grave as he fixed his gaze on Tang San. No, Zhao Wujin said coldly. The crowd was not particularly surprised by this response, as Zhao Wujin was the teacher tasked with ensuring his students' safety. In a situation involving Tang San and Tang Zuo, he felt utterly powerless. Teacher Zhao. Sometimes one must take a gamble to truly discover a person's potential, Tang Zuo argued. But this is tantamount to courting death, Zhao Wujin retorted through clenched teeth. Teacher Zhao. Tang San is my brother. He is also my disciple, Tang Zuo asserted. The tension between the two men escalated, reaching a confrontational peak. Brother, teacher, please cease your quarrel. Tang San interjected thoughtfully. Both men turned to him, eagerly awaiting his decision. I will absorb it, Tang San declared. Zhao Wujin inhaled sharply, casting a resentful glare at Tang Zuo before turning away in frustration. The members of Shrek Academy exchanged worried glances at Tang San's resolve. While the formidable Lady Long wished to dissuade the two men, Tang Zuo approached and patted Tang San's shoulder, saying, Little San, you can do it, have faith in yourself. Meanwhile, the trembling figure of the nightmare spider stood bewildered, inexplicably drawn into this gathering. It found itself amidst a group of individuals deliberating on whether to absorb it or not, and had nearly lost all hope for its own existence. Tang San cast a nervous glance at the human-faced demon spider. However, to the eyes of the demon, Tang San's anxious expression appeared almost devilish. Xiao San, rely on yourself, Otherwise, the absorption will be quite difficult, Tang Zuo encouraged him with a reassuring gesture. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong's eternally cheerful smile displayed a hint of maturity. Brother, San Go. Tang Zuo smiled. It's nothing. Don't you still believe me, Tang San? Ning Rongrong felt quite helpless. It wasn't that she doubted Tang San. The crux of the matter was that, under such circumstances, it was simply impossible not to feel anxious. Tang San took a step forward, while the faceless demon spider retreated a pace. With the invocation of his first soul skill, blue-silver bind, a momentary brilliance enveloped Tang San, as countless strands of blue-silver grass surged towards the faceless demon spider. The creature, wielding its sharp spider legs, swiftly severed the advancing blue-silver grass, ignoring all else. The faceless demon spider lunged fiercely at Tang San. Tang San took a step back and executed a swift turn. With a flick of his fingers at his waist, 3 darts materialized in his hand. With a graceful leap, he hurled them towards the human-faced demon spider. The creature, however, remained unfazed, casually deflecting the projectiles with its spider legs. Tang San, sensing the impending danger, leaped to another tree. A hidden sword materialized distinctly in his hand. With a swift flick, the concealed blade was launched, slicing through the air with a piercing sound. The human-faced demon spider, mistaking this sword for the previous dart, remained unperturbed. The consequence was dire, as the sword struck directly into its left eye, eliciting a cry of anguish from the creature. Tang San seized upon this flaw and swiftly unleashed his second soul skill. The blue-silver grass surged upon the body of the faceless demon spider, enveloping it completely. Yet, this blue-silver grass could not restrain the creature in an instant. With a flicker of purple light, the blue-silver grass transformed into fragmented strands of silver. How infuriating! Tang San summoned the blue-silver grass once more, seizing one of the spider's legs from behind the faceless demon spider. With a forceful tug, he yanked it a full meter away. Tang San hurled a concealed weapon with remarkable precision, striking the legs of the human-faced demon spider. Its purple blood stained the ground, creating a rather unsettling sight. Tang Zuo nodded upon witnessing this scene. Xiao Wu, Long Gong, and Shipa also displayed expressions of astonishment. Yet, is the faceless demon spider so easily vanquished? It deflected the hidden weapon and charged towards Tang San, its speed so swift that it left an illusory shadow in its wake. Tang San was unable to evade in time, and a fresh scar appeared on his arm. Tang San's arms bore a faint purplish hue to the blood, suggesting signs of poisoning. He distinctly felt a wave of fatigue, yet his indomitable will urged him not to surrender. The blue markings entwined around him. Tang San once again summoned his soul power, causing the blue-silver grass to flourish even more vibrantly than before. However, it proved to be of little consequence. Just as he contemplated surrender, a technique imparted to him by Tang Zuo resurfaced in his mind, the art of hunting soul beasts by identifying their weaknesses. Typically, the point of attack on a soul beast is its Achilles heel. Tang San experimented with the legs of the faceless demon spider, only to find them impervious. Thus, its vulnerability must lie in its mouth, or rather, its head. Tang San suddenly awakened. However, just as he regained his senses, he discovered that the face-devouring demon spider had already appeared before him. Tang San employed the technique of ghost shadow mirage, conjuring a purple phantom. He narrowly evaded the ferocious assault of the faceless demon spider. With a graceful leap, he executed a splendid 360-degree aerial turn, landing upon the back of the faceless demon spider, leaving it momentarily bewildered. Amidst the astonished expressions of those present, Tang San delivered a powerful punch to the head of the humanoid demon spider. He soon realized the efficacy of his strike. However, his hidden blades and concealed weapons were now absent. Tang San, with a sudden flash of inspiration, utilized the Xiantian skill to draw a brick from his left and brought it crashing down. Thus, the world's most tragic spirit beast was born. Chapter 41. Dreamscape. The onlookers gasped in astonishment as they witnessed Tang San slay the faceless demon spider with the brick. "Wow, little brother, you are impressive," exclaimed Tang Zuo, giving Tang San a thumbs up. "Brother San, you truly excel," remarked Dai Mubai. Tang Zuo approached Tang San, who was crouched on the ground, cradling his arm, and utilized his palm technique to heal him. The members of Shrek Academy observed this scene with indifference. Yet it was a stark contrast for the likes of the formidable Long Pa and Mangyuran. In their minds, Tang Zuo was solely a control-type soul master. So witnessing his healing abilities left them perplexed. "Young man, are you not a control-type soul master?" Mengshu inquired. "Have I ever claimed to be a control-type soul master?" Tang Zuo replied with an unusual expression. "Then are you an auxiliary-type soul master?" Mengshu pressed further. "No, I am an all-encompassing soul master," Tang Zuo declared. "An all-encompassing soul master?" The trio exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, what of it?" Tang Zuo replied. The three sighed in unison. It was evident that Tang Zuo was an extraordinary prodigy beyond conventional understanding. Tang San felt a sense of indignation as the spotlight that rightfully belonged to him was unexpectedly seized by Tang Zuo's casual gesture. With a pout, he appeared quite annoyed. The members of Shrek Academy burst into laughter at the sight of Tang San, who resembled a girl in this moment. Ah, ha ha, Sengu, you are killing me. I never knew you had this side to you, exclaimed Ma Hongjun, clutching his belly, laughing so hard he could scarcely catch his breath. If Xiao Wu were to see this version of you, goodness knows what the consequences would be, remarked Daimubai with a hint of amusement. Just as they were enjoying their banter, Tang Zuo took a deep breath and turned his gaze towards the faceless demon spider. San, are you ready? Tang Zuo inquired. Then let us proceed. Tang Zuo intended to pat Tang San on the back to offer encouragement, however. He inadvertently forgot to withdraw the soul power that lingered on his hand, resulting in Tang San being sent sprawling to the ground. Tang San slowly rose, brushing off the dust from his body, casting a mournful glance at Tang Zuo. Oh, my foolish brother, loathe me if you must. In a flash of inspiration, Tang Zuo exclaimed this melodramatic line. Tang San's worldview is on the verge of collapse. He has observed that Tang Zuo has undergone a remarkable transformation since getting to know Ning Rongrong. Has he become excessively humorous? Author, it is inevitable. Readers favor a protagonist with a playful disposition. Tang San settled down and began to absorb the soul ring. The purple soul ring from the deathly-faced demon spider penetrated into Tang San's body. Tang San initially felt somewhat fatigued, with perspiration steadily trickling down. Before long, Tang San's expression had grown somewhat gruesome, seemingly filled with agony. The 10 individuals anxiously cast their gazes towards him, including Tang Zuo. In truth, within Tang San's dreamscape, a resplendently attired man emerged, sprouting 6 golden wings from his back. Towering above was the Haotian clan. Tang Hao declared, hand her over. We wish not to be adversaries of the Haotian clan. No sooner had he spoken than 2 men materialized beside him, one resembling a woman, the other a demon. Even more astonishing was the fact that all 3 were titled Douluos. On the ground, a ragged man wielded a colossal hammer, cradling an exquisite beauty in his arms. Glaring furiously at the trio, Spirit Hall, I, Tang Hao, shall not coexist with you today. As his words resonated, several more figures soared into the scene. The opposing party regarded Tang Hao with a hint of disdain, accompanied by a faint smile. Ian, you must leave first, the ragged man urged. The woman held an infant in her embrace. No, I will not go without you. Ian trembled, tears streaming down her cheeks. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as the 2 factions prepared to clash. At this moment, Tang Hao was merely a soul Douluo, yet to step into the realm of a titled Douluo. Thus, the opponent's advantage was exceedingly evident. However, due to Tang Hao's explosive ring skill, the situation became extraordinarily arduous. Soon, Tang Hao found himself crouched on the ground, gasping for breath as blood flowed continuously from his body. How go? He heard the gentle voice of Ayin, prompting him to struggle to his feet. A formidable surge of soul power erupted from Tang Hao, spreading outwards in all directions. Indeed, this was the moment Tang Hao became the youngest titled Douluo in the Douluo Continent. Yet, despite achieving the status of titled Douluo, he remained unable to defeat his adversary, hindered by the absence of soul rings and the disparity in their strengths. Observing this, Ayin seemed to resolve herself to a decision. Tang Hao, I will say it once more, hand it over, spoke the man with 6 wings behind him. Impossible. Tang Hao gritted his teeth and roared in fury. Ultimately, Ayin made her choice. Under Tang Hao's pained gaze, she transformed into a circle of red soul rings and entrusted the infant in her hands to him. With the giant hammer in hand, Tang Hao unleashed a flurry of blows upon the members of the Spirit Hall. Just as he prepared to leave with the infant in his arms, a beam of light descended from the sky, revealing a strikingly delicate infant before Tang Hao. Disheartened, Tang Hao paid him no mind. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Before Tang Hao, the blue-silver grass unexpectedly transformed into the ethereal silhouette of Ayin. This apparition softly whispered a few words into Tang Hao's ear. Upon encountering Ayin, Tang Hao felt as though his tear ducts were on the verge of collapse. However, when Ayin finished speaking, Tang Hao cast a somewhat surprised glance in her direction. Subsequently, after her disappearance, he cradled the infant. No one knew what transpired between the two. Tang San, upon witnessing this scene, found himself at a loss for words. Could that truly be my mother? He pondered. In an instant, the scene shifted. Tang San opened his eyes, gazing hazily at his surroundings. Encircled by mountains and water, shrouded in mist, the scenery was breathtakingly beautiful. Tang San sat cross-legged atop the mountain, momentarily rising in a daze. He stared blankly at the disciples diligently cultivating below, engulfed in a profound existential doubt. Who am I? Where am I? Were those mere dreams? Shadows of figures from the Douluo Continent flickered in his mind. With a firm shake of his head, he murmured softly, "Have I returned?" Tang San, beyond the dream. As Tang Zuo witnessed Xiao Wu absorbing the soul ring, he summoned the two with divine authority. "Xiao Wu, have you completed the absorption of the soul ring?" Dai Mubai inquired upon seeing Xiao Wu's appearance. "Yes, I have finished," Xiao Wu replied. "What is your third soul skill?" Ning Rongrong approached, asking eagerly. My third soul skill is teleportation, a spatial soul skill." The assembled crowd was taken aback by Xiao Wu's revelation, for a third soul skill of such a nature was exceedingly rare. "Tang Zuo, what soul ring did you grant to Xiao Wu?" Zhao Wujin asked. Tang Zuo, struck by a sudden inspiration, wore an evil grin. "It is a millennium soft-boned rabbit." Upon hearing Tang Zuo mention the millennium soft-boned rabbit, Xiao Wu shot him a fierce glare. However, the others, trusting Tang Zuo, remained unperturbed by the Titan great ape. At last, Xiao Wu's gaze fell upon Tang San, and she gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. "Brother San." Chapter 42. Tang Sect. "Do not worry, Xiao San will be fine," Tang Zuo reassured her. Yet Xiao Wu's anxious expression lingered, her eyes fixed on Tang San, her breathing noticeably slower than usual. Within the realm of dreams, Tang San sat cross-legged on the ground. As visions of the Douluo Continent surged into his mind, he rubbed his head in anguish, but before long, the furrowed lines of his brow began to ease. Tang San had forgotten everything, indeed, everything. Upon opening his eyes once more, he surveyed his surroundings and discovered a heightened sense of security in the Tang Sect. Shortly thereafter, a figure clad in a white brocade robe, with hair as white as snow, and a matching belt at his waist, appeared before him. The mask adorning his face exuded an air of enigma. Tang San sat at the edge of a cliff, gently blinking. As he opened his eyes, he realized he was once again within a room. Tang San opened his eyes in confusion, only to discover that behind him stood the leader and deputy leader of the Tang Sect. He hurriedly rose and paid his respects. Tang San greeted the leader and the deputy leader. He found the leader's demeanor to be quite unreasonable. The deputy leader, noticing Tang San's earlier naive demeanor, decided to challenge him. "All right, younger brother," he said. "Ever since Tang San returned from the realm of the ghostly, I have declared that if he survived, he would be the next leader of the Tang Sect. Do you still wish to force Tang San to leap from the cliff?" The leader of the Tang Sect spoke with a solemn demeanor. Upon hearing these words, Tang San felt a warmth in his heart. He had not anticipated that his clandestine study of the inner sect's techniques would go unpunished, and instead, he found himself elevated in status. "Oh." The deputy leader let out a deep sigh, for he understood that the leader's words were indeed true. Tang San is the beacon of hope for the revival of the Tang Sect, embodying the aspirations for its renaissance. The sect leader raised the token, addressing Tang San directly. Henceforth, Tang San, an outer disciple, is elevated to the rank of an inner disciple and, upon my abdication, shall assume the position of sect leader. The authoritative words of the sect leader resonated, causing Tang San to tremble with astonishment. After a brief interval, the sect leader and the vice-sect leader departed, leaving Tang San alone to recuperate. Tang San rose and made his way outside to cultivate, with the chosen location for his training being the precipice of the mountain. The Tang Sect was abuzz with an overwhelming commotion, teeming with a dense throng of people. Most were well aware of the remarkable feats of the outer disciple Tang San, casting glances of admiration toward him. As Tang San was engrossed in his cultivation, two men approached him, calling out in unison, "Little San." These two individuals, much like Tang San, were orphans taken in by the Tang Sect and had shared a commendable camaraderie with him during their time in the sect. Tang San smiled faintly. Just then, a sharp pain surged through his head. He clutched his temples, feeling disoriented as he attempted to take a few steps, only to realize he could hardly stand. Xiao San, Sangu, Xiao Wu, Tang Zuo, Da Master. Three silhouettes emerged in Tang San's mind, bringing him back to clarity. Tang San suddenly dashed forward, murmuring incessantly, "No, this is not the true Tang Sect." The scene shifted. Tang San has arrived at a desolate land. Several elderly figures leaped towards Tang San, accusing him. "You have pilfered the secrets of the inner sect." Time seemed to blur until Tang San found himself in a desolate region of molten rock. His appearance reverted to that of his former self from the Douluo Continent, while standing before him was the Tang San from the Tang Sect. Pointing in confusion, he inquired, "Are you truly me?" "I am you, and you are also me," replied Tang San. "Is it possible that everything in the Douluo Continent is mere illusion?" he asked. a hint of doubt in his voice. No, the real and the unreal coexist. The real is also the unreal, Tang San answered enigmatically. Then, is the Tang sect a fabrication as well? Tang San pressed on with his questioning. Upon hearing this, Tang San chuckled softly, shaking his head as he extended a hand. Tang San similarly extended a hand. Both employed the mystic jade hand, their palms facing each other. Believe in yourself. What you perceive as true shall indeed be true, Tang San proclaimed. Beyond the realm of dreams, several observers gazed at Tang San's fearsome visage, their anxiety manifesting as beads of sweat cascading down their brows. Strangely, however, the perspiration of Xiao would trickle down from her eyes. Tang Zuo remained expressionless as he leaned against the tree. Ning Rongrong paced anxiously beside him. Tang Zuo, why are you not the least bit worried about Xiao San? Xiao Wu inquired. He is my brother. How could I not be concerned? However, rather than worry, I choose to have faith in him, Tang Zuo replied. What if something unexpected occurs with Xiao San? Xiao Wujia, feeling unable to match Tang Zuo's resolve, fell silent. Xiao Wujia, why the haste? Trust in our young friend Tang San, Ming Shu interjected. Indeed, at this juncture, we can only place our faith in miracles, Chao Tianxiang added. Tang San radiated a resplendent violet light, his soul power extending outward in a magnificent display. The aura he exuded was formidable. All present were astonished to witness the successful absorption of Tang San's soul ring, yet this astonishment quickly faded, leaving their hearts equally diminished. Tang San opened his eyes. The true Tang San has returned. A subtle curve appeared at the corners of Tang Zuo's lips. As soon as Tang San opened his eyes, he beheld a pink figure soaring towards him. Before he could comprehend the situation, he found himself enveloped in a tight embrace, unable to break free from that sensation. Tang San, upon recognizing the visitor, smiled gently and caressed her hair. Tang San revealed a glimmer of purple light from behind, and was suddenly engulfed by a wave of excruciating pain. Xiao Wu, quickly move aside, he managed to utter with great effort. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Wu promptly activated her third soul skill to distance herself from Tang San. Ma Hongjun and Oscar, still in close proximity to him, exchanged puzzled glances, eager to uncover the truth. What's the matter, Xiao San? Ma Hongjun inquired. Do not speak, just get away. Before he could finish his sentence, a peculiar purple entity emerged from Tang San's back. The nature of this entity was unclear, yet the subsequent events left everyone astounded. The purple light intensified, and 8 perfectly symmetrical spider legs sprouted from the mysterious object. Oscar, possessing a nimble physique, managed to evade the appendage. However, misfortune befell Ma Hongjun, who was struck, resulting in a shallow but venomous wound. Has he mutated, Brother San? Oscar questioned in bewilderment. This is an external spirit bone, not a mutation. The group's gaze swiftly shifted to Tang San. External spirit bone. Meng Ran and her family exclaimed in unison, clearly recognizing the immense value of such an item. Meanwhile, the Shrek 7 remained in a state of confusion. What astonished Tang San was that even Zhao Waoqi seemed unaware of the external spirit bone. It was utterly perplexing. After all, how could the formidable king of immobility be oblivious to such a concept? However, at that moment, Tang San had little time to ponder such matters. The violet radiance surrounding Tang San gradually faded, and Tang Zuo, aided by his glasses, was the first to perceive the unfolding scene within. After a protracted span of over 30 days, he finally secured a contract. In any case, he implored for rewards and recommendations. Chapter 43. Songhui Academy. In a flash of golden light, Tang Zuo unexpectedly materialized before Ning Rongrong, obstructing her line of sight. Upon noticing Tang Zuo's sudden appearance, Ning Rongrong instinctively took a step back, only to find him blocking her view. She attempted to turn her head to assess the situation, but Tang Zuo swiftly pulled her into his embrace, a faint blush gracing his cheeks as he firmly covered her eyes. The onlookers, witnessing Tang Zuo's actions, could surmise the circumstances to some extent. The female students promptly shut their eyes, while only Xiao Wu remained wide-eyed and bewildered. As the purple glow dissipated, Xiao Wu, disregarding everything else, dashed towards Tang San and enveloped him in an embrace, quietly sobbing. Tang San's 8 spider lances remained unsheathed, yet he managed to maintain control, ensuring Xiao Wu's safety. After a considerable moment, the rabbit and the human parted ways. Upon catching sight of Tang San, Xiao Wu's face flushed instantaneously, prompting her to turn away in embarrassment. Tang San felt a deep sense of confusion. Third brother, take a look at yourself, Oscar quietly reminded. Upon hearing this, Tang San's gaze swept over his own form, realizing he stood completely unclad in this moment. He then turned his attention to his surroundings. Noticing Ning Rongrong nestled in Tang Zuo's embrace, her eyes covered by his hand. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing and Meng Aran had their eyes firmly shut. Xiao Wu had just coughed softly. Tang San's face flushed crimson. He hastily retrieved his garments from the enchanting night at the 24 bridges. Xiao San, master it. Integrate it as a part of yourself and reclaim it. Tang San swiftly retrieved the 8 spider lances following the method provided by Tang Zuo, and hurriedly donned his clothing. After Tang San donned his attire, the women present gradually opened their eyes. Ning Rongrong's entire face bore a vivid handprint left by Tang Zuo. What are you doing, brother? Ning Rongrong inquired. Ah, Rongrong, well, just now, little San's clothes were gone. Tang's was stammered, feeling a touch of embarrassment as he noticed Ning Rongrong's flushed face. Oh. Ning Rongrong gently nodded, her blush deepening, yet this hue was of an entirely different nature than before. Rongrong, is your face still not well? Tang Zuo inquired quietly. Humph. You blockhead, Ning Rongrong replied, feigning displeasure in a soft voice. Ha ha ha, let us celebrate Tang Zuo, Tang San, Oscar, and Xiao Wu with a grand feast, Zhao Wuji declared, breaking the lingering awkward tension. Upon hearing this, the previous embarrassment dissipated like mist. Great, Oscar and Ma Hongjun exclaimed. Long Gong and Long Pu exchanged amused glances, shaking their heads slightly. As the group traveled at a swift pace, they soon arrived at a restaurant. While not particularly lavish, it was certainly adequate for a hearty meal. Once seated, a waiter approached slowly. Just then, the restaurant's door swung open, revealing a dozen individuals, among whom were several women. Oscar, distracted by Meng Aran, didn't pay much attention, although he did steal a few glances. Ma Hongjun, however, was captivated, his eyes turning into hearts as he fixated on the beautiful women among the group. It must be noted that the air of these individuals was undeniably impressive. They were clad in white, collared suits, striding in with an air of nobility, unabashed and self-assured. Zhao Wuji and Long Gong, not part of this group, were outside discussing matters regarding Shrek Academy. The dozen individuals, noticing the collective gaze of the Shrek members upon them, were expressions of disdain. For they observed that the Shrek members lacked extravagant attire and an extraordinary demeanor, Tang Zuo being the sole exception. Among the group, 3 or 4 young women directed their attention toward Tang Zuo, their eyes filled with infatuation. Sensing a hint of danger, Ning Rongrong instinctively wrapped her arms around Tang Zuo's, playfully sticking out her tongue at the 4 young women. Seeing that Tang Zuo had a girlfriend, and one considerably more attractive than themselves, the 4 women lowered their heads in disappointment. However, the men in the group held different sentiments, as some harbored affections for one of the 4 women. A wave of frustration swept over them. As the waiter began serving dishes to the Shrek group, one man deliberately stumbled, attempting to create a scene. Could a soul master's kick be something the common folk could evade? The waiter leaned forward, inadvertently flinging the dishes into disarray. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang was swiftly turned and appeared before the individual, deftly catching the dish and placing it firmly on the table. Immediately thereafter, his gaze intensified as the Sharingan manifested, with 3 tomos spinning within his pupils. Astonishingly, the eyes of the man who had tripped the waiter mirrored Tang's was exactly. It was evident that he had fallen victim to Tang Zuo's illusion. A formidable surge of soul power erupted from Tang Zuo, propelling the man backward with great force. The onlookers, witnessing Tang Zuo's display of strength, glared at the Shrek Academy members with clenched jaws. Why did they not take action? From the soul power Tang Zuo had just unleashed, it was clear he was at least a soul ancestor, if not a soul king. You're from that school. One person shouted angrily, pointing at Tang Zuo. We are from Shrek Academy, Tang Zuo replied. Ha, Shrek Academy. It must be a school of little significance. I have never even heard of it, another individual remarked. As we have stated, is it not time for you to respond? Tang Zuo said with a chilling smile directed at his interlocutor. We are from Songhui Academy. What will you do now? Are you afraid? Spoke one of the men behind the aggressor. Tang Zuo scoffed with disdain, mimicking the tone he had just heard. Songhui Academy? It must be an inconsequential little institution, one I have never even heard of. As soon as these words left his lips, the members of Shrek erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, Zuo, you are simply too amusing, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, clutching his belly in mirth. Indeed, you are on the verge of reducing them to tears, Oscar added, joining in the laughter. Tang Zuo tapped his ears, and his expression instantly turned icy. He took a step forward, emanating a sinister aura. To the onlookers, it seemed as though a colossal purple entity had materialized behind him, resembling the fearsome Tengu from legend. Note, it was merely an illusion. The individuals from the Tsanghui Academy gazed at Tang Zuo in astonishment, rendered momentarily speechless. I advise you all, as a human being, one must not bully the weak nor take advantage of the vulnerable. As Tang Zuo's first spirit ring illuminated, a colossal Susanoo arm struck the ground, causing it to collapse. The onlookers from Tsanghui Academy were rendered speechless by this spectacle. Furthermore, one should never hold oneself in excessive esteem, for such arrogance may lead to one's demise. Tang Zuo's Sharingan began to spin, forming a hexagram. In Chapter 44, Yu Xiaogang, a red aura surged forth, the essence of illusion overwhelming the senses. The individuals from Tsanghui Academy beheld the colossal figure behind Tang Zuo grow even larger, far exceeding its previous size. The semi-complete Susanoo within the illusionary realm had transformed into a fully realized Susanoo in the eyes of Tsanghui Academy's members. The Shrek team, however, was not within the illusionary space and thus did not witness the terrifying Susanoo. Tang Zuo was adorned with 3 cleverly disguised soul rings in shades of yellow and purple. The individuals from Tsanghui Academy were astonished to discover that this boy was merely 12 years old, yet already a soul master, on the verge of becoming a soul sovereign. They could not help but swallow hard in disbelief. Just as the people from Tsanghui Academy were grappling with their shock, the restaurant doors swung open once more, revealing a middle-aged man. Unable to see through even an illusion. What are you all doing? When Yu Xiaogang entered, he too was momentarily taken aback. But he quickly regained his composure. Though he was relatively weak, being a soul king, Tang Zuo had not displayed his true prowess, and thus Yu Xiaogang failed to perceive it. Upon the arrival of Yu Xiaogang, Tang Zuo retracted his illusion. The students of Tsanghui Academy immediately relaxed at the sight of Yu Xiaogang. Dear friends, today it was our students who first offended you. We kindly ask for your understanding. Otherwise, shall we let this matter fade into oblivion? Yu Xiaogang inquired. Tang Zuo was somewhat taken aback to see Yu Xiaogang apologize, just as he was about to acquiesce. Ma Hongjun, with one foot perched on a stool and inebriated, interjected, No, you must make them kneel and apologize. Yu Xiaogang furrowed his brow, his anger flaring. 5 soul rings emerged, and a turtle shell appeared behind him. Do not overstep your bounds, Yu Xiaogang declared. As he activated his soul rings, he noticed that Tang Zuo's soul rings were rather peculiar. In his earlier years, Yu Xiaogang had the fortune of encountering a technique for soul ring disguise. Though he had never mastered it, he could distinctly perceive that Tang Zuo was not merely a soul ancestor. His power surpassed that, though the exact extent of his strength remained unknown, as did the age of his soul rings. Your soul rings are disguised. Yu Xiaogang retreated a step, his voice trembling slightly. Tang Zuo felt a surge of anger as his secret was inadvertently revealed. Upon hearing Yu Xiaochang's words, the student who had been seated on the ground immediately rose, pointing an accusatory finger at Tang Zuo. Ha ha ha, I knew it. You're merely 12 years old. How could you possibly be a soul master? I said it was a falsehood. The male student laughed. Yu Xiaogang, noticing the foolishness of the situation, was about to intervene when Tang Zuo opened his mouth. Indeed, it's true. I'm not a soul master, he admitted. Hearing this, the male student grew even bolder. I knew it. I shall take you down. The male student summoned 2 soul rings from his body, directing them towards Tang Zuo. He completely disregarded Yu Xiaochang's chance to respond, knowing that she would have intervened at once. Tang Zuo smiled faintly as the 3 soul rings dissipated in an instant. The destruction of Tang Zuo's spirit ring instilled a renewed sense of confidence in the male student. Ha ha ha, indeed, you are worthless, the male student remarked with a laugh. The members of Shrek were consumed by a singular thought. Laugh now, for soon you shall find no joy in it. A formidable aura radiated from Tang Zuo, even more potent than before, infused with the soul pressure characteristic of a soul king. Before the male student could even engage with Tang Zuo, he was swiftly subdued to the ground. You are not, indeed. I am not a soul zone. I am a soul king. 5 spirit rings illuminated. And this time, they were genuine. Yu Xiaogang glanced at the male student with a twinge of sympathy, but upon witnessing Tang Zuo's spirit rings, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The configuration of Tang Zuo's 5 spirit rings was 3 black, 1 black-red, and 1 black, an extraordinary arrangement. What did this signify? It was akin to utilizing a 5G network with a self-contained base station in the 2G era. Yu Xiaogang opened his eyes, a veil of white mist clouding his vision. He blinked again and discerned with clarity that this was no mere illusion. He stood before a genuine soul master whose first spirit ring was 10,000 years old, and the 5th was a staggering 100,000 years. Ha ha! You must be deceiving us again. Our teacher has said you are not a soul zone. Indeed. I am not a soul zone, but I am a soul king. That is impossible. Hey, their teacher, come here. Let us have a duel. If you win, we shall kneel and apologize, and if we win, you shall do the same. Upon hearing Tang Zuo's words, Yu Xiaogang found himself in a quandary. On one hand, there was Tang Zuo's background, a 12-year-old soul king with such a spirit ring configuration. It was hard to believe he had no backing. On the other hand was his formidable strength. Although his soul power level fell short compared to Yu Xiaogan's, could this spirit ring configuration not compensate for that? What if he possessed some unfathomable skill? Yu Xiaogang dared not even contemplate it, yet he could not refuse. Very well, I accept your challenge, Yu Xiaogang replied. Tang Zuo gestured politely, and Yu Xiaogang, who had already summoned his martial soul, mirrored his actions. Tang Zuo scoffed disdainfully as Yu Xiaogang activated his soul skill. A colossal tortoise shell materialized around them. Tang Zuo stepped forward, just as Yu Xiaogang believed that Tang Zuo was about to strike at the tortoise shell. Tang Zuo swiftly formed hand seals, invoking the art of earth escape, while contemplating the technique of decapitation. Yu Xiaogang was engulfed by an overwhelming force. In the next moment, the protective shells surrounding Yu Xiaogang vanished, leaving him with nothing but his head as Tang Zuo dragged him into the earth. Ding! A mission was issued. Mission details: defeat Yu Xiaogang. Mission reward: Fates, 3 lives stone. Failure penalty: reduction of 10 centimeters. Upon hearing this penalty, Tang Zuo felt a tightening in his body. Damn it! He exclaimed. However, Yu Xiaogang soon managed to extricate himself. Yet, he was at the mercy of an irritable Tang Zuo that day. Divine Might. Tang Zuo's 5th soul ring illuminated. The previously 6-pointed star pattern of the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan transformed into the current dart-shaped Sharingan. A white vortex began to swirl before Yu Xiaogang. Tang Zuo adjusted his angle, merely using the residual force to inflict a deep wound upon Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang stared in horror at the gaping gash at his waist. Had that soul skill struck him directly, the consequences would have been dire. I have lost, Yu Xiaogang admitted, shaking his head slightly at the reluctant expressions of the members from Tang Zuo Academy. At that moment, Xiao Wu and Long Gongxipa entered the scene. Upon seeing Tang Zuo standing and Yu Xiaogang half-kneeling, they quickly grasped the situation. Tang Zuo, what transpired? Xiao Wu inquired. They sought trouble. And I merely taught them a lesson, Tang Zuo replied. Surprisingly, Xiao Wu did not react with anger but instead appeared quite pleased. Ahahaha, Tang Zuo, indeed. Our Shrek Academy's principle is that a soul master who does not dare to provoke is not a true soul master. We do not initiate conflict. But if others disturb us, humph. Early this morning, I awoke to discover an unexpected gift of 10,000 starting coins. My heavens! I was quite overwhelmed. Rising at 6. I had barely slept before waking to this sudden surprise. I am immensely grateful. It is crucial to express my thanks thrice. As for additional updates, I will certainly provide them. However, I must attend to some matters over the next couple of days, so updates will be limited to 1 or 2. On the 17th, 5 chapters will be released. Although Yu Xiaogang was a soul king, his experience was somewhat limited. He recognized the title of the unmoving king but was unaware of its visage, thus failing to recognize Xiao Wu. Though he could not identify Xiao Wu, it hardly mattered, for he could not even best Tang Zuo. The lack of recognition was clearly inconsequential. Witnessing Yu Xiaogan's predicament, the students of Tang Zuo Academy found the earlier malevolence dissipating. What now? Xiao Wu asked, looking down contemptuously at the fallen Yu Xiaogang. With a disdainful smile, he released 7 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black, the aura of a soul sage instantly overwhelming Yu Xiaogang. The students of Tang Zuo Academy, realizing that Shrek had a soul sage instructor, felt their strength wane, some collapsing to the ground. However, one student remained unfazed. Let me tell you, it is not only your Shrek Academy that boasts a soul sage, our Tang Zuo Academy has one as well. Depart now, or I shall summon my teacher to eliminate you. Despite his calm exterior, he was inwardly panicking. What? How do you know? The tremor in his legs betrayed him. Ha ha ha, a soul sage, Xiao Wu chuckled at the student. He then turned to Ming Shu, who was seated beside Ming Yiran. He, senior, Xiao Wu grinned, scratching his head. Ming Shu instantly understood Xiao Wu's intent and rose slowly. Suddenly, the soul ring spiraled upward. Ming Shu refrained from releasing his soul pressure, fearing the students might collapse under the weight of it. A qualified soul master must not engage in mindless slaughter. It is sufficient to teach a lesson when circumstances arise. This was a principle Ming Shu firmly believed in. Upon realizing that this old man was a soul Dulau, Yi Zhiqiu's confidence in his academy's soul sage shattered. Just because others could surpass levels did not imply they could as well, especially under such significant level suppression. What Meng Shu needed now was merely an opportunity. Once he seized that opportunity, his cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. Furthermore, the concept of opportunity is as elusive and fantastical as dreams, is it not? Upon recognizing Meng Shu as a soul Dulau, the confidence of that student crumbled entirely. The superiority he once felt evaporated in an instant. With his resolve to grow stronger dissipated, how could he possibly hope to progress in his cultivation? In essence, he had been thoroughly crushed. Tang Zuo offered a faint smile as he slowly approached the student, gently placing a hand on his shoulder. The individual appeared taken aback, gazing at Tang Zuo with an expression that conveyed a sense of confusion and unarticulated emotions. "Listen," he said, as a soul master. "The conviction to grow stronger is of paramount importance. If you persist in your current attitude, what awaits you in the end will be nothing short of death. The world of soul masters is indeed this merciless." Tang Zuo's words carried a hint of counsel. "What is your name?" he inquired. "I am Roy." The man replied slowly. "Uphold your own will, act according to your own convictions, do not be arrogant, and refrain from engaging in any actions unbecoming of a soul master." Upon hearing Tang Zuo's remarks, Roy felt a deeper surprise as he gazed at Tang Zuo's androgynous visage, a smile blossoming on his face. He then blushed. Indeed. You heard correctly, this grown man blushed. Thus, a future title Douluo was born from Tang Zuo's words. Roy rose to his feet and bowed deeply to Tang Zuo. One must admit, Roy's talent was commendable as well, a 16-year-old, 23rd level soul master, remarkable among his peers. "Haha, Zuogu, I never imagined you possessed such prowess in teaching." Ma Hongjun chuckled. Tang Zuo scoffed derisively, thinking to himself, have I truly squandered my university psychology classes? All those countless anime I've watched, what do they amount to? This is nothing. If you were to attend school and witness the speeches, observe the indomitable spirit of the fire, in comparison, I am but a mere novice. Although Tang Zuo harbored such thoughts in his mind, he remained candid in his speech. He playfully gestured a 6 with his hand and remarked, "Brother, you are truly impressive." Ning Rongrong smiled as she gave Tang Zuo a thumbs up. Tang Zuo felt an impulsive urge to pinch Ning Rongrong's fair, delicate face, and before he could restrain himself, he did just that. "Ah, brother, what are you doing?" Ning Rongrong exclaimed, covering her face, which flushed crimson, though not entirely from the pinch. A teasing voice echoed through the air, and the onlookers regarded Tang Zuo with disdain. In response, he merely offered a smile, while Ning Rongrong's shyness deepened. This unexpected commotion was fleeting, and after compensating the restaurant, the group from Shrek set off on their journey back. Ma Hongjun recalled the reluctant gazes of the female students as they departed, leaving him with a tinge of regret. Unbeknownst to him, those gazes were directed at Tang Zuo. Had he known, it might have shattered him. By the way, Teacher Xiao, what about the seniors from the Dragon Palace, the Serpent Matriarch, and Meng Yiran? Tang Zuo inquired. Upon hearing this, Oscar instantly perked up, gazing expectantly at Xiao Wu. "Haha, young man, I will come to your Shrek Academy as a guest elder," Meng Shu declared. "I should be able to serve as a teacher," Ko Xiangxiang added. Xiao Wu's joy was immeasurable upon hearing this. It signified the joining of the dragon and serpent clans with Shrek, a rare and fortuitous event. "Of course, haha," Xiao Wu replied with delight. "But what about Yiran?" Oscar's voice dropped. Glancing at Meng Yiran, he whispered, "Ahaha, my grandson-in-law, Yiran will naturally be a student at Shrek Academy. What, do you not wish for her to stay?" Ko Xiangxiang teased. No, how could that be? It would be wonderful for Yiran to remain." Oscar hastily waved his hands, his expression revealing his elation. Observing Oscar's reaction, Meng Yiran couldn't help but chuckle softly as she approached him and gently pecked his cheek. Yet it was merely a fleeting moment, enough to leave Oscar nearly swooning with happiness. He covered the spot where Meng Yiran had kissed him, his face radiating bliss, his peach blossom eyes sparkling with hearts. I've made up my mind. I won't wash my face tomorrow," Oscar exclaimed in excitement, inadvertently shouting. Though his outburst was unintentional, it resonated differently among the crowd. Meng Yiran stood frozen, her face flushed a deep crimson. Tang San cast a glance at Oscar, revealing a knowing expression. Oscar, realizing the implications of his words, promptly covered his mouth. Chao Tianxiang and Meng Shu exchanged amused glances, unable to contain their laughter. "Humph, who told you not to wash your face?" Meng Yiran exclaimed loudly. Chapter 46. The unconventional Yu Xiaogang. The members of Shrek swiftly returned to the academy with remarkable speed. Upon seeing the shabby state of Shrek, Mingran and her friends were struck by 3 lines of black shock. Their malevolent gazes turned towards Xiao Wu. Hey, Xiao Wu, is this what you referred to as Shrek Academy? Mingshu said, his sharp eyes fixed intently on Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu awkwardly scratched his head, nodding with a hint of embarrassment. Oh, come on, old man. It's just a bit of a bargain. Nothing to worry about. Qiao Tinxiang waved her hand dismissively. Tang Zuo smiled and stepped forward. Leave it to me. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze to him. Would release 3 rooms and 1 hall technique. Wooden shavings flew about as blocks emerged from the ground. In a short while, a rather luxurious house took shape. The members of Shrek Academy were utterly astonished, having never witnessed Tang Zuo employ such soul skills before. Ning Rongrong pointed at Tang Zuo, as if struck by a thought, a blush creeping onto her face. What is it? Tang Zuo inquired. Why didn't you use this technique when we were dividing the dormitories? Ning Rongrong pondered before speaking. Oh, because I only recently learned it. In truth, Tang Zuo was not lying. He had indeed only recently developed this technique. Previously, he had never contemplated using wood release in this manner. As the saying goes, while the original wood release conquered the world, the advanced wood release focused on beautification. A person possessing the level of Hashirama would not aspire to mere aesthetics. Oh. Ning Rongrong expressed a hint of disappointment, lowering her head. Both Qiao Tianxiang and Mingshu were even more astonished, their curiosity about Tang Zuo deepening. Well then, how about you 3 move in here today? Tang Zuo proposed. Haha, kid, you're quite impressive, Mingshu remarked. As night gradually enveloped Shrek Academy, the sound of chess pieces breaking the stillness echoed in the surroundings. What? Are you saying that the legendary Dragon Lady is joining Shrek Academy? Flander exclaimed, slamming the table, causing chess pieces to scatter. Hey, old F, are you cheating again? Xiao Wu retorted angrily. Flander awkwardly scratched his head. All right then, tell me about your experiences. Xiao Wu nodded. Subsequently, the tumultuous events experienced by the Shrek group were vividly recounted by Xiao Wu. Flander's complexion shifted from green to purple. It must be said, Xiao Wujia's storytelling was indeed a missed opportunity for novel writing. Why did the Titan Great Ape leave in the end? Flander asked. Because of a mighty roar. A roar? Flander displayed a look of confusion. If I am not mistaken, that must be the sky blue bull python. Flander turned towards the source of the voice and was taken aback by the sight of an approaching figure. Hey, after all these years, you finally decided to see me. Yu Xiaogang, Flander said through gritted teeth. Xiao Wu, unfamiliar with Yu Xiaogang, instantly recognized him upon hearing Flander's address. Ha ha ha, you must be the master, Xiao Wu said politely. I dare not claim such a title, Yu Xiaogang humbly replied. By the way, Xiaogang, where have you been all these years? Yu Xiaogang then recounted a lengthy narrative, detailing the events of recent years, his convoluted life leaving Xiao Wu astonished. Xiaogang, have you not broken through to Soul Sage yet? Flander inquired. Hearing this question from Flander, Yu Xiaogang, influenced by the imposing Tang Zuo, managed a slight smile. No. Before Yu Xiaogang could finish his sentence, Flander sighed heavily. Ah, do not give up, Xiaogang. One day you will break through to Soul Sage. Yu Xiaojiang's expression darkened. I have broken through to Soul Saint. Ah, it's fine. Just wait a moment, Xiaogang. What did you just say? Flander asked, doubting his own hearing. I said, I have broken through to Soul Saint. Upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's declaration, Flander placed his hand on Yu Xiaojiang's forehead. No fever? Flander knew Yu Xiaojiang's character well. He understood that Yu Xiaojiang would not boast frivolously, yet still found it hard to believe, as it exceeded the realm of normal comprehension. Yu Xiaojiang had anticipated such disbelief. He himself had not expected the terrifying potency of the pine pill that Tang Zuo had gifted him. Do you not believe it? Yu Xiaojiang's expression darkened, a golden radiance bursting forth. A magnificent golden dragon materialized behind him, and 7 soul rings, colored yellow, purple, and black, illuminated around him. Flander and Xiao Wu were left dumbfounded. Xiaojiang, you truly are a soul saint. Flander exclaimed. What else could it be? Are your eyes not functioning properly? Xiaojiang. It seems our golden triangle has indeed transformed into a true golden triangle. By the way, Xiaojiang, what is this sky blue bull python you mentioned? Flander asked. Let me tell you a story. Long ago, a self-proclaimed powerful human titled Douluo, having found few rivals in the human realm, ventured into the Star-Do forest to test his strength against the Titan Great Ape. After many days and nights, this Douluo finally reached the heart of the Star-Do forest. As he parted the underbrush, he beheld the king of the forest, the Titan Great Ape. Just as the Douluo was about to engage in a duel with the Titan Great Ape, a massive wave erupted from a nearby lake. A colossal creature with a bull's head and serpent's body rose from the water, exuding an overwhelming aura that sent shivers down his spine. To his astonishment, the creature spoke. Addressing the Douluo directly, "Human, cultivation is arduous. Leave swiftly." The Douluo was so frightened by the sky-blue bull python that he fled. Yet, the most astonishing part is yet to come, Yu Xiaogang continued. Xiao Wu and Yu Xiaogang displayed expressions of intrigue. Where is that? Flander asked. The more crucial point is that the forest king, the Titan great ape, stood before the sky-blue bull python like a chastised child, not daring to utter a word. What? Xiao Wu and Flander widened their eyes, rubbing them vigorously, doubting their own hearing. What did you say? Repeat that. That is the king of the forest, recognized by the spirit hall as the ruler of the Stardow forest. I cannot believe there exists a being stronger than the Titan great ape within the Stardow forest. They could only wonder how they would react if they knew that the formidable Emperor Tian resided in a hidden corner of the Stardow forest. I reiterate, the more crucial point is that the forest king, the Titan great ape, stood before the sky-blue bull python like a chastised child, not daring to utter a word. Understand? Upon traversing into the realm of immortal cultivation, Yang Chuan discovered he possessed remarkable beauty and an unparalleled aura. He soon realized that in this world, men found beauty in ugliness. The more unattractive a woman was, the more beautiful she appeared in their eyes. Thus, Liang Chuan harbored a grand aspiration. May all the men of the immortal cultivation world find exquisite wives, while those deemed unsightly could only wed him. I, Liang Chuan, willingly sacrifice myself for the benefit of all my male compatriots. This book is also titled I Just Speak. Not being the protagonist, no one would believe it, right? Besides my handsomeness, I have nothing, and luck is also a component of strength. Typically, those who are handsome do not have bad luck. If you are interested, feel free to take a look. I personally find it quite enjoyable. Recommendation. Chapter 47. Tang Zuo vs. Snake Lady. Upon hearing this once more, Xiao Wu and Flanders felt their pupils constrict, inhaling sharply. The forest king appeared as a mere child before them, which made them ponder the immense strength of the azure bull python, evoking a sense of dread. Xiaogang, ere long, Flanders hesitated for a moment before speaking. Yu Xiaogang's complexion turned somewhat unnatural. His second uncle was truly detestable. On the side of the Shrek 7, Tang Zuo inquired, now, third. It is time you revealed to us what your third soul skill is it not? Tang San was momentarily taken aback. He had almost forgotten about this matter entirely. Had it not been for Tang Zuo's reminder, he might have even overlooked his own ascension to the rank of Soul Master. Haha, brother. My third soul skill is web binding, derived from the web of the human face demon spider. It possesses remarkable resilience and is infused with the venom and paralysis effects of the human face demon spider. Tang Zuo nodded slightly. That's quite good. This way, your offensive power and control can be enhanced. Shall we have a friendly competition then? Haha, Tang Zuo jested. Tang San's expression immediately turned unnatural. After taking 2 steps back, he said, no, it's unnecessary. The other 6 members of Shrek, or rather 7 now, cast disdainful glances at Tang Zuo. Ha ha ha, young one. Why not let me spar with you instead? Xiang stepped forward and proposed. Tang Zuo has developed an interest. Very well, senior snake woman, please proceed. Tang Zuo bowed slightly, adopting a welcoming posture, and spoke with a smile. Ning Rongrong, upon hearing Tang Zuo's agreement to the competition, gently tugged at the corner of his garment. In response, Tang Zuo offered a smile as warm as spring. Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed. She was well aware that she could not dissuade him. Moreover, with Tang Zuo's myriad of unexpected tactics, he might very well emerge victorious. Come on, lad, stop flaunting your affection over there, Chao Tianxiang remarked. Tang Zuo smiled faintly as 5 soul rings emerged around him, and the crimson Sharingan gradually manifested. Having inquired numerous individuals yet remaining unaware of the Xiang soul skill, which is also absent from online resources, I took the liberty to create my own version. My sincerest apologies. Xiang uttered a light command, and 6 soul rings radiated brilliantly. Although lacking the imposing aura of Tang Zuo, the additional soul ring did bestow a certain merit upon her. One might even say that the presence of a single soul ring could be deemed extraordinary. A serpent staff materialized in Xiang's hand. Come forth, she beckoned. Oh my. Do you wish to dance as well? Tang Zuo remarked. The Shrek 8 fell into contemplation upon hearing his words. By the way, Rong, why does Dugu always say we cannot comprehend what he says? Dai Mubai inquired. I am unsure, yet he is undeniably handsome, Ning Rongrong replied, lost in admiration. Daimubai sighed at her infatuation and turned his gaze toward Zhu Xing, who responded with an indifferent expression. Humph. Daimubai. The first soul ring on Tang's was body illuminated. He activated the skill Shave. A cloud of dust swirled beneath Tang's feet. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Qiao Tianxiang. A colossal purple Susanoo arm descended upon her. Was Qiao Tianxiang such an easy target? Clearly, she was not. With a swift turn of her body, she unleashed her first soul skill, Serpent Blade. With a graceful flick of her serpent staff, 3 piercing serpent blades shot towards Tang Zuo. Golden Shield, the art of seeking reward. Tang Zuo formed hand seals, allowing his body to become ethereal. Due to his preemptive elemental transformation, he anticipated the position of the serpent blade, thus avoiding injury. What? Exclaimed Xiangxiang in astonishment. You have not heard of it, have you? The art of rewarding is attained solely through seeking. This is the first level of the reward-seeking ninjutsu, Tang Zuo said with a light chuckle. As soon as he finished speaking, the blood yin-yang eye emerged. Tang Zuo, possessing only the soul power of a soul king, manifests merely a layer of verdant soul energy, indicative of a semi-rebirth mode. Xiao Tianxiang's lips curled into an upward smile. What a remarkable technique for soliciting donations in the realm of shamelessness. This serpent matron, would gladly deem you the strongest. Tang Zuo stood frozen in place, utterly motionless. The third soul skill, Serpent Strike, summoned 2 ethereal serpents that emerged behind Tian Xiang, only to vanish after a fleeting moment. Tang Zuo quickly regained his composure, relying on his spiritual power to probe the surrounding environment. The combination of his blood yin-yang eyes and soul energy allowed Tang Zuo to locate the 2 concealed serpent shadows. Divine law of heaven's convergence. Tang Zuo raised both hands, unleashing a formidable repulsive force that sent the 2 scattering in disarray. Would release, wooden block wall. Before Tang Zuo, a sharp wooden stake continually rose. Qiao Tianxiang unleashed her 4th soul skill. The 2 forces collided, and it was evident that Qiao Tianxiang's soul skill was superior. Water Escape, Vortex Water Blade. 3 exceedingly sharp water blades clashed with Qiao Tianxiang's soul skill, resulting in mutual cancellation. The shadow clone technique was employed, and a cloud of white smoke erupted. 5 or 6 identical Tang Zuo appeared before the onlookers. Qiao Tianxiang, caught off guard, shook her head in disbelief. You truly are a peculiar one. Tang Zuo, accompanied by 5 clones, charged forward. Qiao Tianxiang fiercely struck the first Tang Zuo with her serpent staff. With a resounding bang, the first Tang Zuo transformed into a wisp of white mist. One by one, the second, third, and so forth, until the 6th Tang Zuo approached from behind Qiao Tianxiang. In an instant, she swung her serpent staff at him. Unexpectedly, the 6th Tang Zuo also dissipated into smoke with a loud thud. To her astonishment, a small stone behind Qiao Tianxiang transformed into Tang Zuo, who unsheathed his Kusanagi sword. Electricity crackled along the blade, producing a melodious sound reminiscent of 1,000 birds in flight. The currents that once danced upon the sword began to spread outward, poised to strike Qiao Tianxiang. Yet, with a smile, she invoked her 6th soul skill, Serpent Shield. Before her, a shield composed of numerous serpents materialized, effectively shielding her from the impending assault. Tang Zuo, sensing the impending danger, executed a backflip to retreat. Amidst the bewildered gazes of the onlookers, Tang Zuo began to form seals. Horse, tiger. In merely a second, he completed 8 seals. A colossal fire dragon soared towards the heavens. Fire release, great fire dragon technique. Immediately afterward, Tang Zuo unleashed a great fireball towards the sky. Tang Zuo swiftly reappeared before Qiao Tianxiang with a flicker, utilizing his ability to teleport. Qiao Tianxiang brandished her serpent staff, launching an offensive against Tang Zuo. Due to his mastery of observation haki, Tang Zuo skillfully evaded each attack. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Amidst the astonished expressions of the onlookers, Tang Zuo unleashed a fireball towards the heavens. The duel continued for a brief moment longer. Suddenly, the originally clear sky darkened ominously. Lightning flashed and thunder roared incessantly. In the midst of the densely clouded sky, a brilliant blue light emerged, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Tang Zuo extended his right hand. The originally blue radiance began to coalesce, gradually forming an entity that resembled a dragon yet was not one. It was named Qilin. Chapter 48, Hidden Weapons. The colossal beast, composed of blue lightning, began to pulsate, descending upon Tang Zuo's hand. I have lost. Qiao Tianxiang could distinctly sense the soul power contained within the Qilin. Thus, she acknowledged her defeat in this contest. However, had this been a battle of life and death, it would undoubtedly have been Tang Zuo who perished, for Xiao Tianxiang could have easily denied him any opportunity to use his abilities. It was merely a matter of time. The disparity in soul power, a difference of several levels, was not something superficial embellishments could bridge. Grandmother, did you let him win? Ming ran, witnessing Xiao Tianxiang's defeat. Puffed her cheeks in frustration and trotted over, grasping Xiao Tianxiang's arm. Ha ha ha, dear Tang Zuo, you truly are a prodigy of the ages. I have indeed lost. In truth, Xiao Tianxiang was correct. In a certain sense, she had indeed conceded. She accepted her defeat wholeheartedly. Not at all. It was clearly your graciousness that afforded the younger generation an opportunity for victory, Tang Zuo remarked, putting away the Qilin with a smile. Ah. We are not individuals who cannot accept defeat. Losing is simply losing. What good are excuses? Xiao Tianxiang stated. Indeed, can a statesman not endure? Tang Zuo mused. Young man. Haha, you truly are remarkable, remarked Lord Long, who had been seated nearby, as he stood and approached Tang Zuo with a smile. Yes, my brother is the most formidable. Ning Rongron chimed in, jogging over. Tang San is still somewhat dazed. Can Gu really surpass the Soul Sage now? He inquired. Zuo is indeed impressive, Dai Mubai remarked. Indeed. If Zuo participates in the Advanced Soul Master Academy competition, victory would surely be ours, Ma Hongjun added. Tang San rose and walked before the crowd. Brother. I have devised a hidden weapon, he declared. Upon hearing this, Tang Zuo immediately became intrigued, for Tang San had not employed it earlier. What is its name? Tang Zuo inquired. The Zhuge Divine Crossbow. Tang Zuo felt a sense of astonishment, as someone who had read the original work. How could he possibly be unaware of the legendary Zhuge crossbow? It was indeed a remarkable artifact from the early stages. Let us take a look at it. Tang Zuo suggested. Tang San gently tapped with his right hand on the 24 bridges under the bright moonlight, and a sword, fitting comfortably in both hands, materialized in his grasp. Tang San secured the crossbow to his wrist and directed his assault towards the tree on the right. A sharp whistling sound pierced the air as the bolt shot forth, instantly embedding itself into the trunk. Where's the bolt? Dai Mubai inquired. Lacking the keen eyesight of Tang Zuo, the others merely witnessed a flash of white light, after which all was obscured. Tang Zuo smiled faintly as he stepped forward, gently touching the tree. With a resounding crash, it collapsed. This scene captivated the attention of all present. Continuing to observe, they noticed that on the tree in front, 16 crossbow bolts were neatly arranged. This is your concealed weapon? Meng Yiran was momentarily taken aback. She had believed her dart skills to be unparalleled. Yet she had not anticipated the formidable nature of this device, referred to as a concealed weapon, developed by Tang San. I wish to compete with you in darts, Meng Yiran declared. With her words, the gaze of all Shrek members turned towards her. Ah, very well. Tang San was lamenting his lack of opportunities for expression when, to his surprise, the moment arrived so swiftly. The members of Shrek erupted into laughter, clutching their bellies in amusement. Comparing oneself to Tang San and his brother in the art of hidden weapons was an act of sheer folly. One wielded the shadow-level shuriken throwing technique, while the other was schooled in the secrets of Tang Sect's concealed armaments. To even consider such a comparison? Madness. Tang Zuo, upon hearing Tang San's agreement, somewhat grasped his intention. Xiao San, do your best. If you win, I shall reward you with starting point coins, Tang Zuo said. Tang San smiled faintly. Although he was unaware of what this starting point coin was, he could surmise that it must be something remarkable. Meng Yiran, with her head held high, walked proudly to a tree. She grasped a dart in her hand and threw it forward. While her aim may not rival that of the Tang brothers, it was nonetheless commendable, a testament to her skill honed through countless trials. It required rigorous practice to achieve such proficiency. Humph, what do you think? Meng Yiran remarked. Tang San lowered his head and shook it gently. Upon witnessing this, Meng Yiran was instantly filled with an overwhelming frustration. Humph. Tang San stood upright, drawing forth hidden weapons from the enchanting moonlit night at the 24 bridges. There were no flamboyant displays of technique, merely a subtle flick of his wrist. The concealed weapons scattered and surged forward. The members of Shrek were taken aback, for Tang San had never before committed such a fundamental error. Meng Yiran even found herself secretly amused. Yet, in the next instant, those hidden weapons astonishingly aligned themselves in a neat formation, spelling out the characters for Tang Men. Witnessing Tang San's remarkable skill, Long Gong Meng Shu exclaimed, "Marvelous! Truly marvelous!" Observing Meng Shu's exuberant reaction, Tang San felt a surge of quiet satisfaction. Tang Zuo's lips curved into a subtle arc. Ha, let me give it a try as well, he said. Upon hearing Tang Zuo's words, Meng Shu's astonishment deepened. You can use hidden weapons too? Meng Shu inquired. Of course I can. Just watch closely, Tang Zuo replied. Tang Zuo stepped forward, closing the distance to nearly 20 meters. Yet he showed no intention of advancing. He retrieved a kunai from the flute music of the jade person, tossing one forward and two backward. The kunai thrown forward darted swiftly and struck the target with precision. Surprisingly, the two kunai behind collided mid-air, augmented by a slight infusion of soul power from the foremost kunai. Due to the relative forces at play, the two kunai rebounded and sailed straight toward the original target, again hitting the bullseye. Witnessing this technique, Mengshu was left astounded. All right, Xiao San, do share your insights about the Zhuge crossbow, Tang Zuo prompted. Indeed, Dai Mubai interjected. Your concealed weapon. I doubt I could have stopped it even with my soul power previously. The Zhuge crossbow holds significant advantages for battle spirit masters specializing in offensive techniques. And its greatest strength lies not in direct combat but in stealth. It possesses formidable penetrating and impact force. When employed under the right circumstances, it can eliminate foes without a trace, and even ordinary spirit masters can wield it without expending any soul power. Upon hearing this, the members of Shrek collectively gasped in astonishment. Given its demonstrated power, the Zhuge crossbow could easily defeat a level 20 Grand Spirit Master. Its damage potential is exceedingly formidable, coupled with its penetrating ability, making it impossible for enemies to escape if concealed properly. When combined with advanced techniques of concealment, even a civilian could wield immense strength. Thus, the equation reads, civilian plus Zhuge crossbow equals Su Yuntao. Xiao San, where did you acquire all this knowledge about concealed weapons? Dai Mubai inquired with curiosity. I picked it up, came the nonchalant reply. The introduction of Tang San left Dai Mubai momentarily taken aback. He then broke into a smile. What about you, Zhuge? Dai Mubai inquired. Similar to Little San. Chapter 49, The Five-Clawed Golden Dragon. Tang Zuo lifted his head and noticed that everyone, except for Tang San, were expressions of disbelief. Their faces adorned with black lines of skepticism. What a joke. How could it possibly be picked up? Tang Zuo remarked with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. The previously stiff expression of Tang San softened as he gazed at Tang Zuo in astonishment. Then, where did your martial arts originate? Mengshu inquired. Me? Tang Zuo pointed to himself, a subtle smile gracing his lips. It is, of course, self-created. Tang Zuo's beaming expression appeared to the others as that of a grinning devil. Did you create this yourself? Mengshu inquired once more. Tang Zuo felt a profound sense of helplessness. What could he possibly say? To admit the existence of a system? To acknowledge a cheat? Even Tang Hao and Tang San were kept in the dark. Perhaps he could confide in Mengshu? Ridiculous. Meanwhile, within the confines of the system space, a girl adorned in a blue-haired maid outfit sat on the ground, glaring at Tang Zuo's proud visage, a countenance brimming with arrogance. You insufferable Tang Zuo, this is clearly my achievement. She exclaimed. Brother, you are truly formidable, Ning Rongrong remarked in astonishment, gazing at his face. Tang Zuo seemed to perceive a sound emanating from the system space, rolling his eyes in a mischievous manner. However, this was done discreetly. Had any member of Shrek witnessed the expression on Tang Zuo's face, they would undoubtedly have been astonished. Yet, it was not as if they would be overly surprised. Observing Tang Zuo's humble demeanor, those familiar with him cast disdainful glances in his direction. Ning Rongrong and Tang Zuo arrived at the dormitory entrance. Rongrong's expression was resolute, as if she had made a significant decision. Brother, do you think I am unworthy of you? Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Tang Zuo's countenance darkened slightly. He had indeed not contemplated this matter. If he did not address this issue, Rongrong might forever harbor such thoughts. Yet, if he sought a solution, he found himself at a loss. It appeared that he was simply too exceptional. Tang Zuo pondered for a moment before ultimately deciding to bolster Ning Rongrong's confidence. Rongrong, what are your thoughts on our 7 treasure glazed tile school? He inquired, tightening his grip on her hand. Feeling the warmth of his touch, Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed. Our 7 treasure glazed tile school is the most formidable support sect, she replied, her face still aglow. And what of your 7 treasure glazed tile spirit? Tang Zuo continued. It is the most powerful support type spirit, without exception, she asserted. Tang Zuo smiled. What about the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda? Ning Rongrong paused for a moment. It is indeed the strongest auxiliary martial soul in its truest sense. Upon hearing this, Tang Zuo gently stroked Ning Rongrong's hair. If you possess the strongest auxiliary martial soul, how could you possibly be unworthy of me? Admittedly, Tang Zuo's words were somewhat nonsensical, yet he had a remarkable ability to touch the hearts of others. His remarks left Ning Rongrong momentarily bewildered. But, brother, you are even stronger. You became a soul king at the age of 12, and you are now a soul emperor. Ning Rongrong's voice dwindled, eventually fading to a whisper. Haha, Rongrong, do you think that if I were to have the assistance of the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda, I would become even stronger? Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong suddenly comprehended. If Tang Zuo were to marry a highly gifted battle soul master, it would merely yield 2 combatants. And if they were to encounter someone more powerful, they could easily be defeated. However, with a companion capable of significantly enhancing Tang Zuo's abilities, it would undoubtedly mitigate many dangers. I understand now, brother. You must promise me not to seek out other women. Tang Zuo gently embraced Ning Rongrong, softly kissing her forehead. It won't happen. The following morning, Flinders seemed to have lost his mind, summoning the members of Shrek at 6 o'clock. Oscar arrived, yawning, devoid of any energy. Tang San and Dai Mubai were not in a much better situation. Tang Zuo appeared unfazed, as if nothing troubled him. In reality, he had no need for slumber. The system was entirely capable of supplying him with boundless energy. When Tang Zuo and Tang San arrived, they were momentarily taken aback to see Yu Xiaogang present. Yet they did not dwell on it. Noticing that all the members of Shrek were gathered, Flanders stepped forward. On this splendid spring morning, the sea breeze swept away the clouds while the seabirds soared above. A lengthy silence ensued, and after a considerable time, Flander finally concluded his overly extended speech. He realized that the members of Shrek seemed indifferent to him, their gazes fixated almost entirely on Yu Xiaogang. Embarrassed, he cleared his throat twice, only to find that the crowd's attention remained on Yu Xiaogang. Flander approached Yu Xiaogang and gestured towards him. This is Yu Xiaogang, known as the Master, who is not only Tang San's mentor but also Tang Zuo's adoptive father. The revelation stunned everyone present. Adoptive father. The members of Shrek echoed in unison. Indeed. And furthermore, Yu Xiaogang had ascended to the rank of Soul Sage. This news shocked not only the students of Shrek but also left the Dragon King and Snake Lady utterly speechless. Wait, Master, were you not a great Soul Master? Meng Shu inquired with curiosity. The use of honorifics was natural, given Yu Xiaogangs esteemed status in the realm of Soul Masters. While lower-tier Soul Masters may not show him the respect he deserved, top-tier Soul Masters like the Dragon King and Snake Lady, who genuinely understood his prowess, undoubtedly recognized his title as Master. Haha, that is because Zua gifted me a spiritual herb, something called Song Dandan, Yu Xiaogang replied. Upon hearing this, Meng Shu's interest was piqued. He had been stagnant at the Soul Douluo level for quite some time. This was undoubtedly a glimmer of hope for him. May I have the honor of witnessing it? The curious Tianxiang asked. Of course, Yu Xiaogang responded. As soon as he finished speaking, under the collective gaze of the crowd, a magnificent yellow golden dragon began to materialize. This dragon radiated an aura of grandeur, with its claws strong and resilient, and its body adorned with impenetrable scales. Boom. White. Yellow. Purple. Purple. Black. 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 5 soul rings illuminated around Yu Xiaogang. The Dragon King and Snake Lady, along with all except Tang Zuo, were left speechless in astonishment. Teacher, what is your martial soul? They asked, recalling the last encounter in the Soul Beast Forest of Nodding Academy. Tang San had never witnessed Yu Xiaogang wielding his martial soul before. After much ado, it turned out to be this way. Allow me to elucidate the matter. Tang Zuo clenched his left fist and struck it against his right hand. The Song Dan Dan is a potent elixir capable of transcending the limitations of martial souls. Its formidable power enabled me to unlock the run and do meridians within my adoptive father, thereby awakening his inherent golden dragon bloodline. Upon hearing this, Long Gong and Shipu were both astonished and perplexed, and even Yu Xiaogang was left in a state of confusion. Inherent golden dragon bloodline? Zwar, what does this mean? Yu Xiaogang inquired. Through my investigations, I discovered that your body could not withstand the bloodline of the 5-clawed golden dragon, leading to the degradation of your martial soul into that of Luo San Pao. In Chapter 50, The 8 Monsters of Shrek and a Demon, Yu Xiaogang was utterly astonished to learn that he possessed a golden dragon bloodline within him. Zwar, is what you say truly the case? He asked. Indeed. The Song Dan Dan merely assists you in breaking through the limits of both your martial soul and your physical form, I replied. Yu Xiaogang seemed to have stumbled upon a new realm of understanding, meticulously noting down every word I had spoken. Tang Zuo noticed that Yu Xiaogang was so earnest in his recollections, which unexpectedly instilled in him a sense of accomplishment. Tang Zuo felt a sudden sensation in his sleeve and turned to find Ning Rongrong gazing at him with evident anxiety, leaving this steadfast man utterly perplexed. He watched as Ning Rongrong steeled herself and approached Yu Xiaogang, her legs trembling with apprehension. What should I do? I'm so nervous. Will my adoptive father oppose our relationship? What if he disagrees? Oh, I think I'm going to collapse. Such were the tumultuous thoughts racing through Ning Rongrong's mind. Without a moment's reflection, she blurted out, that adoptive father is quite something. While bowing slightly, Tang Zuo was taken aback by the scene before him. All eyes were fixed on Ning Rongrong, an expression of indescribable astonishment on their faces. Yu Xiaogang set his pen down and turned around, only to find a girl clad in white with powder-pink hair addressing him as foster father. His eyes widened in confusion, utterly perplexed. "You, what did you just call me?" Yu Xiaogang inquired, pointing to himself, bewildered. By the time Ning Rongrong realized the implications of her words, it was too late. Her voice had been far too loud. That is, I apologize, master," Ning Rongrong stammered nervously once more. Tang Zuo stood still, resembling a statue, motionless. "What? Flander? Who is she?" Yu Xiaogang inquired of Flander. Flander, regaining his composure, glanced at the flustered Ning Rongrong, who was holding her belly in laughter. "Ah ha ha, she's your daughter-in-law? Ha ha ha." Flander could hardly contain himself. "The daughter-in-law?" Yu Xiaogang was even more perplexed. According to Flander, this girl before him was indeed Tang Zuo's girlfriend. Yu Zuo? Upon witnessing this, Tang Zuo hurriedly approached. "Father, this is my girlfriend, Ning Rongrong." Yu Xiaogang's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Tang Zuo. "So that's what it was." Ning Rongrong must have felt nervous upon realizing that you were Tang Zuo's adoptive father. He laughed heartily. "I never imagined you would acquire a girlfriend so swiftly. You young men are quite impressive." However, at that moment, the pain inflicted by Bibi Dong resurfaced in Yu Xiaogangs mind. "Do you, perhaps, have feelings for Tang Zuo?" he inquired, directing his gaze at Ning Rongrong. Confused yet resolutely, she nodded affirmatively. Yu Xiaogang shook his head, letting out a sigh. "I hope you two won't end up like." His words were shrouded in ambiguity, leaving Tang Zuo puzzled, though Flander seemed to grasp Yu Xiaogang's underlying concern. He feared that Ning Rongrong, like Bibi Dong, might be deceiving him due to Tang Zuo's prowess. "All right, cough, cough. Let us gather," Yu Xiaogang announced. Although Ming Shu felt an inexplicable admiration for Tang Zuo, he remained aware of the appropriate decorum. "Why don't you all introduce yourselves?" Yu Xiaogang suggested. Tang Zuo was the first to step forward, his crimson Sharingan appearing as 5 soul rings ascended, exuding an overwhelming aura. Following him was Tang San, from whose palm sprouted pale purple-blue silver grass, 3 soul rings manifesting above it. Xiao Wu skipped forward, her nails elongating and pink fluff appearing, revealing 3 soul rings identical to Tang San's. Ning Rongrong, witnessing the 3 summon their martial souls, also called forth her 7 treasure glazed tower. 2 soul rings reflecting on its surface, causing Yu Xiaogang to widen his eyes in astonishment. Zhu Zhuqing sprouted cat ears atop her head, her 3 soul rings glowing with a commanding presence. Dai Mubai's physique suddenly enlarged, a phantom white tiger materializing behind him, his heterochromatic eyes radiating an aura of malevolence. Ma Hongjun, as before, was engulfed in flames, tufts of hair sprouting on his hands and arms, 3 soul rings illuminating around him. Oscar conjured a Harbin red sausage in his hand, 3 soul rings appearing. Ming Yiran wielded a dragon staff evolved from a snake staff, swinging it a few times. 3 soul rings emerging beneath her feet. The prowess of the Shrek Academy's 9 members left Yu Xiaogang speechless, particularly in regard to Tang Zuo, who at merely 12 years of age was a soul king, the first of his kind on the continent. "Xiaogang, where do you think Tang Zuo's strength lies?" asked Flander. "Perhaps he resembles an initial stage soul emperor," Yu Xiaogang replied. Xiao Tunxiang chuckled and shook her head. "He possesses a technique called Qilan, capable of slaying a soul saint." Those few brief words left several teachers, who had not been present the previous day, in a state of shock. A technique that could kill a soul saint was exceedingly rare, yet one that allowed a soul king to defeat a soul saint was virtually unparalleled. If Xiao Tianxiang spoke the truth, then Tang Zuo was indeed one of a kind. In truth, Xiao Tianxiang was correct. But what she did not mention was that this soul technique required the cooperation of the opponent. Indeed, it necessitated deceiving the adversary and diverting their attention. Had Xiao Tianxiang not underestimated her opponent, Tang Zuo would undoubtedly not have succeeded yesterday. "Ah, Xiao Zuo truly is formidable," Yu Xiaogang sighed in contemplation. An awkward silence enveloped the group momentarily before Yu Xiaogang assumed a serious demeanor. "What is the educational philosophy of our Shrek Academy?" he proclaimed. "We do not accept useless soul masters. We only accept geniuses," Tang San replied. "Then, are you all monsters?" Yu Xiaogang inquired. "Yes." The 9 responded in unison. "Good. The Shrek is a peculiar soul beast found in the Stardow Forest. It is an extraordinary existence even among soul beasts. Thus our Shrek Academy is often referred to as the Monster Academy. And you are the monsters of Shrek Academy. From this day forth, you are the 8 monsters of Shrek. The 9 were slightly puzzled at the term 8 monsters, given that there were 9 of them. Just as confusion began to set in, Yu Xiaogang added, 1 demon. Instantly, the group understood Yu Xiaogang's intent. The first was Daimubai, the second Oscar. The third Tang San, the fourth Xiao Wu, the fifth Ma Hongjun, the sixth Ning Rongrong, the seventh Zhu Shiqing. As for Ming Yiran and Tang Zuo, they would be referred to as Zuo Guanjia Ming respectively. Seeing that the Shrek 9 had no objections, Yu Xiaogang cheerfully announced it was time for a meal. All right, hurry to eat. After dining, gather here for training. Upon hearing this, everyone rushed towards the cafeteria. Meanwhile, Tang Zuo was halted by Long Gong Mingshu. Seemingly due to matters concerning Song Dandan, as she was Mingshu's only hope for breaking through to title Douluo. Young friend Tang Zuo, may I inquire if you still possess that miraculous Song Dandan? Mingshu asked, rubbing his hands in eager anticipation. Tang Zuo stood still, contemplating for a moment, and soon grasped the intentions of the esteemed Long Gong. Senior Long Gong, as I mentioned earlier. The purpose of this Song Dandan is merely to break the limitations of martial souls. However, such limitations are contingent upon one's bloodline, and thus, it holds no benefit for you. Tang Zuo responded with a smile. Mingshu displayed a clear sense of disappointment, lowering his head and bending slightly as if to depart. However, upon hearing the words, Mingshu instantly turned his head, revealing his smile once more. But I can teach you to concoct a pill known as half-crazed with a smile. Mingshu immediately became greatly intrigued. The name alone suggested that this half-crazed with a smile must be an extraordinary elixir. Will this pill enable me to break through to the rank of title Douluo? Mingshu inquired. No, Tang Zuo replied with certainty. Mingshu's disappointment returned once more. Then what purpose does it serve? Tang Zuo's right corner of his mouth curled upward, revealing a hint of a wicked smile. The half-step to madness, an essential item, once transformed into soul energy and infused into a human body, would render the recipient incapable of laughter for life. Otherwise, death would ensue. Mingshu felt as though his worldview had been completely upended. For Tang Zuo appeared to him like a shroud of mist, impenetrable and elusive. Then why not keep it for yourself? If you can concoct such a pill, shouldn't you be invincible? Dragon Lord Mingshu voiced his perplexity. Alas, I am merely a soul king. Do you truly believe I possess such power? At best, I could ensnare another soul king without them realizing it. Am I not capable of defeating a soul king myself? Tang Zuo waved his hand in resignation, responding to his inquiry. Upon hearing these words, Mingshu suddenly grasped the situation. Thank you, my young friend. With this in mind, it seems that the fusion technique of Mingshu and Chao Tianxiang's martial souls, combined with the half-step to madness, should provide a chance to defeat a 95th level title Douluo. Well then, let us eat quickly, Oscar remarked, observing the scene with a tinge of envy, before turning his gaze towards Ming Yiran. Ming Yiran cast a glance at him, and then chose to ignore him altogether, unmindful of the blush adorning her cheeks. Brother, do eat quickly, Ning Rongrong urged impatiently. Just then, Yu Xiaogang and Flinder entered, and upon seeing the sumptuous feast laid before them, Flinder's eyes widened in astonishment, followed by a mournful look directed at Yu Xiaogang. Tang Zuo observed the reluctant expression on Flinder's face and shook his head in resignation. Here, 3 bags of gold powder, he said, tossing the bags to Flinder. Flinder's eyes sparkled with a golden light. This amounted to 3 months' worth of sustenance. As he grasped the gold powder, his indifference transformed into a keen intensity. He glared at Tang Zuo, almost ready to unleash his soul ring. 2 months, Flinder declared. 3 months, countered Tang Zuo. 1 month, Flinder shouted. 5 months, Tang Zuo replied. 3 months, Flinder blurted out. Okay. Flinder, realizing the absurdity of the exchange, stared blankly at Tang Zuo. He then shifted his gaze to Xiao Wu, who was laughing while clutching his stomach. What are you laughing at? Flinder asked, his anger palpable. Just laughing, what's it to you? Xiao Wu retorted. Amidst the tension between the two, the onlookers merely chuckled at the banter. The brief interlude during mealtime quickly faded, and now the members of Shrek stood upon the arena. All right, today we have but one task, Yu Xiaogang proclaimed with authority. With the crowd's curiosity piqued, he continued, Tang Zuo, step forward. Yu Xiaogang maintained an air of mystery. Tang Zuo stepped forward and gazed directly at Yu Xiaogang. I challenge you to a competition against the Shrek 8 monsters. Tang Zuo displayed little reaction. Yet the 8 members of Shrek were markedly different. Their strongest member was merely Daimubai, who was only a level 40 Soul Master. In stark contrast, Tang Zuo had already ascended to the rank of Soul King, capable of defeating even a Soul Emperor. His victory over Xiao Wu in the entrance examination was entirely due to Tang Zuo's prowess. and the initial advantage they held was a result of his restraint in unleashing his full power. As the 8 members of Shrek fell into contemplation, Yu Xiaogang spoke up once more. All right, let us commence. With those words, Tang Zuo leapt gracefully onto the arena. Upon witnessing Tang Zuo take to the stage, the 8 of them swiftly followed suit. Each individual summoned their martial spirits, ready to engage in fierce competition. The match commenced without delay. The first soul skill, waist bow. Xiao Wu, leveraging her agile physique, dashed towards Tang Zuo with remarkable swiftness. Tang Zuo, observing her exertion, seized her ankle and with a powerful fling sent Xiao Wu soaring through the air. Tang San swiftly caught Xiao Wu and stepped back a few paces. The white tiger's radiant wave. Upon witnessing Tang Zuo evade Xiao Wu's assault, Dai Mubai promptly unleashed his soul skill. A beam of golden light surged toward Tang Zuo. Susanoo. A skeletal Susanoo materialized around Tang Zuo as smoke and dust swirled into the air. Tang Zuo remained utterly motionless. 7 treasures manifested a glimmering azure light, proclaiming strength, speed. The 8 members of Shrek felt a surge of power coursing through them. Oscar, with a flicker of crimson light in his hands, conjured 8 red harbin sausages. The 7, without a moment's hesitation, seized the sausages and devoured them in swift gulps. Then came 5 formidable assaults: the spectral white claw, the white tiger's radiant wave, the blue-silver binding, the waist bow, and the dragon blade. Tang Zuo deftly evaded Zhu Zhuqing's strike and unleashed his first soul skill, dispersing the white tiger's radiant wave while simultaneously severing the blue-silver grass. He observed Xiao Wu as she prepared to employ her waist bow once more. Tang Zuo smiled faintly, seizing the unsuspecting Zhu Zhuqing behind him. He turned and flung her forward. Zhu Zhuqing collided with Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, Tang San exclaimed. Zuqing, Dai Mubai called out. Both were promptly caught. Upon observing this, Tang Zuo refrained from assailing the 4 individuals and instead summoned Susanoo once more to shield himself from the dragon blade. Water release, great waterfall. Tang Zuo swiftly performed the hand seals. Without the flow of water, the waterfall cascaded downwards with little force. Meanwhile, Tang Zuo turned and charged towards Dai Mubai. Phoenix Fire Line. The voice of Ma Hongjun echoed, as a wave of searing flames surged towards Tang Zuo. Tang Zuo, as if oblivious to his surroundings, continued to soar towards Dai Mubai. The great leaf whirlwind. Tang Zuo lifted his foot and, amidst the astonished expressions of the crowd, launched an assault on the Phoenix Fire Line. Remarkably, the Phoenix Fire Line was shattered. Nothing could impede Tang Zuo's advance. Little San, I permit you to employ hidden weapons, called out Yu Xiaogang. At this, Tang San was momentarily taken aback, swiftly handing the Zhuge Divine crossbow to the others. As Tang Zuo charged forward, Dai Mubai instantly activated the white tiger shield. 18 styles of tiger descending. He proclaimed, the tiger's might is unyielding. A colossal white tiger seemingly materialized around Tang Zuo. Reminiscent of Dai Mubai's martial spirit, the only distinction being the absence of eyes upon the tiger's head at Tang Zuo's back. Dai Mubai sensed an overwhelming aura of peril emanating from this assault. Chapter 52, Tang Zuo vs. The 8 Oddities, 2. Dai Mubai intensified the protective barrier of the white tiger, nearly exhausting his soul power in the process. Tang Zuo's kick struck precisely at Dai Mubai's soul skill. This was, of course, intentional on Tang Zuo's part, for had he aimed for Dai Mubai's head, the latter would have succumbed. Dai Mubai spat out a mouthful of blood and was propelled backward. Tang San, sensing the imminent danger, swiftly turned to flee, seizing Dai Mubai. Big brother Dai, what shall we do? No worries, he replied, letting out a chuckle. Tang San observed Dai Mubai spitting blood, feeling a wave of concern. The dragon strike. Meng Iran's dragon staff transformed into a vividly lifelike dragon. Rather than lunging at Tang Zuo, the dragon opened its mouth wide and unleashed a torrent of venomous breath towards him. How could Tang Zuo possibly be defeated by such trivial matters? The art of necromancy. The green serpent. The green serpent materialized directly in front of Tang Zuo. Tang Zuo leaped in front of the green serpent, unsheathing the Kusanagi sword, infusing it with spiritual energy and employing a venomous strike to counter Meng Iran's poison. Green serpent. Proceed to spar with that chubby fellow and the one with the peach blossom eyes. Upon hearing Tang Zuo's command, the green serpent's face brightened with joy as it gradually approached the two. Ding. Mission issued. Mission details. Defeat the Shrek 8 monsters. Mission reward. Observation hockey. Failure penalty. Annihilation of the host. Upon hearing the system's mission announcement, Tang Zuo felt invigorated. However, the mention of the annihilation penalty left him somewhat uneasy, planting a seed of rebellion against the system in his heart. Tang Zuo turned around and was astonished to find two crossbow bolts hurtling toward him. Tang Zuo, with his agile movements, executed a backflip to evade the assault. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball erupted from Tang Zuo's mouth, hurtling toward Tang San. Spider web binding. As the words were uttered, countless blue-silver grasses sprouted from the ground, weaving into the form of a spider's web. The spider web binding successfully intercepted Tang Zuo's attack. Yet, before Tang San appeared another colossal fireball. Fire release, great fire dragon technique. A dragon-headed fireball surged directly towards Tang San. Tang San once again unleashed his soul skill. Tang Zuo grasped the Kusanagi sword firmly and with a swift movement. He appeared before Xiao Wu. Armed with the sleeve sword gifted by Tang San, Xiao Wu engaged in a brief duel with Tang Zuo's Kusanagi. To her astonishment, her Juga crossbow was rendered inoperative. Indeed, it had been severed by the Kusanagi sword, forged from the legendary materials of the 8 treasures, leaving a pristine white scar etched upon it. Tang Zuo lifted his leg, halting just before it was about to make contact with Xiao Wu. As Xiao Wu opened her eyes and beheld a leg before her, she swiftly discerned the situation and promptly leaped off the stage, reluctantly pouting. Longyin. Meng Yiran unleashed her third soul skill, a resounding dragon's roar echoing through the arena. Tang Zuo swiftly covered his ears. Blood, the eyes of the yin-yang. A pair of eyes that were half Sharingan and half Rinnegan manifested within his pupils. A bluish-green soul energy enveloped him, shrouded by an additional layer of purple soul energy. In release, celestial slaughter. Behind Tang Zuo, a shadowy figure emerged, cloaked in darkness. The silhouette flickered incessantly, mirroring Tang Zuo in appearance, attire, movements. And even the Kusanagi sword grasped firmly in hand. Ning Rongrong stood nearby, diligently augmenting the Shrek members, her brow now glistening with perspiration. Tang Zuo, witnessing the weary Ning Rongrong, resolutely decided to bring an early conclusion to this seemingly predictable battle. As Tang Zuo pondered around Tang Zuo, arrows from the legendary Juga crossbow unexpectedly soared through the air. Susanoo and Tang Zuo once again unleashed his soul skill, Divine Might. The crossbow bolts surrounding him remained suspended in midair, not advancing an inch. The arrows shot forth by the Juga Divine crossbow were absorbed into another dimension by the Divine Might. Immediately thereafter, Tang Zuo spread his arms wide. Universal attraction. Dai Mu Bai and Ma Hongjun, who were engaged in battle with the green serpent nearby, were drawn towards him. The two felt an overwhelming pull and instantly found themselves before Tang Zuo. Heaven's Wrath. A powerful repulsive force surged forth, propelling both of them out of the arena. Golden Sea. Golden powder continuously seeped from Tang Zuo's body, instantly enveloping the entire arena in a shimmering embrace. Flander's eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight. Yu Xiaogang and Zhao Wujiji cast him disdainful glances. Zhu Zhuqing and Tang San were swept away by the golden dust, which, however, gracefully bypassed Ning Rongrong and Qin Shi, striking Oscar directly instead. The three were thoroughly ensconced in the golden powder, yet Tang San appeared considerably more at ease than the other two. Blue-silver vines entwined around him. Beneath Tang Zuo's feet, blue-silver grass sprouted forth. The writhing tendrils of the grass appeared to yearn to ensnare Tang Zuo. Tang Zuo smiled slightly. 1,000 birds. A cerulean lightning bolt materialized in Tang Zuo's grasp. Its brilliance blinding and its sound reminiscent of a myriad of birds in harmonious chorus. As the words were spoken, the thunder in Tang Zuo's hand surged dramatically, summoning an ethereal silhouette of a thunder god behind him, adorned with a myriad of purples and wielding a lightning sword. Behind Tang Zuo, the thunder god wielded his sword, unleashing a brilliant arc of electricity that struck forward with formidable intensity. The crackling lightning shattered a significant portion of the arena. In the midst of Tang Zuo's astonishment, 8 purple spider legs sprouted from Tang San's back, exuding an unmistakable aura of deadly venom. A solid soul bone materialized before Tang San, forming a shield that barely withstood Tang Zuo's fierce assault. Water release. Great waterfall. A colossal torrent surged across the arena, leaving only Ning Rongrong remaining on the stage. Tang Zuo noticed that Ning Rongrong was still present and observed the rushing stream of water approaching her. Without hesitation, he swiftly hurled a kunai imbued with the flying thunder god technique forward. He then sent another kunai sliding beneath his feet. The golden light flickered twice. Tang Zuo appeared in his original position, cradling Ning Rongrong in his arms. As Ning Rongrong reminisced about the earlier moments with Tang Zuo, a faint blush adorned her cheeks. Yu Xiaogang observed that everyone except Ning Rongrong had been eliminated, and thus he declared the conclusion of the match. Shifting his gaze towards Flander, he noticed Flander's eyes gleaming with dollar signs as he paced restlessly around the edge of the arena, contemplating the vast sums of money at stake. Upon witnessing the scenario unfold, Tang Zuo prepared to indulge in a bit of mischief. He waved his hand with a flourish, summoning all the golden powder from the arena back to him, leaving Flander to revel in his excitement for naught. Flander blinked in bewilderment, realizing the golden powder had vanished, and turned to glare furiously at Tang Zuo, as if to convey, "You little rascal, hand it over, or I shall unleash my wrath upon you." Ahem. Yu Xiaogang stepped forward, clearing his throat softly. The students, who had been laughing, immediately straightened up. Although Tangs would emerge victorious in this contest, his performance left me quite dissatisfied, Yu Xiaogang remarked. Tang Zuo wore an expression that suggested he had anticipated this outcome long ago. Due to the presence of Ning Rongrong, he found himself unable to unleash his full combat potential. Had this been a fight to the death, a single wide-ranging attack from him would have sufficed to resolve the matter. Tang Zuo stepped forward, adopting a demeanor of utmost seriousness. "Adoptive father," Yu Xiaogang remarked, discerning Tang Zuo's intentions. "Zuo, you must understand that this is a training session. You need to showcase your true capabilities." Chapter 52, Tang Zuo vs. The Eight Oddities, Part 2. Dai Mubai intensified the White Tiger Shield, nearly exhausting his soul power. Tang Zuo's kick struck precisely at Dai Mubai's soul skill. This was, of course, a deliberate act on Tang Zuo's part. Had he aimed for Dai Mubai's head, the latter would have faced dire consequences. Instead, Dai Mubai coughed up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backward. Tang San, sensing the impending danger, swiftly turned and fled, grasping onto Dai Mubai. "Boss Dai, how are you?" "I'm fine," he replied, letting out a faint cough. Tang San observed Dai Mubai spitting blood, a wave of concern washing over him. The Dragon Strike. Meng Iran's dragon staff transformed into a vividly lifelike dragon. Rather than charging towards Tang Zuo, the dragon opened its mouth wide and unleashed a torrent of poisonous breath towards him. How could Tang Zuo possibly be defeated by such trivial tactics? The spirit mediumship. The Green Serpent. The Green Serpent materialized directly before Tang Zuo. Tang Zuo leaped in front of the Green Serpent, unsheathing the Kusanagi sword, imbuing it with soul power, and employing a poisonous slash to counter Meng Iran's toxin. "Green Serpent, go engage in a spar with that chubby fellow and the one with the peach blossom eyes." Upon hearing Tang Zuo's command, the Green Serpent's face brightened with delight as she gradually approached the two. Ding. Task issued. Task details: defeat the Shrek 8 monsters. Task reward: observation hockey. Failure penalty: annihilation of the host. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Tang Zuo felt invigorated. However, the phrase regarding the annihilation of the host left him feeling somewhat uneasy, planting a seed of rebellion against the system in his heart. Tang Zuo turned around and was astonished to see two crossbow bolts hurtling towards him. Tang Zuo skillfully evaded the attack with a backflip. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A massive fireball erupted from Tang Zuo's mouth, hurtling towards Tang San. Spider web binding. As the words left his lips, countless blue-silver grasses sprouted from the ground, weaving into a web-like formation. The spider web binding successfully intercepted Tang Zuo's assault. Yet, before Tang San could catch his breath, another colossal fireball loomed before him. Fire release. Great fire dragon technique. The dragon-headed fireball surged directly towards Tang San. Tang San once again unleashed his soul skill. Tang Zuo, wielding the Kusanagi sword, appeared before Xiao Wu with a swift leap. Xiao Wu, armed with the sleeve sword gifted to her by Tang San, engaged in a brief clash with Tang Zuo's Kusanagi. To her dismay, her Juga crossbow was rendered inoperative. Indeed, it was severed by the Kusanagi sword, forged from the legendary materials of the 8 treasures, leaving a pristine white scar upon its surface. Tang Zuo raised his leg, halting just before it would have struck Xiao Wu. As Xiao Wu opened her eyes and beheld a leg before her, she swiftly discerned the situation and promptly leapt off the stage, pouting in reluctance. Long Yin. Meng Yiran unleashed her third soul skill, and a thunderous dragon's roar resounded through the air. Tang Zuo swiftly covered his ears. Blood, the eyes of the yin-yang. A gaze that was half Sharingan and half Rinnegan manifested within Tang Zuo's pupils. A bluish-green soul energy enveloped him, encased in an outer layer of purple soul energy. Yin release, celestial slaughter. Behind Tang Zuo, a dark spectral figure materialized. The shadow flickered incessantly, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Tang Zuo, with identical attire, movements, and the Kusanagi sword held in hand. Ning Rongrong stood beside, tirelessly augmenting the members of Shrek, her brow glistening with sweat. Tang Zuo, observing the weary Ning Rongrong, resolutely resolved to conclude this seemingly inevitable battle sooner rather than later. Just as Tang Zuo was deep in thought, suddenly, arrows from Zhuge's divine crossbow soared all around Tang Zuo. Susanoo, the mighty deity. Tang Zuo once again unleashed his soul skill, divine might. The crossbow bolts surrounding him remained suspended in midair, not advancing an inch. The arrows shot from the Zhuge divine crossbow were absorbed into an alternate dimension by divine might. Subsequently, Tang Zuo extended his arms, invoking the all-embracing heavenly pull. Dai Mu Bai and Ma Hongjun, who were engaged in combat with the green serpent nearby, were drawn towards him. The two felt an overwhelming force of attraction and instantaneously appeared before Tang Zuo. Then came the celestial reversal, as a powerful repulsive force surged forth, propelling them out of the arena. Golden sea. Gold dust continuously seeped from Tang Zuo's body, instantly enveloping the entire arena in a shimmering embrace. Flander's eyes sparkled at the sight, while Yu Xiaogang and Xiao Wu cast him a disdainful glance. Zhu Xuqing and Tang San were swept up in the golden powder. Yet it deftly circumvented Ning Rongrong and Qin Shi, striking directly at Oscar. The three were tightly enveloped in the golden dust. But Tang San appeared to navigate the situation with greater ease than the others. The blue-silver grass coiled around them. Beneath Tang Zuo's feet, blue-silver grass sprouted forth. The writhing blue-silver grass appeared to seek to ensnare him. Tang Zuo smiled faintly. 1,000 birds. In Tang Zuo's hand appeared a bolt of azure lightning, its brilliance blinding, accompanied by a cacophony reminiscent of 1,000 birds singing in unison. As he spoke, the thunder in his grasp surged dramatically, conjuring a spectral figure of a thunder god behind him. A myriad of purples, the lightning sword. Tang Zuo, with the thunder god behind him, wielded his sword and unleashed a fierce bolt of lightning that struck fiercely forward. The electrifying flash was so intense that it devastated a significant portion of the arena. In response to Tang Zuo's astonishment, 8 purple spider legs emerged from behind Tang San, evident in their appearance that they harbored deadly venom. A sturdy soul bone materialized before Tang San, forming a protective shield that barely withstood Tang Zuo's onslaught. Water escape, great waterfall. A colossal torrent swept across the arena, leaving only Ning Rongrong remaining on the battlefield. Tang Zuo noticed that Ning Rongrong was still present and observed the rushing stream of water heading towards her. Without hesitation, he propelled a kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique forward. Simultaneously, he slid another kunai beneath his feet. Golden light flickered twice. Tang Zuo embraced Ning Rongrong, reappearing in their original position. As Ning Rongrong recalled the earlier moments with Tang Zuo, a faint blush graced her cheeks. Yu Xiaogang observed that everyone except Ning Rongrong had been eliminated and promptly declared the conclusion of the match. Turning his gaze toward Flender, he noticed Flender's eyes glimmering with dollar signs as he paced restlessly around the arena, shifting positions. So much wealth was at stake. Upon witnessing the situation, Tang Zuo decided to indulge in a bit of mischief. He waved his hand, summoning all the golden powder from the arena back to him, leaving Flander in a state of despondent delight. Flander blinked in astonishment, realizing the golden powder had vanished, and turned to glare at Tang Zuo, seemingly conveying a message. "You brat, hand it over, or I shall teach you a lesson." Ahem. Yu Xiaogang stepped forward, clearing his throat lightly. The students, who had been laughing moments before, instantly straightened up. In this match, though Tang Zuo would emerge victorious, I find myself quite dissatisfied, Yu Xiaogang remarked. Tang Zuo wore an expression of undeniable certainty, for he had anticipated this outcome long ago. Due to the presence of Ning Rongrong, Tang Zuo found himself unable to unleash his full combat potential. Had this been a battle for survival, a single wide-ranging attack would have sufficed to resolve the matter. Tang Zuo stepped forward, adopting a demeanor of utmost seriousness. "Father," he addressed, as Yu Xiaogang discerned Tang Zuo's intent. "Zuo, you must understand, this is a training session. You are to summon your true strength." Chapter 53. Analysis. Upon hearing that Tang Zuo had not exerted his full power, the members of Shrek displayed expressions of astonishment. In their eyes, Tang Zuo on the arena appeared almost divine, granting them not the slightest opportunity. Tang Zuo's prowess on the arena is undeniably comparable to that of a Soul Emperor. This is an indisputable fact. However, in the eyes of the 8 freaks, Tang Zuo is far more formidable than the Soul Emperor. Why is this so? It is due to his unpredictable and ghostly techniques. Though such flamboyant displays may be rendered futile in the face of absolute power, they undoubtedly pose a significant challenge to soul masters of the same rank. If we were to assess Tang Zuo's true strength, it would have been crystal clear to Chao Tianxiang just a moment ago. Yet now, with the acquisition of observation haki, Tang Zuo has transformed into a being of true enigma. Ah ha ha. Foster father, if I were to unleash my full power. Tang Zuo's gaze froze. Reminiscent of a celestial being, they had absolutely no chance. The members of Shrek stood in disbelief. Tang Zuo's words rang true. Yet it seemed that they had just been crushed. Yu Xiaogang also momentarily lost his composure. Ha ha ha. If that's the case, do you possess any hidden cards? He inquired. Indeed. Aside from my major trump card, I have numerous techniques yet to be employed, including the observation haki, Tang Zuo replied. Observation haki? The crowd displayed expressions of confusion, pondering the meaning of Tang Zuo's words. What exactly is this observation haki? Each time such queries arose, it was Ning Rongrong and Tang San who posed them, while the others remained as mere spectators, harboring a hint of reverence towards Tang Zuo. It allows one to predict your next move, Tang Zuo explained. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in unison, their pupils constricting dramatically. To predict the next movement, what an extraordinary concept. As long as the body could keep pace, it would be deemed invincible. But was Tang Zuo's physique ordinary? In terms of muscular resilience, it could rival that of a tidal Douluo. This implied that he could withstand physical attacks from a mid-level Soul Emperor without faltering. One should not underestimate Tang Zuo merely because he possessed the abilities granted by the Devil Fruit. It is crucial to note that the Devil Fruit can only endure physical attacks devoid of additional soul power. The observation haki, however, is an entirely different matter. Ahem. Let us set aside my capabilities for now and focus on you, he continued. Dai Mubai, step forward. With a heart full of trepidation, Dai Mubai advanced a step, bracing himself for the trials of battle. Dai Mubai, tell me, where were you when Tang San seized the opportunity to entangle Tang Zuo? I was lying on the ground. Dai Mubai replied, his tone subdued. Indeed, had you seized that opportunity, though you might not have harmed Tang Zuo, what if it had been someone else? Even if that individual were a Soul King, could you have managed to injure him in the slightest? Yu Xiaojiang's words struck deep within Dai Mubai's heart. Xiao Wu. Step forward. Xiao Wu took a step ahead, casting a forlorn glance at Yu Xiaojiang. You initiated close combat techniques against Tang Zuo from the very beginning. Had you faced anyone other than Tang Zuo, you would have met your demise countless times over. Throughout the entire match, you consistently hindered our progress. Fully aware of Tang Zuo's formidable physique yet attempting to employ grappling techniques against him, Xiao Wu felt an even greater sense of disappointment upon hearing this. For Yu Xiaojiang's words bore no trace of falsehood. Oscar, step forward. Oscar cautiously took a small step forward. Oscar, while you did not impede the class, you also contributed little to the battle. Aside from providing each of them with a sausage, what else did you accomplish? Did you merely watch Ma Hongjun engage with the soul beast summoned by Tang Zuo? Oscar shook his head vehemently before retreating. Zhu Zhiqing stepped forward. At this, Zhu Zhiqing stepped forward, her face devoid of expression as she cast a sidelong glance at Dai Mubai. Zhu Zhiqing, you and Xiao Wu committed the same error. As an agility-type soul master, you must be aware of Tang Zuo's immense strength. I am not, Zhu Zhiqing replied resolutely. Then enlighten me, why did you charge forward? I wanted to win. Upon witnessing the situation, Tang Zuo approached Zhu Zhiqing with a solemn demeanor. Zhiqing, he began, you must understand that your intentions are commendable. However, it is crucial to consider the reality of the matter. I must explicitly inform you that, at this moment, you are not yet qualified. The onlookers were left in astonishment at the current demeanor of Tang Zuo. Although Tang Zuo occasionally enjoys putting on a fade, the disparaging remarks directed at his teammates are simply inconceivable. I understand that Zhu Zhiqing felt a twinge of anger, yet she found herself unable to retort. Therefore, refrain from unwarranted confidence. Consider the reality before taking action. Life offers no rehearsals, only live performances, a sentiment I hope you will remember. If you aspire to grow stronger, abandon such an approach. Otherwise, only demise awaits you. Yu Xiaojiang nodded repeatedly upon hearing these words, particularly resonating with the notion that life permits no rehearsals, only live broadcasts. Tang Zuo merely smiled. Ah, having traversed the world for many years, my brother L truly lives up to the moniker of the Little White Dragon. Ma Hongjun stepped forward. Unable to suppress a gulp. You have no significant issues, save for one. You must hasten the enhancement of your soul power. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun was elated. He was the first not to receive criticism. However, it was undeniable that, in this battle, he had displayed no faults, the sole deficiency being his lack of strength, which was attributed to his age. Thus, there was little more to say. Meng Yuran, step forward. The gaze of Dragon and Snake swiftly shifted toward Yu Xiaogang, causing him to feel uneasy. Ahem, you have no major problems, but Meng Yiran looked puzzled. But what? However, your combat awareness is lacking. In other words, you lack practical experience. Dragon and Snake nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Meng Yiran, having been raised in pampered circumstances, indeed lacked real-world combat experience, which was to be expected. If you wish for practical experience, I can arrange for Qingxi to accompany you, Tang Zuo offered. Meng Yiran expressed her gratitude and returned. Ning Rongrong stepped forward. With a heart full of excitement and trembling hands, Ning Rongrong took a small step forward. Master, Yu Xiaojiang's expression was serious, yet softened when it came to Ning Rongrong. This gentle demeanor startled Tang Zuo. Rongrong, as Tang Zuo's girlfriend, perhaps you could lead a happy life without relying solely on yourself, but do you wish for that? Not at all. Ning Rongrong quickly shook her head. Then, since you are unwilling, promise me, promise Xiao Zuo that from this day forth, you will strive to learn and improve daily. Do you understand? Yu Xiaogang inquired. Yes, I understand. Thank you, Master. Ning Rongrong responded. The moment she uttered the word master, the entire room fell silent, including Tang Zuo. Realizing this, Ning Rongrong quickly corrected herself, her face flushing. She dashed towards Tang Zuo, tightly embracing him with a look of grievance. Ahahaha, so you are indeed Xiao Zuo's girlfriend. Calling me a foster father is perfectly acceptable. Chapter 54, The Realm. Upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's acknowledgement, Ning Rongrong was filled with joy. She released Tang Zuo and bowed deeply to Yu Xiaojiang. Then blushing, she hurried back to Tang Zuo. Tang Zuo stared blankly at the two individuals, feeling an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. All right, Tang Zuo. Could you kindly share with them what enables you to take control of the situation? Yu Xiaojiang inquired. Tang Zuo had yet to fully comprehend the situation when a sudden remark from Yu Xiaojiang jolted him into clarity. Ah, certainly. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Tang Zuo approached the position of the master. In truth, this matter largely hinges on combat experience, but as you are all aware of the essence of such experience, I shall refrain from elaborating further. The Shrek 8 monsters and the various teachers nodded in agreement. This method of combat is categorized into 4 realms and 4 branches. The 8 monsters and the teachers gazed at Tang Zuo with heightened curiosity, causing him to feel somewhat bashful. The realms are classified as beginner, intermediate, advanced, and chivalrous. The branches, ranked from weakest to strongest, are Earth Strike, Sky Strike, Soul Strike, and Dominant Strike. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun raised his hand. Tang Zuo, resembling a teacher, gestured for Ma Hongjun to speak. Brother Zuo, what level am I at? Ma Hongjun inquired. You, my friend, are approximately at the intermediate level, akin to the Heavenly Strike. Tang Zuo replied. Oh, so I am intermediate Heavenly Strike, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, a spark of inspiration igniting within him. Brother Zuo, what about you? Oscar immediately animated his hands, dancing with excitement as he asked. As for me, I reside at the pinnacle of these 2 levels, known as the Heroic Dominance, Tang Zuo declared. Oscar pondered for a moment before responding, Heroic Dominance, what a fascinating name. And what about me, Brother Zuo? You, my dear friend, are at the Advanced Earthly Strike level. The members of Shrek, aside from Tang San, were taken aback upon hearing Tang Zuo refer to himself as possessing Heroic Dominance. Only Tang San was left in a state of exasperation. In truth, Tang Zuo was not entirely incorrect, as his abilities were indeed instinctively aligned with the Heroic Dominance. For Tang San, who had yet to break free from the constraints of Summer's 8 strikes, it was undeniably a heavy blow. Heroic Dominance? It was clearly a proclamation of in this vast world. Brothers were reigned supreme. This minor incident arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Ahem, Tang Zuo, I noticed a sword-drawing technique you displayed on the arena earlier. Would you be willing to teach them? It could significantly enhance their strength. Smiled malevolently and nodded. He drew the Kusanagi sword as a gentle breeze tousled his flowing hair. A glint of cold light flashed, and a blade of the sword shot forth in the blink of an eye. The spectators were rendered speechless by the spectacle. It was not merely an act of bravado, possessed the prowess to withstand any lightning strike that might come his way, transforming his technique into. The trees ahead remained unscathed, merely touched by the fleeting glimmer of cold light. Zuo, do not lose heart. You can certainly try again, Oscar called out, prompting to smile faintly as he sheathed the Kusanagi sword, turning away to walk forward. Under Oscar's puzzled gaze, a resounding crack echoed as the tree splintered. Wow, Oscar exclaimed, shaking his head in disbelief. What do you call that move, brother? Ning Rongrong inquired, her face alight with joy. Allow me to share a tale. In a serene world, There existed a swordsman named Jinji, sharing the same name as a woman of the same moniker. Swordsmen often possess their own sense of dignity. And upon learning this coincidence, he sought to assassinate her. That fateful night, cloaked in dark attire and masked, the swordsman stealthily approached Jinji's abode. With a swift stroke of his sword, he shattered the door, sending debris flying in all directions. Jinji, upon entering her residence, was greeted by a resplendent room. Without hesitation, she unleashed her exquisite swordsmanship, stirring a tempest within the quarters. With a single stroke, she summoned a tornado, obliterating the protective barrier outside. To her surprise, Jinji was also an unparalleled master. In an instant, she rose, countering with her own whirlwind, engaging in fierce combat. The two Jinjis wreaked havoc within the dwelling after a prolonged skirmish. What was the outcome of their confrontation? Ma Hongjun eagerly inquired. The battle concluded swiftly. Both warriors lying on the ground in its shape, exchanging glances and smiles. Why did you attempt to assassinate me? Jinji questioned. Because I am a swordsman, came the reply. Why then would you wish to kill me? Jinji asked again. Because I too am named Jinji. At this revelation, they shared another smile. What does this have to do with your swordsmanship? Dai Mubai inquired. You shall soon find out. They agreed to dedicate 3 years to mastering a singular technique. Planning to meet atop Mount Hua for a life and death duel. Time passed swiftly, and they convened at the summit. Jinji assumed a battle stance, yet refrained from drawing her sword, choosing instead to offer her life to Jinji. The latter mirrored her stance, and upon encouragement from the female Jinji, she drew her blade. Their combat was imminent. Jinji unleashed a seemingly agile strike, yet it lacked force, allowing the female Jinji to withstand the blow. Ultimately, Jinji fell. What then does this have to do with swordplay? Following Jinji's demise, the female Jinji delved into the study of swordsmanship, dedicating another 3 years to honing a technique. With her martial foundation, she tirelessly practiced until she mastered the art of drawing the sword like a dragon. What is the name of this technique? Must you keep us in suspense? Ning Rongrong complained. Tang Zuo sighed in response to Ning Rongrong's complaints. The name of this technique is Jinji Ba Jian. Jinji draws the sword. The members of Shrek Academy displayed expressions of astonishment. This name resonates deeply with the origin of swords. However, the dark lines on Tang San's forehead grew heavier. If Tang Zuo were to traverse back to the modern era, he would likely find himself pursued by an individual named Li Dan. As for the reason, it is due to the infamous homophonic implications. Zhuge, please teach us quickly. Dai Mubai exclaimed eagerly. Very well, came the response. Tang Zuo extended his right hand, gathering his soul power within his palm under the watchful gaze of the crowd. Gripping the hilt of his sword, 5 soul rings emerged. The aura he emanated indicated that this was no ordinary draw of the sword by Jinji. This time, Tang Zuo was markedly different. He had accumulated enough energy to unleash his utmost potential. Jinji drew her sword. A flash of purple light illuminated the surroundings as the blade was unsheathed. The trees ahead, already broken, were utterly obliterated by the sword's fierce energy. The Shrek 7 glanced at the remnants of the wood, their mouths agape in astonishment. Indeed, while this technique was undeniably powerful, it required a significant amount of time to charge. Chapter 55, Training concludes. Ahem, very well. Xiao Zhuo, you may sheath your sword now. Tang Zuo sheathed his sword, his expression serene. He had encountered such scenes countless times before. All right, this lesson has concluded. Tomorrow, a rigorous training awaits you all, so rest well, Yu Xiaogang stated. Hands clasped behind his back. After Yu Xiaogang spoke, Zhao Wujie, Flander, and the others gradually departed. Observing their exit, Ma Hongjun immediately approached. Come, dear sisters. Call me fifth brother and let me hear it, he said with a playful arch of his brow. Xiao Wu shot him a glare, retorting, if you can defeat me, then I shall call you that. Ma Hongjun quickly backtracked, glancing towards Ning Rongrong, convinced that he could triumph over her, yet he overlooked Tang Zuo standing behind Ning Rongrong. If you can defeat my brother, then I shall call you that. Hearing this, Ma Hongjun humbly approached Zhu Shiqing. Zhu Shiqing shot him a fierce glare, declaring, if you can defeat me, then I shall call you that. Though Zhu Shiqing echoed Xiao Wu's words, her tone was markedly different, exuding a commanding presence. Laughter erupted as Ma Hongjun faced defeat. Oscar then bounded over, pointing to himself. Come, call me second brother and let me hear it. Xiao Wu scoffed. If you can defeat me, then I shall call you that. Ning Rongrong stuck her tongue out at Oscar. If you can defeat my brother, then I shall call you that. Zhu Shiqing offered Oscar a cold stare, providing him no warmth. As everyone witnessed Oscar's plight, laughter erupted, clutching their stomachs in mirth. At that moment, Tang Zuo approached. Call me brother and let me hear it. Brother. Xiao Wu exclaimed joyfully. Brother. Ning Rongrong stepped forward, grasping Tang Zuo's hand. Brother. Zhu Zhuqing's tone, though cool, bore no malice. Ma Hongjun and Oscar felt a surge of envy. Meng Yiran shot a glare at Oscar, letting out a dismissive sound. Ma Hongjun, witnessing the three refuse to address him as fifth brother, felt utterly despondent. However, upon realizing they also did not call Oscar, a wave of relief washed over him. Ma Hongjun threw an arm around Oscar's shoulders. Good brother, kindred spirits, together for life. Oscar shrugged off Ma Hongjun's arm. Who is your kindred spirit? I am already engaged. With that, Oscar dashed to Meng Yiran, leaving Ma Hongjun in a state of bewilderment. Snowflakes danced gently. The northern wind whispered softly as the cold snow fell, creating a picturesque scene. Yet, amidst the falling snow, the sight of Ma Hongjun, sitting humbly on the ground, was undeniably a striking contrast. Mom, look, there's a white statue over there. It looks like a potato. The child exclaimed, tugging at his mother's hand. What potato? Where do you see a white potato? It's clearly a steam bun, she replied. Ma Hongjun rose, gazing at the sky, only to discover a massive dark cloud looming above, still snowing. 3 black lines appeared on his forehead, a rare sight indeed. Sigh. I'm off to the city for some fun, Ma Hongjun remarked. Tang San and Tang Zuo called out to Ma Hongjun as he was about to head to Soto City. I shall accompany you, declared Tang Zuo. I too shall go, added Tang San. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at Tang Zuo and Tang San in disbelief. Zhu Zhuqing casually remarked, Amen. Among them, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong appeared the most astonished. Hiki, you two have finally awakened, Ma Hongjun said mischievously. No worries, with Zuo Ji's looks. He might even procure some money, Ma Hongjun teased. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu felt a hint of threat in his words. Oh, no, you misunderstand. I am merely seeking the assistance of a blacksmith to forge a small item, Tang Zuo quickly clarified. Ning Rongrong's anxious heart finally found solace. The group then turned their gaze to Tang San. I too intend to consult a blacksmith for crafting something. Upon hearing this, the others felt reassured. Zhu Zhuqing then nonchalantly remarked, Heh, Daimubai. Daimubai's hair bristled, and he shot a fierce glare at Zhu Zhuqing, inwardly grumbling. How unfortunate to be caught in the crossfire while doing nothing. Tang Zuo and Tang San were traversing with remarkable swiftness. Although their pace was exceedingly rapid, Tang Zuo exerted no effort whatsoever. Had he truly committed himself to the endeavor, Tang San, even with his ghost shadow mirage technique, would have been able to perceive nothing more than a fleeting silhouette of Tang Zuo. Passers-by could merely witness a streak of light flash by, and upon rubbing their eyes, it would vanish. Some of the older onlookers might even think their vision had faltered. The Tang brothers swiftly arrived at the forge. As they entered, they rapped on the table. Noticing their presence, the blacksmith hurried out to greet them. Welcome. How may I assist you? We have an extensive selection of knives, swords, broadswords, daggers, and throwing knives, all at your disposal. Tang San and Tang Zuo each presented a blueprint to the blacksmith. As the blacksmith examined Tang San's design, he exclaimed in admiration. However, upon viewing the blueprint provided by Tang Zuo, he began to tremble, believing that the creation Tang Zuo envisioned was nearly invincible. Where did you obtain these designs? The blacksmith inquired. I drew it myself, Tang Zuo replied. So did I, said Tang San. This design is extraordinarily intricate. I regret to inform you that I cannot undertake this project. However, we have 2 exceptionally skilled blacksmiths in our shop who might be able to give it a try. After a moment of hesitation, Tang San ultimately agreed. Tang Zuo contemplated the original text, realizing that these 2 characters were likely Iron 3 and Iron 5. In the original tale, they were Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger, but he found it amusing to make this alteration. Very well, then, let us go meet them, Tang Zuo remarked. The blacksmith, observing their eagerness, first escorted them to the shopkeeper. Shopkeeper, we have 2 esteemed clients, the blacksmith exclaimed. The shopkeeper, a robust figure whose musculature could rival that of Xiao Wu, was engrossed in his work. Ah, bring forth the blueprints for my perusal, he said, his demeanor unruffled. For he believed himself to be seasoned in the face of adversity. What could 2 children's blueprints possibly signify? The blacksmith laid the blueprints upon the table. As the shopkeeper continued his work, he cast a cursory glance at the designs. However, upon glimpsing the second sheet, his movements gradually slowed. The hammer in his hand came to a halt, and the cigarette he held slipped from his mouth. He stared blankly at the 2 sheets of paper, rendered motionless. This is not a still frame. Here was a shopkeeper of considerable repute, Having forged metal for 30 years, yet he had never encountered such exquisite components and ingenious combinations. When his gaze fell upon Tang Zuo's blueprints, he was utterly astounded, for such precision and craftsmanship was something even Iron 3 and Iron 5 might struggle to achieve. Chapter 56, The Xianyuan Sword. Daimu Bai intensified the White Tiger's protective aura, nearly exhausting his own spiritual energy. Tang Zuo's kick landed squarely on Daimu Bai's soul skill. This was, of course, intentional on Tang Zuo's part, for had he struck Daimu Bai's head, the latter would have faced dire consequences. Daimu Bai spat out a mouthful of blood, hurtling backward. Tang San sensed the impending danger and swiftly took to his heels, seizing Daimu Bai. Boss Dai. What do you think? It's nothing. Tang San observed Daimu Bai spitting blood, a sense of concern washing over him. The Dragon Strike. Meng Iran's dragon staff transformed into a vividly lifelike dragon. Instead of charging towards Tang Zuo, the dragon opened its mouth wide and exhaled a poisonous breath towards him. How could Tang Zuo be defeated by such trivial tactics? The spirit summoning technique, Green Serpent. Pum. The Green Serpent manifested directly before Tang Zuo. Tang Zuo leapt in front of the Green Serpent, drawing the Kusanagi sword. He infused it with soul power and combined it with a toxic strike to counter Meng Iran's poison using the principle of poison against poison. Green Serpent. You shall engage in a spar with that chubby fellow and the one with the peach blossom eyes. Upon hearing Tang Zuo's command, the Green Serpent's face brightened with delight as she slowly approached the two. Ding. Task issued. Task details. Defeat the Shrek 8 monsters. Task reward. Observation hockey. Failure penalty. Annihilation of the host. Upon receiving the system's task announcement, Tang Zuo felt invigorated. However, the phrase regarding the annihilation of the host left him feeling somewhat uneasy, planting the seed of a desire to fiercely confront the system within his heart. Tang Zuo turned around and was astonished to find two crossbow bolts hurtling towards him. Tang Zuo, with his agile reflexes, executed a backflip to evade the oncoming attack. Fire release, Great Fireball Technique. A colossal fireball erupted from Tang Zuo's mouth, soaring towards Tang San. Spider web binding. As the words left his lips, countless blue-silver grasses sprouted from the ground, intertwining to form a web-like structure. The spider web binding successfully thwarted Tang Zuo's assault. Yet, before Tang San could catch his breath, another massive fireball appeared before him. Fire release, Great Fire Dragon Technique. The dragon-shaped fireball surged directly towards Tang San. Tang San once again unleashed his soul skill. Tang Zuo held the Kusanagi sword in his hand and, with a swift step, appeared before Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, wielding the sleeve sword gifted by Tang San, engaged in a brief duel with Tang Zuo's Kusanagi sword. To her astonishment, her Zhuge Divine crossbow was rendered inoperative. Indeed, it had been severed by the Kusanagi sword forged from the legendary eight-headed serpent's metal. A pristine white sword mark was etched upon it. Tang Zuo lifted his leg, halting just before it would have struck Xiao Wu. As Xiao Wu opened her eyes and beheld the leg before her, she quickly discerned the reason behind it and promptly leapt off the arena, pouting in reluctance. Dragon's Roar. Meng Yiran unleashed her third spirit skill, and a thunderous roar of a dragon reverberated through the air. Tang Zuo swiftly covered his ears. Blood and the vision of both the living and the dead manifested in his eyes. Within his pupils appeared a unique gaze, half Sharingan and half Rinnegan. A bluish-green soul energy enveloped him, encased further by a layer of purple soul energy. In release, Celestial Slaughter. A dark specter materialized behind Tang Zuo, flickering incessantly. The shadow bore an uncanny resemblance to him, mirroring his attire, movements, and even the Kusanagi sword he wielded. Ning Rongrong stood beside, bestowing enhancements upon the members of Shrek. Her brow drenched in sweat. Tang Zuo, observing the weary Ning Rongrong, resolutely decided to bring this utterly predictable battle to a swift conclusion. It was during this moment of contemplation that Tang Zuo found himself deep in thought. Arrows from the legendary Zhuge crossbow unexpectedly soared around Tang Zuo, accompanied by the ethereal presence of Susanoo. Tang Zuo once again unleashed his soul skill, Divine Might. The crossbow bolts surrounding him remained suspended in midair, failing to advance even a fraction. The arrows shot forth by the Zhuge Divine crossbow were absorbed into an alternate dimension by the Divine Might. Immediately thereafter, Tang Zuo extended his arms wide, invoking the celestial attraction. Daimu Bai and Ma Hongjun, who were engaged in combat with the green serpent nearby, were drawn towards him. Both felt an overwhelming force pulling them and instantaneously found themselves before Tang Zuo. With a powerful repulsion, the divine judgment was unleashed. forcefully propelling the two of them out of the arena. Golden Sea. Golden powder continuously seeped from Tang Zuo's body, instantly baptizing the entire arena in its shimmering essence. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Flander's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yu Xiaogang and Xiao Wu cast him a disdainful glance. Zhu Zhuqing and Tang San were enveloped by the golden dust, which, however, bypassed Ning Rongrong and Qing Shi, striking Oscar directly. The three were ensconced in the golden powder. Yet Tang San seemed to navigate this circumstance with greater ease than the others. The blue-silver vines entwined gracefully. Beneath Tang Zuo's feet, blue-silver grass began to sprout. The restless blue-silver grass appeared to yearn to ensnare him. Tang Zuo smiled faintly. 1,000 birds. A brilliant blue lightning surged in Tang Zuo's hand, its radiance blinding. While the sound it emitted resembled the chorus of 1,000 birds in song. With a sudden escalation, the thunder in Tang Zuo's grasp intensified. Conjuring an ethereal silhouette of the thunder god behind him, adorned in myriad hues, wielding a lightning sword. Tang Zuo stood behind the thunder god, who wielded a sword and unleashed a fierce bolt of lightning that ravaged the arena, leaving considerable destruction in its wake. As Tang Zuo's expression shifted to one of astonishment, 8 purple spider-like legs sprouted from Tang San's back, revealing their venomous nature. A formidable soul bone manifested before Tang San, forming a shield that barely withstood Tang Zuo's onslaught. The technique Water Escape, Great Waterfall, summoned a colossal torrent that engulfed the arena, leaving only Ning Rongrong present on the stage. Tang Zuo noticed that Ning Rongrong was still present, as he observed the rushing stream of water heading towards her. He swiftly propelled a kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique forward. Subsequently, he sent another kunai sliding beneath his feet. The golden light shimmered twice. Tang Zuo embraced Ning Rongrong, reappearing at their original position. As Ning Rongrong reminisced about Tang Zuo's earlier actions, a faint blush graced her cheeks. Yu Xiaogang observed that everyone except Ning Rongrong had been eliminated and subsequently declared the match concluded. Turning his gaze towards Flinder, he noticed the latter's eyes glimmering with dollar signs as he paced restlessly around the arena, shifting positions. What a substantial fortune it would be. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang Zuo decided to indulge in a bit of mischief. He waved his hand, summoning all the golden powder from the arena back to him, leaving Flander to revel in his fleeting joy for naught. As Flander blinked in realization that the golden powder had vanished, he turned around. Fury etched on his face as he glared at Tang Zuo, as if to say, "You rascal, hand it over, or I shall pummel you." Ahem. Yu Xiaogang stepped forward, clearing his throat lightly. The students, who had been laughing moments before, instantly stood at attention. Although Tang Zuo would emerge victorious in this match, I find myself quite dissatisfied with the outcome, remarked Yu Xiaogang. Tang Zuo displayed an expression of undeniable understanding, for he had anticipated this outcome long ago. Due to Ning Rongrong's presence, Tang Zuo found himself unable to unleash his full combat potential. Had this been a battle for survival? A single widespread assault would have sufficed to resolve the matter. Tang Zuo stepped forward, adopting a serious demeanor with remarkable compliance. Foster father. Yu Xiaogang observed Tang Zuo's attitude and discerned his intentions. Zuo, you must understand that this is a training session. You are required to showcase your true capabilities. Chapter 57, The Devil's Training. The store manager and the Iron Blood duo took a deep breath, striving to calm their emotions. The impact brought by Tang Zuo was truly profound. At the mere age of 12, he was able to forge such a magnificent artifact and adeptly wield the 8 strikes of Xiaoji. Even more astonishing was his attainment of the Soul King at such a young age. Each of these accomplishments shattered the worldview of those present. In the realm of Douluo Continent, there was undeniably no genius surpassing Tang Zuo. If there were, they could only be the traversers from other parallel worlds. After the store manager and the two agreed to the request of Tang San and Tang Zuo, the brothers of the Tang family returned to Shrek Academy. Brother, you're back, Ning Rongrong exclaimed joyfully. Yes, I'm back. Let us go, Tang Zuo replied as he took her hand. This occurred amidst Tang San's resentful gaze. The following morning, as everyone entered the dining hall, they were greeted by a table laden with delectable dishes, their eyes sparkling with curiosity about how Flinder had become so generous. It wasn't until Yu Xiaogang emerged again that they understood the truth. It was not Flinder's generosity but rather Yu Xiaogang's, who had used the money given by Tang Zuo to prepare a sumptuous feast. Thus, one could say that Tang Zuo was indeed generous. Subsequently, Tang Zuo treated Yu Xiaogang to a grand meal. The sumptuous delicacies were devoured with great enthusiasm, particularly by Ma Hongjun, who had originally promised to lose weight. All right, we've finished eating. Let us gather at the playground shortly for training, Yu Xiaogang instructed before departing from their sight. Tang Zuo led a few companions toward the training grounds, speculating on the nature of the tasks that Yu Xiaogang had assigned. What do you think Master will ask us to do? Oscar inquired. Given Master's enigmatic nature, I cannot say, replied Daimyo Bai. Perhaps it will involve physical conditioning, suggested Tang Zuo, drawing from his memories of a past life. Physical conditioning? Tang San pondered, feeling perplexed, as this term encompassed various meanings. It could involve running, or perhaps weight-bearing exercises, or something akin to that. Before long, they arrived at the training ground, where 9 baskets filled with stones awaited them. Each basket bore the names of the individuals, with the stones arranged in descending order of weight. Among them, Tang Zuo's basket contained the heaviest load, nearly reaching 100 G. While Daimyo Bai and Ming Yuran followed closely, each carrying approximately 40 G. Tang San bore a weight of 30 pounds, while the others carried 20. Due to her role as a support soul master, Ning Rongrong was the lightest among them, bearing merely 15 pounds. Zhuge, you are truly remarkable. Could this possibly be actual weight? Daimyo Bai exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, perhaps we should have you run 20 laps, Ma Hongjun chuckled playfully. Amidst their laughter, Yu Xiaogang approached with several teachers, his demeanor grave, creating an atmosphere of palpable tension. Cough, cough, as you can see, these baskets represent your burdens, he stated. The group merely smiled before meeting his gaze, for they were already aware of the situation. However, Yu Xiaogang's subsequent words left them utterly astonished. I require each of you to carry these weights and run 20 laps around the village. They stood frozen, staring blankly at him. 20 laps, each approximately 18 kilometers. Amounted to a staggering total of 360 kilometers. Such a distance could take a full day to traverse, not to mention the added burden of weight. The load was indeed considerable, especially for Tang San. Master, is such a training regimen truly advisable? Daimyo Bai queried, his tone laced with trepidation. In response, Yu Xiaogang replied with utmost seriousness, I have meticulously crafted this plan according to your physical capacities and the standards of soul emperors. Should any of you wish to avoid growth, feel free to depart. Rest assured, I shall not hinder you. Hearing this, Tang San lowered his gaze, offering a wry smile. For he understood that Yu Xiaogang would never waver in his resolve, as this was ultimately for their benefit. The group displayed expressions of despondency, bowing their heads and exhaling deeply. Remember, you are a unit, a cohesive whole. Thus, if any among you fails to complete this task, the entire group will face consequences. Should you fear your ability to endure, you are welcome to abstain. However, if you choose to participate, you must hold yourselves accountable. Do you comprehend? Yu Xiaogang bellowed. Very well, now begin. Upon hearing the command, the 9 individuals stepped forward to shoulder their respective burdens. Initially, the weight felt manageable, yet with each stride, it grew increasingly cumbersome. Though the increment was slight at first, the accumulation of such weight made a significant difference. Tang Zuo, impervious to the burdens he bore, was unperturbed. Not only due to his extraordinary physique but also because he was a soul king. Although Ning Rongrong carried the lightest load among them, her physical constitution was the weakest, especially considering her role as a support-type soul master. Xiaogang, is this not a bit too stringent? Flandre furrowed his brow as he addressed Yu Xiaogang. Do you have faith in them? Yu Xiaogang replied. Naturally, they are my pride, Flandre proclaimed, a sense of pride radiating from his resolute visage. Akin to a father whose son had achieved a perfect score. Since you believe in them, why not let them strive freely? Endeavor and vigor are what truly matter. Are they not? A gentle smile graced Yu Xiaogang's face as he spoke to Flandre. Long Gong Meng Shu, witnessing this exchange, stepped forward to stand shoulder to shoulder with the two, casting a glance at them. Indeed, it seems that only such rigorous training can unleash the potential of these prodigies. Meng Shu remarked. But won't you worry for Ming Yuran? Flandre was taken aback. He never expected the overly protective Long Gong to utter such words. In Flandre's memory, Ming Shu was a doting grandfather, attentive to every need of his granddaughter. However, Ming Shu's words undoubtedly shattered Flandre's preconceived notions. What could does worry do? If concern could strengthen Iran, I would never allow her to suffer even the slightest harm. Your Shrek students have shown me that there are always greater talents beyond our own, Ming Shu asserted. Following Ming Shu, Chao Tianxiang also rose and stepped forward, adding her voice to the conversation. Flandre, disheartened, shook his head, with both Long Gong and Shipu expressing such sentiments. He felt it would be discourteous to oppose them further. Very well, I shall entrust this group of children to you, Flandre conceded with a sense of resignation. Seeing Flandre's despondent demeanor, Xiao Wu approached and placed a comforting arm around his shoulders. Enough, worrying over them is futile, Xiao Wu advised earnestly. Afterward, Flandra and Yu Xiaogang set up a table and prepared a saline solution. Chapter 58, Devilish Training Part 2. The scene shifted to the 9 individuals. All except Tang Zuo, drenched in sweat as they ran tirelessly. Tang San, Daimubai, and Tang Zuo are far ahead, while Ning Rongrong, Oscar, and Mingyiran find themselves lagging at the rear. Tang's was secretly knotted, and his pace unexpectedly slowed. "Brother, what is the matter with you?" Tang San inquired, puzzled by Tang's was unusual behavior. "Little brother, do you truly believe that our adoptive father merely desires us to run for the sake of running? If that were the case, why would he insist that anyone who cannot persevere will face punishment?" Tang Zuo chuckled and shook his head, casting a glance at Tang San and then at the individuals behind him. Upon hearing this, Tang San seemed to have stumbled upon a new realm of understanding. As a light bulb appeared above his head, illuminating his realization. "I understand now," he exclaimed with delight. "The teacher wishes for us to collaborate side by side to accomplish the task." "Indeed," came the reply. Tang Zuo snapped his fingers, and a golden sparkle illuminated his hand. After speaking, Tang San turned and hurried towards Dai Mubai, sharing his conjecture regarding Yu Xiaogan's plan. Dai Mubai immediately grasped Tang Zuo's intent and slowed his pace. Ma Hongjun was the first to arrive, observing the trio, whose speed had significantly diminished. He wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, pausing to catch his breath, then looked at them with a puzzled expression. "Boss Dai, bro, San Ge, why have you all stopped running? Could it be that you're fatigued?" Ma Hongjun remarked, his expression growing increasingly lewd. Tang Zuo cast a disdainful glance at Ma Hongjun. "Little pony, I wonder if you're in need of another beating." Tang Zuo cracked his fingers with an air of peculiar confidence. Ma Hongjun felt an overwhelming sense of intimidation and instinctively curled up into a small ball. "Enough, brother. Please don't frighten Ma Hongjun any further," Tang San remarked with a smile. Tang Zuo, feeling helpless, waved his hand, for who could blame Ma Hongjun for being so infuriating, particularly with those 2 little tufts of hair on his face, resembling a rotund teacher. "Ma Hongjun," Tang Zuo said, as Dai Mubai chaotically elucidated matters to Ma Hongjun, leading him to a sudden epiphany. Soon after, the trio awaited the arrival of Xiao Wu, Zhu Shiqing, as well as Ning Rongrong, Oscar, and Mingyiran. Once the explanations concluded, a surge of confidence enveloped them. The first lap swiftly passed, and as the 9 individuals beheld the teachers at the finish line, hope ignited within them. Upon reaching the end, they collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. After a brief respite, they reached for the salt water on the table. Oscar was the first to grasp a cup. However, as soon as he took a sip, he promptly expelled it. "Uft. This salt water is exceedingly salty. The moment it touched my lips, I couldn't help but spit it out." Oscar exclaimed in bewilderment. "What kind of water is this? Why is it so salty?" he inquired. "It's salt water. You must understand. Salt water is the finest product for replenishing your energy," Yu Xiaogang interjected, raising a finger as if he were a learned scholar. Upon hearing that it was salt water, the members of Shrek were initially reluctant to drink it, yet upon learning it was the best means to restore energy, they steeled themselves and consumed it despite the saltiness. After finishing, the 9 resumed their second lap. Although the rest period between the laps had not been brief, they had regained some strength. However, as they embarked on the third lap, an unmistakable sense of fatigue washed over them. Tang Zuo observed that Ning Rongrong was struggling as she ran, and with a smile, he approached her side. Upon seeing Tang Zuo, Ning Rongrong revealed a faint smile, followed by a look of confusion directed at him. This was due to the fact that Tang Zuo had relieved her of all her burdens, leaving her with nothing to carry. "Brother, thank you, but isn't this a violation of the rules?" Ning Rongrong inquired, perplexed. Tang Zuo smiled lightly. "Rongrong, the true essence of our adoptive father's intention is to encourage unity and collaboration. There is no stipulation against offering one another assistance. Therefore, leave it to me." Tang Zuo's smile, as gentle as a spring breeze, and his charming words rendered Ning Rongrong's entire face a deep crimson, blushing even to the roots of her ears. She shyly nodded her head. "Zuo, thank you, but you are carrying 100 pounds. Won't you tire?" Ning Rongrong initially felt elated, but then suddenly recalled the considerable weight that Tang Zuo bore, prompting an immediate desire to reclaim her own burden. "Rongrong, do you think so little of me?" Tang Zuo leaned closer, his warm breath causing Ning Rongrong's worried expression to flush anew. No, brother," Ning Rongrong stammered, caught off guard by Tang Zuo's unexpected movement. Observing her flustered reaction, Tang Zuo stifled a laugh behind his hand. Ultimately, persuaded by Tang Zuo, Ning Rongrong conceded, although he promised that when he could no longer bear the weight, he would return her share. Tang San was served an overflowing bowl of love, or rather, he was thoroughly showcased in a wave of affection. As for why it is not merely dog food, it is because Tang San and Xiao Wu have already established their relationship. Tang San cast a glance at Xiao Wu, noting her remaining stamina, and gently shook his head. He then approached Oscar, smiling as he took a portion of Oscar's burden. Departing amidst Oscar's grateful expression, Oscar's demeanor transformed into one of resolve. He swiftly made his way to Meng Yuran, taking her load and placing it into his own basket. Meng Yuran looked at Oscar in astonishment, unable to fathom that he would disregard his own needs to lend assistance. Having arrived at Shrek and gained some understanding of Oscar, she felt a tinge of disappointment. Nonetheless, Oscar's actions today had indeed surprised her. Ultimately, Meng Yuran reclaimed her burden from Oscar, and the reason was simple. She believed that Oscar's willingness to help was commendable enough. After all, Oscar was a support-type soul master, lacking in physical prowess. In terms of physical fitness, Meng Yuran knew she surpassed Oscar by a considerable margin. Tang Zuo observed the affectionate demeanor of the two and promptly approached Oscar, relieving him of all burdens. He then took half of the load from Meng Yuran's basket and placed it into Oscar's. Meng Yuran and Oscar attempted to reclaim their burdens, but were met with Tang Zuo's piercing gaze, which effectively dissuaded them. Tang Zuo, under the appreciative gazes of both, dashed to Ning Rongrong's side and affectionately ruffled her hair. Unbeknownst to the group, 3 shadowy figures lurked in the periphery, surreptitiously observing the 9 individuals. Tang Zuo is currently burdened with a weight of 125 pounds. Tang Zuo set down the burden on his back and cast a cold gaze upon the 3 wretched figures. The 8 men, mistaking his action for exhaustion, moved to seize his load, only to recoil as Tang Zuo unleashed his spirit rings with a thunderous boom. The 5 soul rings on Tang Zuo's body illuminated simultaneously. He shifted his gaze towards the trio. Activating his observation haki, he distinctly sensed the identities of the 3 individuals. Indeed, they were members of the Zhonghui Academy. Tang Zuo unleashed his technique, appearing before the 3, who were left utterly terrified, their souls seemingly scattered. With a thunderous crash, a colossal Susanoo arm emerged from behind him, causing the ground in front of the Zhonghui Academy to collapse entirely. What do you intend to do? Tang Zuo glared at the trio, his teeth clenched in fury. He vividly recalled how these 3 had mercilessly humiliated the exhausted Shrek Academy members in the original narrative. Instantly, the 3 collapsed to the ground, cold sweat streaming down their faces. We accidentally wandered in, just to take a look. One of the Zhonghui Academy students quickly stammered, visibly intimidated. Initially, their intention had been to disrupt the weary Shrek Academy members and flee immediately, but after witnessing the events involving Tang Zuo and the Dragon King, they no longer dared to act with such arrogance. In the original story, they were aware of Xiao Wu, a soul sage from Shrek Academy, and had thought little of it, considering Zhonghui Academy had its own strengths. However, the situation had changed dramatically. Now, Shrek Academy boasted a soul king, a soul emperor, a soul sage, and a soul Douluo that they knew of. Such a formidable institution was not to be trifled with. Their purpose had merely been to harass Shrek Academy, driven by a sense of superiority and jealousy after being humiliated by its members. They considered themselves the pride of the heavens and were deeply affronted by their previous treatment. The thought of how their actions might shatter Yu Xiaogan's composure was unknown to them. I think we should leave now, one of the Zhonghui students urgently suggested. Without hesitation, the 3 scrambled to their feet, ready to depart. Yet, was Tang Zuo the type to let such insolence pass? Clearly, he was not. Shadow clone technique. With a resounding boom, a clone identical to Tang Zuo emerged amidst a cloud of smoke. The clone swiftly dealt with the trio, leaving them bruised and battered as they hurried away, moving quickly yet peacefully. Ha ha ha, Zuoge, you truly are remarkable, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. A wide grin on his face, Tang Zuo responded with a smile. All right, let us continue running. He lifted the additional weight, raised his clenched fist, and shouted aloud. Upon hearing Tang Zuo's encouragement, everyone picked up their burdens and resumed their run. The 3rd lap passed swiftly. As they reached the 4th lap, the group did not exhibit any overt signs of fatigue. However, Tang Zuo was now encumbered with an extra 30 pounds. As for the reason, I believe you are well aware. Damu Bai had taken a portion of Ma Hongjun's load. As they entered the 5th lap, Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar began to show signs of exertion. By the 6th lap, there was little change among the others. Yet, during the 7th lap, apart from Tang Zuo, Tang San, and Damu Bai, the fatigue among the rest intensified. By the 8th lap, their stamina further dwindled. Although Ning Rongrong, unburdened, felt tired. She fared slightly better than Oscar and Ma Hongjun. In the 9th lap, Oscar was on the verge of collapse, but was steadied by Tang San on his left, while Ma Hongjun was not faring much better, being supported by Dai Mu Bai. By the 10th lap, Ning Rongrong too sensed her energy waning. Tang Zuo approached her, wrapping his arms around her waist. Ning Rongrong felt the warmth emanating from his embrace and looked at Tang Zuo with a hint of confusion. In the next moment, to her astonishment, she found herself lifted off the ground by him. Her cheeks flushed, Ning Rongrong tightened her grip on his hands, utterly taken aback. "Brother, put me down," she said, her voice tinged with shyness. "No," Tang Zuo replied resolutely. "I can still run on my own," Ning Rongrong protested, her embarrassment palpable. "No, you cannot," he asserted once more with unwavering certainty. Tang Zuo's imposing remarks caused Ning Rongrong's neck to flush crimson. Not merely her ears, but her entire ear turned a deep shade of red. Bashfully, Ning Rongrong lowered her head, casting a furtive glance at Tang Zuo. As the group reached the finish line, they collapsed once more in exhaustion. "Foster father," one of them began, while Yu Xiaogang turned back, perplexed. "What is it?" Just now, 3 individuals from Tsanghui Academy appeared, seemingly intent on humiliating us while we were fatigued from training. Tang Zuo inhaled deeply as he spoke. "What?" Yu Xiaogang remained silent, for he had never heard of the academy known as Tsanghui Academy. As a teacher at Shrek Academy, he bore the responsibility for its students. If there were a title Duel within Tsanghui Academy, it would spell disaster for Shrek Academy. Although the combination techniques of Long Gong and Long Pa could rival a title Douluo, Yu Xiaogang knew that such fusion techniques could only contend with the lower-tier title Douluos, akin to those like Dugu. His concerns were not unwarranted. Caution in such matters was paramount. Though Yu Xiaogang remained silent, Long Gong, Long Pa, and Xiao Wu could no longer contain themselves. The 3 of them rose in unison, their soul rings involuntarily manifesting. "Tsanghui Academy," Long Gong said through clenched teeth. It was indeed surprising to them that such a small academy, with its highest combat strength merely being a soul sage, dared to insult Shrek Academy, especially with a monster like Tang Zuo in their midst. "What is this Tsanghui Academy?" Both Yu Xiaogang and Flandra inquired simultaneously, exchanging puzzled glances before turning their attention back to the others. Xiao Wu had previously refrained from mentioning Tsanghui Academy's name, deeming it unnecessary. Yet now that they had dared to insult Shrek Academy, he felt they deserved a taste of hardship. "Humph. It's just an academy with a mere soul sage as its top strength," Xiao Wu remarked coldly. "And a worthless Soul King teacher," Long Gong Mingshu added. Upon hearing this, the tension in Yu Xiaogang and Flandra was alleviated. Initially concerned about a significant problem for Shrek, they now realized it was merely a worthless academy. "Principal, what shall we do?" Ma Hongjun asked eagerly, his eyes wide with anticipation as he looked at Flandra. "What else is there to discuss? You all should hurry and start running. We'll deal with them in a few days," Flandra replied, raising his head. "Wait." Upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's words, everyone turned to look at him. "What is it, Xiaojiang?" Flandra inquired. Yu Xiaojiang's expression was devoid of any seriousness. "We need not seek them out for a confrontation," he stated. "Oh, what do you mean?" Mingshu asked, somewhat puzzled. "The Senior Soul Master competition is approaching. They will undoubtedly participate. At that time, we can show them our prowess," Yu Xiaojiang asserted earnestly. His rare display of seriousness elicited quiet laughter from those present, observing their playful expressions. Yu Xiaojiang felt a surge of frustration. They had completely forgotten that it was training time. "Hey, what are you laughing at? Get back to running. There's still half to go," he exclaimed, prompting their amused faces to turn somber once more. Nevertheless, they silently acknowledged Tang Zuo for his efforts. After all, his remarks were indeed to grant them a brief respite. This, however, only included Ning Rongrong, Tang San, and Xiao Wu. The 9 of them bowed their heads once more, shouldering their burdens as they continued their run. "This is ridiculous. How dared Tsanghui Academy be so brazen? They're practically walking into the line of fire," Dai Mubai reflected, recalling the disgusting expressions of the Tsanghui Academy individuals. "Indeed, it baffles me how they could possibly think they could challenge us, knowing our academy has a soul de law," Oscar added. "Such individuals deserve a beating," Mangyuran declared proudly, lifting her head. Oscar instinctively shivered at her words. Yes, he awkwardly scratched his head, echoing Mangyuran's sentiment. She cast a satisfied glance at him. Oscar awkwardly grinned at her. "All right, you 2 lovebirds can stop flaunting your affection and hurry up," Tang Zuo interjected, unable to bear their sweetness. Unbeknownst to him, He and Ning Rongrong had shared their fair share of sweet moments, enough to fill a building. If consuming such affection could lead to weight gain, then surely all students at Shrek Academy would be overweight. Rongrong, shall we go? Tang Zuo said with a smile. Ning Rongrong shyly replied. Thus, the two exchanged another wave of sweet moments. Another lap passed, and the 9, having previously caught their breath, found themselves panting once more. They all collapsed onto the ground. Tang Zuo, burdened by his load, began to perspire. After all, he is not invincible. Even if Xiao Wu were to undertake this journey, carrying a weight of 150 pounds, he too would falter. Indeed, you heard correctly. Tang Zuo bore a weight of 150 pounds. Brother, are you truly all right? Tang San inquired solemnly. Although Tang Zuo's sweat went unnoticed by others, it could not escape the keen perception of Tang San, who had cultivated the purple extreme magic eye. I am fine, Tang Zuo managed to say with a forced smile, despite carrying a burden of 150 pounds over a distance of 20 miles. Sighing, Tang San recognized the futility of trying to dissuade Tang Zuo, so he simply shook his head. After replenishing their energy with salt water, the 9 of them resumed their run. Although they had taken a brief respite, it merely provided a temporary reprieve. The fatigue accumulated from the previous 10 laps became glaringly evident during this round. Tang Zuo glanced around and observed that many individuals nearby were panting with their tongues out, resembling dogs. Tang Zuo, in a moment of unexpected benevolence, took upon himself a burden from the basket of 9 individuals. Despite the fervent pleas of the others to dissuade him, he resolutely proceeded to take it. Tang Zuo is an ambitious individual as well as a caring companion. The burden upon Tang Zuo's shoulders escalated from 150 pounds to a staggering 180 pounds. In contrast, the weights borne by the others had lightened considerably. Although gratitude was palpable among the group, Tang Zuo appeared oblivious to their expressions. The 9 individuals embarked on the journey of the 13th lap. Upon completing the 13th lap, everyone, including Tang Zuo, felt as though they were carrying an immense mountain upon their backs. As they entered the 14th lap, Ma Hongjun, drenched in sweat, collapsed to the ground. No. I can't go on, he gasped, mouth agape. The other 8 turned back, their faces glistening with sweat yet adorned with smiles directed at Ma Hongjun. These smiles were not of mockery, but rather of encouragement. Daimubai and Tang San rushed to Ma Hongjun's side, gently helping him to his feet. In this warm atmosphere, the 9 resumed their grueling training. As they approached the 15th lap, Ning Rongrong and Oscar could no longer endure. Nevertheless, both maintained expressions of unwavering determination, untainted by any hint of doubt. Upon seeing Ning Rongrong's demeanor, Tang Zuo instinctively moved to assist her. However, Ning Rongrong declined his offer. She expressed her desire to complete this journey on her own, asserting that she could not always rely on Tang Zuo. Deep down, she believed she was unworthy of him. And if she did not strive harder, she feared she would forever fall short of his stature. Tang Zuo observed that Ning Rongrong's expression was resolutely steadfast, making it inappropriate for him to resort to coercive measures. He sighed softly, realizing that this was merely one of the reasons why Ning Rongrong was reluctant to accept his assistance. The other, and indeed the most significant reason, was that she could discern the truth. Tang Zuo feels very weary. Tang Zuo bore the heavy burden of the group, with a weight of over 100 to nearly 200 pounds pressing down upon his back, rendering him somewhat feeble. After a while, upon reaching the finish line of the 15th lap, the group was no longer sprawled on the ground as before. Instead, they lay flat. 9 individuals aligned together as if the earth beneath them had become a smooth, unbroken road. After a brief respite, the 9 stood up and, having sipped some saline solution, resumed their journey. Xiaogang, we still have 5 more laps to go, Flanders expressed with concern. Those who fear hardship will never achieve greatness, Yu Xiaogang retorted decisively. Long Gong and Shipa, having heard Flanders' words, could not help but worry about Meng Yuran. How could they not be concerned for their only granddaughter, whom they had cherished since childhood? In their eyes, Meng Yuran was of utmost importance. Yet, they found themselves in agreement with the master's sentiments. Thus, despite their worries, they acquiesced to Yu Xiaogang's approach. One cannot attain significant accomplishments without enduring hardship. Among the 9, all but Tang Zuo were nearing their limits. Even Tang Zuo felt the strains of fatigue. Nevertheless, the weary Tang Zuo continued to share the burden with the other 8 members of Shrek. Zuogu, I can't hold on any longer, Oscar gasped. Indeed, Zuogu, I too am reaching my breaking point, Ma Hongjun echoed. Brother, shall we take a moment to rest? Tang San suggested. Yes, brother, just a brief pause, please, Ning Rongrong added. Seeing that several were in agreement, Tang Zuo also concurred. After all, there remained half the distance in this lap, and upon completing it, 4 additional laps awaited. 4 laps is no trivial matter. It equates to a staggering 80 miles. For an average soul master, running 80 miles without any enhancements is a formidable challenge, let alone while bearing a burden. Tang Zuo was burdened with a weight of nearly 200 pounds. If Yu Xiaogang had permitted Tang Zuo to utilize his soul power, he would undoubtedly find himself running with remarkable ease. To elaborate, soul power significantly enhances physical capabilities. The attributes derived from its use far surpass those of his natural physique. It is not an exaggeration to assert that, with the aid of soul power, Tang Zuo could effortlessly manage 500 pounds. Chapter 61. The conclusion of the devilish training. As the group embarked on yet another lap, they were all nearly devoid of strength. Once more, they prepared to run another lap. Tang Zuo could still manage to stand on the ground, yet everyone else lay on the earth, gasping for fresh air. As they reached the final lap, 9 individuals embraced one another, running forward in unison, without missing a single step. Tang Zuo took a step forward, and the 8 others gritted their teeth, following suit. With another step, the 8 mirrored his movement. Time passed swiftly, and the scorching sun gradually ascended, intensifying the weariness felt by all. At last, the 9 individuals beheld the finish line. Hope surged within them, dispelling their fatigue as they surged towards their goal with unparalleled speed. However, just as they crossed the threshold, all 9 collapsed, falling straight to the ground. Yu Xiaogang glanced at the fallen figures with a proud smile, a sentiment echoed by Flander. Long Gong and Sheepa shared a knowing look before bursting into laughter, as none had anticipated that the 9 would endure this ordeal, especially Tang Zuo, who had managed to complete the task while bearing a nearly 200-pound burden. Previously, the onlookers only recognized Tang Zuo's unpredictable techniques, but their perception of him had transformed. Yu Xiaogang approached, attempting to assist the unconscious Tang Zuo. He tugged firmly, yet found himself unable to budge Tang Zuo even slightly, akin to trying to move a mountain. Flander, noticing Yu Xiaogjang's struggle, approached with curiosity. "What's wrong, Xiaogang?" he inquired, observing the furrowed brow of his companion. "Try lifting him," Yu Xiaogang suggested. Intrigued, Flander stepped forward, grasping Tang Zuo's hand and pulling upwards, only to discover the astonishing weight of Tang Zuo. "What is going on?" he questioned. At this revelation, Xiao Wu, who had been watching, approached with interest. "Let me give it a try." He rolled up his sleeves and seized Tang Zuo's hand, pulling upward and confirming that Tang Zuo was indeed extraordinarily heavy. Although the 3 could effortlessly lift Tang Zuo, his current weight was decidedly abnormal, even accounting for the burden on his back. Yu Xiaogang scrutinized the area surrounding Tang Zuo but found nothing amiss. "Haha, let me take a look," Xiao Tianxiang said with a hearty laugh as he approached. Under the curious gazes of the 3, he activated his second spirit ability, transforming his normal pupils into serpentine eyes. Upon discerning what lay in Tang Zuo's grasp, he gasped in astonishment, covering his mouth. "What happened?" Flander asked, concerned. "Is Tang Zuo all right?" Mingshu inquired with unease. "Oh, he's fine," Xiao Tianxiang replied. "But why is he so heavy?" With a slight smile, Xiao Tianxiang shook his head. "Lift his sleeve a bit." Yu Xiaogang complied, pulling back the sleeve on Tang Zuo's left arm. Upon seeing what Tang Zuo held, he too was left speechless. On Tang Zuo's wrist rested a metallic bracelet resembling a watch. At first glance, the onlookers could not discern its true nature. However, upon noticing the words inscribed upon it, everything became clear. The phrase 300 Jin was elegantly etched upon its surface. The following day, as the sun ascended, a faint blush of dawn began to illuminate the distant horizon. Tang Zuo slowly opened his eyes, as if veiled by a shroud of mist. After rubbing his eyes, the haze dissipated. He then cast his gaze downward and discovered himself lying naked in a bathtub. Within the tub, various herbs floated, intended for the refinement of one's physique. However, Tang Zuo soon realized something else. The bracelet on his wrist was gone. This signified that the master and his companions had become aware of the matter regarding the wristband. "It appears that tranquility will elude me once more," Tang Zuo mused inwardly. Tang Zuo hurriedly donned his clothes, only to discover a massive wooden plank to his left. Tang Zuo gazed at the wooden board with a sense of perplexity, deeming it useless. He then removed it, only to have 2 crimson streaks of blood trickle from his nose. What was the cause of this? For before him stood Ning Rongrong. What a coincidence! At that very moment, Ning Rongrong also opened her eyes, rubbing them gently. Then, with a startled exclamation, "Ah!" Her melodious voice prompted Tang Zuo to instantly regain his composure. Tang Zuo promptly placed the wooden board back into position. He then turned around, clutching his heart, which was racing at an alarming rate, as he attempted to steady his breath. His face was flushed from his forehead down to his feet. Ning Rongrong was no different. Her entire countenance turned crimson. In a flurry, she donned her clothing and pulled aside the wooden board, revealing Tang Zuo sitting upright. Rongrong, I didn't mean to. Tang Zuo remarked. Ning Rongrong shyly twirled her finger. I understand, she replied. Upon hearing this, Tang Zuo took a tissue to wipe away the blood from his nose, subsequently exhaling a sigh of relief. Rongrong, I will take responsibility for you. Once you have absorbed the Qi Luo tulip, I shall propose to the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Upon hearing Tang Zuo's words, Ning Rongrong burst into laughter. Brother, you really? We are quite taken aback by what you just said. However, it was quite reasonable. The situation was undeniably absurd. Have you ever seen a couple who are in a confirmed relationship, where the boy accidentally barges into the girl's bathing area and then immediately proposes? Well, today you witnessed it, didn't you? Rongrong, I assure you, I will take responsibility. I swear, if I ever betray you, I shall face divine retribution. Before Tang Zuo could finish his sentence, he felt a soft touch upon his lips. Indeed, it was Ning Rongrong. The usually bashful Ning Rongrong had unexpectedly leaned in to kiss him, leaving Tang Zuo utterly astonished. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted. Tang Zuo looked at Ning Rongrong with astonishment, his face turning crimson. Zuogu, I wish to absorb the Kira tulip right now. I want you to get engaged sooner, Ning Rongrong said, a hint of shyness in her demeanor. Once you reach level 30, you will be able to absorb it. Tang Zuo replied with a smile, happy to see her eagerness. However, Ning Rongrong's expression fell as she lowered her head. Oh! After a brief pause, the sound of roosters heralding breakfast filled the air, and the members of Shrek Academy gathered. Master, why is the food so exquisite again today? Daimubai inquired. Mengyu, somewhat perplexed, had always assumed that the culinary offerings at Shrek Academy were consistently remarkable. Once the 9 had finished their meal, they promptly assembled in front of the school gate. Overall, you all managed to persevere, so your performance yesterday was commendable, Yu Xiaogang remarked. Upon hearing these words, a wave of pride surged through the Shrek 9. However, Yu Xiaogang's sudden shift in tone shattered the tranquility within their hearts. Do any of you know why Tang Zuo fainted? Chapter 62, The Burdened Ring. The 8 turned their gazes toward Yu Xiaogang, and upon observing Tang Zuo's state, they shook their heads. Initially, Tang Zuo was carrying, holding Ning Rongrong and ran a couple of laps, correct? Yu Xiaogang asked. Ning Rongrong gently lowered her head, casting a glance at Tang Zuo, and then nodded slightly. I do not intend to criticize Ning Rongrong. Tang Zuo acted appropriately. I merely wish to point this out, Yu Xiaogang said, noticing Ning Rongrong's apprehensive demeanor. At his words, Ning Rongrong breathed a sigh of relief. Tang Zuo let out a sigh of relief. He then shouldered the burden of his companions, which had reached 200 pounds, correct? Yu Xiaogang reiterated. The group gazed at Tang Zuo with gratitude, nodding in agreement. They then turned their curious eyes towards Yu Xiaogang. What is it, master? Are you not going to reveal it? Ma Hongjun, feeling anxious at Yu Xiaogang's silence, complained. A faint smile graced Yu Xiaogang's lips. Nearby, Flinder approached with a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, Ma Hongjun, allow me to enlighten you, Flinder said, eyeing Ma Hongjun with amusement. Under the curious gazes of the group, Flinder retrieved 2 bracelets from his pocket. The onlookers tilted their heads in confusion, 3 question marks seemingly appearing above their heads. Flinder's expression gradually turned serious, followed by an enigmatic grin. Dean, why are you still keeping us in suspense? Ma Hongjun couldn't help but voice his impatience. Flinder shook his head helplessly, then relaxed his grip. With a resounding crash, dust erupted from the ground. The bracelets began to sink slowly into the earth, leaving imprints on the previously smooth surface. Ding, mission released. Mission content, convince Oscar to wear the weighted bracelet. Mission reward, 1 advancement pill. Failure penalty, the tulip of Kirin becomes ineffective. The system's notification echoed, and Tang Zuo glared fiercely at himself. The eyes of the Shrek 8 monsters widened in disbelief, and they simultaneously turned their gazes towards Tang Zuo. No way, they exclaimed in unison. After approximately 10 minutes, the astonished group began to regain their composure. Dean, what is the meaning of these bracelets? Daimubai inquired, bewildered. Flinder smiled slightly, then bent down to retrieve the bracelets. Tang Zuo has been running with this the entire time, Flinder explained. The 8 individuals looked again at Tang Zuo, and this time, all traces of doubt vanished, replaced solely by a profound sense of shock that was beyond words. Brother, have you truly been wearing this all along? Ning Rongrong tentatively pointed at the bracelet in Flinder's hand and asked. Indeed. Tang Zuo took a deep breath and nodded. under the astonished gazes of the 8 onlookers. He rose from the platform and approached Flander. He picked up the weighted object and beckoned to Oscar with a finger. Ning Rongrong, witnessing this, turned her gaze towards Oscar. Upon seeing Tang Zuo's lewd expression, she stomped her foot in indignation, as if to say, "Here I am, playing with the 7 treasure glazed tile school. And you wish to pursue a man? Ahem, just a jest." Oscar pointed to himself. Tang Zuo nodded. Oscar approached slowly, taking careful steps, and gazed directly at Tang Zuo as he extended his hand. Tang Zuo remarked that he felt quite pleased with the system's assignment of this task. Why? Because in the original narrative, Ning Rongrong was courted by Oscar, who was likened to a pig, and became entangled in his metaphorical excrement. Tang Zuo grasped Oscar's hand with a wicked grin. Oscar was indeed startled by Tang Zuo's sudden action. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, a flash of purple light erupted. Boom. 2 wristbands materialized around Oscar's wrists, instantly pulling him to the ground, creating a large crater in the shape of a person. "What the?" Oscar exclaimed, his voice filled with disbelief. Among the 7, 3 couldn't help but laugh. 1 appeared somewhat concerned, while the remaining 3 were puzzled by Tang Zuo's actions. It must be said, Oscar's popularity was certainly not on par with that of Tang Zuo. As for their lack of concern for Oscar, they understood that Tang Zuo was always measured in his actions. If he chose to do this, he had his reasons. Ding. Rewards are being distributed. Ding. Reward distribution successful. Xiao Zuo, what are you doing? Yu Xiaogang inquired, furrowing his brow. Tang Zuo lowered his head with a smile and snapped his fingers, causing the heavy weight rings on Oscar's hands to vanish. You can simply inquire with Oscar to confirm this. As for why Tang Zuo made such a statement, it is because he had utilized 5 recommendation votes to elevate Oscar's soul power to a critical juncture. Oscar wiped the blood from his nose and stood up, exclaiming, I have leveled up." In truth, it would be more accurate to say he was startled rather than surprised. Everyone present felt a sense of joy for Oscar. However, this also imparted a new understanding of Tang Zuo. What kind of understanding? I cannot say. Rongrong, I have something for you. Tang Zuo suddenly appeared before Ning Rongrong. His complexion slightly flushed as memories of past events flooded his mind. Ning Rongrong also felt a rush of warmth to her cheeks and took a couple of steps back. What is happening? She murmured softly. Tang Zuo retrieved a radiant elixir from where the Jade Maiden teaches the flute. This pill, resplendent and translucent, emanated a soft glow. Ning Rongrong cast a puzzled glance at the elixir in Tang Zuo's hand. However, his subsequent actions warmed his heart. Without uttering a word, Ning Rongrong seized the elixir and swallowed it whole, unperturbed by its nature. For she understood, Tang Zuo would never harm him. Tang Zuo was slightly taken aback, followed by a gentle smile. Ning Rongrong felt a warm current surge through her very being. A formidable soul force radiated outward, emanating a gentle aura that, although not overwhelmingly powerful, stirred gentle ripples around her. Tang Zuo involuntarily took a step back. Flander stared at him, pondering his thoughts. Yu Xiaogang cast a puzzled glance at Tang Zuo once more. "What is wrong with Ning Rongrong?" he inquired. "She is breaking through," Tang Zuo replied. "Breaking through?" Yu Xiaogang's eyes widened in disbelief, as did those of the other members of Shrek, along with Long Gong and Shipur. The notion that a mere small pill could enable Ning Rongrong's soul power to advance added to the enigma surrounding Tang Zuo. Long Gong and Shipur exchanged glances. Their breaths held. Had Tang Zuo not been a student of Shrek, they might have searched him thoroughly and taken everything without hesitation. After all, his aura of mystery was undeniable. Moments later, Ning Rongrong began to levitate, rising approximately 3 centimeters off the ground. Shortly thereafter, she descended. Her eyes fluttering open in astonishment as she observed herself, realizing her soul power had reached level 30. With the acquisition of a soul ring, she was on the verge of becoming an official soul master. Chapter 63, The Azure Bowl Python. Ning Rongrong secretly rejoiced, not merely for her elevation in soul power, but for the opportunity to absorb the Chiloa Tulip. According to Tang Zuo, absorbing the Chiloa Tulip would elevate her 7-treasure glazed tower to the 9-treasure glazed tower. After this transformation, Tang Zuo could now return home to propose to her. This was the reason for Ning Rongrong's happiness. When Ning Rongrong realized this, her eyes glistened with tears. She dashed forward and embraced Tang Zuo. Tang Zuo gently stroked the hair of the weeping Ning Rongrong, offering a warm smile. Yu Xiaogang observed this and shook his head. Having endured 2 emotional traumas, he harbored concerns for Tang Zuo, fearing that Ning Rongrong might abandon him like Bibi Dong had. However, it seemed that his worries were unfounded. Did Bibi Dong truly wish to forsake him? No, she was compelled by the relentless pursuit of Qiang Sunji. As for Ning Rongrong, to be candid and pragmatic, she lacked the means to abandon Tang Zuo. This is a truth that no one can deny. Not even Qian Rinxue holds such a privilege. It is indisputable. Oh, little Zuo, Yu Xiaogang exclaimed in astonishment as he witnessed another of Tang Zuo's remarkable abilities. Ha ha ha, dear friend Tang Zuo, your elixirs are indeed boundless. Meng Shu laughed heartily. Indeed, he is truly enigmatic, Xiao Wu remarked, shaking her head slightly before stepping forward to embrace Tang San's arm. Upon witnessing this, Tang San gently tugged at Xiao Wu's scorpion braid, offering a tender smile akin to that of Tang Zuo. Yet, the aura emanating from the two was strikingly dissimilar. Tang San embodies a gentle disposition, an exquisite tenderness that knows no bounds. Tang Zuo embodies unparalleled gentleness, complemented by an exquisite demeanor and striking beauty, coupled with an aura of warmth. One cannot help but remark that the unremarkable Tang San is eclipsed by him in countless ways. Brother, when shall we embark on our quest to capture soul rings? Inquired Ning Rongrong. Tang Zuo pondered for a moment. What now? Everyone turned their gaze towards Tang Zuo, all utterly astonished. They had never anticipated such a turn of events. Tang Zuo was surprisingly straightforward. Father, he said, rubbing his hands together and narrowing his eyes as he gazed at Yu Xiaogang. Ahem, it's nothing. Just remember to return swiftly, Yu Xiaogang responded after regaining his composure. Tang Zuo's expression brightened with joy as he grasped Ning Rongrong's hand, entirely disregarding the blush that adorned her cheeks. A violet radiance flickered. Tang Zuo was suddenly materialized in the Star Doe forest. As for how he arrived, it was naturally due to the recommendation left on the Titan giant ape. Of course, he was also holding Ning Rongrong by the hand. Upon finding herself alongside Tang Zuo behind the Titan giant ape, Ning Rongrong instinctively took a step back. The Titan giant ape sensed the presence of humans behind it, and, with a grave expression, turned around. Before it could clearly discern the newcomers, it unleashed a powerful punch. This surprised Tang Zuo immensely. Such recklessness was truly unexpected. Hey, Ming, it's me. Tang Zuo shouted upon witnessing the Titan giant ape's aggressive action. Hearing Tang Zuo refer to it as Ming, the Titan giant ape immediately halted its fist and retracted it. Upon recognizing Tang Zuo, it sheepishly shook its head. With a few symbolic roars, the Titan giant ape expressed its presence. Though Tang Zuo was uncertain about the precise nature of the creature's utterances, he could nonetheless grasp their general meaning. Essentially, it conveyed a tone of mockery. Ah, what brings you here? Did Xiao Wu not accompany you? You are truly in trouble. With Xiao Wu absent, there was no need to linger. Observing the Titan giant ape scanning the surroundings, Tang Zuo spoke up. Ming, feeling despondent, lowered his head and then cast a puzzled glance at Ning Rongrong, who was concealed behind Tang Zuo. At that moment, the waters behind the Titan giant ape began to ripple violently, sending waves cascading outward. From the depths emerged a colossal creature resembling a bull-headed python. Astonishingly, this beast spoke with human articulation. Humans, depart swiftly from this place. Your cultivation is arduous, lest you provoke my wrath. Upon hearing this, the Titan giant ape turned and hastily shook its head. Roar, 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 it exclaimed, gesturing animatedly. The face of the bull-headed python shifted in expression. An amusing spectacle indeed. After the Titan giant ape concluded its remarks, the bull-headed python leaned closer to the two. Ning Rongrong tightened her grip on Tang Zuo's hand even further. Tang Zuo cast a comforting glance at Ning Rongrong and offered a gentle smile. Tang Zuo's smile and gaze instilled a sense of security in Ning Rongrong. Gradually, she loosened her grip on the sleeve of Tang Zuo's garment, straightened her chest, and fixed her eyes upon the azure sky bull python. It was as if she were defiantly declaring, "Should you dare to harm us, I shall sacrifice myself before your very eyes." Tang Zuo was somewhat taken aback by this scene. He had not anticipated that Ning Rongrong would possess such remarkable courage. After locking eyes with the heavenly blue bull python for approximately 30 seconds, the creature finally spoke. Ha ha ha. So you are a friend of Ming. What brings you here? Tang Zuo noticed Ning Rongrong tugging at his sleeve again, and a flicker of confusion crossed his mind. I am here to procure a soul ring for my girlfriend, Tang Zuo stated. Ning Rongrong yanked his sleeve with greater urgency, fearful that the sky blue bull python might take offense. It is important to note that the sky blue bull python is also a spirit beast. Declaring one's intent to hunt spirit beasts in their presence is akin to courting disaster. However, Ning Rongrong's concerns were unfounded. Spirit beasts do not share any connection. It is similar to proclaiming to Tang Zuo that one intends to slay Yi Zhiqiu. Why would he care? Is it merely because they belong to the same species? Oh, to declare your intention to hunt spirit beasts in my presence. Do you possess quite the audacity? The sky blue bull python feigned concern, despite its indifference. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, standing behind Tang Zuo, was already quite anxious, beads of cold sweat forming upon her brow. Tang Zuo grasped Ning Rongrong's hand, gently wiping the sweat from her brow. Haha, I can't believe I said that. I am well aware that your connection with other spirit beasts is akin to the relationship between humans and strangers. Tang Zuo chuckled, and the azure bull python joined in his laughter. Have you never contemplated the consequences of being mistaken? The azure bull python inquired. I have not, for there is no need to concern myself with such thoughts, Tang Zuo replied. Oh, pray tell, why is that? The azure bull python's interest was piqued, sensing an air of arrogance in Tang Zuo's words. Firstly, I possess a profound confidence in my abilities. Secondly, I wield a spatial soul technique, leaving a mark outside the forest. Although you could trace my spatial signature to find and eliminate me, it would necessitate your departure from the Stardew Forest. Thus, even in the event of a miscalculation, I can still make my escape. The azure bull python nodded at Tang Zuo's declaration, his admiration for the young man deepening. Ha ha, young one. I have lived for over 100,000 years and have yet to encounter a human quite like you, the azure bull python remarked with amusement. But let us not dwell on pleasantries. I have come here to assist Rong Rong in hunting for her soul ring. Chapter 64. The amethyst butterfly Ning Rong Rong observed the three engaged in cheerful conversation and mustered the courage to step forward. Hello, I am Ning Rong Rong, and I am. Well, I am Tang Zuo. At this moment, her gaze fell to the ground, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The sky blue bull python tilted its head in confusion. Girlfriend, Ning Rong Rong shyly added 3 words, then retreated a step. So, you are the one for whom Tang Zuo mentioned hunting soul rings? The sky blue bull python inquired with a sidelong glance. Ning Rong Rong nodded and took another step back. Tang Zuo observed Ning Rong Rong's continuous retreat and chose not to utter another word. He grasped her hand and pulled her back, causing Ning Rong Rong to spin around and find herself in his embrace. Her cheeks flushed. She cast a fleeting glance at Tang Zuo before averting her gaze. The azure bull python let out a hum, seemingly filled with envy and jealousy, though devoid of hatred. The Titan giant ape shared a similar sentiment. Tang Zuo had managed to provoke the Titan giant ape into a state of transformation. The creature's gorilla visage, adorned with a mane of hair, emitted a faint reddish glow. Embarrassed, it turned away, tracing circles upon the ground as if to say, "Draw a circle in the earth, and may it grant you eternal slumber." The azure bull python, witnessing its younger companion in such an awkward predicament, felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Ning Rong Rong could never have imagined that the 2 sovereigns of the Stardew Forest were, in fact, a pair of jesters. He chuckled softly. By the way, what soul beast do you wish to hunt? The azure bull python seemed to recall something, turning back to inquire. Tang Zuo, under the expectant gaze of Ning Rong Rong, rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The millennium purple jade butterfly, he remarked with a sudden inspiration. Ning Rong Rong gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment, and then looked around in disbelief. Hey kid, don't go too far. The azure veins on the head of the sky blue bull python bulged as it glared angrily at Tang Zuo. Even the usually simple-minded Titan great ape adopted a serious demeanor, slowly turning its gaze toward Tang Zuo. Brother, you've left Ning Rong Rong speechless, she exclaimed in shock. Tang Zuo smiled gently, once again embracing Ning Rong Rong, who had slipped away from him. Daming, he remarked, this purple jade butterfly seems to have no connection with you. Does it? Tang Zuo inquired. The heavenly blue bull python exhaled a warm breath, fixating its gaze on Tang Zuo, its eyes devoid of any confusion. Tang Zuo was no different. The azure bull python was astonished to see that Tang Zuo exhibited no sign of fear whatsoever. It is important to note that both the azure bull python and the Titan giant ape are soul beasts that have existed for 100,000 years, nearly reaching the pinnacle of the Douluo level. Although Tang Zuo could rely on his soul skills to flee, doing so would signify that he could never set foot in the Stardew Forest again. Otherwise, death would be the only fate awaiting him. Tang Zuo's current calm demeanor is indeed genuine tranquility. Others may not be aware, but how could he, Tang Zuo, remain oblivious? It is inconceivable. Young man, I shall grant you another opportunity. Which soul beast do you wish to hunt? The Tianqing Niu Mang stated with gravity. Ning Rongrong tugged at Tang Zuo again, feeling an indescribable tension this time. The 1,000-year-old purple jade butterfly. Tang Zuo remained steadfast, articulating each word with precision. At this moment, he had unveiled his martial spirit. 5 soul rings flickering in and out of illumination. A sword materialized in his hand, resembling more of a saber than a traditional sword, akin to a Tang Dao. "You human boy, you must be merely 12 years old," inquired the heavenly blue bull python, astonished. "Indeed," replied Tang Zuo calmly, eliciting a profound turmoil within the creature's heart. A 12-year-old? A soul king among humans? The heavenly blue bull python felt as though it were losing its sanity, had the titan great ape not been present. It might have doubted its own senses. At long last, the heavenly blue bull python's gaze fell upon Tang Zuo's soul rings, its expression sharpening like a chilling wind. With a subtle flick of its tail, a tempest surged towards Tang Zuo. Tang Zuo, taken aback by this sudden assault, instinctively pushed Ning Rongrong forward while he retreated. He narrowly evaded the strike of the sky blue bull python. A resounding roar echoed through the air, causing Ning Rongrong's body to tremble, and she fell to the ground. Tang Zuo fixed his Sharingan upon the sky blue bull python with a piercing glare, before instantaneously appearing before Ning Rongrong to assist her to her feet. "Rongrong, are you all right?" Tang Zuo inquired with evident concern. "I'm fine," Ning Rongrong replied softly, lowering her gaze. Observing the sudden aggression from the sky blue bull python, the titan great ape hurried over with urgency, bellowing in protest. "Why did you attack Tang Zuo and his companion? Diaming, are you a fool? Did you not see his 100,000-year soul ring?" The sky blue bull python retorted. Upon hearing this, the titan great ape instantly comprehended the rationale behind the sky blue bull python's abrupt action. Thus, he recounted the origin of Tang Zuo's soul ring. "Divine?" the sky blue bull python exclaimed, akin to a child scolded by its mother. In truth, the sky blue bull python's aggression towards Tang Zuo was entirely justifiable, given the latter's 100,000-year soul ring. To refrain from acting would have been the true anomaly, despite having no direct connection with other soul beasts. The 100,000-year soul beasts form a distinct category, much like the title Douluo among humans. Even if unfamiliar, one could not idly witness a fellow title Douluo perish at the hands of a soul beast. Tang Zuo supported himself against the ground and gradually rose to his feet, casting a resentful glance at the azure bull python. Observing the python's awkward demeanor, he shook his head with a wry smile. Truly, he had been unjustly wrong this time. If Tang Zuo had known earlier, he would have employed the technique given to him by the snake lady. Although he was uncertain whether the heavenly blue bull python could discern it, at least it would have provided a measure of security. Unlike the current situation, he mused. "Brother, are you all right?" Ning Rongrong inquired with concern. "I'm fine," Tang Zuo replied, brushing the dust off his clothes. The heavenly blue bull python unusually lowered its massive head. Feeling a tinge of embarrassment, reminiscent of that time when he attempted to sneak a glimpse of Xiao Wu bathing, only to be caught by her mother before he could see anything. Have I inadvertently revealed some monumental secret? Ahem, returning to the main topic. As compensation, I agree to allow you to hunt the Millennium Purple Jade Butterfly, declared the heavenly blue bull python. This purple jade butterfly is a uniquely rare soul beast found only in the Stardow Forest. This formidable creature possesses immense power. Even a single Millennium Purple Jade Butterfly can rival a Soul King. One notable characteristic of this soul beast is its simplicity and absorption. Indeed. You heard correctly, it is remarkably easy to absorb. This powerful soul beast integrates more effortlessly than the typical Millennium soul beasts. However, the purple jade butterfly is elusive. Some individuals spend their entire lives without ever encountering this legendary creature. Yet, for Tang Zuo, who possesses the Byakugan and Sharingan, this posed no challenge whatsoever. Upon hearing this, a smile curled at the corners of Tang Zuo's mouth, and Ning Rongrong joyfully leaped with excitement. Chapter 65, The Nine-Treasure Glazed Tower. After receiving the consent of the two beasts, Tang Zuo swiftly took Ning Rongrong's hand and departed from the scene. "Brother, where shall we go to seek the purple jade butterfly? Was it not said to be elusive and impossible to find?" Ning Rongrong inquired. Tang Zuo chuckled softly, gently tapping Ning Rongrong's head with the knuckle of his index finger. "Oh," Ning Rongrong exclaimed in pain. "Fool, with me around? Do you fear you might get lost?" Tang Zuo inquired with a smile. Alas, the ferocious dragon roars. Ning Rongrong playfully bared her teeth, sticking out her tongue at Tang Zuo. Tang Zuo shook his head at the endearing scene, saying nothing. "Well then, It's time to begin the search, Tang Zuo remarked. Tang Zuo just wanted to utilize the buy-in sharing when he recalled the embarrassing incident that had transpired that day. He then turned to Ning Rongrong with a smile. What's the matter? Ning Rongrong inquired, puzzled. Rongrong, perhaps I should go alone, Tang Zuo chuckled. Why? Brother, do you find me bothersome? Fearing that I might cause you trouble? Ning Rongrong responded, a hint of grievance in her voice. Tang Zuo shook his head, and then a flush of anger adorned his cheeks. Well, if I share, you would see right through me. Tang Zuo Dao. Ning Rongrong's face instantly flushed upon hearing this, as it reminded her of that incident at the Soto Great Soul Arena. Very well. With a shy demeanor, Ning Rongrong acquiesced. What other choice did she have? A dismissive glance. As he spoke, the blood vessels around Tang Zuo's eyes bulged. Blood, the duality of sight. One half of his originally white eyes transformed into a vivid crimson, resembling a red and white taiji symbol. Subsequently, a hook-like pattern appeared on each side. Tang Zuo cast a sweeping glance around him. Enormous purple pythons, delicately crafted green beetles, and earthworms wriggling along the ground, all manner of soul beasts swirled in his mind. Countless in number. What's the matter, brother? Ning Rongrong inquired eagerly. There is nothing here. Let us proceed further. Tang led Ning Rongrong forward. After nearly a day's search, they finally spotted a colossal butterfly perched atop a pine tree. The butterfly's size was comparable to that of a husky, and its black and white wings exuded an aura of danger. The dense fur appeared somewhat unsettling. The black and white wings radiated a purple luminescence, shimmering with a crystalline brilliance akin to that of a precious jade. Upon closer inspection, the butterfly indeed possessed a striking beauty. With the force of the all-encompassing attraction, an immense gravitational pull instantly drew the fleeing purple jade butterfly closer. Susanoo struck. As Tang Zuo summoned the formidable arm of Susanoo behind him, he aimed a fierce strike at the purple jade butterfly. Just when he believed victory was assured, the butterfly unexpectedly shrank to the size of a palm. Swiftly, it darted through the narrow crevice. Tang Zuo, sensing the impending danger, once again summoned the power of Susanoo's arm. The purple jade butterfly, after a millennium, could harden into the Steel Soul King. Susanoo, rise. Around Tang Zuo, a violet skeletal figure emerged, shielding him from attacks. After an intense exchange of blows, he took 2 steps back. Divine might. The violet jade butterfly was instantly engulfed by the force. Ning Rongrong, quickly, eliminate the jade butterfly. Tang Zuo urged. Ning Rongrong gradually regained her composure, and before she could fully grasp the situation, she seized a dagger. In the blink of an eye, she appeared before the jade butterfly. With a swift motion, blood splattered as the butterfly began to dissolve, transforming from a once exquisite creature into a ring of violet spirit rings. Ning Rongrong gazed at Tang Zuo in astonishment. This seamless sequence of actions had transpired in mere moments. All right, Rongrong, swiftly absorb the spirit ring. Ning Rongrong nodded and hurriedly approached, sitting cross-legged on the ground. The violet spirit ring surged directly into her body, and she felt a warm current flow from her abdomen into her internal organs and limbs, dispersing powerful soul energy throughout her being. Tang Zuo gazed at several individuals for a brief moment. Shortly thereafter, a purple soul ring emerged above Ning Rongrong's 2 circles of yellow soul rings. Tang Zuo approached Ning Rongrong after she completed the absorption of her spirit ring. How is it? What is your 3rd spirit ability? He inquired. Ning Rongrong smiled at him, her expression revealing a hint of pride. My 3rd spirit ability can temporarily elevate my spirit power by 1 level. Upon hearing this, Tang Zuo gazed at her in astonishment, a straightforward grin spreading across his face. He then stepped closer, urging, quickly absorb the Kirin tulip. Ning Rongrong seemed to recall something at his words. She removed an exquisitely beautiful flower from her hair, her expression turning serious. Brother, how do I absorb this? She asked. It's quite simple. Just gently inhale the flower's stamen, Tang Zuo replied. Following his guidance, Ning Rongrong directed the flower's petals towards herself and softly inhaled the stamen. A sweet flavor blossomed on her palate. Simultaneously, a pink radiance infused with a hint of azure enveloped her, shimmering around her like tender light, which was both rosy and pale. In an instant, her 7-treasure glazed tile expanded dramatically, transforming from a 7-layered tower into a 9-layered one. Today marked the metamorphosis of the 7-treasure glazed tile into the 9-treasure glazed tile. Rising to her feet, Ning Rongrong summoned her martial spirit, only to discover she had ascended to the rank of a 37th level spirit elder. Turning her gaze to her martial spirit, she found that her original 7-treasure glazed tile had now become the 9-treasure glazed tile. Ning Rongrong covered her mouth in astonishment as she looked at Tang Zuo, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She embraced him tightly. Her reaction was far from exaggerated. The Kirin tulip was indeed immensely precious to her. The 7-treasure glazed sect was recognized as the foremost auxiliary sect on the continent. Yet their martial spirits possessed a limitation. They could only accommodate 7 spirit rings. However, with the transformation of her martial spirit into the 9-treasure glazed tile, Ning Rongrong was poised to become a title Douluo, breaking free from the lifelong curse of merely being a spirit sage. Even more astonishing was the fact that Tang Zuo had provided her with 2 Kirin tulips. This meant that not only could she herself transcend her limits, but her father, Ning Fengji, could also elevate his martial spirit to become the 9-treasure glazed tile. In essence, this signified a new era of possibilities. Tang Zuo transformed the 7-treasure glazed tile sect into the 9-treasure glazed tile sect. Brother, thank you. Why are you so kind to me? If you continue like this, I won't be able to part from you, Ning Rongrong said, weeping as she embraced Tang Zuo. Tang Zuo was taken aback. He then gently stroked Ning Rongrong's short hair. Why must you leave me? Our destinies are intertwined for eternity. Ensuring that you can never part from me is my ultimate goal. Tang Zuo chuckled warmly while fixating his gaze on Ning Rongrong, as if fearing she might flee. Brother, you must never leave me, Ning Rongrong implored. Ha ha ha, foolish girl, that will never happen, Tang Zuo replied, playfully tapping her on the head. Chapter 66. The disturbance of the second martial soul. Let us hasten. Rongrong, we must first return to Shrek to relay the news, Tang Zuo said with a smile. Ning Rongrong gently nodded in agreement. Come aboard. Tang Zuo extended his hands, signaling Ning Rongrong to ascend. With a blush adorning her cheeks, Ning Rongrong leaped gracefully into Tang Zuo's embrace. The flying thunder god mark has vanished. We need only to soar through the skies, Tang Zuo proclaimed. Ning Rongrong nodded shyly in response. As he spoke, 2 magnificent wings, forged from flames, unfurled from his back, radiating an awe-inspiring presence. When Tang Zuo initially mentioned soaring through the skies, Ning Rongrong was somewhat perplexed. However, her confusion was fleeting, for Tang Zuo was an enigma, an unfathomable being whose depths could never be plumbed. One could never truly anticipate his thoughts or actions. How enigmatic is Tang Zuo? Although Ning Rongrong harbored little doubt, she was nonetheless astounded by Tang Zuo's pair of wings. Brother, what are these wings? Ning Rongrong inquired. Tang Zuo chuckled softly. This is an external spirit bone. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong felt as though her worldview had been profoundly shaken. When did external spirit bones lose their value? Just then, Tang Zuo furrowed his brow, and Ning Rongrong sensed an overwhelming allure. The source of this attraction was their respective martial souls. To her astonishment, Ning Rongrong's 9-treasure glazed tower could not resist the urge to spiral forth on its own. Tang Zuo's martial soul is not the Sharingan, but rather his second martial soul, the 10-fist sword. This mutual attraction and resonance is precisely the essence of martial soul fusion skills. Brother, why did the 9 treasures glazed pagoda come out on its own? Moreover, I seem to sense an overwhelming force of attraction emanating from you. Ning Rongrong inquired with a hint of perplexity. Tang Zuo was momentarily taken aback. Is this the martial soul fusion technique? He exclaimed in astonishment. Ning Rongrong was equally astonished. After all, she was the daughter of the leader of one of the 3 great sects. How could she be unaware of the martial soul fusion technique? She was well acquainted with it. She vividly recalled her father's words. Rongrong. The martial soul fusion technique refers to the soul skills that can be utilized when 2 individuals' martial souls resonate with one another. Just like the Dragon King and the Serpent Empress, they rely on the martial soul fusion technique to withstand the power of a title Douluo. Therefore, he continued, if you can find someone in the future with whom you can perform the martial soul fusion technique, provided he is not utterly despicable, strive to develop feelings for him and eventually marry him. Upon reflecting on this, Ning Rongrong's face flushed crimson, as if a warm glow emanated from her. Let us descend first, she suggested. With that, Tang Zuo slowly retracted his soul bone and landed gracefully on the ground. Ning Rongrong stepped down from his embrace, her face beaming with a radiant smile, instantly captivating those around her. Tang Zuo's expression grew solemn, as if he were deep in thought. He let out a resigned sigh and summoned the 10,000 blades sword. Ning Rongrong turned around and was astonished to see Tang Zuo wielding the 10,000 blades sword, adorned with 5 soul rings. Brother, how do you possess another martial soul? Ning Rongrong inquired, her surprise palpable. Tang Zuo found himself in a state of helplessness. His concern did not stem from the fear of Ning Rongrong discovering his secret, but rather from the anxiety of having kept it from her, worried that she might feel upset. Yet, he realized he had overthought the matter. After all, everyone harbors their own secrets, don't they? I possess a twin martial soul. Initially, Tang Zuo intended to reveal that he had a tripartite martial soul, but upon reflection, he opted for the more restrained declaration of a twin martial soul. The reason behind this hesitance was the potential peril that his third martial soul could pose. Brother, you are indeed a twin martial soul, Ning Rongrong exclaimed. Tang Zuo nodded, then gazed intently at Ning Rongrong. Then why did you not confide in me? Ning Rongrong, feeling a sense of injustice, pointed her finger and puffed her cheeks as she spoke. Haha, I, Tang Zuo, find myself at a loss for words to explain. Thus I can only respond in this manner. Never mind, it matters not to me, so long as you love me, Ning Rongrong said, grasping Tang Zuo's arm with a smile. Tang Zuo felt a sense of relief from Ning Rongrong's touch. Let us first attempt the soul fusion technique, he proposed. How shall we proceed? Ning Rongrong inquired, bewildered. Embrace me tightly. Tang Zuo spread his arms wide and addressed Ning Rongrong. Her cheeks flushed, and following his words, the two embraced. Suddenly, the 9-treasure glazed tile tower expanded dramatically, while the 10-fist sword grew even larger. The two martial souls began to whirl around the ground. A tremendous rumble echoed, and a pure light flashed. The 10-fist sword and the 9-treasure glazed tile tower had merged, taking on a new form. Then, with a resounding boom, the fused martial soul struck the ground with great force. Suddenly, a massive sword aura, transitioning from pale blue to deep purple, cleaved through the air. The formerly smooth ground before them was now riddled with deep crevices, appearing exceedingly perilous. Slowly, they opened their eyes and gasped at the sight before them. The ground, sliced by the sword aura, shimmered with flecks of purple light, reminiscent of a great demon. Is this our martial soul fusion technique? Ning Rongrong asked, her eyes wide with astonishment. Yes, indeed, came the reply. Tang Zuo likewise expressed his astonishment. Tang Zuo truly did not anticipate the extraordinary potency of their martial soul fusion technique, which rivaled even the full-force strike of a soul saint. Furthermore, it was accompanied by an additional attribute, providing an overall enhancement of 30. While this increase may appear modest, for someone like Tang Zuo, who had already attained the status of a low-tier soul emperor, its impact was significant. This martial soul fusion technique actually possesses an added attribute, Ning Rongrong exclaimed in astonishment. The surprising upheaval came swiftly and departed just as quickly. The duo took nearly 30 minutes to regain their composure. In the depths of the forest, the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python observed the location of Tang Zuo and Ning Rongrong. The Titan giant ape burst into delighted laughter, while the sky blue bull python shook its head in apparent sorrow, overwhelmed by the multitude of surprises Tang Zuo had presented. All right, Rongrong, let us depart, Tang Zuo said with a deep sigh of relief. Should we not give our martial soul fusion technique a name? Ning Rongrong inquired. Tang Zuo pondered carefully and realized that it indeed seemed to be the case. Do not question why a name is necessary. Can it not be referred to as a martial soul fusion technique without one? It can. Silence. What shall we call it then? Tang Zuo inquired. I have no idea, Ning Rongrong replied. Suddenly, a light bulb appeared above Tang Zuo's head, and it illuminated unexpectedly. He chuckled. How about we name it the Radiance of the Glazed Sword? Well, I shall heed your words, Ning Rongrong replied. Tang Zuo smiled faintly upon witnessing Ning Rongrong's expression. He then lifted her effortlessly into his embrace, unfurling the wings on his back. Let us depart, he declared, and with that, they soared into the sky. A fiery crimson apparition trailed behind them, exuding an aura of dominance. Chapter 67, Indulgence and Barbecue. The pair soon arrived at the entrance of Shrek Academy. Gazing at the dilapidated courtyard, Ning Rongrong was struck by a profound sense of returning from the dead. This sentiment was, however, quite understandable. Although they had only been away for a brief period, the experiences they had endured were far beyond the comprehension of the average individual. They had first encountered the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python, the two sovereigns of the forest, and had engaged in amiable discourse with them. Remarkably, they had even persuaded both beasts to permit them to hunt the purple jade butterfly, known as the forest's harbinger of fortune. The peril involved in such ventures was unimaginable for most. Wow, brother, you're remarkably swift, Ning Rongrong remarked. wiping the sweat from her brow. Hee, just a tad faster than Oscar's third soul skill, he replied with a grin. Tang Zuo modestly remarked. To which Ning Rongrong squinted at him. Are you certain it is merely a trifle? She inquired. He chuckled awkwardly, and, taking her delicate hand, he stealthily led her into Shrek Academy, ensuring that the Shrek 7 remained blissfully unaware of their presence. However, upon observing the activities of his companions, his expression darkened instantly. The 7 members of Shrek, along with the Dragon King and Snake Lady, were gathered around a massive bonfire, each holding pieces of meat. Indeed, these heartless individuals were clandestinely roasting meat behind the backs of Tang Zuo and Ning Rongrong. Clearing his throat, Tang Zuo dispelled the concealment effect surrounding them and coughed softly twice. Though the sounds were faint, they succeeded in capturing the attention of the 9 individuals. Tang San awkwardly tugged at the corner of his mouth, and Xiao Wu felt even more embarrassed. These two had initially been vehemently opposed, yet under the coaxing of Flander, they ultimately succumbed to temptation. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaogang had declined, choosing instead to rest in his room, taking a nap, to be precise. You all actually, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, astonished by the audacity of the 9 individuals who had surreptitiously indulged in a lavish barbecue feast while Tang Zuo and she were absent. Ma Hongjun, ravenously devouring his food, completely overlooked Tang Zuo's cough, his confusion growing as he observed the stillness of the others. It was only upon hearing Ning Rongrong's voice that he comprehended the situation. All he wanted to do was exclaim, What the? Haha, bro, Rongrong, what brings you back? Ma Hongjun said with a mischievous grin, having taken a bite of watermelon in between his words. As Tang Zuo witnessed this scene, a frown creased his brow, and a crossroads appeared at the upper right corner of his forehead. Hey, Tang Zuo, how is it that you returned so swiftly? Flander chuckled, gazing at Tang Zuo, uncertain of what to say. After all, Flander was in the wrong. Ha ha ha, you all are quite formidable. Taking advantage of my absence while I accompanied Rongrong to hunt for soul rings, indulging in your little feast here? Tang Zuo cracked his knuckles, producing a sound reminiscent of bones creaking, resembling a devilish grin. Tang San and Xiao Wu hastily set aside the ham they were holding and slowly approached Tang Zuo. They then nonchalantly positioned themselves behind him, resembling guardians flanking a doorway. Umph, you two are truly fickle. How could you be my dear siblings? Ning Rongrong exclaimed in indignation. Ah ha ha. The pair exchanged an awkward glance for a brief moment before sharing an uneasy smile. Yes, we apologize, Tang San replied. Indeed, we are sorry, Xiao Wu added, puffing her cheeks in annoyance. Tang Zuo did not even turn his head, but rather observed the remaining 7 individuals with great interest. Long Gong and Sheepa continued to eat unabated. Why? They possessed the resources and the strength. However, why do Flander and Zhao Wuji act this way? It is because they are in the wrong. They are the instructors. Enough, enough. We are not so petty, but one must say, are you feeling a bit prickly? Tang Zuo smiled and waved his hand, then cast a keen gaze towards everyone except the teacher and the Dragon King and Snake Lady. As for why he avoided looking at them, there is a saying that goes, those who know how to adapt to circumstances are the true talents. Haha, it's quite realistic. Isn't it? Brother, you should join us for a meal. Otherwise, it would be a shame to let it go to waste. Tang San, sensing the awkward atmosphere, spoke up. Indeed, brother, let us join together. Xiao Wu stepped forward and grasped Tang Zuo's arm. Tang Zuo smacked his forehead, and 3 dark lines descended from the heavens, striking the top of his head. Ning Rongrong, exasperated, stepped forward and grasped Tang Zuo's arm, casting a gaze at Xiao Wu that was both real and illusory. Xiao Wu responded with an awkward smile. Hee, Rongrong Wei. Ning Rongrong, with an air of grace, held her head high, resembling a wealthy matron. Humph, I forgive you, but from now on, you must not indulge in thievery at our expense, otherwise. The crowd eagerly inquired. Even Tang Zuo appeared somewhat perplexed. Otherwise, I shall never allow my brother to prepare delicious meals for you, Ning Rongrong declared. Upon hearing this, the appetizing meat in the hands of the crowd suddenly lost its allure. It is well known that Tang Zuo's so-called Chinese cuisine pales in comparison to this barbecued meat. For instance, that spicy hot pot dinner still lingers in everyone's memory. Instantly, the group rose in unison, bowing deeply to the two. We shall never dare again. The 9 of them proclaimed in unison. Why 9? Because Zhao Wuji and Flinder were also included. Meng Yaran had never tasted Tang Zuo's cooking, so she remained disinterested. Observing the Shrek individuals, she even felt inclined to laugh at their lack of worldly experience. However, if she were to truly sample his cuisine, her perspective would surely shift. All right, enough staring. Tang Zuo noticed that 9 pairs of eyes were fixed intently upon him. With a sense of helplessness, he spoke, casting a fond yet exasperated glance at Ning Rongrong. Tang Zuo approached without uttering a word. He took out a roasting furnace from the musical score where the jade person teaches to play the Xiao, along with a bag whose contents remained a mystery. Within that bag lay the very coal he sought. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Tang Zuo erected the peculiar grill, pouring coal into its interior. Then, Tang Zuo swiftly formed hand seals. With the art of fire release, the technique of Buddha's compassion, great fireball technique, a colossal fireball erupted from Tang Zuo's mouth. The coal was instantly ignited, blazing into a fierce inferno. The universal attraction drew the roasted meat from the ground with formidable gravitational force. Tang Zuo drew the Kusanagi sword, elegantly slicing through the air with graceful strikes. The blade effortlessly cleaved the ham into fragments. Wood release. Fine. Insertion technique. 20 slender wooden stakes descended from the heavens. Tang Zuo skillfully threaded the minced meat onto skewers and placed them on the grill. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback by his application of soul power in cooking. It was indeed astonishing. After all, wielding soul techniques is not inherently difficult, but mastering the precise control of fire is where the challenge lies. Achieving such a level of culinary artistry requires an exceptional proficiency in soul techniques. Before long, the skewers were grilled to perfection, crispy on the outside and tender within. He then retrieved cumin and barbecue seasoning from the jade vessel, and the graceful manner in which he sprinkled the spices set him apart. The dish was ready, aromatic and enticing barbecue. Chapter 68, The Mysterious Task. The delicious aroma piqued the interest of the Shrek group. However, Ma Hongjun, who had been voraciously devouring his food moments ago, found himself in a predicament and could no longer eat. "Brother, your cooking is simply the best," exclaimed Xiao Wu as she dashed forward, nearly employing her soul technique in her eagerness. Following closely was Tang San. Ning Rongrong remained unmoved, assured that her doting brother would not neglect to save some for her. As expected, he did not disappoint. Tang Zuo took out a bag of meat skewers from where the jade person teaches to play the Xiao. "Here, enjoy." Tang Zuo handed half to Rongrong, eliciting a wave of envy from the 11 onlookers. Oscar seized the moment, pulling the dazed Meng Iran along, and swiftly advanced to the forefront of the battlefield. Daimubai, unwilling to be outdone, surged ahead, overtaking both Oscar and his companion. Zhu Zhuqing, to everyone's astonishment, broke into a smile. The dark light, that radiant gleam, it was Zhu Zhuqing. She had actually activated her spirit power, motivated by the desire for food. Ma Hongjun, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but drool, instinctively patting his slightly bulging belly, before revealing a determined expression. Remarkably, Ma Hongjun also began to run. "What on earth is that?" Suddenly, a cold gleam streaked across the sky, and a figure appeared beside the barbecue. It was none other than Flander. He swiftly grasped a skewer of meat and placed it into his mouth. As soon as he did, his face contorted in agony, steam emanating from him. Did you think he was blushing from the deliciousness? Quite the contrary, he had burned himself. Xiao Wujia, seeing Flander's inconsiderate behavior, furiously rolled up his sleeves, reminiscent of a disgruntled housewife. Meanwhile, Long Gong and Sheepa quickly stepped forward, joining the fray. The chaos had concluded, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. Tang Zuo calmly savored the skewers in his hand, displaying no signs of wavering. "Brother, is it not a bit too delectable? What shall I do if I cannot get enough?" Ning Rongrong playfully stuck out her tongue and patted her little belly. "I shall prepare it for you every day." Tang Zuo said, "You are truly wonderful, brother." Ning Rongrong exclaimed, leaping with joy. "By the way, I still need to mention something to them." Tang Zuo seemed to recall something and spoke up. "What is it?" Ning Rongrong inquired, puzzled. Tang Zuo cast a sidelong glance at Ning Rongrong, regarding her with an expression akin to that reserved for the foolish. He even placed his hand atop her head, bemused. "Strange, no fever," he remarked. "What could it possibly be?" Ning Rongrong inquired, her confusion deepening. "Naturally, I went to your home to meet your father-in-law," Tang Zuo replied, taking a deep breath and speaking slowly. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong took a step back, her face a tableau of incredulity. "Brother, are you serious?" she asked, her voice tinged with shyness. "Indeed, have you forgotten? This morning Tang Zuo's face flushed with a sudden rush of color. The two regained their composure, gazing down at the splendid array of food scattered across the ground, a testament to the many who lay sprawled out, satiated after their meal. With a resigned shake of his head, he observed the scene. Not far away, a figure approached. "Xiao, when did you return?" Yu Xiaogang inquired. Taking in the sight of the group, glancing at the food in Tang Zuo's hands, and noticing Ning Rongrong's blissful expression, he instantly understood everything. "Oh, we just got back not long ago," replied Tang Zuo. "Are you leaving again?" Yu Xiaogang asked. "We will depart again in a few days," Tang Zuo answered. Yu Xiaogang nodded, then fell into silence. In truth, he did not wish for Tang Zuo to leave. After such a long separation, to have only reunited for a few days before parting again was a source of deep reluctance within him. Besides, how could Yu Xiaogang be unaware of Tang Zuo's intentions? It was impossible. This was also a part of the reason for his hesitation, as he had suffered significant emotional wounds in the past. "Tang Zuo, are you truly leaving? What is your purpose?" Flanders slowly sat down, lifting a wine cup from the table as he asked. "I am going to propose to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School." Tang Zuo's expression remained calm, yet within, a tempest raged. The seemingly tranquil words immediately captivated the attention of those present. Shocked gazes were directed towards Tang Zuo from the crowd. Flander fared even worse. Just as he raised his drink to his lips, he was met with such explosive news that it caused him to retch and spew it out. Fortunately, Tang Zuo reacted swiftly and dodged the onslaught. However, Yu Xiaogang, standing behind Tang Zuo, bore the brunt of the mishap. His face darkened as he looked down at his wine-soaked attire, then turned to Flander, whose expression was one of feigned innocence, igniting a blaze of fury within him. "Flander." In an instant, Yu Xiaogang summoned his soul power, and a mighty five-clawed golden dragon materialized behind him, its 7 soul rings radiating with equal fury. The overwhelming soul energy shattered the ground beneath. With his 6th soul skill, Dragon's Roar, and his 3rd soul skill, Dragon's Shield, a golden dome composed of intertwining dragons enveloped Flander. The sound of the dragon's roar reverberated violently within the golden barrier. Yu Xiaogang did not exert much force. He merely employed the weakening effect of the dragon's roar, rendering any other offensive capabilities moot. Upon hearing the enchanting sound of the dragon's roar, Flander collapsed, utterly defeated, onto the ground, his expression a mix of helplessness and pity. "Xiaogang, let me out. I was wrong," Flander pleaded. Fuming, Yu Xiaogang retracted the golden dome and snatched 5 skewers of meat from Tang Zuo before hastily departing the scene, the lingering scent of alcohol still clinging to him. "Brother, our foster father is quite formidable," Ning Rongrong remarked softly. Tang Zuo cast a sympathetic glance at Flander and sighed deeply. Then, unexpectedly, he broke into laughter. "Serves you right. Why not make you bedridden for an entire day? You insisted on hosting the banquet alone, and in your eagerness to save money, you chose not to include us." This, however, was merely a reflection of Tang Zuo's inner thoughts, which prompted the author to exclaim, "What a character breakdown." That being said, brother, are you truly planning to propose to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect? Tang San gradually overcame his astonishment and the shock brought to him by Yu Xiaogang moments ago, and he spoke up to inquire. Tang San's inquiry once again captured everyone's attention. "Indeed, what is the matter?" Tang Zuo said, bewildered. "Alas, I initially thought there would be yet another sect among the 4 great sects, but it appears we are on the brink of witnessing the emergence of another spirit hall," sighed Snake Lady Tianxiang. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun looked perplexed and turned to Dai Mubai, asking, "Boss Dai, what does that mean?" Dai Mubai gave Ma Hongjun a sharp rap on his round head. "Fool, what Snake Lady means is that she originally thought Tang Zuo would establish a sect on his own. However, it now seems that if Tang Zuo joins the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, it could potentially grow to rival, or even surpass, the influence of the Spirit Hall. Explained Dai Mubai. "Is it really that remarkable?" inquired Ma Hongjun. Meanwhile, Tang Zuo was captivated by the melodious and resonant voice of the system. Ding. Task issued. Establish the Xiao organization within 4 years and elevate it to become one of the 4 great sects. Task reward, unknown. Chapter 69. Are there mountain bandits in Douluo Continent? Upon receiving the sudden task notification, Tang Zuo found himself momentarily bewildered. He had initially planned to join the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, and this task undoubtedly seemed to hinder his intentions, or rather, it urged him to create a formidable backing of his own. The crucial question remained, why establish Xiao? Wasn't the explosive Sky Gang more appealing? Undoubtedly, it was not. Could the esteemed Elder Long and Elder Shi accompany me for a brief moment? After a moment of contemplation, Tang Zuo gazed into Ning Rongrong's eyes, which were veiled in a mist of uncertainty. He pondered the possibility of incorporating the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School into the Akatsuki organization, should he choose not to join them. However, this endeavor hinged on the Akatsuki establishing a preliminary scale. It was implausible for Ning Fengji to relinquish the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School merely because Tang Zuo was a prodigious talent. Yet, there was a glimmer of hope that Chilua Tulip and Ning Rongrong might entertain the notion. If the Akatsuki could earn the trust of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, the outcome could be transformative, with Long Gong, Shipa, and Tang Hao serving as pivotal figures in this scenario. Moreover, Tang Zuo's connections ran deep, rendering the inclusion of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School a distinct possibility. Nonetheless, this would require Tang Zuo to reveal his trump cards before Ning Fengji and the two title Douluos, as well as Ning Rongrong, a daunting challenge indeed. Very well. Long Gong and Shipa exchanged glances, both enveloped in confusion, unaware of Tang Zuo's intentions. Ning Rongrong tugged at Tang Zuo's sleeve, equally perplexed by the visible turmoil on his face. It's all right, just wait a moment, Tang Zuo reassured her with a smile, taking her hand. With that, Tang Zuo, Long Gong, and Shipa ventured into a nearby grove. Tang Zuo observed the perplexed expressions of the two individuals and found himself at a loss for words. Senior Long, Senior Shi, I aspire to establish my own influence and thus seek your esteemed Dragon and Snake Clan's alliance, he declared, taking a deep breath and steadying his resolve. Long Gong and Shipa were momentarily taken aback by his statement. After all, this was a matter of great significance. Despite Tang Zuo's extraordinary talent, which could potentially elevate him to the status of an ultimate Douluo, a prodigy without substantial backing was merely a tall tree that could still be felled by a saw. Young man, you must understand that while you possess remarkable talent, you lack a formidable foundation and vast power. Therefore, you should realize that this is implausible. Long Gong Meng Shu remarked. Indeed, echoed Chao Tianxiang, shaking her head. Their skepticism was not a reflection of disbelief in Tang Zuo's abilities. Rather, it stemmed from their unwillingness to gamble the future of the Dragon and Snake Clan. After all, this represented their lifetime of savings and what they were sworn to protect. I understand, but do you know who my father is? Tang Zuo listened to the responses of the two without a trace of doubt or disappointment. Instead, he remained remarkably calm. The Dragon Lord and the Serpent Matriarch exchanged glances once more. Who could it be? Hao Tian Douluo Tang Hao. Tang Zuo sat upon a stone, half shrouded in shadows, resting his chin upon his hand, reminiscent of his demeanor during the entrance examination of the 7th class. What? Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang exclaimed in astonishment. The revelation was truly remarkable. Rong, I have returned. Tang Zuo waved at the members of Shrek with a smile. Long Gong and Shipa exchanged glances and nodded slightly. Brother, you are so slow, Ning Rongrong exclaimed as she hurried towards Tang Zuo, playfully sticking out her tongue. All right, let us proceed to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Tang Zuo said. Yes, Ning Rongrong replied, a radiant smile gracing her face. Tang Zuo turned around, gazing at the envious expressions of the Shrek individuals, and smiled. It was as if he were saying, I have a girlfriend, while you do not. Are you feeling frustrated? Tang San Oscar expressed his lack of frustration. Brother, when will you return? After a moment of hesitation, Tang San spoke. Tang Zuo turned his head to look at Tang San, offering a warm smile. Little San, just wait for me for 10 days, he said. With that, taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention, Tang Zuo picked up Ning Rongrong, unfurled his wings, and soared into the sky. Goodbye, we are leaving. He waved behind him without looking back. That is an external soul bone. Chao Tianxiang exclaimed in astonishment. Ah, indeed, little Zuo cannot be measured by common standards. Yu Xiaogang remarked slowly. Rongrong, where is your Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Ning Rongrong blushed and pointed in a certain direction. Tang Zuo instantly grasped Ning Rongrong's meaning and swiftly dashed forward. The distance between Shrek Academy and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was considerable. However, Tang Zuo's extraordinary speed rendered the journey brief. Suddenly, a voice resonated in front of him. Hey, you there, come down. The speaker was a man in his 30s. Tang Zuo halted his steps, gazing down in confusion. Ning Rongrong mirrored his expression. The burly man below, adorned with a scruffy beard and a robust physique, appeared rather simple-minded. Hey, sir, what are you up to? Tang Zuo called out loudly. The man summoned his martial spirit, and a shovel gradually materialized before them. 5 soul rings emerged, shimmering in hues of white, yellow, purple, and purple. Upon witnessing the elder unleash his martial soul, Tang Zuo felt an even greater sense of bewilderment. Halt! This tree was planted by me, and this path was forged by my hand. Should you wish to pass through, you must leave behind a toll, the elder declared, pointing at Tang Zuo. Tang Zuo's prowess has piqued his interest. Such occurrences were merely spectacles he had witnessed on television. Yet now he finds himself in the midst of one. How amusing. That uncle is in for a rough time. Brother, let us ignore him and move on. Ning Rongrong suggested. It's all right. I shall descend and impart some lessons to him. Tang Zuo chuckled, and Ning Rongrong, realizing that Tang Zuo's mischievous humor had resurfaced, let out a helpless sigh. She felt a sense of pity for this man, lamenting the unfortunate circumstance of having crossed paths with Tang Zuo. Tang Zuo, having spoken, descended with Ning Rongrong, fixing his gaze upon the elderly man. Listen here, surrender your money, otherwise, I shall take your life and then have my way with the lovely maiden in my arms, he declared. The elderly man's countenance grew increasingly lascivious, a droplet of saliva trailing from the corner of his mouth. Tang Zuo's expression darkened. Initially, he intended to descend and teach the mountain bandit a lesson. However, this audacious brigand, unaware of his own insignificance, had provoked Tang Zuo's ire. It is well known that a dragon possesses a fatal weakness. To touch its reverse scale is to court death. Hey, lad, did you hear my words? Tang Zuo set Ning Rongrong down, his expression growing increasingly grim. 2 crossroad marks appeared on his forehead, and his fists clenched tighter. Witnessing this scene, Ning Rongrong felt a warmth in her heart, yet her sorrow for this elder deepened. With a thunderous roar, a formidable soul pressure emanated from Tang Zuo, skillfully avoiding Ning Rongrong. 5 soul rings shimmered into existence, and his Sharingan activated. Chapter 70. 7 Treasure, Glazed Tile School. The overwhelming soul pressure instantly forced the elder to the ground, leaving a distinct imprint on the solid earth. With a cough, the elder spat out a mouthful of blood. The vivid crimson hue of his blood revealed not only issues with his platelets, but also suggested some kidney deficiency. The bright red liquid stained the ground, while the elder remained in a state of bewilderment, staring at Tang Zuo. It was astonishing to consider that Tang Zuo was merely 12 years old. Who would anticipate that such a young child could possess the power of a Soul King? How could this be possible? The elder exclaimed, shock and helplessness evident in his voice. What do you mean impossible? There is nothing unattainable in this world. And let me make it clear, if you dare to insult Rongrong, then do not blame me for my merciless nature. Tang Zuo symbolically twisted his wrist, shot him an angry glare, and then turned to leave. Let's go. Ning Rongrong cheerfully leapt into Tang Zuo's embrace, playfully sticking her tongue out at the uncle. The magnificent wings unfurled once more, and the two ascended into the sky, tracing a flawless arc against the backdrop of the heavens. Soon, the sky began to darken gradually. Tang Zuo took out a tent from where the jade person teaches to play the flute and set it up on the ground. Very well. Let us retire for the night. The night swiftly passed. Tang Zuo rubbed his darkened eyes and awakened Ning Rongrong. The two continued on their journey. At last, they beheld the 7 Treasure, Glazed Tile School. Tang Zuo gently set Ning Rongrong down as they arrived at the entrance of the 7 Treasure, Glazed Tile School. The guards, upon noticing Ning Rongrong's return, hurriedly approached to greet her. Miss, you have returned, they exclaimed. Due to Tang Zuo's presence, Ning Rongrong refrained from adopting her usual lofty demeanor. Is my father here? She inquired softly. The guards were taken aback by her tone, for Ning Rongrong was famously known as a little devil within the school. Yet, her current demeanor was far removed from that reputation. Miss, please follow me, one of the guards replied, inadvertently overlooking Tang Zuo. One guard led Ning Rongrong inside while the other remained at the door. Father, Ning Rongrong called out excitedly as she spotted Ning Fengji with his back turned to her. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Ning Fengji turned around and was equally delighted to see her return. Ning Rongrong dashed into his embrace. Rongrong, how have you come back? Ning Fengji asked. What? Am I not allowed to return? Ning Rongrong playfully stuck out her tongue in response. Haha, how could that be? I was hoping you would come back. Ning Fengji replied warmly. Where are Grandfather Jian and Grandfather Gu? Ning Rongrong glanced around, searching for them. They will be here shortly, Ning Fengji assured her. Just then, as if on cue, 2 figures burst in, bickering as they ran. Swordmaster, get out of the way. I will see Rongrong first. One shouted. Old Bone, what are you arguing with me for? Clearly, I saw Rongrong before you. The other retorted. Tang Zuo was rendered speechless by the scene before him. Although he had read the original work and was aware of the shameless bickering that transpired between the two, He never anticipated that their dispute could escalate to such an extent. Tang's was suddenly recalled a term, Xiao Ning Rongrong, upon noticing Gu Rong and Shin Xian's arrival. Hurriedly approached them. Rongrong has returned. Have you faced any grievances at Shrek Academy? How have you been? Have you encountered someone you fancy? The two instantly ceased their bickering and shifted into a mode of concern and warmth. Grandpa Jian, Grandpa Gu, I'm doing splendidly, Ning Rongrong proudly declared. However, at that moment, Ning Fengji finally took notice of the young man standing beside them, his expression turning stern. Who are you, young man? Ning Fengji inquired gravely. Hearing this, Shen Xian and Gu Rong also raised their heads to gaze at Tang Zuo. Sensing her father's serious demeanor, Ning Rongrong quickly ran to Tang Zuo, embracing his arm. This scene left Shen Xian and Gu Rong astonished. Ning Fengji furrowed his brow, as if he had deduced something. This is Tang Zuo. He is my boyfriend, Ning Rongrong announced. What? The three exclaimed in astonishment. Rongrong, he. Ning Fengji was at a loss for words, as he was unfamiliar with this Tang Zuo. Hello Uncle Ning. Hello Grandpa Jian. Hello Grandpa Gu. Tang Zuo, following Ning Rongrong's manner of address, greeted each of them in turn. Are you also a student of Shrek Academy? Ning Fengji inquired. Tang Zuo hesitated for a moment before nodding. So, you are the young soul master who shared a room with Rongrong from the very first day? Shen Xian's expression darkened instantly, his gaze fixed on Tang Zuo with the intensity of a predator awaiting its prey. Yes, indeed. What can Tang Zuo do? Can he deny it? Rongrong is one aspect, in the event that they discover it later. You little rascal, your words are both fleeting and potent. In an instant, a surge of soul pressure assailed Tang Zuo. Shen Xian has merely unleashed a soul pressure at the 10th level. Tang Zuo felt the oppressive presence of the soul approaching and instantly pushed Ning Rongrong aside. It is wise to prioritize Rongrong's safety in times of crisis. Ning Fengji thought to himself. Tang Zuo remained unwavering. Shen Xian once again intensified the output of his soul power. Tang Zuo remained steadfast, showing no signs of retreat. Level 40. This level of soul pressure, at 40, failed to elicit even a trace of soul energy from Tang Zuo. Level 50. Tang Zuo only had 2 beads of sweat appearing on his forehead, yet he still refrained from unleashing his soul power. The three were left in a state of astonishment. According to their knowledge, Tang Zuo was merely a soul master. Not to mention whether a typical soul master could withstand the pressure of a level 50 soul without exerting their power. Even the act of utilizing soul energy might not suffice. Yet, all that emerged from Tang Zuo were just 2 drops of perspiration. Although Ning Rongrong was aware of Tang Zuo's formidable strength, she could not help but feel anxious. Kid, if you can't hold on any longer, quickly unleash your soul power, Shen Xian said with a frown. Observing that Tang Zuo did not respond, Shen Xian intensified his soul power output. A surge of soul energy at the 60-level standard erupted forth, instantly enveloping Tang Zuo. Tang Zuo emanated a formidable aura. In an instant, the Sharingan manifested. 5 soul rings spiraled around him. The 3 observers were rendered speechless, staring at Tang Zuo's soul rings in astonishment. Such a configuration of soul rings, was it truly possible? No, it was unprecedented. Your soul rings. Shen Xian exclaimed in astonishment. Proceed. Tang Zuo exhaled 2 words. Shen Xian, witnessing Tang Zuo's ironclad resolve, could not help but shake his head. Ning Fengji tightened his grip on the scepter by a few degrees. The 70-level soul power instantly overwhelmed Tang Zuo, forcing him to the ground. Ning Rongrong attempted to rush forward to intervene, but was halted by her father's hand. Father, Rongrong, I sense that he possesses some hidden cards. With that, he concluded. The external soul bone behind Tang Zuo suddenly emerged, its immense wings flapping majestically. This is the external soul bone. The trio exclaimed simultaneously in astonishment. Chapter 71, The True Genius. Kid, Sword Uncle, please halt. Ning Fengji urged upon witnessing the manifestation of Tang Zuo's external soul bone. Sensing that this was the limit of Tang Zuo's capabilities, he gestured for Qinshin to relent. However, Qinshin remained entranced in shock, his soul power inadvertently escalating to level 80. Seeing that Qinshin still did not cease his actions, Ning Fengji rushed forward. Sword Uncle, please stop. Qinshin finally regained his composure. But his soul power had indeed reached level 80. Grandpa Sword, let go of my brother. Ning Rongrong's eyes brimmed with tears as she anxiously watched Tang Zuo. Swordmaster, you ancient banyan path. In the next moment, an unfathomable event transpired. The 10-fist sword gradually materialized from Tang Zuo's grasp, radiating an extraordinarily brilliant light. The soul power enveloping Tang Zuo instantly dissipated, and a flash of purple light flickered once more. Tang Zuo has broken through the bottleneck of his soul power, awakening his dual martial souls. The three of them exclaimed in astonishment simultaneously. Brother! Ning Rongrong rushed over with tears in her eyes, supporting Tang Zuo. Tang Zuo struggled to lift his head and gazed at the three astonished individuals. Did I pass? He asked. No sooner had he uttered the words than he collapsed into Ning Rongrong's embrace. You have indeed passed, Ning Fengji replied cautiously. Ning Rongrong held Tang Zuo tightly. Her eyes filled with sorrow as she looked at the three. If anything were to happen to my brother Zuo, I would never return home again. With that, she began to weep, cradling Tang Zuo in her arms. Rongrong, Ning Fengji's expression turned grave, his tone sharp and incisive. Qin Xian quickly composed himself, his gaze towards Tang Zuo now tinged with admiration. Upon regaining his composure, he was startled to notice the purple light emanating from behind Tang Zuo. Several tender sprouts of purple-silver grass had indeed begun to emerge. However, Qin Xian refrained from speaking, merely shaking his head slightly, for he understood well that everyone harbors their own secrets, especially a genius like Tang Zuo. Furthermore, Tang Zuo is not only the person Ning Rongrong admires, but also her boyfriend. In terms of this relationship, Qin Xian could hardly voice his thoughts. Rongrong, I did not intend to cause this. Please forgive me, Qin Xian said with a concerned expression. Rongrong, you cannot forgive him. Just look at what he has done to my granddaughter's husband. Gu Rong, witnessing this favorable turn of events, immediately sided with Tang Zuo. Ning Rongrong paid no attention to the bickering duo, focusing solely on Tang Zuo. Rongrong, Ning Fengji began. Wu, I don't care. If anything happens to Zuo, I will not live. Ning Rongrong exclaimed tearfully. The three of them felt a pang of guilt upon witnessing this scene, regretting their inability to restrain themselves earlier. Now, there was no pretense left. The truth had been laid bare. Tang Zuo slowly opened his eyes, gazing hazily at the surroundings. The scenery here could undoubtedly be described as resplendent and magnificent. However, the color scheme of the room was surprisingly a blend of pink and white. The white curtains, coupled with Tang Zuo reclining on the bed, created an oddly peculiar sight. Tang Zuo's gaze descended, observing Ning Rongrong seated upon a stool, her hands propping up her face, with her handsome features betraying the glimmer of tears. Tang Zuo slowly rose, memories of the past flashing through his mind. This robust man found himself on the verge of tears. Rongrong. Tang Zuo gently called out to Ning Rongrong twice. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Ning Rongrong quickly lifted her head, and, upon seeing Tang Zuo awaken, her joy soared to the heavens. Brother, you have finally awakened. Ning Rongrong rushed forward and embraced Tang Zuo. Tang Zuo was left bewildered by Ning Rongrong's sudden words. According to her, he had undoubtedly been unconscious for more than a day, due to the phrase finally. Rongrong, how long have I been in this state? Tang Zuo inquired with a smile. Ning Rongrong gradually released him and wiped her tears away. Well, it seems like it has only been 2 hours. Tang Zuo was petrified. 3 black lines appeared on his forehead. All right, brother, let us depart. Tang Zuo sheathed his sword, stretching his neck as he spoke. The two exited the chamber, making their way towards the grand hall. Along the path, the gazes of all present were filled with astonishment and surprise directed at Tang Zuo. In their eyes, the only individuals capable of being so close to Ning Rongrong were merely those three. Upon opening the grand doors of the hall, Tang Zuo, having been too anxious to observe earlier, now looked around with a renewed perspective. The 7 Treasures glazed tile school appeared as a magnificent palace, grand and awe-inspiring. Rongrong, you have finally arrived, both Qin Xian and Gu Yong said in unison. As soon as the words left their mouths, their sharp gazes locked onto each other. Do you wish to engage in combat, Bone? Qin Xian inquired. Let us fight then, who fears whom? Gu Yong retorted. With that, a black and white skeletal dragon spiraled forth from Gu Yong. 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black ascended, their formidable aura enveloping the entire hall. As for Qin Xian, there was no need to elaborate. The imposing 7 kills sword materialized from thin air, with 9 soul rings rising around it, exuding an aura vastly superior to that of Gu Yong. After all, Qin Xian was a formidable super Douluo at level 97, a pinnacle that placed him in a realm above. Consequently, Gu Yong's strength paled in comparison. Enough, Uncle Sword, Uncle Bone, cease your antics. Ning Fengji interjected. Witnessing the two old children in yet another bout, his expression one of exasperation. Tang Zuo was also taken aback by this scene. As for Ning Rongrong, she had grown accustomed to it. Tang Zuo, do you truly love Rongrong? Ning Fengji shifted his gaze from Chun Xian and Gu Rong to look at Tang Zuo. Tang Zuo was momentarily taken aback and stepped forward. Master Ning, I truly love Ning Rongrong. Believe me, I will bring her happiness, he stated with utmost seriousness. Humph. How do you intend to make Rongrong happy? Is it merely because of your strength or your exceptional talent? As a favored child of heaven, I presume there are many women vying for your attention outside, Jian Duluo Qinshin remarked with disdain. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong was immediately incensed. Did Qinshin not understand Tang Zuo? Had she failed to comprehend his worth? There were times when Ning Rongrong felt unworthy of Tang Zuo and had questioned him on several occasions. Does Tang Zuo find it necessary to deceive her? Jian Shu, with a grim expression, spoke solemnly. Tang Zuo chuckled, shaking his head with a smile. Sword Douluo, do you truly find me so inadequate? Sword Douluo was taken aback by the remark, but his expression soon returned to normal. Let's not dwell on that for now. Rongrong, how have you been at Shrek Academy? Have you advanced to the 28th level? Gu Rong, sensing the awkward atmosphere, swiftly changed the subject. Ning Fengji silently gave Gu Rong a thumbs up. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's face instantly lit up. Hee, I will undoubtedly astonish you all, Ning Rongrong declared with a smile. Oh, it seems Shrek Academy indeed possesses some merit, Ning Fengji remarked. Of course, just don't be too startled, Ning Rongrong replied, her expression radiating pride. Ning Fengji found this rather curious, as Ning Rongrong typically did not behave this way. If she had merely advanced one level, she would certainly be overjoyed. But such occurrences were rare. The last time he witnessed such enthusiasm was during Ning Rongrong's martial soul awakening. Behold, Ning Rongrong announced. With that, 9 beams of colorful light soared around her, dazzling and as beautiful as a rainbow. A pink pagoda materialized in Ning Rongrong's hands, with 3 rings of soul rings elegantly spiraling above it, emanating an aura of a soul sovereign that left the onlookers in stunned awe. Rongrong, how is this possible? Ning Fengji exclaimed in shock. Fengji, look at the 7-treasure glazed tower, Gu Rong suggested. Undoubtedly, Chun Xian's keen eyes were the most perceptive among the trio, always able to discern the critical aspects of a person. Following Chun Xian's cue, Ning Fengji's gaze fixed upon the 9-treasure glazed tower. Upon first sight, he realized its uniqueness. It was larger than the typical 7-treasure glazed tower. Upon closer inspection, he noted that not only was it larger, but it also stood taller. The 3 counted the levels of the 9-treasure glazed tower and gasped in unison. Rongrong, how can this be the 9-treasure glazed tower? Ning Fengji felt an overwhelming astonishment wash over him, questioning whether he still resided in his former world. After all, such occurrences would yield similar reactions from anyone else. The astonishment was boundless, an endless wave of shock. However, the excitement that had once filled the trio's faces was swiftly replaced by a serious demeanor. Rongrong, have you used some forbidden technique? Gu Rong inquired, his face stern. It cannot be said that the 3 of them were lacking in experience. After all, how many in the Douluo world truly understood divine herbs? Clearly, almost none. As for why almost was used rather than all, that remains a matter of consideration. Tang San, Tang Zuo, and the members of Shrek were well aware of the situation. No, it was my brother who gifted me the celestial herb, Ning Rongrong remarked, grasping Tang Zuo's arm. Celestial herb? Ning Fengji and the others redirected their astonished gazes towards Tang Zuo, their admiration unmistakable. Allow me to elucidate. A celestial herb represents the pinnacle of medicinal plants, which means I bestowed upon Rongrong a celestial herb, Tang Zuo explained. What is the name of this celestial herb? Ning Fengji inquired, his interest piqued upon hearing that it could elevate the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda to the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. However, he refrained from asking Tang Zuo whether such an herb was available in abundance. He was acutely aware of the rarity of such an herb, something capable of pushing the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda beyond its limits. Could it be something as common as a cabbage? From the gesture of gifting the herb to Ning Rongrong, it was evident that Tang Zuo's affection for her was sincere. Just as Ning Fengji and the 2 Douluo felt elated for Ning Rongrong, the atmosphere was filled with warmth. Tang Zuo approached Ning Rongrong, positioning himself directly before her. Chun Xian, witnessing this scene, swiftly directed his gaze towards Tang Zuo. What are you intending to do? Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Under the unwavering gaze of the crowd, Tang Zuo delicately plucked the resplendent, noble tulip from Ning Rongrong's head. In that instant, Ning Rongrong comprehended Tang Zuo's intention, her face lighting up with a smile. Tang Zuo approached the three individuals, holding the Chihuahua tulip delicately in his hands, and gestured invitingly towards Ning Fengji. Esteemed Sect Master Ning, this is the Chihuahua tulip, the very essence required for the promotion of Rongrong's 7-treasure glazed tower to the illustrious 9-treasure glazed tower. Tang Zuo respectfully spoke. Upon hearing this, the three individuals collectively inhaled sharply. Why have you given this to me, Tang Zuo? Ning Fengji did not joyfully accept it. Instead, he inquired with a serious demeanor. It must be said that Ning Fengji possessed a truly astute mind, albeit misapplied in this instance. Tang Zuo is somewhat naive in certain respects. Despite his adeptness in formulating strategies, his interpersonal skills reveal a certain awkwardness, reminiscent of a reclusive individual from a past life. His sentiments are straightforward. I like Rong, he declared without a moment's hesitation. For that was the truth of the matter. Lacking genuine workplace experience, Tang Zuo is oblivious to the nuances of flattery. Neither does he have any inclination to engage in such behavior, harboring a disdain for sycophants. Ning Fengji regarded Tang Zuo with a newfound appreciation, tinged with excitement. How could he not be exhilarated? After years of dedication to the Soul Sage, he finally had the opportunity to make a breakthrough. The future of the 7-treasure glazed tile school could very well pivot on this singular herb. Yet, his life experiences cautioned him against succumbing to impulsive enthusiasm, regardless of the magnitude of the situation. The Sword Dulau and Bone Dulau exchanged glances filled with urgency, their thoughts echoing. Accept it already. What are you waiting for? This sentiment belonged to Gu Rong. Conversely, Chun Xian's inner voice warned, do not accept it. Can you truly trust the words of that little brat? He clearly does not cherish Rong. After much contemplation, Ning Fengji resolved to accept the herb. As he took the Chihuahua tulip, he addressed Tang Zuo with a newfound familiarity. How does one absorb this Chihuahua tulip? The seasoned Ning Fengji's tone shifted instantaneously. Rong, brimming with excitement, leaped up and applauded. Ding! Hidden task completed. Awarded 1 golden lottery draw. The melodious voice of the system resonated, sending a shiver through Tang Zuo's entire being. Tang Zuo stood in a moment of bewilderment. Xiao Zuo, how is this to be absorbed? Ning Fengji, observing Tang Zuo's dazed expression, presumed that his sudden shift in demeanor had left Tang Zuo somewhat confused. Thus, he spoke up. Tang Zuo regained his senses, staring intently at Ning Fengji. Oh. It is sufficient to merely draw the essence from the flower's stamen. Tang Zuo nodded slightly. Subsequently, he summoned the 7 treasures glazed pagoda in the manner instructed by Tang Zuo. Meanwhile, Tang Zuo entered the system space. System, I wish to draw a lottery. This time, the system had transformed once again, presenting itself with short pink hair, green copper buttons, and a black diamond-shaped mark upon its forehead, resembling a symbol. It had an exceedingly slender figure, with trousers slightly sagging, revealing a flawless abdominal contour. Indeed, it was none other than the youthful Sakura from the time of Boruto. Exuding an extraordinary aura, Tang Zuo realized that the system always seemed to target him, which left him quite displeased. Nevertheless, it was what it was. All right, host, he remarked before concluding the conversation. Before Tang Zuo appeared a spinning wheel. This time, the wheel was remarkably different from those of the past. It was entirely adorned with question marks. Tang Zuo cautiously tapped the roulette, setting it into a rapid spin. The velocity of the rotation was so great that even Tang Zuo, with his activated Sharingan, struggled to discern its movements. Tang Zuo activated his blood yin-yang eye, yet he still struggled to keep pace with the speed of the roulette. After a brief interval, the wheel ceased its rotation, coming to a halt on a golden background emblazoned with a question mark. The surface of this segment gradually diminished, revealing 2 prominent characters that emerged with startling clarity. Shiba Inu, Spirit Beast. Chapter 73, The Initial Emergence of the Akatsuki Organization. Tang Zuo was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the 2 characters for Shiba Inu. To elaborate, the Shiba Inu is a breed of dog that was exceedingly popular in Tang Zuo's previous life on Blue Star, commanding a high price, often exceeding 10,000 soft sister coins for a single pup. Now, as Tang Zuo reminisced about that tantalizing flavor, he felt a pang of longing. With a sense of melancholy, he exited the system space, taking in the sight of Ning Fengji, who was engrossed in absorbing the beauty of the Kira tulips. and the excited Gu Rong. Additionally, he noticed Chen Xian, who was glaring at him, along with Ning Rongrong, who was smiling at him. He returned a smile to Ning Rongrong, only to find her nodding knowingly yet ambiguously as she hurried over to embrace his arm. Chen Xian's gaze sharpened further. Tang Zuo harbored a profound sorrow for life. Time passed, perhaps a minute, perhaps two. Suddenly, a pale blue radiance enveloped Ning Fengji, emanating an ethereal glow that illuminated the entire hall in an instant. The air reverberated with a thunderous sound as the soul power, dormant for many years, was unleashed in a magnificent display. This soul power manifested as visible waves that swept through the venue. The 7 treasure glazed tower shimmered intensely, instantly transforming into a majestic 9-tiered pagoda, now known as the 9 treasure glazed tower. The 7 soul rings began to rotate rhythmically, akin to a waltz. Observing the spectacle, Chen Xian found himself at a loss for words. In that moment, it became evident that Tang Zuo was the benefactor of the 7 treasure glazed sect, elevating it to the status of the 9 treasure glazed sect. Should Chen Xian utter any further remarks, he would undoubtedly find himself in a precarious position. Meanwhile, Gu Rong regarded Tang Zuo with a gaze that conveyed 2 sentiments, astonishment and admiration. Tang Zuo is shrouded in mystery, endowed with an extraordinarily powerful talent that justifies the claim of being the greatest in Douluo Continent. Coupled with his inscrutable methods and an array of wondrous artifacts, he leaves one in awe. Simultaneously, he evokes a sense of perplexity. While he astonishes with his celestial prowess, he remains remarkably unassuming. Regardless of the perspective from which one observes him, Tang Zuo is undeniably a handsome gentleman, his charm seemingly inconspicuous at first glance. However, those who have interacted with him are well aware that this charming facade is but a mere illusion. When one believes Tang Zuo to be easily trifled with, they shall soon find themselves mistaken. Ning Fengji gradually opened his eyes, performing a gesture of universal unity. What gesture, you may wonder? Naturally, he extended both hands, shifting his gaze from the left hand to the right, and then broke into a delightful smile. Despite his efforts to maintain composure, Ning Fengji found it increasingly difficult to suppress his excitement. Haha, have we, the 7 treasures glazed tile school, finally transcended our limits? He exclaimed with joy. He then rose and strolled towards Tang Zuo, his pupils sparkling with clarity. From Ning Fengji's countenance, one would perceive him as a youthful man of merely 20 years. Who would ever suspect that he is the father of a 12-year-old daughter like Ning Rongrong? Haha, congratulations, Fengji, Gu Rong remarked. Humph, Chen Xian scoffed dismissively. Tang's smiling visage came to an abrupt halt. A mission was issued to incorporate the 7 treasures glazed tile school into the Akatsuki organization. Mission reward, the 6th soul ring. Failure penalty, annihilation. Tang Zuo witnessed the unscrupulous system once again issuing a dubious task. He covered his own unprincipled forehead in dismay. Ahem, esteemed Master Ning, Sword Douluo, Bone Douluo, might I kindly request your presence? Tang Zuo inquired with utmost respect. Upon hearing these words, Ning Fengji's displeasure became evident. Little Zuo, why do you address him as Master Ning? It sounds so unfamiliar. Refer to him as father-in-law instead. Ning Fengji seemed to transform into an old man who was reluctantly selling his daughter. Thus, Tang Zuo was compelled to amend his address. Tang Zuo's movements came to a halt as he gazed in astonishment at Ning Fengji. Ning Rongrong also covered her cherry-like lips, her expression reflecting utter bewilderment. Oh, dear father-in-law, may I request the 3 of you to come with me? Tang Zuo excitedly repeated his words. There are only 5 of us here. Is there anything that cannot be said directly? Rest assured, no one will ever know, Ning Fengji solemnly vowed, patting his chest. Tang Zuo, upon hearing Ning Fengji's words, pondered deeply. Sooner or later, Ning Rongrong would come to know the truth. It would be wiser to reveal it sooner rather than later. Ning Rongrong tugged at Tang Zuo's sleeve, under the ardent gaze of the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo. Tang Zuo has capitulated. Indeed, you heard correctly. Tang Zuo summoned his courage and took a deep breath. Father-in-law, Sword Grandpa, Bone Grandpa, and I. Tang Zuo paused midway through his words, remaining silent for a brief moment. Speak your mind if you have something to say, Chen Xian said impatiently. Tang Zuo, with a focused mind, declared his intention to establish a sect named Xiao, earnestly inviting others to join him. His eyes were closed as he spoke, revealing his tension. Ning Fengji, taken aback by his words, paused for a moment before responding. Xiao Wu, you must comprehend the gravity of what you are proposing. I am the leader of the Kijubeo Yuli sect, and I bear the responsibility for it. I believe, given your extraordinary talent, you could ascend to the rank of title Douluo by the age of 20. Even the ethereal legends may not be beyond your reach. Yet, regardless of how great the possibility, it remains merely a possibility, and as the leader of a sect, I cannot gamble with the fate of my entire organization. Ning Fengji spoke calmly and without anger. His reasoning was undeniably sound. As a leader, he had to prioritize the welfare of his sect, even if the probabilities were overwhelmingly in favor of success. However, there still lingered that 1% of uncertainty. The sword Douluo and bone Douluo nodded in agreement. Xiao. Excluding myself, there are now 4 individuals, Tang Zuo continued. The 3 others exchanged glances, then turned to Tang Zuo with a look of bewilderment. Xiao Zuo, setting aside everything else, I cannot wager the sect on just this scale, Ning Fengji replied, shaking his head. Brother, I stand with you, Ning Rongrong declared. Tang Zuo smiled with relief. Rongrong shot a glare at Ning Fengji. Tang Zuo hurriedly stepped forward to protect Ning Rongrong. Ning Zongzhu, will you not inquire about the identities of these 4 individuals? Tang Zuo remarked with a smile playing on his lips. Ning Fengji, however, did not believe that the identities of these 4 could sway his decision. Who are they? Chen Xian inquired. The first is the Haotian Douluo Tang Hao. The second is the Serpent Lady, Chao Tianxiang. The third is the Dragon Duke, Meng Shu. The fourth, the daughter of the Dragon Duke and Serpent Lady, is Meng Iran. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji and the 2 others' pupils constricted. To say nothing of the rest, just the Haotian Douluo, Tang Hao, could potentially sway Ning Fengji's decision unlike any 3-title Douluo from the Xiao organization. The Haotian Douluo is a formidable figure renowned for having vanquished the previous pope. A contemporary of Ning Fengji and the youngest title Douluo in the history of Douluo Continent. His influence rivals that of 3-title Douluo combined. Tang Hao, endowed with the spirit of the soul fighter, boldly confronted the 3-title Douluo of the Spirit Hall. This can be deemed a miracle among miracles. Upon hearing the name Tang Hao, Ning Rongrong was struck with profound astonishment. However, the explanations offered by the dragon and the snake were somewhat comprehensible, as Tang Zuo had conferred with the 2 before departing. Ning Rongrong quickly deduced the underlying intricacies of the situation. Chapter 74. Persuasion. Are you serious? Ning Fengji cast a skeptical glance at Tang Zuo before cautiously inquiring. The hearts of Chen Xian and Gu Rong were already overwhelmed with shock, leaving no room for any other emotion. Of course, Tang Zuo replied. In truth, the trio had long since forgotten the mention of the dragon and the snake. Their complete attention was fixated on Tang Hao, for the weight of those 2 words bore immense significance for them. What is your connection with the Haotian Douluo? Chen Xian's tone was devoid of inquiry, replaced instead by an authoritative command. Observing Chen Xian's demeanor, Ning Fengji refrained from voicing any objections and instead bore an expression of agreement. Should Tang Zuo truly be related to Tang Hao, Ning Fengji would undoubtedly go to great lengths to ally with him. Wait a moment, Tang Hao, Tang Zuo, they share the same surname. Ning Fengji suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. The astute man quickly recognized this oversight. Are you a member of the Haotian sect? But if so, why do you lack the Haotian hammer? Ning Fengji questioned. Tang Hao is my father, came the response. Tang Zuo's words were astonishing. The gazes of the 4 individuals swiftly turned to Tang Zuo, their expressions filled with disbelief. Brother, what did you just say? Ning Rongrong inquired. Tang Zuo smiled and glanced at the astonished Ning Rongrong, a faint smile gracing his lips. I must inform you that Tang Hao is my father. The grim-faced Chen Xian spoke. Young man, are you aware of the consequences of deceiving us? Tang Zuo nodded firmly. Then what of your Haotian hammer? Chen Xian inquired further. Tang Zuo's body trembled slightly. Indeed, he was taken aback by Chen Xian's inquiry. How should he respond? The heavenly hammer had transformed into the heavenly sword? He had long learned from the system that the legend of the heavenly sword was a fabrication. Would they truly believe such a tale? Nevertheless, if they were inclined to accept this narrative, it mattered little. After all, his secret had already been revealed. Moreover, the 7-treasured glazed tile school, or rather, the 9-treasured glazed tile school, had never maintained any ties with the Spirit Hall. Additionally, Tang Zuo was the boyfriend, fiancé, of Ning Rongrong, and such a connection certainly would not allow the chivalrous 9-treasured glazed tile school to betray him. Tang Zuo gritted his teeth and summoned the Haotian sword martial spirit. Due to the shared nature of his soul rings, 5 equally sized soul rings manifested upon the Haotian sword. Huh, how does your second martial spirit possess soul rings? The 3 exclaimed in astonishment. It is well known that in the world of Douluo Continent, possessing twin martial spirits is exceedingly rare. In their eyes, only Bibi Dong was a notable exception. The revelation of Tang Zuo's dual martial spirits left the trio utterly flabbergasted. However, due to the relationship between Tang Zuo and Ning Rongrong, as well as their own mental states, they did not fully express their astonishment. The fact that Tang Zuo possessed twin martial spirits even sparked a hint of concern among them, for throughout the annals of Douluo Continent, all wielders of twin martial spirits, save for Bibi Dong, had met untimely ends due to this very trait. Yet, in that moment of surprise, the 3 were left utterly bewildered. My soul rings are shared, Tang Zuo calmly stated. This seemingly simple proclamation sent ripples of intrigue among the trio. Ning Rongrong appeared to be oblivious, as nothing that transpired around Tang Zuo could elicit surprise from her anymore. She had grown numb to the astonishing events. Your martial spirit is common? Shen Xian inquired. Indeed. Tang Zuo slowly sheathed the 10-fist sword and said with a sigh, well, what does this have to do with the Haotian hammer? Shen Xian inquired once more. My father mentioned that it is called the Haotian sword, a legendary martial soul of the Haotian Sect, Tang Zuo replied. The trio exchanged puzzled glances. Subsequently, Ning Fengji nodded in understanding. Little Zuo, let us make a deal. If you can lead Shrek Academy to victory in the Advanced Soul Master Academy Championship, I shall grant your request. Ning Fengji weighed the pros and cons. Indeed, Tang Zuo's talent was extraordinary, so remarkable that it instilled a sense of uncertainty in Ning Fengji. Such a prodigy, even if there were a mere possibility, would be magnified infinitely in his eyes. Should Tang Zuo turn against them, the entire 9-treasure glazed tile sect could face annihilation. For Tang Zuo possessed not only formidable strength and talent, but also an impressive background. Meanwhile, within the confines of the system space, the Shiba Inu sat bewildered, gazing at the stunning scenery around it, clear mountains and flowing waters. Its mind swirled with confusion. Where am I? It mused before instinctively glancing down. It was petrified. Its body had shrunk several sizes. It was none other than the howling celestial dog, revered by countless beings. Today, it had inexplicably transformed into a diminutive Shiba Inu. Suddenly, a surge of memories flooded into the celestial dog's mind, leaving it even more bewildered. Tang Zuo smiled faintly upon hearing this. He was quite confident about it. This matter was practically a foregone conclusion. In other words, Tang Zuo could single-handedly annihilate the spirit hall. This is no exaggeration, for it is indeed the truth. However, there exists another condition. Shen Xian glanced around before letting out a sigh and adding, what? Tang Zuo gazed at Shen Xian, his eyes filled with confusion and uncertainty. I require you to become engaged to Rongrong at this moment. Upon hearing this, both Ning Rongrong and Tang Zuo froze in their actions. Ning Rongrong rigidly fixed her gaze upon Shen Xian, utterly taken aback by her grandfather's unexpected declaration. Subsequently, she glanced at Tang Zuo, a glimmer of anticipation replacing the astonishment in her eyes. Tang Zuo slowly approached Shen Xian, taking one deliberate step after another. Each movement seemed to harmonize into a splendid waltz, graceful and melodious. Ahem, director, there seems to be a mix-up. Tang Zuo deeply bowed to Ning Fengji and the other 2. I accept, he said, his face flushed with embarrassment. The 3 exchanged surprised glances before nodding in agreement. Shen Xian's lingering distrust towards Tang Zuo dissipated completely. Ning Rongrong felt an urge to weep upon hearing those words, yet she restrained herself. She hurriedly ran to Tang Zuo's side and embraced him tightly around the waist. Tang Zuo felt the warmth emanating from his waist, causing him to freeze once more in place. Tang Zuo, remember this, it is not that we lack compassion. Rongrong is our precious darling. Therefore, I advise you to refrain from indulging in frivolities simply because of your remarkable talent and formidable background. Should we discover that you are bullying Rongrong, we, even at the cost of the entire Jiobao Yuli sect, will ensure that you face the consequences. Gu Rong, unusually devoid of any expression, spoke with a tone filled with concern and authority regarding Ning Rongrong. Shen Xian found himself nodding involuntarily. Upon hearing these words, Ning Rongrong clung to Tang Zuo even tighter. Ever since their first encounter, she had perceived Tang Zuo's silhouette as towering and formidable, reaching a realm she believed she could never rival. Gradually, Tang's was concern for Ning Rongrong, coupled with his extraordinary beauty, remarkable talent, and amusing personality, captivated her attention. As for the prologue, a must-read, a must-read, a must-read. Important matters are worth repeating thrice. First and foremost, dear readers, the Crimson-Eyed Douluo will be officially released tomorrow. I humbly request the esteemed readers of QQ Reading to support the initial subscription on Qidian Reading. It is merely 10 cents per chapter. If you could do so, I promise to deliver daily updates of thousands of words. The quantity of initial subscriptions will determine the frequency of updates, and I assure you, additional chapters will follow. Now, let's delve into the main topic. How to express it. After enduring 54 days and nights, I have experienced both joy and disappointment. I received the notification from the platform rather late, at around 78,000 words. At one point, I believed this book was doomed, preparing myself to write for love alone. Thus, while penning this book, I also wrote another, investing immense effort into it, with each chapter taking 3 hours of revisions. However, after I had written a mere 10,000 words for that book, the notification for this book unexpectedly appeared before me, filling me with an overwhelming sense of joy. This book was finally on track, and I sold the outline of that other book as a prologue. To be honest, the notification came as a surprise. Fortunately, my editor is incredibly supportive and consistently helps to resolve any issues. Now, let me speak about myself. My family background is not particularly affluent, so I have long harbored the desire to earn some money. One day, while in a group chat, I discovered someone recruiting online writers. As I have always loved reading novels, I decided to join. I ventured into the world of literature, only to later realize that I had unwittingly joined a pirated website. Alas, I experienced a period of stagnation. Subsequently, I began writing elsewhere, and although a contract was offered, it was terminated due to various reasons. Eventually, I ceased writing altogether. Observing other authors earn steadily and their collections grow little by little filled me with envy. I became captivated by Douluo fanfiction and devoured nearly all of it. Hence, I resolved to publish my own work on Qidian, the venerable platform for online literature. Initially, I held no hopes for this book. However, by the next day, I was astonished to find the book's data soaring, quickly reaching the new book rankings. Gradually, as time passed, I signed a contract, and the word count exceeded 100,000, with chapters surpassing 70. Now, it is about to be officially released. My journey in the realm of online literature has been quite convoluted. Along the way, I have met many esteemed figures. To be candid, I am uncertain what else to say. Now, let us discuss the additional chapters. Today, there will be 2 more updates. Tomorrow, I will release 5 chapters. The more initial subscriptions on Qidian, the more I will update the following day. Should we surpass 1,000 initial subscriptions, though that may be a lofty aspiration, I shall continue to add chapters for 3 consecutive days. Therefore, I implore readers from other platforms to support me on Qidian. Just 10 cents per chapter, equivalent to the cost of a snack, allows you to read 30 chapters. I sincerely request your support. I am feeling quite anxious at the moment, eagerly anticipating tomorrow's initial subscriptions, as it directly impacts future developments. Now, regarding this book, I am fully aware that the greatest flaw lies in by Yu Xiaogang being designated as the adoptive father. However, for the sake of future prospects, this humble author had no choice but to resort to such a strategy. As one who considers themselves the most mischievous author in history, I believe my writing has improved over time, and I trust you can see that as well. Although progress may be incremental, I am committed to persevering. Finally, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all readers for their support of the Crimson-Eyed Douluo. Thank you immensely. By the way, the Jade Dragon Douluo has resumed updates after a year. The book I previously followed has returned. Go read it now. Unexpectedly reborn into the world of Douluo. I initially thought I could catch up with the main storyline and become familiar with Tang San, only to find that I had arrived too early, becoming the youthful master instead. Thus, the theoretically invincible master is no more. I, Yu Xiaogang, must ascend to godhood at level 100. In Chapter 75, upon returning to Shrek Academy, Tang Zuo utilized one of his trump cards. Although no one nearby could possibly leak the information, revealing one's trump card, even before friends, is perilous. Moreover, they are not yet friends. Subsequently, due to a lack of available rooms, the two were assigned to share a room. Amidst the ensuing chaos, Ning Rongrong gradually realized that her feelings might transcend mere sibling affection. Later, when Tang Zuo encountered Ma Hongjun and presented the Phoenix Crown Sunflower, Ning Rongrong felt a pang of envy when he handed the Heartbreak Red to Xiao Wu. However, when he produced the Chilua tulip for Ning Rongrong and informed her that this celestial herb could break the limits of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, she believed she finally had a chance to soar alongside Tang Zuo. In other words, she felt she could barely match his extraordinary prowess. Yet, when Tang Zuo presented another Heartbreak Red and successfully made it bloom, Ning Rongrong fell into despair. She even contemplated death. However, Tang Zuo then revealed that he harbored feelings for Ning Rongrong, making her feel that everything was worthwhile. As she gradually came to understand Tang Zuo, she discovered her own insecurities, always feeling unworthy of him. The sole reason was his unparalleled excellence. Ning Rongrong resolved to share Tang Zuo with other women. After all, the Douluo world does not impose a monogamous structure. Yet, upon realizing that Tang Zuo only loved her, all her doubts dissipated. Later, Yu Xiaogang arrived. Upon learning of his identity, Ning Rongrong felt her mind go blank and found herself caught in an embarrassing situation. Following the grueling training, when Tang Zuo opened his eyes, he inadvertently lifted the wooden plank and saw himself. Ning Rongrong blushed for quite some time. However, when Tang Zuo expressed his intention to propose, her only emotion was one of deep gratitude. Tang Zuo gradually transformed from the brother she admired into the one and only boyfriend in her heart. She felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Brother, have you truly thought this through? You have promised me, which means you can only marry me. If you have any reservations, then do not agree, Ning Rongrong said, adorably wiping the corners of her moist eyes while gazing at Tang Zuo with innocent wonder. Tang Zuo smiled. Rongrong, I promise you. Tang Zuo's voice was devoid of any extraneous emotions, filled solely with love and earnestness for Ning Rongrong. As their conversation concluded, the two embraced tightly. Gradually, their faces drew closer. Ning Fengji and Gu Rong observed this scene with passionate indignation. At that pivotal moment, a voice shattered the serene atmosphere. Ahem. Chen Xian unexpectedly spoke, a few dark lines appearing on his forehead. The two, upon hearing his voice, immediately recalled Jian Douluo, Gu Douluo, and the fact that Ning Fengji was still present. Flustered, they instinctively released their hold, their expressions turning awkward. Hey, Jian old man, can't you see the two children are being affectionate? Why are you causing a ruckus? Gu Rong said, his anger seemingly igniting a flame behind him. Humph, you old bonehead. They haven't even held the betrothal ceremony yet. What do you want? The confrontation between sword and bone was poised for ignition. Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, the children are still here. Ning Fengji lamented with a sigh. He truly felt powerless against these two lifelong troublemakers. The term old children seemed to epitomize both Gu Rong and Chen Xian. They were carefree, often bickering, but Ning Fengji understood clearly that their bond was exceptionally strong. In other words, they were mischievous and deserved a good beating. Fengji, don't stop me. I must give him a good thrashing today, Chen Xian declared, seething with anger. I'm not stopping you, Ning Fengji responded weakly. Chen Xian's expression darkened as he slowly regarded Ning Fengji. Hee, Jin old man, feeling awkward, are we? Gu Rong remarked with a lewd expression and tone. So what? Don't forget, you can't defeat me. I am a 97th level super Douluo, Chen Xian proclaimed proudly, his chest puffed out, akin to a husband gazing at his wife. It was as if a dagger had pierced Gu Rong's heart. They say one would go to great lengths for a brother. Gu Rong's situation was a testament to this, as he felt the sting of betrayal. Even if I can't defeat you, I will ensure you are left incapacitated. Gu Rong retorted. This provoked Chen Xian further, plunging them into an epic clash. Brother, we should return to Shrek. They are still waiting for us. Ning Rongrong tugged at Tang Zuo's sleeve. Indeed. Tang Zuo gently nodded and approached Ning Fengji. Father-in-law, we shall take our leave. Tang Zhaodao sighed softly, nodding gently. Go on, he said. Grandpa Jian, Grandpa Gu, we shall take our leave, Ning Rongrong playfully remarked. In the midst of their frolicsome antics, Gu Rong and Chen Xian suddenly fell silent, casting reluctant glances at Ning Rongrong. Must you truly go? The two lamented pitifully. If I don't leave, will you support me? Ning Rongrong teased, sticking out her tongue. Support you? They echoed incredulously. Ahem, director, we seem to have lost the plot, Gu Rong interjected, and with that, Gu Rong and Chen Xian resumed their playful rivalry. I shall take care of you, Gu Rong asserted. No, I shall, Chen Xian countered. With that declaration, the two plunged back into their spirited banter. Tang Zuo wore a smile as he slowly crouched down, and the fiery wings of the great flaming bird's external spirit bones sprouted from his back. After a few flaps, they came to a halt. Ning Rongrong, come here, Tang Zuo said. Ning Rongrong joyfully leaped into Tang Zuo's embrace. Let's take off. Tang Zuo swiftly soared through the air, leaving a trail of crimson in his wake. Tang Zuo gently placed a kiss on Ning Rongrong's cheek. Subsequently, both of their faces flushed with a rosy hue. What are you doing? Ning Rongrong inquired shyly. You are already mine, my fiancée, so why should you feel embarrassed? Tang Zuo raised his head with an air of defiance, puffing up in indignation. Humph, and what of you? Look at your face, it's as red as Hinata's. Ning Rongrong remarked. Wait, who is Hinata, and why am I mentioning her? This was the inner monologue of Ning Rongrong. Feng Zi, that prodigy. Will he truly treat Ning Rongrong well? Chun Xin, witnessing their departure, ceased his pretense and slowly approached Ning Fengji from behind. He will, undoubtedly. I can perceive his innocence and unwavering devotion, Ning Fengji replied. Are you truly willing to allow the Jiubao Yuli sect to join the organization he is establishing? Gu Rong inquired, arms crossed, leaning against the wall. Tang Hao, that individual, along with the Dragon King and the Snake Lady, and of course, the most crucial aspect remains Xiao Zuo's future. Should Xiao Zuo encounter no misfortune, he may very well ascend to the status of that legendary deity, Ning Fengji stated. Chapter 76. Re-entering the Soto Great Spirit Arena. Tang Zuo, relying on his superhuman speed, arrived at Shrek Academy in just 2 days. Shrek Academy remained the same dilapidated institution. In an exceedingly worn state, the two descended. Tang Zuo gently placed the slumbering Ning Rongrong down. Rongrong, awaken, he urged softly. Upon hearing his voice, Ning Rongrong slowly opened her eyes, realizing they had arrived at Shrek Academy, where she stood in a daze. She then grasped Tang Zuo's arm and said, Brother, let us enter. With that, they approached the entrance of Shrek. It was noon, and the others were gathered in the dining hall for their meal. Observing this scene, Tang Zuo assumed that everyone had followed the narrative and gone to the Soto Great Soul Arena. However, that was not the case. The members of Shrek had refrained from attending the arena, choosing instead to engage in strenuous training while patiently awaiting the return of Tang Zuo and Ning Rongrong. Where are they? Ning Rongrong inquired. Tang Zuo instantly transformed into a seemingly erudite scholar. Needless to say, he remarked, they must have gone to the Soto Grand Coliseum. Tang Zhaodao. Oh, Ning Rongrong harbored not a shred of doubt regarding Tang Zhao's words. The two gradually made their way inside, where the sounds of lively chatter greeted them. Tang Zuo awkwardly turned his head towards Ning Rongrong and then smiled. Brother, didn't you say they went to the Soto Great Spirit Arena? Why are they eating? Ning Rongrong asked with a mischievous grin. Ahaha, they must be waiting for us. Tang Zuo, feeling helpless, could only concoct a casual excuse. What else could he possibly say? Brother, you have finally returned, Xiao Wu lamented with a touch of sorrow. Indeed, Zuogu, you have finally come back, Ma Hongjun said, his demeanor visibly deflated. What happened? Tang Zuo observed the 7 individuals, their spirits notably diminished, and felt a wave of curiosity wash over him. Ah, Zuoji, you are unaware of the turmoil we have faced in your absence, one of them lamented. Oscar took a hearty bite of his meal before slamming his fist against the table. What on earth has transpired? Ning Rongrong's inquisitiveness was piqued. Dai Mubai rose, exhaling a heavy sigh while shaking his head. Due to your absence, our original plan has been postponed. The dean has mandated that we run 20 laps each day, and we are on the verge of exhaustion, Dai Mubai expressed with a touch of melancholy. Well, Dai Mubai, it seems you have the audacity to speak ill of me. A man with a shoe-shaped face and braided mustache approached with a nonchalant demeanor. Ah ha ha, Dean, I stand corrected. Dai Mubai quickly bowed upon noticing Flinder's arrival. Who would dare to oppose you? He added with a hint of humor. Shortly thereafter, Yu Xiaogang approached as well. Xiao Zuo, Rongrong, you have finally returned, he greeted warmly. Haha, you two are back at last. It has been somewhat disheartening to witness the others suffer day in and day out. Long Gong Meng Shu and Long Pa Chao Tian strolled over, sharing the sentiment. Tang Zuo gave an awkward smile, surprised that his journey with Ning Rongrong would yield such a profound butterfly effect, subjecting the 7 members of Shrek to considerable distress. Well, I trust you have all finished your meals. It is time for us to head to the Soto Great Spirit Arena, Flander announced. Indeed, we have delayed long enough. If we do not depart soon, we shall be graduating, Xiao Wu chimed in with a teasing tone. Dean, we have just completed our training. Ma Hongjun and Oscar lamented, their faces instantly falling into despair. Enough. After this morning's training and a meal, we shall have the strength for the afternoon's competition. No more procrastination. Let us be on our way, Flander insisted. With a collective sigh, the 7 of them, albeit reluctantly, began to move. I possess a flying thunder god mark at the Soto Great Spirit Arena. Rong and I will proceed there first, Tang Zuo interjected suddenly, leaving everyone bewildered. At that moment, Flander also recalled, Tang Zuo, do you not have a mark with me as well? Why not teleport back? Flander's question left Tang Zuo perplexed, for it seemed the author had overlooked this detail. No, it was Tang Zuo who had forgotten. I forgot. Tang Zuo uttered another shocking remark, causing the gazes of the 7 individuals to turn melancholic. If only Tang Zuo had returned sooner, they would have been spared from such inhumane training. It was utterly repulsive. Brother, do try to remember next time, Xiao Wu said with a helpless tongue sticking out. Tang Zuo awkwardly scratched his head, taking hold of the bewildered Ning Rongrong's small hand. With a swift motion, a flash of golden light illuminated the scene. Tang Zuo and Ning Rongrong arrived at the entrance of the Soto Great Soul Arena. Tang San felt a tinge of melancholy, for he realized that since Tang Zuo had become acquainted with Ning Rongrong, he had fallen out of favor. The scene shifted to the Soto Great Soul Arena, bustling with a throng of people and a lively atmosphere that adorned the arena with grandiosity. The beautiful Soto Great Soul Arena resembled a palace, evoking a sense of magnificence, as if it were a place meant for celebration rather than combat. Tang Zuo yearned for an exquisitely romantic date with Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, shall we step inside? With those words, Tang Zuo and Ning Rongrong made their way to the front desk of the Soto Fighting Soul Arena. Tang Zuo presented his token to the front desk. Su Li Shuangxing, is it? Inquired the receptionist. May I ask when the next match is scheduled? Ning Rongrong asked. There are still 20 minutes remaining. The receptionist replied, glancing at Tang Zuo and Ning Rongrong, both of whom were already adorned with dark masks. However, I have ascended to the rank of Soul King, Tang Zuo calmly declared in a voice characteristic of his 12 years, uttering this astonishing revelation. The receptionist was taken aback and slowly turned his gaze towards Tang Zuo. What's wrong? Ning Rongrong inquired. Oh, nothing. Coincidentally, a Soul King team has recently arrived, and we were just lamenting the lack of opponents, the receptionist responded, drawing upon his years of experience. Although the receptionist appeared to regain his composure, internally, he was in a state of turmoil. The fact that this youth, no more than 16 years old, was a Soul King was shocking to anyone. Furthermore, Tang Zuo might only be 12. Who are they? Tang Zuo asked. Let me check, the receptionist said, rifling through the records. After a moment, his face lit up. Found it, he exclaimed. What is their name? The 2 inquired. They are called the YP Group, the receptionist answered. YP Group? Brother, what kind of name is that? Ning Rongrong asked, puzzled. Who knows? Wait, YP. Monthly votes. I understand now. They must be the monthly vote group, Tang Zuo deduced. The receptionist rigidly nodded. Indeed, that seems to be how it was pronounced when they arrived. Tang Zuo suddenly realized. How much longer until the match begins? Ning Rongrong, having identified their opponent, inquired. Let me check. The receptionist accessed the information on the YP team. The next battle was scheduled to commence in 10 minutes. Chapter 77, PY Team. Rongrong, they should arrive in about an hour. Let us complete this match and then await their arrival. Tang Zuo Dao. Very well. After speaking, the 2 of them retrieved their tokens from the front desk and made their way towards the arena. At that moment, a mature man wearing glasses appeared behind the front desk. These 2 individuals are exceedingly enigmatic, he remarked languidly. Were they still members of the Soul Sect during their last visit? The man inquired. Indeed, their duo is known as the Su Li Twin Stars, the very pair who effortlessly defeated the black and white impermanents. Observing Tang Zuo and his companion depart, the front desk attendant gradually relaxed, yet upon noticing the approaching man, his heart began to race once more. The scene shifted to the arena, where the previous battle had just concluded, and it was now time for Tang Zuo and Ning Rongrong to take the stage. The 2 exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up with excitement. What a coincidence, they exclaimed. We arrived just in time for the match to begin. Indeed, they agreed, and with that, they leaped onto the arena. The host, upon witnessing the arrival of the Su Li Twin Stars, felt a surge of exhilaration. After all, the astonishment Tang Zuo had previously brought was truly remarkable. Look quickly. It's the Su Li Twin Stars. One enthusiastic audience member pointed out, his voice brimming with excitement. Suli twin stars. What kind of duo is that? I've never heard of them, queried another spectator. Ah, if you're unaware of the Suli twin stars, you must be rather uninformed, another audience member interjected. Would you enlighten us? Asked the first spectator. Certainly. The Suli twin stars, the two of them, their ages are unknown, but they cannot be older than 16. Furthermore, they triumphed over the black and white impermanence, and notably, that young girl is even a soul master. The audience member divulged nearly everything he knew about Tang Zuo and Ning Rongrong. A soul king, no older than 16, and accompanied by a soul master while defeating two soul kings? Their soul rings are so powerful, exclaimed the crowd in astonishment. Instantly, a wave of fervent discussion regarding the new duo, the Suli twin stars, erupted among the spectators. Meanwhile, two individuals approached from the opposite side. One was clad in white, with white hair and beard, a square face that exuded an air of mastery. Tang Zuo found the man strikingly familiar. Beside him stood another figure, round-faced, robust, with a mischievous grin, seemingly radiating a humorous essence. Tang Zuo found this person even more familiar. Is it not so? The host gradually walked to the center of the two groups, announcing the commencement of the competition. With a thunderous sound, an octagonal disc appeared beneath the white-clad elder's feet. Ma Baohua, with a martial spirit of Tai Chi, a soul master of level 54, remarked, "Young one, to attain the rank of Soul King at such a tender age is indeed a testament to your remarkable talent. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. You should hasten to depart." The white-clad elder assumed the initial posture of Tai Chi as he spoke. Tang Zuo was astonished upon seeing the individual opposite him register. Another person approached with a smile, and a green bottle gradually materialized. 5 soul rings illuminated in succession: white, yellow, purple, and black. I am Yaoshui Go. With the surname Yaoshui and the given name Go, my martial spirit is the 9 treasures bottle, and I am a level 52 support-type soul master. Tang Zuo slowly suppressed the involuntary twitches of his lips that threatened to betray his amusement. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, even louder than before. Smoke billowed into the air. The ground beneath Tang Zuo has collapsed nearly a meter in height. His eyes gradually transform, as the crimson Sharingan fills his gaze, exuding an aura of malevolence. Black, 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 black. 5 soul rings slowly materialize around him. The 5th soul ring is black due to the soul skill bestowed upon him by the Serpent Matriarch. This particular skill is constrained. Given the potency of Tang's with soul rings, it can only alter those beneath the 100,000-year threshold. In light of this, Tang Zuo decided to bestow all the enhancements upon the 100,000-year soul ring, transforming it into a 10,000-year soul ring. Ning Rongrong, upon noticing the change of the 5th soul ring to black, nodded in acknowledgement. Simultaneously, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School has been renamed the 9 Treasures Glazed Tile School, marking the announcement of their breaking through previous limitations. Within the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong sits anxiously in her seat. Before her kneels a spirit master, delivering news. The 9 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Bibi Dong's voice is sharp, her gaze fixed upon the heavens. She exhales a heavy sigh. By the way, have we found that individual named Tang Zuo? She inquires. At the mention of this name, the subordinate trembles, for he is all too familiar with it. Your Holiness, news has emerged today that Tang Zuo is at Shrek Academy, likely to participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition. The subordinate replies after a moment of contemplation. If we can recruit him for the Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition, he shall be proclaimed the Holy Son. If not, there shall be no mercy. This is no ordinary proclamation. It is a command from the highest authority of the Spirit Hall across the Douluo Continent. As the audience witnesses Tang Zuo's overwhelming strength, an eerie silence envelopes the arena. Not a sound can be heard. Finally, a spectator drops their pom-pom, igniting the crowd. Tang Zuo, Tang Zuo, Tang Zuo. The thunderous applause and cheers resonate throughout the venue. Tang Zuo, wielding the martial spirit of the Sharingan, stands as a level 55 versatile battle spirit master. Tang Zuo slowly drew the Kusanagi sword, striking a pose that exuded an air of pretentiousness, accompanied by a piercing gaze. Hearing the cheers of the audience, Ning Rongrong felt a swell of pride. After all, Tang Zuo is indeed her man. Ning Rongrong also summoned her martial spirit. She rotated gracefully in midair, completing a full 360 degrees. A radiant spectrum of 9 colors enveloped her, as the 9 treasure glazed tile manifested in her hand. Yellow, yellow, purple, 3 soul rings revolved rhythmically above the 9 treasure glazed tile. Ning Rongrong, a 37th level auxiliary system soul master, wielded the illustrious 9 treasure glazed tile. Upon hearing of Ning Rongrong's martial spirit, cheers erupted from Tang Zuo, transforming into the sound of the Su Li twin stars. The two opponents across from them were momentarily stunned. What on earth was this? A 55th level Soul King. At this level, even a single rank difference is significant. Not to mention Tang Zuo, who benefited from the enhancement of the 9 treasure glazed tile. The adversaries appeared pitiful in comparison. The opposing auxiliary soul master could merely restore health, while Tang Zuo confidently claimed to possess capabilities across all domains. This implied that he also had auxiliary abilities. Even if the two of them managed to defeat Tang Zuo and Ning Rongrong, they could not inflict harm upon them. Why, you ask? Because of the 9 treasure glazed tile. The 9 treasure glazed tile signifies the 9 treasure glazed sect. Ning Rongrong's martial spirit being the 9 treasure glazed tile confirmed the recent rumors regarding the 7 treasure glazed sect's transition into the 9 treasure glazed sect, shattering previous limitations. As for the identity of the person before them, it was evident without the need for speculation. Ning Rongrong noticed the dazed expressions on the faces of the two individuals, puffing her cheeks in indignation. Chapter 78, Su Li Twin Stars. Tang Zuo observed the panic in his opponent's eyes and instantly activated his shaving technique. The 7 treasures turned into a shimmering glaze. The first aspect was strength, and the second was speed. A resplendent 9-colored radiance enveloped Ning Rongrong, and Tang Zuo felt a warm current coursing through his entire being. Subsequently, both his speed and strength surged by 30%. The third soul skill, Purple Jade Enhancement, descended as the 9-colored glow around Ning Rongrong gradually faded, replaced by a brilliant purple light. This luminescence was extraordinarily dazzling, interwoven with formidable soul power. Tang Zuo and Ning Rongrong have both temporarily elevated their soul power by 1 level. It is noteworthy that Tang Zuo was originally a level 55 Soul King. To ascend another level from this foundation is remarkable. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong appears somewhat weakened. Tang Zuo turned back to glance at Ning Rongrong with concern before continuing into the battlefield. Ma Baohua had no time to react before Tang Zuo sent him flying with a single punch. Fortunately, Tang Zuo's attention had been diverted by Ning Rongrong's earlier weakness. Otherwise, facing the disparity in their physical prowess would have been a dire situation, one that could only be described with 2 words, certain death. Observing this predicament, Xiao Wu swiftly caught Ma Baohua, who coughed up a mouthful of blood and gently collapsed onto the ground. Utilizing his first soul skill, he summoned a restorative potion. A vial of purple liquid dripped onto Ma Baohua, casting a faint glow around him. Tang Zuo was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. He had not anticipated that Ma Baohua would be so feeble, truly astonishingly weak. After undergoing the treatment from the potion song, Ma Baohua quickly rose to his feet. Staring blankly at Tang Zuo, with the utterance of his first soul skill, transform and evolve, the Taiji disc began to rotate beneath Ma Baohua's feet. The black and white Taiji symbol suddenly expanded, spinning incessantly. Tang Zuo was taken aback by the scene before him. To his astonishment, Ma Baohua placed his right hand atop his left and beckoned with a playful curl of his finger. "Come here," Ma Baohua provocatively declared. The audience, finding his antics utterly amusing, erupted into a chorus of laughter, expressing their disdain with mirthful derision. Tang Zuo and Ning Rongrong found it difficult to contain themselves. However, due to the nature of the battle, Tang Zuo relied on his formidable endurance to hold back. Fire style, Great Fire Annihilation. Tang Zuo swiftly formed a series of seals. Inhaling deeply, a tremendous inferno erupted from his mouth in an instant. Ma Baohua collapsed once more. Xiao Wu gazed at Tang Zuo in astonishment, barely managing to assist Ma Baohua to his feet. "Young man, do you not understand the importance of respecting your elders? Has your family not taught you the values of honoring the aged and cherishing the young?" Ma Baohua, clinging to his seniority, remarked thus upon witnessing Tang Zuo's formidable strength. Tang Zuo was about to speak when he suddenly noticed Ma Baohua was standing right before him. Indeed, this was his 5th soul skill, the Great Shift of the Universe. Ma Baohua assumed the initial stance of his palm technique, seemingly preparing to unleash his 3rd soul skill, the 3 whips. Tang Zuo remained utterly still, while the audience watched the unfolding battle with bated breath. Suddenly, Ma Baohua unleashed a swift strike, akin to a ferocious dragon's whip. In the meantime, The potion master activated his soul skill, his soul amplification technique. The green potion gradually transformed into a resplendent golden hue, cascading down upon Ma Baoguo. In an instant, a brilliant golden light erupted. Boom. The force of this strike was untainted by any residual energy. Ma Baoguo had concentrated all his might into a singular point. In the next moment, the spectators were left in astonishment. Ning Rongrong, rarely seen with a wicked smile, revealed her delight. For Ma Baoguo's assault had passed cleanly through Tang Zuo. No, it would be more accurate to say that Ma Baoguo himself was propelled away. Tang Zuo transformed into a cloud of golden powder. In the next moment, he utilized his first soul skill, the Susanoo arm, to grasp Ma Baoguo and flung him outward. Tang Zuo harbored no intentions of taking a life. In other words, Ma Baoguo had been eliminated. The applause and cheers from the audience once more reverberated throughout the venue. As for the potion song, his legs trembled uncontrollably. Why? Because of Tang Zuo's formidable strength and imposing presence. Subsequently, Ning Rongrong withdrew her supportive soul skill. Tang Zuo gazed at the potion singer, inquiring, "Will you descend on your own accord, or shall I escort you?" Tang Zuo wore a smile that, to any discerning observer, was unmistakably a smile of provocation. No, it was a smile imbued with menace. The potion singer felt a chill run down his spine, his entire being trembled. "I shall descend myself," he declared, nodding slightly before gracefully leaping down to the arena below. At last, the combination of Su Li and the twin stars presented us with an extraordinarily riveting match, with our newcomers, Tang Zuo and Ning Rongrong, triumphantly securing victory in this contest. Let us offer them a resounding round of applause and celebration. The host solemnly articulated these words, yet internally, he remained profoundly astonished, his expression betraying a hint of discomfort as he spoke. The applause reverberated like thunder. Tang Zuo and Ning Rongrong exited amidst thunderous applause. On the ground, Ma Baoguo gradually rose to his feet. Today had indeed been a moment of great embarrassment. He had engaged in fierce battles with the younger generation 3 times, and each time he had suffered a humiliating defeat. However, given that his opponents were of a higher rank, he found himself with some justification. On the high platform, the man observed this scene, his astonishment lingering unabated. Tang Zuo has shattered his preconceived notions, while others may remain oblivious. He has scrutinized the records and discerned Tang Zuo's age with utmost clarity, merely 12 years. A 12-year-old soul king, the first of his kind on the Douluo Continent. Furthermore, the standard golden ratio of soul rings consists of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, and black, 5 in total. Yet, Tang Zuo has defied this convention. To say nothing of the subsequent soul rings, even the first soul ring is of 10,000 years. All of this fills the young man with a sense of bewilderment, yet also instills a glimmer of hope within him. As the two stroll forward, they encounter a group of burly men accompanied by a woman. These individuals did not emerge from the recent competition, but rather entered from the outside. Among them, the largest man gazes at Ning Rongrong, his eyes igniting with a predatory gleam. Tang Zuo, utilizing the dynamic prowess of his Sharingan, instantly perceived the situation. He stepped forward, materializing before Ning Rongrong. With a piercing gaze, he fixed his eyes upon the burly figure. "Not bad, little girl. Your boyfriend seems rather unimpressive. Why not choose me instead?" He smirked. Tang Zuo observed that the individual showed no sign of restraint and instead began to flirt with his beloved girlfriend. A surge of anger coursed through him, and he was on the verge of unleashing his soul ring. However, he was halted by Ning Rongrong, who demonstrated a remarkable understanding of the situation. She wished to prevent Tang Zuo from revealing too much of his prowess. Tang Zuo instantly understood. His eyes transformed into blood-red yin-yang orbs. He cast a fierce glare at the burly figure and uttered a single word with chilling clarity: "Scram." The massive man felt an overwhelming pressure on his spirit, rendering him immobile. He attempted to raise his hand to block the two, but found himself utterly unable to move. He swayed unsteadily. With merely a glance, Tang Zuo could immobilize him. The strength of this individual was indeed formidable, far surpassing his own, and by no means was it a trivial margin. It was significantly greater. Chapter 79. The Frenzied Battle Team? I shall render you incapable of such fervor. Noticing the large man's face grow slightly pallid and dazed, a teammate approached him cautiously, gently patting his shoulder. In the next moment, the large man's legs buckled, causing him to fall. "What has happened, boss?" The Frenzied Battle Team had just clashed with those individuals, and now they found themselves at odds with the rare team of Su Li Shuangxing. Did they truly wish to face disqualification? Supervisor Ao, the same man from before, slowly approached and spoke. The members of the frenzied battle team turned to see that this man, though not physically imposing, wore glasses and exuded a scholarly demeanor. Supervisor Ao, we are the frenzied battle team. How dare you speak to us in such a manner for the sake of these two insignificant brats? One of the team members retorted angrily. Just as Supervisor Ao was about to respond, he was interrupted by Tang Zuo. Supervisor Ao, if it is to be this way, I shall not trouble them further. Rong, let us depart. Upon hearing the appellation bestowed upon him by the members of the rampant warriors, Tang Zuo instantly comprehended his identity. A sudden thought crossed his mind, igniting a desire to partake in the team competition, solely to impart a lesson to these brazen and unreasonable individuals. The rampant warriors, recognizing their missteps, remained silent. Before leaving, Ning Rongrong playfully stuck out her tongue at the few members of the rampant warriors. Just as one of the team members was about to express his indignation, he was halted by the imposing figure of the large man. What is the matter? Inquired the team member. That person. He is far too formidable. The large man replied slowly. Meanwhile, Supervisor Ao gazed into the distance where Tang Zuo was heading and subsequently followed in his wake. Brother, why did you leave so abruptly? They sought to tarnish my reputation, Ning Rongrong lamented, her eyes radiating an air of profound vulnerability. Ling Long's gaze reflected a sense of despondency. Tang Zuo halted his steps. Rong, rest assured, I shall certainly assist you in teaching them a lesson. Tang Zuo gently tousled Ning Rongrong's short hair. Smiling as he spoke, Ning Rongrong nodded in response. The sound of uneven footsteps approached, as the 7 members of Shrek and their teachers strolled over. Upon witnessing Tang Zuo and Ning Rongrong's affectionate display, they were filled with an indescribable annoyance. Meanwhile, Oscar sported a sizable bump on his head, while Ming Yiran glared at him in indignation. Tang San and Xiao Wu hurried over upon seeing Tang Zuo and Ning Rongrong. Xiao Wu, you are quite slow. Ning Rongrong remarked with a proud demeanor. Humph, isn't it thanks to my flying thunder god that I brought you here? Xiao Wu retorted, her tone filled with indignation. By the way, brother, we just encountered a group called the Frenzied Warriors. They sought to tarnish my reputation and that of Zhu Qing. Xiao Wu immediately turned her head towards Tang Zuo, gesticulating animatedly as she spoke. Tang Zuo's expression gradually darkened. The Berserk team truly did not know their place. Daring to repeatedly cross Tang Zuo's bottom line. Dean, if there is a match against the Berserk team, I wish to take the field. Berserk team? I shall ensure you do not act so recklessly. Tang Zuo spoke with a grim expression. Flander's gaze shifted instantly, as if he were looking at a fool. Tang Zuo, are you not aware that they are the Soul Honor team? You are a Soul King. If you take the stage, there will be no worthy opponents in this battle arena, and it will be impossible to confront the Mad Warriors, Flander remarked leisurely. No worries, this is quite manageable. Tang Zuo replied. Ning Rongrong, Flander, and the others wore expressions of utter confusion. Upon finishing his words, Tang Zuo, unsure of what to spray upon his hair, gradually tamed his sharp locks. He deftly swept the front strands to the sides, leaving the onlookers utterly bewildered. With his transformed hairstyle, Tang Zuo appeared almost unrecognizable. Remarkable. Tang Zuo, a mere change in hairstyle can yield such a transformation, yet upon closer inspection, one can still discern your essence, Xiao Wu exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, though this new look suits you remarkably well, Ning Rongrong added sincerely, her eyes sparkling with admiration. With a sneer, Tang Zuo traced his finger along the corner of his eye and applied an unknown spray once more. In an instant, he appeared revitalized, with perfectly symmetrical tear troughs gracing his visage. He then retrieved a headband adorned with a symbol, unmistakably that of the Hidden Leaf Village, albeit marred by a distinct scratch. At that moment, Tang Zuo's appearance had evolved. He had transformed from a likeness of Sasuke to that of Itachi. In truth, his features remained unchanged, merely a new hairstyle and the addition of the headband, along with the new tear troughs. Brother, are you truly still yourself? Ning Rongrong gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Tang Zuo, you are truly extraordinary, Flander remarked, his expression dark, yet offering a thumbs up. Ma Hongjun eagerly approached, circling Tang Zuo to scrutinize his current appearance. Brother Zuo, you must adorn me as well. Alas, I should be dashing and charming, a figure of elegance admired by all. Yet I remain unable to shed this weight, Ma Hongjun lamented, his voice tinged with despair. Tang Zuo looked down at Ma Hongjun, who was sprawled on the ground, clinging to Tang Zuo's thigh. Let go. Once you reach level 30 and absorb the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, you will be fine. Tang Zuo, with a disdainful expression, kicked aside Ma Hongjun. The latter's weight was no challenge beneath Tang Zuo's foot. He could easily send Ma Hongjun flying 2 miles away. However, it was inconceivable for Tang Zuo to exert himself in such a manner. Ma Hongjun, clutching his purple face, gazed at the crowd with a pitiful look. But they merely turned their heads, completely ignoring him. The vibrant hues of life, once dazzling to Ma Hongjun, swiftly faded into shades of gray. In the next moment, a beautiful receptionist approached, and Ma Hongjun's eyes sparkled with delight. He believed life was indeed beautiful. Yet, in an instant, he was oblivious to his actions. His wounds had miraculously healed, and he retrieved the rose he always carried with him, placing it in his mouth. He then dashed to the receptionist, winking playfully at her. Indeed, he was disregarded. As snowflakes fell and the north wind howled, Ma Hongjun knelt on the ground, drawing circles as if to cast a curse. Yes, he had embarked on his melancholic era. The onlookers chuckled at Ma Hongjun, as if they were watching a performance. Xiao Wu, perhaps it is time for you to change your name and alias, Yu Xiaogang pointedly inquired. Tang Zuo fell into deep contemplation upon hearing this. Indeed, it was only natural that he could no longer retain his original name. Thus, he declared, I shall be known as Tang Yao. And what of your code name? Yu Xiaogang inquired once more. Let it be Yao Shun. A glimmer of excitement seemed to illuminate the eyes of the crowd. That name was truly formidable. Hey, brother, even if you have changed your appearance, your soul power remains unaltered, does it not? The astute Ning Rongrong cleverly asked. Chapter 80. The astonishment brought by the complete sword to the Shrek 8 monsters. This is a matter of no concern. For did not the venerable snake lady bestow upon me a soul skill? After pondering for a moment, Tang Zuo remarked, however, your soul rings and soul power are far too formidable to conceal. Upon hearing this, Snake Lady responded. Tang Zuo was momentarily taken aback. The dark curtain enveloped the space. Tang Zuo swiftly formed a series of seals. As his words fell, a shroud of black mist enveloped the surroundings, completely obscuring everything in sight. Tang Zuo's intention behind this action was to avoid being seen by outsiders. What are you doing, Tang Zuo? The serpent lady inquired with a look of confusion. Tang Zuo smiled faintly, summoning forth the 10-fist sword, which materialized in his hand. A formidable surge of soul power erupted, yet it was effortlessly thwarted by Tang Zuo's ninjutsu. In the next instant, 5 soul rings burst forth, swirling above the 10-fist sword. Except for those familiar with Tang Zuo's martial spirit, the onlookers displayed expressions of utter disbelief. Young man, are you a twin martial spirit? Dragon Lord and Snake Matron exclaimed in astonishment. During their previous encounter, Tang Zuo had merely disclosed his relationship with Tang Hao, revealing nothing further. Tang Zuo nodded slightly. Subsequently, he employed his soul technique to transform his 5 soul rings into the colors yellow, purple, and purple. As for why he chose not to convert them into yellow, and purple, it was because Tang Zuo believed that such a combination did not align with his essence. The reason he was able to compress the soul rings of this martial spirit was that the essence of the soul rings remained within the Sharingan. This was a shared connection, thus resulting in a certain degree of attenuation in the soul power of the rings. Tang Zuo can compress the soul ring. Brother Zuo, please be a person and refrain from diminishing our confidence any further, said Dai Mubai. Indeed, Tang Zuo is a man who surpasses all in comparison. A genius. A prodigious talent. Yet, Dai Mubai, in his idleness, dares to measure himself against Tang Zuo. What a foolish endeavor. This is nothing short of self-inflicted torment. He is simply at a loss for what to do with himself. Tang Zuo, you have astonished me beyond measure, Flanders remarked, supporting his shoe-like visage. Tang Zuo gradually lifted the dark veil. As it dissipated, he found Supervisor Ao staring blankly at them, which left Tang Zuo and his companions feeling rather awkward. Supervisor Ao, what is the matter? Asked Flandra. I am here to caution you, he replied. Do not be misled by appearances. The individuals you just saw are none other than the Frenzied Battle Team. Each member possesses formidable strength, with the lowest being at least level 35. And they have only registered in the Soul Arena 10 days ago. Should they win this match, they will advance directly to the Copper Soul Arena. If you feel your strength is insufficient to contend with them, I advise you to concede immediately upon entering the arena. Otherwise, it could lead to dire consequences. Supervisor AO maintained a stern expression, revealing nothing but seriousness. Upon hearing this, Flandre was nearly amused. Oscar, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Mengaran, Dai Mubai, Tang Yao, and the Requiem Power, Flandre proclaimed with great confidence. The others looked at him with a mix of disbelief and support, as the thrill of the challenge was undeniably exhilarating. Tang San and Xiao Wu are no longer the soul masters who have just stepped into the 30th level. Tang San has already absorbed the ethereal essence of the fragrant and delicate Xianpin, while Xiao Wu has partaken of the heart-wrenching crimson offered by Tang Zuo. Tang San, a level 38 weapon spirit master wielding the blue silver grass, spoke with a mask adorning his visage. Upon hearing the words 38, the overseer AO was momentarily taken aback. I am Xiao Wu, a level 37 assault-type battle spirit master, with the soft-boned rabbit as my martial spirit. As she spoke, Xiao Wu performed her signature move. Tang Yao, with the martial spirit of the Ten-Fist Sword, stands as a formidable level 39 assault-type weapon spirit master. Tang Yao pondered for a moment and resolved to maintain his soul power at the 39th level. Supervisor AO was even more astonished. With his years of experience, he could easily discern that these individuals were all under the age of 14. Oscar, possessing the martial soul of a giant sausage, was a 38th level auxiliary soul master. Oscar's talent, while commendable, did not reach the extraordinary heights of Tang Zuo. Thus he remained at the 38th level. Mengaran, wielding the martial soul of a dragon spear, was a 38th level assault soul master. Although her talent had significantly improved due to consuming the rose of love, her original aptitude was not exceptionally high, and she was still at the 28th level. Supervisor AO, upon hearing the voices of those under 16, felt as if his eyes might pop out in disbelief. Then came the Pai Si to assistance. Dai Mubai, with the martial soul of the evil eye white tiger, was a 40th level assault soul sovereign. Dai Mubai gestured in the air, stating his prowess. Had Supervisor AO not known of Tang Zuo prior to this moment, he might have fainted on the spot. For these individuals were truly astonishing. The teachers from Shrek Academy, observing Supervisor AO's bewildered expression, felt a swell of pride. So, Supervisor AO, are you still concerned about us? Flandre inquired. Supervisor AO discreetly released his grip on his sleeve. Indeed, he had been startled by Tang Zuo and the others, which had caused him to clutch his garment tightly. Attempting to shift the conversation, he noticed Ning Rongrong and politely approached her. Fairy Lioli, may I inquire if Suzanne is present? Supervisor AO asked. Ning Rongrong, taken aback by the question, was momentarily at a loss. She could hardly reveal that Tang Yao was indeed Tang Zuo, for that would certainly prevent him from taking the stage. Tang Zuo squinted slightly at the scene before him, his throat constricting as he deepened his voice with an air of gravity. Director AO, Susanu, is not present here. He has returned to Shrek Academy, Tang Zuo stated. Director AO's expression shifted to one of enlightenment, quickly followed by profound astonishment. Susanu is also from Shrek Academy? It appears your institution truly abounds with exceptional talent. Director AO remarked. Tang Zuo slightly nodded. Oh, not at all. Merely a superficial reputation, Flandre replied politely, waving his hand. Is that truly a superficial reputation? Your esteemed institution is capable of nurturing such rare talents from the continent. It must be genuinely deserving of its acclaim. Supervisor AO responded in kind. Tang Zuo observed the back and forth between the two individuals with growing impatience. Director AO, I have yet to complete my registration. Might you assist me with this? Upon hearing this, Director AO suddenly recalled that he had not encountered Tang Yin among the members of the Shrek Academy team. Pray tell, are you a new student at Shrek Academy? Director AO inquired. Indeed, I am, came the response. Tang Zuo pondered for a brief moment before ultimately deciding to express himself in this manner, as it seemed more rational. Very well, then, please follow me. Upon hearing this, Tang Zuo followed Supervisor AO to the front desk, casting a flirtatious glance at Ning Rongrong before departing. Ning Rongrong, taken aback by the sudden transformation of Tang Zuo, felt a tinge of bashfulness. Chapter 81. The Frenzied Squad When Unable to Frenzy. Life. The young man at the front desk remained fixated on his computer screen, not lifting his gaze. Tang Yin. Tang Zuo's warm and gentle voice slowly uttered the two characters. After the front desk completed the registration, they handed him a token engraved with the name Tang Yin. His complexion instantly flushed with color. Supervisor AO, I shall go and join them now. As for the matters concerning the Berserker Squad, you can leave it to us without any worries. Tang Zuo remarked, Naturally. With your group of brilliant soul masters, I believe the frenzied battle team cannot pose any threat to you. Director AO responded affirmatively. After speaking, Tang Zuo departed without a backward glance, leaving Director AO deep in contemplation. He sensed an uncanny resemblance between Tang Yin and Tang Zuo in both their demeanor and appearance. Rong Rong, Xiao San, Xiao Wu, I have returned. Tang Zuo raised his hand and waved, calling out loudly. A few individuals turned back upon hearing his voice, taken aback by the unfamiliar appearance of Tang Zuo before them. Tang Zuo and the Shrek 7 monsters engaged in a discussion regarding the simplicity of defeating the frenzied warriors. With a single strike from his blazing fire extinguishing technique, Tang Zuo could annihilate half of them effortlessly. So why the need for this discourse? It merely serves a purpose, perhaps to grant a semblance of dignity to the frenzied warriors, who may never regain their former ferocity. As for the reasons behind their decline in fervor, Tang Zuo secretly revealed a fierce glimmer in his eyes. The sound of a door being kicked echoed through the air. The wooden door fell to the ground in an instant. The one who had kicked it in was none other than the formidable figure, the captain of the Berserk squad. Quan Shi. Following closely behind him was a woman adorned with heavy makeup, her figure alluring and somewhat enchanting. Ma Hongjuan's eyes widened in astonishment, and Oscar and Dai Mubai exhibited similar reactions. However, Oscar soon turned his gaze towards Meng Iran, while Dai Mubai looked at Zhu Zhuqing, letting out a sigh of lament. The Shrek squad. Humph, you are in for a surprise. Tang Zuo suddenly appeared before the frenzied rhinoceros, delivering what appeared to be a light kick. Yet it concealed a subtle force of soul power. The rhinoceros was violently propelled against the wall, crashing through it, with a smear of blood adorning his lips and a significant pool of it accumulating on the ground. Clutching his chest, now bruised to a deep purple from Tang Zuo's strike, he struggled to draw breath. Speaking proved to be an arduous task, and once more, a sharp pain coursed through his chest. With broken ribs, was there any comfort to be found? He fancied himself invincible, akin to Cheng Yaojing. Observing the fallen rhinoceros, a nearby woman hurriedly rushed to aid him, her face contorted with anger as she glared at Tang Zuo. Are you unaware that attacking your opponent before the match is a violation of the rules? She exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Tang Zuo remained unperturbed. Are you not aware that trespassing into an opponent's resting area constitutes a violation? Flander, ever the protector, interjected. The woman sighed in resignation. Indeed, they were in the wrong. Even if Supervisor AO were to arrive, he would not favor them. Moreover, Tang Zuo's earlier kick that sent the rampant rhinoceros sprawling had truly startled her, serving as a wake-up call. Shrek Academy was formidable, and they faced a high likelihood of defeat, almost a certainty. It was not a matter of lacking confidence. The pressure emanating from Tang Zuo alone was immensely formidable. For the rampant rhinoceros, who had endured that kick, the pressure magnified exponentially. The two departed in disarray. The woman furiously supporting the chest-clutching rampant rhinoceros, her expression laden with gravity. She dared not underestimate Shrek, for even the slightest miscalculation could jeopardize their future as a team. Anger simmered within her towards the rampant rhinoceros. Had he not provoked Shrek Academy, it was conceivable that their two teams might never have crossed paths. Xiao Wu, you acted too impulsively, Yu Xiaogang remarked. I apologize, foster father. I could not restrain myself. He insulted Rong Rong, Xiao Wu, and Xiao San. It would have been lenient of me not to have dealt with him. Of course, Rong Rong was the primary concern. Oh, you child, Yu Xiaogang sighed, shaking his head with a wry smile. Brother, you are truly wonderful, Xiao Wu said, stepping forward to grasp Tang Zuo's arm, giving it a gentle shake. Ning Rong Rong, seeing this, approached and embraced Tang Zuo's other arm, playfully sticking her tongue out at Xiao Wu. In Tang San's eyes lingered a hint of confusion. All right, everyone, enough of this. It's time for the competition. Let us first confirm the roster. Flender declared. First and foremost, Tang Zuo will certainly take the field, along with Xiao San, Xiao Wu, Rong Rong, Oscar, Zhu Zhuqing, and Dai Mubai. You seven shall take the stage. The seven nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun and Meng Iran, who were not slated to participate, exhibited no signs of disappointment. For them, this match posed no challenge whatsoever. It was evident that Tang Zuo alone could obliterate the frenzied team. The reasoning behind including everyone was merely a procedural formality, with the ultimate goal being to teach the frenzied team a lesson. Tang Zuo felt a surge of anger whenever he recalled the frenzied team. Had Ning Rong Rong not intervened back then, he might have obliterated the wild rhinoceros. No one had dared to utter such words to Tang Zuo's girlfriend, not even in their wildest dreams. Soon, the time had arrived for Shrek Academy to face off against the Frenzy team. The 7 contestants prepared to ascend the stage. Disguised, Tang Zuo garnered a warm reception from the female audience. "Who is that? Oh, how handsome!" exclaimed one admirer, notably a male. "Indeed, I'm enamored. I wish to obtain that young man's WeChat." Wait, what is WeChat? Though unfamiliar with WeChat, the spectator blurted out his thoughts. Now for this match. We present our freshman team, the Shrek 7 Monsters, battling against the Frenzy team. The host proclaimed enthusiastically. Though Shrek is a newcomer team, its strength is formidable. Do not be deceived by the youth of its members. Among them are the thousand-handed Azura, the glazed fairy, the gentle bone charm rabbit, the nether spirit cat, the evil-eyed white tiger, the sausage specialist, and the first-time contender in the soul arena, Uchiha. As the announcement concluded, the audience erupted into fervent discussion. "Oh my, is that the glazed fairy? Who is the glazed fairy? You must be quite uninformed. The glazed fairy is the girlfriend of the Soul King-level powerhouse, Susanoo." Except for Tang Yan, all members wore masks, which contributed to why some did not recognize the glazed fairy. The masks they donned were crafted by Tang Zuo himself. Composed of pure gold, incomparable to ordinary golden masks. Tang Zuo still vividly remembers the ecstatic expression on Flandra's face at that moment. Reflecting on it now evokes a sense of embarrassment, for that elderly gentleman, with his peculiar shoes, actually seemed inclined to kiss Tang Zuo upon seeing the mask. Tang Zuo was nearly terrified to death by Flandra's sudden onslaught, fearing for his innocence. Chapter 82, Celebration. At this moment, the frenzied warriors were also present on the field. However, they seemed to be overlooked, as the focus of the entire arena was predominantly on Shrek Academy. In a particularly somber corner of the stage, 3 individuals sat, their gazes fixed on Ning Rongrong, their expressions darkening. Frenzied warriors, tear them apart. One of these 3 bore a striking resemblance to a kangaroo, with prominent front teeth, while the appearances of the other 2 were equally unappealing. Indeed, they were none other than the notorious trio known as the Unpleasant 3. "Now, I declare the match to commence," announced the host, concluding his words. Tang Zuo stepped forward. The responsibilities that should have fallen upon Dai Mubai now rested upon him. "Brothers, unleash your martial souls." Tang Zuo's voice resonated with inspiration and charm. As he spoke, the 10-fist sword materialized out of thin air, enveloped in a swirling crimson aura. The yellow, purple, and purple soul rings illuminated, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the audience. "Heavens, what an extraordinary configuration!" one spectator exclaimed. However, the reactions from the others were rather muted. "Huffed, it's evident you've never witnessed true prowess. That man's soul rings are far more terrifying," another audience member retorted. "What? Even more fearsome than this? Just how powerful must he be?" The initially astonished spectator gasped once more. Yet, he would remain oblivious to the fact that these 2 remarkable individuals were, in truth, one and the same. Silence. The figure beside them, Nian, was now infuriated, flames seemingly igniting behind him. He witnessed Tang Zuo's match. How could he possibly be oblivious to the fact that Su Zhaoji was Tang Zuo? The psychological shadow cast upon him by this individual is profoundly significant. He will forever be unable to forget the humiliating sight of himself being ruthlessly defeated by Tang Zuo without the use of soul power. It was nothing short of a disgrace. The 2 individuals by his side experienced the same humiliation. At that time, they were esteemed soul elders. Yet they were mercilessly beaten by Tang Zuo without the activation of soul power. What could they do in such a predicament? Now, upon learning that Tang Zuo has ascended to the rank of Soul King, their situation seems even more dire. Although the 3 of them have also progressed, the disparity between them and Tang Zuo is immeasurable. The difference is indeed vast. Tang Zuo can effortlessly subdue them with just 3 punches and 2 kicks, commanding their respect as if they were his fathers. However, his prowess is unmatched among those below the rank of Soul King, rendering him invincible with no adversaries to challenge him. He is capable of contending with some Soul Emperors of lesser strength. Yet, against those above the 67th rank, he finds himself nearly exhausting his reserves. Even when employing all his trump cards, excluding the title Douluo experience card, Tang Zuo's strength reaches a maximum of 72, which still falls significantly short compared to the fully harnessed soul power of Yu Xiaogang, who has achieved the 78th rank. Tang Zuo strikes with the element of surprise. If he were to carry out an assassination, Not only himself, but even Tang San would possess the potential to eliminate a soul sage. The Tsanghui Academy serves as a quintessential example of this, having even bestowed upon Tang San a soul bone. Not to mention Tang Zuo. Tang's was illusionary arts, ninjutsu, and hidden weapons are not inferior to Tang San's. In fact, they may even surpass them. Moreover, Tang's was methods are undoubtedly far more sophisticated than those of Tang San, exhibiting a certain flamboyance. The competition has now commenced. The name Frenzied Rhinoceros is quite indicative, as his martial spirit embodies a rhinoceros. The damage inflicted upon him by Tang's was kick still lingers, showing no signs of abating. He stands here to compete against Shrek Academy only due to a medication that has rendered him immune to pain. The blue-silver grass of Tang San radiated a brilliant blue light. The first soul skill, Blue Imprint Entanglement, illuminated 3 soul rings, inciting a tumultuous uproar. The mere presence of Tang Yin had already left the audience astounded, but witnessing the prowess of the remaining members of Shrek Academy rendered their astonishment beyond mere words. Shrek! 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 The cheers for Shrek echoed incessantly, accompanied by a continuous wave of applause. The members of the Mad Battle team felt a surge of discontent. However, what could their dissatisfaction achieve? They were no match for the 7 monsters of Shrek. The woman, now fully aware of the strength possessed by the 7 from Shrek, harbored an even deeper resentment towards the Mad Rhino. Had it not been for their nominal captain, would they have dared to provoke the monstrous academy of Shrek? Perhaps they would have faced them in a match, but that would have merely resulted in a lost game. Yet, the situation had shifted dramatically. They had indeed drawn the ire of Shrek. Could the 7 monsters of Shrek simply let them go? In a typical scenario, they might have, as seen with the Tsanghui Academy. However, their case was different. They had audaciously entertained malicious thoughts towards Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing. This was the very reason for their downfall here. In an instant, the blue-silver grass surged forth, ensnaring the 7 members of the Mad Battle team before they could react. They were tightly bound, rendered completely immobile, as if shackled. Tang Zuo observed this predicament with a subtle smile. With a swift motion, he unleashed the Thunder Half-Moon Slash, a powerful strike emanating from the 10-fist sword that imposed an overwhelming pressure upon his adversaries. The ground trembled as the flame sword executed the destruction of heaven, unleashing a vast sea of flames that engulfed the arena in an instant. Tang San's blue-silver grass radiated a luminous blue light. The first soul skill, Blue-Silver Bind, activated, and the 3 soul rings shimmered, inciting a tumultuous uproar. The mere presence of Tang Yu was already astonishing enough, but now, witnessing the prowess of the remaining Shrek members, the audience's astonishment transcended the bounds of mere language. Shrek! 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 The cheers for Shrek resonated endlessly, accompanied by an unceasing rhythm of applause. The members of the frenzied battle team found themselves overwhelmed. Yet, what could their discontent achieve? They were no match for the 7 Shrek monsters. In Chapter 83, Tang Zuo, empowered by Ning Rongrong's additional soul skill, had become even more formidable. If he exerted his full strength, he could effortlessly incapacitate the entire frenzied rhino with a single kick. Tang Zuo, wielding the 10-fist sword, approached the frenzied rhinoceros with deliberate slowness. The blade scraped against the ground, yet it failed to emit any sparks. Instead, it left behind deep scars upon the earth, precisely the depth of the sword's entry. What do you intend to do? The frenzied rhinoceros, clutching the swollen injury inflicted by Tang Zuo earlier that morning, gazed at him in a state of panic. He feared that Tang Zuo might strike him once more. If that were to happen, it could spell his doom. You may provoke me, but to provoke Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Xiao San is absolutely unacceptable. Tang Zuo's words resonated with unwavering conviction, striking like iron nails. Upon hearing this, the 3 individuals behind him felt a comforting warmth in their hearts. Don't come any closer. I can pay you. I can pay you, can I? Guangxi collapsed onto the ground, desperately wishing to flee from the scene. The celestial pull of myriad worlds enveloped him, an overwhelmingly powerful force drawing him in. Don't come any closer. My brother is Guangtia, a soul emperor. You will perish. Guangxi's eyes widened, bloodshot, and filled with terror. Tang Zuo was somewhat astonished upon hearing this, for the original work did not feature a character named Guang Tai. Nevertheless, he could not shake off the feeling that this name was strikingly familiar. Since you have mentioned it, I shall also engage in conversation with you. Tang Zuo slowly pointed towards the audience. Do you see that burly man over there? The unmoving king, Xiao Wujia, our esteemed teacher. Tang Zuo chuckled and remarked, that flat-faced fellow, One of the Iron Triangle, the bespectacled cat hawk, the Soul Saint, Flender. Tang Zuo continued. Now, cast your gaze upon those two over there, the Dragon Lord and the Serpent Matron. Is there really any need for me to elaborate further? At this point, Guangxi felt as though one of his fundamental beliefs about the world was crumbling. What kind of academy is this, with such formidable faculty? Immediately after, Tang Zuo gestured towards Yu Xiaogang. This is Yu Xiaogang, the esteemed master you refer to, but do not underestimate him. His martial soul issues have been resolved, and he is now a soul sage. Tang Zuo remarked with a smile. Tang Zuo remarked that the more frantic the rhinoceros, the closer it is to collapse. Tang Zuo's smile was not the kind that sent shivers down one's spine. Rather, it was an ordinary smile. Indeed, it was a perfectly normal smile. Yet, in the eyes of the frenzied rhinoceros, that smile took on a sinister quality. In the depths of extreme terror, one could even perceive a normal person as a specter. And the frenzied rhinoceros found itself engulfed in such profound fear. This terror was not something that could be easily erased. It might very well leave a haunting shadow upon the heart of the frenzied rhinoceros. Tang Zuo, with a smile, took measured steps towards the wild rhino. You may take the stage now, he beckoned with a wave of his hand. The atmosphere was heavy and silent, the Shrek's 6 monsters rendered speechless. This incarnation of Tang Zuo was formidable beyond comprehension. Even the seasoned Shrek crew had never encountered such a version of him. Deep within his soul lay darkness. Embodied by Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong, the wild rhino was destined to suffer. With a heart of both deities and demons, he wielded the powers of soul, fate severance, the heavens and earth's essence, dreams, primordial spirit, and the celestial separation of the Tao. The 8 extraordinary meridians were sealed. Tang Zuo thrust the 10-fist sword into the ground, his hands merging together to form a seal. 3 soul rings rose in response, and golden characters continuously materialized in the air. A colossal character for seal emerged, accompanied by a thunderous sound and a flash of golden light. Tang Zuo drew the 10-fist sword. The time surrounding Tang Zuo appeared to have come to a standstill. Tang Zuo relentlessly wielded the 10-fist sword. Yet the slashes emitted by the blade halted midair. Slash. The word resonated. Countless sharp strikes erupted instantaneously, all directed towards the frenzied rhinoceros, which, at this moment, was utterly devoid of any capacity for resistance. It could be said that even an ordinary person might overpower it, for it had surrendered all hope. Much like the modern-day devil's games that drain one of life's aspirations, ultimately leading one to self-destruction. However, Tang Zuo harbored no intention of slaying the frenzied rhinoceros. The objective of Tang Zuo is to teach a lesson to this arrogant and lawless individual, and more importantly, to confront the impudent scoundrel who dares to cast his gaze upon Ning Rongrong. Guangxi gazes in terror at the impending assault unleashed by Tang Zuo. No, stay away, get away. Guangxi screams in despair. The Kuang battle team, you are truly reckless. It is said that those who engage in combat with you either perish or are grievously wounded. Today, I shall make you remember that there are always greater powers beyond your own. Due to the immense loudness of Tang Zuo's voice, echoes reverberated throughout the soul arena, sometimes present, sometimes absent, leaving the audience in awe once more. This awe was not merely ordinary. It was a profound admiration for Tang Zuo, whom they regarded as Tang Yao, a testament to his formidable strength and remarkable character. Shrek, Shrek, Shrek. The cheers erupted again, though this time they were not calling for Tang Yao, as they were unaware of his name. Instead, they shouted for Shrek, buoyed by the overwhelming impact the other members of Shrek had left on them. In a flash, the strike before the mad rhinoceros vanished, as Tang Zuo retracted it. But would Tang Zuo easily let go of someone attempting to provoke Ning Rongrong? Clearly, the answer was no. A golden seal illuminated around the mad rhinoceros, as ethereal chains, both tangible and intangible, ensnared its limbs. The mad rhinoceros found itself ensnared in an unsettling environment, surrounded by desolation, beneath which lurked eyes. Tang Yao's figure loomed large, accompanied by an enormous purple creature, a monstrosity so colossal it sent chills deep into the bones. Unable to withstand the terror any longer, the mad rhinoceros faltered, just as Tang Zuo dispelled the environment. Yet, the chains were not part of that illusion. They slowly advanced toward the mad rhinoceros's soul rings, coiling gently around them. With a sharp crack, the 3 soul rings exhibited fissures, deep and unsettling cracks that shocked the audience to their core. The soul rings, seemingly indestructible in the eyes of the crowd, had shattered. And with that, The mad rhinoceros found itself bereft of all soul power. Tang Zuo suddenly appeared before the mad rhinoceros. With a gentle kick, the mad rhinoceros was sent flying from the arena, crashing against the wall opposite. This was a match that had ended before it even began. The Shrek 6 did not even have the opportunity to intervene. Merely witnessing Tang Zuo single-handedly confront the mad battle team. Thus, it was a remarkable display of 1 against 7, culminating in an overwhelming victory. Moreover, this 1 versus 7 feat resonated with Tang Zuo's current name, Tang Weasel, as the Japanese pronunciation of weasel phonetically translates to 1 against 7. Chapter 84, Mad Iron. Shrek, Shrek, Shrek. The name echoed incessantly from the audience, with nearly every spectator passionately chanting these 3 syllables in unison. Tang Zuo retracted his martial soul and soul rings, slowly turning his head. To his astonishment, he found Ning Rongrong unexpectedly leaping towards him. The spectators present were equally taken aback, abruptly silencing their cheers. In their eyes, Tang Zuo was Ning Rongrong's boyfriend, yet at that moment, he was Tang Yan, not Tang Zuo. Tang Zuo was utterly bewildered. As he became aware of his surroundings, he discreetly signaled to Ning Rongrong with a glance. How could the ever-perceptive Ning Rongrong fail to comprehend Tang Zuo's intentions? Noticing the cessation of cheers, which left even the host momentarily stunned, she hastily released her embrace around Tang Zuo and stealthily called out brother. The instant the audience and the host heard this term of endearment, a wave of relief washed over them, and the cheers resumed fervently. Tang Zuo's hands trembled uncontrollably, a clear manifestation of his overwhelming anxiety. He was, without a doubt, in a state of sheer panic. The thought of being discovered as Tang Zuo, utilizing a mere disguise, was utterly terrifying. It was important to note that this was not a true transformation. He had merely enhanced his appearance with a tear trough, altered his hairstyle, and donned a headband. Thus, to the discerning eye, such modifications could still reveal his identity. For instance, Supervisor AO, seated in the audience, adjusted his glasses, and a glimmer of light flashed across the lenses, momentarily blinding. Tang Yan and Tang Zuo, possessing dual martial souls, must be befriended at all costs. Offending him is simply out of the question, Supervisor AO murmured softly. Tang Zuo, noticing the host's prolonged silence, grew increasingly impatient and waved his hand. Hey, can you announce the end of the competition? He inquired with exasperation. The host, taken aback by his words, quickly gathered himself. I hereby declare that the victors are the Shrek 7 monsters, led by Uchiha Itachi, he proclaimed steadily. The audience erupted in cheers once again. Oh dear, this child Zuo is far too impetuous, Yu Xiaogang remarked with a wry smile, shaking his head. Indeed, he is quite headstrong, Long Gong concurred, nodding in agreement, but added, yet, without a hint of that stubbornness, perhaps such talent wouldn't have flourished as it has. Upon hearing this, the teachers of Shrek burst into laughter. Long Gong's observation held a measure of truth. Zuo, you didn't even give us a chance to perform, Dai Mubai chuckled. Yes, Zuo, next time you should refrain from participating. At this rate, what's the point of our training? We might as well play in the mud, Ma Hongjun complained. Ha ha ha, my apologies, Tang Zuo replied, casting a glance at the fallen Quan Shi. This person truly deserves a beating, he stated. The Shrek 6 monsters trembled at the sight. After all, this version of Tang Zuo was rather intimidating. They had no desire to provoke him in their lifetimes. It wasn't merely a matter of reluctance, but rather one of fear. Zuo, we must celebrate with a grand feast, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, stepping forward to drape an arm around Tang Zuo's neck. Tang Zuo grasped Ma Hongjun's hand and executed a shoulder throw. Damn, Zuo, you tricked me, Ma Hongjun exclaimed as he fell to the ground. Tang Zuo chuckled in response. The 7 of them then exited the arena. Tang Zuo immediately sought a secluded spot to transform back into Tang Zuo from Tang Yan, for the current appearance was exceedingly discomforting to him. His hair felt unmanageable, compelling him to use copious amounts of conditioner to tame his once sharply defined locks. Indeed, those strands were quite angular, sharp and pointed. Rong, I have returned, Tang Zuo exclaimed, waving cheerfully at Ning Rongrong. Upon recognizing him, Ning Rongrong turned with delight and rushed towards him, overflowing with joy. She enveloped Tang Zuo in a bear hug, to which he did not retreat in the slightest. In fact, Ning Rongrong felt a forceful impact, a testament to Tang Zuo's remarkable physique, which allowed him to rebound against ordinary physical blows. Dean, here, I present you with 2 bags of golden powder. We are going to feast extravagantly, Tang Zuo shouted, tossing two small golden pouches towards Flander. The sight of those bags sent Flander into a fervor, his eyes transforming instantaneously. The once pitch-black pupils now gleamed with a golden hue, reflecting a large dollar sign that had morphed into a dollar symbol. Yu Xiaogang, witnessing Flander's excitement, could only chuckle, shaking his head at Flander's insatiable greed, a trait he would likely never outgrow. No one could sway him from this disposition, not even if the spirit hall were handed to him. Even then, he would probably calculate his expenses meticulously. Before long, the members of Shrek Academy congregated at a nearby restaurant. "Let us dine," Ma Hongjun exclaimed impatiently. "Did you not express a desire to lose weight? Why the eagerness now?" Flander squinted at his unmotivated disciple, a smirk forming on his lips. He deduced that Ma Hongjun was unlikely to pursue weight loss, attributing this to his laziness, much like the slothful author who enjoyed procrastinating, deferring today's tasks to tomorrow. Ma Hongjun's subsequent words confirmed this. The matter of dieting can wait until tomorrow. Today, Dugu is treating, and I must indulge." With a ravenous expression, he was clearly entranced by visions of culinary delights. The group found a table, albeit 2 chairs were missing. "Ma Hongjun, please fetch 2 chairs, Flander instructed. Without hesitation, Ma Hongjun sprang to his feet, responding, "Certainly." He then made his way down to the first floor, where the chairs were located. As he approached the chairs, Ma Hongjun sensed a shadow looming behind him, an individual of modest height, yet impressively muscular. "Who are you?" Ma Hongjun inquired. "I am your grandfather, Quang Tai. My brother Quang, she is the one you Shrek Academy have harmed." Quang Tai's countenance was grim, his fury palpable as he fixed a piercing gaze on Ma Hongjun. During his time in the arena, Ma Hongjun had learned of Quang Shi's claims of having an elder brother who was a soul emperor. Had Quang Shi sent him? Tang Zuo had previously informed Quang Shi about the presence of 3 soul saints, a soul Douluo, and a soul emperor within Shrek Academy. It was unthinkable that Quang Shi would send Quang Tai under such circumstances. He was no fool. "Humph. My brother fell into a coma upon returning. And you still dare to bring it up," Quang Tai retorted. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun quickly grasped the situation. "Dean, Teacher Xiao Zuo, help." He shouted towards the 2nd floor. Chapter 85. The Divine Moon Space. The individuals on the 2nd floor were oblivious to Ma Hongjun's cries, as the soundproofing was remarkably effective. Meanwhile, Quang Tai, upon hearing Tang Zuo's name, exhibited a flicker of disdain in his eyes. He was aware that Tang Zuo was the Susanoo man, yet to him, Tang Zuo was merely an ordinary soul king. Despite possessing extraordinary talent, it mattered little. Quang Tai's rank surpassed that of Tang Zuo, compounded by his own sense of superiority, rendering Tang Zuo insignificant in his view. However, had a confrontation occurred, Quang Tai would undoubtedly find himself swiftly defeated within 5 minutes. Tang Zuo was no ordinary soul king, but one whose strength rivaled that of a soul saint. "Little fatty, it appears your Tang Yin is up there, isn't? Quang Tai smirked lewdly, eyeing Ma Hongjun with an expression that seemed rather sinister. With a quick thought, Ma Hongjun devised a plan to deceive Quang Tai into ascending. If successful, Quang Tai would surely meet his downfall. After all, they had a soul Douluo, 2 soul saints, a soul emperor, and a soul king whose prowess was on par with a soul saint. Indeed. "Please, right this way," Ma Hongjun replied, adopting an appropriately ingratiating demeanor as he gestured forward with a smile. Quang Tai's expression brightened. "You are perceptive. However, I must first give you a beating to relieve my anger." His demeanor darkened as an electrified hammer materialized in his grasp, crackling with energy. The onlookers on the 1st floor scattered in terror at the sight. With a resounding crash, 6 soul rings, white, yellow, purple, and black, encircled Quang Tai's hammer, seemingly accompanied by a dramatic soundtrack. Ma Hongjun, witnessing this, felt his heart race in fear. "Why must I always be the one to suffer? Why did I say again?" he exclaimed in bewilderment. Tang Zuo gazed at the group with a smile, but soon he halted all movement, having encountered Ma Hongjun. Tang Zuo Dao. Upon hearing this, the inhabitants of Shrek turned their gaze towards Tang Zuo, their faces etched with confusion. "What is it? Is there something concerning Ma Hongjun?" Xiao Wu said, tilting her head from side to side, her expression adorably naive. Tang Zuo remained motionless, yet in the next moment, he transformed into a streak of golden light. The first soul skill, Thunderhammer. Quang Tia wielded his hammer, laughing maniacally as he gazed at Ma Hongjun, resembling a battle-mad lunatic, utterly frenzied. Ma Hongjun closed his eyes, Overwhelmed by despair, he shouted, "Zhuge, save me." However, Quang Tie paid no heed to Ma Hongjuan's cries, for he believed that even if Tang Zuo did appear, he would remain unafraid. This was not a display of Tang Zuo's arrogance. Any individual in such a situation would likely feel the same. A resounding thud echoed, rich and profound, not resembling the sound of impact against the ground or walls. Blood began to seep onto the ground, albeit in small quantities, yet it continued to flow. Zhuge. Ma Hongjun stared blankly ahead, his eyes devoid of life. Tang Zuo stood resolutely in place. The soul technique of Quang Tai was intercepted by Tang Zuo, who used his hand to shield Ma Hongjun. The blood on the ground was the crimson liquid that flowed downward from Tang Zuo's hand. Tang Zuo fixated intently on the horizon ahead. Does Tang Zuo not feel pain? Indeed, he does, and it is excruciating. Although Tang Zuo possesses the capability to vanquish such a low-ranking Soul Emperor, his physical form remains insufficient to endure the damage inflicted by a Soul Emperor. Quang Tai gazed in astonishment at the figure before him, as if something fleeting flickered through his mind. In the eyes of Ma Hongjun, Tang Zuo had transformed into a towering giant. Hey, if you dare to bully my companion, you must be seeking a journey to the underworld. Tang Zuo tightly closed his eyes, enduring the pain as he spoke. Quang Tai slowly lowered his hammer. Aha! I never expected you to be so loyal. Then allow me to send you all to your demise. Quang Tai charged at Tang Zuo like a frenzied dog unleashed. At that moment, Tang Zuo opened his eyes. One eye gleamed white, the other blood red, as the contrasting colors of his unique, jewel-like gaze slowly manifested. Blood Yin-Yang Eye, illusion. Quang Tai's eyes gradually transformed to mirror the blood Yin-Yang Eye. Clearly, he had entered Tang Zuo's illusionary realm. Within the illusion, Quang Tai cackled madly at the sight of the two individuals on the brink of death. Ha ha ha, daring to strike my brother. What does it matter if you are hailed as a prodigy? You too shall fall before me. With a shift in the scene, Quang Tai found himself enveloped by a crimson veil, upon which a moon appeared. This moon was half white and half red, creating an eerie juxtaposition. Gradually, the Yin-Yang moon revealed Tang Zuo, who emerged in a rather peculiar manner, transforming into a swarm of bats. What is happening? In the next instant, a wooden stake materialized behind Quang Tai, and numerous stakes surrounded him. Under the glow of the red light, everything appeared utterly terrifying. A crimson tide surged from around Tang Zuo toward Quang Tai. Iron-like barriers suddenly sprang up from the stakes, forming a confining cage around Quang Tai. Behind Tang Zuo, a semblance of the false Susanoo gradually materialized. The violet glow of his soul power ignited the crimson light instantaneously. Slowly, the red realm of the divine moon began to be enveloped by purple. Gradually, the divine moon space was entirely transformed into a shade of violet. System. Extract the curse seal. Upon uttering these words, black curse seals spread across Tang Zuo's form, simultaneously permeating the illusionary realm. Seeing this, Quang Tai found himself at a loss, uncertain of what actions to take or thoughts to entertain. This was, of course, a testament to the influence of Tang Zuo's divine moon space, and partly due to Quang Tai's own lack of formidable strength. He soon succumbed to the overwhelming effect and had no choice but to retreat, only to collide with an iron cage behind him. He was oblivious to when this cage had materialized, as his attention had been solely focused on Tang Zuo. Although the divine moon space had transitioned into violet, the expanse of blood continued to shimmer in crimson. The Red Sea advanced forward, deftly circumventing Tang Zuo, creating a striking contrast with the surrounding violet space, thereby enhancing its luminosity. The crimson waters lapped at Quang Tai's feet, and the cage, initially formed merely by bars, now bore an impenetrable barrier, a barrier that allowed entry but forbade exit. Quang Tai gazed down at the deepening crimson sea beneath him, his psyche unraveling. No, please, don't. Let me go? I will pay you. I will surrender the wild rhino to you. It must be said, Quang Tai's demeanor indeed mirrored that of the wild rhino, yet he remained oblivious to this striking resemblance. What Tang Zuo detest the most are those spineless individuals who prey on the weak, yet cower before the strong. Such utterly despicable beings. They would betray their friends and forsake everything around them for their own selfish interests. Moreover, it is not merely a matter of betrayal. It involves relinquishing his own brother. As stated by Quang Tai, Tang Zuo harbored no sense of compassion for such individuals. In other words, Tang Zuo aims to erase Quang Tai from existence today. Chapter 86, Soul Bone. The Crimson Ocean gradually filled more than half of the cage. Huang Tai felt an acute sense of suffocation, gasping desperately for air, incessantly yearning to escape to the outside world, only to discover that it was futile. The cage was simply too formidable. Even when he exerted all his strength to lift his hammer and strike the iron bars, the cage remained unmoved. The truth was not that the cage was exceptionally solid, but rather that Huang Tai was ensnared within Tang Zuo's divine moon space, where everything he perceived was constructed from soul energy. Outside the divine moon space, what transpired? Ning Rongrong gazed in perplexity at Tang Zuo, who stood motionless, a trickle of blood staining his hand, his eyes transformed into the blood yin-yang eyes. She then turned her attention to Huang Tai, whose eyes had also morphed into the blood yin-yang eyes, though a streak of blood now marred his visage. Ma Hongjun, what has happened to my brother? Once she realized the gravity of the situation, Ning Rongrong anxiously inquired. The injury on Zuo's hand was to save me, Ma Hongjun replied, his eyes reflecting both gratitude and concern for Tang Zuo. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong rushed to Tang Zuo, scanning the surroundings. Third brother, little Wu. Why are you not worried about Zuo? Tears welled in the corners of her eyes as she reproached the expressionless Tang San and Xiao Wu. He is employing an illusion. There is no need for concern. Little Wu cheerfully bounded over to Ning Rongrong. But it's all right. He is incredibly powerful. Tang Zuo chuckled softly and remarked. Naturally, he need not worry. Yet it seems that Huang Tia is in peril. TSK. Flander, with a myriad of expressions, gesticulated animatedly as he spoke. Indeed, what Zuo cherishes most are his companions. To think he would wish to harm Ma Hongjun, he certainly deserves what is coming to him. Dai Mubai shouted in a fit of rage. The scene shifted back. At this moment, Huang Tia was completely submerged in a sea of crimson. He held his breath tightly, for any lapse would result in being drowned by the torrent of blood. Gradually, Tang Zuo advanced step by step, observing the agonizing struggle of Huang Tia. The Susanoo behind him had transformed into its complete form. Listen well, should you dare to bully my companions, I might reluctantly spare you. However, should you harbor intentions of taking their lives, then congratulations, your time is up. Oh, by the way, it's futile to speak to you now. Farewell. Tang Zuo smiled warmly as he waved at Huang Tai. Subsequently, the Susanoo behind him unleashed a sword strike, causing the iron cage to dissolve completely, leaving Huang Tai utterly defeated. To Ning Rongrong and the others, it appeared as though the two had merely stood there for a moment, after which Huang Tai suddenly bled profusely from his 7 orifices and collapsed to the ground. Tang Zuo gradually crouched down, a violent headache assailing his head, rendering him somewhat disoriented. He shook his head gently, slowly regaining his composure. Brother, what has happened to you? Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, Tang San, and Ma Hongjun inquired anxiously. Not only them, but the rest of Shrek Academy shared the same concern. Tang Zuo stood up and rubbed his head. I am perfectly fine, Tang Zuo remarked. It is merely the result of the earlier illusion. In truth, the divine moon space is indeed an illusion, yet it transcends mere illusion. Rather than being a space of illusion, it is more accurate to describe it as a realm crafted by spiritual energy. This divine moon resembles a diminished version of the moon reading technique. Although it appears to be a weakened iteration, it possesses the ability to gradually transform the illusory realm into reality through the reactions of the user, much like what just transpired with Huang Tia. As for the crimson fluid, it is the blood-like essence generated by Tang Zuo's spiritual energy. This essence, thicker than water, is distinct from ordinary liquid. It carries a degree of corrosive potency. Regarding that Susanoo, it is entirely a fabrication of illusion. Upon hearing that Tang Zuo was unharmed, the members of Shrek breathed a sigh of relief and slowly turned their gazes toward Huang Tia. Brother, did you slay him? Ning Rongrong inquired, her expression one of disbelief. Having grown up in the 7 Treasure glazed tile school, she had never before witnessed such a scene. Indeed, Tang Zuo's stamina had been entirely depleted, and his voice trembled slightly as he spoke. Rongrong, Tang Zuo acted correctly. This is a world governed by the law of the jungle, where peace is unattainable as long as there exists a hierarchy among soul masters. Moreover, this Huang Tia is a nefarious individual, a notorious street bully feared by all in Soto City. He frequently abducts women and indulges in plunder and arson, committing heinous acts without remorse. Yu Xiaogang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, slowly articulating his thoughts. Indeed, while Tang Zuo's actions may have lacked some forethought, They were justified, Flandre remarked, taking a sip of water. Suddenly, Ma Hongjun seemed to notice something peculiar. Dugu, look. There's blue light emanating from Quang Tia's legs, he said, puzzled. Upon hearing this, Tang Zuo became acutely vigilant. Could it be that Quang Tai had a hidden move? This was the initial thought that crossed Tang Zuo's mind. However, such a notion was unfathomable, for even if Quang Tai had any tricks up his sleeve, they would be rendered useless, as he had already met his demise. Third soul skill, White Eye. Tang Zuo, summoning the last remnants of his soul power, activated his Byakugan. The figure of Quang Tai transformed into a transparent being composed of black and white hues. The object emanating a blue glow was now clear to Tang Zuo. What is it, Dugu? Asked Daimubai. Under the eager gazes of the crowd, Tang Zuo retracted his Byakugan, his body faltering towards the ground due to near exhaustion of his soul power. Fortunately, he was caught by Ning Rongrong. Brother, are you all right? Ning Rongrong inquired with concern. I am fine. Beneath his feet lies a soul bone. Tang Zuo chuckled, his face pale, yet still adorned with a smile. The onlookers were left utterly astonished. Meanwhile, Flandre's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ma Hongjun stepped forward and kicked Quang Tia vehemently, scrutinizing the soul bone. This soul bone was resplendently translucent, predominantly blue in hue, indicating its extraordinary nature. It was an exceedingly rare trunk bone. Did it matter how Quang Tia had acquired it? The crowd had entirely dismissed that inquiry. Tang Zuo had nearly deduced the abilities of this soul bone, which was an enhancement of speed. As for why Quang Tia did not utilize this soul bone to flee, it was simply because he was within the realm of the divine moon. In that space, even with the soul bone's power, escape would still be futile. Quang Tia's true strength was significantly inferior to Tang Zuo's, and his mental fortitude was akin to Orochimaru from the Naruto universe, rendering him completely vulnerable to illusions. The reason Itachi could eliminate Orochimaru with a mere glance was precisely due to Orochimaru's lack of resistance to illusions. Furthermore, Tang Zuo's divine moon was a soul technique fraught with considerable flaws, as it consumed an excessive amount of soul power. This was the crux of the matter. Chapter 87. The ownership of the soul bone. Thus, Tang Zuo's soul technique could only be employed in one-on-one combat. Should an additional opponent emerge, it would spell certain doom. Tang Zuo might face defeat, or even death, due to exhaustion of both physical strength and soul power. Hence, this soul skill should not be used carelessly. Zuo, he was vanquished by you, and you also saved me. I support giving you this soul bone, said Ma Hongjun. Indeed, I concur, Tang San added. Me too, Ning Rongrong exclaimed with delight. I also support this, Xiao Wu chimed in. Suddenly, Tang Zuo, who had been feeling somewhat dazed, became invigorated. Nevertheless, this soul bone was of little use to him. Did he lack soul bones? Certainly not. For instance, he finally recalled the system, as well as the Shiba Inu he had drawn at that time. Tang Zuo hesitated for a moment before calling out. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong trotted curiously to stand before him. What is it, Dugu? She inquired. I wish to present you with this soul bone, Tang Zuo said with a smile. Upon hearing these words, Ning Rongrong instantly felt a wave of pressure. Tang Zuo offered him much, yet she had never bestowed anything upon Tang Zuo in return. Was it that she was unwilling to give? No, it was merely that she could not discern anything within herself that Tang Zuo might desire. Tang Zuo appears akin to Doraemon, possessing boundless knowledge and an abundance of resources. Whether it be celestial herbs capable of elevating her 7 treasures glazed pagoda to the 9 treasures glazed pagoda, or soul bones, he seems to have it all. Tang Zuo appears to be an impeccable individual, seemingly without any discernible flaws, as perceived by the members of Shrek. However, is he truly without fault? The answer is evidently no. Consider, for instance, his tangible strength. Most soul masters above the rank of soul sage could easily defeat Tang Zuo, as the disparity in soul power constitutes a genuine difference. Even if his physical prowess rivals that of a titled Douluo, it would not suffice to bridge such a gap. No amount of flamboyant technique can reverse the outcome when the difference in soul power is so pronounced. For instance, if Tang Hao were to engage in combat with a limit Douluo, he would undoubtedly be dispatched in an instant. What utility does the explosive ring serve? Can it compensate for such a significant disparity in rank? Naturally, it cannot. The same principle applies to Tang Zuo. Should he confront a mid-tier soul sage, how would he fare? Relying on those ostentatious but impractical ninjutsu? Or perhaps on his illusions? While illusions possess their merits, Deploying them against an opponent with significantly superior soul power would be tantamount to courting disaster. It is impossible for illusions to restrain such a foe, and they are also exceedingly taxing on soul power. Thus, once exhausted, he would be left vulnerable, devoid of any means to defend himself. As for the Flying Thunder God technique, should a more powerful adversary detect the residual spatial markings, they could instantly materialize before him. Hence, its utility is rather limited. Lastly, let us consider Tang Zuo's golden fruit. Is it useful? Indeed, but it is also considerably ineffective. Take, for example, the recent attack by the frenzied iron. Tang Zuo's golden fruit proved ineffective, as the attack was imbued with soul power. As a battle-hardened soul sage, one would not commit the grave error of leaving an opportunity for the opponent by neglecting to apply soul power. No, I cannot accept this. You have given me too much, Ning Rongrong said, her expression tinged with disappointment. She had often doubted her worthiness of someone as nearly perfect as Tang Zuo. Rongrong, you know I already possess a soul bone, and this particular one is ideally suited for support-type soul masters. If you refuse it, I shall discard it. Tang Zuo spoke softly. Ning Rongrong's expression instantly transformed into one of panic. As Tang Zuo's girlfriend, she was well aware of his resolute nature. When he declared that he would discard something, he would undoubtedly follow through. No, please give it to me, Ning Rongrong exclaimed anxiously, hastily waving her hands as she noticed Tang Zuo's determined stance. The others from Shrek couldn't help but burst into laughter at the scene. Tang Zuo entrusted the soul bone to Ning Rongrong, who carefully stowed it away. Suddenly, Tang Zuo gently pecked her cheek. Upon witnessing this, Ning Rongrong's face flushed as if ignited by fire. How bothersome, she exclaimed playfully before dashing behind Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu leaped to the right and planted a kiss on Tang San's cheek. Tang San revealed a satisfied smile. Meng Yiran unexpectedly tugged at Oscar's hand, and as Oscar turned his face, she directly kissed him. When had Oscar ever encountered such a tempestuous experience? His face flushed crimson, seemingly emitting steam. To everyone's surprise, Ning Rongrong did not absorb the soul bone. Instead, she chose to stow it away. Rongrong, what is the matter? Tang Zuo inquired. It's nothing. Can't I wait until we return to absorb it? Ning Rongrong responded. Tang Zuo nodded in acknowledgement. He also noticed the store manager, whose head was the only part visible above the counter. Manager, we will fully compensate for your losses today. Tang Zuo, having concluded his words, retrieved 3 bags of gold powder from the alluring flutes of the Jade Maiden and hurled them towards the proprietor. The golden dust settled gracefully upon the ground. The owner cautiously picked up a bag and stole a glance inside. In an instant, he found himself utterly captivated. With great care, he opened the bag and pinched the gold powder, and upon discovering its authenticity, he was overcome with ecstatic joy. He immediately dashed out from behind the counter and approached Tang Zuo. The value of this gold was indeed substantial. Tang Zuo had generously bestowed upon him 3 bags, each likely containing around 250 grams. Do you wish to dine again? The owner inquired. Naturally, replied Tang Zuo. Upon hearing this, the proprietor quickly assumed a hospitable stance and escorted Tang Zuo and his companions back upstairs. As night fell, Tang Zuo and his 6 companions returned to Shrek Academy. Gazing at the glowing lights of the village and the desolate Shrek, a profound sense of belonging enveloped them, instilling a sense of comfort. Very well. Let us each retire to our quarters for a restful night, and we shall resume our training at dawn, suggested Flander. Yawning, the group then dispersed to their respective rooms. Tang Zuo opened the door, and Ning Rongrong entered with a smile. Rongrong, it's time for you to rest, Tang Zuo remarked. Ning Rongrong extended her arms, lifting both hands. Upon witnessing this, Tang Zuo chuckled softly and shook his head. He then gently brushed his fingers along Ning Rongrong's nose before lifting her into bed. The two of them drifted into a peaceful slumber, though it was more accurate to say that Tang Zuo succumbed to a tranquil sleep. The following morning, he opened his eyes to find, as expected, the same familiar scene. Ning Rongrong was still clinging tightly to him, her left hand resting on his neck and her left leg draped over him. A small trickle of saliva seemed to adorably escape her lips. Tang Zuo smiled. Chapter 88. The Royal Battle Team. A month has passed, and while it sounds swift, it has indeed flown by. During this month, Shrek Academy, bearing the illustrious name of the Shrek 7 Monsters, participated in a total of 32 matches at the Soto Great Soul Arena. Naturally, they emerged victorious in all 32 encounters. Anything less would be a disgrace. Currently, Any team in the Soto Great Soul Arena has been utterly defeated by the overwhelming prowess of Shrek, which has consequently become synonymous with assured victory. Tang Zuo, renowned for his title of Susanoo, partook in 20 matches, all of which ended in triumph as well. Each adversary he faced was meticulously selected by the Soto Great Soul Arena, and they were no ordinary opponents. These were Soul Kings. Are Soul Kings as common as crops in a field? Thus, the manpower of the Soto Great Soul Arena was nearly exhausted by Tang Zuo alone. Moreover, the combination battles involving Tang Zuo and Ning Rongrong were few and far between, as there were hardly any challengers capable of engaging them. There are scarcely any Soul Kings, let alone pairs of them. Thus, whether in solo or duo battles, Tang Zuo and Ning Rongrong sailed through their matches unopposed, truly invincible. The team competitions were even more lopsided, as Tang Zuo, under the guise of Tang Yao, participated in 15 encounters. For the remaining matches, he did not take to the arena, leaving many female fans disheartened. Some male soul masters harbored resentment towards Tang Zuo, fearing that their wives' souls were being captivated by him. Not to mention, the performance of others was equally commendable. For instance, the trio of Tang San and Xiao Wu engaged in 27 matches, maintaining a perfect record, thus upholding the tradition of Shrek. Meng Iran, known by her title of Dragon and Snake, also dominated the Soto Great Soul Arena with her prowess, achieving 19 victories out of 20 solo matches. The lone defeat occurred when she voluntarily conceded against Tang Zuo, who was masquerading as Tang Yao, not out of camaraderie, but simply because she could not prevail. She and Oscar formed a celebrated duo known as the Dragon and Snake Specialty Team, drawing much admiration from the audience. Upon discovering that Tang Zuo was also a member of Shrek Academy, the spectators were left astonished, their minds momentarily blank. It was indeed shocking that Shrek not only nurtured numerous prodigies, but also cultivated a talent as extraordinary as Tang Zuo. This revelation left many pondering how to secure a place for their children at Shrek. In individual competitions, the group had scarcely tasted defeat. Daimubai, with his formidable 40-level soul power, sent many opponents fleeing in terror. He too refrained from hunting for soul rings, choosing instead to wait until the training at the Soto Great Soul Arena concluded. He lacked the ability to transform into another person merely by changing his hairstyle and adding a tear line, as Tang Zuo could. Therefore, this was the only path available to him. The instructors at Shrek Academy looked upon their students' achievements with great satisfaction. Tang Zuo and his alter ego, Tang Yu, have emerged as an extraordinary star in the Soto Great Spirit Arena, a rarity to behold in a century. However, Tang Zuo himself is somewhat bewildered by this turn of events. Yet, he recalls his ability to create shadow clones, which alleviates his concerns. If not for the fact that the rankings at the Soto Great Spirit Arena are only updated at the end of the month, Tang Zuo would already be a Golden Spirit Master. Meanwhile, Tang Yu, along with Tang San, Meng Iran, and Daimubai, would likely have attained the status of Silver Spirit Masters. Their formidable prowess and remarkable achievements have certainly captured the attention of the Great Spirit Arena. Tang Zuo alone captivated their attention, had it not been for Shrek's insufficient Soul Master rank, which prevented him from qualifying for the Soul Arena. He would undoubtedly have been invited to compete in the central venue long ago. Over the course of this month, Tang Zuo has demonstrated remarkable progress, with his soul power soaring to an impressive level of 57. Tang Zuo's strength and charisma are currently indisputable in the Soto Great Spirit Arena, an assertion that remains unassailable. While the emphasis on appearance may seem somewhat superfluous, it is nonetheless a reality that cannot be undermined by anyone. Tang Zuo is indeed a person of great significance. Over the past month, he has thoroughly acquainted himself with the Shiba Inu named Dai. It turns out that Dai is the celestial hound, banished to the mortal realm for teasing Chang'e, unexpectedly traversing into the world of Douluo Continent, transformed into a large yellow dog. This revelation startled Dai considerably. However, upon hearing Tang Zuo declare that this large yellow dog is an exceptionally rare breed of Shiba Inu, the celestial hound was overjoyed for quite some time. Tang Zuo then introduced Dai to the members of Shrek Academy. Upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing, Dai's eyes transformed into hearts. Yet, the consequences were easily predictable, as it ended up with a bruised nose thanks to Zhu Zhuqing. When Dai laid eyes on Ning Rongrong, her charming smile instantly captivated it. However, the outcome remained straightforward. It received a beating from Tang Zuo and was subsequently confined within the system space, seemingly never to be released. Furthermore, Tang Zuo's height has now reached 1.8 meters, genuinely shocking the members of Shrek Academy. This is a rather significant competition for you all. While I have faith in you, here are their profiles for your perusal. A table laden with documents lay before Yu Xiaogang. The rules for the team battles at Soto's Fighting Soul Arena stipulate that the maximum number of participants is 10, with the number on the field determined by the side with fewer members. Undoubtedly, the Imperial Fighting Team is the one with fewer members, comprising only 7 individuals. Thus, Shrek Academy may field only 7 as well. Captain, Yu Qianheng, Martial Soul, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, Level 39 Attack Type Soul Master, Spirit Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Vice Captain, Dugu, Martial Soul, Emerald Phosphor Snake, Level 38 Control Type Soul Master, Spirit Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member, Sure Mo, Martial Soul, Black Tortoise. Level 38 Defense Type Soul Master, Spirit Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member, Sure Li, Martial Soul, Black Tortoise. Level 37 Defense Type Soul Master, Spirit Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member, Yu Feng, Martial Soul, Windchime Bird. Level 36 Agility Type Soul Master, Spirit Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member, AOC Luo, Martial Soul, Spectral Leopard. Level 36 Agility Type Soul Master, Spirit Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member, Yi Lingling, Martial Soul, 9 Hearts Begonia. Level 35 Support Type Soul Master, Spirit Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. These are the details and number of participants from the Imperial Fighting Team. When Ning Rongrong saw the words 9 Hearts Begonia, her astonishment was beyond measure. Others might not know, but she and Tang Zuo could not be unaware of its significance. It is renowned as a powerful support-type martial soul, capable of reviving its user as long as they do not perish, standing on par with the 9-treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. However, the 9 Hearts Begonia has a significant drawback. One of the 2 inheritors must perish, which can be seen as the soul's mission. As Ning Rongrong recovered from her shock regarding the 9 Hearts Begonia, she was once again astonished by Yu Tianheng. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon is acclaimed as the most formidable beast martial soul and is among the top 3 sections. Thus, this battle promises to be exceedingly challenging. Chapter 89. The Shock of the Imperial Fighting Team. Nevertheless, with Tang Zuo present, these concerns would resolve themselves. Though whether Tang Zuo would gain the consent of Yu Xiaogang and the others to participate remains a question. Should Tang Zuo be allowed to enter the fray, the outcome would be unequivocal. However, if he cannot, the match would still be straightforward. Ninjutsu, Scene Transition Technique. The scene shifts to the Imperial Fighting Team. The atmosphere here is devoid of any seriousness. The 7 individuals are each preoccupied with their own activities, lounging on the sofa as if the impending battle with Shrek holds no relevance for them. The door swings open, and a rather elegantly dressed, handsome individual strides in. Upon seeing him, the 7 rise instantly. Teacher, you have arrived. This figure, referred to as teacher by them, is indeed Qin Ming. Observing their lack of urgency, Qin Ming's expression darkens. Why are you not the least bit anxious? He inquires sternly. The 7 members of the Imperial Fighting Team display disdainful expressions, convinced that no team within the Soto arena poses a challenge to them. This confidence borders on arrogance, as each of them hails from a prestigious background, believing themselves to be the CR de la CR of Shrek's talents. Their self-assuredness stems from their ignorance of Shrek's true strength. Having only heard names like the Twin Stars, and assuming they are merely a Soul Sovereign team, never considering the possibility of them being Soul Kings. Teacher, our next match will likely be against a team as mundane as that Berserker team. How boring, Dugu scoffed. Indeed, utterly tedious, Yu Tianheng coldly remarked. The 7 exchanged smiles, convinced of their unparalleled prowess. Qin Ming's irritation was palpable, yet he remained silent, merely tossing the documents toward them. Their upcoming match is an unconditional duel, meaning official permission allows even Copper Soul badge holders to participate, as long as they do not exceed the age of the eldest opponent. This regulation is the result of extensive deliberation by the higher-ups, including Supervisor AO. The 7, dismissively picking up the documents, were taken aback upon flipping to the first page. Yu Tianheng slowly turned his gaze toward Qin Ming, astonished as he asked, Teacher, is this information for real? As he spoke, Yu Tianheng's Adam's apple bobbed nervously. Indeed, Qin Ming affirmed, prompting a wave of trepidation among the 7. As the first page featured Dai Mubai, Evil Eye White Tiger, level 40 Soul Sovereign. AOC Luo involuntarily read out loud from Dai Mubai's profile. Yu Tianheng turned to the second page, where he found Tang San's details. Martial Soul Blue Silver Grass. Level 39 Control Type Soul Master. The Sher brothers gasped in disbelief. Dugu Yen, encountering this revelation, felt her worldview shatter and hurriedly flipped to Tang San's profile page. It is known that Blue Silver Grass is regarded as a completely useless martial soul in the eyes of all soul masters, deemed untrainable. Tang San and Yu Xiaogang once stated that there are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters. However, this assertion does not align with the realities of Douluo Continent, a world dominated by martial souls. Countless individuals are unable to cultivate simply because of their martial souls. Many indeed. Moreover, Tang San's martial soul is not merely an ordinary blue-silver grass. It is the blue-silver emperor. Not to mention, he possesses a second martial soul, the Haoyan hammer. Yet, the world remains oblivious to this fact. The astonishment of the Royal Fighting Academy stemmed solely from the fact that Tang San, despite having the blue-silver grass martial soul, was still capable of cultivation. As for why no one marveled at Tang San's extraordinary talent, it is simply because they failed to notice his soul power level. Their attention was entirely captivated by his martial soul. Isn't blue silver grass considered a useless martial soul? How is it possible for one to cultivate? The Shijiao brothers inquired. I don't know, Qin Ming replied solemnly, shaking his head, seemingly still dissatisfied with the arrogance displayed by the seven from the Royal Fighting Academy. The seven, feeling helpless, continued to peruse the material, not witnessing a single exclamation of astonishment. As they flipped through the pages, they arrived at the final one. Wait. The crowd turned to Qin Ming, puzzled by his words. Having already reviewed the documents, Qin Ming felt conflicted about whether to share the contents with them. After much deliberation, he decided to allow them to see it. Sai, take a look, Qin Ming said. The others had begun to piece together some information. Slowly, the seven turned to the last page. Suddenly, the atmosphere erupted. Soul King? They exclaimed in shock. I told you to visit here more often. If all goes well, this Susanoo will also take the stage, Qin Ming remarked, shaking his head. But he looks even younger than us. Although Tang Zuo wore a mask, anyone could discern that his age was likely no more than 16, possibly even around 12. Since when could age indicate one's soul power? Qin Ming gazed at the seven as if they were seven inept children. For the question posed by Yi was a true test of intelligence. Only those with an IQ above 0 could answer it. But if this is true, it is simply unfathomable. Is this data from the Shrek 7 Devils fabricated? Dugu Yen questioned. Sai, the dual stars of Su Li have participated in numerous battles, defeating countless soul master combinations. You see, Qin Ming covered his head, unable to conceive any strategy for winning this match. Unless Tang Zuo does not take the stage. It seems that the Shrek 7 Devils are indeed unfathomable, Yu Tianheng remarked. Meanwhile, the discussions regarding battle strategies on the Shrek side had also concluded. The final lineup determined for the match consisted of Tang San, Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Tang Zuo. Tang Zuo would not participate in the early stages, but would allow the royal fighting team to battle against the other six to find the opportune moment to strike and secure victory. Tang Zuo can be regarded as a bastion of protection in this competition. Even if Tang Zuo does not participate, the likelihood of victory in this battle stands at 80%. However, it is precisely the 20% of uncertainty that compels Tang Zuo to take the field. Often, it is the factors with the lowest probabilities that prove to be the most formidable, for high probabilities may not materialize, while the realization of low probabilities carries intrinsic value. Simultaneously, Oscar and Meng Iran will also partake in the duo battle at the Soto Great Soul Arena under the title of Dragon and Snake Specialty. Though they cannot enter the fray, they cannot afford to squander their training time. In Chapter 90, titled Analysis of Data, the two will engage in a duo battle. Yet their opponents appear to be quite formidable. It is said that they are undefeated in the realm of soul respect. However, the veracity of this claim remains unknown. It is not that no one is aware. At the very least, the Shrek 7 monsters have not heard such assertions. Foster father, I believe we should pay attention to this 9-heart sea Tang, Ning Rongrong said with a serious expression. Yu Xiaogang felt somewhat unaccustomed to Ning Rongrong's address. After all, why? Ma Hongjun inquired with curiosity. Because I have heard my father speak of the 9-heart sea Tang as a powerful martial soul. Regardless of the number of soul rings, this martial soul possesses only one soul skill, Ning Rongrong explained. Upon hearing this, the members of Shrek displayed expressions of astonishment, as they had never encountered such a martial soul. If that is the case, it should be quite weak, Dai Mubai remarked. And his concern dissipated instantaneously upon learning that the nine-heart Si Tang possessed only one soul skill. It is not that simple. Tang Zuo rested his chin on his hands and pondered. How shall I articulate this? I possess a modicum of understanding regarding the nine-heart begonia. Its soul skill is indeed singular, yet Tang Zuo created a suspense, raising the anticipation of the Shrek group. This soul skill is a wide-ranging healing technique. Humph, that's nothing remarkable, Oscar and the others scoffed. But what if I told you that this healing effect can revive anyone as long as they are not dead? What would you think then? Tang Zuo's beaming expression resembled that of a grinning demon in the night, evoking a palpable sense of danger. What? Dugu, are you serious? Xiao Wu exclaimed, springing up from her seat. Well, shouldn't it be even more powerful than Rongrong's 7-treasure glazed tile? She inquired once more. Firstly, Rongrong's martial soul is now the 9-treasure glazed tile. Secondly, the 9-heart begonia possesses a fatal flaw. Only one of its 2 inheritors can survive. Otherwise, the title of the most formidable support-type martial soul sect, the 9-treasure glazed sect, may indeed change hands. Tang Zuo did not boast about the 9-treasure glazed tile sect due to his stance. Rather, he spoke the truth to ensure that everyone comprehended the significance of the 9-heart begonia. Although Ning Rongrong felt somewhat disheartened, she had to concede that, in terms of efficacy, the 9-heart begonia was undoubtedly the most distinguished among auxiliary martial souls. However, the 9-treasure glazed tower was not to be underestimated. The 7-treasure glazed tower alone was renowned as the premier auxiliary martial soul in the world. Furthermore, one cannot overlook the already resolved capabilities of the 9-treasure glazed tower. In terms of enhancement, there exists no martial soul that surpasses the 9-treasure glazed tower. This is an undeniable truth. Master, this competition appears to be quite simple, Ma Hongjun remarked with a grin. Dai Mubai suddenly appeared behind Ma Hongjun, gripping his neck firmly and pulling him back. Ah, it hurts. Let go of me, Dai Boss. Ma Hongjun cried out in pain. What are you thinking about, you great soul master? It's our effortless victory. Dai Mubai's words instilled a sense of shame in Ma Hongjun. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing seemed to lower her head, her hands tightly clenched. Dai Mubai noticed Zhu Zhuqing's actions and silently shook his head. Her cold demeanor left Dai Mubai feeling somewhat melancholic, as he sensed that Zhu Zhuqing might merely exist as an ideal in his mind rather than in reality. Foster father, this Yu Tianheng. Tang Zuo rubbed his hands together and spoke. Yu Xiaogang, upon seeing this name, found himself at a loss for words. The blue Tyrannosaurus Rex, Yu Xiaogang remarked. Is this the most formidable offensive spirit soul, renowned alongside the Jiubao Yuli Tower? Dai Mubai asked, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, thus, when Tang Zuo refrained from assisting earlier, it could have proved a dire battle for you all, Yu Xiaogang reflected, attempting to analyze the situation. However, he soon realized that no matter how he calculated it, Shrek would emerge victorious, so he chose to remain silent. This time, your concerns should not solely revolve around the blue Tyrannosaurus Rex, but also the Xuanwu tortoise. The mention of the Xuanwu tortoise left everyone perplexed. Tang Zuo too recalled this spirit soul, the Xuanwu tortoise, nearly as esteemed as the blue Tyrannosaurus Rex, was rare in number and thus not affiliated with any sect. However, one must not underestimate them, for doing so could lead to significant losses. Tang Zuo pushed the eyes that had inexplicably appeared on his face, as if he had transformed into an erudite scholar. Dugu, where did your eyes come from? Grant me a pair as well. They look so dashing, exclaimed Ma Hongjun, seemingly oblivious to Tang Zuo's inquiry, his excitement palpable. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong was transfixed, a hint of drool forming at the corner of her mouth. Tang Zuo's lips curled slightly upwards. 1,000 gold soul coins. Upon hearing this, Flanders was nearly taken aback, his heart racing in disbelief. He truly did not expect that Tang Zuo could be even more unscrupulous than himself. Wow, Brother Zuo, how could you be so audacious? In Tang Zuo's mind, the image of Ma Hongjun had transformed into a blend of gold and silver. The starting point was the pair of eyes, originally priced at 3,000 gold soul coins. Selling them to you for a mere 1,000 seems quite reasonable, does it not? What? 3,000 gold soul coins? Remain calm, Flander. Who would have thought that such a trivial pair of eyes could command such an exorbitant price? Flander found it impossible to contain his emotions. He was genuinely astonished that a mere accessory could fetch such a sum. However, a smile broke upon his face, for he had stumbled upon a new business opportunity. Tang's words laid the foundation for the future magnate of the eyewear industry, Flander. Ahem, I digress. Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but chuckle as he noticed the group discussing eyeglasses. Let us now turn our attention to the control-type soul master across the way. The defining characteristic of the emerald-scaled serpent can be distilled into a single word: poison. Yu Xiaogang slowly lifted his head, which now bore an air of dominance. More importantly, the aura of poison intensified significantly. What makes this emerald-scaled serpent so special? Oscar inquired with curiosity. I have already stated that the emerald-scaled serpent possesses but one trait: poison. Yu Xiaogang asserted this with unwavering conviction, yet it succinctly encapsulated the essence. Is the martial soul of this Dugu Yin truly so venomous? Tang San gazed at the image in the documents and spoke. Indeed, there exists a titled Dulau whose martial soul is the green-scaled serpent, and his title aptly reflects the characteristics of this martial soul. Flinder, noticing Tang San's skepticism regarding this martial soul, remarked. In truth, Flinder had misinterpreted Tang San's thoughts. Tang San was contemplating whether he could withstand the poison of the green-scaled serpent. However, Flinder's words left him astonished. Wait, Xiaogang, what is her surname? Flinder inquired, his eyes widening. Her surname is Dugu. Upon realizing this, Yu Xiaogang immediately turned to Flinder. The two exchanged incredulous glances for a moment. Oh, it seems this battle is indeed far from simple. Chapter 91. The competition begins. What is the matter, Master Dean? Is this opponent particularly formidable? Ma Hongjun asked in confusion. That Dugu Yin is likely the granddaughter of the poisoned Douluo, Dugu Bo. Flinder sighed as he spoke. The expressions of the Shrek students, except for Tang San and Ning Rongrong, were filled with astonishment. After all, titled Douluo are exceedingly rare on the Douluo Continent, with only a handful existing. Although Dugu Bo may be considered the weakest titled Douluo, he is not someone that these spirit elders can afford to underestimate. As for Ning Rongrong, her grandfather, the sword Douluo, is also a titled Douluo. How could she be intimidated by Dugu Bo's name? Moreover, the sword Douluo is a formidable super Douluo of rank 97. Tang Zuo is certainly noteworthy, not only for his knowledge of Dugu Bo, stemming from his unusual arrival in this world, but also due to his father, Tang Hao, who is a formidable super Douluo. In the original narrative, Tang Hao is merely a 95th level titled Douluo. However, perhaps due to the butterfly effect instigated by Tang Zuo, he has now ascended to a 97th level super Douluo. The arduous nature of such an elevation is self-evident, and it is plausible that Tang Hao has faced numerous tribulations beyond those depicted in the original tale. A titled Douluo, you say? Tang Zuo whispered softly. Father, what relevance does her father being a titled Douluo hold for her? Will the poisoned Douluo truly seek us out if she suffers defeat? Ning Rongrong pondered, somewhat perplexed, as she remained uncertain about the connection between these two individuals and the impending confrontation. If Dugu Bo were to return with vengeance, there would be little cause for concern, as most here possess formidable backing. Should Ning Rongrong call upon the bone Douluo and the sword Douluo, Dugu Bo would surely meet his downfall. Furthermore, with Tang Zuo and Tang San present, and Yu Xiaogang having regained his strength to rejoin the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, the higher-ups had reluctantly accepted his return, despite their initial desire to retain him. As for his second uncle, it seemed that any animosity towards Yu Xiaogang had dissipated, stirring a sense of guilt within Yu Xiaogang regarding Lu Erlong. However, if she truly is Dugu Bo's granddaughter, the battlefield would soon be engulfed in toxic fumes, and the resolution would rest solely upon you, Yu Xiaogang stated with gravity. But ISNTs were there to assist? Ma Hongjun interjected. Yu Xiaogang and Flinder exchanged serious glances. Ma Hongjun, I have made it clear that Xiao Zuo is not to intervene in the battle ahead. If you believe you can rely on him for everything, then perhaps you should consider withdrawing from this match, Yu Xiaogang asserted, slamming his hand on the table, causing Ma Hongjun to flinch. Indeed, Ma Hongjun, one must always rely on oneself. While Tang Zuo possesses the capability to alter the course of battle, the purpose of this competition is to train you, not merely to witness Tang Zuo annihilate the Imperial battle team. Flinder remarked with an impassive expression, inhaling deeply. Ha ha ha, such is human nature, after all. It is only natural for one to be in awe of Tang Zuo's extraordinary strength. Long Gong chuckled as he rose. Yet, Ma Hongjun recognized his misjudgment. Realizing that he had inclined to depend on Tang Zuo in times of difficulty, captivated by the latter's imposing presence. Of course, Ma Hongjun held no romantic interest in Tang Zuo's physique. All right, prepare yourselves, take a moment to rest. The match is about to commence, Flinder coughed lightly. Meanwhile, on the side of the Imperial battle team, Teacher, who exactly is this Susanoo? Yu Tianhen could no longer suppress his astonishment, striving in vain to steady himself. I do not know, but from my investigations, he appears to be merely 12 years old, Qin Ming replied, his countenance somewhat stiff, though a flicker of excitement danced in his eyes. The reason was clear. He had once been a member of Shrek himself, with Flinder and Xiao Wu as his mentors. Now that Shrek had acquired such remarkable disciples as Tang Zuo and Tang San, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy, albeit tempered by his role as the teacher of the Imperial battle team, where personal feelings must yield to the greater good. Upon hearing that Tang Zuo might only be 12, the entire room erupted in disbelief. Teacher, are you certain? The Shijiao brothers exclaimed, leaping from the sofa, flustered and speechless. There is approximately an 80% chance, Qin Ming stated. Who is Qin Ming? He is the youngest sole emperor in the continent, holding a prestigious position at the Imperial Academy. When he claims an 80% likelihood, it is tantamount to certainty. Yet, Tang Zuo had undeniably shattered their preconceived notions, particularly regarding their worldviews. A 12-year-old Soul King, the seven exclaimed in astonishment. Time flew by, and the Shrek and Imperial battle teams were poised to face each other in the competition. The seven from the Imperial battle team were undeniably anxious. Could they not be? The weight of Tang Zuo loomed over them, a burden so heavy it stifled their breath. Although, thanks to Qin Ming's analysis, they were aware that Tang Zuo might refrain from intervening, none wished to be on the receiving end of a beating, especially as they regarded themselves, or were regarded as, the chosen elite. In contrast, the Shrek team appeared unperturbed, exuding an air of nonchalance. This was not arrogance, rather, it was a reflection of the Imperial battle team's evident lack of odds, especially in the early stages of the competition. Once Tang Zuo makes his move, the outcome of the battle will swiftly be decided, leaving the Royal Combat team with no chance for a comeback. Meanwhile, Oscar and Meng Iran have also arrived at their arena. The anticipation for the next match, a highly anticipated clash between two formidable teams, has left the audience in a state of frustration due to the host's teasing. After all, such suspense can be tantalizing, yet excessive suspense transforms into annoyance. The Royal Combat Team and the Shrek 7 Monsters. The host deliberately emphasized the name of the Shrek 7 Monsters. When the audience heard the mention of the Royal Combat Team, they braced themselves for yet another dull battle, but upon hearing the name Shrek, they erupted into fervor. Shrek! 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 The cheers and applause that were initially meant for the Royal Combat Team have now been entirely claimed by Shrek. On the betting platform of the Soto Great Soul Arena, the Royal Combat Team possesses a solitary gold soul coin, while Shrek's side is overflowing with them. The mere brilliance emanating from the mountain of gold soul coins dazzled Flanders, who was observing the scene from a distance. Wow, what a fortune! Flanders exclaimed, his expression reminiscent of a greedy old miser. Chapter 92, The Nine-Een White Bone Claw. My goodness, is our reputation at the Soto Great Soul Arena truly this formidable? Ma Hongjun remarked, his face a picture of astonishment, as he evidently found himself taken aback. Haha, we are the rising stars of the Soto Great Soul Arena, Dai Mubai teased in response. On the fighting platform, a colossal circular arena stood prominently. A magnificent golden pillar gradually ascended from the stage, upon which stood a woman. Welcome everyone to the Soto Great Soul Arena, where you will witness the match between the Shrek 7 Monsters and the Royal Combat Team. Your presence brings us great honor. The overly formal and courteous words flowed from the woman's lips, as her gaze intermittently darted towards the Shrek area. Clearly, she was yet another fervent admirer of Tang Zuo. Following that, the woman introduced both teams, providing a detailed account of Tang Zuo. Tang Zuo, codenamed Susanoo, possesses the martial soul of the Sharingan, an exceptional soul master who embodies both beauty and strength. This statement made Tang Zuo acutely aware of what it meant to feel embarrassed. He lightly brushed his sharply contoured long hair, as the interplay of wind and light left him momentarily bewildered. At that moment, the spotlight of the entire arena was focused squarely on Shrek and directly upon Tang Zuo. Oh, Tang Zuo! Tang Zuo! Tang Zuo! The members of Shrek cast glances of discontent towards Tang Zuo, as they felt he was merely showing off, and the timing was indeed impeccable. Tang Zuo could not help but cry out his innocence. The doors on either side of the soul fighting platform slowly creaked open. Without further ado, the match commenced. As the young woman declared, her cheeks flushed. Ning Rongrong appeared somewhat irked, her lips forming a pout. The 7 members of the royal battle team emerged from the entrance, their former confidence noticeably absent, replaced instead by a palpable gravity. This solemnity was not of the ordinary kind. It was as though the atmosphere itself had shifted, with Shrek Academy's imposing presence overshadowing the royal battle team. Yu Tianheng predictably led the way, closely followed by Dugu, with the 2 brothers from the Shi family trailing behind. Next came Lu and Yu Feng, and finally, the girl wielding the 9-heart begonia spirit, Yilong. In contrast, Shrek Academy donned their masks once more. However, Tang Zuo's mask, shaped like a fox and adorned with crimson patterns, set him apart from the rest. Coupled with his distinctive hair, unique attire, and exceptional sword, he garnered cheers from the onlookers. Beside him stood Ning Rongrong, clad in a delicate pink skirt with matching pink hair, exuding an ethereal charm. Together, their contrasting appearances, Tang Zuo in white accented with purple ropes, created a strikingly harmonious tableau. Tang San and Xiao Wu walked side by side behind them, exuding an air of sweetness. The Shrek team presented a distinctly different ambience, especially in terms of style. Ma Hongjun trudged along pitifully, his gaze fixated on Dai Mubai, who was incessantly casting flirtatious glances at Zhu Zhuqing, his inner turmoil becoming increasingly difficult to contain. Zhu Zhuqing, however, paid no heed to Dai Mubai, lost in her own thoughts as she walked. The 2 groups continued on their path, and in the blink of an eye, Tang Zuo had already appeared alone in the center of the arena. The golden radiance emanating from him instilled a sense of trepidation within the Emperor fighting team. Yet, rather than uttering a word, Tang Zuo proceeded towards the edge of the stage. Shield. A seemingly weightless word caused 5 soul rings to erupt forth instantaneously. What? 5 black soul rings? The 7 exclaimed in astonishment. A colossal shield materialized around Tang Zuo, appearing virtually indestructible, inscribed with the characters Wa. Amidst the astonished expressions of the 7, Tang Zuo retrieved a mat and some food from his storage, declaring, "You may commence. I shall merely observe." Tang Zuo spoke, and at that moment, the 7 individuals had completely come to trust Qin Ming's words. They could distinctly sense the immense soul power contained within Tang Zuo's soul ring. Meanwhile, Qin Ming, standing atop the platform, was instantly propelled into action. He beheld Tang Zuo's vibrant crimson 5th soul ring. A sense of dread washed over him as he inwardly admonished himself. "You mustn't underestimate us merely because you are a soul king. We shall confront you together." Shimo, unable to contain his fury, stepped forward and shouted indignantly. Tang Zuo slowly opened his eyes, smiling at Shimo. "Oh, let us speak of it after you have fought them." Upon hearing this, Dugu could no longer contain herself. "Do not be overly arrogant," Dugu exclaimed in anger. "Hey, host, isn't it time for the competition to commence?" Tang Zuo completely disregarded Dugu and instead turned his attention to the host. Ahem. As the words fell, an immense aura erupted from both sides. Tang San slowly conjured a purple-blue-silver grass, upon which 3 soul rings revolved gracefully. The others also summoned their soul rings, each exuding an air of invincibility and nonchalance. The faces of the 7 from the Imperial fight team displayed a slight daze, as they too were captivated by Shrek. Tang Zuo drew a line on the ground, beyond which, he proclaimed, any intruder would face death. However, this death was not literal. Rather, it signified defeat. Although Dugu yearned to charge forward, she was restrained by Yu Tianheng. "Do not proceed." Under Yu Tianheng's leadership, the royal battle team summoned their martial spirits, radiating 6 distinct beams of light. The martial spirits of the Shi brothers were identical, thus contributing to the 6-fold illumination. The battle commenced. As the words fell, Ning Rongrong activated her auxiliary spirit skill. The 7 treasure glazed tile illuminated, proclaiming strength, speed. Except for Tang Zuo, everyone felt a significant enhancement, with both strength and speed amplified by 30%. Empowered by Ning Rongrong's assistance, Dai Mubai was the first to surge forward, employing a unique spirit skill bestowed upon him by Tang Zuo. In the blink of an eye, Dai Mubai stood before Yu Tianheng, nining white bone claw, shadow style. With that declaration, a dazzling interplay of black and white light flashed. Yu Tianheng raised his arms defensively across his chest, yet it proved futile. he was propelled backward. Though miraculously unscathed, the Sure brothers remained steadfast behind him, acting as a barrier. With his first spirit skill, Thunder Dragon Claw, the arena crackled with electricity. And in an instant, Yu Tianheng found himself before Dai Mubai once more. However, Dai Mubai showed no signs of retreat. Nining Whitebone Claw, Miss Style. A colossal spectral tiger, adorned in black and white, manifested behind him. Though merely an apparition, the spirit power it harbored was formidable and should not be underestimated. The two claws clashed, black against blue and white, placing Yu Tianheng at a disadvantage. It was crucial to note that Dai Mubai fought at a level above Yu Tianheng, bolstered by Ning Rongrong's 30% boost in strength and speed. Failure to overcome him would be quite the embarrassment. Chapter 93, Royal Battle versus the Seven Monsters. Such an occurrence was deemed impossible. The azure light rapidly waned, and the once formidable Yu Tianheng was sent flying backward. The current state of the battle indicated a decisive victory for Shrek. Although Tang's absence represented a loss of high-tier combat power, the remaining 6 members were anything but weak. Their collective strength was undoubtedly sufficient to vanquish the royal battle team. Tang San observed the favorable momentum, a glimmer of golden light flickering in his eyes. Xiao Wu, let us advance and confront those 2 turtles. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Wu nodded, her 3 spirit rings shimmering around her. In the blink of an eye, she had already appeared before the Shurja brothers. This was the essence of her spirit ability, instantaneous movement. Before the brothers could react, she unleashed her technique. Waist bow. Just as the words left her lips, Xiao Wu's foot landed on Shimo's body, preparing to flip upward. However, to her astonishment, Shimo remained utterly unmoved. Although Xiao Wu was a powerful assault-type spirit master, the brothers' defense was not easily shaken by her, as they were not lacking in strength. Witnessing this, Tang San gasped inwardly. Without hesitation, he summoned the blue-silver grass, which emerged from the ground to ensnare Xiao Wu's legs, pulling her back and aiding her in evading the Shurja brothers' assault. Xiao Wu, are you all right? Tang San inquired with concern. I'm fine, she replied. Tang San noticed that Xiao Wu's expression remained unchanged, which alleviated his concerns. Meanwhile, Yu Tianheng and Dai Mubai launched their second wave of assault. The Nining Whitebone Claw, a technique of immense power, manifested a colossal white tiger illusion behind Dai Mubai, and the 3 soul rings expanded dramatically. The overwhelming soul power exerted substantial pressure on Yu Tianheng, a weight that seemed insurmountable. However, a figure resembling a leopard brought a sigh of relief to Yu Tianheng. Thunderous fury. The purple soul rings surrounding Yu Tianheng began to rotate, accompanied by flashes of blue light. Electric currents danced across Yu Tianheng's form. Observing this, Dai Mubai did not relent in his assault. Instead, he pressed on as if nothing had transpired, for he had faith in his abilities. Yet, the sudden appearance of a figure before him caught him off guard, as this individual withstood Dai Mubai's 9-in Whitebone Claw. It was none other than Asuro, who was sent flying. Yi Lingling hurriedly intervened to catch him. Though Yi Lingling's 9-heart begonia possessed but a single soul skill, its potency was not to be underestimated. Her soul rings illuminated, and in an instant, Asuro's wounds began to heal rapidly. Tang Zuo, confined within the barrier, found the scenario intriguing. Though he was familiar with the 9-heart begonia, witnessing it in action was truly surprising. Its reputation was well-deserved. Ning Rongrong's gaze was fixed on Tang Zuo, her heart heavy with emotion. She yearned to rush to Tang Zuo's side and pinch his waist to remind him not to lose focus. Yi Lingling's soul skill astonished Ning Rongrong as well. Although she had heard of the 9-heart begonia from Ning Fengji since childhood, its restorative effects were indeed extraordinary. Dai Mubai now faced misfortune. His attack was thwarted by Asuro, while Yu Tianheng's thunderous fury showed no signs of abating. In light of this, Dai Mubai had no choice but to summon all his strength for defense. White Tiger Shield. As he spoke, a translucent golden protective barrier enveloped his body. Regrettably, the fierce currents failed to breach Dai Mubai's defenses. He prepared to counterattack with the White Tiger's radiant wave, his hands poised before him, facing Yu Tianheng directly. Yet, Yu Tianheng's assault persisted. Thunderous might. A massive bolt of lightning erupted, blindingly bright, rendering the audience momentarily unable to open their eyes. The two forces clashed in a fierce contest, their brilliance intensifying. This was a battle between high-ranking soul masters, and while it appeared that the difference from the previous battle of great soul masters was minimal, it was, in reality, vast. Tang Zuo, seated on the ground, felt an urge to join the fray, to partake in the exhilarating experience of battle. How enticing it was. Indeed, it was alluring. However, should Tang Zuo truly enter the arena, the contest would undoubtedly turn into a one-sided domination, a crushing defeat of epic proportions. The disparity between heaven and earth was starkly visible, yet eternally unattainable. The height was ever present. While one could see the horizon, reaching it was another matter entirely. This posed a critical dilemma, as this training session was originally designed for the other 6 participants. When Tang Zuo took the stage, the atmosphere shifted. What was once a productive training session transformed into a mundane spectacle, akin to watching a tedious film. Tang Zuo had resolved not to intervene in this round. However, if the Royal Combat Team chose to act recklessly against Ning Rongrong, they would be courting their own demise, an inevitability insurmountable even by the divine, as the author suggests. 2 beams of light, each of a distinct hue, collided, yielding a conclusion identical to the previous one. Ultimately, Yu Tianheng faced defeat. He crashed heavily to the ground, spitting forth a mouthful of blood. The 7 members of the Royal Combat Team, witnessing this scenario, were filled with indignation. Among them, the most incensed was undoubtedly Dugu, who had long harbored affections for Yu Tianheng. Her temperament was notoriously volatile, a trait nurtured by Dugu. Yet, she possessed the means to assert her wrath. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in her green irises, sending a chill through the 6 others. In the next moment, a soft violet radiance enveloped Dugu, gradually shrouding her entire being. The aura tightly encased her, and a noxious scent assailed the senses, prompting the 6 members of Shrek to hastily cover their noses and mouths. Tang Zuo, unable to restrain himself upon witnessing this spectacle, was suddenly illuminated by a flash of golden light. Tang Zuo had already appeared before the other 6 members of Shrek. His piercing gaze momentarily startled Dugu, as his eyes transformed into the Sharingan. Earth style, earth flow wall. A colossal earthen wall rose from beneath Tang Zuo's feet, adorned with a vividly lifelike canine visage. Wood style, poison defense wall. Countless wooden structures surged from the ground around the earthen wall, coalescing into a barrier that exhibited not a single gap. This demonstrated the remarkable extent to which Tang Zuo had harnessed his soul power. Do not push your luck. Behind Tang Zuo, a colossal Susanoo arm materialized, crashing down fiercely onto the ground. The entire arena unexpectedly fissured behind him. In this reckoning, the other 6 participants had also made their entrance. "Brother, what are you doing?" Ning Rongrong inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. "I shall face you all alone. Come forth." Tang Zuo beckoned to them with a gesture. Employing a combination of his years of diligent training in the One-Yang Finger and the Lion's Roar technique, it was a bold invitation. "You come here?" Chapter 94. The Soul Master Realm witnesses 1 against 7 once more. The audience was momentarily stunned, for they had not anticipated Tang Zuo's audacious challenge to take on 7 opponents single-handedly. Although Tang Zuo was a Soul King, the Royal Combat Team comprised Soul Masters of at least the Soul Sovereign level, and there were 7 of them. In a typical scenario, a Soul King might not emerge victorious. Yet, they had overlooked one crucial aspect. Tang Zuo is not just an ordinary Soul King. 5 soul rings rose majestically from beneath his feet, black, 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 black. They formed a stark contrast against the white attire he donned. The members of the Imperial Battle Team chuckled. Indeed, they laughed in an ungracious manner. Having previously joined forces to defeat a Soul Emperor, they naturally regarded Tang Zuo with disdain. In their minds, he was merely a Soul King with exceptionally high talent, but an unstable foundation. As for the Soul Rings, they presumed it was a result of the peculiar nature of Tang Zuo's martial spirit. They had not even considered the true extent of his strength. No, it was beyond their imagination. It was not that Tang Zuo was overwhelmingly powerful, but rather that the disparity in strength relative to his current rank was insurmountable. Even others, not having witnessed it firsthand, would find it hard to believe. Hence, the reaction of the Imperial Battle Team was entirely reasonable. Upon seeing the 7 laugh, Tang Zuo smiled as well. On the high platform, what was Tang Zuo intending to do? Flanders inquired with a serious tone. Alas, little Zuo is too impulsive. Yu Xiaogang sighed deeply and shook his head. Surely he cannot lose, can he? Xiao Wu, noticing the dejected expressions of the 2, suddenly became intrigued. The notion that Tang Zuo might be defeated is utterly unfounded in his mind, for it is simply too absurd. No, Flanders asserted with unwavering conviction. Then why do you claim Tang Zuo is impulsive? sighing and lamenting as if he were terrified. Xiao Wuji remarked, patting his chest. Although Tang Zuo is unlikely to lose, this match has not served the purpose of our training. After all, it was a hard-won team battle. How can it conclude so abruptly? Flanders fixed his gaze intently on Tang Zuo. Indeed, this was supposed to be a valuable opportunity for practice, Yu Xiaogang added. Ninjutsu, scene transition technique. The scene shifts back to the arena. The 5 soul rings adorning Tang Zuo continued to shimmer with brilliance. The soul rings of the 7 members of the Imperial battle team were strikingly similar to his. Hey, Susanoo man, do not presume that being a soul king allows you to face us 5 alone. We have triumphed over soul saints before. Dugu scoffed at Tang Zuo, then shouted loudly. Is that so? I look forward to witnessing it, Tang Zuo replied, drawing the Kusanagi sword from his waist, standing resolutely before the 7. Asura was the first to charge forward, yet Tang Zuo seemed unfazed. Blood, Yin-Yang Eye. The sensation of initiating with the blood Yin-Yang Eye filled Tang Zuo with an unparalleled comfort. A comfort that resonated from his very soul, commonly referred to as the exhilarating thrill of ostentation. Asura, witnessing Tang Zuo's eyes transform partially into white, halted in shock. Tang Zuo's primary objective was to instill in them the awareness of their limited understanding of the world. Thus, he resolved to unleash his formidable soul power, comparable to that of a high-ranking soul emperor, to overpower the 7 individuals. With a thunderous roar, his immense soul force shattered the ground around him. In that moment of imposing authority, a delicate voice from the system echoed forth. Host, a task has been issued. Task details: defeat the royal battle team. Task reward: the ability to transform into a humanoid form. Failure penalty: a reduction of 50% of brain cells. Tang Zuo, upon hearing this seemingly absurd task, felt a few lines of frustration appear on his forehead. It was not the absurdity of the task that troubled him, but rather the associated punishment and reward, both of which he found unpalatable. The mere recollection of that creature's lewd gaze directed at Ning Rongrong ignited a simmering anger within him. He truly wished to deny that creature the chance to transform into a human. The reason was simple: it deserved a beating. However, it must be acknowledged that the creature possessed considerable strength, likely at the Soul Master level. The 7 from the royal combat retreated a couple of steps, visibly intimidated by Tang Zuo's formidable soul power, as the Adam's apple of one of the boys bobbed nervously. Yi Lingling and Dugu Yin also gasped in astonishment. Is this truly the power of a soul king? Shimo inquired. No, this must be the strength of a soul emperor, Shimo remarked. Do not be deceived by this soul power. It may very well be an illusion. Tang Zuo was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment as he gazed at Yu Tianheng. The audacity of such self-deception displayed by Yu Tianheng was indeed remarkable. Perhaps he was merely a fade, projecting strength while lacking substance. Even more astonishing to Tang Zuo was that Dugu Yin had come to believe him. Perhaps this is the power of love. However, what transpired next left Tang Zuo utterly astounded. Indeed, he must be a mere pretender. The 7 individuals seemed to have conspired, all proclaiming Tang Zuo to be a hollow figure. This revelation underscored the pivotal role Yu Tianheng played within the group. Tang Zuo shook his head humbly. In this day and age, even the essence of soul power could be met with skepticism. He could only lament his pitiful state. On the elevated platform, Flanders and Xiao Wu stood up, gazing at the man approaching them. This man was dressed quite splendidly, resembling a noble. However, his inherent demeanor continually betrayed the fact that he was no aristocrat. Qinming, what brings you here? Flanders adjusted his glasses, scanning the area until he recognized Qinming, which left him astounded. Ah, so you've decided to return, young man, Xiao Wu remarked. Qinming sheepishly scratched his head. Haha, my apologies for being late. With an apologetic expression, he respectfully inquired, may I ask who these 2 individuals are? Gesturing toward the Dragon Lord and Snake Lady seated nearby. Haha, allow me to introduce you. These 2 are our new instructors at Shrek. Upon hearing this, Qinming's interest peaked. After all, it had been quite some time since Shrek had recruited new teachers. The fact that the Dragon Lord and Snake Lady had become instructors at Shrek signified their remarkable capabilities in Qinming's eyes. This is Lady Chao Tianxiang, and this is Lord Meng Shu. They are the world-renowned Dragon Lady and Dragon Lord. Upon this revelation, Qinming suddenly understood. As the youngest Soul Emperor in the Spirit Master realm, how could he not recognize the Dragon Lord and Snake Lady? He simply had not known their appearances. Oh, esteemed predecessors, it is an honor to meet you, Qinming expressed with reverence. The Dragon Lord and Snake Lady stood to observe the young man before them. Qin Ming, the youngest Soul Emperor in today's Spirit Master realm. How intriguing, Xiao Tianxiang remarked with a smile. Haha, it is but a hollow reputation. That fellow Tang Zuo possesses far greater talent than I, Qin Ming replied with utmost respect. Chapter 95, The Opening Loss of Three Generals Sigh. That kid Tang Zuo truly is formidable. The Imperial combat team is bound to lose, Meng Shu said, gazing at the arena with a sense of inferiority, his eyes occasionally sparkling with brilliance. Indeed, while the members of the Imperial combat team are also talented in their own right, they pale in comparison to Tang Zuo. Xiao Tianxiang concurred, which left Qin Ming utterly astonished. May I inquire, how old is Tang Zuo? Qin Ming asked awkwardly. After all, he had personally trained the members of the Imperial combat team, and hearing such remarks made him feel a twinge of dissatisfaction. Yet, the formidable soul power of Tang Zuo had stripped away the last remnants of his confidence. In other words, Tang Zuo was indeed a force to be reckoned with. The source of his distaste was none other than that exceptional talent. Qin Ming was unsure of Tang Zuo's capabilities in other aspects, but overall, the Imperial combat team had been here for a relatively short time and had not engaged in many battles. He had heard little about the team upon his arrival. He had attended one match of the Suli Twin Stars, but it had coincidentally been a swift, decisive victory, failing to showcase Tang Zuo's true strength. Nevertheless, Qin Ming recognized that Tang Zuo was certainly not to be underestimated. Later, when he discovered the Shrek 7 Monsters team, he reflected on the academy that had nurtured him. Upon learning that Tang Zuo was a student of Shrek, he could hardly contain his astonishment. Qin Ming distinctly recalled Shrek Academy's rule of only admitting students under the age of 13. Naturally, he calculated the academy's enrollment timeline. Thus, it was clear, Tang Zuo is likely around the age of 12. A 12-year-old Soul King. How formidable could that be? Such a phenomenon has never been witnessed in the Douluo Continent. However, he did not contemplate this possibility with absolute certainty. Perhaps Tang Zuo was simply favored by Flinder for his innate talent, thus exempted from entrance examinations. Yet, upon reviewing the information on Shrek, he was astonished to discover that Tang Zuo's age could indeed be 12. Oh, he happens to be exactly 12 years old this year. What of it? As Flinder's words fell, Qin Ming stood frozen in place. Dean, you cannot be jesting, Qin Ming queried. Each word deliberate. Certainly not, came the reply. The scene shifted to the arena. The seven had readied themselves to confront Tang Zuo, yet he merely stood there, smiling. Underestimating an opponent often constitutes the gravest error in battle, especially when it comes to underestimating Tang Zuo. Yu Tianheng and Oscar surged forward, soon finding themselves directly before Tang Zuo. However, they dared not engage him alone. Thus, Meng Yiran also joined the fray. Shimo and Shimo circled around to Tang Zuo's side, while Yilingling stood poised in the rear, ready to strike at any moment. Meanwhile, Yu Feng had mysteriously vacated his original position. Tang Zuo's expression remained utterly unchanged. With a thunderous force, Yu Tianheng's body began to radiate with fierce lightning, the overwhelming brilliance making it difficult for Osro beside him to keep his eyes open. Yet, Tang Zuo, having activated his blood yin-yang eye, was impervious to its effects. With a swift motion, he unleashed his second soul skill, the Golden Serpent Binding. Several serpents surged forth from Meng Yiran, racing towards Tang Zuo. This soul skill was undeniably formidable, capable of immobilizing the opponent while simultaneously inflicting poison, truly a dual threat. But would it prove effective against Tang Zuo? The answer was a resounding no, an evident truth. Although he could not summon the full might of Susanoo, he could still invoke a fraction of its power, enabling him to execute standard defensive maneuvers and counterattacks with relative ease. As for the toxicity, Tang Zuo could only chuckle at the thought. His training alongside Tang Hao in the Stardow Forest had been nothing short of grueling, and he had consumed numerous poisonous mushrooms. This experience granted him a rudimentary resistance to toxins. Moreover, having absorbed the petals of the Lotus River, the purifying properties of this celestial herb transformed his initial resistance into genuine immunity. Thus, how could he possibly fear Meng Yiran's modest soul skill? Even the venom of Dugu Bo held no sway over him. However, Dugu Bo could still easily dispatch Tang Zuo, a testament to the disparity in soul power. Yet Meng Yiran lacked such capability. Consequently, in this battle, the Imperial fighting team was effectively down a member. A phantom of a cheetah manifested around Osro, and in the blink of an eye, the two had arrived before Tang Zuo. Meanwhile, Meng Yiran's soul skill seemed to encircle him, forming a protective barrier. Suddenly, a cataclysmic surge of soul power erupted, creating a massive crater upon the arena. The grass-cutting sword in Tang Zuo's hand emanated a brilliant electric light. This electric glow was undeniably far superior to Yu Tianheng's formidable thunder, and indeed, it was immensely more powerful. The might of the thousand birds' flow had already ascended to the level of a soul emperor. Meanwhile, the toxicity associated with Meng Yiran's soul skill began to permeate the air. Tang Zuo's lips curled into a subtle smile, a fleeting moment that seemed to transcend time. In the blink of an eye, Yu Tianheng was sent hurtling through the air, the electric aura surrounding him dissipating into nothingness. Indeed, it was utterly neutralized by Tang Zuo's formidable Chidori flow. Yet, the currents coursing through Tang Zuo's sword remained undiminished. In truth, he had imbued the Kusanagi sword with a substantial amount of spiritual energy, a feat made possible by the power of the Ten-Fist sword. While the Ten-Fist sword and the Sharingan are regarded as dual manifestations of a single spirit, they can be wielded as two distinct martial souls. This unique advantage allows for the infusion of spiritual energy into other weapons. Though other spirit masters can also channel spiritual energy, their capabilities pale in comparison to those of Tang Zuo. If Tang Zuo were to risk his life, he could concentrate all his soul power into his sword, unleashing an extraordinarily potent strike. The magnitude of this blow is undeniably beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. The fates of Asro and Yu Tianheng are somewhat similar, however. Asro sustained significantly less damage than Yu Tianheng. This is not due to Asro's superiority over Yu Tianheng, but rather because Asro was propelled away by the residual force of Tang Zuo's attack, thus avoiding substantial harm. The sheer strength of the attack momentarily stunned the onlookers. Yet, in that fleeting instant, it became Tang Zuo's opportunity to strike. With a swift motion, he executed the lion's roar technique. A fleeting shadow darted by as Tang Zuo activated his body technique, appearing behind Yu Feng. Realizing that the space before him was devoid of presence, Yu Feng sensed an imminent threat. Immediately thereafter, Tang Zuo's foot had already struck his back. Yu Feng let out a painful cry, subsequently being propelled into the air by Tang Zuo's kick. Tang Zuo once again unleashed his formidable prowess, appearing above Yu Feng. With a single swing of his axe, a spray of blood erupted from Oslo's mouth. He crashed heavily to the ground. In the brief span of moments, the three members of the Imperial battle team had sustained grave injuries. Susanoo! Susanoo! The arena reverberated with cheers that belonged solely to Tang Zuo. He demonstrated his strength, leaving the audience in awe of what true power entails. Chapter 96. Victory. The two brothers from the Sher family and Yi Lenglan trembled slightly, their bodies quaking. Tang Zuo's strength is akin to that of a non-human. Since the defeat of these three individuals, it can be said that the competition has come to an end. My poison seems ineffective against you. Dugu Yan's complexion turned somewhat pale. The sense of superiority that had briefly graced her features has vanished. Tang Zuo flashed a charming smile. Forgive me, but I am invulnerable to your poison. With an imposing tone, Tang Zuo mimicked Tang San's stance and uttered those slowly spoken words, eliciting another wave of cheers from the audience. Today, the highlight of the Seoul Arena was none other than the Shrek Academy, and indeed, Tang Zuo himself. The Royal Combat Team seemed to have transformed into a mere backdrop highlighting Tang Zuo's formidable prowess. By the way, Qin Ming, what brings you here? Flinder inquired, bewildered. Qin Ming's presence here was indeed peculiar, for he was recognized as the youngest Soul Emperor in the realm of Soul Masters. Although Tang Zuo was a 12-year-old Soul King, he remained just that, a Soul King. Furthermore, Tang Zuo's identity was largely unknown to the world, thereby allowing Qin Ming's title as the youngest Soul Emperor to hold true. Recovering from his earlier shock, Qin Ming smiled brightly. Haha, Dean, I am now a teacher of the Royal Combat Team, he replied with an awkward grin. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the four teachers widened in astonishment, yet the atmosphere grew quiet, for the Royal Combat Team was being ruthlessly dominated by Tang Zuo, relentlessly so. Yu Tianheng, clutching his chest in excruciating pain, slowly crouched down. Yanlang instantly understood the unspoken cue and activated her soul skill. A radiant blue light enveloped the three of them. The Nine Hearts Sea Buttercup shimmered with brilliance, its three soul rings, yellow, and purple, surrounding her. Gradually, the wounds on the three began to heal, and they stood up as if they had never stepped into the arena. However, Yanlang was different. She lay collapsed on the ground. This could be regarded as a significant drawback of the Nine Hearts Sea Buttercup. Yet, it would be more accurate to describe it as an imperfection. After all, were it not for this flaw, any soul master wielding the Nine Hearts Sea Buttercup would be invincible, equivalent to immortality. Thus, such a spirit that could disrupt the balance of the Douluo world could never manifest. Continue, Yu Tianhing stated, accepting the reality of Tang Zuo's devastating blow. However, he chose not to concede. Perhaps the notion of surrender was absent from the vocabulary of the Royal Combat Team, and to never give up was Yu Tianhing's way of perseverance. Although the injuries of the three had completely healed, their fighting spirit had sustained an irreparable blow. Osro recalled the moment he was sent flying by the residual force of Tang Zuo's sword, feeling as though his worldview was on the verge of collapse. As for Yufeng, Tang Zuo had indeed prepared a comprehensive package for him at close range. The lion's roar was merely the beginning, although Yu Tianhing had not given up. Deep within him, he harbored a profound sense of dread towards Tang Zuo, an apprehension that could potentially linger for a lifetime, a phenomenon known as psychological shadow. This was an elusive concept. Meanwhile, Shimo and Shimo recognized that they could no longer remain passive. They had to join forces with the trio in their offensive. Dugu Yin had yet to recover from her earlier astonishment, not due to a slow reaction, but because Tang Zuo was simply astonishing. Let us go? Wrath of Thunder. Upon uttering these words, a massive blue lightning bolt ignited around Yu Tianhing, markedly different from the previous display of overwhelming thunderous power, yet fundamentally similar. He propelled himself forward, soaring towards Tang Zuo. Osro, witnessing this, also charged ahead. However, his cheetah-like speed had vanished. He no longer dared to act as he had before. For the reason was clear, Tang Zuo was too formidable. The brothers Shimo followed suit, astonishingly quick despite their robust physiques. Seeing the four advance, Yufeng gritted his teeth. They surrounded Tang Zuo in a formation. As for Dugu Yin and Yi Lingling, they could no longer participate in this contest. Yi Lingling lacked the stamina to support their regrouping. Moreover, with Tang Zuo's immunity to poison, Dugu Yin found herself powerless. The control soul techniques were utterly ineffective against Tang Zuo. Thus, Dugu Yin supported Yi Lingling and gradually withdrew from the arena. Do you still not concede? Tang Zuo inquired. Eyes closed, exhaling a sigh. Do not be overly oppressive. Yu Tianhing's forehead throbbed with veins, and his speed surged dramatically. A powerful bolt of lightning traced an elegant arc through the air. Tang Zuo sheathed the Kusanagi sword once more, shaking his head in disapproval. Yu Tianhing, utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, had chosen the most irrational method of attack, an outright assault, despite having gained a preliminary understanding of Tang Zuo's formidable strength. Tang Zuo extended his right hand, and to his astonishment, formidable lightning materialized within it. The five individuals advancing towards him displayed expressions of utter surprise. For the density of this lightning was extraordinarily high, emitting a sound reminiscent of 1,000 birds singing in unison. This sound was not mere noise. Rather, it was melodious and enchanting, evoking a sense of transcendence. However, Yu Tianheng, who possessed a deeper understanding of lightning, sensed an overwhelming aura of danger emanating from it. In the following moments, the azure electric light transformed into a striking violet hue, further heightening the astonishment of the five. The harmonious chorus of birdsong faded into silence, replaced by an eerie stillness, an absolute quietude devoid of even the slightest sound. This did not signify a diminishment of the lightning's power. Instead, it indicated a return to the essence of all things, representing the pinnacle of lightning's existence. Violet lightning. The violet lightning in Tang Zuo's hand suddenly intensified, casting a radiant glow that illuminated the entire arena, its brilliance extending for Forjiang. This was the thunderous wrath of Yu Tianheng, a strike executed with utmost determination. The two brothers from the Shi family, alongside Yu Tianheng, charged towards Tang Zuo, believing that they could secure victory through their combined efforts. Yet, to their astonishment, Tang Zuo's violet lightning surged downwards, targeting the ground. Before Tang Zuo, the arena suddenly collapsed. The crumbling platform gradually tilted forward, revealing a vast fissure. With a thunderous roar, the entire stage shattered. Everyone, apart from Yufeng, was astonished as they tumbled off the platform. After all, such a grotesque method was not something just anyone could conceive. Yufeng could no longer contain himself, succumbing to despair as he fell to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Qin Ming shook his head vehemently. One of the reasons Tangs were refrained from attacking them was the overwhelming power of the purple lightning. Of course, this was particularly true for those soul lords. The second reason was due to Qin Ming. Having read the original work, how could he possibly not recognize Qin Ming? Although Tang Zuo's memories of Oscar were somewhat muddled, it seemed that others were quite clear about it. Tang Zuo vaguely recalled that Oscar's martial spirit seemed to be tofu. However, he was astonished to discover it was actually a sausage. This revelation left him quite taken aback. In Chapter 97, the formidable energy of the physical body was highlighted. As for Yufeng's continued presence on the stage, it was simply a matter of misfortune. He was the only man standing behind Tang Zuo, while the others stood in opposition to him, making Yu Feng a refreshing anomaly amidst the fierce competition. The term extraordinary hardly sufficed to encapsulate his unfortunate plight. Initially, he was elated to see Tang Zuo facing off against 7 opponents alone, but that joy quickly dissipated as he and the others charged toward Tang Zuo. Meanwhile, Yu Tianheng and Oscar were merely sent flying by Tang Zuo's might. However, Yu Feng's experience was markedly different. He was mercilessly bestowed with a barrage of lion strikes by Tang Zuo. He had intended to launch a sneak attack on Tang Zuo from behind. But little did he know he would end up receiving a close-range beating instead. The 6 competitors who fell from the arena experienced a profound sense of despair, something they had never felt even when battling the Soul Emperor. This Soul Emperor was not Qin Ming, but rather a newly emerged Soul Emperor who had recently acquired a Soul Ring, albeit not in the best configuration. Thus, comparing Tang Zuo to him was an affront to Tang Zuo's prowess. Indeed, it was an insult to the very essence of Tang Zuo's strength. Tang Zuo's strength, when fully unleashed along with a slight lapse in the opponent's awareness, allows him the capability to triumph over a Soul Sage. This is indisputable. It is akin to his match against the Serpent Lady, where, once he summoned the Qilin, it could undoubtedly slay a Soul Sage. These Soul Sages lack any extraordinary defenses like Susanoo or Chakra Cloaks, making it impossible for them to evade the Qilin, as it is an unavoidable technique. With formidable power complemented by flamboyant moves, Tang Zuo could indeed be regarded as one of the strongest Soul Kings in history. This is not merely a title, but a veritable truth. As for Yu Feng, his legs quiver uncontrollably now. Engaging him in a one-on-one duel with Tang Zuo? That would be preposterous. He would surely meet his demise. While the notion of death may be somewhat exaggerated, he would certainly not escape a thorough beating from Tang Zuo. The audience's chant of beat him, Tang Zuo, elicited a sigh from Tang Zuo. He held a favorable impression of the Royal Combat Team. Had they not been the Royal Combat Team, he would not have so readily allowed the 7 to lose the match. At the very least, he desired to showcase his prowess. Disregarding all else, he resolved to deliver a beating first, gradually retracting his soul power and martial spirit. He returned the Xianyuan's sword to the jade flute, preparing to perform once more. Here's the deal. You use all your strength, and I shall rely solely on my physical skills. If I lose, you win. Sound good? Tang Zuo turned to Yu Feng and remarked. Yu Feng's bewildered expression was somewhat delightful. He was unaware of the meaning of the OK. Nevertheless, he nodded, for this was their final hope. And he sensed that perhaps he was not entirely without a chance. A Soul Sage might indeed defeat a Soul King without relying on soul power, akin to Xiao Wu refraining from using soul power while showcasing his prowess. However, for a Soul King to challenge a Soul Emperor without the aid of soul power, one must possess formidable physical strength. Thus, Tang Zuo had granted Yu Feng considerable respect. Yet, Tang Zuo still felt that he had not been sufficiently humble. Perhaps he had overstepped. After much contemplation, Tang Zuo retrieved the Xianyuan sword once more from the teachings of the jade figure. Yu Feng, in terror, took 2 steps back. Did you not say you would only use physical techniques? Yu Feng inquired. Tang Zuo nodded. Indeed, I shall lend you this sword. Otherwise, it would be rather unfair to you. Upon hearing this, Yu Feng felt the oppressive tension in his heart dissipate. The earlier display of Tang's withdrawing the sword had been truly intimidating. In truth, it was not fearsome in general, but specifically frightening to Yu Feng. To his surprise, Yu Feng smiled, for he found Tang Zuo's arrogance quite amusing. He not only refrained from employing any soul power, but also contemplated lending such a formidable weapon to Yu Feng. Has Tang Zuo vanished? No, he has not. Certainly, Tang Zuo has lent the Xianyuan sword to Yu Feng, but there is a prerequisite. Yu Feng must possess the strength to wield this sword. Tang Zuo's lips curled into his subtle arc as he hurled the Xianyuan sword forward. There was no sound of metal striking the ground. The Xianyuan sword embedded itself directly into the earth, its entire blade sinking in without a single gap, as if it were a natural formation. Yu Feng, along with the 6 others and all those observing from the high platform, collectively inhaled sharply. What degree of sharpness is this? It penetrates the ground without leaving a trace and without a whisper of sound. This is the might of the 8 strikes of Xiaji. A divine artifact forged to such perfection cannot possibly be weak. It is simply inconceivable. Yu Feng was momentarily stunned. He understood that this sword was extraordinary, but he never anticipated its level of uniqueness. Yet, simultaneously, his excitement surged. The sword's immense power signified that he could wield it to vanquish Tang Zuo. Hurry and take it. I wish to conclude this swiftly. Tang Zuo spoke with a hint of impatience. Meanwhile, Intriguing thoughts began to surface in his mind. Yu Feng gradually emerged from his state of shock and slowly approached the position of the Xianyuan sword. Grasping the hilt, he forcefully pulled upwards. In the next moment, nothing happened. A glimmer of golden light flashed in Yu Feng's eyes as he exerted more strength. Yet, the Xianyuan sword remained utterly unyielding, as if to say, "If you can move me, I shall concede defeat." However, Yu Feng was not one to be easily dissuaded. He summoned every ounce of strength within him. His face flushed crimson, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, a testament to the sword's immense weight. How could the sword be so heavy? Yu Feng asked in terror. The Xianyuan sword is forged from common iron, refined into exquisite steel, and then elevated to its current form. Its weight is approximately 200 kilograms, came the response. At this revelation, everyone gasped in disbelief. What does a weight of 200 kilograms signify? It is beyond comprehension. While it is true that a typical soul master could lift such a weight, it is crucial to understand. Tang Zuo, without even utilizing his soul power, effortlessly flicked the Xianyuan sword towards Yu Feng, who stood at a considerable distance, certainly not close enough to be deemed negligible. This time, Yu Feng acutely sensed the disparity between them with greater clarity. What are we even fighting for? Are we just waiting to be humiliated? Consequently, Yu Feng predictably exited the arena. The reason for his departure was evident to all. Tang Zuo could easily dominate Yu Feng, even without the use of his soul power. The atmosphere in the venue grew silent, as attendees were at a loss for words. Yu Feng, with a blank expression, descended from the stage, anticipating reproach from his teammates. To his surprise, however, they regarded him with sympathetic gazes, seemingly empathizing with his predicament. Meanwhile, the host remained frozen, failing to take immediate action. The applause that should have erupted from the audience vanished, as they were all engulfed in shock. I declare the match concluded, with the victorious team being the Shrek 7 monsters. The female host, upon regaining her composure, nearly dropped her microphone. Chapter 98, Stardew Royal Academy? Predictably, once the audience processed the outcome, cheers erupted, not for Tang Zuo, but for the Shrek 7 monsters. This was because they remembered that Tang Zuo was part of their team. It was the host who reminded them of this fact. It's worth noting that even the host almost mistakenly announced that the winning team was Tang Zuo's squad. Fortunately, her extensive professional experience allowed her to navigate the situation with ease. Tang Zuo approached the 6 individuals beneath the arena, only to find them gazing at him with peculiar expressions. A sense of confusion washed over him. "Brother, we must fight together from now on," Ning Rongrong declared, her slightly pouted demeanor exuding a certain charm. Tang Zuo, as expected, tousled Ning Rongrong's hair once more. This is a habitual gesture of a straightforward man. What else could he do? Caress her face? That would be exceedingly awkward. "Indeed, brother, you must not fight alone in the future," Tang San said with a gloomy expression. Tang Zuo gently tapped the forehead of Tang San. "Lucid, little San." Alas, little San has fallen once more. Now it was time for Xiao Wu to feel a twinge of jealousy, the rare and formidable jealous queen. Ning Rongrong, too, was somewhat irked and swiftly approached Tang Zuo. "Brother, I want in as well," Ning Rongrong declared. Tang Zuo felt a bit bewildered, but soon a radiant smile graced his face. He gently pressed a kiss on Ning Rongrong's forehead. As she sensed the warmth emanating from above, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, almost as if wisps of steam were rising. "All right, let's head up," Tang Zuo remarked, casting a sidelong glance upwards, a hint of bashfulness evident as he scratched his head. Words seemed to escape him in that moment. Amidst the laughter and cheer of the 7, they swiftly made their way to the audience seats. "Dean, we're back," shouted Ma Hongjun, waving enthusiastically at the group. However, when the 6, excluding Tang Zuo, laid eyes on Qin Ming, a wave of confusion washed over them. They had never encountered this individual before. Yet here he was, engaged in cheerful discourse with Flinder and Xiao Wu, suggesting a familiarity, having read the original work. Tang Zuo harbored no doubts about Qin Ming's identity. Allow me to introduce you," Flinder interjected as he noticed the 6 fixated on Qin Ming. "This is your senior, Qin Ming." Upon hearing this, the 6 regarded Qin Ming with newfound interest. "So, it is Senior Qin Ming. My apologies for not recognizing you," Tang Zuo remarked. Upon hearing Tang Zuo address him in such a manner, Qin Ming was unexpectedly overwhelmed by a sense of unworthiness. The burden placed upon his heart by Tang Zuo was indeed quite heavy. Were it someone else in possession of such a junior, they would undoubtedly feel a swell of pride. Naturally, Qin Ming was no exception to this sentiment. "Haha, Junior Tang Zuo, you are excessively humble. Your talent is unquestionably the finest I have encountered among those I have heard of. I am unworthy of such a title as senior," Qin Ming said, scratching his head in embarrassment and laughing. Tang Zuo was momentarily taken aback. Senior Qin Ming, if I recall correctly, you are the youngest Soul Emperor in the Douluo Continent. Are you not? Tang Zuo, upon witnessing Qin Ming's humility, succinctly articulated the crux of the matter. What? Soul Emperor? At this moment, while others remained indifferent, the 6 members present from Shrek could not contain their astonishment. Not at all. My young brother Tang Zuo possesses talents that far exceed my own. How could I possibly bear the title of the youngest Soul Emperor in history? Qin Ming and Tang Zuo then engaged in their familiar exchange of flattery. However, it would be remiss to categorize this merely as mutual flattery, for Qin Ming's words were indeed grounded in truth. Tang Zuo indeed possesses a far greater talent than the rest. The remaining 6 members of Shrek Academy let out a collective sigh of relief, although they too were gifted. Witnessing Qin Ming left them astounded. Qin Ming glanced at the 6 individuals and shook his head. Alas, in comparison to you all, I must humbly acknowledge my inferiority. He marveled at the remarkable number of talented individuals Shrek had recruited this year. I never expected Shrek to enroll so many exceptional students. All right. The battle for today has concluded. You all have worked hard. Let us return and indulge in a grand feast, exclaimed Flandra. A grand feast, echoed the 7 members of Shrek. Meanwhile, the match between Ming Iran and Oscar had also reached its conclusion, with their opponents being utterly overwhelmed, merely 2 soul ancestors. Thus, the contest ended swiftly, affirming the title of Dragon and Snake specialty. Unbeknownst to them, Yu Xiaogang had already departed. In a certain part of the Soto Great Soul Arena, Yu Tianheng stood alone in a daze when Yu Xiaogang approached him. Yu Tianheng, he called out. Upon hearing his name, Yu Tianheng turned around, astonished to find it was Yu Xiaogang calling him. Uncle, he exclaimed in disbelief. What brings you here? Yu Xiaogang lowered his head. How are your parents? Uncle, I heard that your martial soul issue has been resolved, Yu Tianheng said, a smile of excitement spreading across his face. Yes, thanks to the soul pill provided by Xiao Wu, my martial soul has broken through its limitations and transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon, Yu Xiaogang replied with a nod. Xiao Wu? That wouldn't be Tang Zuo, would it? Yu Tianheng inquired. Indeed, Yu Xiaogang confirmed, then looked at Yu Tianheng. So, what is your relationship with Tang Zuo? He is my benefactor and also my adopted son. Yu Xiaogang's expression bore a hint of guilt. He realized that he had yet to repay Tang Zuo for all he had done for him. The least he could do was willingly dedicate everything for Tang Zuo. What? Adopted son? Yu Tianheng seemed to be struck by an unprecedented shock, his astonishment reaching new heights. Tang Zuo was acutely aware of his own strength, as demonstrated in the recent battle. So, you're from Shrek? Indeed, I am the lead teacher of Shrek Academy, replied Yu Xiaogang. Ah, uncle, your theoretical knowledge remains unparalleled, remarked one of the students. The Shrek group had arrived at a restaurant, ordering a grand feast, embarking on an indulgent culinary journey. What a pity that you juniors are all Shrek students. Otherwise, I would have exerted considerable effort to bring you back to Star Do Royal Academy, Qin Ming said. Taking a hearty sip of his drink, the door of the restaurant swung open, and Yu Xiaogang stepped inside. Even if they are Shrek students, you could still bring them to Star Do Royal Academy, he asserted with a seriousness that left no room for jest. Upon hearing this, everyone momentarily halted their activities, turning their attention to Yu Xiaogang. Xiaogang, do you truly grasp the implications of what you're saying? Frand exclaimed, visibly agitated. Yu Xiaogang nodded in response. Frand, do you remember the original intention behind establishing Shrek Academy? Chapter 99, Heaven Do City. Xiaogang, are you intentionally trying to undermine me? Frand's expression was grave, indicating he was not joking. Yet, Yu Xiaogan's demeanor mirrored his own, resulting in a palpable tension between them. Frand, do you believe that the students can continue to thrive at Shrek as it stands? Yu Xiaogang inquired coldly. Frand's countenance stiffened. Why not? Can they not flourish at Shrek? Xiaogang, you must remember, they will always be Shrek students, previously, currently, and in the future. Frand's voice hinted at an underlying anger, as if the air around them crackled with unspoken conflict. They remained silent, the atmosphere thick with discontent. Setting aside other matters, consider the training facilities. Do you truly believe that under the present conditions at Shrek, they can receive a quality education? Yu Xiaogang analyzed the advantages of remaining at Shrek versus transferring to Star Do Royal Academy. The primary reason for joining the latter was the scarcity of resources at Shrek. These resources referred not to faculty strength but rather to training materials. Overall, Star Do Royal Academy offered superior conditions compared to Shrek. Presently, Shrek was not akin to Blue Tyrant Academy, it was simply Shrek, lacking substantial financial backing. Although Tang's was golden fruit could produce gold dust, it came at the cost of soul power. Transforming Shrek to the caliber of Star Do Royal Academy would likely take 3 years. Moreover, a crucial factor loomed, the Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition. After hearing Yu Xiaogang's words, Fran fell silent, shaking his head slightly as he sighed deeply. Xiaogang is right. Perhaps I am growing old. The future of the children is of utmost importance, he lamented, his demeanor reminiscent of a weary elder, pitiful and powerless. Alas, there was little one could do given the current state of affairs at Shrek. Tang Zuo, observing from the sidelines, felt a pang of discomfort. Though he knew the ultimate destination would not be here, but rather Blue Tyrant Academy, he still harbored some affection for this village. It was only natural to develop feelings over time. However, he had little time to ponder these matters. His immediate concern was how to entice the enigmatic Dugu into the Xiao organization. This task proved exceedingly challenging and necessitated significant elite combat strength. Currently, Tang Hao and potential future allies like the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect and the Invincible Dragon Grandmother represented such formidable forces. Yet, as an organization lacking a vast army, could they truly qualify as one of the lower 4 sects or even the upper 3 sects? Certainly not. Thus, there was an urgent need to bolster their combat capabilities. It was precisely Dugubo's sense of loyalty that offered Tang Zuo a glimmer of hope. After all, he was someone willing to risk his life for Tang San. Tang San was not overly generous with his resources. Thus, Tang Zuo had likely devised a strategy to confront Dugu Sai. The Tiando Royal Academy is one of the few institutions that remains unaffected by the Spirit Hall, greatly benefiting the future of its students. Moreover, the teachers of Shrek Academy deserve a tranquil place for their retirement. Perhaps this is the sanctuary we truly deserve. Flinder's somber tone seemed to resonate with everyone present, and a melancholic atmosphere enveloped the gathering. Please, discuss amongst yourselves. The opinions of Zhao Wujin and Xiaogang shall represent my own. I wish to step outside for a moment of solitude. No one opposed Flinder's decision to have Yu Xiaogang and Zhao Wujin voice his sentiments. After all, Shrek Academy was a creation of Flinder's own hands. The amount of effort he invested to transform Shrek from a modest institution into the formidable academy it is today is beyond measure, and all were acutely aware of this. Flinder is not an unreasonable man. I believe he can comprehend the situation, Yu Xiaogang sighed. The night passed swiftly, and the students of Shrek Academy were deeply affected by the prevailing atmosphere. They busied themselves packing their belongings in preparation for their transition to the Royal Academy. I truly find it hard to part with this place, which holds so many cherished memories, Ning Rongrong lamented, casting a forlorn glance at Tang Zuo. Tang Zuo's movements came to a halt, unbeknownst to him that he too felt a twinge of reluctance. Yet, what could be done about it? Rongrong. It is merely a change of scenery. This place shall not vanish. When the time comes to return, he can revisit it and find solace once more. Tang Zuo suppressed the sense of loss within him and began to console Ning Rongrong. How could Ning Rongrong be unaware of Tang Zuo's reluctance? Yet, being astute, she refrained from exposing him, for that was simply the nature of Tang Zuo, a man of profound sentiment. Zhu Qing, he ran. Do you wish to depart from here? Xiao Wu inquired. Zhu Qing and Ming Yuran both shook their heads, conveying their sentiments. Although my time here has been brief, the villagers' sincerity and warmth have deeply touched me, teaching me the true essence of camaraderie. Initially, I perceived this place as dilapidated, but as I settled in, I found it to be quite delightful. Ming Yuran remarked while packing her belongings. After all, Shrek is still Shrek, and we are still ourselves. There is no reason to be sorrowful. Zhu Qing unexpectedly echoed Tang Zuo's sentiments. The group had now arrived in the grand city of Tiando. Gazing upon the vastness of the city, a sense of astonishment enveloped them. Soto City simply could not compare to Tiando City. Of course, the term people here referred only to a portion of the populace. Tang San, Xiao Wu, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun. As for the others, Tiando City truly holds little significance in their eyes, especially for Ning Rongrong. Having been raised in the prestigious Jiobao Yuli sect, it is inconceivable for her to regard Tiando City with any measure of importance. As someone who has perused the original work, Tang Zuo is certainly not taken aback by such matters. As for Ming Yuran, it goes without saying. She is the granddaughter of the renowned duo, the Dragon Prince and the Snake Matron, who were well known for their tea-drinking escapades. Daimubai, a prince of the Starluo Empire, would find Tiando City laughably insignificant. And what of Zhu Qing? She is no less remarkable. The perspective of the esteemed teachers is even more elevated. Is this truly Tiando City? How magnificent it is! Xiao Wu exclaimed in excitement. Tang Zuo cast a glance at Xiao Wu, observing her astonishment over such a trivial matter. Tang Zuo smiled wryly. Xiao Wu pouted, slowly jogging to Tang San's side. Third brother, look, Dugu is bullying me. What should I do? Xiao Wu exclaimed indignantly. Tang San was utterly bewildered, his entire being petrified. In the 100th chapter, provoking Tang Zuo could lead to death. One must exercise caution. Tang San found himself in a quandary, yet this predicament was merely a fleeting episode, arriving swiftly and departing just as quickly. After the joyous laughter and merriment, the group soon arrived at the illustrious Tindo Royal Academy. Gazing upon the resplendent institution before them, all were left in awe. It was an establishment beyond comparison to Shrek Academy. Even 1,000 Shrek Academies would pale in significance. This was an undeniable truth. Save for Ning Rongrong. Although Tang Zuo had previously encountered the Heaven Do Royal Academy in the comics, the shock he felt was inescapable. The grandeur of the academy here surpassed even that depicted in the illustrations. It was akin to an entire mountain. Have we taken a wrong turn? Flander inquired. Not at all. This entire mountain is the property of the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Proceed further, and we shall enter their domain. Ning Rongrong proudly stated as she stepped forward. Upon hearing her words, the group collectively gasped in astonishment. It was indeed somewhat intimidating. They were aware of the academy's wealth but had not anticipated the magnitude of its resources. After a brief moment of shock, they began to advance inward. However, they had not traveled far before encountering a minor interruption. Halt! Who are you, and why have you appeared here? The speaker was a youth of around 18 or 19. And his attire, a noble-looking uniform of white and yellow, attested to his identity as a student of the Heaven Do Royal Academy. A line of individuals stood guard, effectively blocking the path of the Shrek group. We are from Shrek Academy, here to engage in exchanges at the invitation of the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Flander asserted as he stepped forward. You beggars dare to claim an exchange with our esteemed Heaven Do Royal Academy? Do you even recognize your own insignificance? Get lost. Quickly, the leading youth's expression was one of clear disdain as he waved his hand dismissively and spoke impatiently. Boom. The faces of the Shrek members, initially grim, darkened further, with Daimubai even contemplating a kick. However, Tang Zuo resolutely activated his shaving technique, appearing directly before the young man. Subsequently, a massive purple arm descended, pinning him to the ground. Tang Zuo chuckled. Listen, I advise you to show some respect, or I cannot guarantee your survival. His piercing gaze instilled a sense of dread in the young man. It seemed he had forgotten his pain, for he sensed a genuine aura of lethal intent emanating from Tang Zuo. This was no jest, it was an overwhelmingly palpable threat. The others, witnessing Tang Zuo pin the young man to the ground, were instantly taken aback. They instinctively activated their soul rings. It must be noted that these academies were indeed quite weak, lacking even a single soul master of rank, and yet they were all 18 or 19 years old. Their innate talent could only be described as subpar. It was not that they were entirely lacking, but rather that there existed a significant disparity when compared to those prodigies. Tang Zuo observed the lack of even a single soul master among these individuals, displaying an expression of disdain. With a fierce glare, an invisible aura of dominance emanated from him. Upon encountering this overwhelming presence, the Soul Kings collapsed to the ground, their strength woefully inadequate in comparison to Tang Zuo. You dare to attack us at the Heaven Do Royal Academy? This is a provocation against the Heaven Do Empire. Just wait, exclaimed the young man who had just been subdued by Tang Zuo, rising abruptly to point at him and the accompanying teachers and students. You've placed a rather impressive label upon yourselves, yet ultimately, you are but trash. Summon your teacher, Tang Zuo retorted, his tone sharp. A figure clad in silver approached slowly. This person appeared to be of similar age to Flinder. Teacher son, you have finally arrived. They are causing chaos at the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Quickly, assist us in teaching them a lesson, the young man called out, rushing forward in relief at the arrival of authority. Blood loss, look at yourself. What have you become? Teacher son admonished, then turned to address the Shrek crowd. May I inquire as to your purpose for being here? Teacher son was a reasonable individual, refraining from mentioning the recent incident involving his student. We have come in search of Qin Ming, but upon our entrance, we were insulted by your students and told to leave, Flinder replied, his anger palpable. Seeking Teacher Qin. Might I inquire if you hail from the Shrek Academy of the Barak Kingdom? Teacher Sun's heart stirred with intrigue as he posed the question. Indeed, was the affirmative response. As Tang Zuo approached, he nodded in acknowledgement. At this moment, Sun Buyu's expression transformed into one of eager appeasement. Ah, so it is the Shrek Academy. I have long admired your institution. To produce a student such as Teacher Qin Ming is indeed commendable. I offer my apologies on behalf of those less discerning students. Sun Buyu said respectfully. The resentment on Flander's face dissipated, largely thanks to Sun Buyu's words. Now, please follow me, he continued. leading the group towards the entrance of the Tiando Royal Academy. Observing the others, Shui Ping wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Haha. What a magnificent Shrek Academy. With me here today, I shall not permit you to join our Tiando Royal Academy, Shui Ping declared through gritted teeth. The students who had regained consciousness shook their heads at Shui Ping's proclamation. Your Majesty, that may not be appropriate. One student ventured cautiously. Oh, what is inappropriate about it? The entire Tiando Royal Academy belongs to us. I shall not attend today's classes. I seek to reclaim justice. The scene shifts back to Shrek, where the group, following Sun Buyu, was nearing the Tiando Royal Academy. One could not exaggerate the opulence of this institution. Even the steps leading up to it were crafted from precious materials. Flanders' eyes were perpetually wide with astonishment, his expression unchanged throughout the journey. At times, his mouth gaped wide, resembling a great ape, while at others, it was slightly ajar, akin to a baboon. When his mouth was closed, he appeared like a goat. Flanders would undoubtedly profit if he confined himself in a cage and opened a zoo. Breathing in the fresh, fragrant air, the members of Shrek Academy felt an unprecedented sense of elation. The weariness that had previously weighed upon them dissipated, replaced by a lightness of spirit. Their pace gradually slowed, enchanted by the breathtaking scenery along the way. Indeed, the Tiando Royal Academy lived up to its royal status, exhibiting a lavishness that was truly remarkable. Tang Zuo shook his head with a sigh. Indeed, it is nothing short of extravagant. Chapter 101. Astonishing Flender in the Three Teaching Committees. What is there to it? Our 9-treasure glazed house school is far more opulent than this. Ning Rongrong trotted over to Tang Zuo's side, grasping his arm with a smile. This moment captured the attention of everyone present, and Tang Zuo responded with a gentle smile, causing the female students along the way to exude a rosy aura. Indeed, your 9-treasure glazed house school is the most magnificent of all. Tang Zuo chuckled, gently stroking Ning Rongrong's hair, and said, Hee, I told you so. The members of Shrek Academy exchanged glances, seemingly unaware that Tang Zuo had subtly graduated from his previous obliviousness. However, little did they know that Tang Zuo remained unchanged. It was all due to the system and the influence of Dogdi. After traversing a considerable distance, the group from Shrek marveled at the opulence of the Royal Do Academy, but eventually arrived at the reception room. Upon hearing of their arrival, Qin Ming hurried forward to greet them. I have already discussed the matters concerning the academy with the higher-ups. They take this issue seriously and have arranged accommodations and a banquet for you. So rest assured, Qin Ming smiled at Flander. Subsequently, the group dined on a sumptuous dinner, which was undeniably delicious. Ma Hongjuan's enthusiastic feasting brought laughter and amusement to everyone. Upon returning to their dormitory, they found it to be incomparable to Shrek's. Characterized by its dignified elegance and pristine cleanliness, such descriptors were hardly an exaggeration. The night swiftly passed, and Tang Zuo and his companions seemed somewhat unaccustomed to their surroundings, having grown accustomed to Shrek's dormitory. Despite their discomfort, they slept soundly, like logs. After breakfast, they prepared to meet the Academy's higher-ups, specifically the council members of the Royal Do Academy. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a storm was quietly brewing. Senior Qin Ming. Why are the students from the Tiando Royal Academy so weak? Ma Hongjuan pondered aloud, clearly perplexed. Logically, such a powerful academy should possess a higher overall strength. The others displayed similar interest. Haha, our students are categorized by rank, and they are merely the lowest tier here, Qin Ming explained with a smile. And how is this ranking determined? Ma Hongjuan inquired again. The Tiando Royal Academy classifies its students into 3 tiers. The first tier comprises those below level 25, known as the Tianwei level. The second tier encompasses those with soul power levels between 25 and 30, termed the Tianji level. The third tier consists of those above level 30, referred to as the Tiando level. Qin Ming enlightened them about the academy's structure, and a sense of understanding dawned upon them regarding the weakness of the students they had encountered earlier. Oh, how I wish to reach level 30 quickly. Then I could be a Tiando level, Ma Hongjuan lamented, looking downcast. Haha, well, who told you not to work hard in the first place? Feeling regret now, are you? Flander playfully patted Ma Hongjuan's back, chuckling. Who says I don't work hard? I put in a lot of effort, Ma Hongjuan retorted, displeased. And thus began a spirited debate between the two. Under Qin Ming's guidance, they soon arrived at their destination. 3 men stood before them, exuding an unmistakable aura of authority and pride, their garments reflecting the essence of soul masters. It was evident that they took the matter of Shrek Academy seriously. Flander approached slowly, wearing a smile. Shrek Academy, the four-eyed cat eagle, Flander, level 79, 7-ring battle soul master, pays my respects to the seniors. In truth, Flander should have been a level 78 Soul Sage, but with Tang Zuo's assistance, he had arduously ascended a level, now nearing the realm of Soul Douluo. Deep within, Tang Zuo harbored a sense of trepidation regarding Dugu, not from fear that his group would be unable to contend with him, but rather from the concern of not being able to gain his favor. After all, he was not Tang San. If he failed to attract Dugubo's interest, would he dare to seek him out? Flander's bow was not a matter of relinquishing dignity. It was merely a customary gesture of respect from a junior to a senior. Flander, esteemed principal, it is an honor to finally meet you. Your presence at our Tiando Royal Academy truly brings us great prestige, introduced Mingxinji. The chief of the Tiando Royal Academy, an imposing figure with a formidable black soul beast, displaying 8 soul rings that revolved around him, exuding an air of dominance. Aside from Tang Zuo, the others were left astonished. I am Bai Baoshan, an 85-level defensive soul master. I am Jilin, with the martial soul of the sky blue vine, an 83-level, 8-ringed equipment soul master. The 3 council members introduced themselves in turn, their gazes fixated on the students. Upon catching sight of Long Gong Mingshu, their expressions shifted, marked by surprise. This junior, Mingxinji, pays my respects to Senior Long Gong and Senior Long Pa. Acknowledging their presence, Mingxinji, like Flander, displayed a keen awareness of etiquette. Jilin and Bai Baoshan, after their initial shock, followed suit. Ah, there is no need for such formality. We are here to serve as teachers. As for me, I would be honored to act as an advisor, Mingshu responded amiably, eschewing any airs of superiority. Haha, the willingness of Senior Long Gong to serve as our advisor indeed brings us great honor, Mingxinji replied with a smile. The Shrek students stood behind their teachers, appearing somewhat reserved, for this was their inaugural visit, and they were in the presence of 3 soul Douluos, which naturally induced a degree of nervousness. Teacher Qin Ming mentioned that your students triumphed over our Royal Do team, and they are quite young at that. Truly, they are exceptional talents, Mingxinji remarked, directing his gaze toward Shrek's members. Upon spotting Tang Zuo, his eyes widened in surprise. Noticing this reaction, Bai Baoshan and Mingxinji also turned their attention to Tang Zuo. Hearing these words, Flander lowered his head and shook it. Alas, Shrek Academy no longer exists, he lamented. Experience told Mingxinji to react swiftly. No, Principal Flander, Shrek Academy will forever remain Shrek Academy. Our Tiando Royal Academy will never impose any tasks upon you that you would not wish to undertake. Should you have any requests, please do not hesitate to voice them. As long as they are within our capacity, we will do our utmost to assist. Flander was taken aback. It seemed that only Shrek Academy could command such respect from the Tiando Royal Academy. Thank you, he replied. Chapter 102, Where Lies the Limit? Suddenly, the atmosphere turned serious, and the 3 council members wore expressions of gravity. I have heard from Teacher Qin Ming that among you are a pair of genius brothers. Might I have the honor of meeting them? He chuckled. Qin Ming had not disclosed Tang Zuo's soul power or soul rings, nor had he mentioned the ages of Tang Zuo and Tang San. Tang Zuo has now realized the predicament he finds himself in, for the disguise he donned before the Soul Emperor proved utterly ineffective. This implies that Qin Ming is also aware that Tang Zuo's 5th soul ring is a crimson-hued one, aged a staggering 100,000 years. Tang Zuo and Tang San exchanged a glance, and then stepped forward. Greetings, esteemed teachers. Tang Zuo and Tang San spoke respectfully. The Dream God Machine and the wise Lin beside him remained silent, slowly rising and taking a step forward. They extended their hands, their expressions momentarily frozen. A formidable soul force suddenly manifested above Tang Zuo and Tang San. This immense pressure left noticeable cracks on the floor surrounding them. Tang San was merely startled by the shock, while Tang Zuo appeared unfazed, as if nothing had transpired. Tang San unleashed the Xian Tian attack, yet Tang Zuo remained unfazed, as if nothing were amiss. As for the members of Shrek, they were well aware of the antics of these 2 fools and thus refrained from intervening. Furthermore, they recognized that such a meager amount of soul power posed no threat to either of them. Jilin was struck by profound astonishment. However, Mingxinji was entirely unperturbed. His mind clouded in confusion. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently tapped into soul power at the soul sovereign level, without even compelling Tang Zuo to reveal his soul rings. What on earth is happening? Mingxinji exclaimed in shock. Meanwhile, both Mingxinji, who was channeling his soul power towards Tang San, and Bai Baoshan on the other side, gazed in disbelief at Tang Zuo. The soul power had reached level 50. Tang Zuo still showed no signs of the imminent appearance of a soul ring. This, a monster. A monster. A monster. The 3 committee members exclaimed in succession, shocked. Unbeknownst to them, Jilin had already concluded the soul power pressure he had exerted on Tang San. Tang San experienced an unprecedented sense of ease upon reaching the 60th level of soul power. Tang Zuo was beginning to waver, and in an instant, his soul ring erupted forth. Tang Zuo let out a sigh of relief. Black, 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 red. 5 soul rings manifested before the crowd. The disguise before the soul Douluo proved utterly ineffective. Goodness. Dream God Machine immediately withdrew, staring at Tang Zuo in bewilderment. Should I bow my head or raise it? Scrutinizing Tang Zuo. How old are you? Tang Zuo helplessly covered his head. 12 years old. Just a fleeting remark sent the 3 members of the education committee into a spiral of contemplation. This cursed talent. Tang Zuo could not help but lament that while the thrill of pretense is indeed delightful, there exists a saying, the joy of facade may lead one to the crematory. Yet, this was a predicament born of sheer misfortune. After all, who could have anticipated such a turn of events? A soul ring. For black and 1 red. A soul king? At the tender age of 12? The 3 individuals were no longer bewildered. Tang Zuo's astonishing talent had utterly captivated them. The continent bore witness to an unparalleled prowess embodied in him. What was even more exasperating was his almost ethereal beauty, the kind that incites envy wherever he goes. Shrek Academy, oh, what a monumental revelation this was. Dream Machine's legs weakened, and he collapsed to the ground, utterly astounded by Tang Zuo. Nevertheless, they were also filled with joy. The presence of Shrek at the Royal Academy of Tiando was undoubtedly a magnificent enhancement. No, it was akin to adorning a crown with diamonds. What is your name? Dream Machine inquired. Tang Zuo smiled faintly and said, I am Tang Zuo. May I test your limits? To Tang Zuo's surprise, the Dream Machine responded with a hint of respect in its tone. It is worth noting that the Dream Machine is the esteemed head of the teaching committee at the Heavenly Duel Royal Academy. For it to exhibit such deference towards Tang Zuo is indeed a rare occurrence. Need it be said further? Tang Zuo hesitated for a moment, then nodded. I am Tang Zuo, a junior possessing the martial soul of the Sharingan, a level 58 formidable assault soul master. As the words left his lips, 5 spirit rings emerged from beneath Tang Zuo, and a tremendous surge of soul power radiated outward. Esteemed Dream, please bestow your guidance. Tang Zuo extended his hand with a respectful smile. The Dream God nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, the Soul Emperor's soul force erupted violently, enveloping Tang Zuo. Gradually, the intensity of the soul force began to rise. The initial utilization of the Soul Emperor's power was a means to seamlessly connect with what had just transpired. The release of Tang Zuo's soul ring is precisely at the threshold of 60th level soul power. Therefore, under the circumstances of Tang Zuo's meticulous preparation, it would be no exaggeration to assert this. Furthermore, soul power increases incrementally, level by level. Tang Zuo initially exhibited no apparent discomfort. As his soul power gradually ascended, he felt the strain when he reached the 65th level, biting his lip as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. At the 70th level, the pressure of a soul sage bore down upon him, and he slowly knelt to the ground, his expression betraying the struggle he was enduring against this formidable soul power. Can he endure? Dream God Machine inquired. The members of Shrek gazed at Tang Zuo, their faces occasionally revealing their concern. Ning Rongrong, in particular, looked at Tang Zuo with worry, as if her gaze could alleviate his burdens. This overwhelming soul power had caused the ground around Tang Zuo to sink. Yet the earth beneath his feet remained intact due to his steadfast resistance. You can do it, continue. Tang Zuo remarked. Seeing this situation, the dream mechanism also intensified the transmission of soul energy. The pressure borne by Tang Zuo gradually intensified. As for why Tang Zuo chose to allow Dream Machine to test his limits, it was certainly not due to folly. Rather, this endeavor held significant advantages for him. It was reminiscent of his previous experience at the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile School, where the soul power pressure exerted by Sword Douluo had propelled him to an entire level of soul power advancement. Now, his realm had solidified sufficiently, and he merely required a touch of external force to reach level 60. Should today's proceedings unfold favorably, Tang Zuo could undoubtedly ascend to level 99. Coupled with the system's talent enhancement effects, the threshold of becoming a Soul Emperor at level 60 would then be within reach. This would grant him the potential to ascend to the rank of Soul Emperor before the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master competition. One must ponder. Who has ever heard of a 12-year-old Soul Emperor? No one has, for it is simply unheard of. Within the confines of the system's space, a golden-haired dog sat with a rather human-like posture, arms crossed over its chest, exclaiming, "Oh, Tang Zuo, you might as well be done for. Go, Dream Machine. You can do it." Just then, a figure approached, delivering a sharp reprimand. "This is your opportunity for advancement. Be quiet, you silly dog." In the blink of an eye, his soul power surged to an astonishing strength of 75. Chapter 103, external spirit bones resembling grilled wings. Tang Zuo had not reached a point of utter desperation. To be candid, he still possessed a multitude of hidden cards. His second and third martial souls, as well as soul bones, were all at his disposal. Merely revealing one of them would suffice to endure the current circumstances. Naturally, if it became imperative to unveil one for the sake of advancement, it would undoubtedly be the external soul bone. The individuals before him would not dare to act against Tang Zuo, nor would they disseminate any information regarding him. This was something Tang Zuo was quite certain of. Thus, there was no cause for concern. His soul power continued to incrementally rise, and the astonishment in Mingxinji's gaze had dissipated, replaced by a sense of numbing familiarity. He understood that a genius like Tang Zuo could not be measured by ordinary standards, which alleviated his worries somewhat. However, the members of Shrek could not help but feel a tinge of anxiety. It was not that they doubted Tang Zuo, rather, it was the effect of their friendship, which was irrevocable. As for Ning Rongrong, the tension in her tightly clasped hands betrayed her nervousness. Gradually, Mingxinji found himself closing his eyes. Suddenly, a surge of soul power erupted at the level of 80. Boom! A colossal pair of flaming wings unfurled behind Tang Zuo. The overwhelming soul power rapidly incinerated the floor beneath him. As the flames atop the wings began to dissipate, their true form was slowly revealed. A hue of deep crimson laced with a malevolent aura. The three teaching committee members gazed in astonishment at this spectacle, and then exclaimed in unison, This is an external soul bone. Mingxinji, unable to contain his own astonishment, withdrew his hand from augmenting the soul power and took a deep breath. Immediately afterward, the sound of shattering glass resonated, signifying that the thin membrane surrounding Tang Zuo had been breached. Tang Zuo has officially ascended to the esteemed rank of Soul King at level 59. The threshold to level 60 is within reach, and whether he can attain that esteemed level swiftly now hinges on the capabilities of Dugu. It remains to be seen how formidable Dugu will prove to be. Tang Zuo exhaled a deep breath, expressing gratitude to the Dream God Machine Teaching Committee. Tang Zuo retracted the soul bone behind him, a smile gracing his lips as he gazed at Dream Machine. As a soul Douluo, how could Dream Machine be oblivious to the powerful fluctuation of soul power that had erupted from Tang Zuo just moments ago? Have you leveled up again? Dream Machine inquired, struggling to suppress the astonishment swelling within. Tang Zuo nodded and then smiled. Brother, you've leveled up again. Ning Rongrong said as she trotted over to Tang Zuo, grasping his arm. Indeed, Tang Zuo bestowed a tender smile upon Ning Rongrong. Ah, my apologies, dear Tang Zuo. I momentarily lost control of my strength. The apology from Dream God Machine is indeed heartfelt. This individual, along with Bai Bashan and Jilin, forms a commendable trio. In terms of character and loyalty, they are undeniably exceptional. This is precisely why Tang Zuo felt comfortable revealing his soul bone in their presence. Had he encountered a different set of individuals than those depicted in the original narrative, it is likely that Tang Zuo would have refrained from disclosing his true abilities. In the realm of Douluo Continent, where the law of the jungle prevails, one must only exhibit their strength in the absence of peril. Otherwise, who do you think you are? The leader of the explosive Sky Gang? Even the leader of the explosive Sky Gang, with numerous identities, would not dare to act so arrogantly, let alone someone like Tang Zuo. Although Tang Zuo is, in the current context, a talented individual endowed with both background and strength, it is often such prodigies who are most susceptible to untimely demise. However, with the protagonist's halo surrounding him, there is little cause for concern. A genius, a marvel, a prodigy. The three shook their heads in astonishment, as Tang Zuo appeared like a radiant beacon, each step he took eliciting profound amazement. Subsequently, Jilin finally recalled Tang San. He lifted his gaze towards Tang San, who stood before him. Ah, my apologies. I was so taken aback that I forgot to introduce myself. Perhaps you could share a few words about yourself? Jilin said, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Tang San offered an awkward smile, fully comprehending the situation, especially considering that it involved his brother Tang Zuo, who would shamelessly pretend to be a star. Naturally, Tang Zuo had the privilege of evolving from a minor role to a significant one. I am Tang San, a control system soul master with the martial spirit blue silvergrass at level 39. Upon hearing this, the three committee members instantly perked up. Blue silvergrass can indeed be cultivated. As expected, this essential phrase that everyone must utter upon encountering Tang San echoed from the lips of the trio. There are no worthless martial spirits, only inept soul masters. Tang San spoke with earnest conviction. In truth, even Yu Xiaogang, who uttered these words, did not truly believe them. He shook his head, covering his face with his hands. Tang San believed wholeheartedly, his conviction unwavering. Upon hearing this, Tang Zuo nearly succumbed to laughter. The three committee members stood frozen in place, before exchanging faint smiles. Ah, what a proclamation, asserting that there are no useless martial souls, only inept soul masters. Truly grandiloquent, Jilin exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Indeed, should this statement circulate, it would undoubtedly stir a tempest within the realm of soul masters, Dream Machine added with a chuckle. I had merely been aware of the exceptional talent Qin Ming, nurtured by your Shrek Academy, who had triumphed over our team, yet I did not anticipate such extraordinary prowess. Dream Machine remarked in astonishment, shaking his head. Esteemed committee members, I am grateful for your recognition, yet I have a humble request, Flanders said with a respectful gesture. Please. Do speak, Dream Machine replied, maintaining a demeanor of patience. I hope that matters concerning Tang Zuo's external spirit bone remain confidential. Would you be amenable to this? Flander inquired once more. Dream Machine nodded affirmatively. Naturally, our Tindo Royal Academy shall ensure that a talent like Tang Zuo remains unscathed, he asserted with conviction. Ah. My gratitude to you, Chief Dream. In truth, with Tang Zuo's capabilities, he could easily serve as a Tiendo-level instructor here. However, he is destined to participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament, thus it is impossible for him to take on the role of a teacher. If a match were to occur between Qin Ming and Tang Zuo, the outcome would be unequivocal. Tang Zuo would assuredly emerge victorious. This reflects the disparity in their strengths. If Tang Zuo were to ascend to the rank of Soul Emperor, his prowess would reach the zenith of that level, rendering him invincible against all but the Soul Saints. However, engaging in combat with a Soul Saint poses considerable challenges, given the substantial 10-level disparity between the Soul Emperor and Soul Saint ranks. This gap can indeed be likened to a formidable barrier. It is conceivable that Tang Zuo might defeat a Soul Saint under circumstances where the latter is caught off guard. Yet, the likelihood of such an occurrence is exceedingly slim, almost negligible. Such minuscule odds are hardly worth considering. Except perhaps in the case of those arrogant Soul Saints who overestimate their own strength. The majority of Soul Saints, equipped with their extensive combat experience, are adept at controlling the flow of battle. Even if one may not be particularly suited for tactical planning, raw strength can often prevail over cunning. In Chapter 104, The Reappearance of Snowstar, Qin Ming stood alone behind Shrek Academy, his expressions a tapestry of emotions as he observed the crowd, seemingly eager to interject. However, after much contemplation, he refrained from doing so. Despite his awareness of Tang Zuo's formidable abilities, he remained profoundly astonished by him. The external soul bone, the remarkable talent, each aspect shattered his preconceived notions of reality. Nevertheless, these revelations do not diminish the truth of Qin Ming's own brilliance. Although Tang Zuo far surpasses Qin Ming in strength, the latter's genius remains undeniable. Tang Zuo's talent is undoubtedly magnitudes beyond that of an average genius. It is such that even the combined abilities of numerous gifted individuals pale in comparison. This is the essence of a prodigy, an extraordinary being that transcends the mundane. Shrek Academy, through the collective strength and aptitude of its members, has successfully established a profound presence in the minds of the three committee members. Given this, let us proceed with this matter. Teacher Qin, please make the necessary arrangements, said Ming Shinji with a smile. Upon hearing this, Flanders also chuckled. In that case, we shall take our leave for now. After Flanders spoke, the other members of Shrek prepared to return and rest. However, at that moment, hurried footsteps approached, drawing everyone's attention. Tang Zuo's lips curled slightly, for he knew that a splendid performance was about to unfold here. Is the chief of the Dream Machine present? A voice, deep yet rather overbearing, echoed, leaving the crowd in a state of confusion. Upon recognizing the speaker, Dream Machine trembled slightly and hastened forward to greet him. Shortly thereafter, several youths entered, those whom Tang Zuo had rendered unconscious with his conqueror's haki. The leader among them was the boy known as Avalanche, the one whom Tang Zuo had struck down. It is worth mentioning that the name Avalanche is aptly chosen, reminiscent of an imminent snowstorm. Tang Zuo couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The boy's eyes glinted with malice. Had they the power to kill, Tang Zuo would surely have already met his demise. Nevertheless, he paid little heed to Avalanche's resentful glare, instead indulging in the surrounding scenery. At the center stood an elderly man, his hair a shade of pale yellowish white. Clad in a garment adorned with white and red hues, he exuded an air of nobility. It was evident that his status was anything but ordinary, and the innate aristocratic aura emanating from him was unmistakable. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing down upon the three committee members with a somewhat condescending demeanor. Remarkably, the committee members showed no signs of reluctance under such scrutiny, indicating the extraordinary nature of this man's identity. Beside the elder stood another figure, a person with long green hair cascading down to their waist. A red diamond-shaped emblem adorned their forehead, adding a touch of vitality to their appearance. With sharp eyes and fair skin, they bore a striking resemblance to a scholar from ancient times, exquisite in their demeanor. Tang Zuo was somewhat taken aback upon seeing the appearance of Dugu, not because of any striking handsomeness, but rather due to the stark contrast with his animated depiction, which left him feeling somewhat disoriented. Dugu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, yet he did not deign to glance at anyone, as if he were the most esteemed presence in the room. "Your Highness, what brings you here?" Dream Machine inquired with a smile as he stepped forward to greet him. The elder cast a fleeting glance towards Shrek Academy, a hint of a smile playing upon his lips. Xuelang slowly approached the elder, whispering something into his ear, though the words were so soft that none could discern them. "Did the three esteemed committee members not have the courtesy to introduce this guest to me?" The elder remarked with a jovial expression directed at the trio. A few lines of exasperation appeared on their foreheads, for they were soul Douluos. And according to the customs of the Soul Master realm, even a prince ought not to treat them with such disrespect. Yet, given that the three were part of the Tiando Royal Academy, which belonged to the Elder S family, they found themselves at a loss. "Your Highness, allow me to introduce you to Dean Flinder. They represent Shrek Academy, here to engage in an exchange with our Tiando Royal Academy," Dream Machine stated, facilitating the introductions before returning to his previous position. Dean Flinder appeared noticeably displeased. "Greetings, Your Highness," he offered. Yet Xuelang did not even spare a glance in Flinder's direction. "Shrek Academy? I have never heard of it. It must be a rather insignificant institution." "Dream Chief, how could you allow such an unremarkable student to enter?" Xuelang taunted. At this remark, everyone from Shrek, including Tang Zuo, was incensed. Tang Zuo could hardly contain his fury, and it was evident that others were equally incensed. "Your Highness, that is not the case. Shrek Academy has cultivated numerous exceptional students. For instance, our esteemed teacher Qin Ming hails from Shrek Academy. Their presence here to teach is indeed a tremendous joy. Not only the few from Shrek." Even Ming Shinji felt compelled to retaliate against Xuesheng. Jilin and Bai Baoshan shared the same sentiment. However, due to their status, they could only restrain themselves. In the eyes of the people on Douluo Continent, Qin Ming is undoubtedly among the most elite of talents, having reached the Soul Emperor rank at the age of 34, which suggests he could attain the title Douluo rank before the age of 60. The contributions of a title Douluo to an academy extend far beyond mere strength. They wield considerable influence even across the entire Tiando Empire. Clearly, the educational prowess of Shrek Academy is formidable. Yet, I heard from my nephew Xueping that they were assaulted upon their arrival at Tiando Royal Academy. The Tiando Royal Academy is a significant pillar of the Tiando Empire, and thus cannot admit these arrogant and morally corrupt individuals. Xuesheng, with a stern expression, directed his gaze at Mingxinji. At this moment, the members of Shrek finally comprehended the implications of Prince Xuesheng's words. This was evidently an attempt to restore his nephew Xuepuy's dignity. "How does the prince intend to resolve this matter?" Flander inquired. "Since you have come to Tiando Royal Academy for an exchange, I shall not make things difficult for you. This trivial matter ends here. However, you must prove to me that you are truly talented individuals." Xuesheng extended his index finger, gesturing towards the Shrek Academy. "Haha, pray tell. How does your Highness wish for us to demonstrate this?" Flander clenched his teeth, glaring at the audacious Prince Xuesheng, seemingly wishing to devour him whole. Yet, Flander was helpless. After all, he was a prince, and it would be unwise to confront him directly. Meanwhile, Tang would genuinely desire to give him a sound thrashing. Quite simply, "If you can endure 5 minutes under the esteemed Dugu's tutelage, I shall acknowledge you as geniuses. Otherwise, you shall pack your belongings and return whence you came." Xuesheng's imposing demeanor elicited discomfort among all members of Shrek. Furthermore, the once inconspicuous Long Gong and Sheepa felt particularly irked. Truth be told, though their martial soul fusion skill might not match the likes of title Douluos such as Zhu Hua, they could easily contend with Dugu. While the title may be somewhat exaggerated, it can be said that Dugu ranks among the weaker title Douluos. Unbeknownst to Dugu, he remained aloof, gazing arrogantly at the sky. "Do not take such liberties," Mingxinji exclaimed, and sensed that Xuesheng would propose such a challenge. Knowing full well that Dugu was a title Douluo, to expect Shrek's members to endure 5 minutes under him? Preposterous. However, he had forgotten about Long Gong and Sheepa's presence, a lapse caused by his agitation. "Chief Mingxinji, if you feel I am being excessive, you may certainly report to His Majesty. However, until then, Tiando Royal Academy is under my jurisdiction. You shall remain like a dragon coiled, or a tiger lying down. The affairs within the academy are mine to govern." Xuesheng was evidently unconcerned with Mingxinji, for despite his rank as a Soul Douluo, Xuesheng was still a prince. Dugu, I entrust this matter to you. Xiaosheng's gaze swept over the Shrek students, then briefly landed on Mingxinji, revealing a smug expression as he addressed Flander. Flander chuckled softly. Then, let all of you join forces. In an instant, a verdant glow enveloped Dugu, forming a thin membrane around him. With a thunderous roar, 9 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, swirled around Dugu, the overwhelming soul power causing some Shrek students to take a step back. Except for Tang Zuo, Qinming, and Long Gong and Shipa, who were aware of Dugubo's identity, the others were left in sheer astonishment, perceiving title Douluo as an insurmountable peak. Enduring 5 minutes against Dugu seemed tantamount to courting death. Dugu, Xiao Wu, and the others swallowed hard, then inhaled sharply. Your surname is Dugu. I can sense the toxic aura around you. If I am not mistaken, you must be Dugu, the poisoned Douluo, Yu Xiaogang remarked sternly, the apprehension evident in his cautious gaze. Ha ha ha. I never expected anyone to remember my name and recognize who I am. Now, be gone. Initially, Dugu laughed boisterously. But his piercing gaze quickly instilled fear in the hearts of the Shrek members. Dugu, do not overstep your bounds. Long Gong stepped forward, unleashing a formidable surge of soul power. 8 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, manifested around Long Gong Mengshu. Shipa also snorted coldly. Do not presume that just because you are a title Douluo, I would be intimidated. 6 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, swirled around Chao Tianxiang, exuding a similarly daunting presence. Flander observed the two, initially furrowing his brow in contemplation of their identities. Upon realization, clarity dawned upon him. Mengshu and Chao Tianxiang? Dugu exclaimed, astonished. Mengshu and Chao Tianxiang exchanged knowing smiles and nodded. Haha. It is widely known that the martial soul fusion technique of Long Gong and Shipa can defeat title Duos. It seems today I shall put that to the test. In truth, Dugu found it hard to believe such a claim, yet the achievements of these two in the Soul Master realm warranted a degree of caution from him. Challenging them without certainty of the reality was undoubtedly perilous. Dugu was aware of this risk, yet he clung to the dignity that came with being a title Douluo. It was this elusive sense of honor that compelled him to speak boldly. Had he known Long Gong and Shipa were present, he would have outright declined Prince Xiaosheng's challenge. But he had chosen to come regardless. Humph, Dugu, do not be so arrogant. While we may not contend with title Douluos like Ju Douluo, we are confident in our ability to face you. Mengshu and Chao Tianxiang were incensed by Dugubo's words. After all, they possessed the requisite strength. Disregarding their status in the Soul Master community was simply unacceptable. Truth be told, their standing in the Soul Master world might indeed surpass that of Dugu, despite one being a Soul Douluo and the other a Soul Emperor. Their combined prowess was formidable. Very well, esteemed Long Gong and Shipa, you need not trouble yourselves. Since Tindo Royal Academy does not welcome us, we shall take our leave. Flander cast a fierce glare at Dugu, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Subsequently, Yu Xiaogang bowed to the 3 committee members, expressing his gratitude for their warm hospitality. However, he continued, it appears we must take our leave and not impose any further. We shall forever cherish your kindness, yet regretfully, we cannot join. The 3 committee members felt a pang of grievance upon hearing this. After all, they had finally encountered such a promising talent. This was a 12-year-old Soul King, one who could potentially advance to Soul Emperor before even attending the prestigious academies of the continent. The Continental Advanced Soul Master competition only imposed age restrictions, without any limitations on rank. Thus, as long as Tangs were participated, victory was all but assured. Even the long-standing champion, the Spirit Hall, would find its dominance challenged. Yet, this Prince of Snowstar was jeopardizing the future of the Tiendo Royal Academy. Should Shrek Academy align itself with another institution, the Royal Fighting Team would struggle to even secure second place. Not to mention the presence of those renowned academies with uncertain outcomes. Wait, esteemed colleagues, do not depart just yet. With these words, Mengshinji turned his gaze towards Dugu on his right. Today, let us 3 experience your esteemed skills. In an instant, the soul power surrounding the 3 erupted, an overwhelming force engulfing the scene. Their martial spirits manifested, casting a heavy atmosphere over the entire Tiendo Royal Academy. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu cautiously nestled behind Tang Zuo and Tang San, though she had consumed the heartbreak red, assuring her concealment. The sight of a title Douluo instilled a natural fear within her. After all, the mere mention of the title Douluo carried a weight of terror for Xiao Wu. Tang Zuo wore a serious expression, intently staring at Dugu. His demeanor was not one of anger, but rather deep contemplation on how to win Dugu over to the Xiao organization. Chapter 106. The Resurgence of Xiaosheng, a Grave Concern. I apologize, esteemed seniors. For the trouble my visit has inadvertently caused you, we are deeply ashamed. We are grateful for your kindness. Thank you. Furthermore, Prince Xuexing has expressed his desire for us not to remain here, so we cannot impose. For the sake of these younger generations, I shall make it a point to visit again in the future. Flinder, typically known for his rebellious spirit, displayed a resolute and proud character, valuing his reputation above all. Yet today, he set aside his defiance for the sake of the younger generation, demonstrating his regard for these students. Each pupil he has taught is akin to family. Not by blood, but by bonds stronger than kinship. Upon hearing this, Mingxinji and his companions realized their hopes had been dashed. And the root of their plight lay with Prince Xuexing. They slowly retracted their martial spirits, glaring furiously at Prince Xuexing and Dugu judging by their expressions. It was evident that had it not been for Xuexing's status and Dugu, they might have already confronted him. As the members of Shrek approached the exit, a young girl brushed past them and rushed into the room, directly embracing Dugu, who had just retracted his soul ring. Grandfather. However, upon catching sight of Tang Zuo, the terrifying scene from the Soto Great Soul Arena lingered vividly in her mind. Dugu clearly noticed the girl's gaze, asking with curiosity, "What's the matter?" Mingyuan? Mingyuan trembled slightly. Were those individuals just now from Shrek Academy? She inquired, bewildered. Indeed, do you know them? Dugu and Prince Xuexing were intrigued. Having never heard of Shrek Academy despite its formidable faculty, they are merely 12 years old? Mingyuan exclaimed in astonishment. What is happening? They comprise a battle team with a Soul King, a level 40 Soul Sovereign, and 5 Soul Sovereigns. She covered her mouth tightly, as if unable to believe the revelation. What? Dugu and Prince Xuexing were both taken aback. Outside, Tang Zuo chuckled, recognizing that Mingyuan had inadvertently aided him in drawing Dugu's attention once more. Xuexing, sensing the gravity of the situation, realized that if these 3 committee members chose to report him, his downfall was imminent. Dugu, with his vast experience, had never encountered a 12-year-old Soul King or Soul Sovereign. Is what you say true, Yuran? Dugu asked, suppressing his excitement. Of course. That individual named Tang Zuo single-handedly defeated our entire royal fighting team, she replied. Qin Ming, having also grasped the implications, stood up. Esteemed committee members, Prince Xuexing, Senior Dugu. I too hail from Shrek Academy. Today, Shrek Academy was unjustly expelled, and I bear some responsibility. I must take my leave. I am grateful for your guidance. After careful consideration, Qin Ming chose to return to the nurturing embrace of Shrek Academy. Mingxinji was utterly infuriated. Realizing he had only known that the 2 brothers from Shrek Academy were strong, but he had not anticipated the extent of their capabilities. The same went for Bai Bashan and Jilin. Now, with Qin Ming, the most promising teacher from the Heavenly Do Royal Academy, departing, the situation was dire. All due to Xuexing's actions. With that, Qin Ming strode purposefully toward the Shrek members. In a direct confrontation with Dugu, victory was improbable. Setting aside the formidable presence of the Dragon King and Snake Lady, there were 3 Soul Douluos, 3 Soul Saints, and 2 Soul Emperors, alongside Ning Rongrong, who wielded the 9 treasure-glazed Tao martial spirit, and Tang Zuo, whose strength rivaled a Soul Saint. Dugu had no chance of winning. However, this was the Heavenly Do Royal Academy, a place where combat was impermissible. Thus, matters could only unfold as they did. Qin Ming's standing in the Heavenly Do Royal Academy was second only to the 3 committee members and could potentially surpass them given time. Meanwhile, Xuexing was increasingly anxious. Having never anticipated the remarkable talents of Shrek Academy students, the fact that Qin Ming chose to accompany them only heightened his alarm. He wanted to exclaim in disbelief. Prince Xuexing, we 3 must bring your transgressions before His Majesty. The 3 committee members declared in unison, their voices filled with fury. Xuexing's companion, Xuebing, trembled at the mention of Shrek's immense power, his legs growing weak. Observing this, Xuexing hastily pulled Xuebing away, saying, Do you realize the trouble you've caused? If this continues, I might lose my title. His eyes burned with anger. Xuebing, too, was filled with trepidation, yet there was little he could do. The trouble had already been stirred. I never imagined they would be so formidable, Xuebing hastily replied. We must quickly go to His Majesty and apologize, or it will be the end. Poison Douluo. Are you aware of their talents? You are pushing the Heavenly Do Empire into the abyss. Mingxinji shouted furiously. The 3 individuals unleashed their pent-up anger, likely not to feel ire again for a year. There was no recourse. It was Dugu's actions that precipitated this chaos. What does it matter to me? I merely assisted Xuexing at his request. Dugu remarked calmly, turning his gaze to his granddaughter. My dear granddaughter, study diligently here. I must take my leave. At that moment, Dugu Yin was left in a daze. Anyone witnessing the day's events would be similarly affected. All right, she replied, momentarily stunned. The news of Qin Ming's departure from the Heavenly Do Royal Academy was unknown to anyone in Shrek Academy, save for Tang Zuo. The atmosphere was solemn, with Ma Hongjun and Oscar remaining silent, an impressive feat for those typically restless. Soon, Qin Ming strolled over, falling in step behind the Shrek group, Xiao Wu, Flinder. And the others turned to see him approach, sighing and shaking their heads slightly. "Ah, Qin Ming, you should return. This is far enough. Focus on your work here," Flinder said, disappointment evident in his voice. "No, I have withdrawn from the Heavenly Do Academy. I intend to return to Shrek Academy," Qin Ming declared resolutely. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to face him, their regard for Qin Ming renewed. He had essentially relinquished his own prospects. Chapter 107, Lawn Baba's Laundry Detergent. "Qin Ming, what are you doing? Do you realize you are toying with your future?" Flander's gaze was filled with concern and anxiety for his once most esteemed disciple. Shrek no longer existed. The Royal Academy of Heaven Do was your best sanctuary. Why must you act so foolishly? Flander added promptly. A multitude of words condensed into a single phrase, and Qin Ming smiled. "Because I shall forever remain a student of Shrek." This declaration stirred the hearts of those present, revealing Qin Ming's profound affection for the academy. Flander's throat seemed constricted, as if unable to utter a single word. Hearing this, Xiao Wu slowly approached Qin Ming's side. "You clever lad. It seems I did not misjudge you after all. Ha ha." Xiao Wu clapped Qin Ming on the back, erupting into hearty laughter. The atmosphere, initially steeped in silence, seemed to be uplifted by this heartwarming scene, becoming lively. "Dean, why not come to my 9 treasure glazed tile school? We shall certainly offer our utmost assistance," Ning Rongrong suggested, stepping forward with a light leap. Flander shook his head, sighing. The 9 treasure glazed tile school belongs to the top 3 sects. We cannot aspire to such heights." Ning Rongrong felt somewhat displeased by this remark, unaware of its implications. However, Tang Zuo interceded, smiling and shaking his head. Thus, the matter was left unresolved. The group continued onward, unknowingly departing from the Royal Academy of Heaven Do. As they took their final step outside, each of them harbored different thoughts. Flander's profound gaze fixated on the ground, his mind seemingly blank, as if nothing could rouse him from this reverie. It felt akin to being ensnared in a dream. The Shrek Academy was one he had nurtured with his own hands. The teachers and students alike held a deep reliance on this dilapidated yet affectionately cherished institution. This academy served as a spiritual refuge for many, and it represented another heart within Flander's own. He found himself at a loss regarding the decisions to be made, for the choices he faced would impact not just himself, but the entire body of Shrek students. With so many talented disciples and dedicated teachers, it was true that he could shine like a beacon wherever he went, yet such brilliance could easily be extinguished, though these teachers could thrive anywhere. Their bond with Shrek was inextricable. Tang Zuo's expression was equally oppressive. His thoughts were solely consumed by Dugu. His obsession with Dugu ran deep. After all, it was an excellent tool for manipulating light infantry, although it became less effective in one-on-one combat during the later stages. Its capability to reach and overwhelm in battle was undeniably formidable, particularly in clearing the battlefield. The toxins it unleashed were no mere jest, sweeping across the arena instantaneously, though they proved ineffective against high-tier combatants. All right, everyone, let us stay focused. Although our experiences here differ from our expectations, there are many paths that lead to Rome. There must be a way forward. Since we are here, let us take a moment to rest and devise our next steps later, Flanders said, attempting to quell his heavy heart. The group nodded in agreement, as the events they had encountered had indeed left a sense of disappointment among them. After a brief pause, they instinctively arrived at the capital of Tiando City. The towering city gates loomed before them, impressive and imposing. As they prepared to enter the city, a notice on the wall caught their attention. Now hiring. Due to the expansion of the academy, we urgently seek soul masters of level 40 and above. Generous compensation upon hiring. Flander adjusted his spectacles, narrowing his eyes as he gazed at the notice, a glimmer of excitement flashing across his eyes. The brilliance of this advertisement affixed to the city wall suggested considerable prestige. Qin Ming, have you heard of this Blue Tyrant Academy? Flander inquired. I know a bit. It appears to be a burgeoning institution, roughly 1/3 the size of the Tiando Royal Academy, but they have a rather peculiar condition, Qin Ming replied, reminiscent of a walking encyclopedia, instantly piquing everyone's interest. Oh, what condition? Long Gong Ming Shu stepped forward to ask. They only accept commoners and do not admit any students from noble families, Qin Ming explained. Oh, only commoners? How intriguing. Flander turned to the Shrek group. Ahem. On our way back, I contemplated our situation. Shrek Academy is currently closed, and rebuilding it is, quite frankly, unrealistic. Furthermore, our instructors are aging, making the prospect of re-establishing the academy even more daunting. This Blue Tyrant Academy seems quite promising. I have decided that we shall all join Blue Tyrant Academy. Is there anyone opposed to this? The weight of Flander's earlier gloom dissipated, replaced by a more normal demeanor, albeit with a hint of seriousness. Well, Shrek Academy belongs to you, so if you believe it's a good idea, then let us proceed, Xiao Wu chuckled. The 9 students from Shrek Academy nodded in agreement, affirming Xiao Wu's sentiments. After all, the academy was originally Flander's, and if he approved, they would follow. Moreover, it appeared that this institution held great promise. All right. It is settled then. Even if it doesn't work out, we can return later. Let us move. Once their affiliation was determined, the Shrek group made their way towards Blue Tyrant Academy, following the directions provided. Yu Xiaogang furrowed his brow upon hearing the name Blue Tyrant. Blue Tyrant. Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. What could be the connection? Initially puzzled, he began to reconsider upon hearing Qin Ming's mention of accepting impoverished students, which shattered his previous assumptions. He could hardly believe that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect would engage in such an endeavor that yielded no benefit to themselves, especially when competing with the Tiando Royal Academy. Before long, they arrived at Blue Tyrant Academy. The entrance, resembling white jade, towered nearly 10 meters high, giving the impression of an institution that would not solely cater to commoners. It bore a striking resemblance to a royal academy akin to Tiando Royal Academy, which exclusively admitted nobility. However, the reality was quite different. Blue Tyrant Academy was, indeed, Blue Tyrant Academy. Although they could only see its exterior, it was evident that the institution was expansive and luxurious. My, how affluent! Flander exclaimed. In truth, Shrek Academy lacked nothing in terms of wealth, thanks to the outrageous earnings from Tang Zuo's golden fruit. Yet, the ambitious plans of integrating Shrek with various training conditions seemed nearly impossible. Chapter 108. A shocking revelation that left them weak in the knees. Even if it could be realized, it would require several years, a luxury Shrek could not afford. Thus, joining another academy emerged as an excellent choice. Qin Ming approached the gatekeepers of Blue Tyrant Academy and discussed the application process. Subsequently, the gatekeeper led the Shrek group inside. Upon entering Blue Tyrant Academy, though it did not quite match the grandeur of Tiando Royal Academy, it was still impressive. Surrounded by mountains and waters, the clear streams and lush greenery exuded a warmth absent in Tiando Royal Academy. The flowers were meticulously cared for, suggesting the presence of a woman who devoted her days to nurturing them. The welcoming instructor briefed the Shrek group on Blue Tyrant Academy's layout, which consisted of 3 levels, including training facilities, classrooms, and dormitories. Please wait here for a moment. The assessment instructors will arrive shortly, the welcoming teacher said with a smile. Before long, 3 soul masters entered, seemingly prepared to assess the Shrek members. Teachers conducting the assessment, please step forward one at a time, one of the soul masters announced. These 3 were unaware of the extraordinary abilities possessed by the Shrek members, which would undoubtedly astonish them if they were to discover the truth. Qin Ming, you go first, Flander suggested, pointing at him. What is the procedure for the assessment? Qin Ming inquired, perplexed. The soul master in the center stepped forward, addressing the group. As long as your strength is above the soul master level, simply engage in combat with any one of us, and that will suffice for our evaluation. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming nodded, taking a deep breath as he prepared to unleash his martial soul. However, Flander stopped him. With a look of bewilderment, Qin Ming gazed at Flander, his head adorned with 3 large question marks. Wait a moment, Flander adjusted his glasses, grinning at the 3 instructors. Do you have any soul masters above the soul sage level at your academy? Soul sage? The 3 exchanged glances before shaking their heads. Apologies for disappointing you. Please escort them out, one of the soul masters said. A slight smirk appeared at the corner of Flander's mouth. Wait, just because your academy currently lacks a soul sage doesn't mean it will always be so, Flander replied with a smile. It seemed Flander had caught the contagious exuberance of the explosive personality, a condition that first manifested in Tang Zuo. In layman's terms, he was merely putting on a show. The 3 soul masters exhibited expressions of confusion and disdain. Flander's statement was rather evident. After all, there were soul saints among them, which required no further contemplation. However, to be candid, none of them truly resembled a soul saint. Brothers, unveil your martial spirits. Flander's voice resonated melodiously, echoing throughout the arena. Boom. Qin Ming, level 62, martial spirit flame howling wolf, an assault-type soul emperor. As he spoke, a colossal apparition of the flame howling wolf manifested behind Qin Ming, exuding formidable power. 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, radiated around him, presenting an imposing sight. Liu Xiaogang, level 63, martial spirit dragon pattern staff, an assault-type weapon soul emperor. Upon uttering this, the dragon pattern staff materialized in Liu Xiaogang's grasp, and 6 soul rings, akin to Qin Ming's, illuminated. Lu Qibin, level 66, martial spirit star chess, a control-type weapon soul emperor. 6 soul rings erupted forth, showcasing his immense soul power. Xiao Xian, level 71, martial spirit jelly bean, a food-type soul master. In contrast to the previous 6, 7 soul rings encircled Xiao Xian, leaving the 3 soul masters astounded upon hearing the mention of a food-type soul emperor. Zhao Wujie, level 76, martial spirit mighty diamond bear, an assault-type battle soul master. His hearty voice resonated from Zhao Wujie's robust frame, almost as if amplified. Boom. The 7 soul rings shone brilliantly, distinctly contrasting in color, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. Flander, level 78, martial spirit four-eyed cat eagle, a speed-type battle soul master, he declared. The next individual to step forth seemed divine, etching an indelible mark of victory in the hearts of the 3 soul masters. Mingshu, level 88, martial spirit heavenly dragon, modified, an assault-type battle soul Douluo. Mingshu took a step forward, gently pressing his foot against the ground, unleashing a surge of powerful soul energy that rippled through the air. Immediately, a massive heavenly dragon appeared beneath him, encircling him. Clang. 8 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black, illuminated in an instant. And the formidable soul power created an atmosphere akin to gravitational force throughout the arena. In essence, this was merely an aura, nothing more. Xiao Tianxiang, level 68. Martial Spirit Serpent Staff, an assault-type battle soul master. The serpent staff materialized in Xiao Tianxiang's hand, and his soul rings flared again, inciting further commotion. At that moment, the legs of the 4 soul masters felt weak, and their lips twitched, lost in thought. Perhaps their minds were blank, after all. They were merely ordinary soul masters witnessing such a formidable lineup of students. Xiao Zuo, it's your turn. With that, Tang Zuo appeared somewhat bewildered. Yet he was eager to participate. Tang Zuo, 12 years old, martial spirit Sharingan, a level 59 assault-type battle soul master. Tang Zuo has truly let loose this time. Devoid of any uncertainties, it is simply the Blue Overlord Academy, the future Shrek Academy. These 3 soul masters possess no other identities. What? A soul king? Level 59? Just 12 years old. The 3 soul masters widened their eyes, exclaiming in shock at the moment Tang Zuo's words fell. Tang Zuo summoned his martial soul, in the Sharingan world within his eye socket, unleashing a formidable surge of soul power that swept across the arena like a tempest. 5 soul rings erupted forth, their hues strikingly unique. Black, 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 black with a hint of crimson, and red. Such a configuration of soul rings would undoubtedly stir commotion throughout the Douluo Continent. The 3 soul masters involuntarily retreated, with one even collapsing to the ground, while the legs of the other 2 weakened perilously close to giving way. As for the others, the presence of these soul saints, soul Douluo, and soul emperors naturally astounded the trio. However, their strength and age bore a proportional relationship, resulting in a sense of astonishment limited to their power rather than their innate talent. Yet, Tang Zuo was an entirely different matter. Tang Zuo is merely 12 years old. Even possessing innate full soul power, achieving a level of 25 at such a young age is already remarkable. However, Tang Zuo is a soul king, approaching the realm of a soul emperor, and the significance lies in his soul rings, 4 black and 1 red, with a staggering 400,000 and 1 million. In chapter 109, we finally encounter Lu Erlong. The 8 individuals did not unleash their full soul power, they merely released a fraction. For if they had all unleashed their might, it is likely that the reception room of Blue Tyrant Academy would have collapsed in an instant. Tang Zuo's soul power is undoubtedly comparable to that of a soul sage. This implies a formidable lineup of 1 soul Douluo, 4 soul sages, and 3 soul emperors. Such a configuration would be in high demand wherever it is presented. Haha, I never anticipated that you, Teacher Flinder, would also indulge in pretentiousness. Cast a humorous glance at Flandra and said, What does it mean to show off? Flandra turned around, gazing at Tang Zuo with a look of bewilderment, his eyes brimming with a thirst for knowledge. To show off means to pretend to be exceptionally impressive, thereby astonishing others. Flandra squinted and shook his head. Who pretends to be impressive? Am I not impressive? As he spoke, Flandra proudly lifted the tip of his shoe. Tang Zuo, have we succeeded? Flander exclaimed, his voice piercing through the air. This utterance jolted the trio back from their state of astonishment. We have succeeded. Might the esteemed seniors retract your martial spirits? The three soul masters stammered in disbelief. Upon hearing this, the crowd gradually withdrew their martial spirits, casting glances towards the trio. The oppressive aura of soul power that had enveloped the venue dissipated in an instant. The three felt an immediate sense of relief as the weight of the collective soul energy vanished. The muscle memory awakened within them elicited a pleasurable sensation. A rare feeling akin to surviving a calamity. I must inquire, is this 12-year-old Soul King also here to apply for the position of instructor? The leader of the Soul Masters inquired. Tang Zuo shook his head. I am merely a student. The leader of the Soul Sect took a deep breath. For a 12-year-old Soul King student was indeed thrilling to contemplate. It is only natural to feel such excitement. Given Tang Zuo's extraordinary talent and the advantages that accompany such formidable gifts, all of these individuals possessed soul power exceeding that of the Soul Emperor. Was there really any need for testing? Surely not. The question remained, were these three being assessed by Shrek, or was it Shrek that was imposing upon them? Thus, the testing was effortlessly overlooked. Yu Xiaogang stepped forward, his mind racing with thoughts, increasingly sensing that something was amiss. Tang Zuo glanced at him with a hint of concern, for he was aware of the impending events. Wait, there is another one. The three were just about to lead everyone to the Blue Tyrant when unexpectedly Yu Xiaogang stepped forward. Could it be that he is yet another Soul Emperor? They thought to themselves. Regrettably, they were mistaken. Yu Xiaogang's prowess exceeded that of a Soul Emperor, as he was, in fact, a Soul Sage. Yu Xiaogang, possessing the martial soul of the five-clawed golden dragon, stood at the formidable level of 78, a powerful attack-type Soul Sage. With a thunderous roar, 7 soul rings gradually emerged, and the grand five-clawed golden dragon manifested in response. Its golden light enveloping the entire arena in an instant. The trio, having just recovered from their initial shock, found themselves plunged back into astonishment. The cause was simple. These individuals were utterly repulsive. Wait, Yu Xiaogang? Are you that master? Shouted one of the soul masters on the left as realization dawned upon him. Indeed, the other 2 soul masters were also visibly moved. It is noteworthy that the soul master community still regarded Yu Xiaogang as a great soul master. Thus, the revelation of him having ascended to a soul sage was wholly incongruous to their understanding. However, the three were astute and refrained from inquiring about the matter further, choosing instead to remain silently astonished. Such discretion could be considered a form of etiquette within the soul master community. To ask would be tantamount to an offense. Should it be deemed an affront, complications could arise. If Shrek's group decided against attending the Blue Tyrant Academy, the trio would have to face their own lineage with considerable trepidation. They truly did not dare to risk it. The individuals from Shrek represented the future of the Blue Tyrant Academy, and the actions of Xuexing from the Tiando Royal Academy could be seen as the catalyst for its decline. Had Xuexing not appeared, Shrek would undoubtedly have joined the Tiando Royal Academy, which would have instantly strengthened it. Alas, reality had other plans. Xuexing's presence had irrevocably altered the trajectory of the Tiando Royal Academy. Suppressing the tumult of emotions within, the Soul Sage extended his hands in a gesture of invitation. Esteemed guests, I shall escort you to meet the Dean, he proclaimed. Very well, please, replied Flanders, who on this day savored the delightful taste of prestige. A truly exhilarating experience. The sensation of being addressed with such respect was undeniably gratifying. Surely, no one would be foolish enough to invite reprimand upon themselves. The Soul Master guided Shrek's group along a narrow path into a densely wooded forest, where the scenery was elegant and seemingly ideal for seclusion. Doesn't your dean reside within the campus? Flanders inquired, puzzled. Typically, one would expect individuals to choose the campus over the forest, suggesting that this dean must possess a peculiar disposition. Our dean prefers to avoid the clamor of the world, favoring a tranquil environment. Thus, we generally refrain from disturbing her unless it is of utmost importance, the leading Soul Master explained, his tone imbued with respect. The reverence was unmistakable, especially as he uttered the title of Dean, which elicited a profound admiration that could not be concealed. Flanders found no strangeness in this, for it was entirely reasonable for someone to seek solace and quietude. Meanwhile, an unsettling feeling surged within Yu Xiaogang, a sense of anxiety as if something significant was about to transpire. Soon, the group entered the outer forest and walked for about 10 minutes when a melodious and haunting song wafted through the air. The melody was serene yet tinged with sorrow, the lyrics seemingly narrating a poignant and heart-wrenching love story, suffused with the melancholy of a solitary soul. As they ventured further, the group abruptly halted. Flanders slowly lifted his lowered head, and in that moment, the world seemed to stand still. Time and space appeared to have severed their ties with the outside realm. With wide eyes, he listened intently to the song, gazing at the woman before him. In stark contrast, Yu Xiaogang was moved to tears, his rugged face streaming with sorrow. This was the first time Tang Zuo witnessed the typically resilient Yu Xiaogang weep, a display of emotion layered with profound depth and complexity. Tang Zuo truly wishes to interject with a poignant line. Men, cry if you must, for it is not a sin. Unfortunately, the present time and circumstances do not permit him such a luxury. Ah, this song was penned for me by you, Xiaogang. Where on earth are you? In chapter 110, the beautiful maiden and the elderly gentleman in the garden. Sigh. Yu Xiaogang gently wiped away the moist tears from the corners of his eyes, lowering his head with a soft sigh. At that moment, memories of Lu Erlong seemed to materialize in Yu Xiaogang's mind, forming a vivid tableau, seemingly devoid of any gaps. Thus, the recollections of the two continued to flicker through Yu Xiaogang's thoughts. His murmured sigh elicited both confusion and astonishment among the students of Shrek Academy. Shortly thereafter, Tang Zuo approached Yu Xiaogang from behind, offering a gentle pat on his shoulder. In this world, true affection still exists. How can one grow old alone? Tang Zuo shook his head and spoke. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaogang trembled, quickly turning to look at Tang Zuo, fully aware of the implications of the statement. Xiao Zuo. You. The members of Shrek Academy gazed at Tang Zuo in astonishment. Flender approached slowly. Xiaogang, how long do you intend to run away? You have seen it all today. Do you still wish to evade? Flender thundered. Blue Tyrant Academy, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Flender, did you already know about this place? Yu Xiaogang lowered his head, his eyes still red, appearing quite agitated. Although Flender and Tang Zuo did not outwardly express their concern, they were undeniably worried for Yu Xiaogang. It was indeed the first time Tang Zuo had witnessed Yu Xiaogang in tears. This man had suffered greatly in matters of the heart. Initially, he fell in love with Bibi Dong, only to be cruelly rejected by her. As she was coerced by Qian Xuanji to tell Yu Xiaogang that her affections lay solely with his intellect and that he should leave. Then came the encounter with Lu Erlong, where he believed their relationship would flourish seamlessly, only to discover on their wedding day that Lu Erlong was actually his cousin. Such a union was deemed unnatural. Although Tang Zuo was aware of the outcome, the anxiety within him could not be extinguished. Indeed, with matters having unfolded in such a fashion, could there be any room for escape? Tang Zuo, eyes closed, shook his head. How could I have known about this place? It is merely a coincidence, Flender replied. Yu Xiaogang was entirely unprepared for today. Even had he been slightly more ready, he would not be in such a state now. But what could be done? Life offers no rehearsals. Each moment is a live broadcast, and that statement holds a profound truth. Isn't life precisely this? 7 parts are determined by fate, while the remaining 3 depend on fortune. Flender gripped Yu Xiaogang's shoulder more firmly, determined to reconcile him with Lu Erlong. Even if it meant deceiving him today, Flender was indeed aware that Lu Erlong was present. And it was because of the connection between Yu Xiaogang and Lu Erlong that he had come to Blue Tyrant Academy. He had prepared himself for this moment, vowing to bring Yu Xiaogang here at all costs. Due to the distance, Lu Erlong had not yet seen the members of Shrek. They could only make out a vague silhouette from afar. Before them lay a tranquil cottage, flanked by 2 babbling brooks, surrounded by lush greenery and wildflowers blooming vibrantly, creating a picturesque scene. A woman was kneeling by the flowers, watering them. Her voice, though melodious, was clear and bright, which is why the Shrek members could hear her song. The lyrics conveyed a poignant tale of love. The members of Shrek wore expressions of bewilderment, utterly clueless about the unfolding events, trailing behind the trio in silence, careful not to disrupt the serene atmosphere. They dared not make a sound, even their footsteps barely audible. The woman, hearing the soft footsteps and whispers from Shrek, raised her head, her brow slightly furrowing in discontent at the disturbance to her peaceful sanctuary. However, when her eyes widened and she recognized the visitors, her expression transformed. The look of displeasure vanished, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her pupils reflecting a myriad of emotions, as if she had encountered a long-lost friend or a forgotten beloved. The watering can slipped from her grasp, water spilling onto the ground, yet she remained oblivious, her gaze fixated on the members of Shrek. The woman wore simple clothing that exuded a rustic charm. Her deep-set eyes carried a piercing quality, and an aura of maturity enveloped her. Her long, flowing red hair cascaded gracefully, accentuating her beauty and poise. This inherent grace rendered Lu Erlong strikingly mature. In the blink of an eye, Lu Erlong was no longer in her original position, having appeared outside the fence. The members of Shrek, including Tang Zuo, were taken aback by this display of strength. Xiaogang, is it really you? Lu Erlong's eyes brimmed with tears, her face pale, though not from sorrow, but from overwhelming emotion, a long-suppressed excitement bubbling to the surface. Yu Xiaogang clenched his teeth, gazing at the figure before him, his heart racing with emotion, yet unable to utter a word. Ah, after so many years, it seems our golden triangle has reunited, hasn't it? Erlong, how have you been? Flinder, sensing the heavy silence, spoke up. Lu Erlong's gaze was somewhat unfocused as she turned slowly towards Flinder. Old Flinder, I am well, but what of you? You must have endured much hardship. Lu Erlong wiped her tears, her voice trembling. I have aged, but these children are our talented students from Shrek Academy. They are the teachers from our academy. And we arrived here in search of opportunities, only to unexpectedly encounter you. What a twist of fate. Flinder chuckled. I never imagined this would be your domain. We came here seeking a livelihood. Surely you wouldn't turn us away, would you? Flinder's habitual banter lightened the previously somber atmosphere. Although Lu Erlong conversed with Flinder, her gaze remained fixed on Yu Xiaogang, unwilling to look away. Yu Xiaogang felt similarly throughout the years apart. He had often walked in thoughts of Lu Erlong day and night. Now that they were reunited, he found himself at a loss for words, a painful sensation enveloping him. Chapter 111. Learn to impress me, and your needs shall be met. Flinder then pointed towards Lu Erlong and turned to the Shrek members. Allow me to introduce the final piece of our golden triangle, the Angel of Death, Lu Erlong. I trust you have heard of her. Flinder said with a smile. Erlong, won't you invite us in for a moment? Yu Xiaogang inquired. His heart was a tumultuous sea of emotions. Not only in this moment, but for a long time prior. He had always cherished feelings for Lu Erlong. Yet, Flinder's heartfelt intentions could only remain buried deep within his heart. Old Flinder, do you truly believe this humble abode can accommodate so many? Lu Erlong, roused from her reverie, shot Flinder a disdainful glance. Flinder chuckled awkwardly, signaling that he would refrain from further comment. Qin Shu, please prepare. We shall feast in the cafeteria on the second floor of the academy. Lu Erlong exclaimed with fervor. Upon hearing this, the Soul Sect member nodded in agreement, realizing that the events of today would be etched in his memory for a lifetime. After all, it is a sentiment universally felt. Shock, astonishment, and bewilderment reigned supreme. The moment the phrase "a grand feast" was uttered, Ma Hongjuan's interest was piqued instantly. Xiao Wu, are you hungry? You haven't eaten anything today, he said with a mischievous grin. I have sausages. Would you care for some? Oscar inquired, bewildered. Just then, Meng Yiran appeared behind Oscar, as if fearful of any mischief, pulling him back by the ear. Long Gong and Shipu exchanged knowing glances, sharing a smile before nodding in agreement. After careful contemplation, Tang Zuo stepped forward. Hello, my kind mother. I am Tang Zuo. Tang Zuo chuckled softly, extending his right hand as he spoke. Upon hearing his words, Lu Erlong halted in his tracks, gazing at Tang Zuo with a mixture of confusion, bewilderment, and even a hint of anger. Despite the fact that Tang Zuo was a student of Flanders, such behavior was entirely inappropriate. Yet, one could not deny that he was indeed quite handsome. Who is your adoptive mother? Lu Erlong inquired with a serious demeanor. Eh? Not so? But Yu Xiaogang is my adoptive father, Tang Zuo remarked, a smile gracing his face, reminiscent of a mischievous child reveling in a successful prank. Lu Erlong was taken aback, feeling an unprecedented shock, rendering him momentarily at a loss for words. Tang Zuo, I misspoke earlier. I meant to say who instead of my. Lu Erlong quickly corrected himself upon realizing his blunder. Ning Rongrong turned her head back and, upon witnessing this scene, felt her cheeks flush with indignation. Her cheeks puffing up adorably, she trotted over to Tang Zuo, grasping his hand while casting an irritable glance at Lu Erlong. Humph! Ning Rongrong huffed, visibly upset. Tang Zuo, witnessing this scene, pressed his forehead in dismay, realizing the unfortunate misunderstanding that had occurred. Rongrong, this is my foster mother, my father's girlfriend, he awkwardly explained. Huh? Ning Rongrong, bewildered, turned to glance at Tang Zuo and then at Lu Erlong. Foster mother? Her eyes widened in astonishment, as if she had just unearthed some unfathomable truth. Lu Erlong, upon hearing Tang Zuo refer to her as Yu Xiaogang-esque girlfriend, nodded enthusiastically, as if trying to shake her head free of disbelief. Hello, foster mother. I am Ning Rongrong, Tang Zuo's fiancée, she said, her voice laced with embarrassment and hesitation. Ning Rongrong? You hail from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School? Lu Erlong exclaimed, taken aback by the name. Yes, I am the daughter of the head of the Nine Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong replied softly. Oh, right. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School has transformed into the Nine Treasures Glazed Tile School. It is said to be the fiancée of, what was her name? Ning Fengji's daughter? Lu Erlong stammered, her her surprise reigniting as she processed the information. I said I am the daughter of the head of the Nine Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong reiterated. Haha, little Zwa, you're impressive. You managed to find the young mistress of the Nine Treasures Glazed Tile School as your girlfriend, and you're even engaged. How old are you? And what is your rank? Speak honestly. Lu Erlong demanded, her curiosity piqued. From the fact that Tang Zuo was the prospective son-in-law of the Nine Treasures Glazed Tile School, Lu Erlong deduced that his talent must be extraordinary, perhaps even surpassing that of Qin Ming. However, she could not fathom just how much she had underestimated Tang Zuo. When it came to talent, there was no basis for comparison between Qin Ming and Tang Zuo. They were worlds apart. Akin to AT0 rank and AT3 rank, entirely incomparable. Tang Zuo smiled faintly, relishing the opportunity to flaunt his prowess. Are you truly certain you wish to inquire about me, dear mother? He queried, feigning a look of skepticism. Of course, I am a member of the illustrious Golden Triangle. What storms have I not weathered? In my heyday, we traversed the land far and wide, rivers flowing eastward, and the stars in the firmament aligning with the Big Dipper. If you seek to astonish me, you have a long way to go, replied Lu Erlong, a woman well acquainted with life's tempests. All right, speak swiftly, no need for hesitation. It must be said, Lu Erlong possessed an uncanny ability to forge familiarity, as she had barely exchanged a few words with Tang Zuo before growing comfortable. 12 years of age, with the martial soul of the Sharingan, Tang Zuo teased, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Erlong. And then? Lu Erlong was not easily swayed by his theatrics, pressing further. At level 59, I am a versatile battle spirit master. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong halted in her tracks, her neck swiveling like a robot as she slowly turned to face Tang Zuo, her eyes brimming with astonishment. You, at 12? A Soul King? A versatile master? Lu Erlong inquired. Indeed, that is correct, Tang Zuo affirmed. Tang Zuo spoke in a tone that suggested utter indifference, as if these matters bore no relation to him whatsoever. This astonishing talent appeared to him as something entirely trivial. Within the confines of the system space, Tang Zuo resumed his posturing. A Shiba Inu, adorned with sunglasses and clutching a bag of popcorn, was leisurely indulging in its treat, commenting, "This sort of scene is quite delightful." The system, fixated on the grand screen before it, continued to munch on popcorn. One could only wonder how Tang Zuo would react if he were aware of this occurrence. It might well infuriate him. System, could you transform into a girl? One who is beautiful, like Sakura, Dai stated calmly. Boom. Dai defeated. How is this even possible? Lu Erlong exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief, the shock evident and undeniable. Tang Zuo could be said to conquer the world with a single strike. His astonishing prowess is indeed unparalleled. However, he has achieved this through sheer strength, as he possesses considerable resources. This is a combination of innate talent, a robust system, and the advantages bestowed upon those who traverse realms. Naturally, there is also the protagonist's halo of fortune that accompanies him. It appears that Tang San's protagonist aura has been seemingly absorbed by Tang Zuo, rendering it non-existent. In Chapter 112, the unfortunate Dugu finds himself ensnared in a scheme. There is nothing impossible for me, Tang Zuo casually remarks, lowering his voice. I have successfully awakened my adoptive father's martial spirit. He is now a soul sage. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong's gaze momentarily turns vacant, only to be swiftly replaced by a look of astonishment directed at Tang Zuo, brimming with excitement. What did you say? Lu Erlong stares at Tang Zuo in disbelief, her shock tinged with profound gratitude. This sense of gratitude is indeed overwhelming. It is essential to understand that Yu Xiaogang's issues regarding his martial spirit and innate talent have instilled a sense of inferiority within him since childhood. Perhaps a portion of the reason for his separation from Lu Erlong stems from this very insecurity, if not a significant part of it. After all, the inferiority complex cultivated since childhood may have become ingrained in his very being. Yet, Tang Zuo has shattered the formidable concern that loomed in his heart. Thus, one of the two major obstacles between Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaogang has vanished, leaving only the more pressing issue of their sibling relationship. Xiao Wu, I cannot thank you enough. Lu Erlong steadies her tumultuous emotions and sincerely expresses her gratitude to Tang Zuo. However, how could Tang Zuo possibly accept Lu Erlong's thanks? After all, she is Yu Xiaogang's wife. Haha, dear mother, you are too kind. Consider this my humble assistance, he replies with a light-hearted chuckle. Tang Zuo, while previously immersed in the pages of Douluo Continent, felt a profound sympathy for Yu Xiaogang, perhaps perceiving it as a kind of assistance. Before long, the Shrek gang had arrived at the dining hall. Gazing hungrily at the delectable spread before them, Ma Hongjun and his companions appeared to be salivating, their eyes filled with the allure of the food. Upon entering the cafeteria, several food enthusiasts had already lunged toward the feast. Lu Erlong settled beside a few individuals. "Flandra, how have you found yourselves in such a predicament?" Lu Erlong inquired, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. "Ah, Erlong, do not mention it. We had initially intended to attend the Tiando Royal Academy, and we had secured agreements with the 3 educational committees, only to be driven back by that Prince Xuesheng and the poisoned Douluo," Flandra replied with a bittersweet smile, recounting the events surrounding Shrek Academy and the Tiando Royal Academy. As Lu Erlong listened, her anger began to simmer, and by the time Flandra finished, she erupted in indignation. What a splendid institution the Tiando Royal Academy is. Fear not, Flandra, for this entire Blue Tyrant Academy belongs to me. I shall decide. You all may stay here," Lu Erlong asserted with a flourish, her words laced with determination. Flandra cast a glance at Lu Erlong before turning his attention to the pale-faced Yu Xiaogang. "Well, our demands are rather high. Can you afford them?" he quipped, lifting his chin with a hint of arrogance. Lu Erlong, however, displayed no signs of unease, as if she had already seen through the entire charade. "Now, Flandra, you are mistaken. You see, you are the leader of our Golden Iron Triangle, and today I bestow upon you Blue Tyrant Academy. Henceforth, this matter is no longer my concern but yours. Tomorrow, I shall convene a meeting for all faculty and students to announce this," Lu Erlong proclaimed with a smile, her lips curling upward as she looked at Flandra, who appeared utterly bewildered. A sense of achievement swelled within her as she turned to Yu Xiaogang, who remained stiffly bowed, resembling a statue. Lu Erlong shook her head in exasperation. "By the way, let us rename Blue Tyrant Academy to Shrek from now on. It is essentially the same," Lu Erlong added. "What did you say?" Flandra stared incredulously at this audacious woman, astonished that she would so generously hand over such a substantial institution to him. Simultaneously, everyone except Tang Zuo stood in shock, unable to fathom Lu Erlong's words. Given the scale of Blue Tyrant Academy, it was evident that Lu Erlong had invested considerable effort into its establishment, and now she was unexpectedly relinquishing it to Flandra. One could only wonder how Flandra would react if he knew that Lu Erlong's decision stemmed from her desire to evade the cumbersome affairs of the academy. Xiao Wu dropped the chicken leg from his hand, having intended to witness Flandra's misfortune instead. "So, how is this supposed to be reckoned?" Damubai asked, staring blankly ahead. Bewildered. If Blue Tyrant Academy is to become Shrek Academy, and Flandra remains the principal, then Shrek is still Shrek, merely under a different banner, Ma Hongjun mumbled, his mouth full. Damubai, irritated, tapped Ma Hongjun on the head, as if I were unaware. "Do you think me foolish? Furthermore, next time, swallow your food before speaking." "Understood?" he admonished, clearly exasperated. Ma Hongjun shot Damubai a defiant glance, but what good was defiance? Could he truly best Damubai in a confrontation? Certainly not. For Damubai was a sole master of the 40th rank, while Ma Hongjun had yet to reach the rank of sole sovereign. To think he could stand against Damubai was an overestimation of his own abilities. "All right, it seems the time is drawing near. Let us eat," Lu Erlong suggested. Before long, the Shrek group had finished their meal. Lu Erlong led them on a brief tour, though she had yet to notice the 2 nearly invisible figures, Long Gong and Shipa, who remained reticent and discreet. At this moment, Tang Zuo's heart was filled with trepidation, naturally, as he awaited the arrival of Dugu. Once Dugu arrived, the situation would become exhilarating. He was confident in his ability to persuade Dugu to join the Akatsuki organization. This would significantly bolster the organization's strength. The sentiment remained unchanged. Although Dugu might be regarded as the weakest title Douluo across the entirety of the Douluo Continent in terms of individual combat prowess, his ability to clear the battlefield was nevertheless formidable. Possessing him would equate to wielding the entirety of Dugu's capabilities. After weighing the pros and cons, Tang Zuo was astonished to realize that Dugu was, in fact, quite ineffectual. Was his presence truly necessary for clearing foes? Against high-tier combatants, Dugu fell short. And for low-tier adversaries, Tang Zuo and his companions would prove more than sufficient. However, there was no need for Tang Zuo to fear for his safety, after all. His side was bolstered by Long Gong, Shipa, and the Golden Iron Triangle. The Golden Iron Triangle of today was markedly different from its past. Yu Xiaogang had now attained the rank of Soul Sage. The Trinity Martial Soul Fusion technique employed by 3 Soul Sages was not to be taken lightly. Unless Dugu desired his own demise, he would undoubtedly refrain from harming Tang Zuo. While it was possible that the 3 of them combined might struggle against Juhua Pass, Gu Rong, or Chen Xian, Dugu would certainly be no match for them, facing defeat with ease. Chapter 113. Apologies, my skin is thick. And I am immune to toxins, heh. Not to mention the presence of Long Gong and Chipa. The mere golden iron triangle could easily overpower Dugu. And with the addition of these two, they would become an overwhelming force. Regarding the treatment of the teachers, Lu Erlong paid it no mind at all. Entirely delegating the matter, one might say, shirking it, to Flinder. Per Flinder was blissfully unaware that he was being exploited while counting coins for others. Such is the lamentable nature of the world. Sigh. Yet, Flinder found a peculiar enjoyment in the situation. Everyone was fatigued, and with training scheduled for the next day. They hurried off to rest. Flinder sighed twice, his voice heavy with sleepiness. Xiao Zuo, Xiao San, Yu Xiaogang diligently avoided Lu Erlong's gaze. Turning back to the two with a troubled expression, seemingly uncertain of what to do next. Tang Zuo immediately grasped his intention, however. He could not allow Tang San to go. If, by chance, Dugu were to abduct Tang San as well, it would disrupt his meticulously laid plans. This was not merely selfishness on Tang Zuo's part, it was a matter that pertained to his future. The affairs of the Xiao organization could not afford to be delayed. Not even for a second. Yet, in his haste, Tang Zuo overlooked a crucial point. His mission had already been accomplished. With the inclusion of the 9 treasure glazed tile sect, the Xiao organization had ascended to one of the top 3 sects, surpassing the lower 4 sections. Regrettably, this significant detail had slipped his mind. Xiao San, Rong, you should return first. I'll be back shortly. Tang Zuo turned around, casting a tender glance at the two, and remarked. Tang San's face revealed a look of difficulty, yet he ultimately returned. Ning Rong trotted over to Tang Zuo's side and gently pecked him on the cheek. Instantly, Tang Zuo's face flushed with crimson. The scene of the devilish training session, when the wooden board was lifted, remained vividly etched in his mind. How could Tang Zuo possibly remember such matters? It seems implausible. Ning Rong hurriedly made her way back to her dormitory, her cheeks flushed, rendering her quite adorable. Yu Xiaogang and Tang Zuo departed from their location, exchanging a knowing glance with Lu Erlong, silently urging her to follow. Lu Erlong instantly understood, yet concealing herself before the soul sage Yu Xiaogang was no small feat. A truth that was abundantly clear. Fortunately, Yu Xiaogang lacked substantial prowess and perception, thus failing to detect Lu Erlong trailing behind. However, Tang Zuo, with his celestial vision, discerned her presence with great clarity. After walking for a while, they arrived at a tranquil spot under the night sky, where both halted their steps. Xiao Zuo, how did you come to know about my affairs? Yu Xiaogang inquired, his gaze cast downwards, devoid of any vibrancy. I heard about it, came the response. Albeit rather cliché, yet Yu Xiaogang found solace in Tang Zuo's words. This was not due to blind faith, but rather the trust he placed in Tang Zuo. So, you are aware of our matters? Yu Xiaogang asked again. Yes, I am fully informed, was the reply. Tang Zuo replied emphatically. Tears glimmered in Yu Xiaogang's resolute eyes. Xiao Zuo, tell me, what should I do? Yu Xiaogangs expression hinted at an impending breakdown, and Tang Zuo felt a pang of sympathy. After all, the bond between these two was truly unforgettable. This must be what profound love feels like. Marry her and cherish her for a lifetime. Tang Zuo said without a moment's hesitation. But she is my cousin. Yu Xiaogang shouted once more. Yet she is also your wife. Tang Zuo's voice suddenly rose with an imposing authority. The tone elevated, and the sound grew resounding, instantly rousing Yu Xiaogang from his bewilderment. Ere long is my wife. Yu Xiaogang murmured repeatedly. Is the gaze of society truly so significant? When two individuals are together, does their mutual happiness not suffice? Why should such matters concern us? Tang Zuo spoke earnestly. Indeed. Xiao Zuo, thank you. I understand now. Yu Xiaogang gently wiped the moisture from the corners of his eyes and replied. Upon finishing his words, Yu Xiaogang surprisingly lifted his head, much like those who have successfully shed their excess weight and regained their lost hair, radiating a renewed brilliance. Tang Zuo lowered his head and smiled ruefully, retrieving a pill from the enchanting figure's possession. Father, he said, this is camphor, a remedy to cleanse your filth. After years of neglect, it is high time you tidied yourself up. I believe you could be quite the handsome gentleman. With that, Tang Zuo tossed the camphor pill to Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang paused momentarily before catching the pill, expressing gratitude with a glance at Tang Zuo. He gently placed it in his mouth. Instantly, a soft yellow glow enveloped Yu Xiaogang, transforming his appearance. His faded yellow cloak, unkempt hair, and scruffy beard were revitalized. As the luminescence gradually faded, a brand new Yu Xiaogang emerged, appearing significantly younger and more charming before the eyes of Tang Zuo and Lu Erlong, perched in the trees. Lu Erlong was taken aback by the sight. After all, the transformation into a more youthful and attractive visage is the aspiration of every woman. Thus, she was not surprised. Though she possessed a delicate face and a figure as alluring as Zhu Zhuqing's, she was, after all, no longer in her prime. Witnessing such a scene was bound to stir her emotions. Consequently, in a predictable turn of events, she lost her footing and tumbled from the tree. However, she swiftly regained her composure and ascended once more, all of which transpired in an instant. The only sound that alerted Yu Xiaogang and Tang Zuo was the rustling of the trees. Startled, Yu Xiaogang turned around. "Who goes there?" he demanded with a stern expression. "Who?" Tang Zuo spoke with a sullen expression. Standing on another tree, Dugu found himself bewildered. Due to the angle, Dugu did not notice the location of Lu Erlong. As a titled Douluo, it was utterly disgraceful that he had allowed these two individuals to discover him. Could he still face the world? Obviously, he could. A shadow crossed his gaze, and his emerald green pupils exuded an eerie aura. The red diamond insignia atop his head added a touch of vibrant beauty to his presence. Tang Zuo smiled faintly, for he recognized that an opportunity had arisen. Now was the moment, swiftly. As the system's notification chimed, Tang Zuo hurriedly stepped forward, narrowly evading Dugu's assault. This evasion was not merely a desire to escape Dugu's clutches. He wished for Yu Xiaogang and the others to clearly perceive the newcomer. Moreover, by dodging Dugu's attack, he might have the chance to play a clever ruse later. As for how to feign? Perhaps by stepping on a plastic bag, holding a soda can, and shouting that he was collecting scrap? No, it would be a step forward, mimicking Tang San's stance, striking a cool pose and exclaiming, "Heh. I am thick-skinned, poison immune." In the next moment, a green radiance illuminated the scene, and Dugu, bewildered, turned his head. From Tang Zuo's earlier actions, it was evident that he had anticipated Dugu's presence. This was inevitable. However, the critical aspect lay not in the knowledge of Dugu's arrival, but rather in how Tang Zuo utilized his abilities to evade the attack. This perplexed Dugu greatly. After all, he was a titled Douluo. Whereas Tang Zuo was merely a soul king, it was almost unheard of for a soul king to elude the strike of a titled Douluo. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that Tang Zuo possessed both the system and the observation haki, two formidable advantages that facilitated his evasion. To outsiders, however, the event appeared inexplicable, leading them to attribute it to Tang Zuo's exceptional skill. "Xiao Zuo, what happened?" Lu Erlong inquired, stepping forward. Yu Xiaogang, upon suddenly turning his head and discovering Lu Erlong's presence, was momentarily taken aback. He realized that Lu Erlong had likely been there all along, and the earlier sound had been produced by her. Before either could fully comprehend the situation, Dugu, recovering from his shock, charged directly towards Tang Zuo's position. Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaogang instantly regained their senses, and upon recognizing the oncoming figure, they were struck with astonishment. The reason was self-evident. Dugu, regardless of his stature, was a titled Douluo. Even the weakest among them was still a titled Douluo, incomparable to Yu Xiaogang and Lu Erlong. As they stood in shock, the green light flared brilliantly, the force erupted, and Tang Zuo was struck by the green radiance. Boom! A resounding noise echoed, and a protective barrier enveloped Tang Zuo. However, this defense proved ineffective against Dugu. A sharp sound reminiscent of breaking bones rang out, and the shield surrounding Tang Zuo collapsed instantaneously. Tang Zuo was abruptly propelled away, accompanied solely by the enigmatic Dugu. As the words fell, Tang Zuo's vision darkened, and he feigned unconsciousness. Yu Xiaogang and Lu Erlong stood bewildered before the two figures, momentarily at a loss for what to do. In the blink of an eye, Tang Zuo and Dugu had vanished from their sight. Alarmed, Yu Xiaogang furrowed his brow and exclaimed in frustration, "Oh no, Xiao Zuo has been abducted." "Xiaogang, we must return and gather help to rescue Xiao Zuo." "That person was Dugu," Lu Erlong urged. Yu Xiaogang nodded resolutely, then discreetly grasped Lu Erlong's hand, summoning his soul ring and dashing back with remarkable speed. As Lu Erlong sensed the warmth emanating from his hand, her body temperature surged, and her complexion flushed crimson. Should others witness this scene, they would undoubtedly find it hard to believe that this was the infamous killing angle of the Golden Iron Triangle. Though Lu Erlong had only recently met Tang Zuo, her impression of this adopted son was exceedingly positive, particularly when she heard Tang Zuo counsel Yu Xiaogang earlier. The heavy weight of concern that had burdened her heart was lifted. Thus, Tang Zuo shone like a radiant Cupid, unexpectedly bridging two lives entwined in love. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dugu and Tang Zuo. Tang Zuo harnessed his soul power, enveloping his entire being. The formidable energy transformed into a harmonious balance akin to Tai Chi, embodying both strength and gentleness. As he adeptly employed the duality of firmness and softness to mend his injuries, suddenly, Dugu turned around, startling Tang Zuo, who swiftly retracted his soul power. At that moment, his wounds had miraculously healed, rendering any further recuperation unnecessary. After all, Dugu was a titled Douluo. Such trivial matters could hardly elude his keen perception. Young man, cease your pretense and be quick about it. I am well aware that you have not lost consciousness, Dugu asserted with a commanding tone. Tang Zuo revealed a look of sudden realization, opening his eyes and covering his forehead, shaking his head helplessly. Senior Dugu, you are indeed a titled Douluo. How could you resort to ambushing a 12-year-old soul master? TSK, what a morally deficient society this is. Tang Zuo gazed at Dugu with a stern expression. Upon hearing these words, Dugu appeared completely unfazed. Ha ha ha, young one, do you truly believe I would allow this matter to escape? His eyes gleamed with a sharp intensity as he fixed his gaze upon Tang Zuo, seemingly fearful that he might flee. However, such apprehension was unfounded. Tang Zuo had no intention of implicating others, nor could he escape. Using the Flying Thunder God before the title Douluo was akin to revealing one's position, rendering it an impossibility. Just as Tang Zuo was deep in thought, Dugu unexpectedly launched a fierce kick. With a resounding thud, Tang Zuo spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying through the air. Tang Zuo opened his eyes, glaring furiously at the figure of Dugu before him. Yet, he was acutely aware that the situation would not unfold in an irretrievable manner. Black, 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 red. 5 soul rings radiated around Tang Zuo, exuding an overwhelming aura. Although Dugu had previously heard Dugu Yan's accounts, witnessing Tang Zuo in person left him utterly astonished. This was an unavoidable reaction. After all, what one hears may be deceptive, but what one sees is undeniably real. Although Dugu had believed Dugu Yan's words, the sheer intensity of the presence he witnessed firsthand was profoundly striking. It instilled a sense of unease within him, for typically, such powerful and talented soul masters would undoubtedly be affiliated with the Spirit Hall, unless they possess significant backing. Tang Zuo possesses a notable background, without a doubt. It is evident, particularly since the Spirit Hall has not sought to trouble him, suggesting that his connections are both significant and formidable. After all, Tang Hao had previously ambushed the convoy carrying intelligence for the Spirit Hall. Yet, he only took items pertinent to Tang Zuo. Moreover, Tang Zuo harbors concealed affiliations. Such matters are beyond the reach of the venerable Dugu. Who could he possibly contend with? Tang Hao or perhaps even the divine? As he spoke, a radiant glow emanated from the wide eyes within Tang Zuo's sockets. The Susanoo manifested. A colossal arm of Susanoo materialized behind him, striking forward with great force. Dugu offered a slight smile, casually flicking his hand, which effortlessly dispelled the might of Tang Zuo's immense Susanoo arm. The overwhelming force seemed to have no effect whatsoever in the presence of Dugu. Indeed, a remarkable display of power. In the presence of Dugu, Tang Zuo found himself utterly powerless. With a swift kick, Dugu sent the astonished Tang Zuo flying backward. The overwhelming force generated a cloud of dust, and Tang Zuo came to a halt only upon striking a stone. You foolish boy, I acknowledge your talent, yet you are merely a soul king at this moment. Do you understand? Dugu proclaimed from his elevated position. Chapter 115, The Cunning Tang Zuo. Dugu, although you are a titled Douluo, our Shrek Academy possesses the Golden Iron Triangle and the Dragon King and Snake Lady. Tang Zuo brushed off the dust from his clothes, gradually rising to his feet. His gaze fixed with anger upon Dugu. Observing this, Dugu felt a flicker of trepidation within, yet being Dugu's, how could he display any weakness before a younger opponent like Tang Zuo? This Dragon Prince and Serpent Matriarch are renowned throughout the realm of Soul Masters. However, I am eager to witness the might of a spirit fusion technique that can rival the title Douluo. As for what you refer to as the Golden Iron Triangle, what of their Trinity Spirit Fusion technique? Were they 3 soul sages, I might have some apprehension, but alas, one of them is merely a great soul master. Do they truly believe they can contend with me? How utterly foolish. Dugu's expression appeared somewhat awkward, as if an incongruity lingered beneath the surface. Dugu, you are mistaken in this regard. Within the Golden Iron Triangle, Yu Xiaogang is now a formidable soul sage of level 78. Tang Zuo provocatively cast a glance at Dugu, and after a moment of hesitation, he spoke. Dugu swiftly turned his head, gazing at Tang Zuo in astonishment. What did you say? Dugu inquired, bewildered. I said that the wisdom corner of the Golden Iron Triangle, renowned as the foremost theoretical mind across the continent, Yu Xiaogang, has lifted the restrictions on his martial soul and is now a soul saint. Tang Zuo clearly repeated his words, pausing almost after every phrase. In an instant, Dugu reappeared before Tang Zuo, gripping his neck with a firm hand. Do you understand the consequences of deceiving me? Dugu inquired, his gaze piercing and formidable. Tang Zuo chuckled lightly. Humph, Dugu, let me tell you, if you were to kill me today, you would not fare well either. Dugu, upon witnessing the resolute glint in Tang Zuo's eyes, appeared somewhat perplexed. What could possibly trouble me? I am a titled Douluo. His expression revealed a palpable pride in his own strength. Indeed, he possessed the credentials to be proud. However, in the shadow of Tang Zuo's formidable background, he amounted to little. He lacked the foundation for arrogance. Yet, in the absence of knowledge regarding Tang Zuo's true stature, his confidence and pride seemed entirely justified. My name is Tang Zuo. Tang Zuo's expression darkened as he gazed at Dugu with a sly smile. I am, of course, aware that your name is Tang Zuo. And what of it? Dugu inquired, puzzled. Have you not heard this name recently? Tang Zuo coughed lightly twice, fixing his gaze on Dugu. After contemplating Tang Zuo's words for a moment, Dugu's eyes widened in realization. Your name? It suddenly strikes me. At that juncture, Dugu recalled the benefactor of the 9 treasure glazed tile school, as well as the betrothed of its esteemed daughter, Ning Rongrong. That individual was indeed named Tang Zuo. What is your connection to the 9 treasure glazed tile school? Dugu stepped back a couple of paces, his expression one of disbelief. As if he had just encountered an incredible revelation. His demeanor appeared slightly dazed, and his gaze towards Tang Zuo was tinged with astonishment. I am the fiancé of Ning Fingxi's daughter, the leader of the 9 treasure glazed tile school. In truth, even if Tang Zuo had not invoked the 9 treasure glazed tile school, merely mentioning his own lineage would have sufficed to intimidate Dugu. However, he chose not to do so. He understood that the widely known truth held far more persuasive power. To speak of other backgrounds might seem deceptive. But referencing the 9 treasure glazed tile school was entirely different. This was a statement made by Ning Fingxi himself. But what of it? Today, I shall end your life. And the 9 treasure glazed tile school will find no evidence against me, Dugu proclaimed with a smug expression. Tang Zuo shook his head, seemingly lamenting the peculiarities of Dugu's mind. You abducted me in front of my adoptive parents. Do you truly believe that the people of Shrek would remain unaware of your identity? Tang Zuo took a deep breath and spoke. Upon hearing this, Dugu's expression turned blank. So what? At worst, I will kill them all and let them accompany you to bring the truth to hell. Initially a bit flustered, Dugu quickly regained his composure and confidence. Do you truly believe you can defeat the formidable golden iron triangle composed of Dragon Lord, Snake Lady, and the 3 Soul Saints? Tang Zuo gazed at Dugu with an expression of incredulity, marveling at Dugu's audacity. Dugu, utterly taken aback, had not anticipated that this was indeed the renowned Tang Zuo. Initially, he had merely recognized his exceptional talent and the fact that he was immune to Dugu's toxic soul technique, which piqued his interest enough to abduct him. He never imagined it would lead to such a significant predicament. However, Dugu found himself at an impasse. Fate dictated life and death, while fortune lay in the heavens, compelling him to take a gamble. After careful contemplation, Dugu produced a snake from an unknown source. The serpent was entirely green, exuding a sinister aura. Unmistakably a creature of lethal toxicity. I have heard that you are immune to my granddaughter's poison. Is that so? Dugu inquired with a serious tone. In truth, Dugu's solemn demeanor was merely a facade, as his earnest heart was in turmoil. Indeed, that is correct, Tang Zuo affirmed. Tang Zuo smiled and nodded, having now assured himself that Dugu would not make a move against him, thus feeling at ease. This serpent is known as the green bamboo leaf. If it were to bite you, and you survive, I shall set you free. What say you? Inquired Dugu. Tang Zuo smiled and nodded, as if he were not the one being bitten, showing no sign of concern. Upon witnessing this, Dugu felt a surge of anger and glared fiercely at Tang Zuo. Wait, you must also agree to one of my conditions. Tang Zuo Dao, what conditions? Dugu furrowed his brow, gazing at Tang Zuo with a look of confusion. If I have no affairs to tend to, then you must grant me this bamboo leaf green. Although Tang Zuo appeared outwardly unchanged, his thoughts were quite different. This snake, despite its venomous nature, possesses remarkable beauty-enhancing properties, and the effects are quite pronounced. I must take it back to prepare a soup for Rongrong. One can only wonder how Dugu would react if he were privy to Tang Zuo's current musings. However, the ever-competitive Dugu nodded solemnly in agreement. I concur with your request, he stated. Subsequently, Tang Zuo rose to his feet. His attire, an intriguing blend of white, black, and purple, created a striking contrast against the green-themed Dugu across from him. The incessant sounds of the bamboo leaf green snake flicking its tongue filled the air. Yet Tang Zuo remained unfazed. Suddenly, the bamboo leaf green snake darted from Dugu's grasp, lunging directly at Tang Zuo. With a sharp snap, It sank its fangs into him. The resulting noise was exceedingly loud and crisp, as Tang Zuo had forgotten to dispel the iron block on his body, making him feel as if the snake had struck a solid iron surface. Chapter 116. Dugu suffers from rheumatism. The intense pain caused the bamboo leaf green snake to recoil sharply, shivering involuntarily. It had never bitten someone so sturdy, leaving it momentarily at a loss. This predicament might have placed it in a state of confusion. Dugu had clearly observed this scene and abruptly lifted his head. Tang Zuo, what do you intend to do? He inquired with a stern expression. While it was said that the bamboo leaf green snake had grievances, Tang Zuo was no exception. After all, it was his own folly to have neglected the dispelling of the iron block. Alas, one reaps what one sows. Oh, I forgot to dispel the soul technique. Let us try once more. Tang Zuo scratched his head and chuckled. A flash of purple light flickered, and the iron block that bound him was lifted. The bamboo leaf green approached timidly. After the previous incident, it was cautious and no longer reckless. It merely took a gentle nibble on Tang Zuo's arm. This experience was distinctly different from the last. This time, Tang Zuo's arm was undoubtedly the most delectable it had ever tasted. The salty flavor, the tender texture, and the delicate skin seemed to possess an exquisite elasticity. The bamboo leaf green appeared to be enamored with this exquisite taste, clinging on without letting go. Tang Zuo stared blankly at the bamboo leaf green that was stubbornly clamped onto his hand, then turned to look at Dugu with a bewildered expression. Dugu was equally perplexed. When had the bamboo leaf green ever behaved in such a manner? Tang Zuo, with an impassive expression, casually shook his arm, causing the bamboo leaf green to sway in his grasp, yet it remained firmly in place. Dugu, feeling awkward, was marked by 3 dark lines on his forehead, as if lamenting the sufferings of the world. In an instant, Dugu appeared before Tang Zuo, gripping the head of the bamboo leaf green and pulling it down. Nevertheless, the bamboo leaf green shot an indignant glare at Dugu, as if ready to confront him. This time, Dugu was also displeased. The bite mark left by the bamboo leaf viper on Tang Zuo's hand was oozing blood. Although it was painful, to him, it could be considered a mere trifling matter. Perhaps even less than a triviality. Tang Zuo placed his left hand over his right, and in an instant, a green glow enveloped the wound. Within a mere moment, the injury had completely healed. Tang Zuo's body exhibited no signs of distress. He was inherently resistant to toxins. However, this was a secret he could not divulge to Dugu. He feared that Dugu might disregard all else and capture him for dissection. Thus, Tang Zuo facilitated the healing of his wound, creating the illusion for Dugu that he had miraculously mended the injury and expelled the toxins. How could you possibly possess healing abilities? Dugu inquired, astonishment evident in his voice. In his eyes, Tang Zuo, the so-called versatile soul master, merely represented a balance across various skills. He had never truly believed that Tang Zuo was a genuine all-encompassing soul master. The notion that Tang Zuo could wield the power of healing was entirely beyond his comprehension. In the next moment, Dugu reappeared before Tang Zuo, grasping his wrist firmly, his expression grave as he scrutinized Tang Zuo. From the enigmatic soul skills exhibited by Tang Zuo, he perceived a glimmer of hope, a hope that could potentially save Dugu Yin. Can Tang Zuo eliminate the toxins within Dugu and Dugu Yin? Undoubtedly, yes. In Tang Zuo's eyes, Dugu's symptoms are merely an exacerbated version of rheumatic bone disease caused by toxins. At its most severe, it may even evolve into a terminal form of rheumatic illness akin to cancer. Tang Zuo did not require the cumbersome methods employed by Tang San. With merely a few soul skills, he was able to expel the toxins from within Dugu and Dugu Yin. Dugu attentively perceived Tang Zuo's pulse and was astonished to discover its remarkable steadiness, devoid of any indication of poisoning. There were even no signs suggesting prior exposure to toxins. Dugu attributed this extraordinary phenomenon to Tang Zuo's formidable healing abilities, which was a reasonable conclusion, given his ignorance of the underlying truth. Moreover, it was indeed true that Tang Zuo possessed exceptional healing prowess. "You young rascal," Dugu exclaimed in astonishment. Tang Zuo smiled as he quietly observed Dugu. He was pondering how to win Dugu's favor, realizing that merely saving them would not suffice to compel him. At that moment, an idea struck him. Unlike the world of ninjas, this realm lacked significant research on the souls of the deceased, making the technique of impure world reincarnation a valuable asset. Old poison. I can cure the toxins coursing through your veins. Tang Zuo's piercing gaze unabashedly fixed upon Dugu, causing the esteemed title Douluo to shudder involuntarily. There lingered a semblance of mental reverence, though not overwhelmingly potent. It was as if Tang Zuo had momentarily transformed into an emperor. The manifestation of his conqueror's haki was the catalyst for Dugu's unsettling sensation. "What poison are you speaking of?" Dugu feigned ignorance. Yet his inherent ineptitude at deceit rendered his facade transparent. There was no need for pretense. Whatever it was, it could not elude the scrutiny of my keen eyes. Tang Zuo placed his hands behind his head, and his eyes gradually transformed into the Sharingan. A subtle white light emanated from within the Sharingan, merging with the crimson glow to reveal the blood yin-yang eye. The intricate network of veins within Dugu became distinctly visible in Tang Zuo's visual center. Dugu contemplated carefully. The flicker of hope he had nurtured now felt akin to discovering a guiding light. Ah, if what you say is true, and you can save my granddaughter, then my advanced age renders my remaining days inconsequential. If you can rescue her, I shall grant you your freedom, Dugu murmured, shaking his head thoughtfully. Tang Zuo nodded with a smile. In that case, rest assured, both of you can be healed. Tang Zuo Dao. Dugu suddenly raised his head, gazing at Tang Zuo in astonishment. Yet, I am already gravely ill, Dugu said. And so what? Do you not trust me? Tang Zuo smiled at Dugu, his expression imbued with profound meaning. Dugu was taken aback, closing his eyes tightly. He did not fully trust Tang Zuo at this moment, however. For the sake of his granddaughter, and to ensure that Dugu Yin would not meet the same fate as his son, Dugu, known for his deep familial affections, found himself compelled to believe. I believe, he finally uttered, the previous intensity in his demeanor dissipating. His resolve was not for himself, but for Dugu Yin. As the saying goes, a true man can bend and stretch. Dugu could undoubtedly be regarded as a formidable hero of his time. He was indeed one of Tang Zuo's favorite characters from the original narrative. What? Who was the first? You might ask. Need it be questioned? It is, without doubt. Ningrong. Let me treat you first, Tang Zuo said, his countenance suddenly turning serious as he addressed Dugu. What? Right now? Dugu exclaimed in astonishment. Flander, come out. Hearing Yu Xiaogang's urgent call, the entire Shrek crew swiftly emerged from their dormitories. Xiaogang, Erlong, what is the matter? Flander inquired, looking at the two who were panting heavily with confusion. Chapter 117. Tang Zuo brought too much to Dugu Xiaozhua. Xiaozhua has been taken by Dugu. Hurry, to the Sun and Moon Forest. Yu Xiaojiang's face was etched with worry as he anxiously addressed Dugu. The Shrek members' initial drowsiness evaporated in an instant. Tang Zuo held a position in their hearts akin to that of an elder brother, always considering their well-being. Tang Zuo held a significant place in their hearts, which was evident in their anxious expressions. Both Tang San and Xiao Wu trembled, and even Ningrong felt tears welling in her eyes at a mere utterance. Long Gong and Shipu exchanged solemn glances, their soul rings erupting in a powerful display, creating ripples from the uncontrolled surge of soul power. Zuo, brother Zuo, no, I must seek out Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Gu, Ningrong said, wiping her tears and speaking through sobs. Do not fret just yet. Tang Zuo should be safe for now. Dugu has no reason to harm him. Stay here while we investigate, Flandra reassured them, turning to face Yu Xiaogang and Lu Erlong. After a shared glance, the three nodded in agreement. Long Gong and Shipa also retracted their soul rings, joining the others. I want to go too, Ningrong insisted, her eyes still red from emotion as she stepped forward. No, it's too perilous. You cannot accompany us, Flandra firmly interjected, positioning himself before her. But Zuo. Ningrong's eyes brimmed with concern. Flandra, let her come along. Perhaps Yu Xiaogang, having endured the distortions of society, understood this sentiment, he conceded, allowing Ningrong to accompany them. With a resigned sigh, Flandra agreed to bring her along. Indeed, now is the moment. Dugu contemplated Tang Zuo's confident demeanor, feeling somewhat conflicted. While he did not fully trust Tang Zuo, despite his extraordinary talents and formidable background, he knew this was his last opportunity, one that involved Dugu Yin. After deep contemplation, Dugu steeled himself and ultimately agreed to Tang Zuo's request. All right, boy, I shall place my faith in you this once, Dugu declared. Tang Zuo shook his head helplessly. He stood up and walked over to sit beside Dugu. Please take a seat, sit cross-legged. If you wish to avoid experiencing that inhuman pain in the future, heed my advice, Tang Zuo remarked. Dugu, adhering to Tang Zuo's words, seated himself on the ground, entering a state of deep meditation and recuperation. Tang Zuo meticulously examined Dugu from head to toe with his blood yin-yang eyes, ultimately locating the venom glands. With a gentle touch upon the Naguan acupoint, Dugu experienced a profound sense of relief coursing through his entire being, as the toxins within him began to surge upwards. Mastering the art of palm sorcery, a verdant glow enveloped Dugu, causing the accumulated toxins within his body to evaporate through his skin, leaving no trace behind. Strangely, his soul power and overall strength remained unaffected. However, any exertion of soul power would rekindle the toxins, indicating that this was merely a temporary remedy rather than a permanent solution. Yet, how could such matters pose a challenge to Tang Zuo? Purification. The green luminescence gradually waned, transforming into a serene sky blue. A hue so enchanting that it instilled a deep sense of comfort in the heart. Thunder rumbled. The 5 soul rings surrounding Tang Zuo illuminated. And the formidable soul power rendered Dugu astounded. Positioned at a close distance, Dugu could distinctly perceive this overwhelming force. Tang Zuo's soul ring bore no traces of disguise. It was entirely composed of genuine soul rings, 4 black and 1 red, exuding an aura devoid of any semblance of artifice. The violet toxins gradually melded with a cerulean radiance. As the light cascaded down, what once appeared as purple in the bloodlines transformed into a translucent violet hue. This metamorphosis was a testament to purification, which eradicated the impurities within Dugu's toxins. The absence of these impurities rendered Dugu significantly more at ease, akin to a sensation of being entirely emptied out. Yet, this feeling of emptiness was remarkably soothing, allowing him to experience a profound relaxation. Strikingly, the purified toxins within Dugu's body divided into 2 distinct entities, one comprising the lethal toxins, while the other embodied the cleansing light devoid of any toxicity. The pattern formed by these 2 elements resembled the yin-yang symbol, half blue and half purple. When Dugu harnessed his soul power, it was the purple aspect that manifested. Thus, Dugu's affliction found resolution. Little monster, have you cured me? Dugu exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, how do you feel? Tang Zuo replied with an expression of surprise. As Dugu attempted to rise by supporting himself against the ground, he suddenly felt his legs weaken and found himself seated on the ground once more. What's wrong? Tang Zuo furrowed his brow, initially believing he had failed to cure Dugu. What is amiss? Tang Zuo inquired with a solemn gaze. Am I truly healed? Dugu observed that the world outside had become significantly brighter. Can Yenner also be cured? Dugu, filled with excitement, turned back and gazed at Tang Zuo with gratitude. Tang Zuo observed that there were glimmers of tears in the eyes of the imposing figure, Dong Guobo. He couldn't help but swallow hard, his throat tightening. If I have managed to cure even you, that old poisoner, how could I possibly fail to heal your granddaughter? Tang Zuo shot a sidelong glance at Dugu, as if regarding a person of little merit. It could also be described as a look of disdain directed towards Dugu. In any case, he did not grant him a favorable expression. The inquiry posed by Dugu was indeed of a rather poignant nature, yet it was still understandable. How infuriating it is that I could not have met you sooner. If only I had, Xiner would have. Tears glimmered in Dugu's excited eyes, and his tone carried a hint of sobbing. Is Xiner your son? You old poisoner? Tang Zuo stepped forward and seated himself beside Dugu. Indeed, it was the flaw in his martial spirit that led to his demise. Dugu remarked as he wiped the corner of his eye. Is his body still present? Upon hearing this, Dugu turned to look at Tang Zuo, a hint of perplexity crossing his face. What of it, if it is still here? The emotions reflected in Dugu's eyes were profound. The man had endured countless experiences throughout his life. It was precisely due to this martial spirit that his existence had been far from comfortable. However, upon encountering Tang Zuo, these issues began to unravel. Should you agree to one condition of mine, I can bring him back to life. Tang Zuo tightly closed his eyes, taking a deep breath before speaking. Dugu's hands had already found their place upon Tang Zuo's shoulders. Resurrection. An unprecedented shock erupted in Dugu's mind, akin to the detonation of an atomic bomb or the cataclysmic impact of an asteroid colliding with Earth. Chapter 118. Is this truly a misunderstanding? Indeed. I possess the ability to resurrect him. Tang Zuo took a deep breath, tightly closing his eyes as he uttered these words. Tang Zuo, are you certain? Dugu's eyes widened in disbelief, his breath catching in his throat, and his pupils dilated in an instant. A formidable aura emanated from Dugu. A translucent green serpent materialized in his hand, and 9 soul rings flickered to life, ignited by an overwhelming surge of excitement. Has my martial spirit also undergone a transformation? Just as Dugu attempted to quell his restless emotions, he noticed the emerald-scaled serpent. This martial spirit appeared significantly different from its former self. And rather than diminishing in power, it seemed to have gained strength. What could possibly be the cause of this? Dugu looked up in astonishment at Tang Zuo and inquired. Tang Zuo smiled faintly. This is a natural phenomenon. Your martial spirit is one of extreme toxicity, which inherently affects you. I have isolated the toxins that influence you, and through a process of amalgamation, they have naturally become more potent. Furthermore, your current martial spirit is no longer the azure scale serpent, but rather the celestial crystal serpent. Tang Zuo resembled a scholar, elucidating the reasons to Dugu. So, My martial soul has undergone a mutation based on its original form, transforming into what you referred to as the celestial crystal serpent? Dugu inquired, perplexed. Indeed. Tang Zuo nodded in acknowledgement. After a meticulous assessment, Dugu was astonished to discover that his soul power had indeed ascended, although it was merely a single-level increase. Within the realm of a title Douluo, such an advancement held monumental significance. The soul power he had cultivated over many years had surprisingly evolved. Dugu's astonishment was palpable. After all, this was a progression beyond the foundational level of a title Douluo. What did this signify? It implied that Dugu's prowess was no longer that of the weakest title Douluo, merely capable of clearing soldiers without any substantial impact. Yet, amidst his exhilaration, he recalled Tang Zuo's earlier words. Indeed, Tang Zuo, did you just mention? The resolute Dugu's voice quivered slightly, revealing a hint of emotion. He found himself lost in reflection. One could say he was quite unfortunate. He had dedicated himself tirelessly to become a title Douluo for the sake of his martial spirit. However, despite his achievements, his son, Dugu, had met a tragic fate due to the flaws of this very martial spirit. Moreover, Dugu was gradually succumbing to the insidious poison. With each passing day, Dugu's anxiety intensified. He lamented the absence of a remedy that could shield his granddaughter, Dugu, from this toxic affliction. The memory of his collapse upon Dugu's demise lingered vividly in his mind, a poignant reminder of the unfairness of fate. Heaven had bestowed upon them such a martial spirit, enabling him to ascend to title Douluo, yet it also condemned his descendants to suffering. Fortunately, however, he had encountered Tang Zuo, a stroke of remarkable fortune indeed. Tang Zuo can be regarded as the sole individual on the entire Douluo continent capable of thoroughly assisting Dugu. I possess a soul skill known as Filthy Earth Rebirth, which allows me to summon the souls of the deceased from the underworld. However, it necessitates a corpse as a medium, and that corpse must belong to a malevolent individual. In truth, this latter condition was fabricated by Tang Zuo, as he did not wish for Dugu to indiscriminately slay the innocent. A soul? Dugu inquired, perplexed. A soul refers to the consciousness that persists after death. In other words, I can extract him from the realm of the dead. Tang Zuo formally stated. What is the underworld? Dugu inquired, appearing somewhat confused. The underworld is the realm where souls go after death. Upon hearing this, Dugu grasped the implication that Tang Zuo could retrieve the soul of his son, Dugu Xin, from the place designated for the deceased. So you truly can save him? Dugu exclaimed, overwhelmed with astonishment. Indeed, I have reiterated this numerous times. As long as his body remains intact, I can bring him back. Rest assured. His body has been preserved exactly as it was, Dugu promptly replied, his urgency and joy evident in his tone. After all, this was a momentous matter concerning his son. How could he not feel exhilarated? The depth of his previous despair was now mirrored in his current excitement. This sentiment perfectly encapsulated Dugu's state of being. His elation was so intense that it could scarcely be contained, igniting a surge of spirit energy within him. By the way, what were the conditions you mentioned earlier? Dugu's gaze lingered, slowly turning towards Tang Zuo. My conditions are quite simple. You must join the organization I am establishing, known as the Xiao Organization. At this, Dugu trembled. Xiao? This is a significant matter, he pondered. For he was a title Douluo. Who else is part of this organization? Dugu inquired. Long Gong and Shipa, Tang Zuo replied. Although Dugu was astonished, he was not overly surprised, as he was aware of Long Gong and Shipa from Shrek Academy. Is there anyone else? Haotian Douluo Tang Hao. Indeed. This audacious Tang Zuo has included his father in his organization. What? Upon hearing this name, Dugu seemed revitalized. What is your relationship with Haotian Douluo? He asked. He is my father. This seemingly nonchalant statement stirred tumultuous waves in Dugu's mind. This family is filled with extraordinary individuals, and yet another remarkable figure emerges. Dugu marveled. I also have a younger brother, whose martial spirit is Blue Silvergrass, and he is a rank 39, weapon spirit saint. You have a younger brother. His martial spirit is Blue Silvergrass? Dugu exclaimed in shock upon hearing the name. Indeed, he possesses innate full soul power, although he is slightly weaker than I. He is still commendable. The somewhat foolish Tang Zuo's strength had further augmented. Innate full soul power. And you say he is commendable? Are you not endowed with innate full soul power? Tang Zuo let out a light chuckle. I'm not innately endowed with soul power. This is inconceivable. How could you possibly become a soul king at the age of 12? Dugu inquired. I possess innate soul power at level 20. Dugu, please release Tang Zuo. A hearty voice resounded from beyond the sunset forest, revealing the speaker to be Long Gong Mingshu. Tang Zuo observed Dugu. who awkwardly scratched his head, uncertain of how to proceed. Chapter 119. Do not be enamored with me, I am merely a legend. Please, step outside. I shall elucidate the matter. Upon hearing this, Dugu nodded gently. Whoosh. Two beams of violet and azure light darted through the sunset forest with astonishing speed, stirring up a tempest. The leaves within the forest trembled, a consequence of the winds generated by their rapid motion. Outside the sunset forest, 6 figures stood, the ambience of the night casting them as if they were about to confront a dark overlord. The atmosphere was oppressive, inducing an involuntary shiver. In a flash, Dugu and Tang Zuo appeared before the 6 individuals. The moment Ning Rongrong spotted Tang Zuo, she rushed forward, her eyes glistening with tears, appearing reddened and perfectly complementing her pink skirt. Tang Zuo was taken aback upon seeing Ning Rongrong, pondering to himself, what brings her here? However, witnessing the deep concern etched on Ning Rongrong's face filled him with a sense of guilt. Therefore, he made no effort to prevent her from approaching. Rongrong, what brings you here? As Ning Rongrong leaped into Tang Zuo's embrace, tears began to cascade down her cheeks uncontrollably. Dugu, you cannot abandon me, she implored. How could I ever abandon you? Look, I am perfectly fine now, he reassured her. Tang Zuo, feeling utterly flustered, gently tousled Ning Rongrong's adorable short hair, casting an awkward glance at her while stealing a furtive look at the nearby Dugu, realizing the gravity of the situation. Ning Rongrong extricated herself from Tang Zuo's embrace and directed her gaze towards Dugu. She asserted with indignation, should you dare to move Tang Zuo, I shall enlist the aid of Grandfather Jian and Grandfather Gu to confront you. Dugu, taken aback, found himself in an uncomfortable predicament, uncertain of how to proceed, as his hopes for his son's resurrection and the antidote for his granddaughter now rested entirely upon Tang Zuo. Xiao Zuo, Rongrong, return quickly, we shall protect you, urged Yu Xiaogang, observing the trio and Dugu with urgency. Realizing the need for action, Ning Rongrong grasped Tang Zuo's hand and rejoined the ranks of Shrek Academy. Dugu, let us witness your prowess. The voice of Long Gong resounded with grandeur, 8 spirit rings swirling around his form. Meanwhile, Long Pa summoned her martial spirit, and the trio of the Golden Iron Triangle called forth their own martial spirits in response to the current circumstances. Wait, teacher, foster father, foster mother, dean, you misunderstand. Senior Dugu summoned me for assistance, and he has his own terms to offer, thus we are merely engaging in a transaction. As Tang Zuo observed the situation spiraling out of control, he swiftly stepped forward to clarify. Ning Rongrong turned around, bewildered, blinking her eyes rapidly. The others shared her confusion. The 5 of them gradually withdrew their spirit rings and then shifted their gazes towards Dugu. Their eyes oscillated between the 2 groups, and the atmosphere grew palpably tense. Little Zuo, what exactly is happening? Asked Yu Xiaogang, his expression grave. The situation is as follows. For the next 5 minutes, Tang Zuo recounted the unfolding events, albeit with a narrative of his own invention. Nevertheless, the 6 individuals accepted his account, driven by their unwavering trust in him. Foster father, dean, foster mother, seniors. You may return for now. I still have matters to discuss with Senior Dugu. The 6 struggled to contain their foreheads, shaking their heads vigorously. However, it was incorrect to say all 6. In fact, only 5 were involved, excluding Ning Rongrong. The 5 turned to Dugu. Senior Dugu, my sincerest apologies. We have misjudged you, Flanders said awkwardly. Ahem, I too have made errors, my apologies, Dugu replied. The malevolent aura he once exuded at the Heaven Do Royal Academy had dissipated, a transformation the others understood was due to Tang Zuo's influence. Little Zuo, we shall take our leave now. Do have a thorough discussion with Senior Dugu, but do return promptly, Yu Xiaogang expressed with concern. Very well, please depart for now. Tang Zuo waved at the 5 individuals and spoke. Ning Rongrong lowered her head and tugged at Tang Zuo's sleeve. Could you possibly take me with you? Ning Rongrong inquired. Her face instantly flushed with embarrassment. Tang Zuo was momentarily taken aback by the words. Then a smile graced his face as he gently tapped Ning Rongrong's forehead with his 2 fingers. Rongrong, forgive me. Next time. Ning Rongrong's cheeks, already flushed, turned an even deeper shade of crimson, akin to a ripe peach, fresh and dewy. I understand. You must return early. I shall wait for you. After speaking, she covered her forehead and bestowed a kiss upon Tang Zuo before turning to leave. Goodbye, goodbye. Little monster, I never anticipated that your relationship was quite so profound. Dugu teased as he observed Tang Zuo. Hee, old monster, does your beating heart not stir with excitement? Would Dugu Yin consent to your remarrying? Upon hearing this, Dugu was instantly filled with rage and lightly struck Tang Zuo on the head. However, Tang Zuo deftly dodged to the left, evading the blow. Little monster, would you care for me to arrange for my granddaughter to wed you? Dugu quipped, casting a sidelong glance at Tang Zuo. Enough of that. I have Rongrong. My heart belongs solely to Ning Rongrong, understand? Tang Zuo evasively remarked, what does it matter? I can allow Yinner to be your concubine. However, from the tone of Dugu, Tang Zuo discerned that he genuinely harbored such desires. Indeed, he wished for Tang Zuo to wed Dugu Yin. Yet, Tang Zuo, being a man of steadfast devotion, would never entertain such an idea. Isn't your Dugu Yin involved with Yu Tianheng? Why does he persist in pursuing my master? He should remain where it is comfortable for him. Tang Zuo impatiently remarked that Yu Tianheng fellow isn't too bad either. Within the confines of the system's space, a yellow-furred Shiba Inu squinted its eyes and chimed in, Hey, system, do you think Tang Zuo is a fool? They're willing to marry their granddaughter to him. Yet he refuses? Pooh, do you think everyone is as lecherous as you? Honestly, you're something else, the system retorted. Dai shot a disgruntled glance at the system, expressing his dissatisfaction. I believe Tang Zuo is merely putting on airs. As he spoke, a golden radiance enveloped Dai, transforming him from a dog into an attractive young man. Although he could not rival Tang Zuo's charm, he was undeniably handsome, and this was an irrefutable fact. Furthermore, a celestial eye adorned his forehead, reminiscent of the mythical Erlangchen from folklore. Dai, why did you choose to become human? The system glared at him with disdain. What does my transformation into a human have to do with you? Humph, Dai retorted. Indeed, Yu Tianheng is quite impressive, so don't set your sights on me. Remember, do not become infatuated with me. I am merely a legend, understood? Tang Zuo recalled the description of Ma Hongjun from the Douluo comic, feeling it particularly suitable for showing off. Chapter 120. I have my admirers, while you do not. Enough of this trivial chatter, swiftly. Lead me to the place where your son is interred. Tang Zuo deliberately feigned an expression of impatience, casting a glance at the eager countenance of Dugu, and helplessly remarked, is it not a villain's corpse that is required? Dugu, now somewhat wary of provoking Tang Zuo, understood the potential consequences should Tang Zuo choose not to assist him. Oh, right. Tang Zuo, the individual in question, almost allowed this matter to slip from his memory. Otherwise, he would have made a futile journey. In truth, Dugu's memory is not particularly remarkable. The only reason he was able to recall it is that he attentively listened to every word spoken by Tang Zuo. He analyzed Tang Zuo's statements meticulously, word by word, before arriving at his belief. Thus, it is only natural that he remembers. Do you have any enemies, Tang Zuo? Dugu inquired. Tang Zuo pondered carefully for a moment. Indeed, Tang Zuo flashed a charming smile, reminiscing about the day he first encountered those three individuals alongside Ning Rongrong. However, it would be inaccurate to label them as enemies. Rather, he merely recognized their malevolent nature. He then added a remark that illuminated Dugu's understanding. It became clear to him that if Tang Zuo indeed harbored any enemies, they would have long since found their final resting place. Thus, the adversaries he spoke of were merely wicked individuals. Where are they now? Dugu inquired with a furrowed brow. They should currently be in Soto City, came the reply. Tang Zuo rubbed his chin thoughtfully and remarked with a profound tone, Soto City? Is it not a bit distant? Tang Zuo chuckled and shook his head. Not far away, there was precisely a Flying Thunder God mark. What is the Flying Thunder God? Tang Zuo remained silent, merely approaching Dugu's side. The Flying Thunder God is a spatial soul skill. Placing his hand on Dugu's back, Dugu furrowed his brow. A flash of golden light ensued. The geographical position of the two had shifted, leaving Dugu momentarily blinded by the brilliance. As his eyes opened, a resounding boom echoed. A green attack surged toward Tang Zuo and Dugu, leaving them momentarily dazed by the sudden onslaught. Tang Zuo swiftly raised his hand to effortlessly deflect the attack. Glancing around, he realized, how did I end up on the arena? It was only after uttering this thought that he recalled the Flying Thunder God mark, which had been left from that battle. The host adjusted his glasses, announcing a pause in the match. A resounding voice echoed throughout the venue, snapping both Dugu and Tang Zuo out of their astonishment. Where are we? Dugu inquired like an innocent child. Soto City, the Grand Soul Arena, Tang Zuo replied, swallowing hard. What? We've arrived in Soto City. A wave of disbelief erupted in Dugu's mind. He understood spatial soul skills, yet he had never heard of a soul skill capable of traversing directly from the Sunset Forest to the Grand Soul Arena. May I ask who you two are? The host, having discerned their strength from the previous scene, spoke with utmost respect. Poison Douluo, Dugu. Dugu replied, clearing his throat, hands clasped behind his back. Standing tall and proud, exuding the dignity of a titled Douluo. The crowd erupted in astonishment upon hearing Dugu's name. A title Douluo. The two competitors in the match were momentarily rendered speechless, while the one who had attacked the duo felt an overwhelming sense of despair. A realization crashing over him like a tidal wave. He had dared to strike a title Douluo. As for the other individual, the audience began to question his identity. Standing alongside a title Douluo, and with Dugu sensing a hint of confusion regarding Tang Zuo's presence, one spectator suddenly recognized him, despite wearing a mask during the match. The mask had been damaged once. He is Su Xiaozi. As the audience murmured this name, others quickly followed suit, recognizing Tang Zuo's identity. Though Su Xiaozi had only made a brief appearance at the Grand Seoul Arena and was considered a newcomer, those 4 words left a profound and heavy impression on the spectators. He was even revered by the audience as a deity, embodying a sense of faith. Though the specifics of Tang Zuo's 12-year-old exploits remain shrouded in mystery, does it not become evident? The mere mention of Susanu's name evoked a shock among the crowd that even eclipsed the astonishment caused by the title Douluo. Some individuals had already risen from their seats. Ardent admirers of Tang Zuo. Their disappointment was palpable as they had anticipated his presence at the Soto Great Seoul Arena, planning to support Shrek during the upcoming Senior Soul Master competition. However, the fortuity of witnessing Tang Zuo today filled their hearts with joy. Observing his camaraderie with Dugu only reinforced their conviction regarding his prowess. Among them was even a Soul Emperor, who could discern the disguised soul rings surrounding Tang Zuo. He comprehended that he was no match for Tang Zuo, who, despite currently being merely a Soul King, possessed an undeniable gap in raw strength. His admiration for Tang Zuo mirrored that of Bartolomeo's reverence for Luffy, a continuous tide of respect. Susanu. The name of Tang Zuo erupted with a resounding impact. The 3 individuals, including Tang Zuo himself, found themselves momentarily bewildered. Tang Zuo could hardly have anticipated that he would amass such a devoted following. Tang Zuo scratched his head, gazing around in confusion. Subsequently, he shyly turned to the host. "I'm sorry, we seem to have taken a wrong turn. Goodbye." What he did not anticipate was that the host was also his admirer. "Are you truly Susanu?" the host inquired. "Yes, indeed. Could you please give me your autograph?" The host unexpectedly produced a photograph depicting the Shrek 7 monsters battling against the Heavenly Do Royal Academy. Tang Zuo took the photograph, affixed his signature, and handed it to the host before promptly departing the scene with Dugu. "Little monster, I never imagined you possessed such a multitude of admirers," Dugu remarked, glancing at the still bewildered Tang Zuo. Tang Zuo's face unexpectedly flushed slightly. When had he ever encountered such a scene? Although in this lifetime he enjoyed immense popularity, possessed remarkable strength, and had excellent interpersonal relationships, the sensation of being idolized was indeed quite delightful. Enough of this. Let us first seek out someone. Tang Zuo quickly realized the situation and promptly shifted the topic. "Where is he? In such a vast city of Soto, how can we possibly find him?" Dugu inquired with a hint of confusion. Tang Zuo smiled gently. He pressed his hands against the ground and closed his eyes. "Perception," he uttered. And the soul technique of perception instantly blossomed. The entirety of Soto City was vividly reflected in Tang Zuo's mind. The appearances of the people within were strikingly clear. Then, an image of a large-toothed figure, whose face bore a striking resemblance to the soul of Flanders Shu, materialized in Tang Zuo's consciousness. This time, Tang Zuo was certain of his location. Chapter 121. This individual possesses some noteworthy qualities. Well, now I know where he is. Tang Zuo rose to his feet, brushing off the dust from his hands, his expression one of ease. What was that power just now? Oh. My soul power is somewhat unique. One might even refer to it as chakra. In truth, Dugu had long sensed the distinct nature of Tang Zuo's mysterious energy. Yet he refrained from inquiring. Now, however, his curiosity could no longer be contained. Upon hearing Tang Zuo's explanation, Dugu remained silent, for he truly grasped none of it. "Ah. Little monster, truly, you are exceedingly enigmatic. I find myself reluctant to converse with you. It is rather disheartening, as your talent is on an entirely different level. Perhaps," he mused, "the legendary." Dugu lifted his head and closed his eyes, adopting an air of profound mystery, believing that Tang Zuo was unaware of the existence of the divine. Thus, he said nothing. "What you mentioned refers to a deity, does it not?" Dugu's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Tang Zuo. You know. Indeed, many of my soul rings are bestowed by the divine." The concept of deities in the Douluo Continent was originally a mere ethereal legend, something Dugu had only speculated about. However, Tang Zuo's revelation shattered Dugu's understanding. Divine-bestowed soul rings? So, the issue regarding the longevity of your soul rings was resolved by the divine? Tang Zuo shook his head. I do not know either, in any case. My soul rings are bestowed by the heavens. I have heard others say they are divine gifts. Under such circumstances, Tang Zuo could only express it this way. Indeed. He did not wish to engage in conversation. 3 dark lines appeared on Dugubo's forehead, as if Tang Zuo had delivered a slight blow to him. All right. Go find him quickly. As Tang Zuo finished speaking, he dashed forward, prompting Dugubo to follow suit. The city of Soto illuminated with violet and green lights. Leaving Dugubo in a state of astonishment, he had not anticipated that Tang Zuo could keep pace with him. To be frank, Tang Zuo's speed was remarkable. His greatest advantage. Although Dugubo possessed explosive speed, he was still at the bottom tier of tidal Douluo when it came to sustained running. Before long, they arrived at the location Tang Zuo had mentioned, where the lights shimmered in a kaleidoscope of colors, creating a dazzling spectacle. Before them stood a woman, captivatingly beautiful and elegantly proportioned. Yet, she paid no heed to Null, who was fixated on her. Clad in a pink and white ensemble, she left Null yearning. In a surprising turn of events, Null summoned his martial spirit and approached the woman. Realizing his intent, the woman turned pale with fright. Her demeanor indicated that she was not a frivolous person. She valued herself highly and would not easily concede to Null's desires. Is the person you mentioned really that scoundrel? Dugubo inquired. Indeed, he is, Tang Zuo replied, a dragon king's smile gracing his lips as he tilted his head. Fire release, heavenly flame. Black and red flames erupted in Tang Zuo's hand, morphing into a monstrous shape. Null felt an intense heat enveloping him. Turning around, he was met with the dual-colored flames rushing toward him. The searing temperature rendered him unable to open his eyes, and the dual-colored monster enveloped him entirely. The woman turned back, witnessing Null subdued by Tang Zuo, and halted in her tracks. Gasping for breath, she lifted her gaze and, upon seeing Tang Zuo's visage, her expression seemed to transform, her eyes reflecting a hint of admiration. Perhaps it was admiration indeed. Tang Zuo, what if the flames harm him? That would be disastrous. Dugubo expressed his concern. Do not worry, it is merely a matter of exchanging bodies. Once the exchange is complete, a new form will emerge, Tang Zuo reassured him. Gradually, Dugubo began to relax. The blood yin-yang manifested in Tang Zuo's pupils, and 6 soul rings illuminated around him. Tang Zuo's hair billowed gracefully, reminiscent of a celestial being's elegance. Emperor Yin. Tang Zuo raised his hand, and a colossal fireball materialized within his palm. The immense orb of flame surged toward Duuluo. The crimson shadows of fire intertwined with the dark flames and the lighter hue of the Flame Emperor's essence. Enveloped within this inferno, Duuluo's countenance betrayed panic as he cried out for help. Yet, such a wretch deserved no mercy. Tang Zuo spared him that time solely because he did not wish to commit murder in the presence of a woman. This was the only reason he granted him a reprieve. Otherwise, for the sensitive Tang Zuo, a lack of joy was akin to being nothing more than refuse. A mere scoundrel. Tang Zuo places great importance on emotional relationships. The 3 colored flames engulfed Duuluo entirely. This turmoil subsided swiftly. Are you feeling better now, little monster? Asked Dugubo. I have regulated the temperature of the flames and guided their trajectory using my blood yin-yang eye. Tang Zhaodao. Therefore, it does not matter. Success has been achieved. Dugubo displayed a look of joy and turned to leave. Tang Zuo stepped forward to retrieve the lifeless body of Duuluo and placed it back within the confines of the enchanting flute. Casting a glance at the woman, he shook his head and proceeded directly towards Dugubo. All right, let us depart, Tang Zuo remarked to Dugubo. The woman paused momentarily before unexpectedly dashing towards Tang Zuo. Thank you for saving me, truly. Thank you. What is your name? She inquired. I am Tang Zuo, engaged, 12 years old, and not available, he replied succinctly. And in an instant, he transformed into a beam of purple light and vanished from the scene. Dugubo followed suit. Dugubo couldn't help but chuckle. He found himself pondering why he lacked the striking looks of Tang Zuo. If he possessed such charm, perhaps he too could revel in the adulation of the masses. However, he did not consider himself lacking in attractiveness, so he sighed. Tang Zuo, can't you use that spatial soul technique to return? Upon hearing this, Tang Zuo halted. Smiting his forehead in frustration, he had forgotten to leave the Flying Thunder God mark. I forgot. Alas, it seems we must run back. Tang Zuo sighed in resignation. Du Gongbo shook his head, his expression fading. However, in the next moment, he regained his composure, for Dugong Xin lay buried within the starry forest. Tang Zuo, my son's body is in the starry forest. Then that shall be easily managed. Tang Zuo appeared behind Dugubo, and with a flash of golden light, he materialized in the Stardow forest. This was the last of Tang Zuo's Flying Thunder God marks. Dugubo remained astounded, despite having experienced such phenomena before. The wonder of it never ceased to amaze him. Even after the initial shock, astonishment would resurface. Such extraordinary occurrences evoke a sense of wonder, and it is entirely natural to be astonished. Very well, lead the way, Tang Zuo said, narrowing his eyes. Dugu nodded and began to search for the location based on his memory. Chapter 122. Tang Zuo's first time. Tang Zuo and Dugu followed the trail of Dugu's memories to a certain location. The lighting here was dim, and ahead stood a gravestone. Is this the place? Tang Zuo inquired, gesturing towards the front while casting a glance at Dugu. Indeed, it is, Dugu affirmed, and to Tang Zuo's surprise. The once imposing aura of Dugu seemed to dissipate upon encountering the gravestone. His gaze, filled with an unexpected tenderness, appeared gentle, albeit lacking in intricacy. It was a softness that could only be revealed when regarding a dearly beloved person. Dugu stepped forward and gently brushed away the dust that had accumulated on the gravestone over the years, obscuring the inscription. Here lies Dugu's son, Dugu Xian. The 10 characters stood out prominently on the gravestone, remarkably clear amidst the somber surroundings. Tang Zuo observed the atmosphere stirred by Dugu and refrained from interjecting. A rare occurrence indeed. After an indeterminate period, Dugu regained his composure and turned to face Tang Zuo, revealing an expression of remorse. I apologize. I was lost in thought. His voice bore a melancholic tone, as the death of Dugu Xian had inflicted an immense blow upon him. It is of no consequence. Tang Zuo was no longer the same. His countenance bore a grave seriousness, for he did not possess complete confidence in this matter. After all, it was his inaugural experience with the technique of impure world reincarnation. Tang Zuo approached the gravestone with a serious demeanor, gently touching it, causing the earth beneath to shift. Upon witnessing this scene, Dugu hesitated, shaking his head. The corpse of Dugu Xian appeared before Tang Zuo, seemingly unchanged, gazing at the figure before him. Reminiscent of Dugu, Tang Zuo's lips curled into a perfect arc. How is it, Tang Zuo? Is it feasible? Dugu inquired anxiously. Yes, the probability is quite high. Though these were merely 6 casual words, they resonated deeply within Dugu's heart. Tang Zuo extracted the lifeless body of Bu Lu from the enchanting realm of the jade figure. Once more, he procured a piece of yellow talisman paper and affixed it to Bu Li's form. A flash of golden light illuminated the surroundings, only to be transformed into ominous black radiance. To everyone's astonishment, Bu Li's formidable essence began to disintegrate into ashes. Although Dugu found the scene peculiar, he refrained from disturbing Tang Zuo, placing his trust in him. Indeed, one might say that disbelief in Tang Zuo would leave him with no alternative course of action. Tang Zuo cast a glance at Dugu Xian, then once more retrieved a yellow talisman and affixed it to Dugu Xian's chest. With a flash of golden light, Dugu Xian's corpse astonishingly vanished into thin air. Tang Zuo swiftly formed hand seals. The technique of impure world reincarnation. The ground around him began to tremble, as if the world itself were contorting. This was the power of the laws, manipulating the very essence of the earth beneath. Ahead of Tang Zuo, the ground trembled with increasing intensity and clods of earth were sent flying. A wooden coffin suddenly appeared before him, adorned with the character Xian. With a casual pat of his hands, Tang Zuo expressed his ease. How is it? Have we succeeded? Dugu inquired anxiously. Indeed, we have achieved it, came the reply. Tang Zuo displayed a gentle smile, and with a soft kiss, the front lid of the wooden coffin unexpectedly fell to the ground with a resounding clatter. The sound of the wood shifting echoed through the air. Emerging from within was a figure adorned with vibrant green hair and porcelain-like skin, reminiscent of a woman. The visage bore a striking resemblance to that of Dugu, albeit marred by several fissures across the face, which, paradoxically, added an alluring charm to the individual. Indeed, this person was none other than Dugu Xian. Dugu Xian, perplexed, scratched his head and gazed vacantly at his own hands as he gently lifted them. Astonishment washed over him upon realizing he could move. Dugu stood before this figure, trembling with emotion. In his clear green eyes, a profound paternal affection shone through. Tears of deep sorrow cascaded down his cheeks, and he found himself unable to contain his grief. Xian, my dear Xian, Dugu's quivering voice pierced the silence, capturing Dugu Xian's attention. Turning his head, Dugu Xian felt a wave of confusion upon seeing Tang Zuo, but when his gaze fell upon Dugu, he instinctively halted his movements. The two shared a moment of silent communion, their eyes locked in an unspoken understanding, unaware of how long they remained in that gaze. Old monster, your son is right there. Tang Zuo waved his hand before Dugu, and then with a flicker of his eyes, he directed his gaze towards him. Dugu, recovering from his astonishment, exclaimed, Xian, is that you? He extended his hand as if fearful that Dugu Xian might vanish at any moment. Father? Am I not dead? Dugu Xian gazed intently at Dugu, uttering his words with disbelief. Upon hearing Dugu Xian's confession, Dugu comprehended the entirety of the situation. In the blink of an eye, he had embraced Dugu Xian. Xianer, I am truly sorry. I could not find a remedy for the affliction of the martial soul. I apologize. Dugu, overcome with emotion, appeared to Tang Zuo as a benevolent father. At that moment, he felt an urge to sing, "Men may cry, and it is no sin," as the melody seemed fitting for the scene. Dugu then elucidated the reason for his re-emergence in this world to Dugu Xian. My dear friend Tang Zuo, I am eternally grateful for your life-saving grace. In the next life, I shall toil like a beast to repay your kindness, Dugu Xian declared earnestly, bowing with heartfelt sincerity. There is no need to labor in the next life. Instead, why not join the Akatsuki organization? We provide food and shelter, ensuring a life free from worries. Tang Zuo displayed a lascivious expression as he addressed Dugu Xian. At present, Dugu Xian possessed formidable strength, being a genuine soul sage. And under the evolution orchestrated by Tang Zuo, his martial soul had transformed into the Jade Snake. Although it fell short in comparison to Dugu's Heavenly Crystal Snake, it certainly surpassed the Emerald Scaled Snake by a significant margin. Ha ha ha. Xianer, the little monster has come to your rescue. What harm could there be in your joining us? Dugu remarked, stepping forward to pat Dugu Xian on the back with a smile. Dugu Xian's gaze meandered between the two before ultimately settling on Tang Zuo. I pay my respects to the esteemed leader, Dugu Xian said. Tang Zuo hurriedly urged Dugu Xian to stop, for he truly found the title of Zongzhu quite uncomfortable. Just call me boss instead. I am not accustomed to being addressed as Zongzhu. Tang Zuo spoke earnestly. By the way, has Yenner's toxin issue been resolved? Upon recalling this matter, Dugu Xian instantly turned to look at Dugu. Let us pay a visit tomorrow. I shall assist in resolving it. Tang Zuo remarked. Upon hearing this, Dugu Xian felt a weight lift from his heart. Thank you so much, my leader. By the way, old monster, you haven't forgotten your promise to join the Akatsuki organization. Have you? Tang Zuo raised his eyebrows at Dugu and remarked, I cannot believe I actually agreed to your request. Rest assured, I shall fulfill it. However, the notion of addressing you as boss is utterly out of the question. Dugu, adopting a haughty demeanor, turned his face defiantly to the side. If you refuse to comply, do you believe I want to return your son this very moment? Tang Zuo has now clashed with Dugu. If you're unconvinced, I shall compel your submission with my words. Chapter 123. Tang Zuo hastened to the bathroom. How dare you employ such despicable and shameless tactics? Dugu, furious and at a loss for words, pointed at Tang Zuo, his face flushed with rage. Call the boss. Tang Zuo gritted his teeth and elongated his voice as he spoke. Boss. The name Dugu was uttered hastily, barely comprehensible. Call out once more. Tang Zuo gazed at Dugu with a smile. You do not overstep your bounds. Dugu, filled with wrath, pointed an accusatory finger at Tang Zuo. I shall overstep my bounds. What can you do about it? Hehehe. Tang Zuo's actions seemed to infuriate others, leaving Dugu in a state of helplessness, as if he were on the verge of exploding with anger. Boss. This time, the two words were shouted by Dugu, who, despite his strong sense of discontent, forced himself to utter them. Tang Zuo was indeed taken aback by the audacious display of Dominus Bo. He had initially thought that the seemingly trivial words spoken moments ago represented the pinnacle of Dominus Bo's forbearance. However, who could have anticipated such remarkable prowess? Dominus Xian observed the two individuals, and three distinct lines of vexation appeared on his forehead, set against a backdrop of a gray world. Before long, the hour had grown late into the night. Hey, Ancient One, while you two strengthen your bond, I shall make a brief return to Shrek Academy. Tang Zuo turned around and, as soon as his words were spoken, a flash of golden light illuminated the space before vanishing from the sight of the two individuals. Although Tang Zuo did not leave a mark at Shrek, he did leave the Flying Thunder God mark on Ningrongrong. As Tang Zuo arrived, he was enveloped by a thick mist, accompanied by a peculiar warmth. Rubbing his eyes, he was astonished to find a figure before him. It was none other than Ningrongrong. The white fog obscured his vision, and to his dismay, he realized he was submerged in water. At that moment, the truth dawned upon him. The person before him was indeed Ningrongrong. She was, to his utter shock, bathing. Ah! Ningrongrong's shrill cry reverberated through Tang Zuo's ears, prompting him to hurriedly cover her mouth. However, she struggled against him. Rongrong, it's me, Tang Zuo. Due to the mist, Ningrongrong was initially unaware of his identity. But upon recognizing his voice, joy filled her heart. Yet, in her excitement, she lost her balance and fell backward. Tang Zuo caught Ningrongrong, and the sensation transmitted through his hand caused his face to flush an instant crimson. Ning Rongrong's countenance likewise blossomed into a vibrant shade of apple red. Zizwa, Zwaji, Yu. She stammered shyly, and Tang Zuo, hastily helping Ning Rongrong to her feet, promptly released his grip. Tang Zuo has now disabled the system's exploration function, rendering both the system and DY incapable of perceiving the external surroundings. How infuriating of Tang Zuo to have turned off the exploration feature. After living for over 1,000 years, I, the old dog, find myself unable to see anything I desire. Before I could finish my thought, the system launched a fist towards DY. You lecherous old dog, how outrageous. Ning Rongrong, clad in her bathrobe, blushed fiercely from her face down to her neck. Tang Zuo sat cross-legged on the ground, repeatedly bowing an apology to Ning Rongrong. Fortunately, this dormitory was a single room. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The mere thought was terrifying for Tang Zuo, yet for some, it was a source of delight. I am truly sorry, he uttered incessantly, each apology deepening the crimson hue on Ning Rongrong's cheeks. Zwagu, why are you back? Ning Rongrong turned around, her gaze fixed intently upon Tang Zuo. Ah, I returned to see you. I had some idle time and missed you. Tang Zuo remains the same straightforward man. His previous words were merely a reflection of his uncertainty. As for the phrase I miss you, it was undoubtedly learned from Tang San. Upon hearing those 3 words, Ning Rongrong felt utterly flustered, her rosy cheeks betraying her embarrassment. So, are you still leaving? Ning Rongrong murmured softly. Well, I shall depart once you fall asleep. Tang Zuo nodded and said, You turn around.